A zombie that lives with discipline can be terrifying beyond measure. This zombie's name is Jung-si. Every day he runs a light year, then swims with sharks, even before going to bed, and does a few dance moves to stay confident. Other zombies only eat meat, and more meat, but in his eyes it's only protein powder. In the end, Jung-tu finally snapped, but he became stronger. Everything he does is to try to be friends with humans. The reason started from the day the world ended in chaos. Jung-tu was in class listening to a lecture when he turned into a zombie. Then he too wandered around with a group of zombies like the others, until one day humans arrived with a giant bowl, not only killing Jang-tu's kind, but also using technology to turn zombies into permanent engines. Jang-tu doesn't understand why humans hunt zombies, just like he doesn't understand why zombies eat people. But to survive, he must fight. He must become stronger to change people's view of zombies. Will Jung-si be able to achieve his dream or not? What challenges will he face along the path to making that dream come true? Let's go inside and explore the story together. Under the peaceful sunset sky, the train continues its journey steadily along the track. The wheels rolling over those rails suddenly sped up more and more. Along the road, countless people are bustling back and forth beside the street. The driver in the train suddenly stuck his head out and shouted loudly, "Run fast! The train is out of control!" The staff also risked everything to rush out of the train. This is not good. Everyone outside heard his voice and looked on in shock. They quickly grabbed their slippers and ran away. Run quickly. In the chaos, the stroller's wheel suddenly got stuck on the metal rail of the street. The woman is struggling with the stroller but can't move it. Can someone help me? Anyone who managed to escape can only stand there shouting for everyone to get out of the danger zone. It's too late now. The runaway train is heading straight for the mother as the crowd behind panic. A masked young man secretly observes everything. Then his figure suddenly disappeared when no one was paying attention. At that critical moment, the young man appeared and shattered the entire train head. The entire train car behind was struck by a tremendous force, causing it to derail and crash into each other. The woman still tried to hold her crying child close, her heart trembling and eyes tightly shut. Everything suddenly stopped, causing her to slowly open her eyes and look around. Everything in front of her was blank, only the straight back of a young man standing there. The stone fell to the ground and then bounced a few times before settling. The young man reached out his hand to help the mother. "Are you okay?" She immediately touched his arm and replied, "Thank you." The woman and her child both looked at their benefactor and said no. Suddenly their faces paled with fear. The person in front of them has pale Japanese skin and a mouthful of teeth, with sunken dark eyes that look very strange, and a piercing scream echoes high up in the sky. Everything shifts to someone's house with a yellow pair of shorts hanging outside to dry. A young man stretches vigorously after a deep sleep. "My name is Jang-tu." Jang-tu turns to his window and welcomes the beautiful morning sunlight. Jang in the zombie state, Tu in the zombie state. His pink strawberry patterned outfit stands out boldly against his body. Age and time of death remain unknown. He goes back into the bathroom and looks in the mirror. I have a dream, a heartfelt wish that he shares with him. Dreaming of a day when I can be friends with humans. When Rain no longer faces discrimination and rejection. Rip the toothpaste that Jang-si squeezed out onto the brush as he encouraged himself. I also always try my best for that goal. Although it's a bit distant, I believe that as long as I try, I will succeed. He spits out a tooth into his hand and washes his face after brushing. Then Jang-si uses a hook to grab the shirt hanging above. Actually, to achieve this dream, Tung has helped people many times. Once, a whole airplane crashed like a moth into a football field, causing chaos among those below. Run quickly! The spectators in the stands are pushing each other to run up high. It's too dangerous. Suddenly, someone shouted in horror and pointed at the falling plane. Look quickly! What is that? What? The entire plane is stopped and hovering strangely in the air. Jang-tu was the one who caught it, and the others couldn't help but gape. Once again, a high-rise building caught fire, causing many to panic. It's on fire, my child. My child is inside. Jung-si rushed into the flames and then came out holding numerous children, startling the firefighters. He took the towel and reminisced about the old days before he had this strong body. I only remember that back then the city was filled with apartments and a strange aura appeared. It was a summer day. The apocalypse arrived and the zombie outbreak began. He gradually recounts everything. I am sitting at school studying. After the zombie outbreak, those who couldn't escape were bitten and turned into regular zombies. They frenziedly bit each other and all became zombies. Gradually, they spread throughout the city, turning it into a graveyard of zombies. Yes, those zombies are completely normal. Jang-tu at that time was writhing among the crowd like a fool. I was like a puppet soldier, following my kind wherever they went. Those people were definitely firing a six-shooter. It wasn't until later that some others appeared. The muscular soldiers already had guns and cannons ready and didn't bother arguing with Tuat, who immediately aimed a fire-breathing stick at my face. Weak zombies like them all attack our heads, and we get slaughtered. Some dumber ones are taken away to serve as high-level minions. They not only turned us into candles, but also invented the eternal zombie engine to provide endless power for themselves. Jang-si was lying alone on his simple bed, thinking, I don't understand why zombies have to eat humans and why humans have to slaughter zombies. To keep living, I decided to change myself. He went into the gym alone and turned on the equipment to train. Since that day, I started to discipline myself. Even though my first time lifting weights left me exhausted, he was very persistent. Every day I work out, run, swim, and jump around. To increase the intensity, Jong-tu even uses a shark to chase me. Since switching to a different lifestyle, Tu has said goodbye to all kinds of meat. His meals are simple, but he is very diligent in nourishing his body. Every day I only eat egg whites. Even when I'm at home, Jong-tu is doing other exercises. No matter how hard or tiring, he kept persevering with aerobic exercises every evening, until one day his muscles bulged all over his body. I succeeded. Try looking at yourself with a six-pack and a strong body. I became an undefeated champion. Then he decided to wear modest clothes and head towards the city. After that, I focused my strength and intelligence to start blending into human society. Humans are now highly advanced and numerous enough for you to infiltrate. To change their perception of zombies, I keep helping them. I also try to be a good zombie citizen, speaking politely, being courteous, and obeying the law. He continues to dry his shirt. Jang-tu opens the fridge and only finds an empty box. There's no more food. He has no choice but to go buy some food. Let's go outside. Today, the bright sunlight shines down from above the building. Inside a convenience store, a staff member cheerfully greets a regular customer. Is little John coming to restock again? She asked him friendly. You wear a mask all day without feeling uncomfortable, right? Jang-si asked while holding a few eggs in his hand. It's not uncomfortable. The truck outside is busy loading eggs into the warehouse. Everyone helped Boss Jiang load the eggs onto the truck and they left immediately. He happily chatted with the staff without paying attention to what was happening outside. There are two people, a young man and an old man, secretly following Jang-si. The other asked the person next to the captain, Is that him? He narrowed his eyes at him and replied, Yes, today I must uncover your mask and see who you really are. The binoculars allowed him to observe Jang-tu's actions more clearly as he waved goodbye to the staff. He held a piece of paper in his hand and sadly said, A cow is wanted again. The paper features a picture of a masked zombie. Masked zombie with level 3 S power. Hey, with your look, could he be a superhero who can lift a plane? Maybe the media intentionally exaggerated it? He continued to watch very carefully, very likely. But then the middle-aged man firmly insisted. No, it's definitely a fake. When he lands, he gradually turns forward so I have to reveal his face. As soon as they finished speaking, both of them were stunned with their mouths open in shock as Jang-si effortlessly carried the truck on his shoulders. He looked up at the sky and prepared to do something. Then the ground cracked open as he gained momentum. With a flash, the young man soared straight up like a spell. They both stared in shock. What kind of joke is this? Outside Earth, Jang-si is carrying a truck and flying across another continent. The place he arrived at was heavily guarded with fences, and the sky was pitch dark. The other zombies are wandering around the ruined neighborhood. A child, infected by his mother, laments, I am so hungry. She tries to comfort the boy, urging him to hold on a little longer. Jang-tu finally arrived and landed on the ground with tremendous force. He leapt down suddenly, aiming to shake the entire space. The delivery truck is gently placed down by him. The zombies there open their mouths and say, The king has returned. Suddenly, a child approached and asked him why he, Your Majesty, acted so swiftly and why he didn't imitate humans by driving here. Jang-tu pushed back even though they didn't quite understand the answer. I don't have a license. This neighborhood is shrouded in a dark and desolate atmosphere. This is our territory, the place where the hideout is chosen to stay away from humans. I order the residents to replace human flesh with chicken eggs. He asked where a cow's kid was, and the boy pointed to a building. They are in that ruined hotel. Jang-si walks over and opens the apartment door himself. In front of him are two wolf-like zombies, a Leng boss zombie with a danger level of SSS, Mal the zombie boss with a danger level of SSS. Next to him are two muscular guys, Acum the zombie boss with a danger level of SSS. A cow is a level S. SS dangerous zombie boss with a more ferocious face is a Q, also a level SS dangerous zombie boss, and finally, the most well-groomed among them is Chu Hawk, a level SSS dangerous zombie boss. When he saw his older brother, they all lined up and shouted greetings to the king. Jang-si walked past Akao and stuck a note on his chest. Akao, you're being hunted by humans again. He also honestly apologized to him. Sorry, Your Majesty, I can't control myself when I see humans. Then he went back to his seat and sat down. It's an old sofa sitting among the debris. Little Hay said, Our zombie territory is expanding infinitely, but to avoid humans, our clan has moved to several different capitals. Aku raised his chainsaw and said fiercely, Boss, you led us out to work. It's been a long time since we've seen blood. My chainsaw is rusted. Of course Jang-tu wouldn't allow it. Do you understand? People are very frightening. Suddenly, a loud engine noise erupts overhead. What's that sound? A fighter jet is flying straight along its path in the sky. The plump, well-hydrated pair of breasts are impatiently waiting for something. From Lang, with a serious face, standing on the airplane and crossing his arms, he observes ahead. Chief Ba. She silently looked at the coordinate display on the screen in front of her. The crew member in the rear compartment reported, Village Chief, all systems are normal. Everything is ready. We can proceed. Inside the large ship holding an active nuclear warhead, they quietly ask where their relatives are. Jang Tu was still sitting leisurely in the base when she looked up in surprise. The girl secretly smiled with satisfaction. Good. Then, for a moment, it shifted to an expression of pure hatred. Come here, disgusting zombies. That plane has approached the city close enough for them to detect. Aku exclaimed immediately upon seeing that it was a human. He was eager for a fight and demanded Jiangxi right away. Boss, let me go cut them down. You leave and stop him yourself. No. If you get close to humans, you'll lose control. Take the civilians away first. I'm also in a serious state as I make my decision. I'll go out and see what's going on. Is Tulang still calm and communicating with her people? Did the ground team receive the message? There are 3 trucks carrying people on the gravel road. You only have 20 minutes to find the survivors. They are fully equipped with weapons and armor according to the village chief's orders. They will withdraw immediately after 20 minutes. A person responds briefly. Understood. A person with a sword steps out from the tail of the plane. Xiao Wo pays attention, ready to follow orders at any moment. Be prepared for the zombie boss to appear. He looks incredibly cool standing against the sky like that, illuminated by the dawn light. After receiving the order, Xiao Wu quickly responded. Understood. His mouth curled into a smile behind his mask. Rest assured, village chief, as soon as the boss appears, I will tear them apart right away. The zombies in the city were attracted by that light and quickly rushed over, while the doctor was also standing in front of a large, more detailed screen. The boy with the shaved head slightly lifted his glasses and smiled with amusement. It seems he is from the Extraordinary Academy.
He was also quite interested in this, so he smiled and decided to play with them for a bit. The red button was pressed down forcefully, and immediately a cage full of ordinary people was lowered, despite their screams.
Help! Someone save us! The zombies saw the living and rushed over like a horde. The soldiers below quickly received the order through the communication device. Squad A, notice the survivor, hurry to support. The commander nods and signals to move out. Then, they brace their guns to fire a barrage of bullets. Understanding, Hugh suddenly stops fighting as she notices a strange phenomenon. What the hell? Why isn't that zombie dead? The 2 little zombies fearfully hug each other amidst the heavy gunfire. Zheng Tu stepped forward and raised both hands to shield them as much as he could. The sniper aimed directly at him and exclaimed, "None of them are immortal. If there is, it's because the diameter isn't large enough." This time, the bullet is bigger and flies a long way to their location, then explodes after a few seconds, engulfing everything in smoke and fire. A thick cloud of white smoke spread around, quickly obscuring the figure inside. Suddenly, a soldier approached and showed them a piece of paper. Did our brother shoot the wrong person? It seems like he's the extraordinary one who's been appearing lately. Inside, there is an image of Jiangxi carrying the airplane, the boy with the zombie mask who always helps others. That person grabbed it and shouted loudly, "Missed the shot," but Jiang Tu's body remained intact after the attack. He simply turned his head gently to look at the airplane as if nothing had happened. Tu Lang then noticed a red alert zone appearing on the map and immediately sent someone to the back of the plane. "Xiao Wu, a zombie boss has appeared in Zone B. I've received the message. Just leave it to me." Xiao Wu then let himself fall freely from above. Dr. Keep Min stands silently in front of his advanced screen. His subordinates keep typing on the keyboard. They are about to evacuate the civilians. It seems we can't underestimate them. Jet Ming whispered a command softly, adding a bit of excitement, and a clever smile spread across his subordinate's face, making his glasses gleam. Understood. Outside the group, the zombies are still gathering in large numbers. One zombie suddenly shows strange signs as the skin on its face is torn apart. Then his arm immediately swelled up with bulging muscles uncontrollably. From a small zombie, the mutation caused his body to grow huge and completely transform into a fierce monster. Zheng Tu is somewhere else and suddenly senses a strange surge of power. The deformed zombie roars with a deafening sound. Xiao Wo is just letting himself fall from the plane when a radio message comes through to the soldiers on the ground. "All squads, attention. The zombie boss has appeared in the B area." Hugh quickly responded, "Understood. We're heading there now." Suddenly, their team leader sped away rapidly, making her wonder aloud. Captain Jiangxi was still staring at them in shock, then hurriedly embraced his body and pulled him away to save a life rather than build 7 towers. Hugh and her teammates stared in shock, while the captain roughly threw him into the truck bed and hurriedly urged his subordinate to get behind the wheel. "Hurry up and drive. Are you waiting for your reward from me?" The car spun around a few times before speeding off quickly. After a while of chaos, they gradually stabilized and continued steadily on the deserted road. It was then that Hugh finally spoke up and asked, "Are you the zombie mask guy who often helps everyone? I'm really curious, why do you keep wearing the mask all the time?" Zheng Tu hesitated and stammered, unsure how to respond. What is he trying to do while the other soldiers are still on the battlefield questioning and lowering their guns? That mutated zombie grabbed the car and lifted it up. Suddenly, the entire bus was thrown towards them, causing the soldiers to panic and be stunned. Fortunately, Xiao Wo appeared just in time through the narrow gap in front of them. The car was cut in half very quickly and split apart, while he stood in the middle, wielding his sword with great style. The 2 halves of the car rolled a few more meters before gradually stopping on the road, and the soldiers who saw him all cheered happily. "It's Xiao Wo from the Sword Academy. That's great. We have hope now." Little Warrior drew out his second sword and stood tall, declaring, Everyone move the civilians out first. I will handle this. Hugh and her team are evacuating the people in that area one by one. Wait a moment. The team leader is asking the soldier next to him how he's doing. That person quickly reported that a zombie boss had appeared, but Xiao Wu from the sword sect had already arrived. Zhang Si looked down the road and felt a familiar sense. It was Chu's voice. Hugh was still busy with her guiding work and kept reminding everyone not to push. We're not zombies. Suddenly, she remembered something and turned back behind her. But at this moment, there was no one there anymore, leaving her stunned and asking, "Where is the Mac's brother?" Xiao Wu was calmly facing the zombie. "Does it hurt?" The zombie screams again, its dark mouth opening wide. With a swift move, he charged at the enemy in a burst of great anger. Xiao Wu gently pushed the sword away from its sheath, then slid past its body to strike and gracefully sheathed the sword backwards. "I will help you find freedom." His shadow flickered in the white emptiness as if a swift action had just taken place. Countless crisscrossing slashes like bindings were unleashed in a short moment. Xiao Wu glided lightly across the ground and raised his sword high without leaving a single drop of blood. The giant body of this corpse was struck by deadly blows and became stiff, then exploded in a horrifying scene that darkened the entire space. Then even the ghost couldn't escape fate and collapsed heavily to the ground. Xiao Wu gently sheathed his sword. He feels satisfied after taking it down. It's over. I can rest early now. At this moment, Zhang Si's steps grew closer and closer to Xiao Wu's position. He immediately noticed the movement and appeared surprised. Zhang Tu's small shadow caused him a slight confusion. The zombie, half of the mummy's body, had been chopped off and could not recover. Only Zhang Tu looked sad as he watched his friend. The control center of the plane is happily informing everyone that the news has just arrived. The zombie boss has been taken care of by Xiao Wu. Tu Long also smiled and said, "Well done. Give him the credit." Down in the city, Zhang Tu's voice grew calmer as he comforted the fallen body of his friend. "It's not your fault, sorry. We lost control." Xiao Wu, hearing this, became excited. "We directly struck the zombie with a single slash." Zhang Si was very daring. If it's a zombie, it must die. Wait a minute, a new zombie boss has been detected underground. Is it still there? What's there to be scared of? Don't worry, with Xiao Wu there, defeating it is easy. But this time she frowned in disbelief and said, "Xiao Wu is gone." Tu Long also turned around in shock. What? At this moment, Xiao Wu's face was battered with scratches and blood. He had been stripped clean and hung on a street lamp, exposing all his secrets. She spoke again, showing a look of hesitation. Xiao Wu's vitality has diminished. He has been badly beaten. The man is just as shocked as they are, still not having evacuated the residence. This unexpected event makes Tu Lang stand still for a moment to think. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, and she snorted in fury. Without waiting, Tu Lang's figure quickly disappeared inside the ship. She charged straight down below, surprising everyone above, while the village chief hurriedly issued commands on the screen and shouted, "Village chief, you're too reckless. We're not ready yet." Tu Lang is getting very impatient and responding. "I want to see how powerful it really is." A tiny white light flashes from the sky. Jiang Si also turned his head to pay attention to him. Tu Lang had now approached him very closely and drew the sword from his side. The young man was still stunned by the girl's approach and hadn't reacted yet, when the sword shattered instantly into a pile of debris with no value left. Tu Lang stared wide-eyed at the strange phenomenon happening right before her eyes. Her hair still flying backward in the wind from the speed, as Jiang Tu asked and looked at the person next to her who had just fallen to the ground with his sword. She breaks out in terrified sweat. What kind of pants are these? Tu Lang immediately moved away from the target to stay safe. The girl on the boat connected with the village chief via radio and asked about her. "Chief, you're entering alone like this. It's hard for us to provide support. Are you okay?" Even after taking a shock, Tu Lang still boldly replied, "What could happen to me?" Jiang Tu quickly raised both hands in a flustered attempt to mediate. "I already apologized first," but in her eyes, he just became more suspicious after those words. Even speaking in human language, truly a freak. If that's the case, she drew out another sword, with a line of blood-red characters engraved on the blade. Tu Lang ran her fingers over the shiny surface of the sword, preparing for her confession. Jiang Tu was a bit confused when he saw the opponent make a move. "I haven't even finished talking yet." The village chief replied and kept charging forward. "Go tell the king of hell." With no other choice, the guest had to quickly jump away from his position. Tu Lang swung his attack but only hit Jiang Tu's shadow. Then she quickly reacted by sliding away. This time she somersaulted backward and prepared to launch a surprise attack. In Jiang Tu's eyes, the entire world is turned upside down, and only she is looking at him with a murderous gaze. She spins around and delivers a wide attack that spreads across the street. Hong's surroundings, from rocks to streetlights, were cut apart like slices of cake, but Jiang Si easily leaned back to dodge. Still, Tu Lang didn't stop and struck through each skyscraper in the city. He looked up at the sky with a blank expression and didn't seem very serious. Tu Lang was even more furious. The abnormal thing dared to mock me. She continues to vanish into the air as the soldiers finally reach them and take Xiao Wu away. Hurry up! He hasn't overcome his shock yet and is foaming at the mouth, forcing them to fan him desperately. The person on the plane hurriedly said, "Village Chief, all the civilians have been evacuated. Go back quickly." Efforts to contact her are ongoing. "Chief, can you hear me?" But at this moment, Zilang and Jiangtu are engaged in an uneven battle as they keep changing locations. He looks pretty happy flying around the city, even striking a hip-hop pose. The village chief clenches her long sword and glares. "Are you running away, you bastard?" They rush down below a tall building and sneak into a narrow alleyway. Jiangxi, falling freely, innocently asks again, "Are you not running, just staying to wait for her to strike?" After saying that, he jumped back onto the roof and kicked the car to keep going. Tulang shrugged and put his sword back into its sheath. This time she focused more, channeling her energy into her legs as she loaded the double-edged sword, and the engine beneath her calves activated, releasing white smoke. All the energy is unleashed at full power, and the lights shift from green to a furious red. She directly charged straight ahead from the top of that building, while Jiangxi was still floating in the air and unaware. Tulong took a step forward right behind him in just a few seconds. She gritted her teeth and swung down with all her might to vent her anger. After that blow, she quickly landed safely on the ground. Jiangxi also fell afterward, crashing down like a bag of salt. Tulong sheaths her sword and says seriously, "It's done!" then touches her ear to report and confirm the mission is complete. "All right, we'll come pick you up." Heatman's subordinates also reported to him, "Brother Ming, they have evacuated all the civilians." A sly smile suddenly curled on his lips. "Aren't we supposed to have spies? Even from a faraway place, Jimming just needs to give a simple order." The evacuated residents are now cheering and celebrating. "That's great!" The village chief is still impressive. In the main cockpit of the plane, the atmosphere was tense with silence. The pilot suddenly noticed his colleague. "What are you doing?" The massive bomb on the ship's body immediately starts counting down and gradually reveals itself. It drops straight down onto the city following the command, heavy and unstoppable. The people on the boat are still shouting and laughing happily, thinking they can go home. But the two pilots have caught the troublemaker and quickly reported back to them. "Don't celebrate too soon. We have a spy here. The missile has been launched downward." Everyone else froze, waiting to upload the information into their brains. Then they all stared in shock, their mouths wide open. Tulang below also heard the frantic sounds coming from them. "Village chief, did you hear? We have a spy. The missile has been launched down below. You better come back quickly." She looked up at the sky in surprise. "What is that?" The giant head aimed straight at the city wall and plunged downwards. The girl reported to all the aircraft. Everyone focused on the collision, opened the cabin door, and tried to lower the altitude so the village chief could jump up. From Lang also activated the engine on her leg, but it didn't work. She looked at the faint smoke rising from it and wondered what was going on. The people on the plane are urging her urgently. "Village chief, you still haven't returned yet? We're running out of time." She really wants to, but can only grimace and say so. Her legs can't move. Tulong slumped down and looked at Jiangtu's body still lying on the ground. "I used all my strength earlier to crush that freak. Damn it, did I forget to charge it before coming?" Suddenly her sharp intuition alerts her and she quickly turns around. "Who?" Jiangtu, who didn't know when she had crawled out of the ground, was now close to her face, looking at her, while the village chief was suddenly pulled away by him in helplessness. Jiangtu spun her around on the ground like a toy, making her scream out loud, "You!" Then the girl instinctively was thrown straight up into the sky by him, and Tulang precisely landed onto the tail of the ship. Her subordinates quickly rushed to the village chief, surrounding her and constantly worrying. "Are you okay? Hurry and help the village chief." However, what caught her attention at this moment was Jiang Situ's deformity. That projectile was also getting very close to his city. It was dark and terrifyingly large. He stood below the street and looked up at Tram 2. Then, Jiangxi grimaced, raised one leg to strike, and with a splash, the wet ground shot out behind him as he leapt into the sky like a zombie. He exhaled a hot breath to boost his strength, almost all of his power now focused on soaring upward. That bullet still falls to the ground as usual. While facing it is Jiangxi, straining to move forward from the city wall, reaching out his hand to touch it. With his bare hand, he deflected the bullet, causing it to deform more than half of the enormous projectile. Tulang and everyone on the ship exclaimed in amazement. "What?" Jiting and his subordinates also looked on with curiosity. The soldier is fanning for Xiaowo and Xiao while the captain stares in shock. A massive explosion erupts on the ground, its impact threatening to destroy everything. The tremendous pressure and deafening noise made Zilang and others tremble, and from outside Earth, a huge column of smoke from the explosion could be seen. After it completed its mission, the village chief, like her, looked up in astonishment. The fire merged with the smoke and lit up the entire area inside the city. The old and broken structures are almost buried under the rubble. She grimaced in shock and in anticipation of some miracle. Down there, it's also covered in a layer of dust from dirt and rocks. A lone foot steps down onto the ground calmly. Jiangtu's outfit is almost completely burned, but his muscular body remains unchanged. He casually scratched his buttocks and muttered to himself, "It seems to have no effect." Jiaming turned around and left after witnessing those scenes, while his subordinates curiously looked at the screen. Strange, why is there still a moving object in the nuclear explosion area? Dr. Kietman isn't as surprised or interested as he seems to say. "We haven't been fighting this extraordinary academy for just a day or two." If it doesn't work this time, he won't say anything next time and will just follow. Got it. On the Academy Group's helicopter, the entrance had already been sealed off. Tu Lang sat in a corner, falling into silence. Her colleague could only stand from afar and watch the village chief. What's wrong with her? The other person gave a meaningful look and explained, think about it. Having fought zombies all your life, how would you feel if a zombie saved you now? The girl from the side calmly approaches with a report in hand. Chief, I think you might be mistaken. She immediately held it out in front of Tu Lang and said, this person is not a zombie. The face on the screen clearly shows Jiangxi, so the village chief probably didn't watch the news. He is the zombie mask wearer who has been very active in our society lately. Mayor Zilang clenched his device with both hands until it cracked. The next morning, a peaceful day returned with the bright sunlight, but those outside saw something strange and froze in surprise. Wherever that person goes, they cause shock and chaos, almost plunging the area into panic. The person enters the phone booth and speaks. Hello? A Q enthusiastically kept talking on the phone. Boss, rest assured, we've all evacuated safely, most are fine, and we're looking for the next place to stay. He replied softly. Got it. Once everyone has everything sorted out, I'll come find you. Outside my apartment building, everyday life continued as usual. Jiang Tu returned to her home wearing torn pants. Luckily, there was no one around. He muttered the code, unlocked it, and entered it on the screen. 7417417474741. The Academy found something that made the girl exclaim, Chief, come see this! Both of them looked at the screen at the same time, and Jiang Tu suddenly turned around and faced them. The village chief and the girl looked stunned. The guy had no idea and went into his house as usual, then turned on the video to get motivated to lift weights. All right, everyone follow me now. Raise your arms and then lift your thighs. There's a group photo with his close friends on his desk, looking very warm and cozy. Jiangxi quietly smiles and wonders if everyone has settled down yet. I'll be back soon. Suddenly, Zilang forcefully kicks open his door, making him shout out loud. She led a group of black-clad people and ordered them to take everything from the kitchen, bathroom, bedroom, pots and pans, and all the other belongings. They dispersed and started gathering Jiangxi's house. Understood. Who are you? I'm on the ground, panicking. What do you want to do? A blank sheet of paper was then handed to the young man in front of him. Tu Lang stood before him and introduced himself. We are from the Extraordinary People Academy, and we're here to inform you that you've been accepted. Starting today, you are a member of our academy. Then she pointed at the young man and looked at the person in black beside him. That person then approached and pulled Jiangxi up, leaving him in utter confusion. Wait, I struggle with them but can't succeed. What do you want to do? Can zombies also go to school? People are people. Why pretend to be a zombie? Take him away. So Tu Lang took him along with Dodak and left the apartment building together. The belongings are packed into the car, and outside it's very lively because of this sudden event. Jieji is standing with her, suddenly worried and asking, Mayor, the academy is very strict about recruiting. Accepting someone like this without permission might not be good. And since the apprentice's residence is assigned based on work, he wouldn't have a place to stay there either. She also looked thoughtfully at her group packing up their belongings before Tu Lang made a very decisive decision. Let him stay with me for now. The black-clad people are very professional and are urging each other. Quickly move all the belongings inside and put them in the bedroom. Everything was sorted out in just one day, so they quickly left after finishing the job. The two representatives of the team bowed to them and then left. Now Jiang Tu, in her shorts and completely exposed, is kneeling facing Tu Lang, unsure of what to do. He keeps sweating nervously while the girl watches him intently for a long time without saying a word. To break this situation, Jiangxi had to ask first, So I stay here from now on? Where do I sleep? Tu Lang coldly replied, Where else would I stay? So what? Do you want to sleep with me? The young man Tan nervously denied it, saying no. No, I never thought that. He even imagines that scene and thinks to himself, a zombie sleeping with a human, this world is crazy. The village chief then tells him, you can sleep in the guest room next door. Jiang Tu timidly steps back as Li Shi reveals her secret, I'm not human after all. Tu Lang suddenly touched his strange legs and curled them up, curious and puzzled as he looked up to check. Suddenly she completely removed her ankle joint, startling him once again. The leg. Her leg. Tu Lang did the same on the other side and replied, I'll cut it myself. You got a problem with that? The young man quickly denied. No, there isn't. She frowned, not seeming eager to talk about it, but still deciding to share. The story takes place inside a burning house engulfed in flames. When I was young, a zombie outbreak swept through the village. 2 crazed zombies rushed toward her, making her terrified. My parents turned into zombies and bit my leg. That small hand could only hold tightly onto a kitchen knife. To keep living, I not only cut off my own legs, tears streaming from the child's eyes in fear, but still had to strike, even chopping my parents who had turned into zombies. As she recounted the story, she glared at him. So I hate zombies. I swear I kill any that I see. Jiangxi was about to say something but immediately fell silent, too afraid to speak up. After finishing his story, she asked again, what did you want to say earlier? The young man nervously shook his hand rapidly. No, I didn't say anything. You didn't hear anything. To avoid getting pierced on the spot, he quickly played the village drum. Let's change the subject. The Extraordinary People Academy. What was it that you mentioned before? Tu Lang was asked a question related to her expertise, so she responded more gently. It is a specialized institute for training how to handle zombies. Their campus building is extremely modern with elaborate architecture. Since the zombie outbreak, more than 1,000 years have passed from the end of the world to now. 2 centuries after the zombie plague, humanity continued on because the ancients established this school. The students there are described as either geniuses or monsters. It's a specialized school for dealing with zombies, training all kinds of talents to handle them. Hearing her say that, Zhang suddenly remembered that 2 centuries after the zombie outbreak, I also just turned into a zombie when the outbreak first happened. He froze when he learned something about himself. I'm 1,000 years old? Zhang reminded him. Remember to register tomorrow. I'll sneak you in through the back door. A sudden idea popped into his mind. What if he couldn't go? Knowing this in advance, she added a few more words. Don't even think about escaping. This isn't an ordinary school. If you register and don't attend, you'll be thoroughly investigated. She sat in her wheelchair to move around. By the way, my name is Z Lang. Just say you understand tomorrow and Hugh will take you there. You used to know each other. Zheng Tu isn't quite sure what she means. We used to know each other. He wondered to himself, who is Hyo Hyo? The one who confused him is the girl with 2 high ponytails. She stood tall in front of the school gate with an extremely confident and strong demeanor. Outside the entrance, there was a wide area with different inscriptions on the surrounding architecture. Hugh cheerfully starts a conversation. Hello, mask-faced older brother. How are you? Zheng Tu suddenly asked her again. By the way, who is she again? The girl immediately shouted to remind him that we had met before in the fire explosion case. I also remembered and visualized it myself, but I recall you being so tiny back then. You frowned at me and tried to reassure yourself. Hugh, you need to build good relationships with your future classmates. He's an idiot. He is a fool. Then Hyo also stopped arguing and walked straight inside. Let's go in. We have a test later. Zhang looked surprised as he checked. They entered the large schoolyard where only the 2 of them were present, and at that moment he gently pushed Hyo's hand and asked, do we still have to take a test to enter this school? Of course. Any school that doesn't have exams will train you in basic zombie fighting skills for a week before testing you. The girl still remembers some important facts, like the world record for the 100-meter dash being 9.58 seconds. Using that as an example, she explains to Zhang Tu, you need to run at least 9.57 seconds to be valid. He also nodded in understanding, so that's what the Extraordinary Academy really is. When it was their turn, they went up on the lift as Hui asked, what do you think it is? Zhang Tu shrugged and replied, really, I thought it was a mental hospital. A bright red banner with white lettering hung on the white wall above. There are thousands of people gathered in the yard, all with serious expressions. If they're not wealthy or influential, then they're geniuses in some field. They immediately join the crowd. We're here. Zhou climbs onto Zhang Tu's neck to get a better view. Damn it, I can't see anything here. The person in front of her suddenly turned around and insulted them. Shut up, Zhao Ri should just stand behind him. With her sharp temper, she also retorted, what are you so aggressive about? Zhang Si looked up and said, I don't quite understand. I've flown planes in this area several times before. I shouldn't have to do it again. She kindly replied, you're overthinking it. There are many people in this academy who can lift planes. This place was established by the government in the past. All the staff here are under confidentiality, and she added an important detail. Also, no one here watches the news. Now someone with 1 leg missing is approaching. Everyone stay silent. He cleared his throat a few times to test his voice and then stood solemnly on the podium, saying down, hello everyone, I am your judge this time. You can all call me Education Group Leader Tran Shen. First, let me welcome you on behalf of the person who has been here for 800 years since the school was founded. During that time, we trained all kinds of talents, even splitting the Great Mountain in half to defend against the Zombie King's attack, and he also directly addressed the Academy's requirements, saying, I don't expect you to surpass the ancients, just you. Suddenly, someone from the crowd called out, Teacher, no, Group Leader Shen. Zhang Tu hesitantly expressed his concern, saying, I have a question. What should we do if there are zombies infiltrating the school? Tranthan replied, you're very decisive. Of course, chopping the zombie into 8 pieces, hanging its head in front of the school to scare everyone, along with the torture. He still didn't understand the meaning behind the punishment. The judge smiled broadly and straightforwardly said, cut that little bird, young man. Zhang Tu's mind imagined the scene of the arrow being cut off, making him pale with pain. After the brief speech, the sky remained clear with the bright morning sun shining intensely. The referee stood to one side to signal the start, the 100-meter sprint ready to begin. Zhang Tu, though still hesitant, was already in position like everyone else. The gunshot from the small pistol fired to start. The authoritative person had just finished speaking when all the students suddenly surged past, almost sweeping him away with the gust of wind. A standout individual even surpassed Jiang Si to confidently lead the pack. They ran around the schoolyard dozens of times until given the order. Go Tom Huck completed 100 meters in 3 seconds, valid. The boy immediately slammed on the brakes after reaching the goal, while Jiang Si ran and looked on innocently. The trainee continues to set up numerous dummies for the next round. The next target is shooting. Tranthan stood right behind him and loudly said, Shooting is the most basic skill for fighting zombies. If you learn well, you eat zombies. If not, zombies eat you. As such, he felt anxious, overwhelmed by the rapid succession of events. Suddenly, I was dragged here to this school to learn how to fight zombies, with daily training besides zombie theory classes. The delicate white hand next to him raised a pistol, and despite having her eyes covered, Hyo-Hyo managed to fire countless bullets. They rapidly shot toward the scarecrows, scattering everywhere, but Van precisely took out all of their heads. The proud girl removes the blindfold with a satisfied smile. Understand? Check the gunshot for validity. Jang-Tu was once again taken aback, his mouth opening in surprise as he looked at the crazy person next to him, grabbing the dummy's body and shouting. Sweat drips from Jong-See's body and all over his face. Tran Shin still stands in the sun, overseeing them. The next target is to push the weight. Some people strain to hold the weight, while others remain very calm. 80 meters is enough to meet the standard. Over 100 meters is valid. The students start throwing their own shot puts. Start. Their weights vary depending on the person, whether they can pass the distant white line or not. 20 are valid, Y is disqualified. Tran Thian speaks loudly. Next group. Jung Si-gu tries to act as normal as possible while running on the road. So I end up in a place full of these crazy people. To avoid attracting attention, I try to control my power. Judge Tran Thian has actually been watching him all along, holding a file of information in his hand. Jang-Tu is 1.82 meters tall, weighs 72 kilograms, ran 100 meters in 9.57 seconds, and all his stats are just enough. But the leader of the Dao Zilong team said he's very strong. Then he looked up again. Could it be that guy is deliberately messing with us? The sky above them remains clear and blue as usual, as he leans back to gather momentum for the throw, then hurls it with force, soaring high into the air to begin. The sharp spear shot through the air directly toward the target, piercing the dummy and dragging it along. Jang-Tu also startled in surprise. Even after piercing 3 or 4 scarecrows, the flight path of the spear still didn't stop, and it directly headed straight for the sign on the road. The local residents looked up with confusion as Tranthon pressed his small watch and announced a precise target distance of 32 kilometers. The other person entered the gathering area, while Jiang-Tu stepped out. Ngo Tam threw his spear, and the next valid participant moved forward. Ngo Tam still looked very arrogant and directly glanced at Jiang-Tu, then raised his spear and leaned back into a stance like everyone else. But this time, Tranthan called out to stop him. Wait a moment. The surrounding contestants also turned their attention as the judge's voice drew their focus, approaching and addressing him directly. Your name is Jiang-Tu, right? Are you the leader of the Daozi Long team introduced to me? He held that screen in his hand and questioned him. She said, you are very strong, but your achievements are only average. Do you really have that strength, or are you just trying to mess with me? The crowd around them looked at them with curious faces. Suddenly, Tranthon recalled a past event that made Jiangxi startle. Was it you who asked me that question before? Everyone here longs to show off their full strength. The wasp leans in close to his face and whispers, making him tremble uncontrollably. Could you be a zombie? He was so panicked that he hurriedly waved his hands and feet to deny it. No, I am human. I am human. Tranthon threw that thin screen at him again. Then that's good. I want to see all of your strength. He turned back to his place and spoke first. I don't require you to throw 32 kilometers like your friend before. If you can surpass 3 kilometers, which is equal to 1/1 of him, then it's considered valid. With a pair of glaring eyes warning him and his body relentlessly emphasizing, if you don't reach it, meaning you lack the strength and are deceiving the sword group leader, I will punish you for espionage and send you to face execution. Jiang-Tu remained silent, too afraid to utter a single word. In his mind, he was overwhelmed with arguments, though I couldn't remember many things anymore. But the people who had been hunting me for a long time ago were from this academy, right? I don't want to become a candle, nor do I want to become a perpetual engine. Then Jiangxi also calmly thought, throw as far as you can. Jiang-Tu, think quickly about why you're still alive today. Gotem waits with crossed arms for the person he just looked down on to prove himself. Xiao Xiao also watched him intently. Jiangsa took a deep breath and gently raised the sharp spear. He opened his mouth to take a breath, recalling the scene of his hard training in the gym which fueled his motivation. Jiang-Tu's eyes burned like flames. Fragments of memories from when he was weak and emaciated come flooding back. Now he only needs one kick to sink the entire ground. Jiang-Tu's surroundings start to blur from moving too fast, while Ngo Tam, who was just looking cool and aloof earlier, is now blown away in terror. Jiang-Tu's full-force throw shot straight out into space, crashing into the satellite debris there. It continued to streak past at the speed of light, destroying a few more and finally landing on the moon's surface, sending the students there flying like they had just faced a huge storm. Jiang-Tu still stands on the ground even though behind him has been completely torn apart. Tranthan gapes and then exclaims in shock. The moon remains silent and circles its usual orbit, but suddenly a flash of light erupts right in its center. A large round hole was gouged out, and a tiny earth appeared through the opening. Jiang-Tu's eyes still burned with that fierce energy, and the muscles around his body had bulged so much that his shirt was stretched tight. The unlucky ones then started falling from above, while Jiangxi's body remained tilted downward surrounded by a white mist. He slowly lifts his face to look up. The moon in the sky also stands still, facing him as if questioning him. After a moment, the young man gradually calms down and stands there, staring at life. Trantun and the others were still in shock when they saw him. Hugh ran over excitedly. Did you see? Even the divine teacher was stunned earlier. Wow, you're so impressive, she quickly asked. How far did you throw just now? Zhang Tu scratched his head and said, I don't know. Anyway, I just threw it randomly into the sky. Tian Shuo is still floating outside the universe after being separated from the moon, and both of them drift aimlessly in outer space. The hole on the moon will never fully heal, leaving a big mark that you can see through to the earth. Zhang Tu held the information sheet and asked, Can I go home now? Jijai was shocked, saying, Go home? Are you joking? Later, he became the man of the leader. She waved her hand to push Zhang Zhen away, trying to exaggerate her words. Do you know how powerful the leader of the group is? Zhang Si obviously doesn't know, so a question mark appears above her head. You only understand when you show off Su Lang's truly intimidating side. Let's take Su Lang, the team leader of the sword group, as an example. She can command armies on multiple fronts and freely use tanks, planes, and artillery. She also has the authority to use human brains. But the person is actually sitting in the viewing area, looking at the city through the window. She manages a large city with a population of 35 million. The city mayor is just a tool to manage the lives of her citizens. She is the true city president. Zhang Tu wasn't too surprised after hearing that. Alright, so I have my own city. After chatting for a while, they moved to a new place, the biotech group, where the surroundings and the table are filled with test tubes and strange medicines. Where is this? The lively girl Hyo is the one who introduced it to you. This is the biotechnology group, where we develop weapons for our use. You can also call it the logistics department. Zhang Tu suddenly looked to his side and saw a picture of a happy family on the table. This is Dr. Jiet Ming, whom we all call the Minister of Logistics, formerly the leader of the biotechnology team. They have become even more focused on the man with the big glasses since his wife died, to fulfill her last wish. He is immersed in using humans and zombies to conduct illegal biological research. He became so twisted that he was finally expelled and wanted for arrest, even ordered to be killed on sight. Inside this tech room, there is also another girl. Are you both doing well? Do you have a new classmate? Xiao Hui passed the exam already? She immediately responded to her with a bright smile. That's right. Zhang Si didn't know anyone here, so she was just curious about who she was. Hugh quickly responds. She is an orphan raised by Dr. Kiet Min and is currently the group's representative. Then the girl pulled out a chair and sat at the desk. Come on, how should the two of you be equipped? Hugh exclaimed excitedly. I need an outfit that can carry more weapons. She even imagined the strange mechanism it operated on, preferably the kind that could carry that spiritual gun underneath. The professor also accepted that request. It looks like Huai is about to join the gun team. Of course. I came to this school to follow the call of my heart. And that classmate of yours. She remained silent for a moment, waiting. Zhang Si approached and then pointed to herself. Are you asking me? Huh? As soon as she saw him, she shouted loudly and shattered her glasses. Oh my god, a zombie. Do you think I'm an idiot? Maybe your eyes are on your eyebrows. Clearly, that's a zombie. Hugh said confidently with bright eyes, reaffirming her statement. I'm not lying to you. I even saw his face just now. The professor put on his glasses with a worried look. Really? All right, I believe you this time. He stood frozen like a statue in his spot after trembling all over. She calmly asked again, Zhang Si, do you have any requests regarding the weapon? I don't have any requests, but every time I work, I end up completely naked, so it would be great if I had a set of clothes that couldn't be destroyed. She listened and her ears buzzed with confusion. Her computer screen was already open for work. I understand now one person wants to carry more weapons and the other doesn't want to be naked. A wooden sign with the Sword Guild's name hangs clearly above the sliding door. Xiao Wo is still topless, sitting perfectly still and upright, with another girl looking incredibly relaxed in front of him. Xiao Wu started to recount. He is very strong. He remembered the scene when his father charged forward. When I charged forward, my vision blurred in an instant, and later I was hanging like worn-out clothes on a pole, already hung up by him. The girl presses her hand on her book. Did your team leader lose? Tuvo was scared. I feel like maybe our team leader isn't his match. Then the girl stood up, placing her notebook on the table. She directly approached Xiao Wu, her beautiful and charming face leaning close to him, and asked, What is his name? Lam Qi remains silent and gently smiles, making Xiao Wu's face flush red. Then she turns around and leaves, letting him go. The mysterious girl with the strong aura is Lan Qi, the leader of the sword group. Her relationship with Tu Lang is not very good either, as she is a longtime enemy of the dagger group leader Tu Lang. To attract the other side without any means necessary, it is because of the city that the dagger group always has more members than the sword group. Because of that one person, the sword group leader wished he could just eliminate them himself. Xiao Wo hurriedly left, secretly wishing the best for the other person. Good luck, Zhang Si. The academy's class has already started as the sunlight outside grows brighter and brighter. The teacher pointed his stick at the blackboard to explain how to catch zombies that eat human flesh. They also love to eat chicken eggs, mainly exploiting the zombies' preferences and their weak point at the head to set traps. Zhang Tu diligently took notes on everything. Leo tilted her head curiously to look at him. What are you doing? The young man said while copying. I am taking notes to tell everyone in my family. She raised an eyebrow in confusion at those words, when suddenly the school's loudspeaker interrupted the class. Attention all students. They all look up at the ceiling and listen. First-year students, please gather at the gymnasium. Once again, first-year students, please gather at the gymnasium. Huh? Isn't everyone already gathered? Then the students quickly moved to the gymnasium area. Inside the large, empty yard, a group of people has gathered from the students, with Jiangxi and Xiao Xiao each holding an ice cream and wandering around the crowd. What are they planning to do? Tulong stepped ahead and reminded them, quiet down. I introduced you two. Don't cause trouble for me. This is a very important meeting. The clever girl Hio suddenly turned and asked, Jiang Tu, can you still eat with your mask on? While he was still panicking and explaining, someone nearby was watching. Lam Ki watched him intently, while the person beside her voiced their thoughts. The team leader is him, not very smart looking, not particularly impressive either, but I still remain interested and order him to step back. I'll go greet him. The other person nodded in response. Yes. The door to the arena opened to let the last person inside, a man walking alone at the front with countless others following behind. They gradually revealed themselves to be modern robots, while you in the middle looked more like a human. The students automatically bowed and saluted the chief. Gigi grabbed Jiangxi's head and pulled it down. What are you doing? Quickly bow your head. That's the leader of the mechanical life group. The group of people passed through the crowd and brushed past the two new students. The commander looked at Lam Ki with a displeased expression. What are you doing here? Don't bother me. She was very friendly and left immediately. Fine. Her cable connection is curious. The team leader named Jiangxi is right here. Why not meet again? What if he runs away? Lam Ki raised an eyebrow and replied, compared to Jiang Tu, the chief minister still matters more. I only respect the strong. The chief minister placed his hand on Ziling's shoulder and praised her. That must have been tough for her. She nodded. It's just part of my duty. Jiangxi, holding her melting ice cream, exclaimed. The feeling is strange. It's not like something happened to him in the group of sword assassins, right? Xiao figures it out. Are you jealous? But he still innocently said, I eat chicken eggs. So now you've forgotten what Hio said before. Is the chief minister really that powerful? She was very patient in reminding him of what happened before. Do you still remember the photo you saw earlier? The chief is not an ordinary person. He is the last human being that Dr. Kiet Min from the biological science team studied. Among countless experiments, only he survived. The modern scene around this city was also created by the chief minister. After Dr. Jie Ming was wanted, he founded the Mechanical Life Group. Thanks to his strong capabilities, the population of the city he manages has grown to 50 million people, and the residents live peacefully and safely under his protection. In the 10 years under his management, the city has never seen a single zombie. Even if a single strand of zombie hair appears, he will wipe it out completely. Zheng Tu, after hearing this, froze in fear and dared not say another word. The minister standing on the high platform then spoke loudly. I will keep it brief. Although everyone is only freshmen, they are all top students in their fields, and I have a favor to ask of you all. The others also waited seriously. The crowd has settled down, so he ordered the robot beside him to display the image. Its eye emitted a red beam that looked just like a projector, with a familiar figure behind the general. His face was battered from the beating. This is the snake spy we captured a few months ago because he launched a nuclear missile on his own, almost killing one of our group leaders. Zhang Tu immediately became excited, claiming he was the one who launched the nuclear bomb at me. There were also countless murmurs around him. This kind of person should be cut into raw meat. According to reliable sources, he is an important confidant of Dr. Kiet Min, leader of the biological science team. My zombie confidants see humans as uncontrollable. Now he finally realizes that the zombie apocalypse has already passed, and it was all caused by you fighting amongst yourselves. Hio also agrees with you. That's right. Then she sighed in frustration, having eaten her fill of wild game. The chief minister continued to address their problem. We have tried to get him to reveal where Dr. Kiet Min is hiding, but it didn't work. Students from 2nd to 5th grade have all tried, but it was ineffective. It can be said that from water torture, branding, archery, and various forms of torture, all failed to break him, but he still refuses to speak. I believe everyone here is talented from different regions, and whoever can make him reveal the location of Captain Kiet Min will be rewarded. He puts his hands in his pockets, looking very relaxed. I'll make that person the vice leader right away. The overconfident students immediately cheered loudly. What? The new vice leader is just a freshman and already got such a good deal? They immediately raised their hands countless times. I'll go. He also showed them the way into the secret interrogation chamber at the back. Good luck. The sky outside remained quiet with hardly any clouds, and time quickly passed to 2 hours later, when a certain thug still kept trying to fan his anger. After 2 hours of intense struggle, the first-year students used every trick they had, gradually crossing the line from normal interrogation to something more extreme. Some people even used incense to worship the spy. Others beat drums and gongs against his ears until his eardrums burst, and a monk set up a percussion table to help him understand his mind. Tu Lang covered his head in embarrassment before those people. Hugh didn't participate and just watched from outside. Jung Si, can you make him reveal everything? The person next to her confidently said, I can make him sing and understand, Hugh exclaimed in surprise. Really? Then she enthusiastically raised her hand high to attract everyone's attention. Here, my friend can make him confess. The chief minister also looked at them and said, so please have that student come over here. Jang-tu started to step forward, but understanding suddenly felt strange. Weren't he usually modest before? Why this time? Did you walk past and keep a close eye on Lam-ki and her subordinates? Jang-tu also has his own doubts. The zombies under his command are obedient, but always lose control, hoping that the man will learn something. Then he opens the interrogation room door and steps inside. That guy's face is battered, but he's still talking back, and there's another one. He doesn't even bother to face me and just turns away. Jang-tu stood above him in silence, watching him with a look of disappointment. Is your academy all gone? Just send a few kids to dance around and deal with me. Give up. I won't betray Ming Hao. Then he suddenly swung his hand very quickly at him. Blood flowed from a tiny scratch on that thin arm.
That guy still doesn't understand anything, so he looked down in surprise before bursting out laughing like it was a joke.
Are you trying to scare me with this? Use a little more force or my friend might end up looking just like me. This tiny wound is no different from a needle prick. Jang-tu ordered him without saying much. Get up. That spy really forced himself to sit up on command. The faces of Zilang, Hugh, and the chief minister all showed shock and amazement. The wound, still stained red from the snake spy's bite, looked even more peculiar as it penetrated deeper into his skin. The viruses Zhang Si injected have begun to merge into his bloodstream, rapidly growing and multiplying as they flow through. His brain gradually changes color as it gets infected by the virus, and his face stiffens for a moment. At this point, Zhang Tu begins to question him. What is your name? He replied blankly, I am Xiao Kai. Hui Hui had to shout loudly to fully express her surprise. Team leader, he can control people's minds. Zhang Tu faced Xiao Kai and added, You are the confidant of that Dr. Keatman. You know everything, right? He obediently answered like a dog, Yes, I know most of what's going on. Now, you are finally addressing the main issue. Why did the zombies in the city suddenly lose control considering they used to be so obedient? The spy also revealed the whole story. Because Min injected the antidote into that city, the zombies would become agitated upon smelling it and could be controlled. Ordinary corpses wouldn't notice the strange drugs and would stare blankly at them. Then they turned into ferocious and unusually tall monsters. We ordered them to attack humans, which allowed us to gather extraordinary combat data. Jang-tu ponders, why are you doing this? Xiao Kai revealed Kiet Min's entire plan. I don't know if Min told me he's doing something very great. He told us to control the zombies to slaughter humans in order to collect data on the extraordinary fighters. Lam Ki and the young man stared in shock as they listened to their conversation. Where's Dr. Kiet Min now? 500 meters underground in the ruins of Hat City. After finishing his questions, he also ordered Xiao Kai. The boy turned around. The words that follow are transmitted through Zhang Si's zombie-like language. You really make others disgusted. I injected the suicide virus into your brain. He simply said a few cold words, and you can handle it yourself. Xiao Kai follows your instructions obediently. Yes. In the 500-meter deep ruins of City H, where Jiming is hiding in his laboratory, his subordinate with round glasses turns to report that Min, according to reliable intelligence, the spy has confessed, and our location may now be compromised. Cat Min, dressed somewhat messily and standing with his arms crossed, thought for a moment before calmly replying, It's fine. Just do whatever needs to be done. It's also good if they come looking for us. His subordinate worriedly said, But you will be in danger. Those people are not to be underestimated. Kiet Min turned to look at the flickering blue light behind him and said, No problem. The experiment is almost finished anyway. With satisfaction, he admired the large object inside the test tube just at the right moment. It looked exactly like a human brain floating in the water. Let them witness this great moment, the birth of a completely new species. Zhang Tu Song then pushes the door open and steps outside. All the students looked at him with fear and a multitude of emotions, retreating wherever he went out of fear. Everyone around Zhang Si was stunned as he was isolated and discussed by others. Zilang also dared not approach casually, only watching from a distance. He can control people's thoughts. The younger generation is promising, a first-year student truly a hidden dragon. Then he took Zhang Si with him and said, The deputy group leader position I promised you I can do, follow me to register. And Yen Ngo asked, but the Dr. Kiet Min replied, We're not in a hurry, we're also looking for him. Lam Ki suddenly frowned as he watched them go, and those robots also left with the chief minister, looking very mysterious. Lam Ki's subordinate was strangely curious, asking if the deputy leader position needed to be registered. She also felt the same way, so she ordered him. Let's see how it goes. Outside the abandoned factory in the suburbs, cold and sad rain is pouring down. They moved along the rain-soaked road, and Zhang Tu gradually realized something was off about standing in the rain. He hesitated, looked around, and then asked the person in front of him, Where is this place? Weren't you supposed to take me to register and then find Dr. Keat Min? The chief suddenly stopped and asked, When did you learn to speak human language? Zhang Tu pointed to herself and asked, Are you talking to me? Then he suddenly turned back with the gun cocked in his hand. I told you. The gunshot fired a powerful spark and hit Zhang Si directly in the head, causing Lam Ki's subordinates to quickly rush over, hold her, and pull her down. "Team leader, be careful!" the young man shouted anxiously and worriedly for Lam Ki. "Team leader, are you okay?" She carefully looked up. "What can happen to me?" That was the general's firework, burning at tens of thousands of degrees and capable of melting all kinds of materials. After firing that cannon, the total commander's gun billowed with white smoke. "They're stupid, but I am not." He changed it into a hand and muttered to himself, "I don't know what the Academy's guards are doing. Something strange has infiltrated and they don't even realize it." Zhang Si stood abruptly in the empty lot, his upper body burned and charred. "The zombie's weakness is in the head. Destroy it and it will lose its ability to move." The commander politely told him, "Sorry, zombie, this is not a place for you to be." But a second later, a hand suddenly appeared in front of him, moving swiftly from one point to another and pulling him away, causing the commander's body to crash into the building at the end of the street. He was still in shock, not realizing anything as he was choked at the neck. The robots following him immediately appeared to assist. They fired hot molten cannonballs at the enemy just like before, with relentless strikes causing that corner of the ground to explode. Still, not a single shot hit Zhang Si. He even caught a robot. A shadow hurriedly jumped out from the thick fog. The commander slid along the ground to regain his balance, gritting his teeth and staring ahead in disbelief. What? Out of the fog, a figure suddenly appeared. Zhang Tu easily destroys his robots and turns them into a pile of scrap. Is that even possible? Zhang Tu still has no head, but his hand is gripping the robot's head. Lam Kai's subordinate stares in shock. What the hell is going on? Then he started to move forward, reaching out his hand to charge. The minister hurriedly tilted his head to dodge. He continued to raise his other hand, forcing him to retreat further back. The commander changed the part of his arm into a gun and fired a powerful shot, but Zhang Tu dodged by, bending low. He was surprised and exclaimed, "What? Why is his movement still so quick without a head?" While still confused, Zhang Si kept kicking at him. Both of them separated again as the chief had to jump back to keep his distance. Lam Ki's subordinate was worried that the commander would get into trouble, while she seriously told him to start taking things seriously, and the commander's face darkened with a very intimidating expression. "The man's big moves are dangerous. Let's stay back to avoid getting involved." Zhang Si also seems to have grown a new layer of skin on her head. His face gradually took shape, and he sighed in relief after seeing everything return to normal. The young man who witnessed it was even more stunned. "Leader, look, his head has grown back." Meanwhile, he still patiently offers a deal to the chief minister, saying, "Let's talk. I don't want to hurt you." He furrowed his brows in contempt. The chancellor grabbed one side of his cloak. "You want to control my thoughts?" Then he directly threw off his coat, but unfortunately, he shouted loudly to order the more advanced robots to fly over. Unit 1, they all emerged from 4 directions and aimed at where they were standing to land. The robots charged straight at the minister, causing loud crashing sounds as Zhang Si waited for the smoke to clear. Lam Ki and her subordinates have reached a higher and safer vantage point to observe. The general's body has now fully transformed into a robot. He introduced himself, saying, "I am a robot," and only after equipping his gear did he proudly rush forward. "I never negotiate with zombies." The first move of the chief is a knee kick to Zhang Si's zombie chin. "Seeing my true form is an honor for you." His body soared up and was thrown back as he continued to surge ahead to get in front. Zhang Tu spun around while he lowered his stance to strike. The commander directly punched him hard in the stomach. That blow sent him soaring even higher into the sky. Neither of the two was unaffected by witnessing this fierce battle. He jumps to reach Zhang Si in the sky and then throws a barrage of small punches, sending them flying all over the sky. Zhang Si doesn't fight back and gets hit with numerous punches all over his body. After fighting him for a while, the commander finally decided to change weapons. He threw him to the ground in preparation for the final blow. Zhang Tu punches straight into the concrete on the street, bouncing back like a ball. He lands directly on his body, causing the ground to sink. The red-colored part of the commander's visor glowed brightly. The zombie, his hands crossed over his chest, he must die. His body gradually swells as he gathers energy inside, then he tenses up to fire his strongest death cannon from his chest. Lam Ki was startled by its overwhelming power. The attack earlier kept growing bigger and blew everything away in its path. Fragments of steel and streetlights are scattered everywhere. Now everything in front of him is blank after almost wiping everything out. He gasped for breath and thought to himself, "Am I really going to die this time?" But a very steady step continued to appear. He looked up in astonishment. Zhang Tu threw her whole body back and roared loudly, causing the surroundings to shake. Lam Ki and her subordinates covered their heads, unable to open their eyes. What is she doing now? Even the chief minister was affected, causing the glass to crack. Zhang Ki's face changed as he became more furious and looked more human. What's happening to those two again? He slowly turned around after evolving. The chief minister started to tremble. So, what exactly is it? At this moment, he became more refined and looked like a more mature young man. The aura around Zhang Si also changed dramatically as a huge vortex formed in the sky from the gathered clouds, with Zhang Si standing amidst the wreckage in his bird form, facing forward. Dark clouds swirl together like a tornado over the city, blocking out the sun. Hui Hui looks on in surprise from the window. "Everyone, look over there. What's going on with the sky?" Lam Kai and her subordinates are also panicking. The team leader is in trouble. People inside the city are also coming out to see what's going on. Everyone looks worried. What's going on? What's going on? I've never seen clouds take that shape before. The chief minister was still a fair distance from Jiangxi, waiting for his next move. Then he gritted his teeth.
Damn, human, I already gave you a chance to negotiate before. The chief minister hasn't caught up with the situation yet.
What? Jiangxi's voice sounded even more sinister. Now tell me. He smirked and said, what kind of death do you want? Lam Ki's subordinate shouted loudly, and his personality immediately chased after her. She sensed something was wrong and quickly turned around. No, this is not good. Let's jump to a higher place quickly. Don't stand there explaining, run away now. The Grand Minister muttered to himself, I am this tall, and I've never encountered a creature that made me feel death. He shouted, what are you? Then he shouted loudly to show off and suggested that Jiang Tu and the zombies fight back. At this moment, the two of them were jumping across rooftops to reach the hiding place. That young man is still in shock. I've read all the Academy's records, but have never seen that kind of zombie before. Lam Ki feels the same way. I've never seen it before either. He was still confidently saying, we're probably safe running this far. Then a flash of light suddenly shot past them, almost turning them into ash. Both of them are floating in midair, panicked, and have already moved to a new area, while the minister is broken into pieces and stuck in the wall. Jiang Tu stands calmly in front of him, using his remaining strength to call out the numbers of the robots 2, 3, and 4. Immediately, the robots around him jump in, and Jiang Tu raises one hand. A massive explosion erupts right on top of the building, illuminating the entire area brightly. The three of them roll like balls on the rooftop, coughing heavily and struggling. The commander, despite being almost powerless, grit his teeth and say to Lam Ki that everyone bears responsibility for dealing with the zombies. She immediately shouted, your head was the first thing you poked into. The two of them split up and flew in 3 directions, heading upwards. Jiang Tu is still waiting below the street surface, suddenly crouching down and raising one arm high. Lam Ki, with her heightened senses, watches nervously, feeling that something is wrong. And just as she feared, he directly plunged his entire arm into the ground, causing the city to shake with a massive tremor. Lam Ki was gliding along the road when she suddenly realized something. She felt herself getting closer and closer to the surface. The girl quickly turns around in fear. What does it want to do? Jiangxi lifts the entire mass of earth and rocks with one hand. The commander suddenly crashes into a flat surface while flying, lifting more than half the city and forming a wall. The people in the other district stared in shock, their mouths agape at this once-in-a-lifetime scene. Mom, what's going on? Hugh is so shocked she can't even speak. The area has just been flipped over. In front of her, the entire bookstore was in chaos, torn apart into large pieces. After doing that, Jiangxi remained still for a moment, then suddenly dashed forward at incredible speed to catch someone. The chief was pushed straight into the wall by his arm, a trail of water running from below all the way up to the top of the land. Jiang Tu gently smiled with satisfaction. Holding the commander in his hand, he stood above to ask him, do you feel it now? The absolute power I hold makes the robot in my hand unable to resist. I sneer at him. You're right. Robots are hard to control. The chief grimaced as you squeezed him. But since you're a conscious human, you must have a brain, right? He groaned in pain. Jiang Tu's viruses seep into his bloodstream, gradually spreading throughout the general's brain. His memories flash before him as 2 dark faces appear. Then both lie in pools of blood, their parents gone too soon. Everything turns into a scene of a doctor facing him, modifying his body. One hand of the doctor holds him down, the other picks up pieces of metal to fit into him. His body is anything but normal. Jiang Tu seems uninterested. Living like this is more meaningless than a zombie. Surviving is more painful than dying. He lets go as his body begins to fall. Killing you is for your own good. Lam Ki below grabs a street lamp pole to support the commander and looks up in shock. He can even read memories. Jiang Tu's figure disappeared immediately after that. The sky quickly turns to night, with the crescent moon hanging high, illuminating everything. Jiang Tu nervously packed her things into the suitcase. It's over. It's over. I've been exposed. I can't control my emotions again. Even he was terrified of what had happened. It had become so frightening. I'm just an innocent zombie. Then he grabbed his luggage and hurriedly ran away from the house. Goodbye, humans. As I step into the hallway, a familiar voice echoes. Where do you want to go? Jiang Tu trembles with worry. What should I do? I don't want to kill or silence anyone, but with no other choice, he had to make up his mind to act. Sorry about that. The surprise was when I turned back and a piece of paper was handed to me. Huh? Tu Lang, holding your permit in his hand, says, Vice President Jiang, your document is here. From today on, you are the deputy head of the Extraordinary Human Academy, and you're still clueless, holding it in your hand and not stopping, right? Jiang Tu also asked again, confirming it was the chief signing and stamping. Tu Lang finished reporting and then turned to leave. That's right, the boy was still curious. He didn't say anything? She paused for a moment, then looked at him, and he said, you are a human. Then she quickly pushed the door open and went inside. Be brave. If you can become the team leader, then you can do whatever you want in the future. Right now, the commander is in his own house, with Lam Ki by his side taking care of him. She keeps blaming him when she learns of his decision. What? You still plan to use him? Don't you know he's a zombie? The commander's body is bandaged all over, making him only able to whisper in response. Whether he's a zombie or a human doesn't matter. To catch Dr. Jiaming, we need his strength. Lam Ki still carefully reminds him Jiang Tu, losing control of his emotions can be very dangerous, but he's still calm, as usual. Everything is arranged. How now? She has reported everything back. The chief's eyes narrowed with determination. Then he said, this time we must definitely deal with Dr. Kiet Min.
In another place, constructions are located right on the rushing sea and under the blazing sunlight. Inside the ruined apartment, urgent voices are heard.
Brothers, according to reliable sources, our king has been captured by humans. Aq is extremely angry, saying, our king is our spiritual support. Tell me, if the support is gone, what should we do? Ordinary zombies open their mouths wide to shout, save the human! Rescue the great lord! Xiaohei calmly reassures them. Does the lord need him to save? He just wants to kill humans. A cow asked curiously, aren't we going to stop him? But Xiaohei understands the situation very well. No one except the king can stop him. The scene shifts to a ship equipped with a large runway. It is slowly drifting on the Yen River. The minister has restored his accessories and is standing in the cockpit. Listen up, everyone. This is the command center. We have only one chance. We must capture Dr. Kiet Min at all costs. They arrive at a place with abandoned buildings that still look quite new. Hu, excited to be with Jiang Tu, realizes this is the enemy's territory and didn't expect the city to remain relatively intact.
A powerful wide-legged stance is struck, and the soldiers line up and report that the 56th and the army is fully assembled.
Jiang Tu looked at the soldiers in front of him, and they automatically ordered each other, bowing before Commander Jiang Vidai. Jiang Tu, with one representative loudly declaring, we belong to the 4th Central Corps of the 56th Army. From today on, we only follow Commander Jiang Tu's orders. He looked stunned as they kept saying, the 56th Army has a total of 120,000 soldiers, please verify. Now surrounded by numerous soldiers and tanks waiting under his command. Did I say something? Then you all follow, right? He replied seriously. If I tell you to go die, will you really die? He pulls out the grenade and does it for real. Jiang Tu shouted in horror. That command from Commander Jiang is like an order from God. I am so honored I am. Hey, I was just joking. Just joking. Then he quickly grabbed the grenade and threw it elsewhere, feeling relieved afterward for having been stupid. Sitting on the turret of the tank, a person dressed in tight-fitting clothes spoke disdainfully. Turns out he's just a useless guy. Deputy Commander Jiang, right? I thought your position was something really important. You and Hu look up at the same time to see who it is. The two guys jump down to the ground but keep on talking. It's really careless, such an important strategic position, and they only send some trash to guard it. Both of us are wearing steel armor. We are from the Steel No Name Academy, here to cooperate with your extraordinary academy to make the arrest. Hu immediately recognized those two people. Aren't they from the Steel Sword Group at the Steel Institute? The team leader suddenly became the deputy commander. Even on the ship base, things are no calmer. That principal is holding two swords and acting all high and mighty. Turns out the problem is internal. Yet our superiors called us in to help. Helping is helping, but I don't understand. You assign a newcomer as vice president and let him guard such an important strategic position. Lam Ki replied irritably. Commander Kwang, I asked you to support, not to talk nonsense. Outsiders have no right to judge the appointment of the vice president of my academy's student council. They are also discussing their plans. So let things happen as they will. We're responsible for going into the city to catch people. You are in charge of sealing the emergency exits from outside. The traffic in the north of the city is complicated, and the roads are large. Why did you only send one deputy commander while your son is on guard? The cold voice of the Hero Academy's Minister of Defense said, because he could crush you into pieces. He's not awake yet and still full of himself. Talking big for nothing. I'm stronger than you, Minister Tan. Fine. I've sent the team leaders to support, so you can just stay there and do nothing. Jai Ming and his assistant were also ready for battle. The young man reported, Brother Ming, they have surrounded the city. Jet Ming gave a brief order to release the zombies, then immediately pressed the red button to open the cage door and let the horde of corpses pour out. Understood. On the surveillance screen, he accidentally saw something strange sneaking into the city. Bullets rained down everywhere, making it impossible for the low-level zombies to withstand. The team leader and the deputy commander just finished off a bunch of weaklings like snails, with no challenge at all. That's right. And Jiang Tu is holding a corpse of a zombie in his hand. Is this my clan? Hu turned her face away after drinking the blood potion. Oops, I didn't hear anything. The team leader suddenly acted arrogant and suggested to you, Deputy Jiang, right? You don't need to be involved here anymore. Just leave it to us. Go home. He even pointed behind him after saying those contemptuous words. That kid gosh should be sitting at the kids' table. Hu, speaking up for Jiang Tu, said, can't you just shut up since you're newly married? That guy's face darkened as he threatened, making Hio scared and run away. Do you think you can speak up here? Suddenly, a footstep that sounded like a human's echoed nearby, and AQ, holding his gasoline can, strode forward with great ferocity. Jiang Tu didn't notice anything unusual and was surprised. Aku, why are you here? The young subordinate of Kiet Min is so happy he's laughing out loud. What kind of creature is this? All the stats are maxed out. It's truly perfect. Seeing a boss with this level for the first time, he pushed the lever to escalate the fight. Come on, I can't wait any longer. 2 hours ago, only AQ and a tiny zombie were standing in the middle of the road. Everyone was shouting so loudly earlier, but in the end, no one showed up. Such ungratefulness, my good brothers. That zombie quickly pushed the gasoline can into his hands. This is the gasoline you need. Do whatever you want. It has nothing to do with me. Then he lifted his leg and ran away. I don't dare disobey the king's orders. I'm leaving now. Good luck to you, Akula shouted loudly. He held the gasoline can in his hand and said cheerfully, as long as the king doesn't find out. With his cowardly nature and eagerness for battle, Aku had to decide for himself. You rabbit, I can take down all of humanity alone. At this moment, Kim Min's test tubes are also released, hitting him. What is that smell? A new species registration announcement is coming from the laboratory. Now they are facing each other in a deserted area with only a shadow approaching. Jiang-si keeps asking, Aju, is that really you? What the hell is she doing to herself? A CU saw swung down to open the tank cap. Then he poured a large amount of gasoline into his mouth, the yellow liquid streaming down his chest as he kept swallowing. Hugh is shocked. He's drinking gasoline while AQ pulls down the zipper of his own gasoline tank. He tensed up fiercely and prepared to fire. AQ looked up at the sky like a mad wolf, mouth wide open as he roared a terrifying zombie-like scream. Hugh and the others hurriedly cover their ears as the glass in nearby buildings shatters from the immense pressure. Zheng Tu is the only one unaffected while those behind are writhing. The ground is thrown into the air and the girl's body seems unable to withstand it and is flung away. She lies on the street in horror. Oh my god, what on earth is that? Aku is still out of control right now and is extremely eager for a fight. Damn you bastards, come and play with me. The squad leader suddenly grinned, finally having an interesting target, almost deafening everyone. Only Jiang-si took Hyo's hand and led her away. Hurry up and run. The mysterious girl turns back to look. Why do we have to run? We're on the level of a team leader's combat ability. You can't kill him with just your answer. Aku stay with the fully charged body. Lai heard something unbelievable again. What is it? You're joking? Jiang-si emphasized again. I'm not joking. Aju tilts his head back and laughs out loud. He is 100% invincible Ran. The group leader sneered as he glanced at them. Zheng Ruo is really trash. She runs even faster than a plane. Deputy Commander Troy raises his hand to start. The team leader suddenly just hands over this boss to me. Then he approached the innocent girl himself. The team leader was still proudly giving instructions when the body of the deputy suddenly flew backward. Save a little breath so I can enjoy myself a bit more. The deputy chief crashes straight into the tank behind him, making it shake. He looked on in surprise without noticing the shadow right in front of him. What? The deputy chief was foaming at the mouth and fainted on the spot. By the time he turned back, it was already too late. A Jew clenched his fist, ready to send this greasy bastard to his death. How do you want to die? He really wants to fight back. Jiang-si, Xiao and the commander have now climbed up to the rooftop, gasping for breath. What is this? You're too strong now. The team leader suddenly couldn't do anything against AQ's incredible speed. Damn it, I'm not easy to deal with. While he still had time to talk, that high-level zombie had spun him around. That steel guy slammed his face straight into the ground. AQ kept kicking the boss's head, knocking him away like a ball. The vice commander was still vomiting when he was thrown directly at his body. AQ quickly moved to pin him down with a foot. The sharp steel saw swung up high, and the group leader suddenly gritted his teeth and shouted. What? Luckily, he managed to block the saw with his steel. The other three are still watching from upstairs, and Hyo is worried. Xiaoliu, the group leader, is about to break down. AQ's laughter grows louder and louder, forcing the group leader to strain to hold on. I'm a group leader, so how could I lose? His face hardened as if he was deep in thought. Then he threw away his pride and started crying loudly. Oh, my God. I don't want to die. Please save me. Jiangxi and Hugh are both speechless as they look through the binoculars. Come and save me. Kitman's young subordinate is extremely pleased. The Human Academy is a prison. Yet today is the day it all changes, and the three of us are on the rooftop and can't step out. Does he plan to kill everyone here? Even the commander looks anxious. Deputy Commander Jiang, what should we do now? Jiangxi is actually calculating in his mind that if he makes a move, he'll be exposed. Thinking, he turned to Hyo and told her to go down and beat him up. Miss, please listen to me. That monster is incredibly powerful. The team leader is no longer even a match. Do you want me to become its food? Zheng Tu still ignored her and ordered, come here with your hand. He bit into her arm, causing Hyo to struggle and panic. She was released and looked at the bite mark on her arm in confusion. Since I've seen this kind of thing before, she quickly grabbed her hand and exclaimed, Are you trying to control my mind like that snake assassin? He replied, I'm not that bored yet. His words were full of implication as Jiangxi went back to minding her own business, so he eased up a bit. The team leader suddenly burst into tears and begged, AQ, please, I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. Please forgive me. The more he boasted, the more AQ got excited and pushed the saw closer. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted right behind them. Hey, that guy with the saw is really bored. Who's there? The sneakers lift up and then stomp back down on the pavement. That person carries a 6-shooter, pulls it up on the ground, sparks flying. Hugh appears with a wide smile and deep, corpse-like eyes. Play with me. The cells are moving freely inside Hyo-Hyo's body. Suddenly, they started to mutate. The cells spread out and the genetic structure was almost destroyed. The chain of jealousy then reconnected to form a completely new gene sequence. After being bitten and transformed by Jong-si, Hyo-Hyo wielded her weapon and smiled maniacally. Aku looks at her with some interest. Then suddenly the team leader recognizes her, tears welling up as he speaks. The girl from earlier now has all his attention on her and asks, "Play with me." He continued provocatively, "What are you?" After being transformed by jealousy, Xiao Xiao seems completely different and smiles wickedly, only knowing how to talk her way out. And after saying that, she still couldn't resist teasing him. "What kind of green onion are you?" After finishing her sentence, she raised her weapon and shouted wildly, "Stop talking nonsense and come here." The gun in her hand fired relentlessly towards AQ. "I'm here to make you swallow bullets." She seemed very excited, laughing loudly as she fired her gun. AQ easily dodged the barrage of bullets she shot, but the team leader could only hide behind him, clutching his knees and praying. He was so scared that he started crying. Over here, AQ seemed to see something very frightening and dark. The team leader was suddenly rescued by his teammates. "Run quickly." It turns out that Hyo-Hyo had been upside down in the sky for some time, which is why he was so panicked. She quickly removed the safety pins from the 2 grenades in her hands while in the air. Then she shoved both grenades into his mouth and spun around. "She's going to give you an appetizer." As soon as she hit the ground, her grenades unleashed their firepower, but surprisingly, the 2 grenades didn't even scratch AQ, who confidently stepped out of the smoke laughing without a single itch. Before he could react, several bullets hit his face, and understand, biting the bullet casing, said happily, "That was awesome." The soldier next to Jong-si shivered at the scene and asked, "Major General Jong, what did you just do?" He responded very calmly to his question, "Just modifying Hyo-Hyo's genes." Then he suddenly fell silent for a moment and focused on infiltrating Hyo-Hyo's genes, saying, "I believe Hyo-Hyo can still be stronger." After being shot into the face by her, AQ struggles to say, it hurts so much." She is almost completely insane, laughing loudly. "I love this feeling so much." Seeing her so scared, the squad leader and his comrades suddenly hugged each other, trembling and crying. Suddenly, AQ regains his composure, raises his chainsaw and charges at her, as if he just wants to hit me. His chainsaw hand is dodged by her, then she kicks him away with her foot. AQ was so hurt by her kick that he almost spat saliva and couldn't control himself, rolling dozens of times away. He kept rolling with his head on the ground and his butt in the air. Even after taking a kick from Hyo-Hyo, he kept spinning for dozens more rounds. The team leader, standing nearby and clearly frightened, said that she was obviously so strong but had appeared weak earlier. His teammate also agreed when he heard that. "Yeah, are you crazy?" I don't know where she got it from, but this time her weapon is a different one. A reality breaker RPG. Jang 2 has been watching from the rooftop for a while and suddenly feels a bit surprised for some reason. AQ rolls and crashes into the wall of a warehouse before stopping. It hurts so much. Coincidentally, there were a lot of gasoline drums where he hit, so he directly grabbed one and drank greedily. After drinking the gasoline, AQ had also recovered and boldly taunted to continue. Hyo-Hyo, on the other side, was not afraid at all and responded with a crazed laugh. "Well done." The team leader suddenly and fearfully cried out, "Oh my god, there's a crazy person." Then Hyo-Hyo fired the first shot towards AQ. The bullet was cut in half before it could reach him. Then he moved at such a speed that it was impossible to see, slashing through Hyo-Hyo and landing far away. Hyo-Hyo's body was then torn in two. Her blood splattered everywhere from her torn abdomen, and seeing that, the 2 team leaders and their teammates suddenly shouted in concern. "It's over." AQ thought he had killed her, so he was very proud and shouted, "I have an immortal body. You can't kill me. Stop wasting your energy." On this side, Jong-tu didn't know what to do and suddenly fell silent, clenching her fists. And then Hyo-Hyo's body gradually healed, as if nothing had happened. Her body began to heal and reconnect right before his eyes. AQ was so frightened by this scene that he broke out in a sweat and gawked in shock. What? Even Jujo, standing opposite her, is starting to talk immortality. Her voice now was extremely crazy, and she happily said, "Sorry, me too." Her body has also completely healed and reconnected in a cold manner. The team leader and his teammates were even more frightened this time and shouted loudly. After a fierce fight between Hyo-Hyo and AQ, the area was heavily damaged and smoke billowed around them, while the team leader and his teammates, though scared, still couldn't resist getting involved to share the excitement. After being granted immortality by Jong-tu, she became even more frantic, laughing and saying, "Let's go again." The team leader and his comrades, terrified, shouted, "What kind of person is this?" Then both of them panicked and ran away with their legs pulled up. "Those guys are all perverts. Help me." What is that? Who is the Jong-shi? On this side, Jong-si is very relaxed, holding a telescope to observe the fierce battle below while the soldier next to him is still trembling in fear. He was also a bit surprised and marveled that Hyo-Hyo was so strong after mutating. After finishing, he continued to describe her current condition, noting that her bones were shattered and broken, and he was a bit tense as he analyzed that all her muscles had been torn apart. Although she could use gen regeneration, she still felt pain from the slash across her waist. Then he hurriedly shouted, "We have to finish this quickly." His face now looked extremely grim and furious as he said, "Aku, you disobeyed orders and stayed inside the house. Don't blame me for hitting you." Suddenly, Hyo's body was filled with even greater strength than before, and she let out a few savage laughs before rushing at AQ with lightning speed, catching him completely off guard. Before he could finish speaking, he was hit hard in the face. Then she delivered another blow to his body. Wherever he was knocked back to, she would rush to catch up. Hyo appears from behind, striking him hard on the head with her weapon. She keeps attacking non-stop, one after another, leaving him no chance to fight back. Then, AQ fell straight to the ground with a loud crash, creating a cloud of dust. He seemed to have lost all fighting ability and could only gasp out her name. But before he could say anything, he was hit repeatedly in the head by her. As he raised his weapon, he brought it down again to strike his head. Every time AQ managed to lift his head, he was struck so hard that he could only cry out in pain. And at this point, he finally couldn't take it anymore and desperately begged, "Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! I give up." His eyes welled up with tears and he said sadly, "I'm going home now. Please stop. I'm going home right now." Jang-tu, from afar, watched his subordinate's humiliating defeat and could only remain silent without comment. The bespectacled man nearby found it hard to speak after witnessing his plea. Hearing AQ keep begging like that, Hyo also lowered her weapon, intending to forgive him. But just as she lowered her guard, the treacherous Duong suddenly threw a punch straight at her face, attacking her from behind. She was knocked back so hard that she collided with the team leader and his comrades, running away. Jang-tu, witnessing his subordinate's sneak attack, clenched his head in frustration and cursed loudly. Then he immediately turned to Hyo and shouted loudly, "Do you really believe what he said?" Understanding her, he urgently added, "Why weren't you alert?" She just let her guard down for a moment and would return to normal right away. After she was knocked away, a cloud of dust was left behind. Then she painfully leaned on the two of them and tremblingly said, "I don't know, seeing her return to a normal human appearance. Happily said loudly, "So it's a stimulant pill." "It's useless now, isn't it?" he said confidently, swinging his chainsaw and taunting. "Next life, be careful not to trust what the dead body says." The four-eyed guy watched the screen, grinning excitedly, and said, "What kind of zombie is this? You're too strong, not only with hidden skills, but also with stealth skills. Truly top level." Jang-si feels utterly helpless as he sighs and covers his face. Four Eyes Man seems very happy as he laughs and slams the table. "Let's kill them all and end this." Inside the screen, images of a panicked Xiu and the person being harmed appear. "Help, I don't want to die." On one side of the screen, Aju's wicked smile is shown, and suddenly the four-eyed man notices something on the screen. He looked at Jang-si's image on the screen with some surprise. Another one. Your figure stands firm facing him. The four-eyed man with a cunning smile says, "It's okay. With your strength, no one can be your opponent. Come closer." Aku seems to have sensed his immense power and started to tremble uncontrollably. Jang-tu's face was cold and stern as he called out his name. Aku then slowly asked, "Do you still remember who I am?" The three of them understood that the team leader and his teammates, seeing him step out, temporarily stopped their act, and their faces turned to panic. The four-eyed guy was extremely confused when he saw AQ not move. "Why aren't you moving? Break it for me. You still can't move your limbs over here and are whining in response to my question. Didn't I tell you to stay at home? Explain how come you're here." I remember that earlier. One of my subordinates reported that a King of War's body was found causing trouble. He wanted him to be his subordinate. When he heard his subordinate say that, he still smiled and asked, "Who the hell is talking like that?" "It's you." He also didn't forget to mock him. "Are you even human? You're just a corpse." He put on a very provocative look and challenged, "You look weak as a snail. What makes you think I should be your subordinate?" In reality, the three people here were so stunned they were speechless, asking and answering each other in shock. What are they talking about? I don't know. It seems like he peed his pants. I didn't expect AQ to be so scared when facing Jang-si that he lost control and wet himself. His face froze in a dumbstruck expression as he trembled with fear, as AQ's physiological urine continued to flow out from his crotch. Four Eyes was furious and desperately pressed the button. "What are you doing?" "Hit him." Although I can't see Jang-si's face clearly from this side, I can still feel the coldness radiating from him. Aku still stood motionless, unable to move at all, sweating all over his body. Suddenly, he remembered the time he faced him before, but in a different form, when his face was squeezed so tightly by him that it hurt him to the point of muttering a curse. He pretended not to understand and asked again, "What's wrong?" His subordinate was downstairs, very worried about him, and called Aku Vuong. Jang-tu, with a fierce smile, said to him, "Why don't you say anything anymore?" His deadly gaze fixed on him as he slowly spoke. "So, tell me, what right do you have?" Hearing his appearance, he was so scared he widened his eyes and started to cry. At this moment, a furious shout rang in his ear. "What are you doing?" The four-eyed guy kept shouting and urging him, "Don't be afraid. Aren't you immortal?" Right now, AQ has no mind to think about defeating him. Actually, the four-eyed guy doesn't know. Terrifying memories from the past keep flooding into his mind. AQ recalls how miserable he was then, an immortal torn apart and hung on a tree like sushi for hundreds of years. The four-eyed guy didn't care that AQ was tearful with worry, only focused on repeatedly pressing the red button in front of him. Destroy it. Quickly destroy it for me. Roy. At this moment, he immediately shouted loudly, "No!" And then the control panel of the four-eyed guy also exploded in a burst. Aku trembled in fear, running while shouting, "I don't want to fight him. If you want to fight, go ahead and do it yourself." The four-eyed guy was stunned speechless by this scene. The three of them understood that the team leader and his teammates also fell silent at this moment, and Jung-si was similarly speechless. They were utterly speechless at his shameful escape. The four-eyed guy still believed he could completely control Aku and was deeply regretful. "Damn it, I managed to break free from control the first time I faced this situation, but it seems he still refuses to give up and wants to send another zombie to attack them. It's okay, I have other zombies. Watch how I deal with you guys." Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder and the person spoke at the same time, saying, "All right, give up this path." He heard that person's voice, then turned to look at An Min. At this moment, Kiet Min reminded the four-eyed guy that they were going down. Suddenly, a large helicopter appeared in the sky, and familiar figures emerged inside, followed by a voice echoing, "Team leaders, we have arrived." Lam Ki, sitting in the helicopter, glanced at Xiao Kai and asked with a frown, "Hey, are you the genius of the people below?" He replied with a smirk, "Yes, it is divided into 6 levels, with a total area of 11,000 square meters." She was so surprised she shouted, "What? Over 10,000 square meters? And we only need to find the date and time at the gate?" Suddenly, someone responded to her, saying, the team leader suddenly drew his sword right at the helicopter entrance, looking dangerous and saying, "Absolute power can solve everything through violence." Then he disappeared. He actually jumped directly down from the helicopter. Lam Kai was startled and shouted angrily, "You brute!" The team leader charged down at lightning speed, his sword spinning rapidly toward the ground. His body also spun along with the tip of the sword, forming a tornado. Then he happily smiled and reassured Lam Ki, "It's okay." Then he charged down towards the Earth's surface, causing a massive explosion from the impact that created countless clouds of dust. And due to his incredible speed, the ground collapsed into a desolate wasteland. He calmly puts his sword back into its sheath deep underground, faster than climbing a ladder. Lam Ki, seeing him like that, was speechless and full of contempt for this fool. Then she turned to the others in the helicopter and pinched their faces, asking mockingly, "Do you men never think when you do anything? What if someone else sets a trap?" The Director General, hearing her question, remained expressionless and said, "Against absolute power, any conspiracy is useless." After speaking, he also jumped out of the helicopter and disappeared, then flipped in the air with the style of the protagonist and advised us to handle the second line of defense. Lam Ki didn't expect him to do that, so she was furious and shouted, "Do they have nothing else in their minds besides strength?" The military forces, after infiltrating Dr. Kiet Min's base, began searching the area for clues. A soldier carefully threw open the door and shouted, "You're surrounded." After a thorough search, they took turns reporting to Group Leader Kyung Dai via radio. "Report to Group Leader Kyung, Area 1 is clear." Meanwhile, Group Leader Tan also received the same report that Sector 2 was empty. Hearing this, Group Leader Kyung Dai frowned and asked, "Could they have escaped?" "No way, I have sealed off all sea, land, and air routes of this city." He confidently asserted that not even a mosquito could get out. On this side, Lam Ki and Tu Lang are standing on the ground, not in a hurry to go down, just like the team leader and the chief minister earlier. Lam Ki was very annoyed at this moment, clenched her fist and threatened, "Why do we have to guard here? As they go down there to catch people, even combined, we're not weaker than them." The black-clad man was so frightened by her threats that he hurriedly explained, "Lan Kai, don't get agitated. Their rank is quite high anyway." Lam Ki snorted coldly at the name. "Damn you all, moving to another place up high, right now on the roof of some building." Dr. Kiet Min's group is not entirely gone yet. They're hiding on the roof to carry out their next plan. At this moment, the bespectacled man spoke up, "An Min, they're in." He received the message and immediately gave the order. The plan. At this moment, the leader of the Kyung Dai group inside the base discovers a huge test tube with a strange piece of paper on it. He takes down the paper and skeptically asks, "What is this?" Then, he immediately read the words written on it. "Inside, the king of Kwang Thi is very dangerous. So men, open it." Without saying much, he directly ordered the soldier to blow up the test tube. "Blow it up for me." The soldier called immediately appeared, carried the gasoline can, and carried out the order. "Move out." The director hurriedly intervened, saying, "Wait, we're here to catch him. Don't cause any more trouble." They are scared now. Jiming simply said briefly, "The plan is set." As he finished, he raised the suspicious red button in his hand high. Immediately, the timer inside the base suddenly jumps, and a series of warning alarms blare out, causing the commander to realize there is a bomb inside, and panic. "What?" Before he could react, the bomb exploded right in front of the squad leader. The soldiers who couldn't escape were burned alive by the destructive flames. Debris and shattered pieces flew everywhere. The commander stood from afar, unaffected and calmly covering his face. The team leader took most of the blast found in force but still sneered dismissively. This can hardly be called a trap. The four-eyed guy immediately reports to Kiet Min after observing, and Ming has revealed himself. He realizes his plan has succeeded and sneers. From his snide laugh, he suddenly burst into loud laughter and declared that humanity would be destroyed today. His words were very harsh, but looking down at his strawberry-patterned shorts, he appeared extremely repulsive. Let us welcome the great new species. Finally, he smiled dangerously and spoke with his secret weapon. Now, let's kill all humans, including me. Inside the base after the explosion, Catmin and the Dust are exhausted and surrounded. The leader of the Kwang Dai and the chief minister were stunned to see the figure behind the smoke. The king of Kwang Thi, with the smoke gradually dissipating, revealed a ghastly greenish-gray undead arm. Finally, the so-called king of the Kwang Thi appears in the form of a child with a pacifier in his mouth, leaving the elders puzzled. In the end, it was the chief steward who carefully thought it through and reached out to stop the furious leader from rushing forward. Beware of those who just appeared and look fierce. They may not be dangerous, only the seemingly harmless children are truly frightening. He was advising while observing the seemingly harmless monster, which was obviously more complicated than it appeared. I've seen this trick many times, but it still couldn't stop the furious chief from charging forward and launching the first attack on the king of Jiangxi. The Grand Minister was immediately stunned and shouted loudly, "I knew it." Then he shouted loudly to warn everyone behind and ordered them to retreat. "Stay back, everyone! Pull back!" The obedient soldiers immediately abandoned their superiors and all ran away. On this side, the leader of the undead was furious because the monster was standing on his head. So he quickly turned around, then swung his sword to cut straight through it. The king of Kuang Thai was instantly cut in half, but surprisingly, it did not die. Instead, it transformed into two identical Kuang Thi kings upside down on the ground. The two group leaders and the chief officer were left speechless by this sight. Over here, the two King Kwang Thi are still relaxing, sucking on their pacifiers, then suddenly horrifyingly merge back into one. After reuniting into a single King Kwang Thi, it remained still without making any move. The group led by Dr. Kiat Min has completed their plan. The four-eyed man turns around and orders the others. Release the zombies, and then we take the opportunity to run. Those people will obey the order immediately. Somewhere completely deserted with no one around, suddenly a huge horde of zombies burst out like a flood. Damn it, there are too many of those black ones everywhere. That guy, holding food in his hand and in a hurry, said he would set up the defenses right away. But Lam Ki interrupted him, saying no, step back. She then untied her hair and confidently said, "I'll start first, leave the professional stuff to the experts." Facing those fierce zombies, she decisively drew her sword. Lam Ki, weapon in hand, stood proudly ready to face them. Then she shot forward quickly, flipping midair to kick a zombie right in the face. Then Lam Ki quickly executed a series of moves, kicking and stabbing with precision, swiftly taking down the group of zombies, sending them flying into the sky. Then, she used the tree trunk as a lever, trying to use its elasticity to fling herself upward, and with a single jump, she quickly soared into the air. The black-clad man, still finishing his meal, was stunned by her spectacular display, as several streaks of light flashed across the sky too fast to be seen clearly with the naked eye. Lam Ki's sword fell diagonally from the sky, deeply embedded in the ground. She also used the sturdiness of her sword to gently land on it. In the sky, pieces of rotten zombie meat fell sporadically, some landing directly into the black-clad man's plate. But he paid no attention as he remained frozen by Lam Ki's technique. Then, when he looked down at his plate, he saw that somehow his unfinished food had been transformed into neatly sliced rotten zombie meat. Seeing that, he shouted in admiration towards her. Leader Lan Kai looked impressive. Lam Ki stood calmly posing and coldly said, "Trying to take the chance during the chaos to run away? Not a chance at all." The Four Eyes guy shouted in anger when he saw that. This woman just released the zombies and was taken care of, but it seems he's not giving up yet and is still working on the machine to release another batch of zombies. Damn it, just wait. It would be great if there were more zombies like before. After being released, the zombies run wildly looking for food. Suddenly, two familiar figures of Xiao Hei and Ah Chao appeared in the corner. Ah Chao turned to Xiao Hei and said, "You have to keep the secret about the masked virus-infected zombie." And he naturally replied, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Then he took out a portrait of AQ and asked a passing zombie, "Do you see this zombie?" Holding an electric saw, that zombie, annoyed for no reason, knocked the photo out of his hand and cursed. Little Black looked in the direction of the irritable zombie and said angrily, "A barbaric outsider zombie." Suddenly, a cow appeared behind him and gently reminded him, "Xiao Hei, I'm afraid if we can't find a Q, we'll all get beaten up together." "Don't worry, we'll find him." The scene shifts to the underground base where the king of the Kwang Thi appears. The leader of the Kwang Dai group and the chief minister were now completely stunned by its terrifying power. The king of Kwang Thi then spread his arms and taunted them. "Keep playing then," the chief minister quickly concluded. "It's just messing around with you." The leader of the Great Kwang group was so angry he was about to explode. Then he charged forward, continuously attacking it to mess with its head, but all of his moves were easily dodged. Finally, he timed his attack perfectly as it revealed a weakness, swinging his sword to cut horizontally and split the Kwang Thi king in two. It still used its old trick to split into two bodies and leapt back to avoid his strike. In the end, it merged back into one, and looked happy as if nothing had happened. Leader Dai Kwang failed to defeat it twice and kept scolding. "Damn it, if you're so confident then don't run," he said seriously. "Let's have a proper fight." After hearing those words, the king of Kwangthi was also affected, so it stopped sucking on the pacifier. Its body gradually transformed, with its hair and hands lengthening and its chest swelling. Then, its body transformed into that of a grown woman. The two men witnessing the scene were utterly stunned. The body of the king of the corpse so unexpectedly transformed from a baby with milk breath into a girl with an aggressive and defensive figure that the leader of the great course and the chief minister both gasped in shock and exclaimed, "What?" The body of the king of the Kwangthi finally completed its transformation, and the chief minister hesitated slightly as he watched the process. After transforming, the king of the corpse demon sat leisurely at the table and responded to the leader of the great corpse group's earlier words. "Fine. What's wrong? Come and play with me." The leader of the Kwangdai group didn't seem affected by her transformation and aggressively said, "Looks like I have to cut you into pieces." With that, he swung his sword quickly and charged forward, but was met with a counterattack. But as his sword neared her, it was stopped, leaving him stunned, as the king of Kwangthi effortlessly caught it with just one finger. Seeing that the sword, which was originally so sharp, couldn't cause her any harm at all, the leader of the Kwangdai group gritted his teeth in anger. "Damn it!" Then he turned around and shouted to the chief, "Come help me quickly!" The chief here, hearing him call for help, could only bitterly shrug and then quickly remove his cloak to transform into a robot. Model number 1. Before he could strike, she kneeled him in the head with a swift move, knocking him back and sending him flying. This push from the king of Kwangthi directly sent him flying out of the underground base. A cow, standing next to Tio Hak, suddenly hears screams echoing from afar. What is that sound? Lam Ki and Tu Lang also heard it. He actually flew up from underground and pierced through the roof of a tall building before falling to the ground and spinning several times. He happened to land right in front of Akao and Tu Hak, making them freeze in shock. "What is that?" Akao naively asked, "It seems he's about to die. Should we save him?" "Are you crazy or what? We are zombies. The commander has lost all fighting ability and is lying there groaning at their feet." Then, smoke and loud crashing sounds continued to rise from the underground base, and suddenly something was thrown out from the base, piercing through another building. Lam Ki was stunned to see that the thing rushing out was the leader of the undead group and hurriedly called the commander. Tu Lang also anxiously asked, "What's going on?" The leader of the strong faction was almost out of strength, panting heavily before trembling and saying, "Look over there." Lam Ki and Tu Lang both looked in the direction of his pointing finger, confused about what was happening. "What the hell is that over there?" The two of them stood facing the king of Kwangthi. Then they realized the figure of the girl yawning in the distance near the Kwangthi. In the end, the battle with the Kwangthi king was not an easy fight. Here they are fighting in the blood cave, while over with Jiangxi, everything is so relaxed as they enjoy a lavish meal. Hui Hui waits for the meat to cook while happily humming, "I love grilled chicken wings. I love eating grilled chicken wings the most." Then she picked up a skewer of meat and casually said, "I've seen grilled chicken and roasted duck before, but this is the first time I've seen grilled eggs." And Jiangxi responded naturally and comfortably, "I like eggs." The team leader suddenly turned 180 degrees and politely invited him. Team leader Jiang, please enjoy some tea. After taking a sip, he casually commented, "This tea is a bit bitter, isn't it?" The team leader suddenly pretends to be serious and turns around to scold. "Which idiot made this tea? Hurry up and fly the top quality Zating tea to the south for delivery." Suddenly, strange sounds suddenly echoed from afar, drawing everyone's attention. Hiu Hiu, chewing on a skewer of meat, asked curiously, "What's that sound?" Then the scene shifts back to the intense battle with the king of the Kwangthi, and she smiles lightly, looking very relaxed and happy. Then she straightened up with a grim expression, seemingly ready to fight again. Zilang, standing opposite, watched the king of the Kwangthi and slowly said, "Why is this Kwangthi so strange? This is a big trouble now. Get your sword ready and remind Lam Ki that now is not the time to argue. We need to cooperate." Hearing that, she responded frankly, no need for her to say anything. The king of the corpse demon, facing the two of them, had a dark face and slowly stepped toward them. JG sat beside Jiangxi, then anxiously spoke up. "There was a noise coming from underground just now. It was very close." Without saying much, he quickly stood up and headed toward the source of the sound. Then, Lam Ki quickly threw her sword towards the king of the Kwangthi. The sword flew so fast that it cut her face. Then Tu Lang also rushed forward, trying to draw her sword, but in the end, she was countered and kicked directly in the chin. Tu Lang was sent flying back, crying out in pain, and the Kwangthi king did not hold back in praising her. "That's impressive speed." Tu Lang managed to regain her composure just in time after being thrown back. Then, she moved quickly in front of her, spun around and kicked her in the face, but was caught by the Kwangthi king, though not with enough force. Tu Lang saw that her attack couldn't hurt her, so she was very annoyed and shrugged, then flipped backward to keep her distance. At the same time, Lam Ki suddenly appeared out of nowhere and slashed at her several times, but the resilient king of ghouls dodged all her sword strikes. The leader of the Kwangdai now seems to have regained his strength and stands facing the two girls fighting the Kwangthi king. He grips his arm tightly and grits his teeth, saying, "Hold on, just a little longer." Then he stood up straight and slowly said, "Wait for me 2 minutes." After saying that, he issued a command, the backup engine. Then the body of the leader of the Kwang group was immediately surrounded by a strikingly fierce armor. The king of Thi, watching his transformation, smirked in amusement. Interesting. At this moment, his body also grew several times larger than usual, and the armor he wore made him look incredibly cool. Right now, 2 huge swords also appeared on his hips. Finally, he has completed his transformation, and this armor is called the first generation Chi Tom. Tulong, still very resilient, said to her from within the thick fog, "Don't underestimate others." Then she and Lam Ki appeared from within that white fog. Both of them approached her and launched their attacks simultaneously. "Are you looking down on my mother?" Seeing the two rush forward, the king of the corpse fiend calmly stuck out his long, forked tongue. Lam Ki and Tu Lang both shouted in surprise. "What?" The body of the king of the Thi has transformed once again. Its body grew larger and strange sharp spikes sprouted from its back. Suddenly, it swung a huge, heavy hand down, smashing the ground to pieces. Lam Ki and Tu Lang were also thrown out because of that. The king of the corpse king transformed into a new, enormous, and muscular form. After finishing his transformation, he laughed loudly at the team leader. Having witnessed the change in the king of the corpse, he was no longer surprised and simply said, "Come on." The 2 girls were thrown out, hitting the street and buildings, and are now badly injured and exhausted. Tulong also trembled a little and asked, "What is this?" Seeing the terrifying large form of the king of the Thi, she couldn't help but feel scared. At this moment, the king of the undead slowly and heavily limps toward the group of the great school. He shows no fear as he approaches. At this moment, he spoke to him, a decisive move to determine the fate of humanity. Then, the 2 of them simultaneously threw their fists forward. Looking at the difference between the 2 fists, you can tell where this unequal battle will end up. The 2 fists strike each other with all their strength, and immediately afterward, the surrounding area is blown away by the overwhelming energy colliding between them. Lam Ki and Tu Lang are also thrown back by the impact from afar. As Jiang Tu and Hio Hio approach the source of the sound, they are suddenly stunned by the powerful explosion they witness. Amid the thick dust and smoke where I couldn't see anything, the figure of the winner and the loser gradually appeared, and the one who lost this battle was the leader of the Dai group. Half of his upper body has almost been blown away. After winning the battle, the king of Thi declared, "You lost, human." But he still fought on bravely and, a little faintly, retorted him, "No, I haven't lost." The king of the undead at this moment had little patience left and said to him, "It seems you haven't seen the coffin yet," and started to cry. The blazing sun shone down on the site of the fierce battle. Now Jiang Tu and Hio Hio's group also arrived at the scene of the explosion earlier. Hio Hio stared in shock and asked, "Is it here?" The team leader suddenly followed and asked, "What happened?" Jiang Si sniffed the air and quietly said, "A familiar scent." He stands from afar observing the fierce battle that just took place. The king of the Thi, after transforming into a large muscular form, now threatens the group leader directly. It seems that unless you can demonstrate a power capable of destroying the world, you won't be afraid. What? Suddenly he seemed excited and shouted, "Let's do it again." Then his body suddenly twisted and shrank several times, eventually returning to his normal form, but still exuding the aura of a powerful figure, as he asked, "What do you think?" Lam Ki and Tu Lang once again witnessed his transformation, their jaws dropping in shock. Meanwhile, from the sidelines, Dr. Keep Min's 4-eyed colleague suddenly anxiously says, "Brother Min, we can't analyze him anymore." He still smiled with great amusement and replied, "This is the true king of the martial arts tournament." Suddenly, the Thi king turned around and said with a hint of meaning, "I don't think we need to fight anymore." The leader of the Dai group, despite only having one arm left, still charged forward passionately. "Dream on." On this side, Lam Ki and Tu Lang approached together, each launching an attack at him. He remained unfazed and simply smiled softly, saying ambushes are wrong. Then he raised his hand and gently flicked, causing the leader to step back. The 3 of them combined their attacks, but he easily shattered their moves like shards of sharp glass breaking apart and falling like rain. The 2 girls were affected, crying out in pain, and were knocked into the air before falling back down toward Jiang Si's group. The 2 also happened to be caught by him and landed safely. The group of Hio Hio standing behind him was so surprised that they widened their eyes. Hio Hio hurriedly asked in panic, "Leader Lam, Leader Tulong, are you both okay?" "What happened?" Group leader Bong and his team quickly spoke up when they saw Commander Kwang injured. "Director Kang, are you still alive?" He struggled to answer lying on the ground, saying, "I can't die, I can still fight." King of the corpse. King saw that he could still speak and sneered in contempt, shouting, "Still got the nerve to talk back even though I left you alive?" From Lang, lying in his arms, desperately tried to warn him through the pain that he is the latest undead king created by Dr. Keep Min, and to leave here quickly. Jeji stood aside, only able to scream in fear. "Lamke, it turns out you are still conscious, so I urge you to run." The king of the cursed zombies didn't attack himself, but immediately pointed at Jiang Si's group and ordered, "Attack now!" Then a horde of low-level zombies suddenly charged out from nowhere following his command. The team leader and his teammates were shocked to see such a powerful zombie force. "It's over. How did a bunch of corpse worms suddenly appear?" Lam Ki, being carried on his shoulder, grimaced in pain and begged him to retreat quickly. "Jiang Tu, we can't all die here." The low-level zombies rush at them with incredible speed, claws extended, while Jiting Ming is very pleased with his creation and keeps laughing, saying, "This is the true charm of the Demon King. Suddenly, Zhang Tu threw Lam Qi and Tu Lang down in one move. Lam Qi was thrown and looked on in complete confusion with wide eyes. At this moment, Zhang Xi became more serious than usual and shouted coldly, "Get out of here, all of you!" The cursed spirit minions, frightened by his threats, suddenly retreated in fear. They froze in place around him, too scared to move forward. They were so hungry they called out a few times, but because they were afraid of him and their legs went weak, they didn't dare to step forward. The Xuangthi king, who had been watching nearby, now showed a surprised expression and asked, "What did you say? Who are you?" At this moment, Jiang Xi's face suddenly emitted a faint smoke, and his expression gradually changed accordingly. His expression darkened as he asked, "Are you the Demon King?" He stepped on a terrified zombie kneeling on the ground and, after finishing his words, continued to ask him, "So what am I?" The city where the transformed king of the zombies appeared and was also the experimental product of Dr. Kiet Min is now deserted. Zheng Tu stands calmly in the middle of the city, stepping over the terrified, kneeling Kuangthi while Hyo Hyo and a soldier support Lam Qi and Tu Lang, guiding them to a safer place. The leader of the zombie group, after fighting the king of zombies, was knocked away with one arm and sat weakly on the ground, unable to move. Small wisps of smoke rose from Jiang Xi's face, and his expression also changed accordingly. "So what? Why are you not saying anything?" His figure exudes arrogance as he steps on the low-level zombies facing him, and the transformed zombie king, seeing how easily he controls the zombies, is left speechless in surprise. He sneered coldly from above and asked, "Do you have it?" The leader of the giant zombies was so surprised to see his appearance change completely that he let out a cry. "What is this?" Hugh also can't believe it. "He looks like that." The king of Kuangthi, now transformed, sneered and said, "So he's one of us." The leader of the mighty Kuang team still seems to have plenty of strength as he shouted at Tu Lang, "Are you crazy, Extraordinary Academy? Let a zombie become the deputy chief." Tu Lang nghe him say that, only sneered coldly and said, "I don't care." Only the two of them remain on the stage, him and the transformed king of corpse, while he stands on the ground looking up at him on the corpse tower. At this moment, he finally spoke, as if negotiating. "I propose that only the survivors be called the King of Wisdom." Hearing that, he responded reasonably, "I agree." He smirked provocatively at him and said, "Then come on." His expression was extremely cruel, and he went along with it. Fine. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward and punched him in the face. But this punch of his didn't even faze him, prompting him to tease with a comment, "Haven't you eaten yet?" Hearing that, he felt so bitter. Before he could say anything else, he punched him in the stomach. "This punch of yours also affected the nearby zombies, making them scatter. Better to eat first before fighting." Seeing this, Hugh, who was holding Tu Lang, was so scared she screamed. The corpses of the low-level zombies scattered everywhere as the zombie king was punched, crying out in pain, then flung hundreds of meters away. He kept flying non-stop. This punch of yours directly sent him across the continent and out to the sea. "What is that?" "Run!" He keeps crashing into the ship, causing a large crack in the hull. The huge ship shook violently after he hit it, and the king of the corpse king transformed and cried out in pain from the blow. Keatman and the four-eyed guy were so shocked by what they saw that their mouths dropped open. "What is that?" "That person is a zombie." Suddenly, there was a tremor in the ocean. He then smiled with great pleasure and praised you for being tough. The four-eyed guy, panicked, told Keatman, Brother Min, that this guy suddenly appeared and couldn't be explained. He didn't know what to do after hearing that. At this moment, the king of the corpse king suddenly transformed and sank underwater, then used his strength to lift the ship. He threw the ship fiercely toward him. When Understand saw the ship flying over, she screamed in fear. "What the hell is that?" Tu Lang was a bit frightened when he saw the ship coming towards him clearly. The submarine, such a huge ship, being thrown from the sea into the heart of the city like that. He smiled maliciously and loudly told him, "I'm full now." The massive ship and his throwing power caused the road surface to be heavily damaged and shattered. At this point, Hyo was so scared that she could no longer stand and sat down on the ground. Jian Nan said, "I think it would be better for you two to move somewhere else to fight." The chief's outside has Akao and Xiaohei by his side, not leaving a step. Akao stands nearby watching him solder something tirelessly. At this moment, he stepped forward into the forest again and said, "Stop soldering." Xiaohei asked him confusedly, "What's wrong?" "Look over there. The Grand Minister thought it was safe, but it turned out just as bad." He's furious, grinding his teeth and muttering, "These two idiots, if you can't remove the parts, remove them all. If the parts need to be removed, then weld them back." Akao calmly told Xiaohei it was the king's breath. After the king of the Kuangthi transformed and threw the ship at Jiangxi, suddenly something from below shot up and pierced through the ship. "You're completely fine." Then effortlessly flip in the air and, without forgetting to taunt him, Hugh exclaimed in surprise when she saw he was unharmed, and Zhang Tu, the king of the Kuangthi, was also caught off guard as he looked at him. Then he suddenly charged forward at incredible speed. Up in the air, Jiangxi held a rope in his hand as he listened to him speak once more. He threw the loop around his neck and casually replied, "All right then." From the sky, he seemed to be playing a game while holding the rope tightly. Leader Kwangdai was so surprised by what he saw that he wondered, is that really Kuangthi? Then he tightly gripped the rope and sped down, saying, "Let's see where you run this time." He was pulled back by Laco's force, and after bringing him closer, he immediately kicked him square in the face. His face sank deep from this attack, and he was once again sent flying into the sky. The king of Jiangxi was completely outmatched by him and was very angry, clicking his tongue. Then he grabbed the rope around his neck and said, "This one." Then he pulled the rope with force and continued, "I know too." Thinking he wanted to use the rope to counterattack, I just cut the rope and responded to him. I know what the hell. Suddenly he didn't counterattack, but ran away quickly in the opposite direction, running so fast that it caused the ship to explode. The team leader suddenly supporting the strong leader was also knocked over collectively. Zhang Tu stood calmly on a red pole, looking down at him with interest, then quickly made a move to stop him. He was very angry at being interrupted by him, and explained that he only wanted a bigger space, not to run away. After finishing, he was directly knocked into the sea by him with a powerful blow, so strong that he had to surface several times on the water. He also jumped onto the hull of a nearby ship. The people nearby, seeing their appearance, panicked and asked each other, "Is there something strange flying here? I don't know. It seems like a person." You stand on the ship looking down at the calm sea and ask, "Do you like destroying things?" When the people there see your face clearly, they panic and scream as they run away. "Zombie! He's a zombie. Run quickly. Get out of here." When he heard you ask that, he shouted back, "Mind your own business. If you think you're good, then break it." The director was now watching the fight between the two and stammered, unable to speak. It turned out that Akao was holding his head to make it easier to observe the battle. He turned to Xiaohei and hurriedly said, "We need to leave here quickly. I know Jiangxi is very strong, but I understand Dr. Min Kiet better. He is our only research genius of humanity in the past few centuries. Any of his research can turn an ordinary person into a ruler. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to go anywhere." He's not scared by his words and directly told him off. "Shut up, humans, and look carefully." The chief minister was surprised and didn't understand what he meant by this. Little Black confidently smiled and said reverently, "No one can rival the king." As he finished, he also added that even gods are incomparable. Hearing that, he looked puzzled and asked the god. At this moment, his figure on the ship suddenly flashed and then disappeared. The king of the corpse. King transforms and stands upside down, looking somewhat panicked as he sees him suddenly disappear. Immediately afterward, he appears before him with a grim expression. He looked surprised and said, "His speed has gotten faster." As soon as he finished speaking, he was hit by his punch in the face. This punch sent him soaring into the sky. He was outside Earth and groaned in pain, and before he could adjust, he was hit with another surprise that made him cry out. What? Suddenly, something appeared in front of him. The ship was actually thrown out into space by Jiangxi, heading straight for him. It sped towards him at an incredible speed and collided with him, leaving him no time to dodge. Then, both of them crashed straight into the moon, causing it to crack and sustain damage. The people below, seeing the moon damaged like that, were so shocked their jaws dropped. Zhang Tu stands on the lifeboat of the harbor soldiers, smiling happily. The ship crashes into him and then directly hits the moon. Alright, no need to run anymore. No matter where you run, it's useless. King Kuang-Thi has transformed but still hasn't been defeated. He clings to the moon and says with all his strength, "Still not finished," and then he uses all his remaining energy to shout and push the ship away. The huge ship was pushed back by him. Then he quickly shot down from the moon. "Still not finished. What are you so smug about?" He looked out at the earth, and seeing that he was still so passionate, he just snorted coldly. He stood there calmly watching him rush down. Then he burst into loud laughter and immediately took a stance, leaping high into the air and launching himself onto the spaceship floating in space. At this point, he seems much more frantic as he chases after him and says, "Then continue." Then he follows him back from space to Earth. One person runs while the other chases to the nuclear reactor. The King of Ghosts transforms and punches the reactor away with a single strike. Try this. The nuclear reactor soared into the sky. Then it suddenly lit up as if about to explode. Xiao Xiao and the others, seeing this, all panicked and screamed as they ran away. "Mom, the nuclear energy keeps expanding in the sky, spreading all the way to the coast, causing the sea to rise uncontrollably in waves. Then it exploded loudly in the sky above the earth." Xiao Xiao's group hurriedly took cover behind some sturdy steel plates. After the nuclear explosion dispersed, only thick smoke and dust remained. Jiangxi landed lightly, unscathed. He also descended onto another ship far from him, gritting his teeth in frustration. Although uninjured, the tears in his clothes revealed the power of the nuclear bomb earlier. Still smiling happily, Zhang Kui asked him, "So what? Not going to continue?" "This level of injury is just like a scratch to me." Hearing that, he gritted his teeth in anger and shouted, "What?" Zhang Tu stood opposite, staring intently at the ship he was standing in front of. After struggling to withstand the explosion, everyone was sprawled out on the ground. She cared and asked about everyone around her. "Is everyone okay?" Then she looked up in horror and asked, "Is it over? The zombie king is transforming, but Van still doesn't want to give up and is holding on, right?" "It's not over yet." Then he transformed into a giant arm and began to negotiate. "We are of the same kind. I have a proposal." His face looked extremely determined as he continued. If neither of us can defeat the other, then why not cooperate? While extending his huge arm to push him away, he also proposed that we destroy the world together. His arm pushed him back into the heart of the city. He, full of illusions about Hao Huiyan, loudly told him that from now on everyone would have their own half and no one would interfere with the other. He was directly pushed by his arm into a tall building, causing it to explode completely. Understand, understand, shouted out when she saw this scene, and finally he withdrew his hand then asked, "What do you think of my proposal?" But in the end, it still couldn't hurt him. Jiang Xi sneered and coldly replied to him, "I'm not interested in destroying the world." After saying that, he continued, "And there's more." The scene shifts to Little Black with A Cao and the chief minister, whose face is still pale with shock as he stammers, "This is too unreasonable." Then he quickly turned to Xiao He and urged him urgently, "I'm serious, we should just run now." Seeing that he didn't move at all, the minister hurriedly added, "I know Jiang Xi becomes very strong after transforming, but that guy isn't weak either. We should hold back, look for an opportunity to find his weakness, and then deal with that Kangxi king." He didn't want to hear anymore, so he frowned and ordered, "Shut up, he's just speechless because he was criticized, he can't say anything else." Then he confidently smiled and said to him, "Who told you our king can only transform once?" The chief was even more surprised and shouted loudly, while Zhang Tu's expression remained cold as he continued the previous statement about the cooperation you mentioned. Then he straightforwardly said with contempt, "You are not worthy. How can you say that so easily?" The chief was surprised to see that he was unharmed. Then his eyes flashed with a deadly red and he continued, "Only chickens spend all day talking about destroying or ruling the world. What are they talking about?" The king of Kuangthi, hearing that, clenched his teeth and shouted, more bitter than eating chili, not caring how he felt now, but only wanting to teach him a lesson, saying, "It seems that if I don't teach you, the inexperienced one, you won't understand." Immediately after, his body once again emitted faint clouds of smoke due to the transformation. He exerted so much strength that rocks clanged and his clothes began to tear apart. Finally, he unleashed his power and completely transformed. The crowd below, seeing this change, was instantly stunned into silence. At this moment, Jiang Xi appeared with a completely different appearance, no longer resembling a zombie or monster, but more like an ordinary person, causing everyone around him to be so surprised they almost want to pop their eyes out. What the hell is this? A joke? He now looks just like an ordinary person standing casually on the roof. His eyes, cold and dark, flicked in a certain direction, and even though he was on the other side, he immediately felt his terrifying aura. He was so startled by this scene of him that he shouted out loud, "What?" The area around Xiao He, A Cao, and the chief minister fell unusually silent, and the chief minister remained silent, not saying a word anymore. Suddenly, A Cao slapped him hard across the face, causing him to snort and wipe his nose. A Cao loudly said to him, "Hey, wake up, you idiot." Then he grabbed the head of the chief minister and held it up high, telling him to look for himself. The more the chief minister saw clearly, the more terrified he became, sweating profusely. Hearing A Cao continue to praise, "Look at our god," he said suddenly. Chan Jiangtu stepped up, stomped on the protruding stone nearby, and struck a proud pose while still attentively watching King Kuangthi transform. Tulong, seeing his current appearance, was shocked and said, "He's transformed again, different from the Thi Vuong scholar Kiet Min Lam Ki behind her, who also confirmed, increasingly resembling a human." The minister trembled and stammered. Compared to before, when he saw his completely normal human face, he was also terrified and wondered if this could be real. It's starting to rain all of a sudden. The king of the Kuang Thai transformed angrily and asked him, "Damn it, what kind of demon are you?" Then he quickly moved in front of him, clenched his fist, and shouted, "What are you, a human or a zombie?" He threw a punch at Jiang Xi as if trying to end him with this attack. His face remained unchanged as he calmly stared at him. Then the raindrops that hadn't yet fallen to the ground suddenly stopped in midair. It turned out he was the one controlling those raindrops. Immediately, his body was sliced into pieces. The rain droplets that had paused in midair were now controlled by him to flow back up into the sky. The others were also pulled back up into the air, and Hyo-Hyo, realizing it was all caused by him, was so shocked that she shouted out, "Rainwater flowing backwards, can zombies do this? Even the massive ship weighing hundreds of thousands of tons gets pulled up like that." Not only that, but all the fish, big or small, were pulled up into the sky. Then when he stopped controlling the rain, it was also when Hyo-Hyo and the other creatures were pulled up and fell back to the ground. After being cut into 4 pieces, the king of the Kuangthi can no longer do anything. His eyes like bullets facing him say, "I am your father, observing Earth from outer space, and I have detected a massive vortex gathering somewhere on the planet." Hyo-Hyo was terrified when she saw the strange phenomena happening in the Earth's atmosphere. Is this a huge cyclone? Lam-Ki and Tuleng, who were pulled up into the sky earlier, are now falling back down one after another. Around Jiangtu, he is dropping the fish he has controlled with his power, pulling them up from the ocean below. From lying on the ground and looking up at him, he said with difficulty, "Is this what a zombie can do?" A giant whale also falls down onto a tall building along with the others. Dr. Keep Min from afar was very surprised, and his 4-eyed subordinate shouted in fear, "What's going on?" The king whale zombie is transforming and lying helpless on the ground, looking up at him. Damn it, is this even possible? 4-eyed guy asked Min Min, "Have you ever seen a Kuangthi king like this?" He stammered in fear. Never before. I have never seen this before. Suddenly, the king of the Kuang-Thi transformed and forcefully stood up from the ground, then decisively said, "Recover." What good does that do you? I can't do anything to you, but what about you? He was now very angry and lunged at him. The life force of the king of the undead is immortal. Even if you cut me into countless pieces, I can still recover. Jiangxi simply responded with a gentle, "Oh," without any rush or impatience at his words. Then he swept his hand forcefully and a hidden force pulled him toward him as he shouted in panic, "What is that?" As soon as he finished speaking, his neck was firmly in his hand and the king of Jiangxi transformed painfully, struggling desperately in his grip. Now Jiangxi suddenly spoke coldly. "You have misunderstood death." After saying that, he continued, "Destroying a person is not just about destroying the body." Hearing that, he suddenly cried out, You didn't say anything but looked at him with a cold, unfeeling gaze. Facing his gaze, for some reason he suddenly moaned in pain. Deep within his eyes, there seems to be a terrifying hypnotic power. Massive ships keep appearing in space, but it's unclear whether they belong to humans or some other extraterrestrial force. And somewhere offshore, deadly tornadoes appeared one after another, as the king of Kuang-Thi transformed, seemingly enduring some kind of torture, crying out in pain. Once again, the image of a massive spaceship in space appears, and suddenly someone in an extremely magnificent and deep armor says, "Ancient One." Then others on the ship also jumped off following the order. "Kill!" The armored man in red says something very strange, surrounding and killing for the 1,351st time, the 6th time destroying human civilization, this time to exterminate. At this moment, a very familiar figure stands in the middle of the turbulent ocean. Then that person prepares to leap forward. The gaze of the Kuang-Thi king flickered wildly as he looked like he was about to lose consciousness. The outer space ships kept exploding one after another. The people inside kept shouting, "He's transforming again! Save him! Save him!" The person with long hair's eyes flashed with a cold light. He saw the long-haired person clearly and shouted in fear as a terrifying blood-red eye appeared from the darkness. Then his body lost all strength and hung limply. His eyes turned completely white, devoid of any life. What happened? Long Tu also couldn't help but wonder. Is it over? At this moment, Jiangxi releases him, and the transformed king of the corpse falls freely from the top of the building, then drops straight to the ground without moving. He now seems to have been completely defeated, with no movement at all, and his eyes entirely black without visible pupils. The chief officer on this side, witnessing this scene, was surprised and asked out of curiosity, "What's going on?" Suddenly stopped moving. "What are you talking about? Are you trying to scare me to death?" Dr. Kiet Min on this side was also very surprised by this scene and wondered, "Why is it like this?" Four Eyes saw that their Kuang-Thi king had been defeated and stammered in fear, "It's over." Turns out they had prepared a helicopter to escape in case of defeat. Four-Eyed Guy quickly called Min and holding Kiet Min tightly, urgently said loudly, "Now that their coastal anti-aircraft defenses are gone, we need to leave now or we won't be able to escape." Unexpectedly turning around, I bumped right into a muscular chest and froze. Seeing him suddenly appear, they quickly retreated several meters in fear. The Four-Eyed Guy and the others were stunned and shouted, "Zombies! We've never revealed our faces. How does he know we exist?" His gaze was calm as he looked at Dr. Kiet Min. The Four-Eyed Guy and the others are now lying on the ground, trembling and crying out, "Mom! Mom!" He ignores their cowardice and calmly asks a few questions. "Are you surrendering to the torture? Or maybe you want to meet the mighty king then?" After that, I won't forget to give you a second to think it over. Without saying much, the Four-Eyed Guy and the others immediately raised their hands to surrender and said, "We surrender." Kiet Min was furious at this moment, but he couldn't do anything, so he could only mutter a few bitter words. Damn it. He silently watched them without saying anything more. So everything is finally over. The Dr. Kiet Min, who was about to be executed on the spot, he was caught alive by Jiangxi, and the group led by Dr. Kiet Min was then taken onto a vehicle to be transported back. At this moment, Zuling suddenly noticed his strange behavior and asked Hu, "What's wrong with him?" She honestly replied that she didn't know. On this side, Jiang Tu finally returned to his original form. He pondered for a moment, then said very sadly, "It's too terrifying to become like that. I am a kind-hearted zombie." Tu Lung then looked at Hio and told her to go over and ask. At this point, Hio was so frightened by his previous terrifying appearance that she couldn't even think about asking how he was. "Please, I'm so scared." She also saw that he could become terrifying. Tu Lang didn't give her time to escape, directly pushed her and promised, "Hurry up, and from now on you'll be the deputy leader of Jiang Tu's group." Liu slowly approached him and hesitantly asked, Jiang Tu, are you okay? Let's go." Suddenly he stood up, making her so scared she almost pinched her own face. He said, "I'm hungry." After finishing, he calmly added, "I need a set of clothes that are not torn." Hui finally felt relieved and thought to herself, okay, he's not aggressive right now. He's not. Then she walked alongside him and asked, "Do you remember what you just did, Jiangxi?" He honestly replied, "I remember, but it's very blurry." Then he thought carefully again and said, "I don't have a concept of time. Probably I've beaten up some weirdos like him before. If you don't understand, you can only grunt in response." He didn't explain further and simply said, I don't remember because the chicken is too much. Suddenly, a savage laugh echoed inside the prisoner transport vehicle. Four Eyes, seeing how terrifying Kietman's smile was, asked curiously, what's so funny? At this moment, he was not concerned about his future fate, only marveling, Jung-tu, I didn't expect there to be such a powerful species. He was extremely excited and secretly making a new plan. I will definitely take your envy to create a stronger species than you. So, the fierce battle with the transformed king of Kwangthi has ended, bringing peace back to the human world, and the Kwangthi created by Dr. Kietman was scared to death by Jang-tu. Kietman's story is also coming to an end. At this moment, he is standing in a private room surrounded by mysterious people. One of them asked him, Jang-tu, do you have any opinion on becoming the team leader? He also responded naturally, none. The mysterious people continued speaking. Alright, becoming the group leader isn't just about strength. Besides protecting the city, you also have to manage it. What is your opinion on the city? What kind of city do you want? I humbly smile and scratch my head saying, just give me a singing city, the place where they catch Dr. Kietman. What? That's an empty city, an uninhabited area. If you want to raise chickens, you also need eggs, right? The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, raising his voice. If there are no eggs, there must be fertilized cells. There's no one here now. How do you plan to develop? If the population doesn't meet the target, you'll lose your position as group leader. He remained unmoved by the sincere advice and firmly said, no, I want it. The person seeing his attitude also had to accept. Alright, finally you've been approved as group leader and officially taken on the role of Hat City manager from now on. A blonde person with a blindfold sees your appointment letter and curses in anger. The Academy of the Extraordinary. Where's that idiot hiding? Even after being stopped, she couldn't hold back and kept talking. A good city doesn't want to, it just wants an uninhabited one. How can it develop? Tu Lang also feels helpless about his decision and can only hold his face and sigh. Some time after the fierce battle in City H, this place is now fully under his control. Zhang Si became the leader to protect the city and expanded to 4 armies. From now on, every moment will be a historic one. The citizens of the city of Hat are actually gentle zombies wandering without a place to stay. At this moment, a little zombie boy spoke up. Mom, our new home is so grand. Look, Mom, humans, another little zombie boy points out as soldiers arrive to maintain order in the city, representing a historic moment. Humans will protect the zombies as they move to a new home. Zhang Tu is now standing above, looking down proudly at his city. Xiao He reports the progress of the mission to him. Report to the king. As you requested, all the undead have moved in. Good. The soldiers suddenly all assumed their positions, and the little zombie was so startled by this display that it screamed loudly. Then it nervously turned to its mother and asked, Mom, will they hit us with fire sticks? The soldiers spoke very seriously. The order from squad leader Zhang Si is the will of God. The followers of squad leader Zhang Si are our people, and we must protect everyone and ensure a safe move. That zombie was so nervous it broke out in a sweat and couldn't speak. Then a Mao excitedly said, all right, now we have our own city. He calmly walked and shared his thoughts, saying that sometimes to develop a race, war isn't always necessary. His little followers also strongly agreed with his statement. Akao happily responded to him. Yes. Only then did Akao remember Aku and ask him, that's right, your majesty. What about AQ? He has been hanging for months, but he paid no attention and waved his hand dismissively. Let him hang there. The scene shifts to an enormous and majestic building. This is Jiangxi City Hall. Aku is now suspended with her limbs stretched out, hanging from the roof of the city hall. He sobbed painfully, tears streaming down his face, and admitted his mistake through choked words, saying, I was wrong. He said sadly, I'm about to become a dry corpse, so next time I'll listen to you. And so, season 1 of Mr. Corpse ended peacefully with laughter. Now, the zombie can also live happily and freely thanks to him. A female zombie mother lifts her child high and happily says, quickly thank the king, we have a home now. The promise is that Mr. Zombie Season 2 will bring more surprises and excitement, and at this moment, Tu Lang suddenly appears unexpectedly. She was knocked back by some force and slammed into the wall behind her, crying out in pain. Tu Lang was attacked and fell among the broken debris. She struggled to cough a few times, then painfully looked up at the opposite side, her eyes full of surprise as she wondered, is this really happening? On the opposite side, Hyo Hyo, now transformed by Jiangxi's jealousy, carries a terrifying gun on her shoulder and laughs loudly with ease. The fight between Hyo Hyo and Tu Lang is extremely intense. Tu Lang, injured and struggling to hold on, says, there's still this kind of thing just like someone else. Hyo Hyo here, influenced by Jang Tu's genes, has turned into a zombie, laughing mischievously for a few moments before pretending to be crazy and saying, I can still fight Tu Lang. Tu Lang at this moment did not give up but immediately got up and moved quickly, disappearing in a flash, then rushing behind Hyo Hyo. Before she could strike, Hyo Hyo suddenly turned her head 180 degrees to look at her. Tu Lang was so startled by her terrifying display that she cursed in anger, damn it! She was so surprised that she fell straight to the ground. Immediately, she quickly used her hands to push herself up and doubtfully asked, is this even human? Suddenly, her face changed color. At this moment, Hyo Hyo no longer had any humanity left and terrifyingly raised her weapon to strike down. She quickly rolled back a few meters to dodge and hurriedly avoided the relentless gunfire from Hyo Hyo aiming at her. She twisted her face in madness and kept shouting at her, "Zhu Lang's wife, can I become the team leader?" The shells from each bullet she fired kept falling to the ground. Hyo Hyo laughed maniacally and kept firing bullets in her direction. Tu Long then jumps to a wall after dodging her gunfire, leaps onto it with great force. At this moment, she looked up at Hyo Hyo and clicked her tongue. Immediately, Zhu Lang charged straight at her with a fierce strike. Then, show your greatest strength. Hyo Hyo didn't seem worried or nervous, just huffed, then began to activate the cells inside her body. At the same time, Tu Lang also launched her attack with her sword, slicing fiercely, but her sharp blades did not cause any injury to Hyo Hyo. She turned around and mockingly said, "If the senior sister doesn't fight seriously, how can I use all my strength?" Zhu Lang didn't hold back and directly raised her sword high, then slashed down, instantly splitting Hyo Hyo's body in two. But she didn't show any panic and still smiled happily. Tu Long was extremely shocked to see her standing still, accepting the attack just now. Why isn't she dodging? Immediately, she screamed in panic at Hyo Hyo's recovery ability. What the hell is that? After fully recovering, she calmly smiled as if nothing had happened. Tu Long panicked and quickly stepped back. She still couldn't stop feeling scared and kept asking herself how could it be so exaggerated? What is Jiang Tu doing? Understand looked at her with a confident and provocative expression. So now what? Can I be the team leader now? Immediately afterwards, she clenched her fist and charged straight at Ziling, delivering a punch that hit her unguarded. Tu Long was directly thrown against the wall, coughing in pain, then calmly told Hyo Hyo, "It's over." At this moment, her body also emitted white smoke as she transformed back. Hyo Hyo finally returned to her usual self and nervously asked her, "Are you okay, Sister Tu Long? I didn't mean to do it." Tu Long didn't care much and asked directly, "Did you turn into a zombie after being bitten by Jiang Si?" She naturally denied it. "No, didn't we already do a full body check in the lab yesterday? The cells in a cell in a person's body are normal, and even the genes haven't changed." Tu Lang still doesn't believe it and asks carefully, "So why did she turn around 180 degrees and recover after being slashed across the waist?" He at her question. Then honestly replied, "I also don't know that feeling now. I want to transform. I don't feel uncomfortable at all. And then she continued explaining, "If your mood is bad, you can take 2 doses of stimulant injections. It will become even more intense. It's been so long and there are still no side effects." After explaining everything clearly, she loudly called out Dan Tree Tu Long. Tu Long, after hearing her explanation, was very annoyed and didn't want to say anything else, remaining silent for a while. What's wrong with Dan Zitsu Lang? She immediately stood up to leave and pushed her away. "Get out of the way." Hyo Hyo, confused about what's happening, hurriedly asked, "Where's the senior sister going?" Seeing her hurried figure, Hyo Hyo was very puzzled and asked, "What's wrong with Director Tu Long?" Su Ling directly said coldly, "Leave me alone." Her subordinate anxiously and impatiently asked her, "Where does the team leader want to go?" Tu Long didn't stop for a second and directly headed to Hat City. Immediately after, she hurried onto the plane and flew back to the city where Jiang Tu was in charge. As the plane landed in the city of Hat, Zi Lang hurriedly rushed off without waiting for his subordinates, prompting him to call her in a rush. "Leader Tu Lang, wait for me." At this moment, Khan is heading to the city hall of Hat where Jiang Tu is serving. Right now, he is in a meeting with his subordinates, seriously reading the paper in his hand and speaking aloud. A Mao, manager of Manhwa district. A Cam, director of the city police department. A Lang, director of the civil affairs bureau. Finally, he mentioned Xiao He, and there was also Xiao He. He heard his name and immediately stood up loudly, announcing his presence. He naturally appointed Xiao He as the city finance bureau chief, and from now on, all the household money would be managed by him. He solemnly swore to protect every penny in the finance department of Jiangtu as he received the appointment letter, when suddenly the meeting room was thrown open. Tu Long was now extremely anxious and panting heavily. Jiang Tu, surprised by her sudden appearance, greeted her warmly with a smile. "Tu Long, is something wrong?" You didn't say a word and hurriedly ran over to him. Seeing how hurried she was, he didn't find it suspicious and calmly said, "I was just about to find you to report the situation." Before he could finish, she directly reached into his mouth and spoke. "Open your mouth." Suddenly being grabbed by the head and told to open it, Jiang Si was completely confused and asked with a puzzled tone. Then he immediately lowered his teeth and bit into her delicate arm. After that, she simply said goodbye to him and hurriedly ran away. "All right, it's done. Now you continue." After leaving the meeting room, she no longer hurried and strolled casually under the city hall. At this moment, her subordinate caught up and sighed. "Team leader Tu Lang, you're going too fast." Then looked worriedly and reminded her, "Team leader Tu Lang, have you forgotten that the spy can control others? Why did he let him bite so easily?" And then he also added without forgetting, "She is so noble if he were to control her and do unspeakable things to her." Su Ling said steadily and slowly, "With such great power, even a severed body can still be attached to this kind of immortality." After finishing, she directly expressed her reckless thoughts. "Whatever he wants to do, I will accept it, even if he asks me to dance naked in the square." Over here, Jiang Si looked confused and scratched his head several times. And after a fierce battle with the transformed king of Qiongti, Hat City was restored to its original peace. Thus, Jiangxi took charge of the city, began reforming and developing it, and delegated tasks to his subordinates. The city also operated normally. Hat City is just like any other city, starting to organize trading activities, with clothing stores run by zombies and excited zombie women enthusiastically inviting customers. Welcome. There's also a zombie barbershop, and the zombies in this city want to look clean and tidy. There are also zombie real estate agents, and the zombie construction workers here are busy building buildings, along with zombie real estate brokers. They are also working hard to find talented clients. Come on, special price for this new house, including interior decoration. Moreover, the city of Hat also has a driving school for reanimated corpses. With laws in place, these reanimated corpses are also required to follow the law and take driving tests to get their licenses. Candidate number 54. Candidate number 54. The judge looked at the Guangthi and couldn't tell which seat was the main one and which was the auxiliary, and asked why you were sitting in the passenger seat. At this moment, the scene shifts to Jiangxi standing on top of a tall building, gazing at his city. He is deeply enjoying himself, sipping his coffee and savoring the beautiful cityscape. Their king also experiences a brief life of leisure and pleasure. Once again, the scene shifts to another place, where someone is holding his personal information sheet. A woman with long blonde hair and an eye patch at this moment frowns and comments that Jiangxi has a weak personality, lacks any character, and would be just an ordinary person if released. Her subordinate handed her a cup of coffee and said, "I don't know why the Extraordinary Academy made him the team leader." Supervisor Tran, haven't you seen what the Steel Institute's president said? It's about this. When the subordinate asked the woman, called Supervisor Tran, she replied, "Fighting among academies is a common thing. They slander each other. What's so unusual about that?" After finishing, she continued, "I don't need him to slander this time. I don't like this Jiangxi guy." Being a team leader without any personality, she hesitated a bit as she mentioned it. As for whether he's a zombie or not, Supervisor Tran directly crumpled the paper in her hand and decisively said, "We'll find out when we check." Somewhere in the freezing cold of the Arctic, suddenly a helicopter appears flying in the Arctic sky. At the same time, a large ship appeared off the coast of the Arctic here. A young boy approached and greeted the silver-haired man. "The strange doctor greets you." The man known as the strange doctor then speaks, "I heard they found the remains of an ancient person here." He confirmed it was a mummified corpse, estimated to be thousands of years old, and then proceeded to share what he knew. "We are conducting a scientific exploration when we discovered it buried 500 meters beneath the ice and are trying to lift it with a crane." Hearing that, he became interested and reminded them not to damage the remains, then slowly said that if he truly was an ancient person, it would be the greatest discovery in human civilization. At this moment, cranes are pulling up chunks of ice from underground, and a man signals to guide the workers. "Be careful, lift it slowly." The strange doctor lit a cigarette and waited to say, "I hope this will help our research on ancient history." Far away, there are people wearing fur coats who look mysterious. He looked toward the construction site and honestly said, "I've never been this nervous as an archaeology team leader." The person below keeps signaling for the construction to proceed more easily. "All right, yes, that's it, just like that. Place it down gently." The mysterious-looking ice block is gradually lowered to the ground, and it seems to hide someone's body inside. The strange doctor was extremely surprised when he saw the figure inside the ice block. "Does it look like this?" Suddenly, a terrifying figure appeared behind the young boy. He covered his mouth and then opened his jaws wide before quickly biting into his unguarded neck. Seeing this, he was very surprised and shouted loudly, "Who are you? You're not one of us." The others around you were all killed shortly after. The strange doctor was kicked to the ground and cried out in pain, then ordered the person behind to use him as a sacrifice. As they attacked him, he kept crying out for help and told him, "Don't panic, just take your blood." A man with long blue hair appears to be gazing ahead intently, while beside him a woman with brown hair is happily wiping her mouth and smiling. That huge block of ice now completely falls to the ground, and the men in fur coats begin breaking apart the massive ice block. As the figure inside the ice block is revealed, strange white smoke begins to billow out, and the figure inside gradually becomes more fleshy and defined. As she stepped out of the ice block, the brown-haired woman approached and put a cloak over her. Then those men knelt before her and respectfully saluted the Demon King. They worship her with a great reverence, wishing the young Demon King would never grow old. The woman known as the Demon King replied coldly and succinctly, "There is only one question. She is only wearing a thin pair of pants and a fur cloak." Then Hatred asked if that fool Jiang was still alive. Xiao Hong stood silently in front. Lam Ling looked confused, and he knelt down respectfully before her, saying, "Your Majesty, Jiangxi is still alive. It has been 1,000 years now, and he is still doing well." Sweat dripped down his face as he looked up nervously at Xiao Hong and said, "I remember after he destroyed the human civilization last time. Now he lives among them again and is rebuilding his own race." "Be careful, Demon King." Tu Hong's eyes narrow and her lips tighten into each word. "Zhang Tu." She looked at Vo Din coldly and said, "I won't forgive you this time." In a bustling city filled with tall buildings and modern technology, in Guangzhou province, the capital of the academy, Jiangxi was enjoying a cup of tea when suddenly a call was announced. "Your Majesty, there's a call for you." Everyone stands quietly in concentration. Inside the capital, a person screams loudly on the bed, causing the doctor to panic. Tu Long stared wide-eyed in confusion and asked, What is that? I've never seen it before. Lam Ki stood behind, confused, and said, It doesn't look like Kwang Ti. His eyes were bloodshot and he was thrashing violently even though his limbs were chained. The two doctors hugged each other tightly and spoke. According to the investigation, this is a member of the neighboring province's scientific archaeology team, discovered in the Arctic, and even our provincial archaeology team leader has disappeared along with them. The investigation shows he's just an ordinary person, and when they captured him, two of our team leaders were injured. Understanding Hyo Hyo looked at Tu Lang observing the situation inside. Suddenly she spoke, It seems only an expert can handle this. The car stopped, with two men standing on either side. Jiang Si stepped out, and everyone lined up in 2 rows, saluting in unison. Hello, team leader Jiang Si. The bright lights turn on, and he is escorted into a room where everyone inside looks at Jiang Si. The team leader stepped forward and extended his hand, saying, Hello. Hello? He smiled and introduced himself to Jiang Si. I am the strict team leader of Kwang Khan Academy. The strict team leader asked, Did you capture Dr. Kiet Min? Zhang Tu laughed loudly and said hello, then walked past him. Group leader and gang sneered contemptuously and said, Indeed, a despicable person who can cooperate with others and achieve half of his goal. The brown-haired man with glasses nearby scoffed. He looks too weak. Why does our academy let him be the leader? Cao Tuang, standing next to him, also looked annoyed and thought, Do they really want to die by inviting him to the academy? Suddenly, he looked around and asked, Where is Captain Kwang Dai? Group leader Kwang Dai sat outside the room, trembling with worry and saying, I should have stayed home with Quetch instead of coming here. In a room, a terrifying growl keeps echoing. Seeing Jiang Tusi enter, the doctor immediately said, He Jiang Tusi, look at this guy. Do you know what kind of monster this is? I have no idea how old I am. And you want me to look at this. Jiang Tu reached out and touched the bitten part of the person on the bed. His eyes showed a look of shock as Tu Lang, holding a glass of water, entered awkwardly and asked, Jiang Tu, what did you discover? The person on the bed growled. Jiang Tu gently releases his hand from around his neck, and suddenly he closes his mouth, looking at him in confusion. Jiang Tu smiles playfully at the person on the bed. Interesting. The bloodline, your whole body is radiating strong magic. A powerful force erupts, causing everyone nearby to be thrown away. The corner of the guy, lying on the bed, tears up in fear as he hugs the person tightly. Jiang Tu coldly says, I remember you all were wiped out. A powerful magic force sent everyone flying, and the leader of the black-haired group crashed his head into the wall in pain. Brown-haired, gold-rimmed glasses guy struggles to sit up and asks, What's going on? Why did Leader Jiang suddenly go berserk? The leader's face darkened. What are you doing? Tu Lang and Hyo Hyo are on the ground, holding their heads. Jiang Tu looked silently at the guy lying on the bed and then scoffed. Interesting. I remember I already killed all of you. He smirked wickedly, reached out and squeezed his neck, asking, If that's the case, tell me where Chu Xiaohong hid the poison I'm after. He cried out loudly, shouting, I don't know anything. Don't ask me. I just turned into a ghost and a dragon yesterday. The guy on the bed just finished speaking, and Jiang Tu squeezed his neck until he turned to smoke. The team leader, face pale with sweat, nervously asked, Was that guy just doing that? No way. Group leader Kong Dai said nervously, I told you, just stay at Quatch's house. Jiang Tu, after acting, fell into deep thought. Tu Lang and Hyo Hyo ran over to his side. Tu Lang asks curiously, What's wrong, Jiang Tu? Did you find something? Tu Lang looked directly at Zhang Lang and asked urgently, Just now, you mentioned something about a blood clan? He reminded her, Be careful when you go out these days. Jiang Tu's face turned serious. Tu Lang and Hyo Hyo stared at him in shock. Jiang Tu forced a smile and nodded, saying, I forgot, and the two women collapsed to the ground after hearing that. Oh dear. In the tall tower, Tu Lang's pleading voice echoed loudly. Can you be a little more normal when you switch to this state? You're so naive, you really forget everything. Jiang Tu's hands and feet became frantic as he nervously said, I'll remember next time. The team leader glared at him and muttered, What a chicken. Chat Jiang Tu turned around, saw his gaze. The team leader and the brown-haired guy with glasses looked confused. The rain poured down on the city, and a voice echoed, Little Hong King, this is our home. Looking up at the sky, Lam Ling asked nervously, Are you familiar with this place? Xiao Hong's face looked uncomfortable as she sat with him, leaning against a corner of the wall and facing the rain. A coin fell to the ground, catching their attention. A boastful person sneered and said, Isn't the capital city supposed to be very well managed? Why are there still beggars? Her servant looked confused. Your Majesty, do not bother with humans. Seeing the coin, Lam Lin's eyes lit up, and he reached out eagerly. Money, money! Little Hong narrowed her eyes. She angrily throws the water can at the wall and shouts, Why summon me now when things have come to this? Attendant Kuan sat beside Xiao Hong, crying out in anguish. Your Majesty, do you know how we have lived these past 1,000 years? She recalled the fierce battle between Xiao Hong and Jiang Si, then continued. After the Great War between you and Jiang Si that year, you were beaten into a dried corpse and we watched from below. The maid lay on the ground, clutching the cloth tightly, biting her lip in panic as she spoke. Then he wiped out our entire race to survive. She took the cloth to her eyes, wiping as she spoke. We faked our death to escape from him. The terrifying image of Jiang Si appeared in the servant girl's mind. She trembled with fear and spoke. And under Zhang Xi's threat, we haven't dared to show our faces for 1,000 years. She and Lam Ding hid behind the wall, trembling and avoiding everything. No matter which corner of the world we go to, whether human or zombie, if we see it, we take a detour. Tears streaming down the female servant's face, she choked out, "We haven't left this alley for 1,000 years and the boss is almost an idiot." Xia Hongnai, standing in the empty space, frowned and said, "So your return is also useless to me." She leaned against the wall and said thoughtfully, "I am not his opponent, and right now I don't even have the right to shave Zhang Tu."
Your Majesty, you are mistaken. The reason for your revival is because we have recently received important intelligence.
His face furrowed, and we discovered someone who could help the king become invincible. The lady attendant continued, "Yes, the one who can make you invincible." Xiao Hong glanced at him and asked coldly, "Who?" Lam Ding took out a newspaper and handed it to him. Zhang Tu and his men looked ahead in silence, where Dr. Ji and his companions were being held. He coldly asked, "Why not execute him now?" Tu Long solemnly said, "Right now it's not possible. He has planted many spies among us. We need to uncover them all. There's also his research documents on anti-human experiments that must be found and destroyed. What if he escapes then?" The team leader crossed his arms and laughed loudly, confidently saying, "Of course not. If he's blinded like that, how can he run away?" He stepped forward, then looked back, and Gaomon said, "If he was captured by Group Leader Jiang, let me take Group Leader Zhang to see him." From the helicopter, you can see a vast plain stretching out with closely packed houses. A voice says, "This is the prison built specifically for us by the headquarters. I have hollowed out the entire mountain down to 3,000 meters deep. In a base with only one opening designed for light, along with a row of people guarding the cannons, he said there are a total of 1,500 levels and 100,000 soldiers." Zhang Tu stood in the elevator, looking out in surprise, as the arrogant team leader's voice continued to echo. Even descending in the elevator takes 30 minutes to reach the last level, and all heavy weapons are available, including anti-aircraft guns, machine guns, and bazookas. Looking back at the soldiers, he continued, "This is only the appetizer." The masked man with the glowing red band announced seriously, "Every 100 floors there is a squad leader guarding. There are 30 squad leaders and 2 commanders in charge." Zhang Tu was stunned into silence as the stern team leader smugly looked ahead and continued, "This level of defense, how could he run away?" Below is an image of prisoners chained tightly to a large pillar. He smugly added, "We also have a detonator buried to prevent escape." The arrogant team leader crossed his arms, his face full of arrogance as he spoke. Even if they escape successfully, they will at most die together with him. Zhang Tu's person broke out in cold sweat as the leader of Ngan said, "Even the gods would only gather the dead." He suddenly burst into loud laughter and ran off, his voice echoing. Zhang Tu, seeing such frantic actions from humans in their original state, breaks out in sweat. "Those cattle, I wish you smooth sailing. I have to go now." A hand grabs a tablet showing the image of the stubborn team leader at the base. At the same time, in a small alley, Xiao Hong and her 2 companions freeze with wide eyes. The atmosphere grew tense. Lam Ling spoke up, "Your Majesty, they even installed self-destruct devices." She shouted in anger, "These cruel people." The leader of the group lit a cigarette and looked at Tu Lang with curiosity.
I forgot to tell you, Supervisor Tran went to Gang Trong City for inspection. You didn't even inform your boyfriend, did you? Get lost. You're the one he's dating.
"Why are you telling me these things?" he said casually, resting his hand on a nearby rock. The chief told Supervisor Tron that Trung Jiang's group is a zombie gang, and they even built a city of zombies. I don't care whether Zhang Tu is a zombie or not. The leader's eyes flicked disdainfully at Ziling and continued sarcastically. "I only acknowledge strong fighters." She coldly looked at him, then exhaled softly. In a vast city full of passers-by, Zhang Xi's face blossomed as he happily strolled, attracting many people's attention. The bustling city is too lively. Dr. Kiet Min fell silent as he was tightly bound to the large pole. Inside, a person quietly pushes a tray of food past. Dr. Kiet Min's subordinate, chained beside the water, weeps uncontrollably. "We're doomed." He smiled wickedly without any fear. "Zhang Tu, I must have your jealousy." Hearing Dr. Kiet Min say that, he immediately panicked. "And Ming, what are you saying? We're about to be executed." He smirked confidently. "No, they won't kill us until they get my research materials. Before I was captured, I had someone hide the documents somewhere, even I don't know." Dr. Kiet Min said through gritted teeth, "Those fools are keeping me alive. They will regret it." His subordinate hesitated. "Zhang Xi is too strong. Hold on, I'll tell you how to get his gene later. The hardest part is figuring out how to research a stronger individual than him." Dr. Kiet Min still maintained his confident and calm demeanor, saying, "I need a powerful container that can hold Zhang Tu's genes, and I will be able to research it." His subordinate anxiously hurried to object. "Don't mention research anymore. This place has the strongest prison system in the world. How can we escape? We aren't just ordinary people." Dr. Jia Ming's face furrowed with a look of contemplation. The person pushing the food approaches them, standing next to the robot as the engine hums loudly, and the intelligent robot offers the prepared meal. The system beeps, and the robot gently brings the food to Dr. Kiet Min's mouth. His subordinate sees this in panic and shouts, "Master, Dr. Kiet Min is chewing his food." He eats eagerly, with a listening device attached to Dr. Kiet Min's tooth. He sat silently, his face grim. Outside, a man stood in contemplation, the sound of machinery echoing. Where is the King of Thorn being held now? He respectfully said into the recorder, Sir, currently in the 200th floor laboratory with 2 ministers guarding. On the other side, a blood clan lies unconscious on the bed, and someone responds. All right, just follow my instructions and guard our containment object. Jang Tu casually walks down the street, glancing at his phone screen. Tu Long put the phone to her ear and said, I have something to tell you. Jang Tu listened carefully to every word she said. Director Kyung told Supervisor Tran that you built a zombie city. Now, Supervisor Tran wants to visit the city for inspection, and he's on his way. Supervisor Tran is an auditor for our province. The investigation into the conduct of the team leaders will proceed, and if your story is true, your team leader will be removed immediately. He nervously said, sweating profusely, I am actually human. Jang Tu's forehead was pouring with sweat as he listened to Tu Lang complain. Don't think I don't know what's in your city. You know exactly who you are. Get out of here. You stand there like a statue. Jang Tu raised both hands and shouted loudly, We're doomed! He was confused and flustered, not knowing what to do. What should I do now? Jiang Si paused and looked at something, his eyes narrowing as he stared intently at the cosmetic store. Sunlight shines down. Inspector Tran's subordinate opens the car door and respectfully says, Inspector Tran. That person looked at the parked fighter jet and spoke. The plane to Hat City is ready. She looked ahead coldly and snorted before saying, If you have no personality, you're not worthy to be the leader. I have to get rid of that Zhang guy first. Cars fell from above, and Xiao Hei was stunned to see the scene. The cars crashed down in front of a large building. Jiang Si landed softly. Little Black nervously asked, Hey, what's wrong, Your Majesty? Why are you rushing over to him? Explain. Supervisor Tran is coming to our city for inspection. Quickly distribute the items. Tell the soldiers to disguise themselves. If Supervisor Tran finds out we are zombies, he will take back this city. As soon as Jiang Si finished speaking, he quickly gave the order. Cow goes to Area D, a Lang to Area C. Hurry up. A person carrying a flying cart on high stops when the voice rings out, not wanting to return to living among the wreckage. Watch your expressions. The others up high also stopped and listened carefully to every word. Each person in charge of their area, move quickly and start deploying now. A cow nervously looked at Xiao Hei applying makeup and asked, Does this work? He widened his eyes, looked up, and focused on putting in contact lenses and replied, The king's actions must have a reason. Jang Tu's younger siblings waved their hands to announce, The king's order is that if you don't want to go back under the overpass, come here to pick up supplies. Everyone protecting the city has a share. A little zombie asks curiously, Mom, what are they doing? The mother calmly replied, The king's order is for us to pretend to be human. Give me a portion, like this, right? The little zombie girl grabs her mother's leg. Mom, I want one too. The beautiful girl with a ghost face holding a lipstick turns to make the child stare in surprise. Don't worry, Mom isn't finished yet. A Mao comes in from outside. We're leaving now. A cow and Tu Hak, both covered in makeup, appear. A Lang and a Mao exclaim in shock. Damn, are you finished? Cow looks so heavily made up. He shouts back, I don't care about me. So what should we do now? Tu Hak regretfully said, You guys just have to accept the loss. He puts the collar on a Lang and a Mao, turning them into pets, and asks curiously, Surely Supervisor Tran is coming soon, but I haven't seen him yet. They both growl. Little Black, everyone's position is the same. Why do we have to be pets? Xiao Hei calmly retorted, Weren't you all pets when you were alive? Luckily, Supervisor Tran has good judgment, so we took the train instead of flying. Supervisor Tran moved forward and coldly said, using his butt, But to think that Guangzhou province doesn't have many team leaders, so our information has probably been leaked. It's best to take a detour and check from the lowest social class, so it will be easier to find clues about Jiang Si. Why doesn't Supervisor Tran like Jiang Si? She's so weak and timid. That guy kept talking. Besides the minister, Supervisor Tran looked at everyone with suspicion. Supervisor Tran hesitated, and the person next to him nervously said, Speak quietly, or Supervisor Tran might hear. I heard everything, so what if I do have biases? Ever since the minister relinquished power, any dog or cat can become the leader. The image of Minister Hian Gang appeared in her mind, and she thought that only a talented person like the minister could lead people to prosperity, with that domineering aura and supreme presence that truly made him a worthy leader. Zhang Tu still calmly enjoys her meal in the room. Unconcerned about the chaos outside, Supervisor Tran says seriously, then walks away with a few subordinates. Let's start the investigation. The two subordinates looked around and said, It's been a while since Minister went on an expedition. He should be back soon. Xiao Hei, a cow, a Lang, and a Mao remain quietly waiting. He's really curious. Why hasn't he arrived yet? According to logic, Supervisor Tran should have already been here. A cow replied, They should be here soon. Just wait. One of Supervisor Tran's subordinates saw the shop and stepped in to ask. Excuse me, sir. May I ask you something? He looked around confused and asked, So, sir, why do you only sell food like eggs? The shop owner nervously looked away and said, What are you talking about? I didn't hear anything. No, I didn't hear anything. Are you deaf and mute? Outside, another person is gathering information. can I ask if they suppressed you after Jiangxi became the city lord? That guy patted his chest and said, our great king is very kind. He not only provides us with shelter, but also gives us free eggs every month. Suddenly, his arm fell to the ground, leaving both of them stunned. Tran's subordinate stared in shock as the hand on the ground saluted him. Then he shouted in panic, hey boy, your hand fell off. He hurriedly picked up the arm and ran away. My mom called me home for dinner. This is just a costume, don't mind it. Tran's subordinates break out in a cold sweat. She stomps her foot in anger and snaps. Damn, they're all crazy. Today, I realized that humans can be as stupid as zombies. Supervisor Tran clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Damn it, you bastard Jiangxi. Did he build an entire city for the crazy people? She turned back and pointed at the informant, ordering him to record it for me. This is the correct document to show to group leader Jiangxi. Subordinates immediately obey. Understood. Clouds drift gently across the sky. Jiangxi sat alone, smiling, causing his subordinate to ask nervously, what's wrong with group leader Jiangxi? A cow approached and asked, what happened? The young follower replied, I don't know either. After finishing his meal, Jiangxi's condition became like that, talking nonsense and trembling all over. He was stunned when he heard the other guy describe Jiangxi's state. Wait a minute, what did you feed the Lord? The team leader came back complaining of hunger. The subordinate remembered the dish and said, we cooked chili fried eggs for the team leader. Spicy fried eggs? A cow worries. It's over. The king can't eat this, the subordinate wondered. What happens after you eat it? Jiang Tu was still sitting in a corner by the window, his eyes shining brightly, a strange smile on his face. He hurriedly explained, that is the emperor's stimulant. It will make him become violent and last for a month. Over there, the little hacks are still waiting and watching. He put the phone to his ear. Hello? A cow's voice on the other end of the line said in panic, Hack, this is a big deal. The king ate a fried egg with chili. This is a big deal. Tio Hawk exclaimed in surprise, what? I hid all the chili peppers already, but I don't understand how they found out. What should we do now? He threw up his hands and said, I tell you it's useless. I don't know either. Akam asked first, seeing Xiao Hei's confused expression. Hack, do you think the king would execute the entire surveillance team? Hack narrowed his eyes and hesitantly replied, yes, quite possibly. Clouds drift lazily in the sky as Supervisor Tran grumbles and orders, let's go. There's nothing more to investigate here. Let's check somewhere else. She looked up and saw a truck falling from above, crashing into the ground and leaving a large dent. Supervisor Tran shouted in panic. Jiang Tu jumped down from above with great force, and she and her subordinates fell to the ground, stumbling. What just happened? This is a truck. He frowned and smirked sinisterly before speaking. Supervisor Tran, next I will take Supervisor Tran for a tour. What just happened? Who is that guy? Jiangxi stands on the car, looking down at Supervisor Tran with a grim and sinister face. She stammered, who are you? Jiang Tu curled his lips, a sly glint in his eyes as he spoke. It's been so long, but I'm the Jiangxi you're looking for. The subordinate of Supervisor Tran was stunned. She opened her mouth in shock. What? Another man frantically asked, are you Jiangxi? Supervisor Tran stood up abruptly. I remember you not being like this. Jiang Tu lands on the ground with a sinister smile. I took off my mask. She backed away in confusion when she saw him approaching. Wait, don't come near me. Jiang Tu snapped his fingers and spoke. Since Supervisor Tran traveled a long way here, I prepared a few gifts for the occasion. Stir-fried eggs with canned chili. Please accept this gift. Your underlings appear, each holding a bowl of eggs and offering them. Jiang Tu pressed his face close to Supervisor Tran. We don't eat people. She frowned. What? He reached out and lifted her up. Jiangxi bent her knees to gain momentum and said, this is an outer district. How can we investigate? Let's move somewhere more lively. He flew up and grabbed Supervisor Tran, making her scream. Her two subordinates were panicked. Supervisor Tran, oh my god! Supervisor Tran gaped in shock, eyes wide as he watched him soar higher and higher. One of them exclaimed, oh my god, he's jumping too high. The other urged him to chase after him quickly. Little Black suddenly saw him lifting her up high and shouted out with Supervisor Tran on the other side. Akam added, the king is also there, hurry up. Supervisor Tran, suspended in midair, shouted in panic. Jiangxi chose a nearby building and then descended. He stood on the building and lifted her up, saying, look. Jiangxi gently shook the suspended Tran's shoulder and introduced, this is my city, over 2 million square kilometers and preparing to expand with a new district. There are senior office workers, listed companies, and more than 1,000 job positions across architecture and other industries needed. And we can bring in nearly 100 billion in taxes for Guangzhou. He pulls her to jump down from the building, making her cry out and scream, I understand, let me down quickly. Jiang Tu pulls Song Sok to supervise Tran. Let's just talk about Xi'an. He drags her to the traffic light. We always comply with the law and traffic safety, with no violations. The truck driver arrived and was startled to see him. You sit in the truck, panicked as you see Jiang Tu walk by. Something's wrong, my leg's cramping, but I don't pay attention and keep going. He kicked the truck with his foot, making Supervisor Tran sweat and shout. Then the kick flew away and the truck sped off. Her subordinates quickly paid the taxi as soon as they arrived, staring in shock at the car crashing straight into the high-rise building. Xiao Hei flies over to the building and pulls the driver out of the car. Supervisor Tran stammers speechless. You're killing people. Zhang Tu spoke coldly. Not at all. He explained, when my men appear, all my subordinates have their own skills, and they won't let residents die unjustly. At the intersection, no cars pass by, and two of Supervisor Tran's subordinates run over. Supervisor Tran? Zhang Tu pushed her aside for the two of them, and the two subordinates helped escort Supervisor Tran. Zhang Tu approached Xiao He and the others, saying, I know why Supervisor Tran came here today. Let him go regardless of the outcome. They stood silently watching him. Who dares to stop me from opening up this city? The truck crashes into the high-rise building. Zhang Tu's voice is cold as he says, if you still fear living long, you can try it. Tran's junior officer gasped and shouted. The intersection was deserted and someone spoke up. Xiao Guang, let's go home. My foot is a bit numb. Xiao Guang stammered to ask, is this what it feels like to be overwhelmed? Looking at Zhang Tu, he nervously continued, he's even less human than the minister. He smirked mischievously. Xiao Guang sweatily replied, who said he's cowardly and weak? I want to kill that bastard, Zhang Xi said as he walked away. Let's go home. I won't feed you there before I change my mind. Supervisor Tron suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment. I acknowledge your city management skills. You do very well. But as a team leader, you need not only management ability, but also combat strength. Zhang Tu stopped in his tracks when he heard Supervisor Tron. Xiao He was surprised. A Cow was confused. A Cam was flustered. A Mao and A Lang were stunned. As the group members rushed to cover her mouth, she frowned and continued. As the team leader, you must have the strength to protect your city. I don't see you have the power to defend the city. Zhang Tu's followers rush forward to cover Supervisor Tran's mouth, leaving her stunned as she looks around confusedly. Zhang Tu stands silently in front, speaking in a deep, steady voice. So what? Zhang Tu turned his head with a sinister smile and looked at Supervisor Tron, asking, want to see my true strength? The whole gang of his trembles, making her confused. Zhang Tu nodded and said, sure. The bright sunlight shone down as everyone gathered on the beach. A Cow standing beside everyone nervously said, I have a bad feeling about this. The atmosphere grew tense. The suspicious group led by Supervisor Tran looked confused, and she asked, what are you guys bringing me here for? The cunning shadow of him was illuminated by the sunlight shining on the sea. She is confused. A Cow suddenly calls out, Supervisor Tran? He subtly implied, if anything happens later, Supervisor Tran will be responsible, and it has nothing to do with us. Supervisor Tran panicked. She is stunned. Zhang Xi glances at Supervisor Tran. Everyone stared at him in shock. Supervisor Tran looked confused. What is he doing? Rocks and dirt fly up from below, shocking her subordinate.
What is this? How does the stone know how to act?
Zhang Tu clenched his fists and stood silently in front, his eyes half closed. Standing still and looking ahead, everyone watching Tran was stunned and shouted, what's that? I'm still standing here, a huge wave crashing against the surface of the stone in front of me. Zhang Tu's voice shouted loudly, stop! He stood silently in front of everyone's panic. What are these two subordinates of Supervisor Tran trying to do with such a reckless attitude? A powerful force suddenly struck where the three of them, causing them to scream loudly. The ground exploded, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. A Cow grabs the collar of one of her subordinates. Supervisor Tran is thrown to the ground by the overwhelming pressure. She stared in shock at Supervisor Tran and Xiao Guang, who sat stunned on the ground looking ahead. Xiao Guang nervously asked where their team leader had gone. Where did a Cow get that huge telescope in front of her? Supervisor Tran stared at the telescope with his mouth agape. She saw Saturn from afar through the glass, Saturn standing alone in the dark universe. Zhang Xi looked up, and Supervisor Tran stared in shock. Is there really such a thing? His face tense, he glanced ahead. The image of Saturn was magnified, and a planet appeared near Saturn, a planet standing in the vast universe far from Earth Van Dam. The group watching in shock exclaimed, damn, this illusion is too real. Are you really human? Zhang Xi raised his arm, curled two fingers, clenched his fist, and spun his hand several times to prepare for the attack. Zhang Tu delivers a deadly punch upwards. The entire group of Supervisor Tran and his men scream out, defeated. Zhang Tu remains in the same stance. A Cow shouts loudly, get out of the way. A strong gust of wind hits Supervisor Tran in the face. The surface of the water on one side of the earth rises high, and a massive flood crashes into the city. A Cow struggles to hold back the floodwaters as her followers scream loudly. Tu Long and Hu Hu are thrown inside the headquarters. She lies on the ground and asks what happened. The alarm bell rings. Level 12. Tsunami warning, warning, warning. Level 12 tsunami alert. Tu Long and Hu Hu turn towards the door as a huge wave crashes into the city. They scream, what is that? Is the end of the world coming early? Tu Long and Hu Hu gasped. The alarm bell rings, warning of a level 12 tsunami, threatening human development. The barricades are raised, and the first level plan is activated. The wave was blocked by the barrier. Zhang Xi soared into the sky, then suddenly landed in the middle of the wave. Zhang Tu's face was so grim it was almost frightening as she looked ahead and asked, have you seen it now? The water surface churned again. Supervisor Tron fell to the ground in panic as Zhang Xi stood silently, watching the surging waves behind them.
The sunlight illuminates the entire sky as Zhang Tu's group watches the taxi drive further away.
The three supervisors in the car are sweating nervously. Damn, monster, he's not human, not even scarier than a monster. The car drives away, and the figures of Zhang Xi's group gradually fade into the distance. A cow worries, are we being too harsh? Are they going to reclaim the city? Little Black is sweating bullets. I don't think so. From above, a vast plain stretches out with a huge deep pit in the center. After returning, Supervisor Tran's mental state was no longer normal, subtly accepting the situation with the city managed by Jiangxi in a different development. Below the prison where Dr. Jiaming is held in the laboratory, the bespectacled man with red eyes crossed his arms as he looked at the king of Jiangxi chained tightly on the bed. This Jiang is really terrifying, the doctor continued. I wonder how he will deal with this guy. Shouldn't we be amazed by Dr. Kiet Min? He was able to create such terrifying creatures. The doctor said again, Damn Kiet Min, is he creating gods? He pondered. If Dr. Kiet Min dedicates himself to humanity, then he would be truly great. The doctor asked suspiciously, Do you think he's still alive? The bespectacled man quickly denied, No way, there's no sign of life left. A spy, Chai, whose appearance was unknown, poured a liquid into a glass of water. They continued their conversation without noticing his presence. Dr. Kiet Min's voice echoes in the spy's ear. Follow my instructions. CHL-47 will merge with the biological solution. The spy, holding 2 chemical solutions, follows his guidance, with a ratio of 71. King Guangthi has only lost consciousness. His body is still intact, and there is still a chance for recovery. He quickly injects the solution into his body as soon as Dr. Kiet Min finishes speaking, while the man with red laser glasses turns his back and walks toward the door, saying, I am going on patrol. The spy sneered, What's there to patrol 3,000 meters underground? Then he turned back to King Guangthi, decisively stabbed him with the syringe, causing the doctor and him to be stunned. The liquid in the syringe gradually transfers into King Guangthi. The man with the red laser glasses punches the spy who stabbed the wall. He shouted in panic, What did you do? His eyes wide open as a huge explosion erupted, causing everyone in the laboratory to scream. Team leader Nagan stood outside, eyes wide, asking what happened. The alarm sounded. Warning, warning. The dust begins to settle. The king of Guangthi stands up suddenly, clenches his fists, and looks at them. Dr. Kiet Min orders an exchange. Kill them all and save me, and I will make you stronger than Jiang. A plane is approaching the base from above, and someone kicks the airplane door. The airplane door flew off, and everyone on board screamed in fear. A voice commands loudly, telling everyone to stay still and be honest to avoid danger. As a man approaches the cockpit with a gun pressed to the pilot's head. Don't try any tricks. Wait until we finish, then we'll let you go. The plane moves in fear. Xiao Hong suddenly appeared at the plane door, brushed past a young man, and said loudly, We have only this option because they set up alarms within a few hundred miles. Her subordinate replied, Your Majesty, they attach self-destruct devices to Dr. Kiet Min. Or should we plan a detailed strategy? Xiao Hong frowned. No need, just a minor human issue. If you can't handle this small matter, then how can you be kings? The way to deal with violence is to be more violent than them. They jumped straight into the base shouting, Kill them all! A voice suddenly rang out, startling the group leaders. Look up there quickly. The group leader urgently ordered, Secure the prison. Set up defenses now. People jumped down from above. Soldiers raised their guns and fire. But every shot is dodged by the prison break group. One of the group leaders loudly reassures everyone. Don't panic. Stay calm. We still have 30 group leaders. They can't fight back. The scene inside the prison turns chaotic. Commander Tong anxiously asks, What is happening? The prison break. Yao Hong stands proudly with her arms crossed, looking at the current base layout. She's on the first floor, then at 320 meters where the chief and other leaders are. 500 meters more is where the chief and the major leaders are located. The next 2,990 meters is where the king of Guangthi is. Finally, 3,000 meters away is where Dr. Kiet Min is held. The bespectacled man with red eyes at level 3,000 is thrown against the wall. He was stunned as the king of Guangthi glided past. The king of Guangthi, standing opposite Dr. Kiet Min, said, I really hate you. Do you think I will save you? Jiang and you, your death is more important. He smirked. His subordinate was stunned. What? Dr. Kiet Min said threateningly. Fight Jiang once.
You think you're the best in the world besides Jiang?
I created you, even though I am just an ordinary person. If I want you to live, you live. If I want you to die, you must die. Right now, you're still too inexperienced. The king of the corpse. King grits his teeth. What? He glanced at him and then spoke. But don't worry. Once you've fulfilled my dream, I will end it myself. The king of the corpse. King raised his hand to his chin in disdain and said, Humans going insane are 100,000 times more terrifying than other creatures and can help me become as strong as Jiangxi. Are you serious? Dr. Kiet Min's eyes furrow with determination as he declares, I guarantee it. If I say it, I can do it. Looking down at the base from above, the commander faces off against a prison escapee. Skadu as another escapee charges at the group leader, and the base echoes with loud shouts. The stubborn group leader, holding a weapon, asks sharply, Who are you? What are you doing here? Tu Hong's people stare coldly at them. She steps forward to the leaders and says, I don't want to waste words with you. Tu Hong Long looked at each person and said, There are 2 options. Hand over Dr. Kiet Min and you will live. Refuse and I will show you my strength. The stubborn team leader angrily attacked her with a pipe, dreaming of defeating her. Tu Hong's face tensed in annoyance as she slightly furrowed her brow. The group leaders roared and charged at her all at once. Do you think this is where you can order us to release them? The sound of fighting echoes throughout the base. Below the 3000th floor, a robotic arm falls to the ground. The director lies collapsed on the ground, struggling to ask what just happened, while the team leader, confused, insists he saw nothing. The soldiers panicked and exclaimed, "Oh my God!" They raised their guns towards Xiao Hong. "Fire! Shoot quickly!" She gazed at them silently as the soldiers kept firing bullets at her. The bullets seemed to have no effect on Xiao Hong at all. She stood tall, facing the barrage of gunfire. Tu Hong's subordinate arrogantly said, "This level of scientific technology is only this much." A loud explosion echoed at the place where Dr. Kiet Min was held. "Aren't you supposed to explode when touched? Why are we so calm right now?" he explained grimly. "After the power outage, there are 2 empty wires. No machine is perfect." King of the Kuangthi stepped forward, and the subordinate of Dr. Kiet Min whispered behind his back, "On Min, he's already strong. Do we really need to make him even stronger?" With his arrogance, I fear there will be other problems, and there's no better vessel than him anymore. The king of Kuangthi suddenly halted, his eyes glancing ahead. In front of him lay a line of people collapsed on the ground, with the chief minister missing an arm and gritting his teeth to endure. Junior disciple of Dr. Jie Ming shouted in surprise, "What's happening?" As the smoke gradually dissipated, Xiao Hong still stood firm without a scratch. She looked at him and said, "Dear Dr. Keep Min, Hong Di declares, a person who cannot even touch a strand of hair from Zhang Xi's second form is not worthy to be your vessel." Dr. Kiet Min and his henchmen are both bewildered. King Kuangthi frowned at her words. Little Hong continued and proposed, "Why not study my body instead? What do you think?" She stood still, waiting for his response. The king of the undead laughed loudly with contempt. "Interesting, so you mean you're stronger than me?" A tense atmosphere surrounds them. Xiao Hong boldly challenged him, "Not just a little stronger. If you don't believe it, you can try for yourself." He suddenly rushed towards her. Xiao Hong punched straight at the king of the undead's face. Dr. Kiet Min and his subordinate were surprised, and Xiao Hong's 2 followers were stunned, her hand still in the same punching position. The team leader and the chief minister were stunned as Xiao Hong's punch released a powerful wave of magic. The king of the demonic beast was knocked back by her punch, crashing through a thick wall. A large crack appears in the wall as the king of the undead crashes into it. He grits his teeth in anger, matching the strength of Jiangxi earlier. Damn it, there's still this issue. The king of corpse suddenly saw the bomb attached in front of him and knelt down to take it. The Kuangthi king leapt up and flew straight to the bomb, roaring loudly, "Die, all of you!" Getmans Jr. was panicked. That was a nuclear reactor. "What are you trying to do?" Xiao Hong stood still, watching the actions of the king of the corpse. The director's eyes widened in shock. This is bad. He swung his hand and King Kuangthi punched the bomb directly. His subordinate shouted, "I knew this thing was untrustworthy." The bombs that once held Dr. Kiet Min exploded. Xiao Hong still calmly watches the scene before her and then extends her hand to use her magic. The bombs that had been gradually dying out suddenly revived back to their original state. The king of the Kuangthi was stunned and furious. Dr. Kiet Min's disciples were shocked. "What?" The minister and the team leader gape in surprise. The bomb site was gradually pressed back into a pile of scrap metal and collapsed, falling straight onto the king of the undead. He lay there in pain, collapsed on the ground as everyone looked in shock towards King Kuangthi. Small Hongdu spoke. "With such limited strength, how can you claim to be king?" She suddenly raised her hand and his body immediately flew towards her. She squeezed his neck and lifted King Kuangthi, coldly asking, "How did Jiangtu deal with you?" He gritted his teeth in anger. "What?" Xiao Hong tightened her grip around King Kuangthi's neck, making his face contort. Her sharp eyes stared directly into his. Xiao Hong entered King Kuangthi's mind, making him panic. He stammered, "You look at her." He suddenly remembered Jiangtu and spoke in fear. "You belong to a civilization from before," King Kuangthi shouted in panic. Xiao Hong clenched his neck tightly and said darkly, "It's good that you know." Her eyes narrowed, sharp as a blade. Xiao Hong forcefully threw the king of mummies to the ground as he collapsed, lying helplessly beneath her gaze in the silent space, just awakened and already frightened to death by Chu Xiao Hong. The chief and the team leader stared wide-eyed as Kiet Min's subordinate broke out in a cold sweat. She looked at him and spoke, "Dear Dr. Kiet Min." Xiao Hong propped one hand on her hip and asked arrogantly, "Do I have the right to be your vessel now?" She stared intently at Dr. Jia Ming, waiting for his answer. He was stunned. Then Dr. Kiet Min smirked and immediately agreed. "Of course, in the city where Jiangxi is." Tu Long brushed past Akao loudly. "Move aside, I have urgent business." He hesitated to stop him. "No, group leader, now is not the time to meet the king." She was confused. "It's urgent, I give up. Take me to see your big brother quickly," Akao said with goosebumps. "No, it's too dangerous." Tu Long wondered. "Dangerous? I have no idea what you're talking about." She quickly opens the door and hurriedly says, "Gijiang Tu, something's wrong. There's bad news." Zhang Tu, holding a glass of wine, turned to look at Tu Lang. She was startled and asked, "What?" Tu Long, confused, asked, "When did you start living like this?" He smiled a terrifying smile and replied, Sometimes changing your way of life is quite interesting. What do you want from me? She frowned and asked. Dr. Kiet Min has run away. Zhang Tu calmly replied, I knew your trash gang wasn't a match for Chu Xiaohong. Tu Lang was stunned. You only found out about what just happened 10 minutes ago. He smiled and explained, Chu Xiaohong used her bloodline power. I can sense it. She looked confused. Bloodline power? Tu Lang quickly turned around and said, I need to report this to my superior. Zhang Tu reached out and held her back. If you've come here, don't leave so quickly. I haven't lived peacefully with humans for a long time. Maybe we could have a meal together, and I could show you around my city. She was surprised by his words. Tu Lang struggled to break free from his grip and shouted, Don't think anymore. Is this how you're taking someone to tour the city? Don't think I don't know what you're doing with Supervisor Tran. Zhang Tu calmly took a sip of water from the glass and walked away, saying over her shoulder, I don't have time to play with you now. It's urgent. I have to go back right away. Hey, wait. Zhang Tu mischievously asked, So you don't want to learn how to use my bloodline power? Tu Lang widened her eyes in shock, turning around in confusion and asking, What? Your bloodline power? He smiled with a sinister grin. Tu Lang panicked and stepped back, awkwardly replying, Well then, let's have a date sometime. At the hospital, doctors hurriedly moved the leaders' beds into the examination room to make way for emergency treatment. A doctor spoke, still breathing. The doctor looked at the commander trying to say something on the bed, then leaned in and asked, What did you say? His voice tiredly echoed, Please, the minister is in Dr. Kiet Min's laboratory. Zhao Hong sat calmly on the chair, Dr. Kiet Min resting his hand on the table and marveling, That's incredible. I've never seen such a distorted body before. It's not scientific at all. Lam Nin coldly reminded, Hey, don't mess around with your research. His envy must work. Don't ruin the king's body. His subordinate crossed his arms confidently and said, Don't worry. Trust Dr. Kiet Min's research. He is the smartest person among us. Dr. Kiet Min frowned and said, There was a successful case before, but it was brought by Jiang Tutu. Even though your kings are not human, with me around, it's not a problem. Now only Jiang Tusi's jealousy is missing. Lam Ling sweat and asked, Are you planning to make us go steal Jiang Tusi's feathers? He said from afar, I'm not stupid enough to send you all to your deaths. Xiao Hong's two followers exchanged glances, and her subordinate asked, So what should we do? Zhang Tu also can't just give it to anyone. Tu Hong sat calmly inside, watching the conversation. The disciple of Dr. Kiet Min laughed loudly and rummaged in his pocket to find something. He took out a vial of liquid from his shirt pocket and said, This matter won't trouble us. Damn, how did you guys do that? Dr. Kiet Min poured the liquid into the test tube after someone had obtained Jiang Xi's DNA to check if her body would turn into a zombie. He continued, I told my subordinates to take her blood. Her followers were stunned, treacherous humans. Dr. Kiet Min looked at his disciple smiling and continued, Sometimes this spy can be quite reliable. All right, let's get started. In the evening in this big city, the chef at the restaurant hesitated as she served the food because of Tu Lang's attitude. She suddenly realized and asked, So that's it? Your ability isn't actually called that. What if you can't return to your old self? Are there any side effects? Zhang Tu didn't rush to answer, only smirking arrogantly. Tu Lang urged him to speak, then returned to his normal state with a blank expression. She angrily grabbed Jiang Xi's collar and shouted, Damn it, can't you wait until you finish talking? You're changing your attitude again? I gave up a lot of important things to go on a date with you. You're turning your back on me again? You irresponsible person. Tu Lang shook himself violently. He shouted loudly, Hurry up and change back for me, quickly, Jiang Xi calmly said. No, it's not mandatory for you. You did it voluntarily. She shouted loudly. Your cousin looked at the chef and called out loudly, Where's your chili? Give me a kilogram. The chef panicked and replied, The city's chili has been completely destroyed by Minister Xiao He at the city hospital in 2 months. I have visited your brother twice at the hospital. Before I fell into a coma, did you manage to send out the message? Don't worry, I just received the message and have already sent the satellite signal, emphasizing that it's an urgent matter. He remained silent. Lam Kai leaned back puzzled as he continued. You guys are really useless, so many of you, and there are voice-controlled nuclear bombs. Yet a girl managed to break out of prison. The chief minister explained immediately. This time, the enemy is very different. Clearly the bomb has already exploded, but the young master somehow forced it to stop, as if he's not from this era. She spoke in a low voice. I understand I have sent the message. The minister must have received it. The sun shone through the clouds onto the city below, and beneath the ground filled with machines, someone marveled, I didn't expect there to be a city down here. The civilization must not be too low. It's a pity it's just a pile of ruins. I understand. The minister, a messenger reports, Minister, it's an emergency. The minister gazed thoughtfully around, his eyes fixed on the withered corpse sitting before him, unwavering in his stare. Minister, there's an emergency. Dr. Kiet Min we just captured has escaped. The subordinate looked in the same direction as him and was amazed. What? Could this be it? He stared blankly. The minister looked at the corpse and replied, Yes, the color of an ancient person. He continued, with 134 broken bones all over the body, as if crushed by some monster. The subordinates were speechless with surprise. The minister regretfully said, The scariest part is that the entire model was burned, so it didn't rot after 1,000 years. Now it's just an empty shell, with no value for research anymore. He marveled, "It seems a great war once took place here. Oh my, such advanced technology. This monster is too powerful." He looked around and asked again, "There's nothing left to explore here. What did you just say?" His subordinate immediately spoke up. The Extraordinary Human Academy recruited a pretty strong team leader, and he captured Dr. Kiet Min. He looked at the minister and continued speaking, but somehow Dr. Kiet Min had been rescued. Most of the team leaders were seriously injured, and now the headquarters was in great danger with their combat effectiveness severely diminished. The minister stepped forward and ordered, "Let's go." His subordinate wondered what this was. He brushed off the dust, revealing the people underneath. Suddenly, the minister froze as a small hovering machine approached, scanning each person's face. "What?" The minister was surprised. The two nearby subordinates also froze in place as the scanning machine approached, one of them standing face to face with the minister. One of his subordinates exclaimed in amazement that it had been broken for thousands of years but still usable. The shadow of the cloaked figure appeared beneath the withered corpse and spoke. "This is the first time I've seen a human with such a powerful body." The minister's subordinate quickly spoke up. The minister calmly replied, "What are you panicking for? It's just a projection." The projection of that person looks directly at him as the ancient figure makes a proposal. "I can help you become stronger, as long as you swear to protect human civilization." That withered corpse still sits above the projection of that person. The respected minister replied, "Senior, there's no need to say that. I just want to learn more about ancient humans. Why did you all perish?" A projection screen appeared above the head of the covered figure. He also looked up confused, and Jiangxi's face appeared on the screen. His subordinate froze and asked, "Is this image serious?" Over 1,000 years ago, Earth didn't just have the 2 continents it has now. Another part of the planet emerged. At that time, Earth was divided into 7 continents and 8 oceans, with over 100 countries, thriving and prosperous. Many people invested to create machines, making humans stronger, and we gathered resources. Many machines have taken off into space. Have we succeeded in traveling between the stars? A powerful robot was created, with technological strength reaching an unprecedented level. A massive explosion erupted in space. At that time, we dominated the aliens. Their advanced technology was like ants compared to us. The flying beast hovering in the sky, the underground monsters were nothing to us. The ancient person was disappointed. Only with zombies. We can't handle it. The minister's subordinate wondered why. "Minister, is he trying to deceive us? This thing clearly has no offensive power at first glance." The minister replied, "Ancient people wouldn't joke about this. Do you realize that? Since we were born, there have been Kuangthi." He then realized, Yes, indeed." Another subordinate asked, "So we build many academies to fight the zombies, but even though we always dominate them, we can't eliminate them completely. Is it because of this creature?" The minister looked at the ancient figure and asked, "Elder, with such a terrifying creature, what should we do?" The ancient figure said softly, "I don't have much time left. I am just someone who transfers memories of my life into others before I die. Back then, we only focused on developing knowledge and technology. However, your generation has taken a different path from ours. It turns out that physical training can also reach different heights. This has given me hope." A small hole suddenly appeared. The ancient person continued, "When something is emerging from the hole, you all practice physical cultivation combined with the wisdom of the ancients, and a shimmering metallic glove appears. Surely it can." The minister was amazed. This is ancient technology. The ancient person solemnly reminds you, "Remember that no matter what race appears in this world, their words echo that only the undead are humanity's greatest enemies." The minister orders his subordinates to take the glove, take it away, and he gratefully thanks. "Thank you, senior. We will not let you down." The ancient person projected the image onto the withered corpse. The minister looked back one last time and then spoke. "Let's go. These devices are no longer useful." The subordinate asked, "So now we have to find the person in the clip just now?" He walked forward and said, "Deal with Dr. Kiet Min first." The minister paused in thought and said, "This world is so vast. Finding a zombie is like searching for a needle in a haystack." The clouds drift lazily across the clear blue sky. Too Long answers the phone. "Yes, I understand." After ending the call, she looks at Jiangxi and says, "The minister will be back soon. Inform all staff to hold a meeting. You have to go too." "You're surprised." "Me." Jiang Tu wondered in her mind. "Minister, you asked who it was?" In the laboratory, sometime later, Dr. Kiet Min looked into the green liquid tube in front of him waiting and said, "Still a little short. It's almost there. Just a little more." He laughed excitedly. "It's a success." Xiao Hong lies in the liquid pool, her whole body sinking into the blue liquid. 2 of Xiao Hong's underlings sit outside waiting. Lan Yin picks up the coin she was given and speaks wearily. "Our clan only has 1 coin left." Han the Luang said, "As the chief steward of the Blood Clan, I have to do multiple jobs in a day, but still can't support you all." "This last fortune teller is just a beggar." Lam Lin cried, "I want to die." The underling leaned in and whispered, "Don't be sad anymore. Have you forgotten what our status is?" "We have hands and feet, so might as well do some side jobs," he said disappointedly. "Don't talk nonsense. What side jobs?" He immediately replied, "Rob a bank," the underling recounted. When I arrived here, I found a bank, and the people there were acting very slowly, like snails. It took us half an hour just to get the money. He continued when he saw the bank staff awkwardly laughing, the first time witnessing a bank with such sluggish efficiency. The subordinate confirmed, "With our skills, we can finish in 10 seconds, as long as we move fast enough. Even a missile couldn't catch us." He schemed and impressed everyone, grabbing the money and running immediately. "With this speed, I assure you, everything will be fine." He smiled cunningly, pleased, delicious. The large city with modern equipment, the headquarters of Guangzhou province, prompted the subordinates to report. "Minister, all the team leaders are present. The meeting can begin." The minister quickly put on his mask. A convoy departs on the road. Jiangxi and Zilang, along with the other group leaders, step out of the vehicle. Over there, Little Hong is still immersed in the green liquid. A pig-masked man stands facing the bank while at the same time, elsewhere. Lam Lin and his subordinate looked around. A car drove past them, and he muttered angrily when he saw the car slow down so lazily. The voice from the car echoes out, "Lam Lin can leave now." His hand holding the gun and the pig mask on his head are ready. No mistakes are allowed. "Don't worry, I've already investigated it. This place has the fewest people. Robbing banks is our thing." Minister Xiao Hawk, the February financial report has been submitted. Lam Lin and his accomplice stepped out of the car, ready to proceed. They gradually entered the bank, but unfortunately, they didn't realize it was the People's Bank, managed by Jiangxi. The subordinate reported the target for Xiao He, who had already compiled the total amount for this month as 435.6 billion yuan. He looked at them carefully and said, "Double check again, make sure nothing is missed. As loyal subordinates of Jiangxi, we can't let the city lose a single coin." The subordinate immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Lam Ling and his henchmen angrily shouted, "Don't move! Stay still for me!" He excitedly held each stack of money and laughed loudly. "This is a fortune." Two hawks suddenly saw smoke rising from afar and wondered, "What happened over there?" Lam Lin and his thug escaped in a car with the money, no longer needing to live like dogs. The subordinate hurriedly reports, "Something's wrong, Minister Little Black. The bank has been robbed." Hack quickly panicked when he heard that. "What?" Lam Lin suddenly froze when he heard a threatening voice call out. Lam Lin, his face turning pale, looked out the car window and asked, "Who told me to?" Wait, this feeling is Toe Hawk looking down from above at Lam Lin's car, and he was sweating in fear. Lam Lin immediately grabbed the collar of the henchman and shouted, "Which bank did you rob, stupid?" "I don't know. I really don't know." He quickly took out a notebook to find the bank's name, People's Bank of Jiangxi. Lam Lin's face was expressionless as he peeked out the car window at Xiao He. Lam Lin shouted loudly as Two Hawk's fierce face slammed straight into him, appearing like a truly cool god, with his hands still swinging tiny beads. Lam Lin and the guy in the coat both gape in fear and scream. Then he hurriedly orders the guy in the coat, "Drive the car. Are you waiting to receive an award?" He is the most mysterious junior that Zhang Tuthu accepted back in 800 AD. "I don't care what you and your queen want to do. If you want to live, then come on and punch that word into your fist." Two Hackduck's eyes turned red with anger as he shouted at them, "Give me the money now!" Then he slammed his fist into the ground with full force, shattering everything around him. Two Hack's punch was so powerful it shook an entire skyscraper, causing nearby vehicles to be lifted into the sky and the people inside to be jolted and lifted without understanding what was happening. Many cars were affected and floated in the sky. The coat-clad boss looked on curiously, impressed. "That's terrifying." Lam Lin is also very amazed. "What's that?" The hoodie boss grips the steering wheel in frustration. "Big brother, the money we stole isn't even enough for you to fix your bike." Then he looked out the car window and sighed. It's over. He's gone crazy. After that powerful punch, Little Black stood silently, looking up at the sky. Lam Lin saw the situation was getting out of control and ordered his men to split up and run. "Tell the king that we caused trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped out and said, "I will hold him back." Immediately after, Lam Lin's men all jumped out of the carriage, each heading in different directions. Little Black saw that and immediately said, "No one is allowed to run." Lam Lin still maintained his arrogant attitude. "Perfect timing. They are all butlers. I also want to see how strong you are." Then his eyes fell on something, and he froze in surprise. Suddenly, Xiao He charged forward, elbowing Lam Lin in the face and proudly shouting, "You're not worthy to stand shoulder to shoulder with me." He cried out in pain, then took another punch from Little Black. Seeing his accomplices being beaten mercilessly, the man in the coat turned back and shouted loudly. It turns out that Little Black was chasing him, and as he ran, he shouted desperately, "Help! Help!" The scene shifts to the headquarters in Guangzhou, where many people are gathered in the hall. The minister appears, accompanied by his subordinates, and a respectful voice is heard below saying, "Greetings, minister." He then spoke aloud to everyone. "I have received news that Dr. Kiet Min has escaped from prison, and I also have an important matter to announce." Then the minister turned his face toward a certain direction and hummed, and there was a subordinate taking out something. Then he pulled out a golden arm with a blue gem in the middle. The chief minister frowned in curiosity. "What is this?" The team leader quickly guessed it was a golden arm. To prevent confusion, the minister then introduced this mysterious arm. "This is ancient technology." The two guys below are surprised. "What?" Some people in the crowd also found it hard to understand. Ancient science and technology. Tu Long and Lam Ki also stared in shock. The others all looked intently at that arm, completely confused. The minister began to recount that he discovered it underground in a canyon, and that all information about ancient times disappeared once he obtained it. Hearing about such advanced technology, the team leader burst out laughing with delight. With ancient science and technology, Dr. Jiming and that revealing woman are just illusions. That's right, Minister Tan? But the minister continued to talk about the use of this thing. We don't need it to deal with Dr. Kiet Min. We will use it against someone else. Then he continued to recount. According to the ancient hologram, there is a monster on Earth that destroyed the ancient civilization, causing its collapse. Hearing that, the minister stammered and repeated, "Monster, monster." From Lang couldn't believe his ears, so he spoke up to explain. What is the minister joking about? Did the ancient humans all go extinct, and are there really terrifying monsters on Earth? The minister replied to her calmly but firmly. Yes, as the ancient people said, this monster is very dangerous, a creature capable of destroying civilization. We need to be careful. Warning, Tulung asked nervously. Is it really true? A monster like this? Where is he now? The minister gave in but still reminded him. I don't know if ancient people talked much. Maybe somewhere in the world. We need to be careful. So, how do you use this thing? The minister immediately raised his hand to demonstrate. Even though he didn't speak, he looks approachable. Let me try. Just put it on and press the button in the middle. Then he and Jiangxi stared intently at the golden arm with hope and determination. We must find this monster and eliminate the threat. Suddenly he froze for a moment. The minister looked down and looked panicked as if he saw something strange. Then he froze for a moment as if he wanted to say something. Jiangxi looked up at him with an awkward, confused smile. Not sure what's happening. I just saw the minister suddenly shout, "Damn it," and then reach out to grab that precious golden arm. The chief and the team leader looked around stiffly to see if anything was happening, while Jiangxi stood still and emotionless. From above, Lam Lin's body plummeted down at incredible speed and crashed straight into the building, causing a loud explosion. Tu Long was shaken and staggered. Lam Kai frowned and asked, "What just flew by?" Lam Lin has now fallen straight into the hall where the meeting was held. He slipped and slid through the room so quickly and forcefully that he left a trail of smoke behind. Tu Long Kwang got up, covering his nose to avoid the smoke, and asked, "What's going on?" Where Lam Lin landed, leaving behind a cloud of dust and smoke with no sign of him, he was buried under a pile of falling rocks, and the scene shifts to a clear blue sky. Bright sunlight, as if it were just an ordinary day. Inside the main hall, Xiao Hei also landed shortly after. From the outside, the headquarters appeared to have a large hole left by Lam Ling when he was kicked in. Tiny Black stood up straight, chest puffed out with pride. Lam Lin's face was battered and bruised, only able to weakly groan. "Your Majesty, save me. Everyone around is curious and talking. Who is that?" Never seen before. Tu Lang looked shocked. She recognized this person. This is Jiangxi's subordinate. Jiangxi only steps out now to notice someone no one else is paying attention to. Xiao Hei, a subordinate, immediately reports to the minister that he is a zombie. Tiny Black stands on the edge of a high building, watching the chaos below as a crowd rushes out to attack. The team leader angrily shouts, "Damn zombie, you're too arrogant. Do you even know where this is?" Xiao Hei also didn't hold back and shouted back, "Don't interfere." Then he kicked group leader Gang hard right in the face. Tiu Hak's foot lands firmly on the ground, then he delivers a powerful kick right to the chief's stomach. The enemies rush in to surround him from all sides. The stubborn team leader kept attacking him and was thrown straight down below. Kuang Dai was also beaten by Tiu Hak into a crumpled heap under the rocks, barely able to utter a few words. "What is this?" The other group leaders rushed in to gang up on him but got beaten back badly, and all they could do was complain. Why are we the ones getting beaten up? After all, we are the group leaders, so why do we have to clash with this kind of person? Seeing so many people beaten to a pulp, Zi Lang and Xiao Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. Xiao Xiao also marveled at Xiao Hei's power. He is the next level of the guy with the chainsaw from before. The team leader and Lam Lin are lying flat on the ground, looking extremely miserable.
Over by Xiao Hei, he has already soared into the sky, scattering strange tiny particles. Then he raises his hand to strike and shouts,
"Die already." Understand shivered. "Damn, what is this?" Tu Long quickly raised his hand to stop him. "Don't touch it." At this moment, Jiangxi also rushed forward and threw a punch at Little Black, hitting him squarely in the stomach. Jiang Tu delivered a powerful punch right to Xiao Hei's stomach. He let out a painful grunt, and the people inside the hall were blown back. Tu Long landed safely, but Yi Yi was slammed into the wall. The subordinate saw the situation and quickly spoke up. "Minister, the strength of that group leader." The minister calmly replied, "I see now." Then he put on that golden arm and spoke with a somewhat uneasy tone. The group leaders were like ants in front of him. The ancient person was right. He's much stronger than I thought. Jiangxi then pulled Xiao Hei down to the ground. Little Black let out a few tired coughs and looked up, asking, "Great King, why are you here?" Jiangxi coldly replied, "You can't kill them." At this moment, the minister used that golden arm to generate lightning bolts. Jiangxi looked at him and then said to Little Black, "This is the group leader of the headquarters. They are city-level officials for us." He saw something and let out a sound. A black crescent shape appeared in the sky, becoming clearer. It's the sun gradually turning black. The subordinate turned and shouted, "Minister, I don't understand what's happening either. It wasn't me." It was only then that Lang exclaimed full eclipse. Lam Lin and the chief minister also opened their mouths in amazement. Everyone looked up at the sky. Clearly it was daytime, but the sky was gradually becoming eerily dark. The sun had been completely swallowed, leaving only faint rays of light at the edges. Someone in the crowd asked, "What's going on? Where did little Hong come from?" "She is floating in the sky." Some villagers below shouted and pointed, noticing her, while others looked up at the darkening sky suddenly. The minister also looked out to keep an eye on Xiao Hong. Tilling was surprised and asked, "Who is she?" The chief recognized her immediately and shouted, "That's that woman!" Hearing this, Zilang instinctively glanced in his direction. Xiao Hong landed and approached, her eyes blazing red with a sinister smile. She walked arrogantly and declared, "I am invincible now." On the other side, Xiao Hong's companions also quickly landed on the ground. Lam Lin's followers anxiously shouted, "Lam Lin!" Lam Lin is now lying crushed on a rock, crying out for help. "Save me, my subordinates. Immediately order your men to deal with them and save Lam Lin." The subordinates then shout loudly and rush forward with determination. Unexpectedly, both of them were kicked in the stomach by the minister at the same time. The force was so strong that they were thrown out of the building. Spagni! Across from her, Xiao Hong looked towards the courthouse building and saw the thick smoke billowing up. She stood silently, her gaze fixed thoughtfully and schemingly straight ahead. The minister then turned to his subordinate and said, "There will be chaos later. You lead the residents out of the city, leave this place to me." The subordinate quickly responded clearly. Seeing the minister interfere, Xiao Hong coldly said, "People shouldn't meddle in others' affairs." He swiftly charged forward and delivered a punch straight to her face, then shouted with a moral lesson. Xiao Hong snorted in anger and quickly turned to kick the minister hard from below. The three girls watching the scene were all amazed and exclaimed, "Why is she so strong?" "So you're just like that?" At this moment, things are very quiet where Jiang Xi and Xiao He are. "Big King, they are fighting!" Jiang Tu spread his arms indifferently and replied, "It has nothing to do with us." A large explosion occurs within the city, filling the air with thick smoke. The sun gradually begins to rise and the darkness finally passes, leaving behind the blinding rays of sunlight as before. The minister crouched down to the ground, then looked up to threaten, "I'll deal with you first, and then handle Jiang Xi." Little Hong nearby sneered. "You're so arrogant," Lam Qi blurted out involuntarily. Jiang Tu and the minister raised their golden arms, preparing to attack. He extends his arm straight forward, and the golden arm unleashes a terrifying bolt of lightning. He confidently said, "One move to decide the winner." Xiao Hong's hair fluttered in the wind, and she calmly replied, "Okay." Jiang Tu was completely confused, standing there stunned with Xiao He. Xiao Hong leapt high, pointing at the minister, and confidently said, "That's exactly what I want." She rushes at him at lightning speed, so fast that the naked eye can only see a flash of sparks flying out. As she got closer to the minister, Xiao Hong raised her fist, and he responded by raising his golden arm to counterattack. The minister forcefully thrust his arm forward, and the two fierce attacks collided, causing a chaotic tremor that made Hio Hio and Lam Qi stagger and scream. Xiao He breaks all of the minister's fingers. The force of their battle is so strong that the ground-level car windows shatter completely. Amid the raging storm, all that could be heard was screams. One person was thrown into the neighboring building, causing a massive explosion. The minister hunched over, coughing painfully, his arm shattered into pieces. Xiao Hong still stands with her hands on her hips, appearing unaffected by the recent fight. The minister, clutching his shattered golden arm, is visibly furious. "Damn it, what ancient technology. Just for show." The subordinate beside him also expressed his disappointment. "If I had known earlier, I would have fought myself." Xiao Hong also marveled at the minister's strength and praised him. "1,000 years have passed, and you are the strongest human physique I have ever encountered. If you had been born 1,000 years ago and used this technology, I don't know who would have died." Then she pretended to be hurt and moved away. What a pity. Zhang Hong pushed the minister against the wall and clenched her fist, shouting and staring wide-eyed. At that moment, Zilong suddenly appeared behind her like a deity. She held her other hand with a stick, and after a moment, all you could see was Xiao Hong moving up to the rooftop. She stood on this side, glaring at the person across from her, and said, "You picked the wrong fight." Xiao Hong narrowed her eyes and shouted, asking for Su Lang's name. "Who?" Tu Long was fearless, drew her sword, and proudly declared, "I'm your opponent." Her eyes burned red, and her small smile looked very fierce. "What's going on over there?" "What?" The younger brother of Lam Lin looks up to the sky in worry. Brother Lam Lin and Understand ran out from where they were and pulled that guy away. Immediately after, a huge explosion occurred where he had just been standing. Gigi grabbed his head, her eyes glowing with strange red irises and black sclera. He stammered in fear. What? Is that how it is?" Xiao Hong glanced over there and let out a sound. Hui Hui also turned to look at her, glaring at the thug she was choking, still with a defiant look on his face. "Don't be arrogant." The atmosphere grew quiet as Xiao Hong, Tu Lang, and Hu Hiu all faced each other. Tu Long stands tall there, his eyes thoughtful as if devising hundreds of strategies to fight. Tu Lang stands proudly, sword in hand, ready to battle. Minister looked over and was also surprised, letting out a small sound. Lam Qi looked confused and asked, "Tu Lang, the commander hasn't fully understood the situation and just said, 'I just fainted. Did I miss anything?'" The team leader also looked confused. Something was off. Over there, Hyo grabbed Lam Lin's subordinate by the collar and scolded him. Damn it, don't think you can look down on others. She pushed her away hard and then spun around a few times to run away. Hyo instinctively turned around to look. Lam Lin's subordinate still stubbornly advanced, arrogantly saying, I'm not a shrimp or a minnow. Do you think you can bully me easily? Hyo just sneered and replied, Prove it then! She jumped high and charged at Hyo. Hyo quickly reacted, kicking upward to knock her chin back, and said, Is that all you've got? Lam Lin's subordinate let out a pained grunt, and at this moment, Hyo crawled on the ground, adopting a ferocious wolf stance and sneering fiercely. She rushes like lightning towards Lam Lin's subordinate. Then Hyo delivers a straight punch to her face. Those watching inside the office are all amazed. Is Hyo this awesome? Lam Din's subordinate is throwing herself down, supporting herself with her hands on the ground and shouting, Bastard! She then raised one hand, lifted both legs high into the air, and spun around. She looked up at the sky and exhaled heavily. Lam Lin's subordinate swings her arm, blood splattering, and she shouts loudly, her spirit divided by bloodlust. Then, multiple identical Lam Lin subordinates appear. Yao Xiao watched from afar, silently guessing the eye-covering technique, unaffected by the copies of that person, and then rushed forward to kick the stomach of Lam Lin's subordinate. The copies immediately began to vanish. She shouted loudly and disappeared. The Lam Lin subordinate was kicked with such force that he exclaimed in amazement, Is this person really human? Over there, Xiao Hong is slashing with her bare hand. Dust rises exhaustedly from her feet. Tu Lang then spins her sword multiple times, then holds it straight out, performing an invisible strike while standing still, splitting the distant building behind her in half. Due to the powerful and rapid force of that slash, the upper parts of the buildings were torn away from the lower parts, causing screams of fear inside the buildings, and everyone inside the office was also thrown into chaos. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, so powerful. Even the chief minister has to marvel at Tu Lang's incredible ability. Tu Lang, are you really holding on? Something feels off. Why does this state look like someone else? Xiao Hong couldn't help but exclaim upon witnessing this. I see now. She stepped on a stone and told Tu Lang Han why she didn't want her to interfere. So, you have also been enhanced. Unfortunately, you're not the person I am looking for. I want to find Jiang Xi to wash away my shame. Xiao Hong closed her eyes tightly and then opened them with a sharp gaze. I have been waiting for this moment for 1,000 years. My strength can crush you. You're no match for me. I advise you to leave here and don't block the way. Everyone inside the office looked out in shock, their jaws almost dropping. Tu Lang remained silent, as if unconcerned with Xiao Hong's words. Then she finally began to respond to her. You're right, my strength isn't as great as yours. Even with stimulants, I can't beat him, but I don't agree with you winning him with that thing. She raised her hand to her face and smiled slyly, saying, Let me show you something interesting. Xiao Hong frowned in confusion. Cool. Tu Lang scratched her face, her eyes glowing red with a sinister smile, and said, Second clone. Gradually, Tu Lang's face turned to stone as she looked up to the sky. Lam Ki suddenly realized and exclaimed, Wait, that's the chief officer wondering what she's doing? Tu Lang Ha lowered her hand. Xiao Hong watched her frowning and wondered what she was up to. A huge pink vortex suddenly appeared opposite Xiao Hong, blowing wind into the office and causing everyone to cover their faces in surprise and scream. Xiao Hong's eyes widened in shock as Tu Lang's face had now transformed into a strange, monstrous appearance. Her face was pale and cracked, her teeth protruding out, and 4 long white horns had grown on her head. A foggy smoke billowed from the office building. Everyone there was so shocked by Tu Lang's appearance that they almost dropped their jaws. Even Tio Hong was stunned and stammered, while Zhang Tu and Tu Hak standing far away couldn't help but marvel. Xiao Hong's expression turned sour with discomfort, and she immediately spoke up about this. Then she lowered her head as if lost in thought, speaking softly again and again. Tu Lang immediately interrupted her with a taunt, saying, Are you lamenting life? I think we don't need to waste words anymore. When did little Hong launch herself at Tu Lang? She flips through the air and rushes toward her. Tu Lang immediately raises her hand and draws her sword. Little Hong swung out a long, thin red sword and said, You are right. She slammed her mirror down and shouted, Only the weak talk too much. Tu Lang draws her sword and recites a spell to activate the ring. She strikes once and continues to chant, Red ring slash. Tu Hong's face dripped blood down her neck from a deep cut in the middle, and she hurriedly turned and ran in fear. Lam Din's junior sister screamed in terror as a web of sharp white threads spread across the dark red curtain. Tiny red specks of precious beads quickly moved continuously. Tu Lang paused at a right angle to the ground, sword extended outward as if she had just completed a stunning sword strike. Everyone witnessing this scene was stunned. Lam Lin's junior burst into tears and cried out in pain. Your Majesty. Tu Lang stepped back and sheathed her sword. Her legs still stood firmly there, looking very calm. Inside the office, the soldiers of the minister announced, Team leader Zi Lang has shattered her cell. The chief inspector couldn't believe it and turned to question, Are you kidding? What are you joking about? Lam Ki also frowned and snorted. The minister lay on the ground, unable to speak, only holding back his tears. Only then did Tu Lang turn around and say, You're not that kind of coward. Are you planning to ambush me? Strand of DNA. Many colorful lines fall from the sky. It plummeted to the ground where Tu Lang was standing, blood swirling like blades falling from above his head. An arm swings out, revealing only bones and muscles, as if the skin has been stripped away entirely, and someone lands on the ground placing their hand on the surface. So it was Little Red. She got up with her body completely naked. The team leader was so frightened he wondered, are these two still human? Jiangxi, seeing the situation, also guessed. Chu Xiaohong is about to explode, so Yu and Xiao He quickly rush out of the building to a different spot to observe. Su Lang, seeing that Xiaohong is still alive, sighs and says, that insensitive bastard said you're a monster from over 1,000 years ago, and indeed you can't be described by ordinary logic. The minister over there saw something and shouted, what? Lam Lin also angrily jerked the person and shouted, that bastard Jiang Tu! At this moment, Jiang Tu was flying through the sky on Little Black and announced, danger! Get out of here quickly! Little Hong still hadn't moved, just standing with her face lowered and darkened. Tu Long stared at her intently, not daring to miss any sign of distraction. Xiao Hong raised one hand and the sky turned pitch black. It seems she's about to unleash a new move, the sky swirling with dark clouds looking very terrifying. Hong raised her face, her eyes blazing with hatred, and said, not done with you yet. Tu Long saw her like that and immediately prepared to draw his sword for another fight. Fine. At this moment, two shadows are landing on a nearby building when someone says this place is safe. It's obvious it's Jiangxi and Xiao He looking for a new spot to eavesdrop. At the same time, Lam Qi and someone else also flew over, shouting loudly for Mr. Jiang Tu. A figure soared into the air at lightning speed. Xiao Hong immediately drew her red sword and performed a few sword moves. She then unleashed countless tangled slashes like a fierce spider onto the opposite building. What must come will come. That building shattered into pieces. Tu Lang quickly jumped to another building because her original spot had collapsed. As she arrived, another building also split apart. Tu Lang immediately charged forward to dual swords with Tiu Hong. She immediately swung her mirror forcefully at Tu Lang's face. Tu Lang then raised both hands to the sky to block the attack. Then she jumps up, leans forward, and points her sword downward. The onlookers jump in surprise and gasp in amazement. He Jiangxi couldn't help but get excited as he watched. From above, the entire city seemed to be affected by Tu Lang's sword strike, as if it had been split in two. Little Hong fell from the sky, wobbling, then suddenly turned around and looked annoyed, huffing loudly. Little Hong raised one leg, ready to defend herself. Lam Qi looked up in amazement and exclaimed in disbelief, I can't believe that after being fiercely beaten by Tu Lang, Xiao Hong is still unharmed and hasn't died. On the minister's side, he tries to remove the golden hand from his own, but can't, then raises his voice in confusion. What's going on? Unable to remove the gloves, a white figure is flying over the rooftop of the building next door. Tu Lang crawled on the glass like a strange spider. Xiao Hong also rushed toward her as fast as lightning. She regained her stance, then kicked Tu Lang in the face and shouted, the second form can't do anything to me either. Xiao Hong bends down and jumps high. A figure swiftly rushes forward. Xiao Hong raises her hand to defend herself, a deep crimson aura surrounding her every move. She pushes forward with her palm. The director and the team leader stared wide-eyed at the scene. Xiao Hong delivered a powerful punch to Tu Lang's stomach, then struck the building causing the glass to shatter, and with another blow, Tu Lang was battered like a tangled vine. The broken glass on the building's surface revealed an image of Tu Lang's body. Lam Qi gasped, and Tu Lang was stuck to the glass, head hanging without any movement, as the golden hand shot out a powerful electric current, causing the minister to jerk violently. He looked angry and confused. What's wrong with these gloves? A voice said, I request to borrow your body. Suddenly, a swirling energy vortex surrounded the minister, causing him to panic. Who are you? No, it can't be. Ancient person, the minister exclaimed in amazement. Huh? On the other side, Xi Ling was pierced through the stomach by the sword and weakly spoke. You're right. Xiao Hong stared at her from afar, listening intently to every word. She looked serious and wide-eyed, so Tu Lang quickly pulled out the sword that had pierced her and said, I can't do anything to you. Then she jumped down. She lowers her sword to the ground. Tu Lang stands tall, unscathed as if nothing happened, and continues speaking. But you can't do anything to me either. Seeing her escape so miraculously, Lam Qi grabbed Jiang Tu by the collar, pulling and tugging, then loudly threw a tantrum. I want to too. I know what you've done. Tu Lang quickly replied, Don't be too aggressive. Smoke swirling in a spiral pattern appeared around the skyscraper, and Jiangxi suddenly heard an explosion, drawing his attention there. Tu Lang also looked in that direction in surprise. Even Xiao Hong was curious to observe. The chief minister quickly looked up and asked, What was that noise? A giant yellow figure is stepping onto the earth, while a colossal hand emerging from the universe slowly touches the surface of the globe, and a hearty laugh echoes like thunder. I am alive again. The giant foot stomped down on the surface of the earth. The appearance of this thing caused chaos below the road surface. Traffic was jammed and couldn't move. Everyone driving immediately turned their heads and argued loudly. Don't block the road. And you? What are you saying? What if I block you? Everyone on the street looks up at the sky in shock. The building where Jiang Tu is standing is shattered into many pieces. Lam Qi, overwhelmed with fear, screams loudly. Jiang Tu didn't understand what was happening and watched as the rocks fell, remaining still and focused on the situation. Jang Tu quickly dodged past falling rocks to move forward. He grabbed the captain and the chief, and Lam Ki, startled, shouted, "You didn't react in time." Lam Kai was thrown far away by Jang Tu. Jang Tu immediately jumps up from the wreckage, and a giant golden hand reaches out to cover him. The golden hand quickly grabbed Jiang Si and pulled him inside. Outside Earth, a giant in golden armor, even larger than the planet, stood tall in the vastness of space. Little Hong quickly steadied herself, supporting her hand on the ground to keep her balance. Tu Lang also slipped backward a bit, and the giant stood there in silence, not knowing what to say. Jang Tu is caught off guard, shouting loudly, "Sir, what do you want to do?" The man in the black cloak reappears and says, "Sorry for using you, kid." He continues, "Because of humanity, your sacrifice is truly worthwhile." Gradually, a blazing golden light envelops the entire minister. The people Jung Tu just saved earlier are gathered on a building, and Kung Dai, trembling with fear, exclaims, "What's that?" Everyone watching also grimaced in fear as the minister completely transformed into a giant golden armored being floating beside the earth. Everyone looked up in awe, gasping in amazement. Zilang was also stunned to see the minister like that. Jang Tu is using both hands to hold up the minister's finger as a plane flies past. The plane slows down right in front of the minister, showing just how enormous he truly is. The passengers on the plane stared in shock with their mouths open, while Jiang Si desperately struggled to withstand that finger without being crushed. From afar, Tu Lang and Tiu Hong both rushed towards the giant minister. Seeing that both of them charged forward at the same time like himself, they both shouted without hesitation. Both of them kicked the giant, but were blocked by his barrier. A lightning bolt flashed, and in the next instant, Tu Lang was tightly bound by a yellow rope. Over there, Little Hong shares the same fate as her, as the steel man has now taken control of her body, and he threatens them to stop interfering, shouting loudly that they have studied Jiang Si's jealousy for centuries, and he curses both of them fiercely. Yet these two women only serve as fuel to his anger and attack him. Despite the struggle, Jiang Tu is still fighting against the two fingers of the minister trying to crush him. Just when it seems he has no way out and is exhausted, Jiang Tu suddenly transforms into his second form, lifts his head with a cunning smile, and quickly turns his body to the side. His hand clenched the minister's fingers, twisting them sharply, causing his entire arm to rotate. He looked down in surprise and let out a cry as a swift figure shot up onto the minister. Looking closer, you see Jiang Si running at lightning speed, easily darting up the minister's arm, who then slaps his own shoulder to catch Jiang Si. Minister Jiang spreads his arms wide, his voice full of satisfaction. "I've waited 1,000 years, and finally, I've waited enough." Little Hong stared in shock and let out a faint cry, while Zilang was stunned as he watched this unfold. Jang Tu, small and determined, used both hands to lift the giant minister's arm and shouted loudly, then roared provocatively, "Come on, what are we waiting for in the second battle?" He replied, "Show your true nature quickly." After a moment of silence, a determined and strong gaze looked straight ahead, with the minister's arm pressing down on Jiang Si's back. As soon as he raised his arm, he prepared to attack. Xiao Hong looked over in shock, the minister's eyes blazing red, raising his hand high as if about to shatter everything. But he didn't strike, instead shouting at Jiang Tu, "Are you looking down on me? Damn monster!" Jiang Tu shot him a bullet-like glare. "What is this? I'm so scared watching this." Jiang Tu quickly shot up without saying a word. The minister was surprised and snorted, and the microchip devices inside him clashed repeatedly, immediately causing many other combat robots to appear. The chief was surprised and muttered, "This is ancient science and technology." And Quang Dai added, "Why do I keep feeling like I am the one falling behind?" Jung Tu Kong hesitated and rushed forward to fight. He soared over each robot's head and kicked their groups one by one, while Jiang Tu fought wildly, punching, attacking, and defending against each enemy. The very next second, he tore a robot in half. Just after destroying one, more robots descended to attack him again. The minister glanced over his shoulder and saw a swarm of agile spirits crawling up like an army of ants, each one brimming with murderous intent. He shouted, "It's not over yet!" Jiang Si clenched his fist, ready for a fierce fight. He spun around, sending a whirlwind of robots flying away in all directions, causing the others to scatter chaotically. Seeing Jiang Tu having beaten his subordinates badly, the minister clapped his hands in anger. "You still can't give it your all, still looking down on me." Immediately afterward, more giant robots identical to him from another universe descended onto Earth. Everyone was panicked, unable to believe the truth and screaming in fear. "This is too much." These huge robots immediately surround Jiang Si. Ancient people also began to speak up. The last night before dawn, Jiang Tu also listened curiously to each word he said. "I have witnessed it." Then the minister angrily revealed, "This is not your true form." Xiao Hong, who is tightly bound on the other side, glares in shock upon hearing this. Everyone on the ground and Lam Ki were also stunned, their mouths wide open as if their jaws might drop to the floor. While Jiang Tu was distracted, the minister suddenly swung his fist directly at him. Before his giant fist, he looked tiny, like an ant trying to fight an elephant. The impact shook everything on the ground, causing vehicles and people to lift into the air, creating a chaotic and tumultuous scene. The ancient person shouted angrily, "Look at your masterpiece," the minister tremblingly questioned him. "Do you have to destroy it?" The ancient person didn't care about anything, only insisted in fury. "Silence must be eliminated." As soon as he finished speaking, he struck the surface of the earth with a powerful blow, leaving everyone below stunned and wide-mouthed in amazement. At this moment, the ancient person is gripping the globe tightly with both hands, and the giant then slams his hand down on the surface of the earth. Through the gaps between the minister's fingers, Jiangxi quickly leaps up, escaping and screaming fiercely with hatred. Zheng Tu had to disappear from Earth. He quickly leapt out and climbed up. With his speed as fast as light, he managed to reach the minister's shoulder. Everyone watching through binoculars was so stunned their jaws nearly dropped. Zheng Tu jumps up and moves swiftly through the air. His speed is so fast that even the minister cannot keep up. Outside the universe, the robot is floating in front of the Earth. The ancient man begins to speak. I have read documents about him, and since he became the leader, he has not been as evil as you said. He continued saying that the city he manages is even better than the one we humans govern, not only paying taxes but also developing in a good direction. Seeing everyone, the scenery, and the life on Earth full of peace and happiness, the ancient alien firmly asserted that he was not harming humans. Zheng Tu stands alone above, recalling the times he helped others, like carrying an elderly woman across the street, and he continues, "Why can't we live together?" The robot doesn't want to hear this and shouts loudly, "Shut up!" But look at his expression, the minister said to Jiangxi. So, can we really live in peace like that? At this, the minister goes mad, shouting out his own views. Originally, Jiangxi was just a weak race, and our regular bombers could destroy them. But I don't know where this one came from. Jiang Tu looked at the beloved Earth from afar, still remaining arrogant. Our life and death depend on his mood. The minister immediately raised his hand, asserting with his stubborn evil will, I won't allow a creature like that to exist if it's from a different race. Everyone is witnessing him, his armor shattering, accompanied by a deafening scream. He must be killed. The minister's armor has been replaced with a new one, shining gold and looking much more impressive than the old one, and he is also wielding a giant golden sword. Everyone is in awe. Countless giant robots like him seem to have appeared out of nowhere, each wielding a fierce sword similar to his. These clones split up and encircle the Earth, stabbing their swords through the surface of the planet. A series of fierce and dangerous lightning bolts erupted. Jiang Tu dodged the attack by jumping and shifting to another spot. Seeing that, the minister snorted in frustration, trembling as he shouted out, "Power!" His eyes were cold and fierce, filled with defiance and fearlessness in the face of difficulty. Zheng Tu calmly and softly analyzes that sometimes being less imposing can mean being stronger. The minister, surprised by this, remains puzzled but also somewhat intrigued. Zheng Tu immediately extended his hand and snapped his fingers. Instantly, the clone versions of the minister shattered into pieces, and a series of simultaneous explosions surrounded the Earth, engulfing its surface. This shockwave spreads to those below, causing everyone to lose their balance. Lan Qi loudly orders a warning. This place is no longer safe, team leaders. Evacuate the residents together. The onlookers on the building now disperse in different directions. The team leaders shout loudly, dividing to take action. Zheng Tu now rushes close to the giant minister, then punches him in the face, making him cry out in pain. From above, a waterfall of fire pours down relentlessly. The minister was engulfed in flames and then plunged downwards. Due to his enormous size, he caused the seawater to surge violently like an earthquake deep beneath the ocean. Zheng Tu quickly lands safely on the ground. He crouches down, using both hands to split the earth in half, while the giant wobbles in midair, cursing in despair. Damn it! Below the ground, everyone scattered into tiny corners. Lam Qi shouted loudly, instructing the team leaders to disperse and evacuate the groups facing difficulty. She ran forward, holding a newborn in her arms, as everyone shouted, "Run fast!" Suddenly she looked down at the ground and saw it slowly cracking apart. Lam Qi, panicked and confused, stammered as she watched Jiang Tu tirelessly split the earth with her bare hands, causing everyone nearby to stop in shock at what was happening. Even the team leader couldn't believe his eyes. Jiangxi was still gradually splitting the ground in two. Lam Qi, clutching the baby in fear, shouted, "Again?" Chief Tong shouted across the island, "What is going on?" Another person whispers that it's an earthquake level 20. The gap caused by Jiangxi keeps widening, and he still doesn't stop tearing the ground apart. Soon, he will tear apart the entire ground as easily as ripping a piece of paper. Looking down from above, the city is revealed through a gaping, abyss-like crack that seems to portend disaster. Everyone witnessing this scene was stunned, shouting loudly. A 100-kilometer stretch of land was torn in half, looking incredibly terrifying. A hand trembling as if about to fall. Xiao Xiao, is it possible for a creature to do something like this? From space, you can see this huge crack on Earth's surface, and that person is holding Lam Qi's hand because she accidentally fell into that deep, terrifying gap. He cheered her on. "Come on." Lam Qi looked over and saw something that made her eyes widen in surprise. In the distance, a robot was falling freely downward. A second later, Jiang Tu appeared and punched him in the stomach. A huge explosion erupted, with dust and debris filling the sky. The minister struggled to his feet on the wreckage and coughed painfully. The mask on his face gradually shattered, and he loudly exclaimed with triumph, "Kid, did you see that?" This is his destructive power. The robot glanced to the side, stunned speechless, as the sea suddenly roared and surged like preparing for a tsunami. At this moment, Jiang Tu has transformed into his fourth form of the image, and the robot sees this. A furious electric current surrounding him. He was extremely stunned and confused. What kind of creature is this guy? Tu Long immediately hung a large policeman on the sea surface. She looked up at him and let out a surprised, Xiao Hong beside him also couldn't help but be stunned and blurted out, I've never seen this before. This is Jiangxi. The robot still stood there in shock, not knowing what to say about this unbelievable situation. Then suddenly he burst into a satisfied, triumphant laugh and said, yes, this is indeed the face. Before dawn disappears, I saw this face. On the other side, Jiangxi was leaping high, kicking up a cloud of dust. He stood on the high cliff looking down below. Little Black was so shocked to see his big brother like that he stammered. Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind? He immediately rushed away so forcefully that he overturned the car, confidently sure of himself. This ancient man is definitely doomed. Let's get out of here now. The ancient man soared into the sky, surrounded by fierce, aggressive lightning bolts, laughing loudly with satisfaction. Fighting all day long, finally I've waited for this moment. Little one, your tough body has to suffer a little. Jiang Tu stands silently, head bowed without a word, then raises his hand toward the ancient man. An invisible force violently strikes his stomach, causing him to cry out in pain. Jiang Tu begins to clench his fist tightly, and the ancient man is crushed again by an invisible power from afar, like a lump of clay, making him scream in agony. What? A pillar of light rises into the sky like a tall tower, surrounded by dust and smoke. The giant robot's body cracks apart into pieces, and he involuntarily screams in fear. No. Before being completely shattered, he only managed to leave a few words of denial. Why, despite being so strong, can't I defeat him? He fell from the sky, with a large hole in his abdomen. Everyone below took out their binoculars to observe, tears welling up in their eyes. The minister is dead. Little Black is extremely worried and anxious. Please, your majesty, do not kill the human minister. Jiang Tu raises his hand and snaps his fingers. The DNA in the minister's body begins to change. From the hole in his body, the muscle bundles gradually reconnected and spun like a fan. As Jiangxi fell freely to the ground, his soul shining brightly on him. He then reached out his hand and pointed his finger forward. A large hole appeared in the minister's body. His muscles spun around like a fan, and a bright red heart had been pulled out. Everyone watching with binoculars shouted in shock. Little Hong couldn't believe it and sat up, exclaiming about this. Lam Ling beside him secretly watched in fear, tears welling up in his eyes. Oh my god. Even Tu Lang has to admire and be amazed. Can he really do that? After the minister's heart was pulled out, the wound instantly healed as if nothing happened. He looked down at his body and shouted, What? Something brushed past his face, leaving him stunned before he could react. Jiangxi suddenly raised his hand in the silent atmosphere, only to see the minister fall headfirst downward, and he let out a resentful grunt. From afar, Jiangxi watched as the minister fell straight down through the air, his face still calm as if nothing had happened. At this moment, the human minister finally understood why ancient humans had gone to such lengths to eliminate him. Looking at Jiang Tu in his fourth form out of fear, Jiang Tu remained standing silently after defeating all enemies. Everyone on the rooftop, who had been watching silently all this time, is now frozen in place. Everyone lowered their binoculars, still stunned by the fierce battle just now. Far out on the sea, something was falling, splashing water everywhere. A loud shout rang out, Jiang Tu, so it's Tu Lang. She appeared suddenly from somewhere, landing gracefully, then glanced over to the other side, paying attention to something. In front of her is Jiangxi, now back to his original normal state with a messy head and deep black eyes. Are you Tu Lang? Is bloodline power good or not? Seeing that Jiangxi was still safe and unscathed, Tu Lang let out a relieved sigh and said, Thanks to you? I thought she would be overjoyed that he was alive. Unexpectedly, just a second later, Tu Lang erupted in a fit of rage and shouted that our house was gone. Then she continued scolding Jiang Tu, saying why didn't he say earlier that he could handle him himself? Why go to all this trouble? At this moment, the ground is splitting apart in a scene of chaos, with everything destroyed by the recent battle. Jiang Tu scratched his head and casually replied that I was just afraid of scaring others. Behind Chan the rocks, Xiao Hong and Lam Ling were secretly eavesdropping. Under the sea, this event caused the southern continent to shift 130 kilometers. It also had a certain impact on the Earth's climate and created the deepest ocean trench ever. The scene shifts to 2 months later, when humans have rebuilt the heavily damaged buildings after the war. Since they had evacuated beforehand, they avoided major losses, but several cities were completely destroyed, and everything will be reconstructed by the Jiangxi Architecture Association. At this moment, only the minister is seen sitting in his office reviewing an electric report which clearly displays detailed information about Jiangxi and his other forms. Watching the minister deep in thought, a question arises. Why did ancient humans want to destroy Jiangxi? Faced with this terrifying power, what will the human minister decide to do? At this moment, Supervisor Tran entered and asked, Did the minister call for me? The minister then asked her to do some small errands and buy a few packs of eggs from the supermarket. He turned his back to the window and quietly told me he wanted to visit the newly appointed city minister. The scene shifts to the second phase of the Blood-Sucking Demon City project in another setting. Lam Linh rậm rạp gỗ gầy gỗ, vỗ tay lớn, giọng say khiến công nhân nổi, nhanh lẹn, tối bỏ tiền thuế cặc ngội lắm, chứ không phải dễ cặc ngội lội biếng. Tấn giận em của hắn sau trận chiến vẫn chưa thể hồi phục vết thương bằng bộ khắp nối. She stood beside him, glancing over and asking, "Where did Lam Lin get the money?" Lam Lin didn't know how to answer, stammering without a reply. Hack Little looked down from the window from above, holding a cup of Nam Ni's coffee with a very satisfied expression. A voice suddenly spoke up. "Hack Little, aren't those guys our enemies? Why lend them money?" He calmly takes a sip of Nam Ni's coffee. "The king said we shouldn't fight so they won't look into our bank money." So Little Black smirked slyly and thought that lending at high interest would make them work for us. "If we go by this method, we need to earn at least 3 billion a year." A cow stood there in silence, speechless. Alang silently thought to himself, "The capitalists are ruthless," as Lam Lin turned to ask his subordinate. "Where's the great king?" she replied. "It's unclear if she's inside the room." Inside the dark, lonely room, only Xiao Hong is sitting on the floor. She bowed her head, hugging her knees in deep sorrow. She remained silent, saying nothing. His mind was filled with tangled thoughts. Confused, the queen did not expect Jiang Xi to change forms again when she had drugged and ambushed him, but that was only a small part of Jiang Xi's power. Remembering when Jiang Tu transformed into her fourth form, her new appearance like a deadly spirit, the Queen of Power admitted she could never defeat him in this lifetime. Xiao Hong clenched her teeth in anger, tears of frustration welling up as she let a tear fall. Jiang Tu stands silently, looking down from the rooftop of the tall building. Then the scene shifts to an industrial plant filled with complex modern machinery discharging toxic waste. The green-haired man, an underling of Dr. Kiet Min, reads the paper in his hand and then loudly exclaims, "Master Ming, it's him!" Next to the door, a figure with an unclear appearance sits on the ground, head bowed, facing the arrogant Dr. Kiet Min. He looks serious, his glasses shining with danger. Kiet Min's voice rang out, "Jiang Tu, even if I die, I won't spare you." The alarm clock rang so loudly that it caused the clock to jump off the table. Jiang Xi, annoyed at being woken up, slammed his hand down and shattered the clock. Inside the quiet bedroom, there is someone still sleeping soundly. Jiang Tu wakes up dressed in an incredibly adorable pajamas. "I am Jiang Xi. The first thing I do after waking up is check the fridge for something to eat." A name that sounds like a zombie whose age and time of death are unclear. Jiang Tu cracked the egg into his mouth. "I only remember it was a summer day." Inside the classroom, a zombie suddenly appears, frightening everyone. While we were studying, I turned into a zombie. And after that, Jiang Tu fully joined the group of zombies. I was just an ordinary zombie, following wherever my kind went. Then, these zombies learned a bit and tried hard to exercise by hanging bait in front of them and trying to chase after it in order to survive and avoid being caught by humans to be used as lamp oil. To avoid being caught by humans and turned into an eternal engine, I started exercising. And they even learned how to do bench presses, not eating people, just drinking protein to survive. And in the end, I finally succeeded. At this moment, Jiang Tu has grown into a tall, strong young man with unmatched strength, standing above and looking down, silently thinking of becoming invincible. His fists clenched tightly, a grim and frustrated expression on his face. The wind blew off Jiang Tu's hat, revealing a satisfied smile on his scarred face. At this moment, his face returns to normal like a human's, followed by his fourth form with a sturdy, muscular appearance and long black hair reaching his knees. This is also his strongest form, demonstrating his power as well as the efforts he has made over the years. Jiang Xi recalls the battles against enemies, the times he himself caused so much harm to others. "I grew tired of war for the sake of peace and decided to help humanity. After relentless efforts to solve human problems, the events of the new emperor and ancient humans changed humanity's view of the V Kuang Thi. In the sky, a dirigible is flying high, waving a banner. Finally, I have a city of my own." But Jiang Xi returns to the present while he's at home in his pajamas. As he's about to brush his teeth, he realizes I might be too strong. "Because humans are willing to do anything to destroy me out of fear of me. I just found out yesterday." Someone's finger is pressing the doorbell at Jiang Xi's house. He just slightly opens the door and asks, "Who is it?" So it was Tu Lang. As soon as she arrived, Bei Yi was annoyed and frowned. "What are you doing? Is there a leader like you?" "I've been waiting for you for 2 hours." Jiang Xi straightforwardly slammed the door shut in front of her, only able to reply, "It's almost over." The scene shifts to an academy. By now, everyone was gathered inside in a large crowd. A ceremony was taking place there. The confident speaker on stage announces, "A new year begins. We have witnessed the growth of this academy. We are living in a dangerous era. This age also offers us countless opportunities and challenges." The host is Lam Qi. She then gestures towards the wings to introduce someone. This time, Jiang Xi will lead our academy into a prosperous future. Jiang Xi shyly steps forward. Lam Qi loudly and respectfully announces, "Please welcome Minister Tan Yim." Everyone on the stage shouted in unison, "Hello, Minister," as all eyes focused on Jiang Xi. Jiang Tu scratched his head awkwardly, trying to find something to say out of politeness. "Good morning, everyone. Are you hungry? I brought chicken eggs today." After hearing his supposedly impressive speech, everyone was stunned and disappointed by how pointless it was. And so Jiang Tu replaced the previous leader to become the new minister of Tan Yim. The underling of the minister turned to him and said, "The team leader has been replaced." Director Tong gritted his teeth and snapped back, "Shut up! Can you fight him back?" Inside the minister's office, he was sitting quietly drinking water. What's going on, Supervisor Tran? Why are you so panicked? She stopped, rummaged through her purse, and stammered as she took something out. It's a big deal. Supervisor Tran pointed a mobile device forward to inform the minister. The president called. Hearing the president's name, he was startled and unsure what was happening. So the minister took the phone and stood up to gather his composure before speaking with the president. He hurriedly recounted the situation and promised to do better in the future. I was about to report to you. Yes, I understand. Things happened too suddenly before, so I couldn't report in time. There is absolutely no cover-up. I guarantee I will carry out your orders, Mr. President. Supervisor Tran, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, "What is it, Minister?" The minister replied, "The ancient person case? Probably the whole world already knows." She was curious and couldn't understand why the information spread so quickly. Why is that? Obviously, we kept it secret. The minister put down the phone on the table and continued. How could they not know? Such a big event, even the other hemisphere has heard about it. Supervisor Tran picked up the phone and read back the information on the news reports. According to the northern media, a fierce battle has broken out in the south, and it seems ancient people have appeared. The minister also calmly continued. Moreover, the exchange meeting is about to start, and many things are happening at once. Then he turned to Supervisor Tran and asked, "Where did you ask them to buy it?" She held up the two plastic bags in her hands and replied, "It was a sunny day here, with the scene shifting to Jiang Tu's house in Hat City. The minister has been standing outside his house for a while, holding a bag of eggs that Jiang Si loves very much." Before ringing the doorbell, the minister carefully calculated everything, and since he appointed him as the minister, fulfilling his duty is no problem at all. Then, he decided to press the doorbell. Before he could do so, the door swung open, revealing a girl's face, and that girl was Tu Lang. She opened the door wide, revealing a cute and alluring cat-eared maid outfit underneath. Seeing Tu Lang in that look, the minister jumped in surprise and shouted, "Damn it, you are Tu Lang, and with this kind of outfit, are the two of you?" A fox spirit wouldn't be caught off guard either. Knowing he misunderstood, I hurriedly explained to Minister Thanmin that he was mistaken. It's not what he thinks. "Oh dear, Minister." Seeing Lam Ki join the servant group as well, the minister was struck like lightning and tremblingly said in frustration, "You girls just got promoted by Jiang Tu, but you openly play this game in front of me. I have to report to higher-ups. Are you really going that far?" Lam Ki suddenly bent down to look at something and saw something strange that made her scream loudly and drop the plate of cake. The minister felt betrayed and disappointed in the two young women, then angrily turned his back and left to find an excuse. "I have urgent business and need to return to the headquarters." The minister misunderstood, and both Tu Lang and Lam Ki shouted together to explain. "You misunderstood. We're just celebrating that bastard's promotion, and the reason we're dressed like this is because we lost the game." The minister then stopped, curious to ask, "What is this? Are you girls dressed like this for a meeting? I've never seen you dressed like that before." Tu Lang blushed and pointed inside, telling him to look for himself if he didn't believe it. Inside Jiang Si's house, she's playing cards with Hiu Hiu, who is also dressed as a maid. Oh, and there's also Director Song. He spread out his cards, calculating silently with a tense expression. "This time, I will defeat you." Jiang Tu. He pulls out a red card from Jiang Tu's hand and shouts loudly as if he's been caught off guard. Over there is even a banner with the words first introduced by Chief Minister Jiang Tu. The strict team leader stands below launching fireworks with big knives. Anyone who doesn't show up will be dismissed, and the minister, witnessing this bizarre scene, feels awkward and stunned. In front of him, a barrage of vegetables and fruits flew everywhere, with countless swift slashes in an instant. Turns out it was group leader Kyung Dai, using his sword to chop the vegetables and fruits. That's pretty intense. Finally, the beautifully arranged dish on the plate looks like a delicious peach blossom. Kwang Dai enthusiastically lifts 2 plates of food and shouts loudly, "Sushi is here now." Suddenly he glanced to the side, his eyes meeting the minister's. The minister also stood there silently, unsure of what to say. Kwang Dai Hot Huang quickly explained loudly, "Sir, Minister, it's not what you think. I'm not that kind of person. Jiang Tu forced me to do that," the minister calmly pointed out as he raised his hand to his mouth to appear composed. Dead end. Then he regained his composure and announced in a serious tone to everyone, "If everyone is here, I won't need to call a meeting. Let's get started. I want to discuss an urgent matter with everyone." Now the minister also joined everyone and sat down at the table. Jiang Si then looked at him and asked, "You're not the leader of the humans?" The minister replied no. Then seeing Kwang Dai wearing an apron and bringing food, he turned to thank him. I touched my armored horns and began to explain that each region has several provinces, stretching hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Everyone gathered around, staring intently at the minister out of curiosity. Suddenly, the minister removed the armor from his mouth and said, "I am only the chairman of Guangzhou province." You look at that group of old women surprised and ask, "What's wrong with you guys?" They quickly turn away and reply, "Nothing." The minister now explained everything in detail. "Jiang Si, please explain it to me. This world has 2 main continents, meaning only 2 countries. One is country A and the other is country B, and our home is in country A." Then he went on to explain at length that the 2 countries once cooperated to eliminate zombies, but later conflicts and power struggles arose to maintain peace. They organized a perpetual friendship exchange conference, but in reality, peace is maintained through military strength. and the root of tension lies in their differing systems. Country A has a federal system with a developed economy, while Country B is a monarchy with a strong military. Both want to change each other and unify humanity. Although Country A often loses in confrontations thanks to the intelligence of its president, it has not been annexed. War between the two nations and their races is unreasonable. After hearing all that confusing theory, Zhang Si was stunned. What is this friendship conference? Tu Long explained to him that it was a school sports event, but on a global scale. You can also think of it as a military drill held around the world every 4 years, and last time they were champions. What is this? So boring. Pumpkin leaned back with his hands behind his head, gazing into the distance and sighing. Last time, just in the zombie killing event alone, their faction had already killed 8 million. Unbelievable. Hearing about such a terrifying record of killing zombies, Zhang Si, as a zombie himself, shivered and shouted, "What?" Lam Kai glanced at him and reminded, "You are the chief minister. You have to participate this time." Hearing her say that, Zhang Tu shivered in fear and wondered if she really considered him a human. The minister beside him, having listened all along, quickly reassured everyone. "Don't worry. This time our proposal won't include such a category. We won't bring shame on ourselves." Zhang Tu still asked confusedly, "A monarchy or a federation or something?" Not understanding. The scene shifts to the sky above the city, where a white airplane is flying by. Someone approaches the office of a building and says, "You called us." That is the capital of Country B. On the table are documents, files, images, and reports about the ancient humans' attack on Earth a few months ago. A man sitting with his back turned to the door dismissively says, "Just look at the pictures on the table. These were sent from Country A." She replied, "Yes." Then they quickly took a picture of the giant robot stabbing their swords into the surface of Earth. The two girls examining the documents are the Diu sisters, the older with black hair and the younger with brown hair. Both of them stared intently at the unbelievable photo. As Zhao Tree looked at these giant robots, she suddenly realized that this was ancient science and technology. The mysterious man places his coffee cup down and explains the situation. The intelligence agency suspects that Country A already has this scientific technology in hand. Once Country A acquires that power, our nation will be at a disadvantage. He then told the Jew siblings that next month the president of Country A would visit our country. "You two are my most trusted subordinates. Your sister's situation has nothing to do with you. I called you two here to investigate this matter thoroughly. Regarding your sister's involvement in the armed insurgency, the king strongly opposes it, but rest assured, if you handle this matter well, I will speak on your sister's behalf to the royal court." Jetmin stands confidently with his arms crossed, observing the situation. His green subordinate is urgently handling the task, having connected to device number 1. 2 and 3. Respond. Another scientist pulled the lever and reported that he had connected with number 3. Inside the laboratory, an ancient-looking person sat on an electric chair, completely naked. Now the blue guy finally speaks up. "All right then, on Min." Jetmin replied with satisfaction. "Very good." Greenhorn asked him curiously, "Min, this ancient person has existed for over 1,000 years, so he's probably been preserved as a specimen for a long time. Can we bring him back to life?" Keatman confidently raised his voice like a firm declaration, saying, "There's nothing in biology I can't do." At this moment, he coldly ordered, "Begin." The scientist on the other side immediately forcefully pushed the lever down. Immediately, a deafening scream tore through the sky, echoing with pain. The green-haired man was stunned and wondered, will the ancient people really come back to life? He remembered the giant robot from that battle and kept marveling that bringing back such a top-tier character would truly be a miracle. Inside the laboratory, the ancient person was enduring a series of electric shocks. This terrifying surge of magic energy shakes the entire area outside the laboratory, with dust billowing from the ground. Everyone witnessing is stunned with fear, while inside the ancient person is still being electrocuted repeatedly. Amidst the thick smoke, someone coughs hoarsely. The green-haired guy, after finishing, lets out a joyful cry and looks happily at the electric chair, which is not the ancient person but a bald uncle sitting shirtless. "I have no idea where this old guy came from," the green-haired guy shouted in panic and cursed. "Damn it!" He is confused, his mind spinning wildly, not understanding what is happening. Where did all the ancient people go? The greenhorn immediately rushed into the laboratory, grabbing the bald uncle by the collar and bombarding him with questions. "Where are the ancient people? Tell me quickly. Who are you?" "I am an ancient person. Please don't kill me." "You talk big. Back then you looked so cool. Now you say this is what you really look like?" The bald-headed uncle looked at him and realized he was truly from the ancient era. He then explained everything to make him understand. "I'm just a nurse. I have no combat ability. What's wrong with a mech designer designing cool gear for himself?" K-Min has been watching from outside the glass all along, and he can't hide his disappointment as he let out a sigh. "Hey, you there. We're humans, right? Aren't you planning to chat for a bit?" He turned his head back curiously, his glasses shining with an air of mystery. The atmosphere is naturally quiet. No one speaks. Even the young greenhorn is stunned. Golden deer. Keatman just started to speak, trying to strike up a conversation. "What do you want to talk about?" Ancient people immediately explained that although our starting points are different, our goals are the same, and we can cooperate. Thinking he was too weak, Kietmin turned his back and left, leaving the reason that he had been defeated by Jiang-tu. I thought you were a vessel stronger than that blood-sucking demon, but I was wrong. I need to keep studying, so don't bother me. The Ancient One recalled the experiments on the corpse demon and then revealed, we've been researching Jiangxi's genes for thousands of years. Your approach isn't right. Jiangxi's power isn't terrifying, it's his ability to infinitely enhance his strength. Kietmin looked a bit confused and puzzled. The ancient person regained his composure and said firmly, now we are the two smartest people in the world. He looked at Jiaming and analyzed the situation. You are strong in biology and also have Jiang-tu's genes. The ancient person continued, while I possess unmatched technology. With Jiangxi's gene technique, why don't we create a new Jiangxi? As he finished speaking, all three were stunned by the thunderous blow, and the green-haired man shouted loudly, what do you mean? The ancient one calmly asked back, what is your opinion? Jiaming hesitated for a moment. Then Tianho also reached out to signal he agreed and said, I agree. And then the two most cunning and intelligent minds in the world joined forces happily. Inside the laboratory, the piercing scream of the green-haired man echoed out. What? To make this guy the president's bodyguard, the scene shifts inside Jiang-tu's house. After some discussion, Zilang suddenly jumps up, slams the table, and shouts, what? Is the minister crazy? Putting this guy as the president's bodyguard? She looked at Jiangxi and improvised, saying, he could kill the president. He looked at me in confusion. The minister then spoke seriously. I've run out of options. The visit is coming soon, and the country B is not very stable. Plus, they already know about the ancient person. I'm afraid they might take reckless actions. Lamki listened carefully, but didn't know what to say. The minister lifted the pillow, ready to stand up, then quickly made a decision. Let's go with that. The presidential family instructed us to select top fighters from the provinces as bodyguards. He looked at Jiang-tu and continued to persuade. Isn't Jiang-tu always trying to blend into the upper class of humans? If the president's family issues the order, no one will dare to doubt your identity anymore. The minister turned his back to them and explained, but he couldn't reveal his identity at this moment. Even as a zombie, working as a government official will still shake society. From now on, all team leaders in Guangzhou must obey you. To prevent any mishaps, I allow you to bring 2 trusted aides. In the end, he had to encourage them. Everyone, stay strong and don't let Guang Chao down. Time passes, and the scene shifts to Jiangxi's office. At this moment, Xiaohei and his close followers are also gathered. Jiangxi sits at the table facing them and begins to announce, the governor has issued an order. We will serve as the president's bodyguards, and I am allowed to bring 2 assistants. Who wants to join me? Everyone hesitated. No one could make a definite decision right away. Xiaohei was the first to speak up, giving a reason for declining. He still had tax matters to handle at the end of the year, Your Majesty. I'm not available. A cow also cannot accept Jiangxi's request. My lord, I also have many areas security issues that I need to handle. A cam also agreed, and go as well. But on the side of A-Lang and AQ, it was completely the opposite. We are very excited and eager to go. We have plenty of free time, Your Majesty. Let us go and show everyone how formidable we are. Their team is like that. Jiang Tuhai sincerely praised, I really like you two. A while later, Jiangxi led A-Lang and AQ outside on leashes like walking dogs. The 2 subordinates looked a bit awkward and not very confident, facing Tuling and Lamki's group. Lamki looked at the 2 monsters in front of her and marveled, such cute puppies. Then she sat down, wagging her finger. Good puppies! Are you mocking my appearance? Do you believe I would bite you to death? Lamki was startled and quickly stood up, adopting a defensive stance. She tremblingly said, Dog is talking. Tu Lang stepped forward, placing a hand on Lamki's shoulder to explain. This is Jiangxi's subordinate. Then Tu Lang crossed his arms and got straight to the point, saying, Follow me. The president wants to see you. They then followed a shadow to a factory. Look, the unusual academy people from Guangzhou have arrived. It's been a long time since you last came. I thought you guys were going to abandon the mission. I was overthinking. He approached Jiangxi with a condescending tone, unable to understand. Why did your academy replace Grand Marshal Tan with an unknown rookie like you? The masked man with a sinister smile wondered. Why does the president trust the people from Guangzhou so much? Even our allies are pretty strong. They can beat up someone like you. Before he could finish bragging, a powerful punch immediately struck his face. The guy in the mask flew to the side, causing a small explosion. It turned out Jiangxi had punched him. He stood and asked again, What did you just say? Tu Lang, seeing the situation, couldn't help but scratch his head and sigh in frustration. The people on the other side looked on in shock. Lam Ki chuckled softly. Then the scene shifted to an office. At this moment, Jiang Tu is standing before the A country's president. He turns around and coldly asks, Are you Jiang Tu? Jiang Tu stands straight and serious, swallowing nervously with each gulp. He continued to say to him, Guang Chao, a minister said you are very strong and fully capable of being a bodyguard. The president of A smiled cunningly, revealing his yellow beard, and asked, So if danger arises, will you protect me safely? Danger is nothing to me. Henry, Minister Guang Chao is so confident again. If that's the case, I trust you. The sky outside is clear and blue, and planes are flying smoothly. At this moment, in the ruins of a city outside Country B, a lonely figure sits coldly and alone. revealing the delicate legs of a girl. She is a stunning, proud young woman in a very seductive black dress. As she sits gracefully, a voice calls out to her as the boss. She turned to look and stood up on her feet. The person who called her raised their weapon and said, "Here's your gear." That is a thap. He places his hand on his chest and announces that the army of zombies is ready. She equips what he gave her and walks away saying, "A thap, you did well. You've worked hard. Leave the rest to me." The hordes of zombies are rampaging through the ruined city. She asked, "A thap? Why in such a beautiful world do humans keep fighting each other?" "Watching a guy and a zombie fighting together," a thap replied vaguely. "I'm not human." But then he replied, "Maybe because of resources. A large army of zombies is gathering. I think it's because of selfishness." Then she loudly declared in front of all of them, "Everyone has heard it, right? President A is coming to visit soon, and our mission is to eliminate those damn dogs." Agu and a young man focus on listening to what the woman is saying. Many people ask why we have to do this since the outbreak of the zombie plague. I admit, this has caused many problems for humans. But the truth is that the zombies are not opponents of humans. The woman refers to the past. Zombies are nothing compared to human science and technology. 100 years ago, humans discovered a way to control the zombies. Then she asked, "But why are they still focusing on developing military power to wipe out all the zombies now?" Then angrily replied herself, "This is a conspiracy because Country A and Country B are hiding the fact that the zombies also have their own consciousness, and eradicating them is just an excuse for their internal conflicts." Thinking about how everyone is suffering because of this war, she said, "Many kind-hearted people are unaware of this, and countless families have been torn apart." From comparing the human situation with that of the Jiangshi, it is clear that many Jiangshi with consciousness have died at their hands, proving that humans can also become friends with Jiangshi. At this moment, the army shouted together to eliminate the presidents of countries A and B to let the world know. Seeing their determination, the woman remained silent in contemplation. Everyone and the Jiangshi there raised their hands to express their intentions. "We can live in peace." Lumki, Tulang, and Jiangtu wait in disappointment on the plane. The live broadcast is showing the ongoing event. Dear viewers, the exchange conference you have been waiting for is about to take place. A female reporter happily announces that the president of Country A will be visiting for 7 days starting today. Many residents are gathered here, and the news channel from Country B is reporting live from the scene. Another news channel is also buzzing about this issue. This is News Channel A. Our president will visit the hotel today and meet with Prime Minister B tomorrow. Little Chi happily sits watching the news. His parents tell him to eat his meal since he's not eating much and shouldn't be watching the news. But he's very curious. He wants to see what the president of Country A looks like. Chao Chi's father keeps watching. Quite impressed, isn't he? They say it's a friendly exchange, but who knows what shady things are really going on. Your mother just sighs and comments, "Our country is too weak." Xiao Ji still happily said, "The audience knows everything." The plane streaked past the ground at high speed. It has flown out of the territory. The Du sisters appear. My younger sister impatiently asked about the mission the Prime Minister assigned us, while my older sister calmly replied, "Security first. We can't let the A country president encounter trouble right after landing." My younger sister glanced and asked, "Will our older sister act directly?" My older sister nonchalantly replied, "Given her personality, she will handle it before the plane even lands." The airport is crowded, and the young man from the zombie army, dressed modestly, confidently says, "The setup is complete," on ensuring the president of Country A will be taken down. The person accompanying him is a thap. Suddenly he felt dizzy and then collapsed to the ground. The young man saw this and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" He looked worried. "Are you feeling unwell?" A thap. "Now is not the time to joke." A thap replied, "There is something on that plane that makes me feel a familiar fear." A young man's back appears. He helps a thap to stand and then uses a walkie-talkie to report that everything is fine. A thap just doesn't feel well. He weakly said, "Follow the plan." The plane is landing amid the announcer's voice and the reporters, with viewers watching on TV. She pointed to the plane and the people around it. "The plane is about to land at our capital airport. The governor of HD State will welcome him." As the plane lands, everyone is respectfully greeting the president of Country A, and she remains cheerful. Let's welcome peace first and then glance at the announcement. President of Country A has arrived. The airplane door has opened, revealing a man in a sleek black suit with a hooded jacket underneath. That person is Jiangxi. As soon as he saw a thap panic and snatched the radio to urgently report, "Danger, stop right now, stop right now." A Jiao, who was about to snipe, heard the signal from a thap. "Thick-headed guy, can't you feel anything?" He asked confusedly, "What?" He said that I wore a consciousness-enhancing device to improve my sniping skills, and the woman immediately stood up after receiving the signal. "What?" she quickly said into the mic to announce, "Everyone retreat. This guy is not the president of that country." As Jiangxi appeared, dozens of cameras were snapping photos of him, and the live broadcasts were on air. Xiaozu's family was all confused. Who is this person? He also sat in a corner, looking lost. The families watching the news were all confused. And so, for the first time, Jiangxi appeared before the people of the entire world. What will happen to Jiang Tai? who is entangled with these powers. His image appears on the screen in front of the Do sisters, and they also feel confused like everyone else. My younger sister asked who this person is. He's on the list of those accompanying the president.
Why does the main bodyguard Jung Tai always seem so strange when he sees him? On the plane, the minister praises Jung Si through the walkie-talkie.
Well done, Jung-shi. This is the result. You act as a shield. Let's see if any reckless bastard dares to sell out. The minister snapped back. You used to be different. Why let your subordinates take the bullet? He replied casually. Anyway, he can't die anyway. Jang Tu, standing still, receives the minister's order to observe the surroundings. After the president steps out, he positions himself in the sniper's blind spot. I'm helplessly wondering how I could catch your missile with my bare hands. Just dodge the bullets. Do we need to make such a big deal out of it? In response to everyone's anticipation, he encouraged you to stay strong. The president is just an ordinary person, not as tough as us. The female reporter announced that their president has arrived. President A stepped out of the plane. He waved happily in front of everyone's warm welcome, enthusiastically greeting them. Welcome to our country, Mr. President. The whole airport started to get noisy. Since Your Excellency traveled a long way to come here, we have prepared a hotel for you. Tomorrow, no matter what, he won't die before the morning visit. The master abroad introduces himself to the president of country A, saying, This is the governor of HD state in charge next time. Tu Lung approaches Jiang Tu and says, Focus. Does the woman on the screen feel the same sense of pressure as before, or was it just my illusion? Jiang Tu stands silently, watching the images of herself on the screen, while her impatient younger sister Do fidgets. Strange, why hasn't she made her move yet? The older sister replied, I don't know. The older sister turned to tell her that it was our turn now. It seems she missed the best opportunity to assassinate. The screen shows President A announcing, I have arranged transportation equipped with listening devices. As soon as they mention the ancient person, we will know. During this 7-day visit, all we have is time to keep both of them silent. At Tongdongbang Airport, HD enthusiastically said, We have arranged transportation for the president, but he politely declined. No need for fuss. We have a private car. Jiang Tu is standing there receiving orders from the minister to have the president get into a different car. Then he takes a device in his hand, disconnects, and presses a button. Aunt and niece are still discussing. The younger asks, Aren't they bringing bodyguards? Are we still securing the area? She just held her candy and asked back, trusting in the power of country A. Through the screen, she said, Do you see Tu Lang and Lam Ki following? Forgetting the previous exchange? They were beaten so badly they lost their armor. My younger sister underestimates them. No matter how grand their security arrangements are, their strength is limited to that. The man sitting behind them suddenly shouted and interrupted the conversation, saying they didn't use our transportation, but got into a different vehicle. My sister was surprised. What? She immediately picked up the microphone to ask for details about the situation. Which car is their president sitting in? Specify clearly. Hello, hello. The man nervously announced that they are still carrying jamming devices and have cut off the connection. This made her so angry that she slammed her hand on the table and cursed. Damn it. Jiang Tu, Tu Lang, and Lam Ki arrived. Two prepared vehicles, guided by the minister, split in two directions. They began to follow his instructions. Jiang Si would take the underground route to escort the president back to the hotel. He laid out a detailed map to guide them. From now on, no one is allowed to get close to the president except Jiang Tu. Tu Long and Lam Ki will follow the old route to draw their attention. The woman is still stunned after what just happened. Big sister. Ajao kept asking her over the radio what to do next. Big sister, what should we do now? Are we continuing the assassination? She said into the microphone. Listen up, there's a very strange person among those people. I order everyone to stop. But Ao's side had lost connection and couldn't hear her instructions. Hello? Are we going to kill or not? Hey, what kind of fake device is this? He looked at the whole sniper rifle and then kicked it away, sighing. Honestly, with that strength, he still needs to use this crappy weapon to assassinate. Just charge in and smash him. Then he pulls out a knife from his pocket and says, Don't worry, big sister. Ajao Hien boldly decides to act alone, saying, Wait for me to wipe them all out and then tell you. The man working with the minister looks curious. Minister, they've boarded the car safely. Why are you still carefully disrupting the signal? He has seen through everything and responded. Everyone has their own agenda. Did you really think they were safe? We are concerned that Dr. Kietman's country also has a tough underground organization. Jiang Si, sitting in the car next to the driver, suddenly heard the president of country A in the backseat speak. Chief Jiang Si is a zombie, right? You seemed quite surprised to hear that. The president didn't wait for his answer and asked again, You will protect me, right? He only replied with one word. You will get an answer from him, and the president of country A laughs loudly. Interesting. Well then, I can rest assured, but there's one more thing. There won't be a day when you suddenly feel like killing us all to take over the world, right? Jiang Tu calmly replied, I am not interested in this. The driver, overhearing their conversation, was nervous and sweating. The woman's follower reports that they can't contact A Zhao, which makes her worried. A Thap guesses that the convoy probably has signal jammers installed, which is why they can't reach her. The guy next to him told him to go hijack a car, and the Jiao siblings hurriedly acted, but they had a bad feeling. Hurry to the convoy. The city center is very peaceful. Jang Tu's convoy moves with special forces on both sides to ensure security. When suddenly Duong Lam Ki sitting next to Tudong senses something unusual. She looked out the door curiously. What's that sound? A Jiao swooped down from above shouting, "Stop everyone for Tao!" A major collision has occurred. The crash caused by A Dao has thrown everything into chaos. Lam Ki and Tu Lang were both thrown out of the car, with Tu Lang feeling bewildered. What is this? AG appears from the dust created by the crash, looking very terrifying. Lam Ki, stunned, asked what the hell that was, just as something suddenly descended from the rooftop of a building at incredible speed. It's the Diu sisters rushing over anxiously. The older sister shouts, "Tu Lang, Lam Ki, this guy is very dangerous." Right now, Athap said, "You foreigners are on the other side of the world," and calmly raised his weapon to declare, "I will show you the power of the zombie from Water B." Then he exhaled deeply, feeling relieved. Hearing that, Lam Ki nervously said, the zombie was immediately recognized by her cousin as the boss zombie under her command. A Jiao raised his hand, creating a pool of black oil, then swung it around in a crescent shape of fire, igniting it to attack. Lam Ki was stunned. What is that? A low-level demon set fire to his head, creating a large blaze rushing toward her. Cousin Diu was very surprised when she saw this. The flames, with their powerful destructive force, rushed toward Tu Long and Lam Ki, but they managed to leap away just in time. Cousin Diu shouted a warning. "Don't let the flames hit you. They can't be extinguished." Tu Long was extremely confused and asked, "Diao Hio Tuet, Diao Hio Vu, why are you two?" Lam Ki saw the flames spreading widely and clenched her teeth in frustration. At a building in the city, Athap and the young man with him received the order from the eldest sister. "Bring a Jiao back to me." We missed the opportunity to assassinate him. A G's decision to ignore the plan will let President B catch on. Understood. Miss, I am on my way. Athap tells the young man, "I'm fine now. No need to help Jiang Tu sit silently on the car." Athap and the young man went down to the street and saw a car. He was paying attention to something. Jiang Tu, sitting into the car, looking at him, made Athap extremely panic-stricken. What? A sword is moving at a very high speed. It charged straight at A.D. Dao. It was Lam Kai's sword. She appears with her swords and approaches him, saying, "Who are you underestimating?" Seeing that, he pulls out something, lights it behind him, then throws it directly at her, saying, "Is that it?" That thing flew in front of her and suddenly exploded into clouds of smoke. She couldn't react in time and was surrounded, coughing heavily. Before she could regain her composure, Ao attacked. Ao directly attacked her with a knife right in front of her. Seeing this, Zilang was stunned and called out, "Lam Ki!" The Diu sisters were also stunned. "I told you all to be careful." Lam Ki was pushed away by him, who was now ready to fight with his knife. The next attacker, she was already defeated by a Jiao, injured and leaning against the car. Tu Long, in a state of extreme panic, calls out, "Lam Ki!" The two Dio sisters quickly rush away. Suddenly, a Jiao is surrounded by many swords. The two of them appear in front of Tu Long to help and say, "Hurry and get your president out of here." With this little strength, they still attack voluntarily. "Go and get Lam Ki to the hospital. You might still save her." They each hold a sword in hand and say, "Younger sister, we finally have to use force." "Younger sister, threaten a Jiao? We don't want to kill you. I advise you to leave quickly." "Are you kidding me?" He carefully raises his knife and says, "If it weren't for respecting you as my older sister's siblings, I would have cut you to pieces and sold you long ago. But fine, you brats, I'll take this opportunity to teach you a lesson on behalf of my older sister." A Jiao begins to use his power and warns, "Don't blame me for not warning you in advance." He creates a pile of black oil around himself, then says, "They do." This makes both Tu Lang and the Diu sisters stare in shock. A Dao's lighter falls onto the oil on the ground, igniting into flames. The scene before him leaves Tu Long utterly amazed. The pile of oil is burning fiercely, forming a flame that surrounds a Dao. His head, hands, and other parts are engulfed in flames. After the flames disappeared, it was a Dao who was burning, standing tall with a strange posture, his head and hands surrounded by fire. The Dio sisters were so shocked they screamed out loud. Ino boldly transformed before their eyes, and the younger sister exclaimed that he could change shape. The older sister was stunned. "What?" And Tu Lang stood silently behind. She darkened her face and fell silent in a terrifying manner. What did Ah Jiao Jiao Ai say? "You've never seen this before?" Out of respect for the big sister, I was a bit lenient. "You think you're so powerful?" She only saw that Tu Long hadn't taken Lam Ki away and wondered why. "Why haven't you left yet?" At this moment, her body is also undergoing a transformation. Seeing her ready to fight, a voice rang out. "Tu Long, step back." "That's Lam Ki. She's gradually taking off. Last time she showed off already." Seeing that, both Diu sisters and a Jiao were surprised. After finishing her words, she said, "Now it's my turn," as she stood up and prepared to fight alongside Tu Lang. Her face had turned into a terrifying skull. Seeing that, the Jiao siblings screamed in fear. "What the hell is that?" Lam Ki, holding a Wai Fong's weapon, said, "Let me experience it and see how strong the envy of the chief is." Tu Lang's face also turned into a skull with two sharp horns. She drew her sword and responded quickly, aiming to finish the fight fast and not waste time. The two sisters Diu were still confused and uncertain. "When did you all stop being human?" A Jiao stood watching and also felt confused. "What is this? It feels like they're of the same kind." No, you're not one of us. Lam Kai raised his sword to challenge him. What are you waiting for? Didn't you say you wanted to kill us all? He enthusiastically attacks and says, You're getting cocky. Fine, I'll grant your wish. A part of the city has been affected by Ajao's fire as he swings his hand, unleashing his power to burn in all directions. He created a large fire and directed it forward. Lam Ki didn't fearfully dodge but stood boldly in front of it, inhaling to absorb, then decisively swallowed the flames into her mouth. My cousin Du Beng Huang, what did she see? She swallowed it whole, then was affected by them and fell backward. A Ji Dao, seeing Lam Kai like that, said with amusement, That's interesting. Lam Ki is rushing towards him at high speed before delivering a swift kick to his face, leaving him stunned. How is that impossible? Her kick was so powerful it threw him off balance, but he managed to catch himself with his hands. Suddenly he received a signal from the eldest sister. Go. Do you hear me? But he still focused on Lam Ki's strength. Is this the kick of a human? The eldest sister shouted in anger, Respond when you hear this. Aguo didn't care and simply replied, I am busy. Lam Ki cheerfully laughs. In another building, everything is very quiet and safe. Zhang Tu is there receiving a call from the minister informing him that it seems Tu Lang and Lam Ki are having some trouble. He asked if the communication line was back to normal and inquired whether the president had arrived safely at the hotel. He replied, I've arrived. The minister said, Go check what happened at Zilling now. Zhang Tu carefully asked, Do I go over now? Is everything okay here? He replied, This is our territory. It's very safe. Then he immediately turned off his phone. Zhang Si, after receiving the message, also started to move. All right, I'm leaving now. Earlier, Yeo Hyo was resting inside the test tube. She hurriedly stepped out and asked, What is Lam Ki doing? I don't care. She's competing with Zilang. How can she surpass me when we're both team leaders? I won't allow this to happen. The solution is being injected into Lam Ki, and she is enduring the pain to use it all. Now that she is transformed, she stands still without any reaction. Seeing that, Zilang speaks up. Lam Ki, control your emotions. Suddenly, Ah Zhao chuckled happily, this time quite interesting. The Dio sisters turned to look at him in surprise. Lam Ki opened her mouth and absorbed the fire he created. Seeing that, he intensified his power, creating a fiery tornado and smugly told her to keep burning. She unleashes the absorbed fire and screams, Take it back! Lam Ki releases many times more fire than she received. This surprises everyone. What? Ajao was buried in the flames, crying out in pain, unable to believe this could really happen. No, that can't be true. As soon as the fire disappeared, Lam Ki appeared right in front of Ajao. The Diu sister was so shocked, yet she managed to blow again. In an instant, she kicked Adao to the ground. Her kick was so powerful that he fell deep into the ground as the concrete cracked and shattered. After defeating him, Lam Ki said with satisfaction, This feeling is amazing. Ajao climbs up from the ground, furious and cursing, What the hell are you? Tu Lang, standing behind her, reminds Lam Ki to control her emotions, or she'll lose her mind and go berserk. Hearing that, Do's younger sister was stunned. Lam Ki's face had become terrifying. Her mouth twisted in a demonic grin as she said, I want to eat him. The two cousins look at Lam Ki in shock. She is losing control and keeps trying to attack Go. Eat me, he stammered, unable to speak. You angrily said, Who is the real zombie here? He continued to receive signals from the eldest sister. Ajao, listen, stop the mission now. She's warning him, something dangerous is coming your way. Something is approaching from the sky at a very high speed. It's Zhang Si. He jumps down from above, causing a huge collision that clouds the surrounding dust. The dust is gradually settling. Ao stubbornly insists, No, I won't accept defeat. We haven't settled this yet. Suddenly, Akwe appeared from behind, slapped his shoulder, and immediately took Ajao away, saying, Let's go. Seeing that, Lam Ki angrily shouted, No one is allowed to escape and stay here alive, but Akwe pulled him away and said, We haven't declared the winner yet. Akwe, helpless, warned that if he tried to split them up, he would die. Lam Ki, unwilling to let them escape, then unleashed a tremendous burst of power. What is that? What's going on? That attack is moving in multiple directions towards them. Seeing the situation is unstable, Akwe reaches out to use teleportation. Lam Ki's attack has a wide range and crashes straight into a building. Akwe seems unable to use her powers and exclaims in surprise, What? The Du sisters also couldn't believe their eyes. Stunned. What's going on? Science and technology? They were pushed back by Lam Ki's power. They fall to the ground in panic. What's going on? They're doomed. Unavoidable. The building attacked by Lam Ki is collapsing toward the two girls. Tu Long also couldn't do anything and shouted, It's not good. We've lost control. The energy has exceeded the dangerous threshold. Hu Vu closed her eyes, expecting to be buried by the building. But then something happened that made their situation safe. Nothing was happening, so she opened her eyes to look. Zhang Si had appeared in front of both of them, tearing the building apart. They are safe now, both of them full of injuries and confusion. What just happened? Hu Vu stared intently at Zhang Si, silent, then turned his face away. At this moment, his face had returned to that of a human. Hu Vu stared at Zhang Tu in shock, then looked down at her silently without saying a word. At this moment, Lam Ki is losing control and attacking everything around her. Zhang Tu glances in her direction. Hu Vu also glanced over and calmly reached out his hand, Lam Ki still didn't notice his presence and continued to attack fiercely until Jong Tu's fist struck her face, shattering the terrifying bone covering her face. At this point, she's no longer aggressive but gradually calming down. The Diu sisters were terrified to see that. What? Jang Tu still calmly and indifferently looked at Lam Ki. The bone covering Tu Lang's face also disappeared, and she called out to Lam Ki in surprise. Lam Ki remained silent with her eyes closed, as if her body was weakening. The Dio sisters watched closely, and when they looked at Jung Tu, his face had returned to that of a corpse. They all looked confused and puzzled. Tu Lang stepped forward to support Lam Ki Bao, reminding her to control her emotions. She only replied curtly, too excited to speak properly. Understanding Yu raised his hand to rub his eyes, and she forced herself to get up, doubting herself. Is it because of my eyes? Why did I see a handsome guy just now? But Hugh Teet beside her also confirmed. She saw it too. They think they have a problem questioning life, but we see the same thing, right? There's definitely an issue. It's probably a fog of illusion. Are we maybe too obsessed with handsome guys? Hugh Vu doesn't buy that excuse, no way. Hugh Teet looked at Jang Tu with curiosity, wondering who he really was, as he said something to Lam Ki and Tu Lang that made them respond. Yes, Hugh Teet asked. Has Liu Ju been studying Water A for so long that he has seen him before? She is also curious about his reply, having never heard of this character before. His group is getting into the car to leave. Hugh Teet looks at them confidently, sure they possess ancient technological power. Damn it, how could their power be so overwhelming? We haven't even had a chance to act, and we already look weak as snails. She announced the plan was postponed, saying wait on those matters. Their president has arrived at the hotel. We've been outplayed. Let's go back to headquarters and discuss. Then she sternly ordered, Xiaoka, listen carefully. Investigate for me what the hat-wearing team is doing in this country. Xiaoka received the order and responded clearly. Akui pulled a Zhao to the rooftop of a building, suddenly landing so he couldn't prepare and fell face down on the ground, shouting angrily. Akui, what are you doing? I haven't finished fighting yet. Akui snapped. Shut up. If it weren't for being rescued, you'd be dead for sure. Let's put aside that mysterious name for now. We've missed our chance to assassinate. I sense two unfamiliar auras. Two very powerful zombie bosses have entered our territory. This surprises Agu. The plane is flying in the sky. When they arrive, it begins to land. On the plane, A Lang and A Mao are inside a pet transport cage. When they arrive, the plane has landed. A Mao is growling inside the iron cage. A hand grabs his ancient flute. Lam Kai leans in close to A Mao and threatens him to shut up. If it gets exposed, I'll tell your boss about it. Hearing that, he imagined himself hanging and unable to escape. Then he became nervous and scared. Feeling anxious and worried about his fate, he looked up at the sky and barked. Seeing Lam Ki and Tu Lang leading A Lang and A Mao, the Dio twin sisters looked confused. Your pets are so unique. Tu Lang forced a smile and replied, truly unique, while Lam Ki looked away and pretended not to see. Seeing Mao, the two sisters felt helpless, and the older sister reached out to shake hands with Tu Lang to confirm. Is it all gone? She replied, it's over, sister. Announce that the visit schedule begins in 2 days. Let's cooperate happily. Then the four of them split up in different directions. My younger sister glanced at Lam Ki and Tu Lang and commented, those two girls are really clever. They won't reveal the source of that power to us. She just turned to ask, is there only one way? Has the invited expert arrived yet? My younger sister held up her watch to check and said it should be here by now. 2 days later, on a clear morning, the president of Country A began a 7-day visit. The female journalist from Country B confidently hosted as usual. Dear viewers, President of Country A has arrived at our largest shopping mall. The camera pans around showing a crowded crowd and the voice of the female reporter. To explore the business opportunities here, they might secure a huge deal. The camera shows the B embassy communicating with the A president. Everyone is welcoming him, and this afternoon he will visit some tech companies. The female reporter said she would meet the Black Queen this afternoon. The people around were all taking pictures of the moment. In the serious conference room, a voice rang out. I am here to attend a roundtable meeting with our Prime Minister to discuss the upcoming exchange. When the meeting ended, it was already late evening. Tu Long followed Zhang Tu out of the conference room, complaining and utterly captivated. Finally, the visit is coming to an end. Luckily, they coordinated to maintain security, or it would have been even more exhausting. The surveillance screen for the Dio sisters shows Zhang Si. Her younger sister wonders if she's really seen him turn into a handsome guy before. The older sister immediately confirmed that there was no way to mistake it. The door behind them opened, and a man stepped in saying, the Prime Minister asked me to coordinate with you two. My younger sister calmly said to come here. I just called the minister. He asked straightforwardly, tell me, whose memory do you want me to take? She looked at the screen showing Zhang Si and said, he summarized everything for him. Now the visit is over, time is running out. This guy is a mysterious figure from Country A. Looking at him, she confirmed that we can't find out anything about him. But I'm sure this guy is connected to ancient people. He smiled and said, I see my profession is such that there's nothing I can't do. Minister Thoy took the bottle in his hand and sprayed it on himself, saying, disguise. A cloud of white smoke surrounds him. When the smoke clears, he appears in a different form. Now he has transformed into the president of Country A. Ask him if he looks like him. The Du sisters are smug and rely on him. Zheng Tu is waiting for Tu Lang to buy something from the vending machine and hands him a bottle of water, saying, "Here." She looks at the can in her hand and wonders, "I sometimes want to ask how long you've been alive." He looked confused and said he didn't know. He forgot. Tu Lang begins to wonder, guessing 800 years, 1,000 years, 2,000 years. Then she threw the water bottle into the trash and walked away, saying, "There's no point asking. I don't even know how old I am. And you're just standing there holding the bottle, telling me to go to sleep." The young man with a thap is sneaking behind the wall and asks, "Are we sure we have to come here?" He nervously replied, "I just want to be sure who that person I met is. After all, they're not human." He was puzzled as he reached the end of the wall. Zheng Tu's back appears in front of a thap, and he is startled when he sees it. He looked at him, feeling a terrifying power inside staring him down to threaten him. Immediately, a thap turned around and ran, pulling the young man with him. "Something's wrong. I give up. Run quickly." He suddenly shouted in confusion. Zheng Tu was walking down the corridor when the phone rang. When he answered, it was Tu Lang's voice. "This is Tu Lang. The president is calling for you. Aren't you surprised that she's already asleep? But actually, it's Xiu Wu pretending to be her. Forget it. The president is calling for you. We are waiting for you in room 614. Seeing Lam Ki enter her room, Tu Lang wondered, "Lam Ki, why are you here?" She said the president called us. A hand is opening the door to step in. The person opening the door is Jiang Si. So, the minister who was pretending to be the president of country A was mentioned already. Just when there's something to ask you about. As Tu Lang is trying to contact Jiang Si, Lam Ki asks if she has been able to reach Jiang Si yet. She replied, "Not yet." Understanding You proudly said that we also know how to block signals. We are about to discover the source of that power. Lam Ki and Tu Lang entered a room. Here, a Lang and a Mao are quietly inside the cage, while the president of country A is leisurely playing video games. Tu Lang asked, "The president summoned us. He told me he wanted to go to the bathroom." Then they said so many things that the two of them froze in place. In front of the bathroom door, Lam Ki and Tu Lang stood still, looking at the gender symbols. Tu Lang hesitated and asked, "Are we not allowed to go in?" She calmly replied, "This is our territory. Nothing can happen here." There are two men in the bathroom, the young man and a thap, and he is curious about what happened earlier. "A thap, if you brought me here, why are you running away?" He replied, "I just wanted to be sure, and see if there was still a chance." Hearing that, the young man doubted, "How could it be? Didn't you say there was a very scary guy here?" "We've missed the chance." The president of country A appears relaxed, whistling. He stands with the two of them to go to the bathroom, happily watching Athap's group and saying, "My brother's doing well." The two girls outside keeping watch started to get anxious as he still hadn't come out, and a corner of the building had been damaged. The young man and Athap are carrying President A out, both laughing loudly. Athap is delighted. "Is there such good news too?" They cheered with joy. "It really is a prize." The distant horizon is now within reach. Athap and the young man hurriedly move across the buildings to return to the base as quickly as possible. They cheerfully said, "We didn't expect such a surprise harvest. This time, they will have to admire us." Lam Ki and Tu Lang stood outside, curious about the noise. "What is that noise?" The two of them awkwardly looked into the men's restroom. Lam Ki wondered what the president was doing to cause such a loud noise, but everyone was stunned when they saw the bathroom wall had been broken. After realizing the problem, they panic and scream loudly. The alarm bells ring everywhere. Everyone hurriedly prepared upon receiving the notice. They focused on the missing president, sealed off all areas, and made sure to find him before the press discovered, informing the country B. The incident happened on their territory, so they had to assist in extracting the camera footage. Lam Ki and Tu Lang are anxiously in the president's room. She keeps contacting Tu Lang on the phone, asking repeatedly, "Hello, have you been able to contact Minister Jiang Si yet?" Lam Ki replied, "No. I don't know where he is." That makes her angry and grind her teeth. Lam Ki impatiently said, "Let me transform and go look," but she quickly ran over to stop her. "Wait, did you forget that a few days ago, you almost couldn't transform back?" Tu Lang warned her that without Jiang Tu, she would wipe out everyone here. She raised her hand to explain, "Even I can't control it 100%. Don't let it come to that where we become a threat to the president's life. Unless it's an emergency, jealousy should not be used." Lam Ki, hearing that, nervously asked, "So what should we do now? Why is everyone silent and not responding?" Then the two of them appeared in front of Mao and Lang's cage, causing them to feel uneasy. Lam Ki asked Tu Lang, "Are you serious?" She sat down, holding up the president of A's key and asked, "Is this the president's item? Can you find it?" Mao just replied, "Let me go." After being released, they sit on the chairs. Lam Ki suspiciously asks, "Tu Lang, they're not dogs. Did you really find anything?" Suddenly, A Lang grabs a Mao's collar and begins to pull her up. This surprised Lam Ki and Tu Lang greatly. A Lang forcefully threw a Mao towards the wall. The wall inside the room has been severely damaged, and the two girls are covering their eyes because of the thick smoke surrounding them. A Lang looked up at the destroyed wall and said happily, "We're free." He assumed a stance, then tiptoed to gather momentum for a push. He immediately flew out at incredible speed and shouted, "Leave it to us!" The soldiers, surrounded by the smoke created by A Lang, kept coughing non-stop. What is that? Even Key thinks this is no different from when we transform. Something is rushing across the sky at the speed of light. Athap and the young man looked on in surprise. Amal rushes to warn them, if you don't want to die, stay behind. Athap is panic-stricken when he sees this. He shouted, realizing that all the water tribes are raising zombie kings. Then Athap and the young man started moving, telling each other to run back to the headquarters. Lang and Amal are chasing behind, saying you're all going to die for sure. Zilang is also starting to act. Lam Kai asked what to do now and signaled to chase after them. The two started to chase after them. Tu Lang was amazed at how fast they were running. Lam Ki is so hot that she claims to have power but can't do it. So annoying. The three groups, Lam Ki, Amal, and Athap, are moving at their fastest speed. They are all moving through the sky, and the noise of shouting at the wreckage area draws the attention of the nearby zombies. Get out of the way! Athap and the young man hurriedly descended. Ajao and Akwe moved closer to them. Ajao was surprised. Athap. Akwe immediately recognizes him. Wait a minute, this is the president. Athap hurriedly shouted. Stop standing there, 2 perverts are coming after you. As soon as he finished speaking, Amal and Alang also rushed over. This surprises the zombie horde greatly. What? They started gathering together from other places. As the zombies focused on Amal and Alang, someone asked, is this the boss of the foreign zombies? Amal declares that if they hand over the person, there will be no conflict. We are currently dealing with foreign zombies. Be careful. Akui, hearing that, immediately nodded at him. The human war between the two countries hasn't even started, and we're fighting already? As the leader of the zombies, why are you helping humans? Amal quickly retorted, me? Look at you, you're living with humans too. A and the young man fell silent as he said, who has the right to judge me? But Akwe immediately retorted that I did it for the survival of the Jiangxi in the future, that it was a great plan. Hearing that, Amal burst into laughter. In the past, a shadowy figure was walking on the barren ground toward the sun. Amal recalls that half of my life was just like an ordinary bird. At that time, he was just a bird among the flock, helping humans clean up trash and corpses. He recalls the daily tasks, catching pests and killing worms to reduce the spread of disease. But he wonders why they turn us into maggots in their mouths, a terrifying and cruel existence. Amal realizes that my hatred for humans is not because of their prejudice, but because of my envy. I want to become human. Seeing humans walk and communicate happily, he always wished for that. I want to have legs like them. I want to have awareness and intelligence like them to become a higher creature. The bullets fired from the gun have killed hundreds of birds. Now I am weak and finally killed by humans. At that moment, Jiangxi appeared. He sat down, curiously lifting the heavy stone. If the earth has come to this point, is there anything left to survive? Looking at Alang with pity, I say, it's a pity. Half of your body and your wings are gone. He gently lifted him and said, I will call you Alang from now on. Then he took him along and taught him. Alang, remember this? Revenge and destruction won't solve anything. Even now, he still remembers the feeling of being inside Tulang's shirt pocket, cared for by him. Back in the present, Amalpi laughed and boldly declared, our plan is greater than theirs. Aki saw his attitude and realized there was no room for negotiation anymore. At this moment, Lamki and Tulang also caught up, running so fast. Ajao has transformed and is ready to fight. Wait, why are you talking so much to them? This isn't their territory. Don't think that the water zombie of B country is useless. Amao is also transforming now. Lamki and Tulang stare in shock as his features soften and become more gentle. He remembered when Tulang placed him in his hand and said, you said that whatever human or creature you want to become is fine, and if you say so, it's so. Now his body had transformed into a human, and he said, I have no intention of negotiating with you. The two girls screamed in panic upon seeing Amao's new form, as Amao appeared firmly in his human shape. What is this? Tulong panicked and shouted, isn't it the scroll? Aki was also very surprised. What is that? An Ag Dao beside him sneers like a broken-winged bird trying to become human. But Amao just silently glances at him. He raises both hands to attack and shouts, what are you so arrogant for? He immediately uses fire to create an intense heat source to attack Amao, with Lamki loudly warning, watch out, this guy is not simple. The low dragon's breath is huge and heading straight for Amao, but Amao quickly dodges to the side. After missing Amao, it didn't disappear but turned into a tornado that moved around, affecting Tulang and Lamki with wind pressure. Tulang assessed the situation and planned to tell Lamki, quickly get out of here, leave it to them, we need to find the president. From the fire, a Jiao appeared in front of Amao, raising a fist of fire. Amao steadies his stance and then decisively punches Ago in the stomach, leaving Lamki, Tulang, Akwe, and Athap all stunned. What? A Jidao let out a pained cry as he was thrown dozens of meters away by Amao. Akwe looked at Amao in horror, amazed by his overwhelming attack power. Then Amao quickly moved toward the zombie horde. They couldn't react quickly and just stood there in confusion. Amao created 3 claws. They have cut the ruined building into 3 parts, causing the zombies to suffer countless injuries. Akwe looks towards the smoke rising up. Ajao has reverted to her original form, lying sprawled on the ground. Kui exclaimed, "What's so terrifying?" The two girls are starting to act. Amao has absorbed all of Agu's fire into her hand. Seeing she can't fight alone, Kui draws her knife and gives the order. "Water Kyung Thai, listen up. Everyone charge and chase those two away." He started running, throwing the knife in his hand, saying, "Jiao Gam!" Many knives are flying toward Amao, but he just stands still, then charges at him, intending to stab him with a knife, but is stopped. Amao glances at him, then shoves him away, causing destruction. Akui's knife is shattered into pieces by Amao's power, leaving him terrified. What? That power seems to come just from Amao using his arms, so it doesn't look like it takes much effort. Lam K and Tu Lang were exploring when Tu Lang loudly said, "We found the president." A Thap heard Tu Lang's voice being discovered and turned to look at them. He saw that and signaled for them to stop. Immediately, the two girls were surrounded by a horde of zombies, but it was something else that caught their attention, not them. Alang is sitting atop a towering pole, his back beginning to grow a pair of wings, and his hands becoming enormous. That hand swung down and destroyed several buildings. At this moment, Alang had become a giant monster. The zombies were thrown into the sky by Alang and screamed. Seeing Alang's appearance, Lamki and Tu Lang all gaped in shock. Alang stomped on a large building with one foot, crushing it into dust. He saw this and screamed in horror, "Mom! Mom, it's an ancient mutant!" "Grandpa, with this level of power, how can he live in a cage?" "I think you only released him because you couldn't threaten him. This is no different from when we transformed. We must not harm the president." Thap was immediately terrified upon seeing the legendary monster. He handed the president of country A to the young man and carefully instructed him, "Take this to the boss lady. I'll go support and activate the consciousness enhancement device." Damn it, in this era, there are still ancient monsters. Something that moves at a very fast speed towards A-Lang's eyes. That thing is Amao, who appeared on A-Lang's body. Looking at them, everyone has incredible abilities, Kuebao. They are not ordinary zombie bosses. Hastily, Hot Ha carries the president of A to inform the big sister Hot Ha. The elder sister has two monsters. She told me she saw everything. Then he raised the president. "This is the president of country A." She angrily shouted, "Just kill Quatch already. What are you giving it back to me for?" But he immediately made an excuse to run away. "Akui, Thap, they are very dangerous. I have to go help." Thap is trying to rush to Akui's side as quickly as possible to help them. The impatient young man in front of the consciousness enhancement device asks, "How much longer?" "If you enhance your consciousness too much, you'll turn into an original zombie." Thap received the response signal and said, "Forget it, just open it." After boosting her consciousness, AQ suddenly screams. The remaining zombies also stand up resolutely, chasing away the outsiders. Amao, watching from above, sneered, "Combining human technology, huh? That's all they've got, just a bunch of small fry." Alang started attacking with his claws, ignoring everything else, because he only cares about one person and we only serve that person. He swung his arm forcefully around himself, and just like that, many zombies were thrown into the air, causing such a powerful blow that it blew away a corner of the city, destroying everything in its path. The zombies and thrown bricks flew everywhere. Lam Ki and Tu Lang were also affected and shouted in shock. The people who used consciousness-enhancing technology on the zombies are surprised. Weren't they using consciousness-enhancing devices? The young man nervously said, "One move to wipe them all out." Kuei shouted angrily, "Damn it!" He rushed at Amao intending to attack, but was blocked and even thrown to the ground effortlessly by Amao. That caused Kui to be seriously injured and cough up blood. Chapter 88, Amao showed no mercy and immediately defeated Kuei. At this moment, Thap is also approaching Aki to help, and with no way out, the young man has activated his strongest zombie consciousness boost. Damn it, I have to hold on no matter what. Thap is trying to reach Alang from the ground. Alang glanced at him in surprise. The electric power the young man activated is starting to take effect. Thap sensed the transformation within his body and roared, immediately turning into a giant monster like Alang, then stood upright fiercely. Alang remained silent as Thap appeared before him. Then he cheerfully addressed his fellow creature. Thap immediately rushed to embrace Alang to attack. Amao watched everything unfold from above. Suddenly, Aki turns around and stands in front of him. Aki raises his fist and shouts, "Clearly you are so strong!" Aki angrily questions him, "Why are you helping humans?" "We are the same kind after all," he responded to Aki, ready to fight. "I cannot answer that question. My orders are to bring the human president back." He forcefully punched Aki in the face. Aki, in pain, fell back and cried out. Aki, with a little strength left, said, "We just want our race to survive. What's wrong with that?" As for Thap, he's using all his strength to hold on to Alang. He loudly declared, "It's not over yet. This place doesn't welcome you." But Alang remained still and only said one sentence that left him stunned. "If you refuse to hand over the human president," Alang calmly said, "then everyone will have to die here." Then Alang grabbed Thap's neck, causing him to scream. Tu Lang and Lam Ki were also very confused by this scene. Alang gathered his power with his hand and then used it to attack Thap. The young man shouted worriedly, "Thap!" Alang had struck a thap, causing him to fall to the ground amidst the dust and smoke. Alang gently grabs his neck and lifts him up. Lam Ki and Tu Lang stare in shock at the two giant monsters facing each other. With this much power, why do you let humans control you? You have destructive strength but end up being their dogs. Why wouldn't I want to destroy humans? Then I remember the past. I was just a young hybrid zombie from a strange clan. Our heteromorphic clan is not zombies. We have consciousness, food, and we just want a territory of our own to survive. Modern robots begin to appear, but those damn humans show up again. They destroy everything with their technology. They used advanced technology to destroy our home. Because of a single statement that we are not their kind, our elders all died. Although still very young, Alang always had to hide. My parents hid me among the debris to protect me from being hunted by humans. At that time, Alang had to go through terrible things. Humans call us monsters, so what are they in our eyes? I saw with my own eyes them kill my family, and at that moment, I hated humans more than any other species. I wanted revenge, but I also hated myself for being cowardly and weak. Alang peeked out from behind the rocks as the robot standing outside said, "All the monsters are gone. From now on, the earth has no more deforming zombies." Then he approached Alang and said, "That's not true. There's still one more." Alang, frightened, stepped back and said, "Just when I thought I was about to die, someone appeared to attack him and protect me. I was so surprised to see a fellow Jiangxi come to save me." Alang sat in the corner, watching him intently. He then stood up and hid behind a rock, peeking out. At that moment, I saw a fellow creature. His face looked as if he had just seen a new source of life, a strong comrade. Jiang Tu suddenly appeared with a human appearance, making Alang feel like he was facing a strange-looking fellow creature. At that moment, he was alone fighting against a group of robots. I saw him face the entire human army alone. They reported to each other that the ground forces had been wiped out. After finishing the statement, their ship beneath the sea started firing continuous shells to attack, and their commander shouted, "Hey, he's looking at us. Use all the weapons on land, sea, and sky for me." Jiangxi can control the ocean. I witnessed his battle against all of humanity. Just a wave of his hand could destroy all human high-tech weapons. He let the water flow along the cannonballs, causing the waves to rise and block them. Because the water dampened the force of the cannonballs, they became useless now. The waves surged wildly, towering over the human warships, then rose and fell, gradually sinking them. They hurriedly reported the situation. The Navy had been wiped out using an electronic orbit laser beam. A large laser was generated from the battleship. Jiang Tu silently watched it as it moved at a very high speed, flying across continents and heading forward. He still stood there confidently without moving. The laser beam caused a massive explosion. All the soldiers are stunned. What is that? Jiang Tu still stands there unharmed, with the laser weapon destroyed. His power is truly terrifying, as the laser could vaporize zombie cells but is just like a decoration before him. Jiang Tu remains calm and unharmed. Finally, a large, blurry figure appears through the dust. A mighty armored soldier wielding a sword is the strongest mech warrior, something humans are proud of but can't withstand a single strike from him. Yet that soldier was defeated by Jiang Tu without being able to do anything. He has done what I wanted to do most. One by one, the armored soldiers, the mech pilots, and the soldiers are all being defeated. At that moment, I saw humans gradually showing fear. Alang can live underwater, so he felt lucky to have survived that war of the century. Earth is now just a barren land, but other creatures are not so fortunate. He has destroyed all of human civilization, including all life on Earth. Everything is gradually disappearing. That battle left the Earth's surface barren, most creatures vaporized, and the world that once had over 100 continents now only has 2 remaining. Looking at Jiang Tu Alang, I know I can never do the same in my life. I know he hates humans just as much as I do. The Earth is now desolate and silent, seeing a world with no living creatures left. He is not happy despite having succeeded in his revenge. I saw in his eyes Alang crawling out from under the pile of rubble. Jiang Tu had transformed into a ghoul, his hollow eyes filled with loneliness. He walked over to his shirt and picked it up with his hand. Alang still hid behind the large rock, watching him secretly. He put on his shirt, then slowly pulled his hat over his head before quietly walking forward. Suddenly Jiang Tu stopped. Alang followed and hid behind a rock, watching him sit down and dig through the dirt, still alive, with half of his body and wings gone. He lifts the creature and begins to name it. From now on, I will call you Alang. So, Alang kept following Jiangxi and remembered that the elder once said, hatred and destruction won't solve the problem as long as we don't oppress humans. We will achieve the great plan. Returning to the current battle, Alang spoke. What I am saying. He squeezed Athap's neck and asked, "Do you understand?" This strange action left Zilang and Lam Ki utterly confused. Seeing that Athap did not respond, he swung his hand and threw Athap away. Athap was flung far and fell toward the buildings. Deceitful! He thinks that there's no one as strong as that in the world. Jiang Tu, who is at the fake president's place, suddenly anxiously says, "Help me look at his face turning dark." Then he sneezed and turned into Minister Thoi, spitting out black gas. The Dew sisters, seeing him cry out for help, hurriedly ask, "What have you seen in your hypnosis technique? Quickly answer this. Why did you change back?" Minister Thoi suddenly collapsed, stammering and vaguely saying that "You've wiped out my entire family. What did you just say?" "Tell me clearly what," he said. He said the ambulance is coming. Hutit hurriedly ran out to open the door and said, "Don't shout anymore, we've already saved the person." Jang Tu still stood silently without any movement. He looked confused, scratching his head, asleep. He looked at the empty chair and wondered, where is the president? At this moment, the two Dew sisters are rushing the unconscious minister to the emergency room. Hurry up and get the doctor to save him. Don't die. If you want to die, at least tell everything first before you go. Suddenly, Jung-si received a call from this minister. Can you hear me? Answer quickly. Can you hear me? After finally reaching him, he said he was able to get through. The president has been arrested. He said confusedly, the president was just with me. The minister was surprised and asked what. The president was arrested half an hour ago. Jang Tu receives the news and falls silent. Immediately, the wall of the room he's in is destroyed, and he speeds away rapidly. In the hospital emergency room, the two Dio sisters stand at the door asking about the situation. Doctor, how is it? The doctor replied, it's not very hopeful. Understand Tuet doesn't expect much, just being able to talk is enough. He told them that it was too distant a goal to ask for much, just being able to live was enough, then casually informed them of the minister's condition. A plant person shouldn't expect to speak in this lifetime either. This left both of them disappointed and without hope. Athap, who is badly injured, questions Alang in confusion. If there are such zombies, why are we suffering so much? You say he destroyed all of humanity, so how are there still survivors? Alang calmly replied, then you should ask those humans yourself. It seems you want to rush to your death. Then he got up and shouted, if you want to hand over the president, you have to go through my body. The zombies also all stood up and caused chaos. Lumki, shocked, said, they're crazy. After hearing Athap's words, Alang confirmed, you better disappear now. Alang immediately roared, unleashing a power many times greater than before. Amao watched curiously. What is this? Tulung and Lumki shouted in shock. Did you forget what you came here to do? Akwe is scared. What? The young man, seeing he couldn't resist, suggested surrender. Stop fighting. We will hand over the person. He lowered his voice as he watched him. A hand reaches out, pointing straight at Alang. Akwe is stunned by the sight before him. What is this? Alang's power had just gathered strongly. Now it suddenly vanished into thin air. Athap's eyes widened. What? Jang Tu appeared to stop the battle, standing alone right above Athap. Seeing him, Athap remained silent and apprehensive, and Jang Tu calmly ordered them to stop. The zombie horde was charging wildly forward, but suddenly they stopped in fear, and Athap, sitting on the ground, looked terrified with wide eyes. Jang Tu quietly gazes into the distance before turning to look at the zombies, and seeing him, they all become surprised. Their legs instinctively kneel down, and they bow their heads as they kneel in unison. Hail to the king! Alang proudly said, now you see for yourself. Athap still stared wide-eyed, looking intently. What? He looked at Jang Tu with suspicion. This is a fellow creature. Seeing him with such a terrifying power, he felt even more confused. Was it about ancestors or himself? He asked, where is the human president? He stammered in fear and replied, in the basement, through the left door in the command room. After receiving the information, he moved to another place. Akuya is trembling and kneeling on the ground instinctively, watching him closely and feeling, what is this? Facing those two guys is less stressful than being alone. In the command room, the eldest sister of the zombie horde pointed her gun at the president of Country A and said, I never show mercy to enemies, rest in peace. At that moment, the president of Country A spoke up. Wait, you are the leader of the anti-government organization from Country B, right? She listened silently to his words, hearing his voice say, I didn't expect a girl to be just as tough as a man, but she herself is still very strong. Praise me to help you escape this crisis? No way. Seeing that the situation was unstable, he quickly made another suggestion. Wait, I have intelligence about ancient human technology. Don't you want to know? This statement truly made her become agitated. The ancient person immediately pulled the hood covering his head off. She, full of authority, threatens. He clearly states, my ring event has its limits. President of Country A began to say, you probably also know that Country B is doing this because our Country A has discovered ancient ruins. Unfortunately, we have to fight them. Although we only defeated one, their advanced technology remains. Country B is prolonging the visit to gather more information about the ancient people, then he uses his words to persuade. You've spent so much effort getting us to fight each other, so why not let me go and I'll tell you about the ancient people, then you can decide what to do next. She lost patience and shouted, you dare stall! Do you think I'm stupid? She immediately pulled the trigger, but the gunshot went astray because she was suddenly blocked by a group of zombies, surprising her. What? What's going on? Seeing them restraining her, she questioned, I raised these creatures to make them aware, so why are they stopping me? They brought her before someone, and as she looked up, Jang-si suddenly appeared in front of her. She shouted in shock, you! Jang-si showed no expression, only remaining silent. Then, the zombie horde had her pinned on the ground. Chapter 92. Two zombies held down the water zombie's big sister, causing her to cry out. She gritted her teeth and growled, damn it, let go then! Loudly demanding, who are you? Jang Tu glanced at her and smiled approvingly, saying, I didn't expect the leader of Water Zombie Clan B to be a human girl. Interesting, but I'm not interested in your clan's leader. And you are not allowed to kill that person. Caught in her plan, she jolted in surprise and shouted loudly, What do you mean? At this moment, President A suddenly stepped forward. Oh, Minister Jung has arrived. Seeing this, she grimaced and shouted, "Stop them quickly, or all hope is lost. Let me go now." But the foolish reactions of the zombies made her even more panic-stricken. Looking at the zombie in front of her, the elder sister of the B country zombies stared wide-eyed and muttered, "Why is there no reaction at all? Could it be controlled? Is the consciousness enhancement device useless?" She panicked, raising her eyes to look at him as if she had realized something. Jang-tu coldly left a final word. "Release them once we leave here. We are civilized zombies and shouldn't kill indiscriminately." The scene shifts to outside the towering mountain range. Tu-Long and Lam-Ki quickly rushed over to ask, "Are you okay, Mr. President? You scared us to death." "I'm fine," the president of Country A said cheerfully. "I just went to the bathroom and this happened." "Sorry about that. Just a little sightseeing." How strange. Jang-tu thought to himself that they had just finished chatting and not long after, he was called here. Could it be that human presidents truly possess supernatural powers and should not be underestimated? And the two of them both looked bored as they listened to his dull words. Thus, the president of Country A's zombie-themed tour came to an end. Then, bodyguard Jiangxi escorted the president back to the hotel. In another place, a Mao turned around and said, "You're lucky." This statement made A-Ku startle in shock. Then he snorted coldly in frustration, showing his defiance. Meanwhile, A-Lang was slowly moving forward. After visiting the B zombie base, the president of A had one last visit. The people of Country B welcomed him warmly and kept giving gifts to the president of Country A to show their affection. And after the public event in B, the president will return home. As for the security team, they must stay alert because a major incident almost happened, so they have to watch over the president around the clock. Therefore, Zhang-Tu had to seriously stand watch with A-Mao and A-Lang observing their surroundings. The heroic figures of the three made the boy curious and exclaim, "Mom, look at the adorable puppy." Mao and Lang are praised for their fighting skills, but I have nothing to say. At the same time, elsewhere, the Diu twin sisters knelt on the ground with pale faces, eyes wide with panic, stammering, "We didn't complete the mission." Then, they hopelessly watched the plane soaring across the blue sky. A month later, Lam-Ki and Tu-Lang were practicing combat against each other. She carefully demonstrates, taking a deep breath and tightening her upper abdomen. Tu-Lang not only speaks, but also shows Lam-Ki how to do it. She explained to focus the power on the palm, but Lam-Ki on the opposite side found it extremely annoying. She growled, "Enough, I can't wait any longer." Then she tiptoed and shot up into the air like a bullet. Seeing that, Tu-Lang also bent forward into a fighting stance. Lam-Ki excitedly shouted, "Let's start!" Her loud voice made Hyo-Hyo startle as she just stepped in. Then they kept exchanging moves like two bullets. Lam-Ki, excited, kept shouting as she attacked, feeling hooked, while Hyo-Hyo stood outside, extremely worried. "Miss Lam-Ki, control your emotions. What are you doing out there? Quickly record the combat data before and after the transformation." He also panicked and responded. Yes. At this moment, the battle between Lam-Ki and Tu-Lang has entered its climax, with continuous attacks being launched. However, a sweeping kick from Tu-Lang ended the fight. Tu-Lang's surprise kick left Lam-Ki stunned for a few seconds. Just as she was about to deliver another strike, Lam-Ki spun around in a somersault. As Lam-Ki just tilted her head down, Tu-Lang lunged with a kick, but with a single hook kick, Lam-Ki directly struck Tu-Lang's chin. After that lightning-fast kick, she had to jump 3 or 4 times to the side to keep her balance. Seeing them fight so fiercely that I couldn't tell who would win or lose. Hugh stared wide-eyed and shouted, "Stop fighting! We've finished collecting the data!" Hearing that, Tu-Lang was about to rush forward but paused for a moment, then immediately charged ahead throwing a flurry of punches. Lam-Ki couldn't hold back and punched back. They kept fighting like that until their powers collided and threw them apart. Tu-Lang was knocked away next to the sword but quickly bent down to regain his balance. Hyo-Hyo looked on with increasing fear. At this moment, Lam-Ki suddenly grabbed her sword and leapt to strike Tu-Lang, causing a deafening explosion that immediately drew everyone's attention. Hyo-Hyo was knocked off balance by the sound wave of the explosion and shouted loudly, quickly spitting out calming medicine. The man, after witnessing their enormous power, widened his eyes and stammered in response. Yes. Then a series of air pumps immediately appeared, quickly blowing out streams of air. Tu-Lang lands on the ground, holding his broken sword and snorting. Lam-Ki, with her broken sword in hand, immediately rushes forward. Xiaohua was stunned in shock. Lam-Ki also didn't hold back and charged forward, both girls launching powerful attacks at each other with incredible force. And so, this stalemate continues without a clear winner. Both sides evenly matched, and she can no longer keep going, gasping for breath as drops of blood fall onto the ground. At this moment, understand, analyze the data. According to the statistics, the strength after transformation is more than 20 times greater than before, even surpassing mine. It seems to be related to innate power. Maybe I can't defeat both of them. Tu-Lang and Lam-Ki walk out exhausted. Understand? Understand tries to explain, but I am very curious. Earlier, you pierced each other's hearts, but neither of you was in transformed state, yet you were still able to recover. I can't do that. To be honest, you two are no longer human. Lam-Ki snatched the datasheet from her hand and looked at it in disbelief. Panic-stricken. What? Is this the price of gaining power? She added, moreover, the recovery speed is even faster than I expected, like a god. So why aren't you human? Tu Lang asked coldly and confusedly. Do we have consciousness and a body different from those mindless monsters? Then why are they different? I think only mindless zombies are true ghouls. She hesitated and replied, but Tu Lang decisively declared loudly, unlike anyone else. Now I need to study the emotion control device. Inside, she plans to attend the upcoming gathering, and I don't want to lose control and hurt others. And after visiting Country B, people rarely get a short vacation, with Jung See's favorite eggs on the table. He enjoyed it happily and chuckled to himself. Then suddenly someone outside rang the doorbell. He looked puzzled and curious. Who is it? It turns out to be Tu Lang. She quickly said, the president told you to go there with me right now. Over there. Dr. Kiet Min's figure is about to do something. Dr. Kiet Min smiles wickedly. Drink it. The ancient person is pouring liquid from one test tube to another. The subordinate sees this and is confused, so he asks, aren't you a mecha engineer? What are you doing? You're more biological than us. He looked at the decomposing liquid and replied, this is nanotech liquid metal. How could fake metal materials from Earth possibly support the Empire's technological foundation? The body must also be capable of handling high-level powers. The subordinate was frightened half to death. The liquid is gradually evaporating. The ancient person added, this liquid metal will be everywhere and will take the shape of whatever the opponent desires. The hardness of this metal is equal to that of an entire planet. I shuddered in response. That's too much. Does Earth have something like this? Combined, just 1 gram is enough for infinite growth. The subordinate couldn't help but be amazed and said, that's incredible, even more than us, back in the old days. Were all these kinds of things. It's hard to imagine how advanced your science and technology were back then. He stated the obvious, describing realistically how overly advanced they are. We used to live like useless fools, relying on others for everything. Artificial intelligence makes everyone like a grown-up baby. The ancient people looked at Jung See on the battlefield with a hint of reluctant admiration. We have only maximized the power of science and technology, but still cannot defeat him. The subordinate asked a very urgent question. With such strength, can we defeat him? Why do you have someone like Jung Tu? His face darkened. Who said Jang Tu is a creature of our generation? He gaped. He talks about Jang Tu, the first-generation human turned into a zombie. He felt extremely uncomfortable after hearing it. What? He reminisces about the time he lived among humans on Earth more than we thought. The subordinate was stunned and exclaimed, implying there were other civilizations before yours. The ancient man replied, of course, let me tell you the history. Ancient Earth. He recounts a past of hard labor, similar to other civilizations. We also started with farming, all beginning with cultivating the land. Since when did that man start showing strange signs? One day, a zombie suddenly exploded and a farmer turned into a zombie. War broke out, and through the flow of time, we are like you. The Kuang Thi were fiercely attacked, using all their weapons to fight back. And in the days that followed, to eliminate this creature completely, we evolved along a different path. They kept searching, and we, despite not having stronger bodies than the next generation, still relied heavily on technology. And then, over the past 1,000 years, our technology has also advanced remarkably. Their efforts have finally paid off. During that process, we also uncovered a shocking secret. Cells are running within the genes. Humans turning into zombies is caused by a virus already in their bodies, not by the humans themselves transforming. The zombies are rushing outside in a frenzy. Jang Tu's figure appeared powerfully in his eyes. When studying the origin of human civilization, we realized something terrifying. He has experienced civilizations alongside humans. The subordinate officer broke out in a sweat after hearing the story. He said helplessly that he was the first human to turn into a Jiangshi, with a very complex structure, and we don't understand anything about him. A type of gene that stopped developing, but we knew there were 6 other human civilizations before us. During that time, the rise and fall of civilizations were all connected to him. He said it casually. At least he didn't destroy just one civilization. He shouted in panic upon hearing that. Dr. Kiet Min stood in the corner listening in, implying that Jung Si is even more ancient than we thought. His expression didn't change at all. You all know that too. The elders studied day and night and discovered that such a creature exists on Earth, and we are terrified. He tirelessly worked in the past and then risked everything to develop technology. He imagined Jung Si walking alone across an empty desert, and as long as he appeared within 500 kilometers, there would be no human shadows left. They kept studying him intensively, and during those years we researched his behavior and his genetic code. The subordinate looked blankly at the screen, which showed Jung Si standing on a pile of wreckage. We developed technology to the highest level, thinking that no matter how strong he is, he's just a biological creature that can't surpass the speed of light. He regretfully continued, it's a pity. In the end, humanity still failed at the last moment so that humans could survive. We buried human fertilized cells in the ground. I won't need to tell you what happened next. Jiming looked back in confusion, burying the fertilized cells in the ground. At this point, he was so angry he was trembling as he questioned, so you mean our generation all came from those fertilized eggs? The greenhorn is speechless, just standing there like a statue. The ancient man quickly waved his hands to explain to Jiding, don't get excited. We also trained hundreds of men and women to reproduce freely. Kietman then calmly listened attentively to each explanation he gave. After thousands of years, the genes have changed long ago. We didn't expect to see a genius like you. This is the greatness of humanity. That's enough to hear. He turned away coldly and said, I'm done listening to your nonsense. I've finished handling this. Go take a look. Kietman then pointed to the experiment machine inside the room, where a living creature was on the chair, serving as a research subject. The green-haired guy looked a bit disappointed and asked, Is that all it looks like? Kietman calmly explained, It's just a semi-finished product. I took Genjiang 2 and put it into a body. I haven't given it consciousness yet. This depends on you, old ancestor, the ancient man replied with a start. Yes. Then he took a vial of solution and explained to Jiamin that injecting this nanometal into his body would do. At that point, we will have a mechanical version of Jiangxi. The ancient person looked at the experimental zombie and analyzed that an immortal body created from nanometal combined with genetic engineering would be no different from the original. The greenhorn shouted in panic, Wait, are we creating a clone of Jiangtu? He spread his arms and legs to respond to the two people. Don't they remember what he's thinking? Then we must not let him have his current consciousness. The ancient people wisely said we should be more cautious. Based on my understanding of Jiangxi, we can only implant his thoughts from the previous generation. Even though he was timid and faint-hearted, he still hesitated and didn't dare to act. What was he thinking at that moment? Maybe he wants to team up with Jiangxi. So aren't we just wasting our effort? I don't know. At that moment, I didn't know what he was thinking. But if he saw a person, he would kill them all. Hearing this, the greenhorn jumped in fright. Huh? Jet Ming is a relaxed guy, so he just coldly said, Whatever, I already made it anyway. Let everything happen naturally. The scene shifts outside the port, with ships and planes departing together. Jiangxi notices something in his right eye and looks a bit surprised. He looked around and asked Zilong, What are you taking me to the port for? Isn't it supposed to be the office? She replied indifferently, Look for yourself. In front of Jiangtu was a large, heavily armed and modern warship that could be called a battleship. The president of country A turned around and was surprised to see Jiangtu. As his ship gradually approached land, he saw Jiangtu more clearly and enthusiastically spread his arms to welcome him. Director Jiangtu has arrived. It's been a long time since we last met when he returned to the country. He immediately rushed over and hugged Jiangtu tightly to thank him. Having someone as strong as you in country A is truly fortunate. Then the president of country A put his arm around Jiangxi like a close friend and said, I have prepared a big gift for you to show my gratitude. Tell me, if you want money for the two girls, I can give it to you. And if you don't like that, I have other options. What about Tu Lang and Lam Ki? Then he pointed into the distance, laughed generously, and said, I don't think Minister Jiang would like those things. Don't worry. If you don't like them, I have other options. The area where President A points features advanced warships. I hint to Jiangxi, here's a Navy fleet for you. 4 aircraft carriers and 60 various military ships. He laughs heartily, showing good faith to cooperate with Jiangxi. From today on, you are the Minister of VR Super, and in the future, half of the fate of Country A will be in your hands. Don't hurt us, okay? Damn it! Tu Lang stood beside him, speechless, truly trusting him too much. Jiangxi casually said, Oh ho. Seeing your trembling attitude like that, Zilong immediately intervened. What are you shouting? I've never seen the Navy before. Apart from the minister, the power of the other group leaders is limited to the city and the land army. The president of Country A raises his hand towards the soldiers to signal them to shout loudly. Salute the commander. All the spirits solemnly shout in unison. Greetings, Minister Jiang. Hello. The other soldiers immediately took out drums and horns to play loudly. Jiang. The president of A announced grandly that this is the naval advisor I selected, recruited from other ministers, to make it easier for you to train the Navy. The ship's deck then launched fireworks with banners that looked extremely ostentatious, and the president of Country A enthusiastically announced loudly. They went ashore to congratulate Minister Jiang on his appointment, just like a fleet setting sail from some sea area. Inside the ship is the eldest sister of the B Country zombie clan. They just set sail and she's already scolding her subordinates. Less arrogance and behave. I spent a lot of money to invite you here, not just to sit around. Xiao Hong, shivering from the cold, showed her displeasure towards the elder sister. Seeing her older brother getting angry, Lam Ling hurriedly comforted her. Your Majesty, please stay calm and speak slowly. Then he turned to the elder sister and asked, I wonder why you called us here. The eldest sister didn't bother to look back at him, but clearly stated her purpose. A diplomatic exchange between Country A and Country B is about to take place, during which they will compete in naval firepower. I want you to infiltrate and make them kill each other. Can you do that? Lam Din, sensing a big profit, laughed out loud and asked directly, Sure, I don't know how much you can spend. Big sister raised 3 fingers to indicate 3,000 tons of gold. Seeing Xiao Hong frowning in annoyance, she subtly told Lam Lin to advise your king not to show that face anymore. He lit up at the mention of money. Lam Lin quickly turned to persuade Xiao Hong. Great king, please calm down. Have you forgotten that we still owe money? Then Gu Dai Hack Gang offers us interest rates up to 40%. It will take us hundreds of years to pay it off. As he finished speaking, Xiao Hong stepped forward to the eldest sister. What do you want to do? Please keep at least 5 meters distance from the boss. So what? Are you afraid I'll bite off your big sister's head? A Zhao still firmly defended her boss and reasoned, "Please keep your distance as we are very sensitive to ancient creatures." "All right," Big Sister finally spoke. "Everyone step back. The girl from the human race, I don't care what you want to do. Right now, except for those I can't beat, no one is my match. But if you want me to act, there will be a price." Big Sister only gave a brief request, just to cause them to fight among themselves. Only then did Xiao Hong respond. Okay, after the discussion, their ship continued on its journey. The pitiful blood-sucking demon king Chu Xiaohong, the noble one, has to go to work because of usury. Meanwhile, the exchange event between Country A and Country B is about to begin. At this moment, the city is filled with fireworks celebrating a nationwide event. Inside the television station, two announcers are enthusiastically presenting.
Dear viewers, we are the live broadcast station of Country B. The exchange between the two nations is about to begin. Although this event has been held for decades, I would like to take a moment to explain a few things.
Since this civilization emerged, we have endured the torment of the undead all the way until we fled into the city. At the port, a female announcer is also reporting the situation. Therefore, we have worked hard to develop military equipment to protect ourselves. Since the two countries are quite far apart but belong to the same race, they hold an exchange every 4 years. People across the country are also eager to watch the broadcasts. The event will take place at sea and be broadcast live worldwide. Large screens mounted on skyscrapers are also broadcasting this event with voices of fake reporters everywhere. The theme of this exchange is the battle for the island, aimed at showcasing each country's military strength to the world, with the sound of the broadcast echoing over the sea and highlighting advanced military equipment capable of protecting everyone. Our command room will connect with the field reporter from Country A. The convoy is heading to a coastline. At this moment, the ministers of Country A are gathered on the island with the lieutenant of Country B. The briefing rooms are gradually arriving. The event is about to begin, and today there will also be a simple volleyball match. A sexy swimsuit-clad girl is stretching to warm up her body. None other than our Tu Lang. The young male spectators stared at her with wide eyes and excited shouts, with some even taking out cameras to snap her picture. The atmosphere on the island has now reached its peak, and Lam Ki has also changed into a stunning yellow two-piece swimsuit. She glared coldly around and snorted, while the Du sisters also prepared for the upcoming showdown, reminding each other, "Even if it's just acting, you can't afford to lose. Watch out." Zhang Si is shirtless, wearing only shorts with her legs spread apart, looking like a fool. Lam Ki in a white swimsuit stands with her hands on her hips, looking confident. Kwang Dai gazes at the girls here with a big smile. A few years ago, there wasn't much interesting, only these two girls' teams competing made it worth watching. The audience below immediately focused on Zhang Si and couldn't help but discuss excitedly. "Who's that skinny guy? Is he the leader of today's event? Why is he wearing a zombie mask? It seems like he was in the presidential guard team last time, but he looks so weak." Zheng Tu was a bit puzzled, wondering if Tu Lang's leg had healed, and Chuang Tong responded. At that moment, the leader of the creature group pretended to be her. The referee then loudly announced to everyone, "The battle begins." Lam Ki immediately hits the ball to start. The referee is meanwhile announcing that this round will be divided into pairs with each side choosing their own members. From Lang jumps up, swinging her hand to hit Kat with the ball. The referee continues to announce the rules of the competition. Enjoy the show on site. You can observe the physical strength of the officers from Country B and the team leader from Country A. This volleyball weighs 48 kilograms of earth, which normal people cannot lift, let alone play with. The young men immediately took out their binoculars to get a clear view of the irresistibly sexy girls, while Tu Lang's powerful serve aimed straight at Dao Qi, causing her to lose her footing and fall onto the sand. Ju quickly jumps up to hit the ball and angrily shouts seriously. Then she strikes with all her might, but Ju's eyes suddenly freeze and she reaches out. Lam Ki on the city wall is aiming at the ball and shouting loudly, "Die!" The two of them kept fighting and shouting, then suddenly the ball flew towards Zhang Si, but he easily dodged it. Seeing this scene, the viewers below also have to be surprised and exclaim, "No, it's not just acting, is it?" Deep Deep watched from the side, noticing Zhang Tu's special ability, and everyone shouted loudly. "Out!" Deep Deep announced. Water A scores a point. Continue. Hearing the loud shout like a splash of water in his face, Zhang Tu was startled once again. He quickly sped up and ran forward, then suddenly turned to smile. Because of his carelessness, he was immediately hit in the face with a ball. Seeing Zhang Tu get hit, the crowd watching cheered loudly. "Hey, that one was also a shot." The referee crossed his arms and announced the next round. Lam Ki, seeing their team being unfairly judged, shouted loudly, "Damn it, we clearly hit your players." But the referee just rolled his eyes and looked bored. Every year it's these two teams. Now if you let you fight, the exchange event will have to end early. Ni Ai also curiously lowered her glasses to watch the game. Everyone's eyes were on Zhang Si, who was holding the ball without making a move. Ni Ai cautiously warns, "Watch out, Deep Deep, or you'll get caught." Zhang Tu remained still, clutching the ball in frustration. Deep Deep glared at him intently, nervously waiting for the slightest movement to happen. Ni Ai also stood watching arrogantly. Deep Deep glanced to the side to say something, then she reassured Ni Ai, "It's fine. The battle between us and him has been over for decades. He doesn't remember." Deep Deep glanced at Zhang Si, trying to dodge shadows but kept getting hit, looking like a clown and smugly saying, Look at him. Then she narrowed her eyes and spoke seriously. The first form looks like an idiot. If you only look at this appearance, you would never guess that after transforming, he becomes a nightmare. Hiding in below water for so long, I never thought I'd meet him here. The first time I saw the real person, Deep cut her off. This is not the time to recognize each other. Deep remembered something, her eyes filled with hatred as she recounted. Danger. That painful memory still etched in my mind. She recalls the moment the missile soared into the sky and continues, bringing despair. Everyone on the ship gathers around the round windows, gazing at Earth, feeling the suffocating weight of that oppressive atmosphere and the pain of leaving their homeland behind. The missile gradually ascends, leaving Earth behind and heading towards a distant, unfamiliar planet. The more Diep spoke, the more she felt oppressed. Her lips pressed tightly as she burst into tears. I still can't forget this memory. On the other side, Tai-sun looked at Jong-tu with clenched teeth in anger, and Diep spoke up to calm him down. He was annoyed but held it in and replied, yes. Ni-ai also curiously glanced over at them, and Diep, sitting on Tai-sun's arm, reminded him of the main goal of the fight. Remember, we're not here to fight him alone. Reckless actions will cost us dearly. I don't want to stay here alone. At this moment, Ni-ai is also approaching them, and Diep, sitting on Tai-sun's shoulder, leans down to advise her. If Ni-ai doesn't want to sleep, I'll go rest for a while. Stay here and keep watch, but keep your distance from Jong-tu. Before leaving, Diep once again emphasized the purpose of today. Remember, the most important thing right now is to thoroughly investigate Jong-tu's strength.
It seems Jong-tu on the other side heard something and glanced over at them. Then the scene shifts to the GMing Science Laboratory. The ancient person picked up a newly completed spreadsheet and couldn't help but be amazed.
Finished designing? I guess I'm better suited to be a programmer, though I'm losing hair a bit, so, the green-haired guy asked softly. I'm really curious about the ancient person you mentioned earlier. Realizing he used the wrong word, he was startled and quickly corrected himself. That's not right. The greenhorn looks towards the ancient person with curiosity. What did ancient human civilizations look like? Even ancient people couldn't give a precise answer and responded vaguely. Unfortunately, we didn't claim it. At least we left behind a civilization for you. But they left nothing behind, making us believe we were the first generation during the early days. Now, outside the port where the warships are, the fleets are starting to move forward. There are also helicopters accompanying from above. Inside the helicopter, a broadcaster is filming and making announcements. Dear viewers, the exchange event between the two countries is about to begin. I am currently on a branch of the massive fleet of Country A. We will report the entire process to everyone. The scene shifts to the control room where a zombie soldier calls out loudly. Boss, a familiar figure has returned. It's Jiang-Si. At this moment, he is dressed in a magnificent minister's outfit, standing proudly at the port with the fleet ships lined up densely on the pier. Jiang-tu carefully observes the situation outside with binoculars. As the fleet sets sail, after months of training, our Jiang-tu now has his own naval fleet. Through training, the zombie under Jiang-Si's command has mastered aircraft carrier control skills. One zombie is guiding the ship, while another assigned as a helicopter pilot knows how to fly and coordinate combat. They also have the ability to launch land, sea, and air attacks. Country B could never have imagined. The zombie guide is crouching down to check the directions for the plane, while the military weapons to fight his zombies are mixed in with a fleet of zombies. Finally, the plane takes off. What would the B country journalists think if they knew those zombies were flying fighter jets right above their head? After a while, the planes and ships drifted aimlessly in the vast ocean. Tu-Long is also included here. She stands tall, gazing outward. A zombie captain hands Tu-Lang the captain's hat and says that her superior, team leader Tu-Lang, has been assigned to the fleet of Minister Jong-tu. This is the appointment letter, and it also includes Lam Kai. Team leader Lam Ki can now depart. The Lich captain also handed her a similar hat. Team leader Lam Kai, this is your uniform. But Lam Ki straightforwardly refused, giving a very reasonable excuse that team leaders don't need to wear uniforms. At this moment, a loud announcement was broadcast from the fleet. We are now on Jiang-Si's fleet from Country A. In the central area of the sea region, Country A has deployed its entire navy, a total of 3 fleets. The announcer was still enthusiastically presenting the theme of the event, which was the competition for the island. To challenge the adaptability and coordination of the team leaders, all fleets have disabled satellite communication and navigation systems, relying solely on radio signals for communication. Planes and fleet ships are all moving forward along the same path. The first group includes Jiang-Si, Zilong, and Lam Ki. The announcer then introduced that this time from Country A there is the Jiang-Si fleet led by the 2nd Navy. The second group includes Minister Song and General Daigang. The announcer introduces again that Minister Tron leads the 2nd Navy, which is also the indestructible Steel Navy. Group 3 is Minister Trung with 2 subordinates, both looking formidable, along with the grilled sausage fleet of the 3rd Navy. On the other side are the Diu twins and another young man. In our Country B, there is the 1st Fleet led by Officer Ban Ho and the Diu siblings. Group 5 consists of 3 police-uniformed girls from Lieutenant Hung Hwa's 2nd Naval Fleet. And Group 6 includes Colonel Ho, Diep, Ni-ai, Tai-sun, and Colonel Ho's 3rd Naval Fleet. The large screen in the city center is broadcasting an image of a female announcer reporting. Unfortunately, interviews with the fleet commanders are not possible. It seems everyone is determined to win. The fleets all refused interviews to keep military secrets. She then pointed at Jiangxi and started improvising. But don't worry, everyone. The captain of Fleet 2 from Country A is very friendly. He agreed to answer all questions from the public. Jiangxi scratched his head in confusion like a young deer. The female announcer then pointed her microphone at him and asked, "What advantages do the A country's fleets have? Who will ultimately win?" As a minister, Jiangxi casually responded with a teasing remark saying, "I think everyone should stop fighting, keep the peace a bit, and finish quickly so we can go home and have dinner." Even the person watching the news at home after hearing Jiangxi speak couldn't help but wonder, is this guy stupid? The female announcer then turned to interview Zi Lang, asking what advantage their fleet had that could lead to victory. Just like my friend, Tu Lang's answer was just as speechless. He only needed to prevent the fleet from running into the river to win. The female announcer was stunned after hearing this, and suddenly Lam Kai glared seriously and said, "I have a bad feeling about this." The fleet ships have set sail with loud shouts of "Let's begin!" The first is the ship with a red hull from Fleet 1 of Country B. Diu Tree watched intently from outside and inside in boredom. This competition for the island is so dull. The last zombie killing contest was much more intense. Xiao Di crosses her arms and asks seriously, "Do the two new female lieutenants in Fleet 3 know each other?" Sister Diu replied, "I don't know them. I heard they've been holding the rank of private for a long time and only recently got promoted by special order." She looked over at Colonel Ho's group, wondering what was so special about them. Tai Sun suddenly sniffed at something. Deep Deep looked at him and wondered, "Tai Sun Than, what's wrong?" Tai Sun replied, "Nothing's wrong." The warship was still sailing smoothly on the sea, but Tai Sun sensed something that he chose to reveal. There is a troublesome person coming. Little Hong is also on the ship, sitting cross-legged and leisurely enjoying the view. Chapter 99. Hearing Tai Sun say that, Deep Deep looked up, a bit surprised. Difficult. Ni Ai also asked, "So Tai Sun, do you also find it difficult?" He slowly revealed that perhaps her existence, like mine, belongs to the same species. Looking at Xiao Hong sitting there sluggishly, but for Tai Sun, he had a different thought.
But for some reason, I also feel that her breath is very faint. Deep Deep turned around in surprise and asked, "What?"
Just like him, Tai Sun calmly explained. With her faint breath, she will probably disappear soon. The scene shifts to a lonely green island standing alone in the middle of the sea. Some island in the Atlantic Ocean now has a helicopter arriving and a ship approaching it at the same time. There is a voice announcing that Major General Manhwa, we have arrived at the target island. Country A is on our left. A subordinate looks through the binoculars and then reports back. The general's diplomatic meeting has begun. Lieutenant Colonel Manhwa immediately ordered to open fire, and a large bullet was instantly fired from her fleet. The enemy ship's side immediately descended into chaos with fierce explosions, accompanied by loudspeaker announcements. Minister Tran, Fleet 2 of Country B has opened fire on us. Surprised by the attack, Minister Tran can only curse in frustration. Damn those people from B, they deserve to die. Now the announcement says that Country A lost one destroyer with a 3-point deduction. A soldier looks down at the deck covered in red liquid and shouts. The oil paint on the other ship is also stirring, and the soldier loudly announces to Minister Tran that they are fighting. General Kyong just stands around gossiping and mutters that the fleet commander's close-range artillery is just for show. The minister calmly looked through the binoculars and said they're too close, causing the reporter in the helicopter to almost drop his jaw in surprise. Are all the viewers watching? The impatient person from Country B has already taken action first. All the people on the mainland are watching what is happening here. The male reporter continues to explain that the match will be won either by capturing the island or through a scoring system, where the one with the higher score will be the winner. We have always followed the first principle of friendship. Competition, second, risking life or death. Although we take precautions to prevent innocent casualties, replacing bullets with fireworks, we are even more eager to see the president of Country A and the general of Country B fight in close combat. The crowd is cheering wildly, urging everyone to give their all and tear them apart. The reporter continues to inform you, viewers, now it's time to test the teamwork of the presidents of Country A and General B. Minister Trong quickly ordered an urgent counterattack along the entire line. His subordinates also swiftly adjusted the steering wheel according to his instructions, turning it to starboard. The enemy ship is still firing continuously, causing the sea to splash everywhere, and the subordinate wearing glasses quickly takes out binoculars to observe and shouts in fear. "No way! The human army!" Minister Trong shouted angrily and gave the order. "Fire now for me!" His hand keeps pressing the keyboard like a trigger, causing his subordinates to panic and remind him. Minister Tron, stop pressing. You're about to blow your top. The ship of Lieutenant Colonel Manhwa is also fiercely attacking nonstop. Handle them for me. General, aren't we here to seize the island? Take her head, wipe out their entire forces. The island is ours. General Kwong, seeing the situation on both sides, also worriedly asked, should we help? If this continues, Minister Truong's fleet will lose. The minister calmly replied without any surprise, hurry, what are you talking about going around? The minister immediately analyzed that the current situation gives the first faction 40 points. Let those two fools fight here, and we sneak in quietly. This is called stealing chickens. Huang Dai was also wide-eyed in surprise. The subordinate with glasses trembling with fear stammered and called out for the troops. Human army. Hung Hua's ship is still attacking with bullets and shows no sign of stopping. The minister's subordinate just announced some false news. Our artillery shells are running out soon. Hearing this, he impatiently urged, "Step back!" He decisively took off his pants to fart and insisted that the enemy must capture the leader first. From the minister's ship, a strange round object was thrown out, causing his subordinate to shout in panic. Colonel Hung Hua saw something flying toward their ship, though he didn't know what it was, but he quickly reported, "General, something is coming at us." Suddenly, the back of the colonel's uniform gradually expanded, tearing apart the back of his shirt. Finally, he successfully transformed his muscles. His clothes no longer fit and were torn apart, and he leapt into the air joyfully. The man tensed his muscles. The officers' group saw the shameless man completely exposed without a single piece of clothing, and all of them shouted and covered their heads in panic. The reporters on the helicopter, overwhelmed by the shocking scene, fainted and tears streamed down their faces. The soldiers watching from afar, through binoculars, also couldn't escape their fate. The audience watching all turned their eyes to the screen showing the minister. They all froze in place, tears streaming from Ciro's eyes and mouth. It's clear that the minister's bold display had a powerful impact on the opponents. The reporter rubbed his eyes hard and spoke. "Sorry, viewers. After all these years, it still stings like this." Hung Hua, furious, crushes her phone and yells, "Damn it, even her subordinates are afraid," and call her Major General Hung Hua. Immediately, Hung Hua rushes toward the minister's ship in a state of extreme rage. "Get out, you damn pervert." While he's showing off his body naked, she charged straight at his avatar. Hung Hua's high heels stomped down hard, aiming to distort the minister's face. The reporter quickly regains a confident and excited attitude to announce the news. Dear viewers, the long-awaited showdown between the generals and the chairman has finally arrived. The crowd watching is cheerfully shouting to support her. Fight, fight until death. From afar, looking down at the ships, the cheers of the people still echo loudly. Let's cheer them on and support them. Huang Dai looked through the binoculars and shouted, "Minister, look at our right side." Sister Du is trembling and tearful, looking confused. And Du Chi carefully watched and said that the fleet was the #1 of Country A. Could it be that they also want to steal the chickens? She saw something and shouted loudly, "Oh no, they want to steal the chickens." The fleet that lands on the island first will directly earn 40 points. Both Huang Dai and Du M share the same plan. I will send people to stop them. But the minister refused, saying, "I don't need to worry, because Sister Du has another plan to deal with them. I will send people to stop them before they arrive. With so many troops, they will definitely cause trouble." At this moment, the ship moved straight ahead, and Du Tree shouted loudly, "Then accelerate and head forward." At the same time, inside the island, Blue Dawn hurriedly knocked on the door and shouted inside to report. "It's dangerous, Dr. Jimin. The human army is heading towards us." "What?" "Except 100. Dr. Kiet Min looked through the binoculars, quietly observing the scene where Dr. Kiet Min stood in silence. His binoculars reveal a large beach with 2 boats running side by side. The team leader angrily pulls the lever to the maximum. "You're useless, daring to race me. If you see the water splashing behind my boat, consider me the loser." The boat speeds across the sea like lightning, while the twin sisters from the Du family on the other boat are annoyed and just as determined.
"I've never lost in a race before, so step aside and let me go faster." Dr. Keatman shouted angrily, "Damn it."
His disciple immediately turned to ask, "Are they the ones who found us out?" He retorted, "No way. The hiding spot I chose is the safest. This small area of less than 100 square meters isn't under the jurisdiction of countries A and B. Who would pay attention to a place like this?" A voice echoed in the office. "A few months ago, what did you think about this exchange event?" The Prime Minister of Country B stood next to the President of Country A, who was lifting his teacup, and asked, "Where should we hold this exchange event?" "Don't even think about hosting it in my country. Last time I had to clean up the mess, so don't dream about it. If you don't want to host it in your country, I don't want to host it in mine either." He pointed to an island on the map and said, "So we choose this one. The annexation of this small island is still undecided."
"We have divided all the territories on Earth except for this one island."
He said that, and the two of them clinked glasses. "So whoever wins this match will take control of the island." President A laughs loudly. "The deal is done." Dr. Kiet Min angrily slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Damn it." He snapped angrily, "Are you finished yet?" The ancient person frantically keeps typing on the keyboard. Wait a moment, I'm still writing the sequence." A zombie sitting inside is being programmed, missing one arm that hasn't been installed yet. Helicopters are flying continuously overhead. The editor on the helicopter excitedly hosts the show as the viewers in front of the TV watch, and the fleets of the two countries gradually arrive in full. They all stand silently listening to the host's voice. At last, the B-Nation fleet has arrived. The whole city watched the big screen and exclaimed, "The show is about to start." The editor looked out to scout. "Wait a minute, why can't I see the second fleet of the two countries?" The helicopter flies past the boats, and Zilong is on a boat drifting closer to the iceberg. Strange, I got goosebumps all over, clutching someone and stammering. What the hell is this place? Lam Ki tremblingly stands next to the captain and shouts, "Captain, quickly check where this is." The captain, sweating profusely, replies, "We're about to hit an underwater rock." Gigi shivered from the cold and helplessly said, "Exactly. Is this the Arctic or the Antarctic? I told you, don't let the zombies steer the boat." Jung Si held his cup of tea, sweating profusely. "We're lost." The boat crashes hard into the ice ahead. "Captain Tulang, we have hit an underwater reef." Tulong shouted, "I've finally seen the fish!" Lam Ki firmly held the railing and asked loudly, "Where exactly have you taken the boat?" Jang Tu remained silent, sweat pouring down like rain. The place they were in was on the other side of the Arctic, halfway across the world from Antarctica. Jang Tu chuckled mischievously at Tulang's complaints. "So where exactly did you steer the ship to?" Lam Ki over there complained, "What kind of operation is your fleet leader doing?" she shouted. "Can you be a little more reliable with this state of yours?" She raised her voice into the phone, saying, "Satellite data is unavailable. Don't tell me you don't know how to use the compass either." "What should we do now?" he said nervously, causing Zilong to furrow his brow. "Maybe we should rest and withdraw from the exchange event altogether." The announcer excitedly declared, "It's starting. The steady pillar of both nations has begun to fight." Lieutenant Colonel Hung Hua falls into the sea, her eyes wide with shock as she looks ahead. A naked man suddenly appears in front of Lieutenant Hung Hua. She screams loudly as the sun shines brightly down on the beach. Dr. Keatman raised his binoculars to his eyes, gazing into the distance as the sea waves splashed everywhere. Hearing the enthusiastic announcer's voice, the team leader opened his mouth with determination. "Ladies and gentlemen, fleets 1 and 2 from both countries are jostling to reach the small island. Who will ultimately lead and earn 40 points? The Dew twin sisters grit their teeth and drive forward. Dr. Kietmin is furious. Enough of these trash armies. He spun around and said, "You should also think of a way. Don't just keep rushing to write the procedures." The ancient man's face was full of exhaustion, and he glanced at him and replied, "Don't you have a lot of zombie samples? Go to the crate and see if there's any remaining nanometal left. Creating a scientific creature might not be that difficult for you." Dr. Keatman's disciple rummaged through everything. "I found it." Dr. Ji Ming quickly snatched the vial of solution. A horde of zombies emerged, and the human army was dying. Dr. Keatman muttered, "Do you think I'm a fool?" He said grimly, "I won't fall easily." A small island appears on the beach. Lam Lin looks through binoculars and says, "King, they've started fighting. We can take advantage of the chaos." Xiao Hong ordered to open fire. A bullet was shot from the boat. Deep was surprised, and he was confused. Tai Sun falls silent and suddenly reaches out, causing the boat to crash into a large rock and shake violently. On the other side, the rock exploded. Colonel Ho was furious. Real bullets. "You bastards from a nation, are you really playing? Load the gun for me. Counterattack with real bullets." Lam Lin broke out in a cold sweat and said, "The king facing him has a master." A tall figure approaches Major Ho. Tai Sun ordered to steer the ship over there, clenching his fist in defiance. "Damn it, I am the highest commanding officer here. You 2 lieutenants are following my orders." Tai Sun lifted Colonel Ho's head. Colonel Ho struggled fiercely as he was lifted high. He turned pale with panic and asked, "Your strength is too powerful. I am a general of B country." "Who exactly are you guys?" Lam Nin gasped and said, "Vuong, we are about to crash this time. We are sneaking into the navy fleet of the 3 countries. We can't be exposed." Tai Sun silently lifted Colonel Ho up high. Xiao Hong and Ni Ai both shouted together, "Smashing them for me." Xiao Hong's boat sped forward. Ni Ai's boat also speeds forward, and the host is excited and anxious. Both sides are getting anxious. Fleet 3 from Country A and Fleet 3 from Country B are both unwilling to back down, preparing to perform a Pacific Ocean kiss for us to see. This year's exchange event will be even more spectacular than before. Ignoring all the noise, Zhang Si and Diem Nien are sitting fishing with Kuang Thi, and the 2 boats are getting closer and closer. Lam Lin gaping, about to crash. Colonel Ho, terrified, drools from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Hong rushes forward. Tai Sun also charges ahead. She takes a running start and kicks high with one leg, unleashing a powerful force. Tai Sun is sent flying over Xiao Hong's boat. She turns around in shock, and he lands back on the boat. Tai Sun knelt down to keep his balance as the boat made a loud noise and water splashed up. Lam Lin screamed in fear, "Who is this guy?" Little Sister Hong stands in the corner, sneering coldly. The editor excitedly tells the audience that the battles between the subordinates of the chairman and the general are just as spectacular. That lieutenant from Country B, relying on his powerful muscles, kicked the warship from Country A over, and Xiao Hong's hand created a large source of magic, causing a huge whirlpool to appear beneath the ship. Tai Sun also assumed a fighting stance. She frowned as she crossed her arms together. A large rock appears, gripping and trapping Xiao Hong tightly. The editor broke out in sweat. Is this the level of combat strength that a subordinate of the chairman can show? The entire city's residents stared in shock at the big screen, everyone wide-eyed. The editor quickly flipped through his notebook, searching for strange information. Tai Sun, the lieutenant, is among the contestants, but the naked young woman from Country A is not in the records. And Lam Din and the Dew twins shouted loudly. The chief looked at the minister and said, "Minister, Something's wrong. It seems there's something strange on the island. He looked through the binoculars and asked what was going on. A giant monster tramples over every tree on the island, charging forward aggressively. The minister was stunned. Dr. Keatman challenged angrily. Now, what a bunch of fools. Over there, Jung-si is still fishing with that zombie. Team leader Kyung-dae stared in shock and asked, "What are those on the island? Are they also part of the training?" The minister suddenly ordered a retreat. He listened, puzzled. The younger sister from the Dio twins in the cockpit spoke up. "Hey, they've slowed down." "What is she saying?" I couldn't hear it. The monster lifts the boulder and throws it forcefully, slicing through the waves. The slab crashes straight into the cockpit where the Dio twins are, and the twins scream loudly as flames engulf them. The team leader gapes, "Minister, the ship facing us just exploded." He leans on the railing in confusion. "It really exploded? This exchange event is really intense. If it's true, then it's way over the top." Dr. Keatman stood silently, eyes wide with shock. "What's going on?" The Bee's leading battleship suddenly exploded. This rehearsal feels incredibly realistic. He grits his teeth with each word. "Just die for me." In the large office, the Prime Minister of Country B listens to the phone. "Hello, are you the one handling this project?" President A immediately replied, "Why would I do that? I don't have that kind of courage. You were the one who chose this location." The minister raised its hand and ordered, "Counterattack across the entire front." The two presidents won't allow their weapon supplies to be lost. An enemy is operating on the island. On the large ice sheet, Jong-si was still peacefully fishing with the zombie. He suddenly turned and asked where Tu-lang and Lam-ki were. Ngengo Traloy." "I don't know, he was just here a moment ago." Tu-lang and Lam-ki are on a boat in the central region of the vast sea. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. "Damn it. This 4-yearly exchange meeting, do they know how long I've been waiting? It's not easy to gain great strength. We initially planned to equip weapons to wipe out the shame from before, but this fool led us to Antarctica. The exchange event hasn't started yet, but we already have to end it," the zombie captain said in confusion. "Captain, without a fuel battleship, we don't have enough," Tu-lang shouted in his face. "Shut up, you're useless. Even if I die, I won't give up. Find a way for her, no matter what. Swim back to the competition site for me." The zombies on both sides of the boat are climbing onto the ship, and everyone on board is shouting for them to climb. The ancient person looked at the computer screen and laughed loudly. "We did it. The research and manufacturing were successful." My disciple from Professor Kiet-min approached nervously and said, "Hey, don't let him come back here." He glanced at you and said, "Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. I've already installed him and the device pointing toward the open sea from the beginning." The images of each person on Jung-si's side, full of momentum, appear facing the group of Xiao Hong, in a large coastal city on Guancanaleo Island, the Atlantic Ocean. A Ji-Dao flicks his lighter to light a cigarette and speaks, not knowing how things are going on the outside contractor's side. A Kui, with a cigarette in her mouth, said, "Maybe it's done now." A Kui frowned and looked ahead, puzzled. "Oh, something's happened? What is that?" A Zhao asked sharply. "What is that?" A large device appears beneath the sand. A hand gently touches it, fingers gripping the big machine. The strange device opens from inside, revealing Ano and Akui with mouths agape in shock, their eyes blazing red with danger. Xiao Hei was taking notes when suddenly his pen snapped in half. He looked at the pen in shock. The sound of hurried footsteps echoes as Echo and A-Lang speak quickly in unison. "Hey, Little Black, what happened? The king seems a bit strange." Little Black frowned and turned sharply around. Akam looked confused. "Your Majesty," he appears with a terrifying, gloomy form and sharp-pointed teeth. A Ji-Dao and Akui nervously watched the device in front of them start to smoke. He arrogantly stepped forward with a cunning smile. A Zhao and Akui were stunned. "What?" The great king didn't move but looked ahead. Then suddenly he started walking quickly across the sand. The ancient man excitedly slams his hand on the table and says, "Let's go and see your true strength." He approaches a Zhao and Akui. The king quickly approached them, causing Akui to scream in fear. "Who is this?" The person from the Great Huo shouted with a loud laugh as he faced a Zhao directly. The king suddenly hugged a Zhao tightly, tears streaming down his face, truly happy to see everyone alive. Thank heaven everyone is still alive. A Ji is frozen, unsure of what is happening. The ancient man grabs his hair and screams. "What the hell is going on?" A Ji-Dao stammered as she struggled. "Hey, who are you? Let me go." Dr. Keatman's group looked on in silence, while the king held a Ji-Dao's leg and wept, finally seeing a fellow survivor alive. "I feel very lonely." A Kui is speechless. Miao Loi just now was completely off. A Zhao struggled to drag his feet forward. "Let go of me," Dr. Keatman shouted in anger. "You have failed." The ancient person immediately stepped in to stop and explain. "Wait a moment. Don't get excited just yet. There must be a problem somewhere." The king finally kept his composure and spoke. "I apologize for my earlier rudeness." He shook hands with A Zhao and introduced himself, saying, "I am Jiangxi." A Zhao widened his eyes. "You're a zombie." He replied, "Yes, I didn't expect everyone to still be alive, so I saved time by resurrecting you all." A Zhao scratched his head in confusion. "Resurrect?" Akui looked at the device on her wrist and said, "I just used the consciousness enhancement scanner. He's definitely a zombie." A Zhao pointed at the great king, puzzled. "That's strange. Why do you look like this?" He retorted, "Are you talking about me?" He raised his hand high toward the sun. The king reached out and grabbed his wrist as he spoke. You say this? It's okay. He raised his hand to his head and laughed loudly. Sometimes I don't even know what I'll become. Kui and Ajao looked at him speechless. Athap shouted loudly to the people in the distance. Hey, you two stop chatting. The big sister from the outside has invited us back. The plan is successful. We need to leave here quickly. Ajao hurriedly says goodbye to the king and then leaves with Akui. We have something to take care of first. This place is not our territory. Absolutely do not run around. The helicopter flies away from the island. The elder sister of the Bee Kingdom zombies glanced and asked, What were you two doing just now? AG nervously replied, I bumped into someone very interesting. Oi. The king still waves goodbye below, leaning casually on his hip and saying, Well, he's in a good mood. Let's go see somewhere else. Dr. Ketman points his gun at the ancient person's head. Wow, he's failed. I trusted him that much. I poured all my research funds into you and you give me this in return. Go to hell. His disciple awkwardly forced a smile. The helicopter soared high above the boats below as the king entered the city, standing between two tall buildings. The people looked at him whispering and murmuring, Hey, look over there. Hey, look over there. Who is that guy? They look so strange. The people are sweating bullets at the sight of the king. He said each word of human with a deep, menacing tone as the helicopter flew across the sky. Akue looked over and asked, What are you thinking about? Ajao pondered and replied, I was thinking about that interesting fellow just now. I should have brought him along earlier. He looked out the window and said, He's so small and weak. Don't let humans kill him. The great king raised both hands, ready to attack. Dr. Catman's group froze in shock. He slammed his hand down on the ground, causing a beam of light to shoot down from the sky, shattering the earth and rocks. Ajao looked out the helicopter window and was amazed to see a person floating in midair. The helicopter suddenly was hit hard, and they all shouted in panic. Countless cars float and crash into the helicopter. Ajao and Akue fall to the side, shouting, What is happening? An earthquake? The eldest sister of the water zombies of Group B said loudly. Hold the plane steady for me, Akue asked anxiously. Ajao, what's happening outside? Ajao and Akue looked panic-stricken ahead as the helicopter flew over the sea towards the big city. Dr. Keatman's group was stunned as the great undead king merely moved slightly, and the entire city was already torn apart. Ajao and Akue sat in the car with their mouths open and eyes wide, watching as the great king stood up. Behind him, cars and people falling like rain. The eldest sister of the water zombies couldn't hide her shock. Lao Kai on the boat shouted fiercely, Climb on, even if you have to crawl, get to the exchange event site for me. Lamikai's zombie sailors always stand by and swirl with the panic around them. Chairman Lam Ki, something's happened. Look to the southwest. As soon as they looked over, they saw a familiar scene where half the ground was turned upright like a wall. Both Zilang and Lam Jiao exclaimed in great surprise. In another place, Chu Xiaohong is trapped in a hand of stone and struggling. Who else in this world, besides the Jiangxi family, can be my match? Who are you? Deep Diep smiled and replied, Guess what? Xiaohong still looks down on them, thinking she can control me with just this little skill. The man with hair covering his eyes suddenly flinched. Then she herself swung her hand to break the rocks holding her back, and she jumped down to the ground. The tall man reported to Diep Diep, She's stronger than I expected. Xiaohong confronted them with suspicion, asking who they really were. Deep Deep, eager for a fight, ordered, Xiao Taishan, come to me. The person behind immediately responded, Commander, but Ni Ai stepped in to stop her. All right, now is not the time to compare whose subordinates are stronger. She spoke sincerely, saying we have no ill intentions. We just want to know where your master is and speak with her. What are you talking about? I don't understand anything. Deep Deep laughed loudly again. Interesting, you really don't know anything. You don't really think there's such a thing as a vampire on this earth, do you? Could it be that you are a leftover from that time? Xiao Taishan Niarbai explains to his owner that based on the timing, she should have disappeared long ago. Even if her owner used some kind of life-sustaining potion, she couldn't possibly have such great power. Xiaohong is still very impatient, saying that the one on the other side acts like she knows me well. But here, Xiao Taishan is still carefully analyzing, making Diep Diep surprised, as some kind of jealousy within her body might be helping her achieve eternal life. Ni Ai replied herself, We are an ancient human civilization. Our purpose here is to uncover Jiangtu's true strength, so since you've lived on Earth for many years, can you tell us where your creator is now? But those words only made the Demon King angrier, as Bolabala kept talking nonstop. I don't understand anything, and I also hate humans. She glared at Diep Deep and said, On the contrary, the one over there, you have successfully awakened my competitive spirit. She also jumped in surprise. What? Little Taishan quickly stepped forward to protect the master, serious now. Suddenly, all four of them froze at a loud sound. What is happening? From the boat, they could see a huge block of earth flipped upside down in the sky. Xiaohong stared in shock, her mouth agape, and Diep Diep was no better. Ni Ai completely lost her composure from earlier. What is this? The helicopter above is still reporting enthusiastically. Ladies and gentlemen, the fan meeting is in full swing. The reporter holding the microphone keeps speaking. Faced with the intense competition between the two sides, he suddenly exclaimed in panic when he saw the strange scene. Wankokano Island, the entire island itself, appeared right before the eyes of those nearby. Minister Kwang Dai, trembling, shouted while holding his backpack. Minister, Your Excellency. The two people clinging to the float are also stunned. While Hung Hua is still pressing another man's head underwater, causing him to be shockingly terrified, the Great Beast King lifts one leg to walk, causing the ground around to shake like an earthquake. A flying device shoots up from the ground at incredible speed. The plane trying to move forward was caught between the two sides of the island, both sides raised up. Left, right, right. It's very close to the sides of the road, causing panic among those inside. Increase the altitude of the plane. Ajao and Akwe shout again. Look quickly, it's the same kind as before. A strange object suddenly soared straight up into the sky. The back of the Great King became clear in their eyes. Ajao opens her mouth to look at it as the king's head turns, and suddenly its body explodes. Its face, darkening in the eye sockets and nostrils, turns white. A flash of red streaks across, and its jaws gape wide. The Great King evolved into a two-headed form in an instant. Ajia and Akwe hugged each other and shouted, "What is this?" The Queen of the Zombies leans against the doorframe, sweating non-stop, as that giant beast charges straight at them, crashing into the city and shattering the ground into pieces. Neither the zombies nor the humans on the plane expected this. What is happening? The Zombie King suddenly emerged from the smoke with a muscular body. Ajia and Akwe froze in shock, wanting to speak, but their tongues were tied. Another wave of destruction sweeps across the city, leaving everything suspended in the air. The two zombies hurriedly pull their big sister away. The plane can't hold on much longer. Why is this happening? Protect the elder sister. But the chaotic scene in the broken plane prevent them from delivering the tipper. What did you say? Couldn't hear you. AQ exclaimed as the horned zombie was still being pulled into the vortex. I told you to protect the elder sister. Mom, a large hole is opening beneath the ground, and a powerful energy is gradually gathering there. But what just happened left Tulung and Lamki speechless. And then the overwhelming force surged in, causing the two girls to cry out in helplessness. What? A bright beam of light is shining out from beyond the sea, where the ship carrying the strange guest is located. Neither girl was more shocked than the other, both staring blankly. At this moment, Group A Jia Akui was struggling to withstand that tremendous pressure. All matter on Earth is engulfed by that beam of light and falls into chaos. The Great King, do not stay silent under the scorching sun. It is right in the center of the crater, surrounded by thick white smoke. The Great King opened his mouth and let out a few confused sounds. At this moment, the ship of those people was also experiencing a sudden shock. Deep Deep was surprised. What just happened? Ni nearby tried to verify the location, the direction of Gordon Kano Island. At this moment, Xiao Taishan finally uttered the name Jiangxi. Around the Great King, there was only flat ground with no one in sight. In an instant, the Gordon Kano Island was flattened. At least 30 million people vanished into thin air. The TV reporter quickly relayed the news. The viewers interrupt with an urgent news report. The Gordon Kano Island, the largest landmass on Earth in Country B, suddenly disappeared 20 minutes ago. Their voices echoed throughout the city, with nearly dozens of millions of others missing without a trace. The viewers couldn't help but be surprised. What is going on? What happened? The small helicopter of the reporter still remained steady after that destruction. We are sending reporters to the scene to report. The rookie journalist kept focused on the microphone and exclaimed, "Oh my God, how clueless. What exactly happened here?" They are curious and controlling the helicopter. Quickly, go deeper to see. At this moment, the zombie gang has landed, and she is being protected by a tall zombie guard. Ajao and Akwe lie flat on the ground, trembling as they speak, with the Great King right in front of them. "Brother, what are you doing?" It turned and whimpered, "Humans deserve to die." Both of them clenched their lips tightly in fear as the horned zombie carefully hid behind the rock, and the king's keen nose immediately caught the scent. There are still humans alive. Not all of them have died yet. A quickly waved his hand and said, "You're mistaken. There can't be humans here anymore. You smell it on me because I have been dealing with humans all year round." Behind Akwe, he trembled and whispered to his brothers, "Protect the eldest sister well." He also nodded. The skin around the king's eyes was wrinkled all year round, clearly showing that he reached out directly and was grasped by something, lifting him up. Then asked if you had been living with humans all this time. Ajao still tried to reassure him, saying, "We're not brothers, right?" But the king coldly replied, "I can create zombies if I kill you." Alki was about to collapse from the sight, his personality changing. Seeing someone with absolute power in front of him only made him more afraid. So why did he turn out like this? Akwe, though also terrified, still spoke up. "You're overthinking it. As a zombie, why would I choose to collude and do wrong with humans?" The king replied, "Prove it." He spoke each word clearly. To the southwest, near Wankano Island, there is a city with a population of 70 million. As soon as he heard that, the king's eyes turned bloodshot. He shot straight up into the sky, ignoring Ah Dao. And the zombie Ag Dao was lying dazed on the ground. The Great King quickly crossed countless continents to reach the place he mentioned. Even after escaping, he was still trembling with fear. What kind of oppressive feeling is this? They quickly regrouped. Big sister, are you okay? Luckily, I was quick-witted. The reporter on the helicopter also saw them. Look quickly, there's someone down there. The helicopter then lands on the ground. Their boss tried to sit up and said, we need to find a way to stop him. Our goal is to coexist with humans. We can't let him do whatever he wants. Jiao didn't quite agree with that. Sister, are you joking? Didn't you see what he just did? And the king is still rushing forward at full speed. Is there any creature in this world that can stop him? The surface of the earth flashes with a burst of light from his speed. I estimate that in less than half an hour, he will wipe out all of humanity. The cameraman and the soldier quickly raised their guns when they saw them, while the girl tried to approach the zombie. While everyone else was still surprised, she was human and directly grabbed the camera. Everyone, listen up. The zombie queen is trying to warn the people in that city. There is a terrifying maniac here slaughtering people indiscriminately. Everyone, run and hide now. There might still be a little hope to survive. A young man watching suddenly gets annoyed and turns off the screen. Is he crazy? Why do all the people on TV look so stupid? Their city is peaceful and sunny around them. The young man placed his phone on the stand and happily said, Director, the number of viewers on the live stream has increased by hundreds of thousands. He also laughed loudly, full of delight. What? In front of me is a pure and beautiful girl gently turning in the wind. The chat keeps fluctuating. I told you, there's nothing worth watching in the chat group. That guy keeps waving his hands and kicking his legs to watch the beauty's live stream. But the real king is Vuong Dao. Looks like there are still a few people like Chung-Chi and me trying to catch the hype with the fan club. He held a bottle of cosmetic and started advertising. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the specialty of NB City in our country B. Whitening cream. Today you don't need 998 or 298. As he spoke, he turned the screen toward the girl. Today, just 98 is enough to take her home. Does everyone want me or my wife to become as beautiful as this little fairy? But right now their disaster is that the great king has just arrived, so buy it. The director was surprised and turned around. What? The ground suddenly exploded upward, knocking all three people away. Hey, who are you? The person next to her still kept the phone on the stand filming that scene. The beautiful girl was also panicking. Who are you? What do you want to do? A sharp hand reached out before her eyes, then the great king gently pushed, causing half of the girl's body to vanish, blood splattering everywhere and making Than Chat scream in shock. The director also realized the danger and shouted loudly. You filmed Guo Dao digging into the ground, but a second later you're gone. Help! Save me! The great king grabbed the director's shirt but didn't kill him immediately. Then he dragged him along the ground as he moved toward the cliff. The phone screen still remains in place recording. The king flicks his finger lightly, and a tiny energy sphere appears from his fingertip, enough to shock the person. Thy demon king holding the director with one hand and the energy sphere with the other, while the phone behind the light continues recording every moment. At this moment, a cow and Xiao Hei are in the office and also realize Xiao Hei, that's his power. A cow guesses, he's right. He's the king. The villagers are still confused. What's going on? Why did the broadcast change? What are you doing? It seems to be City N of Country B. The screen on the building is showing a scene of the king using his power. Who is that guy? Then he drops his energy sphere down the mountain cliff. The king flicked his finger forcefully, causing the human behind him to sway. Those below began to feel something strange. Our city suddenly turned into dust and sand. What is happening? They try to dodge, but all fail. Don't touch the small black grain. Then the king clenched his fist again. Energy from beneath the ground surged up and swept everything around him. Then a powerful explosion erupted, turning the sky red, and the neighboring city fell into chaos. What the hell is this? What is that small black thing he just threw? The people still at the original spot are terrified. At this point, escaping is useless. The ship carrying Xiao Hong and the others is still slowly drifting on the water. Xiao Taishan voluntarily calls for a truce and stops here. Right now, you're not my match, so don't seek trouble yourself, Diep Diep exclaimed, trying to stop him. We can't let him slaughter all the people. The younger brother of Xiao Hong just returned and said, Your Majesty, the one destroying the city just now used Xiao Hei's skill. It's definitely Jiangxi. Xiao Taishan then suggested to her, How about we go together with Jiangxi's current state, and once he finishes killing everyone, we'll come to you quickly. The subordinate waiting for a response reports, Your Majesty, there's no other way. You have to agree to go see for yourself. At this moment, a loud voice echoes around the island announcing an emergency. A dangerous madman is indiscriminately slaughtering people on continent B. After careful consideration, the presidents of both countries decide to temporarily cancel the exchange event, and both nations declare all combat personnel to enter a state of emergency. The zombie sailor nervously held his phone and said, Tu Lang, quickly order your people to cancel the exchange, prepare the helicopter for me, and fly to the B continent. Repeat, the entire country is on level 1 combat readiness. Their group's helicopter also took off immediately. All four of them, who didn't get along, sat quietly inside to listen to the news. According to the investigation, the disappearance of Gonkano Island was also linked to this mysterious person. According to the statistics, he slaughtered nearly 100 million people in 3 minutes. Xiao Taishan put on his headphones as a question arose behind him. If you say they are more ancient humans, I am curious to ask a little. Why does Jiangxi hate humans so much? Tu Hong also tilted her head to listen, and Ni Ai calmly replied, We have killed his family and subordinates. At this moment, Jiangxi, in the image of King Tai, continues to destroy the city. The screams of panic keep echoing through Jiangxi's subordinates' screens. The director's name never shuts up about saving lives, and then he was eliminated right in front of the camera. The king laughed loudly and jumped straight into the air. The others began to feel afraid. What does he want to do? The ancient doctor subordinate of Keep Min happily embraces them. It's a success. But he calmly adjusted his glasses and asked, That's right, isn't it your goal for the future of humanity? Why are you helping us? He chuckled, then pressed the computer. What do you understand? It's still polite to say hello, right? The ancient man put the microphone to his mouth and began to speak. Hello, people of the world. Let me make a brief introduction. The screen on the building flickers with his image. I am the ancient human you all think of when you hear that name. I'm just here to show everyone a short clip first. Then the scene shows Jiangxi confronting the monsters and fighting all the way out into space, with a warrior being grabbed by him and shouting in fear. The ancient person proudly announced that he represented the zombie destruction of our civilization, even destroying generations of humanity, and because of him, our humanity has advanced to this stage. The viewers were all stunned. Yet the weak signal screen still emitted clear sounds. He is still living on Earth and has always been with us. The drone tries to approach the king, and he immediately notices its presence, so we have developed creatures capable of competing with him. The young man sitting in the room was also stunned in shock. The others in the house had to stop everything to listen. At this moment, their scientists have already started working. But don't worry, I have sent people to bury evidence and human fertilized cells underground. The great king reaches out his hand, and millions of years later, humanity will still be humanity. Then he crushed that airplane. The civilization that destroyed us, sooner or later, everyone will go through it. The great king, holding the damaged device in his hand, pondered silently. For the sake of humanity's progress, go and say goodbye to everyone. Then the screen suddenly went dark with a closing statement. While there is still time, I am proud of everyone's contributions to humanity. The people were so hopeless after hearing that news, they hurried to run away. Do you want to save them? Zhang Tu is now somewhere, also startled. He is dressed neatly and sitting on a thick sheet of ice. The king has just wiped out a city, and around him looks just like his homeland. The two reporters are sweating in shock. According to incomplete statistics, several cities have been destroyed, hundreds of millions of people have disappeared, and chaos is spreading worldwide with riots and looting everywhere. Countless civilians rush into the bank causing chaos. Social order is collapsing. Soldiers try to hold them off with weapons and tear gas. The world is about to end. Who still cares so much anymore? In contrast, the people hold up signs of freedom and continue shouting. Now the whole world is in chaos. Their president tries to persuade everyone not to give up. We still have hope because our two countries have the strongest leaders and generals who can eliminate him. His supporters also joined in. Yes, we're not to be underestimated either. Kill him. Not only that, but their attitude is very determined, and there are still some people who refuse to give up. The Little Red Group's helicopter has just arrived back on their Earth. Here, Ni is the first to step down. What's going on? The others hurriedly questioned. The professionals have arrived too. Are you guys members of the Grand Marshal Social Club? Where are your leaders? Tell her. He can't come anymore. Little Taishan suddenly remembered his previous actions and grimaced. Do they seem that afraid? She wondered again. What exactly is going on? There is a wall built around here to separate the two sides. In front is our country's G city. He has slaughtered an entire city. To prevent him from going elsewhere to destroy more humans, we sent a lieutenant general, a senior general, and thousands of troops to stop him. But we don't know what happened next. Ni Ai suggested we go inside, but he quickly stopped her. Do you only have a captain's rank to go in, or is it death or waiting for your superiors? Xiao Taishan now appears looking annoyed. He's so talkative, we went in with them. Tu Long and Lam Ki just jumped down from the helicopter, and the two hurried over to ask them, We are Tu Lang representing the other person, from the second fleet of Country A, because we are nearby, so we came here. Hearing this, they seemed more energized. Great, it's the president of Country A, and this person is at the same rank as our general. The soldiers follow orders and start controlling the wall, opening the barrier. Tu Long was surprised to see Xiao Hong and asked, Why are you here? She coldly replied, Just passing by. Is that not allowed? By the way, I also want to ask you, why did your boss suddenly lose his temper? But Tu Lang looked confused. Deep Diep glanced over curiously, knowing they knew each other, and Tu Hong explained herself, having fought once before. Ni Ai went inside, but still wondered why the reporters were also allowed in. He chuckled. With so many generals and presidents, of course, he wasn't afraid. She asked again, How many people have gone inside? The journalist clenched his fists with confidence. With over 100 generals and nearly 1,000 deputy generals, there's no doubt they can take down that bastard. Tu Lang raised an eyebrow and thought, over 100 chairmen and nearly 1,000 vice chairmen? Country B truly is a nation of great enterprise. Lam Ki was the first to witness the terrifying scene inside, so don't say anything else. Everyone look over there. In front of them was a mountain of lieutenants and generals piled on top of each other, and everyone there was stunned in shock. The only survivor is unconscious and face down on the ground. The king grabs his leg and drags him across the dirt like a dog. He also heard a strange noise and turned to look. Tu Lung and Lam Ki shivered at that gaze, and countless helicopters appeared in the sky. New warriors were dispatched and quickly landed. The generals of Country B appear extremely powerful. One representative told them, "All officers below the rank of general withdraw from the battle. This place is ours." Tu Lung was surprised to see so many high-ranking combatants. They passed her by and warned her. And as the number one said, those below the rank of general withdrew. But that mountain of people might still grow taller because of the arrogance of the generals. People from Country A are the same. Don't cause any more trouble. The king calmly sits on numerous others, waiting for those who come to challenge him. The scene shifts to Lam Ki, who is knocked aside, her face battered to reveal her true form. A cow from Jiang Zi's followers observes the situation on the screen and speaks, identifying it as the fourth form of the king. Xiao He, standing nearby, also hesitated a bit, his breathing exactly the same. Surely it's the king, right? He sincerely hopes to follow his guidance. "Xiao He, the king isn't here, you're the oldest. Should we go stop him? You make the main proposal." Little Black sweat dropped and said, "If he's really the king, I'll follow all his decisions. After all, this kind of thing isn't something the boss hasn't done before." A Cam standing beside him had no comment. "I agree." Cao also agrees. "I also agree." But when it comes to Mao, he waved his hand and shouted, "We do not agree." He pointed at the small computer screen in front of him and shouted, "Do you really think he's the king? Are you guys joking or what?" A highly advanced and sleek robot appears on the screen. He only took the king's genes to exchange for a new one. "Do you know how much the king of peace has sacrificed for the sake of peace? Our king would never engage in such reckless acts of violence again." The image of Jiang Xi in his mind is of a steady and powerful person. Right now, our king is pursuing the truth, even more noble than this iron monster. Moving over to A Lang's side, he recalls Amao's words from earlier and falls into deep thought. A Lang's memory was very right. Over here, Jiang Xi remains silent, holding a piece of cloth in his hand, motionless. That's just a steel monster, not truly our king. The scene shifts to a dry, scorching desert where we endure the relentless heat of the sun every day. A girl appears, crawling painfully on the ground with her hands outstretched. Tai Tai Sun. The robot from before is now standing in front of President A, expressing disappointment. He rubs his wrist, disappointed. What a waste. I even changed my form to play with them. My primal state could crush them all. The president of Country A remains silent and still, a bit stunned. A second later, he collapses to the ground unconscious, and the robot turns from white to black, feeling like we're bullying a child. Boring. He arrogantly and haughtily declared, "After I kill all the humans, I will come back to play with you guys." All the residents in the city, upon hearing this news, froze in shock and looked up wide-eyed. Those who volunteered to fight were all lying on the ground, exhausted. That black monster charged forward with a running start, laughing disdainfully. Xiao Hong lay flat on the ground, trying her best to stand up. "Damn it, sorry Deep Deep, I can't help anymore." Tu Lang, covered in wounds, couldn't possibly withstand another hit. Lam Lin runs over to help her up, anxiously calling out to the king. Jiang Zi, sensing something in Antarctica, turns to look aside, while a loud shout rings out nearby. "King, king!" The Jiangshi sitting nearby excitedly said, "The fish is on the hook." At the same time, on this side of the planet, a series of explosions claimed countless lives as emergency broadcasts kept ringing out. All viewers around the world, we are facing an unprecedented threat. Half an hour has passed, and thousands of cities have been destroyed. This is the relentless madness of that mysterious person. His next target is a new city at 30 degrees north latitude. A cow looked and judged that our city was moving to the outskirts of a very spacious and open city. The monster in the black cloak gazed intently below. A Mao shouted, "Do you want to see the city of the king destroyed?" He resolutely and firmly said, "If you won't go, we will." A cow turned to Xiao He. "Xiao He," he said thoughtfully, "they are still too young." Moving to A Lang, who is standing in his giant form on the city wall, the radio broadcast sounds. "People around the world, today has been marked as a day of sorrow. 2. Young couples fearfully embrace each other, while the infant cries out anxiously and fearfully. This is the most severe disaster our humanity has faced." The monster stares intently at that area, finding it interesting that humans and zombies are living together again. A Mao shifts form and appears alongside a special forces team, providing cover. "King, have you forgotten about us? This is your city." That monster replied indifferently. "Who are you?" "I never knew you." The president's voice continued to echo. Nearby, Zilang was trying to get up. "I am the president of Country A of humans, here to inform all humans." The president's voice encourages everyone, saying as long as our hearts are directed towards the light, we will not go extinct. Suddenly, those people appear on the screen in the refugee area, saying, "Look quickly." "What?" He immediately charged forward. "Annoying!" The monster roared angrily. "Get out of here!" Its roar was so loud that Amal was affected and was thrown backward, crashing onto the roof and causing a massive tremor. The president's voice echoed as Jiang Zi appeared incredibly cool, surrounded by swirling dust and smoke, heading toward the light through the misty clouds, seen shifting to the top of a building. The city's announcement voice this time is more serious and intense. In the face of disaster, everyone is equal, and we have no time for mourning for those who have died. Everyone was stunned, and now what we need to do is not lose faith in life. The entire population was amazed and focused on that announcement. They all looked in the direction of the sound. President A was a bit panicked. On the TV, the scene shows a Mao and his guards being pushed back and defeated. Suddenly, someone appears beside A Mao and touches him. He was suddenly surprised and turned sharply to look at who was there. The giant A-Lang, since changing form, had started firing energy blasts. Soon after, he was hit in the face by something thrown with great force, causing him to lose his balance and fall down heavily. The black monster stood on A-Lang's body, laughing with excitement. Interesting. Suddenly, Jiang Tu appears unexpectedly on A Mao's side. The king looked serious and stared ahead without saying a word. Zhang Zi ordered A Mao to evacuate the people from the city and retreat. I will handle this. He didn't hesitate either and immediately received the order to fly away. Yes, that monster just stood there laughing to itself. By the way, Little Black, are you still here? Kill everyone. When Xiao He heard his name, he was confused and kept shaking his head. Yes, yes. A cow stands confidently beside him, trusting completely in him. Tiuhak, our little lives are all in your hands. Zhang Zi, with a serious face, clearly ordered each word. Xiao He evacuates the crowd, frowning in confusion as he receives the order. Tiny Black leads Duan Fi out of the surveillance area, shouting loudly. Everywhere he looks, he sees his own boss. Who did Xiao He finally listen to? He exclaimed to evacuate the crowd. The monster sneered dismissively at that, and the reporters continued to work diligently on the scene. Ladies and gentlemen, we chased that robot all the way to the edge of this city's border. I don't know why the mayor of this A-country city is so interested. Suddenly, A Lang burst into laughter, a beam shooting from his eyes straight into the sky. It headed directly toward the place where the monster was standing, but it seemed he dodged this attack with ease. Everyone in the rescue area was terrified when they saw it. People closed their eyes to avoid the dust. The black monster charges forward and strikes a certain base, causing rocks to fly everywhere. Tu Lang stares blankly ahead while everyone is terrified and lowers their heads, afraid to look. It's over. The girl gently opens her eyes and peeks outside with the baby, as Zhang Tihian appears gracefully to block the monster's attack. The whole group was stunned by the scene, and the monster looked a bit surprised. The monster's coolness only lasted 3 seconds before Zhang Zi grabbed its face and threw it, causing it to smash its head into the ground and shatter the surrounding bricks. Jiang Tu threw the person far away, causing him to crash straight into a tall building. The monster, moving at incredible speed, shattered part of a company wall and couldn't stop itself, rolling inside. Not long after, I saw a white figure flash past from that building. The refugees were sweating and eagerly watching. Who are those people? The monster, just about to join the fight, was suddenly overwhelmed again, charging forward recklessly. At the very moment it fell, Zhang Tuopi arrived, rushing down while swinging his weapon to face it. Jiang Tu clenched his fist and confidently punched the monster, laughing loudly with satisfaction. Everyone witnessing this was stunned and shouted in shock. Jiang Tu happily smiles, feeling very satisfied. The monster crashes down to earth with the speed of a lightning bolt. The cunning villain laughs with pleasure, raising his hand to strike again. Jiang Tu stands firm, creating pressure on the ground. High above in space outside Earth, a shadowy figure stands and looks down with an amused and intriguing smile. It's like fighting against myself. The civilians outside are panicking. Who are those people in military uniforms? Jiangxi sits down here with a big smile, planning something. Xiao He and his companions hurriedly shouted and pulled the citizens away from a distance. The people from the neighboring city quickly evacuated. This place is dangerous. There is someone in the crowd pointing and shouting, I remember who he is now. He is the bodyguard of the president of Country A, and at that time he was the captain of the Second Fleet of Country A. A helicopter from reporters updating the situation also appears in the sky. Dear viewers, a brave hero from Country A is fighting alone against the monster. Xiao He nervously turns back, sweating and frozen in place. Outside the space where the king is standing, it also begins to move, with flashes of light appearing. Suddenly, sparks shoot down from the sky. Below, Jiang Tu quickly charges straight toward where the flames are falling. The king is not to be outdone, competing fiercely with the others, as the flames continue to burn fiercely and descend. As they face each other, the space seems to freeze, and everyone watching is stunned. The great king takes a deep breath, Jiang Tu exhales sharply, and both throw punches at each other's faces simultaneously, knocking him back and pushing Jiang Tu away, while the onlookers sweat nervously, watching the fierce battle unfold. The king clenched his fist, ready to punch, while Jiang Tu also aimed directly at his target, and both threw powerful punches at each other. Boom! A loud bang and an explosion erupted underground, its impact spreading even further and shaking an entire city. All the buildings collapsed one after another, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure of that terrifying force. Suddenly, cries rang out somewhere. Aju was flying with the wind amidst the collapsing buildings behind him, crying out incoherently, no longer able to speak clearly. The people in the safe zone looked on in shock at that power and gasped. Team leader Kwang also looked surprised and said, Sir, Minister, Jiang Tu and that monster are fighting now. What should we do? Minister Truong didn't say anything, looked into the distance, then pointed straight ahead and loudly said, "That small island has a problem. Attack now." Minister saw Tu Lang struggling to get up on the ground and said, "Tu Lang, you're not dead yet? Not dead. Come here and help." "I understand. Let's go." Turning to where the people are now finally able to react and realize that he really was the president's bodyguard at that time. Jung Soo Sui's cool image appears, and they look at the TV showing the fight, but what appears on the screen is thick smoke and high-rise buildings, wondering why Jung Soo is still transforming into a human and his appearance has changed. The great king in front of him sat on the ground, motionless, with the shattered stone behind him, as the entire people cheered loudly, regardless of who he was or what he looked like. Everyone in the base watched the TV excitedly and cheered. He is helping us. He is our hero. Even those witnessing directly can't hold back their shouts of encouragement. "Come on, defeat that monster." Jang Tu Weevu stands amidst the cheers and shouts of everyone. The people at home are also celebrating loudly. At the same time, people from both regions across the country are rejoicing. He looks down coldly and threatens. "You say you're like me, but you're still too inexperienced." Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the building in the distance. Jang Tu simply flicked his hand to easily send that light flying away. The power was so immense that the beam shot straight out into space. A huge, terrible explosion erupts, spreading across the surface of the Earth. People on the other side of the planet, going about their normal activities, have to cover their eyes from the blazing heat. The onlooker stood frozen and stunned, sweating profusely, as just now he casually flicked away a nuclear warhead. Is this something humans can do? Anyway, he already did it. "I'm not blind." You stand there emotionless behind the heroic glow radiating out. A few fingers of someone appeared at the spot where the beam of light was shot from a damaged building. The large rock there slightly moved as the new form of the king slowly stepped out of the pile of broken bricks. The frightened crowd looked on in amazement as he transformed again, and a figure shot out from the building. Jang Tu easily punches him in the face, and the king quickly responds with a punch of his own. Both of them moved so fast that they created illusions. Jang Tu Tung punched him, but he easily caught it with just one finger. He was a bit surprised, glancing up at him. From that finger, the king gathered power, and his hand shone brightly, while Jiangxi faced the blurred figure being illuminated by the dazzling light. Everyone in the distance paled in fear and stepped back. He leaned back, pressing his feet firmly on the ground to keep balance, while golden beams spun around him like a cage. The light from the king's shining hand grew brighter. The ancient people and Jiet Min's disciples cheered and encouraged. That's right, before he could react, they directly prevented his head from regrowing, causing him to vanish completely into the air. The beam of light shot across the continent, passing through multiple countries. The people in the base stared blankly, then collapsed, and not a single fragment remained. The ancient group and their followers were so excited they hugged each other in celebration. So he didn't have time to transform into his new form and look cool. Cut to the fierce battle in the sky, where tiny green particles are floating around, and everyone witnessing this scene collapses crying as everything falls apart. In outer space, tiny particles appear everywhere across the galaxy, 1,000,000 times smaller than a particle, using fire. On this Earth, they still exist, floating around cells, gradually forming a genetic chain connected by blue lines. The two people celebrating happily suddenly froze and looked in confusion at a piece of arm bone emerging from the genetic strand, surrounded by moving red and blue lines intertwining with each other. What is this? A fully formed human body appears amidst the smoke and dust. What is this? Jang Tu is gradually reconstructing the body and glances down at the reporters on the scene, unable to hold back and shouting loudly. What's going on? The drone camera controlled remotely slowly moves toward it. Everyone in the base quickly stands up in surprise. Outside that space, a faint light suddenly flashed by, and in front of the king, the two buildings were pierced through by something terrifying, leaving huge holes. The witnesses at the scene were stunned, unable to believe it. Is this even a human? Jang Tu stands in the air, still reconstructing his form, as he looks up and stares intently at him. Jang Tu appears with the complete body as if nothing happened. The king stands motionless, staring at him without saying a word. Wait a minute, why does this look so familiar? The ancient person and the subordinate doctor stood up in disbelief. Can he really grow back? Jang Tu has only partially reconstructed it and is still continuing. A villager shouts loudly upon realizing that he is the ancient person discovered in the video. After hearing that, everyone shouted in shock and surprise. The boy at home broke out in sweat and immediately recognized that he was the one who destroyed the previous civilization. Jang Tu confidently stepped out of the surrounding smoke and fog. Everyone in the base was crying in their own way. No way. Both sides are monsters. What should we do? Who's coming to save us? And somehow there's also pants appearing on him. Tu Long and Lam Ki hurried over, and Jang Tu was completely exposed. The minister said, Dr. Jia Mi must be on that small island, and it's very likely that they built this machine. He jumps down and appears in front of the king. Jiang Si coldly lifts his gaze and looks straight ahead. The king remained still, motionless. Suddenly, the onlookers were startled and horrified. Jang Tu quickly rushes forward like a fierce wild beast, a gust of wind brushing past the king without him having time to prepare. He punched him hard in the stomach. The people in the city covered their heads and screamed in terror. A loud explosion of flames erupted, causing everything around to shatter. followed by a red light shattering the bricks and stones beneath the ground as it shot up into the sky. The onlookers stand anxiously, their hearts pounding as they retreat outside the city. That streak of light twists and curves, destroying the buildings in its path. The great king coughs and flies away at an extremely high speed, leaving Earth and passing through the moon. The king cannot stop as he pierces through Saturn at the speed of light, racing alone along a swift path through space. He shot from one planet to another, as if tracing a circle in the orbit. The great king charged straight at the final planet, shattering it and leaving it only half intact. The people on Earth below stared in shock, their mouths wide open and eyes wide with fear, as Nihei gasped in sweat and cried out to the heavens. "Oh my god, this is a creature!" A small flash appeared from the orange planet. A large round shadow appears behind the Earth seen from space on the moon. Jiang-Tu remains standing still, looking up at the sky, then suddenly leaps high into the air. As Da Wang is shot through that planet, he suddenly jerks and looks ahead. Jiang-Tu suddenly appeared in front of him as he was swinging his fist, knocking the king unconscious with a punch to the face, causing him to fall and shoot a beam of light in this direction. Jiang-Tu easily dodged to the side, and the king groaned loudly as he fell, suffering severe damage. No one can keep resisting. I must quickly leave this strange place. If I go on like this, I will surely die here eventually. Jiang-Tu looked ahead in confusion, glancing back to see a tall light ascending. On some planet, the king was flying clockwise, while opposite him, Jiang-Tu was flying counterclockwise. They met face to face at a point where Jiang-Si kept fighting anyone he saw. Suddenly, the king disappeared without a trace, leaving him looking around in confusion, annoyed, and then turning his head to look away. Suddenly, something fell in front of Nihei's position, causing her to shout loudly. Nihei was startled and a bit frightened, quickly turning around. Jiang-Tu is hovering in the sky right in front of her, while the great king is still able to stand up and hurl a powerful blow. He slammed the ground hard. Suddenly, dozens of people flying into the air, shouting excitedly and wildly, no longer rational, but more like animals. Anyone who witnesses this will be so frightened they scream out loud. They're alive again. The people summoned by the great king appeared, their bodies surrounded by red energy. They hissed and had streaks of red across their bodies, their minds not fully alert. Nihei trembles as she turns this way and that, nervously hiding behind a giant rock, while the battle helpers cower in fear. Oh my god, the generals have come back to life. His mechanized army is zombies. Jiang-Si brushed his hand aside as a layer of white mist appeared. The place where they are standing is the destroyed city, a deserted place with no one around. The tiny green particles reappear and are now floating in the air. From those things, human skeletons continue to form one after another, gradually revealing a horde of zombies, each with a different appearance and all with muscular builds. The reporters and cameramen were all stunned, unable to say a word again and again, as a complete army of zombies was formed, and those hiding inside the shelter watched in silence as an overwhelming atmosphere enveloped everything. Now everyone is finally reacting, screaming, clutching their heads and shouting, while the king still stands firm and fights him. Jiang-Tu stares intently, his hand sweeping aside the dust covering this place. The people at the base are so shocked that they're having some issues. Oh my god, my parents and relatives turned into zombies. Tu Long suddenly turned around with a start, clenched his fist in front of him, his face darkening. The zombies you created seem to be changing shape again, each emitting white mist, with their faces now transformed into white skulls smiling eerily. Lam Ki and Tu Lang, shocked, shouted loudly as they saw this scene, now having evolved to a new level and boldly advancing. Lam Ki and Tu Lang exclaimed in amazement, "With this ability, this is exactly like our second transformation state." Jiang-Tu points forward and orders, as a series of white beams shoot down from space outside the universe towards his battle with the Great King, whose subordinates also begin to charge into the fight. Jiang-Tu's subordinates keep hitting the zombies from the king's side in the face and stomach. The zombies do not fight back but are shattered into pieces of red. Each of Jiang-Tu's monsters fights in a different way. One punches faces, another tears bodies apart with a joyful laugh. Some use their hands to deliver powerful blows. Others lift their knees to kick the zombies. And some monsters enjoy teasing and lightly tapping their heads. Some use their elbow to deliver a powerful strike, making it a one-sided fight with no resistance. The king stands below, looking displeased and snorts. Seeing his subordinate so useless, he rushes straight to where Jiang-Si is. Both of them leap to block each other, evenly matched and refusing to back down. The great king happily shouts out in excitement. They keep creating massive explosions that spread everywhere. Tu Lang and Lam Ki stand near the fight, trying to shield themselves and say, "Oh my god, the shockwave is reaching all the way here." From afar, a series of small planes appeared, observing from a distance as a voice spoke. "They haven't even determined a winner, and soon both us and the entire world will disappear. The Earth is no longer suitable for these two to live. We must get to that small island quickly." Dr. Kitman's group and his subordinates are each strong. Everyone is shouting loudly. "What are you doing on the plane? Kill him for me. Those damn people. The human army has arrived on the island. If you want to go to jail, fine." The ancient person hurriedly turned around and looked at Dr. Kitman. "What?" He angrily shouted orders, and everyone else quickly retreated while the leader of the fierce group was in combat mode, destroying enemies, and Dr. Kitman's team hurriedly burned all the research documents they couldn't carry. A plane descends onto the island below. The ancient person sees the plane approaching, clutching the few remaining papers, and rushes quickly toward the aircraft. They're here, damn it! Isn't it this group of humans trying to stop Jiangxi's machine? Dr. Jemming inside shouts loudly at the pilot to take off. What are you doing? I told you to take off. They all looked outside and saw Lam Ki holding onto the plane's leg to keep it from moving. She seemed stronger than the red-eyed figure, with some white marks on her face, grinding her teeth as she stared at them. Everyone was terrified and panicked. Aren't those people at the front line? Did they come here by plane? She gently moved and blew up the plane, taking a group of bad guys along with the explosion. A long time has passed. The sun is still shining down. Dr. Kiet Min and his group, tied up and captured, look at the torn paper scattered before them. Tulong grabbed the ancient man's collar and asked, "You are an ancient person. I used to think you were noble and elegant when I saw that mech before. So it was you pretending to be bald?" She pressed him with questions, creating pressure. "It was all you're doing. Tell me quickly. How can we end this battle?" He is trembling in fear and denying everything. What is she saying? I don't know anything. The battle on Jiangxi's side and the Great King's side is still very fierce and tense. How do I say this battle will end? Ancient people would surrender if their collars were pulled up high, but not me. No, I can't accept that. With such massive energy, no one can stop it. Tulong clenched his fist tighter, glaring at him in anger. Liar, you definitely have a way out. If you're like that damn Jameen, then I might believe you. Lam Ki looks calm beside him. Tulong, let him down. I have a way to make him tell the truth. He was thrown forcefully to the ground, crying out in pain. The ancient person looked at Lam Ki in panic as she approached. What does she want to do? She forcefully pushes her hand to the other side and looks at him. A small tear appeared on his sleeve, and his ancient eyes changed to blue. Tulong looked at Lam Ki in surprise. She knew this too. She looked at him and said, I can do it too, but I can't hold it for too long. Dr. Kiet Min was surprised and exclaimed, What? His subordinate echoed the same words in unison with him. Is there a way to end this battle? Yes, there is a nano device terminal button over there. Just press it, and Zhang-Tu's nanomaterial with the gene will disappear. What he's referring to is a rectangular button with a red press on top. Zhang Tu-Ko's mechanical body will vanish quickly without nanomachines. Tu Lang also quickly turned to the black pair and found it. Is this what he's talking about? Hypnosis has no effect. He returns to normal and realizes, shouting loudly, What? You guys again? Lam Kai scowled and warned. Shut up. Tu Lang on the other side keeps feeling around and searching. Honestly, I really have to admire your research. At the match site, Zhang Si and the Great King still stood motionless, gazing at each other without any major movement, while above, it seemed the subordinates were still fighting fiercely. Zhang Tu's terrifying eyes flash as he stares directly at the king, and Tu Lang immediately presses the stop button, saying, I never thought I was this strong. The king on this side could also feel the terrifying threat from that gaze when he saw it. So this is what the oppressive feeling I give others is like. Now I understand. Tu Lang pressed the button in panic, but nothing happened. Why is it not working? The ancient person was surprised and in disbelief. What? No way. There's no way the container can hold a living being. He can't possibly survive. The king over here is preparing to strike again, he muttered darkly. So you even invited the audience outside. Tu Lang and the ancient person stared at the screen in shock and panic. This can't be. He kept pressing the button repeatedly. My nanomachines are all top quality designs. The king seems to be preparing to launch, his body gradually transforming, his form fluctuating, and a stream of lightning bolts shooting out directly toward Jiangxi outside. Tu Lang gasped and said, Didn't you say it couldn't live without a mechanical body? The green jealousy appears to be changing continuously, seeming to lengthen and keep moving. Nai and Coach Bing, standing nearby, are struggling against the strong wind. Zhang Tu remains unmoved and unaffected, silently watching her with wide eyes in shock. The people in the nearby observation area also stare in amazement, frozen in place. Six-pack abs burst out. The surrounding dust gradually disperses, revealing a figure, and Zilang and the ancient person stare with wide eyes. This great king smiles broadly. His form has evolved into a mechanical Jiangxi, the fifth transformation. Sorry, the audience on the side is too far away. Nai and the cameraman stood there stunned with their mouths open, only now reacting and shouting loudly. The great king confidently smiled. I can still live without a container. The Zilong group also stood up suddenly, shouting in shock. He turned around and looked behind him, somewhat amused. Ni, seeing this, trembles and screams for help. Oh my god, what kind of monster did our ancestors face like this? The five-formed king suddenly appears fully, and the dust clears away. Facing a power beyond human understanding, where should humans in this world go? From Lang looked stunned and incredulous. This is just too exaggerated. Zhang Tu's subordinates also voiced their opinions, and he laughed enthusiastically and with great pleasure. The king challenges Jiangxi. My true form, or are you coming here too? Ni watched this scene and was so shocked she trembled all over. Oh my god. Zhang Tu still stands tall above, staring down silently. She and the crew filming the show sit amidst the chaos, crying out, Why did we rush in to save them? His subordinates stand outside staring at the king, then rush forward shouting loudly, and he confidently laughs and shouts to chase them away. Get out! According to the voice of the king, The monsters all exploded into pieces, crying out in extreme agony, and immediately after, not a trace of them remained in this world as if they had never existed. The group of young lovers were stunned, mouths agape in shock. Zhang Tu's monster minions all exploded into tiny particles and vanished. He turned to glance at them with a contemptuous smile. Hack's subordinates, a cow, a lang, and a few young followers sweat profusely. Oh my god, they look just like the king. Little Black shouted anxiously, "King, stop fighting! If you keep going, there will be no humans left!" Zhang Tu gently raised his arm, then moved his hand away with a light kick. Zhang Tu calmly lifts his hand, shielding his face, then slowly and quietly raises his gaze to the sky. Tu Long hurriedly realizes it's his girl. His hair is now swept up, revealing striking red streaks on his face that look incredibly cool and fierce. Tu Long and Lam Ki are stunned, gasping in admiration, Zhang Tu's face cold with a red streak on one side looking incredibly cool and fierce. The team leader and the minister are stunned, looking up as a blazing red vortex spins rapidly in the sky, covering a vast sky. Suddenly, a red beam of light shot down, illuminating the spot where Jiang Xi was standing. He was lifted up gradually along with the beam. The people at the base shouted in panic as one pole of the earth was covered by a blood-red substance flowing down from space. It flows until it covers the entire earth, turning it from green to red. In the sky above, the red liquid also flows down, drowning those below. Blood? This is blood. In space, the earth and the sun are very close to each other. A red flow from earth is pouring down onto the sun. The people at the scene look up at the sky and scream. The surface of the sun. The planet that the Great King destroyed is also changing and connected by a thread like Earth. Gradually, all the planets in space turn red and connect with each other through the red flow. The ancient group and their elite subordinates stare in amazement. Both Earth and the other planet have turned red. The minister and the team leader stand frozen, watching. The Great King, on the other hand, looked at this form with great excitement and a bright smile. Zilang and Lam Ki stared at him in amazement. Zhang Tu has transformed, his hair turning white. The group is sweating profusely, remaining silent and trying not to breathe heavily. Zhang Tu's new form, with white hair and a few red symbols on his face, stares straight ahead with glaring eyes. The king happily smiles and looks forward. I don't remember. A tall figure with silver hair floats in the air amidst the wreckage as Zhang Tu transforms, his hair turning white and his muscular body glaring ahead. I have this form now. The person on the side, like a robot over there, frozen, opened their mouth in shock. The host of the show, Huang Han, knelt down beside Nai Ai, trembling and shouting, "Monster!" Her tears welled up as she looked confused and speechless. The host beside him, trembling and begging, said, "Please spare us." Zhang Tu, with some patterns on his face, looked serious and emitted a cold aura around him. The people below, witnessing this, were all stunned speechless. The Great King, excited and amused, said, "Explain a little. If you want me to disappear, you need to give me a reason." Thunder roared as Jiang Xi began to speak, after destroying human civilization's Iron Age and researching it himself. He interrupted him, understanding now. No wonder he is the true form. He sneered maliciously, as if his outer eyes were torn apart. But I felt I could still struggle a little. Jiang Xi on this side looked grim and emotionless, hard to read. "No, you can't." The Great King laughs loudly and rushes forward. He raised his eyes and suddenly felt that something was about to happen. Jiang Tu still stood there quietly, gently raising his hand, hesitating for a moment before shouting loudly in defense. "What?" A huge beam of energy suddenly shot out from Jiang Tu towards us. The Great King remained still with a smile of delight, suddenly shrinking more and more as the surrounding surface zoomed in. I can see the entire Earth and its surrounding spheres. Suddenly, his red power appears and heads toward this Earth. Tu Lang and Lam Ki are panic-stricken, shouting in alarm. Jiang Tu is holding a small Earth in his hand. Now all the people are in a dazed state, witnessing an overwhelming and mighty power. "What is that? Help, save me." Jiang Tu is holding a small round object in his hand. Then without hesitation, he clenched and crushed that tiny Earth. The people below gasp in shock and scream, while the dark-faced king opens his eyes wide in surprise. Suddenly, the previously gloomy red sky has returned to a gentle, peaceful blue, and the villagers who witnessed that scene are now sweating and collapsing to the ground. What just happened? My head is spinning and everything's blurry. Everyone look over there. Next to her, Ni, with the program crew member lying unconscious, is lying still. Jiang Xi didn't know when he had grabbed the emperor's collar. Tu Long looked confused and sweat ran down his face, wondering what exactly he had done just now. Lam Ki was stunned. "We are fine again." Jiang Tu grabbed his collar and lifted him into the air. The king smiled brightly, praising endlessly about how impressive it was, as Jiang Xi floated in the air, holding the upper half of the king's body. The group of reporters and Ni had taken cover lying on the ground, waiting for the situation. Tu Long couldn't believe his eyes and wondered if he had seen it wrong, asking again. Didn't it seem like he had just warped space a moment ago? Lam Ki, holding her chest in shock and exaggeration, feels like she's been crushed. The Great King is still smiling, but I can sense deep down he still harbors some hatred for humans. He glared at him and said, "You did it on purpose." He looked a bit angry and annoyed. "Yes, I was peacefully inside your body, so why did you hand me over to someone else?" Tu Long and Lam Ki hear the shocking news. The king said with a hint of helplessness, I was peacefully inside his body, and never thought of escaping. Hu was so surprised she opened her mouth in shock. He continued, but if you handed me over to those people, you should have expected what would happen today. The king recalled the time she bravely wielded a machine gun against the enemies. By your authorization, I helped the useless humans gain unmatched strength. He recalled how he merged with Tu Lang to increase his power all along this path. From Tu Lang helping Lam Ki gain invincible strength to Lam Ki's actions, nothing happens without his permission. The great king gradually disappears, smiling brightly at him. He knows well that with human strength, they will fight to the death for this power, recalling the ancient group and Jia Ming's subordinates shouting with joy. This is his jealousy. He laughed out loud with excitement. It's a success. Jiangxi is still watching and listening to him say, without my permission, no one can control me here. Why doesn't the nanomachine work? The great king understands himself. I am only a strand of jealousy within his body. At that time, he was born from his blood and had already been assigned his mission. The first thing I did after gaining my freedom was to fulfill my duty. By the end of the battle, the city was in ruins with no trace of plants or animals, not a single building left intact. Desolate and ruined, do you think I caused this? Look at this devastated world. The great king opens his mouth and laughs loudly, intending to destroy the civilization of this world. Jiangxi silently looks at him, then suddenly speaks, It's you. Deep down inside you still harbor some resentment towards humanity. He increased his grip on his neck, but he seemed unbothered and chuckled softly. I'm just doing my job according to the rules. Tu Lang and Lam Ki still have the same expressions, doing the same actions, looking in his direction. The villagers hearing this all froze and felt a bit heartbroken. Oh my god, someone is talking to their own genes. Jiangxi impatiently asked, Are you done talking yet? Does the great king still have more to say? He continued speaking regardless of how tightly he was gripping his collar. Now from space, Earth looks quiet and peaceful, just like its blue color. I have slaughtered billions of people. More than half of humanity is gone. The king continued to try to persuade him, after all the effort you've put into saving this world, do you think they will thank you? They will fear you and then oppose you from behind. Might as well go all the way and kill them all. Zhang Tu, with a dark expression, firmly refused, questioning in a tone that seemed teasing. So, besides turning the dead into zombies, what else can you do? My face darkened with the terrifying expression. I can bring them back to life. The king's eyes lit up at this, and he smiled with excitement and pleasure. Zhang Tu immediately cuts a long line across his chest and then forcefully reaches into himself to grab his own heart without hesitation. Everyone who saw the area around Tu Lang was startled and stepped back in fear. Zhang Tu firmly grasped the heart and tore the connecting cord from the body. The heart in his hand suddenly started to glow, and Zhang Tu raised it high as he soared into the sky. He squeezed the heart tightly, and rays of light shot out in all directions, spreading across the universe and filling the entire planet. It flies everywhere on the earth. Those who have died are returned to their original form without a single scratch. The resurrected crowd gasped in shock as someone who was also gradually being reborn appeared before them. Below that person are legs, but the upper body is a white skeleton. The crowd quickly films with their cameras, staring in amazement as the person gradually reconstructs their body. A girl with green hair appears, returning to normal and looking around in confusion. Tu Lang and Lam Ki, along with Dat's group, are stunned and incredulous, each red bundle representing a person as they are gradually being reborn. Deep Deep has been reborn, sitting here confused and asking, Wait, weren't we already dead? The group of the deceased stare at each other in bewilderment and motionless. The people who died in the city also returned completely and intact, which was just as hard to believe. Dr. Jiet Ming and his team were tied up in disbelief, saying, Is this even possible? Zhang Tu, arrogantly provoking him, says, What now? The king regained his composure after that shock, smiling with the same charming smile, but now with a more gentle feeling. Now the king has completely disappeared, smiling contentedly. I'm defeated. Tu Lang had been stunned all along. Everything happened too quickly and suddenly. Zhang Tu holds the king's sword in his hand, thinking to himself, This time, you can rest assured. He finally disappears completely, and the battle has ended successfully. Suddenly, from Tu Lang's side, the minister and the leader of the strong faction appeared. Tu Lang and the others had already controlled Dr. Jamin. She hurriedly handed the button to the group leader, watching over them while we went to the front line to check. Both of them immediately flew off in a rush. Zhang Tu, standing nearby, looked at the jealousy in his right hand and pondered silently. Just like that. He clenched his fist tightly. Originally believing that the robot Zhang Tu was a scheme created by Jamin and ancient people to counter the true self, it was actually a part of his own hatred for humanity. Zhang Tu had created a clone. Zhang Tu remembered his smile and words, and his own jealousy was right. Ultimately, he wanted to destroy humanity because it was himself. He somehow raised a red object that looked like his own heart up to the sky, unwilling to endure loneliness again. Zhang Tu activates a sixth form never seen before, saving all living beings on Earth. He clenches his fist and crushes his own heart, then instantly disappears into the sky, erasing his hatred for humanity and his jealousy, completing his self-redemption. 2 hours later, two beams of light suddenly appeared at the battlefield. Lang and Lam Kai descended gradually from the sky. Both of them stared in amazement with wide eyes, silent and speechless. as there was a figure with an indistinct head protruding in front. They both ran together toward that person to ask, "Why is he just standing still without moving? He was really terrifying just now." That person seems to be Jiangxi, with a skeleton-like appearance that shouldn't die, right? He didn't respond and just stood still, motionless. Both of them startled and stepped closer to look. Tulong asks, "Are you okay?" Lamki asks, "I just want to ask, since you have no heart, will you turn into a normal zombie?" Jiangxi returned to normal, happily laughing and saying, "Show them the heart inside. No, it will just regenerate a new one." She was so fed up that she thought her worry was pointless. "I really want to strangle him." She also wanted to, but couldn't fight back. "Can you settle this fight in one go? How can our president defend you like that?" Little Jiang curled up in the corner and whispered, then suddenly looked down at his hand. "What is this?" Tulong behind guesses it's a nanomachine. In Jiang hand are tiny black specks. It seems to like him very much. He smiles and clenches his fist to hold them. What if something interesting happens in the future? Time just keeps passing by. Since that fierce battle, the city and its buildings seem to have been rebuilt. The world is peaceful in the life everyone has been longing for. And so, the world welcomed a brief period of peace. But as for Jiangxi's secret being exposed, where should people go? A group of Jiangxi's people appeared, carrying something together with Ho-Ho, creating a rhythm. They moved forward, sticking the pole they held into the ground. A Ku suddenly appeared between the two suspended beams, crying out. On the roof of a tall building, Ku is still hanging there, unable to escape. The scene shifts to the A-country president sitting on the plane. Tulong stood in front of Lam Ki and asked, "Are you the president? Did you call us?" He was reading a newspaper about Jiangxi, who was sitting facing them, asking where Jiangxi is now. She also doesn't know his whereabouts and hasn't seen him go to work since then. The president put the newspaper aside, and with things developing like this, society is facing a major problem. Their plane is still flying in the sky. The atmosphere inside is tense and very dangerous. The scene shifts to the Jietmin doctors, who have been captured and are on their way to the detention center. The president silently thought that society was about to split as the scene shifted to a tall building with the door opening to release the group of Jietmin scientists. Dr. Jamin looked quickly. A crowd is packed tightly on the street, unable to move, gathering and shouting with signs. They shouted loudly, wanting to protest, wanting to demonstrate. Dr. Jamin, the savior of humanity. Dr. Jamin is innocent. The crowd holding signs shouts loudly, innocently releasing the hope of humanity. Kietman's subordinate looked out and thought, good people turn bad people turn good? Kietman sat in the car, smiling brightly as he listened to the others say, Dr. Jamin, you have become humanity's faith. The scene continues to shift beneath an underground pipeline, where, according to the robot Jiangxi, a small knife and a map appear. Although Jiangxi's true self saved the entire world, people did not feel grateful to him but instead feared him. The monks all knelt down and recited prayers at the incense pagoda. Society gradually develops a fear of darkness. Even those who rarely pray clasp their hands in prayer, daring to be angry but not to speak out. Meanwhile, some build statues of Jiangxi to worship and admire him, while others crazily idolize his violence, believing it to be humanity's ultimate path of evolution. This is the true God, the final direction of human evolution. The scene shifts to a dark underground tunnel where, as good people worship the bad and bad people worship the good, society's contradictions will lead to chaos, with outside noise so loud it cannot be resolved. Meanwhile, Jiang appears in his pajamas, lying on the ground relaxing and playing games in his house. A fighting game appears on the TV screen with a debt database. Jiangxi happily lies down, adjusting the controller. Little Black comes in to report the situation. Your Majesty, the human society is a bit strange right now. He looked dazed, sweat dripping down, and was stunned for a moment. Then he turned back and smiled, saying, Xiaohei, you're here, is there something? Xiaohei points outside, saying there are two troublemakers who want to see you. The scene shifts to the outside of the living room. The two troublemakers that Xiaohei mentioned are A Zhao and Kuei, zombies from Country B. They sit anxiously waiting and taking sips of water. Jiangxi, after changing clothes, slowly steps out and greets, Who's looking for me? They looked at him in surprise. Do you recognize any of these people as acquaintances? Is there something you want to talk to me about? A Zhao and A Kuei exchange looks, thinking. They kneel and shout, Long live the king! Please protect us! A white object as clear as a spaceship appears in this space along with news reports. At 1420, the government of Country A and Country B passed the law to manage Jiangxi. According to government information, based on the law, the entire moon will be transformed into a nano-metal structure to serve as a prison. A team of astronauts is on the moon assembling armor and equipment. It is announced that the extreme individual Jiang Tu will be held here for life to ensure the safety of human civilization's continued existence. A symbol or icon in the shape of a triangle with a volcano and the small inscription Saib appears on something red. A small floating sphere appears in the sky on the moon, which will be managed by SEB, the Special Legislation Enforcement Agency created by the AB community to oversee this law. The scene shifts back to Earth, showing a vast, peaceful cityscape. Suddenly, a swarm of planes rushes across the sky, and someone is climbing into a tank. A majestic convoy of tanks moves in a straight line, with planes in the sky and tanks on the ground continuously advancing, looking incredibly imposing. QQ stands above, using binoculars to look down, and the army outside has increased even more. Are they bringing all the high-level forces from around the world? A Zhao, clutching her fire, is furious with fear and rejection from humans as a large number of conscious zombies from all over the world pour into Hat City. Luckily, at that moment, we decisively relied on the Great King. Suddenly, a skewer of meat appeared out of nowhere, using his fire to grill it. A boy sitting nearby is eating skewers on the rooftop where the two are standing. The space is silent. A calmness envelops this place. A is hanging clothes behind. A Zhao is right. With the current housing prices in Hat City, we can't even afford a rooftop, and if the big sister ends up sleeping in a sewer like those vampires, that would be too embarrassing. Next to her, the vampire queen was relaxing and drinking Coca-Cola, shaking the can and saying that humans fear Jiangxi's power. Again, they don't dare to attack him, only able to oppose ordinary zombies, not better than choosing our path. Suddenly, Aku saw something and shouted, "Big sister, things are not looking good." In the camera lens, he saw a group of people standing tall and furious, glaring at him. He thought to himself, "Damn it, humans are starting to attack. They are shouting with determination. The prelude is in effect, and today we must bring Jiangxi back for trial." Big sister, with a shocked face, said, "Are they really coming? Are these people fools? Are they trying to wipe out all of human civilization?" On top of a building, Tu Lang appears, seemingly about to rush forward. She quickly shifts position, her figure barely visible. Su Lang swiftly ascends to the rooftop along the sharp-edged sides as the minister below orders the start, her confident purple eyes gleaming with determination, a streak of light shooting straight across the sky. Amao, the twin sisters Du, and the group leader appear. Along jumps down from above, and Tu Lang flies through the city along her path, suddenly widening her eyes as something rushes toward her, and she swiftly dodges aside. Yu, wielding a flamethrower, causes a massive explosion behind her as her eyes turn red and she laughs loudly, moving the belt of bullets. President Ziling. A series of bullets fired consecutively towards her, and she quickly dodged them. President Zilong, you brought so many people and caused such a commotion, why not have a fight with me instead? She turned her head and glanced, only then realizing who was attacking her. Hui, behind you are a series of large explosions, one after another. Tuling is training to dodge them. Let me help everyone remember who saved this world. Tu Long jumps forward to stand in front of Hyo. The two of them fight fiercely, defending each other. Hyo was caught off guard and hit in the chest. She quickly regained her footing and jumped down to land safely away. Tu Long watched her every move, then began to transform into her warning form and said, Hyo, this is a matter of the survival of civilization. I don't have time to waste with you here. Ignoring her twisting arm, suddenly two figures swooped down from the sky, shouting loudly, and she was startled as she turned to see a loud collision crash onto the roof of the building. Hyo was pinned down forcefully to the ground, grinding her teeth in discomfort. She turned around and glanced back, realizing something. A Kaudo, strong and powerful, falls from above and restrains Hyo. He is Jiangxi's younger brother. She hesitated for a moment, then turned back and looked up ahead. The protesting crowd wanting to capture Jiangxi gathered in front of her. Don't move. We don't want any unnecessary casualties. Now that everyone has dispersed from the rooftop where a cow fell, only a few remain. A Cam on the roof, holding Mao tightly while being tied up. The Dio siblings standing nearby are reporting the situation and the completion of suppressing the boss-level zombies under Jiangxi's command. Lam Qi, in a different place, captured A Lang and reported the completion of the first phase of the mission. A Mao saw this and was furious. You all betrayed the Great King again. Xiaohei also appears here, adjusting his collar, and says, now every day this world is engulfed in border wars. Standing alongside humans and the leader of the giant monsters enforcing the new law is the only way to realize the king's ideals. The scene shifts to another location where a TV screen displays a defeat message. Zhang Tu looks on with regret, still completely relaxed lying there eating chips and drinking Coke while playing games. Why did the situation turn out like this? Or should I just wipe everything out and start over? Going back to a few months earlier, Jiang Tu's younger team and Tulang Hyo had a gathering to discuss the management proposal that Jiang Tu had been working on for months. Does everyone remember? I'll repeat it once more. Su Lang, who was in charge, reviewed the arrangement. When I rushed into the central city building, a Lang appeared on my left. A Mao appears on my right. Hyo is holding a script in her hand, looking seriously at Tu Lang. As I was about to reach the big building, Hyo came out to stop me, then got captured by Xiao Hei's group, and she kept saying don't say the wrong thing while sitting there reading her lines and sweating profusely. The other team behind is Lam Qi, the strong team leader, all ready. She gives orders through Dan to check the strength of Jiang Tu's prison material, Form 1, normal attack. Suddenly, Jiangxi appears from nowhere, gathering momentum to throw a punch. His face dark, he moves straight back, dodging. Jiang Tu's powerful punch hit something that shattered into pieces. Tu Long, startled by the loud noise, turned around, and suddenly something strong charged in and knocked everything away. Everyone was thrown far away. Tu Lang was affected and was blown far out, coughing loudly. She supported herself with her hand and tried to see what that thing was. Jiang Tu stood outside and punched, knocking down an entire row of the base's walls. Tu Long and Lam Ki looked on in horror as a massive deep fissure appeared from the sky, stretching across the Earth's surface. Jiang Tu was satisfied and pleased, feeling his fist coated in a layer of metal, indicating that the others had fully mastered ancient nanometal technology. He confidently looked at the pile of stones arranged on the sea and said, "Using such sturdy materials to bind me will surely dispel humanity's fear of me." The minister and Xiao Xiao, witnessing this scene, felt utterly exhausted and speechless. Tu Long angrily slammed his hand down and shouted, "You're lying. No matter how you look at it, you can't restrain me." The minister standing nearby commented, "Don't think that erasing humans' fear will help. The video just released will only lead to a greater crisis." Jiang Tu confidently saw no problem and surely would leave Tu Lang speechless. "No problem, just build a 1,000-kilometer thick wall with such materials. The surface area of the moon is just right." She ignores what he says and focuses on other matters, while my subordinates will coordinate with others to change people's perceptions of Guangdi. Jiang Tu's subordinates had already formed a neat six-pointed star stance without realizing it, as the scene shifts to the day of execution. The draft law to manage Jiang Tu is being reported live by Tu Lang, the host, with the Special Draft Law Bureau overseeing all actions smoothly. The device used to imprison the arriving aircraft is hovering high above, and everyone at home watching the news on TV is stunned into silence. This time, Jiang Tu was captured with a special Type A containment device, a fusion of human and ancient civilization technology already prepared above the city of Hat, as someone watched the live broadcast in shock. Xiao Hei, Ago is taking pictures with Amao and Alang, who are being detained and imprisoned for having different opinions. Testing the containment device in real combat proves it is indestructible. Enacting the law is the first step toward coexistence between humans and the undead. Jiang Tu is also at home listening to the news and watching his juniors take selfies on the TV. He's surprisingly interested, didn't expect Tiyuhak and the others to have a talent for performance. The feeling of surrounding and attacking his comrades doesn't feel like acting at all. Several books appear on the floor in front of Jiang Tu. Jiang Tu, a streaming star, can only debut as an idol to save humanity from extinction. He turns to open the black box, searching eagerly, waiting for his arrest so he can change his image and start planning the next series. Jiang Tu firmly closed the black box. Everything was perfect. He had prepared everything, and Trin Trong, looking beautiful and cheerful, happily carried 2 bags and went out to play, packing the essentials so he could be ready for prison. The group of human heroes on the plane laughed mockingly. "The cowardly and timid water nation, we possess such advanced technology." He laughed loudly, confidently clinging to that foolish idea. Now Jiang Tu is completely isolated. What does she mean by coexistence? That's so naive. That foolish fool from B Nation died then and there, never knowing what happened afterward. Hugh from the plane's path is still blinded there, witnessing everything. Tears of despair streaming down his face, about to turn into a dried corpse. When will the great king finally let himself come down here? Aku suddenly stops crying and freezes as a bullet aimed directly at this spot comes from the plane above. Qibang takes this opportunity to eliminate the threat completely. It is rushing toward AQ at incredible speed, carrying immense destructive force. The bullet slammed into the building, piercing through from one side to the other, and the ropes binding Aku were cut due to the impact. Aku, suddenly free and joyful, suddenly realizes something is wrong. He is floating in midair, not falling, panic-stricken, slowly stepping down. "Sorry, I didn't mean to struggle free. The earth just exploded." Aku turned around confused and looked at Tu-Hak. Little Black, standing in front of the media, says, "Everyone can rest assured, our Jiangxi will stand firm with humans. Capture my king, Phi-Bot Jiang Tu, and bring him to justice." Aku was furious and shouted, "Who betrayed the great king?" Suddenly, Tu Lang's voice rang out. "Who gave you permission to shoot automatically? I told you no need to fight. Your country is full of fake guts in your head." Li Hio, lying nearby, whispers a reminder. "This is a live stream. Pay attention." Tu Lang's attitude changed back to how it was earlier, but it was just a passing breeze. My point is that the two countries are friendly. The scene shifts to another place where some stones roll close to someone's feet. Jiang Tu stands alone, watching TV on the screen, silently saying nothing. He gently caught the giant bullet from the group of Country B. It seems that things on Tu Lang's side are not easy either. He took out a soda can and listened as she said, "Jiang Tu has never been our enemy. His force is only to show our determination to protect human civilization." Jiang Tu happily and contentedly. Luckily, it was just a minor unexpected event and did not affect the smooth progress of the plan. Tu Lang is still being interviewed on TV, and we believe this operation will ultimately be resolved peacefully. Suddenly, a huge explosion similar to the one caused by Hio occurred. Aku grabbed a chainsaw and rushed forward to seek revenge for her master. Jiang Tu suddenly squeezed a soda can, causing the soda to spray into his face. A series of large and small explosions appeared in the sky. The group of human heroes, guided by Tu Lang, descended. This attack method is just as she predicted. Aku is standing still, observing the situation. A second later, he knocked another person away, and the soldier was sent flying in a truly miserable state. A cow carrying someone asked, "Is Aku really fighting for real? Did the king have some special arrangement for him?" Little Black carefully said, "Do not act recklessly. The Great King's actions must have a deeper meaning behind them. Zhang Tu broke out in a cold sweat. It's over. Aku has been hanging up there too long. I forgot to tell him. Aku, angry and annoyed, prepared to lead the zombies to Feng Vin as promised, so why did he betray the king? He tightly grasped the iron bar and suddenly pulled it out because of these humans. He uses his saw to modify it. If that's the case, the iron bar instantly transforms into a weapon, a chain, so I can kill them all and be done. The little black group was panic-stricken and anxious. It's bad. Aku is risking his life to stop him. The series of explosions are now serious, with blasts happening right below the building and on the plains, and explosions occurring in the sky. Wherever there are people, there will be a big explosion, making it hard for the planes in the sky to avoid being blown up as well. The pilots shouted in panic as the plane held up the prison from falling, with one even more seriously injured sticking his head out the window. Zhang Si swiftly flew over and forcefully supported the prison. He looks terrifying and sinister with red eyes and a cruel smile. Then suddenly, Aku is struck on the head by something falling from above. A loud explosion erupts, sweeping away everything around it, including the guards' tanks and all the surroundings. Lam Ki raises her hand to shield herself as Tu Lang looks on in shock, glancing at Zhang Tu standing firm amidst the wreckage of the explosion. He reverted to his second evolved form. The soldiers tremblingly pointed their guns at Zhang Si. Why are you just standing there? Smiled teasingly. Come and arrest me then. After a long time, Zhang Tu was taken to the station for photos. The plan to control Zhang Tu was successfully executed. The scene shifts to the Sei-B missile launch pad at the headquarters of the Special Operations Bureau, overlooking the entire site where the rocket is about to be launched to the moon, accompanied by a voice echoing, X day of X month in 201 at 10:10. Above the launch pad, today is a day recorded in human history as a crowd of reporters outside jostled eagerly to get the hottest news. Hello, we want to ask if Zhang Si can truly obey the law, Xiao He said confidently from above. We stand firmly on the side of humans, and the law will become a cage that confines Zhang Si, while the right to oversee belongs to every living being in the world. Peace and stability are the common wishes of both the undead and humans. After finishing speaking, he turned and went inside. A cow stood nearby, holding the door open as a few reporters outside called out to him. Hello? Don't go yet. I still want to ask. Zhang Tu is standing below, looking at a missile system in front of him, with his subordinates Xiao He, Akao, and Akam walking in looking extremely cool. A moment later, everyone changed their attitude instantly, trembling with sweat and bowing their heads, saying, Your Majesty, forgive us, we didn't show enough respect earlier outside. Zhang Si turned around easily, unlocking the handcuffs with a smile. It's okay, it's okay. How do you all feel about my performance this time? Does it look very fragile and friendly? Hui Hui appears right next to him, holding the camera with a look of disbelief. Very fragile. On that phone, the surrounding dust and smoke have cleared to reveal a scene of destruction with a huge crack running through the middle. From within the smoke, several stones are stacked up, and a voice asks, What are you doing out there? Go ahead and attack. Zhang Tu Hin Tai sneers as he kicks Aku hard. Are you all silent now? Tu Lang and the guard saw this scene and panicked, trying to dodge quickly. Gigi looked expressionless and held up the video in front of him. You're really too friendly. Lucky indeed. You didn't kill us all, so do you think that seeing this scene... How many people will believe you were caught? Zhang Si sweat profusely with a forced smile. Wanisto. Sorry for the inconvenience, but a minor unexpected issue probably isn't a big deal, right? Tu Lang gradually stepped forward and said seriously, We all know how strong you are, and the oppressive feeling you give off is really overwhelming. Performing this play is to help people regain their trust in life and believe that they can truly control his tactics. The launch pad is also ready, with no mistakes made, so no matter what, the first step is considered successful. The next step will take place on the moon. She turned to look at it, and all the staff for the next plan had already taken their positions. We will use the moon prison as the set for filming a large-scale realistic zombie invasion, depicting his life with all of humanity. Little Black raises the tablet with the plan to raise Fan Zhang too, smirking confidently. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we have mobilized all our followers to cheer for you. He has calculated everything. I have established the most powerful public relations team, ensuring there are no anti-fans at all. Zhang Tu still doubts and can't believe it. It's impossible. Nowadays, society can't do without anti-fans. Xiao He is confident and sure. You don't need to worry about this. I have my own way. There are anti-fan residents on the other side spreading rumors, and someone hiding in the shadows watching every move, which is very dangerous. My team is professional. Returning to Agu, he said discontentedly. Xiao He, stop the murderous look on your face. From laying here, she tucks her hair back playfully, and as a guard, I will go into the prison with you. The two of them were startled and blushed at the sight. Zhang Si smiled cheerfully and welcomed her, so she asked for her help. Both parties happily agreed to cooperate, with fear stemming from the unknown. As long as you understand him, you will understand that he and we are alike. Suddenly, she staggered in shock, unable to finish her sentence about life. He lifted her up effortlessly, then knelt down to grab the suitcase. Zhang Tu said nothing, her face grim as she sped forward, and suddenly something glowing shot up from that missile launcher, soaring high into the sky. That light moved so fast it disappeared into space without any obstacle. Now, Tu Lang finally finished her sentence normally. Suddenly, a loud sound appeared on the surface of the moon, and something was rushing down. Tu Lang opened her mouth in shock and panic, then shot straight down into the ground. Jiang Tu calmly lands safely with all her personal belongings. She's arrived. He gazes comfortably, having not seen such a wonder since the fall of the Great Destruction civilization long ago. It's so nostalgic. In front of him is a system of highly advanced and sophisticated modern equipment. Jiang Tu turns to the side, while Tu Lang glares fiercely and gestures provocatively with his hand, almost like calling him closer. He saw that and slowly approached. That's right, sound cannot travel through empty space. She grabbed his head and looked directly into his eyes as their faces faced each other. Tu Lang grabbed Jiang Tu's shirt and shouted angrily, then suddenly pulled me and jumped down to the moon. Are you crazy? Do you want to kill me? Isn't it true that we are prepared to land on the surface of the moon? Jiang Tu sweat, scratching his head, looking puzzled. Wouldn't that be much more convenient? If you don't like it, I'll take you back. Tu Lang, shocked and wide-eyed, stared at him, then suddenly stomped and shouted angrily, Just kill me directly if you find this troublesome. Suddenly Jiang Tu noticed something ahead. Tu Lang looked in the direction he was pointing and said, It's coming soon. Jiang Tu asked curiously what it was. Tu Lang calmly replied, My roommate. Don't worry, your roommate is on board. Inside that plane, everything is sealed tight with no gaps visible, very friendly. Everyone in the missile looks cold and stern, fully armed. Everyone is very talented and easy to talk to. Inside the spaceship, a voice announcement rings out. Jiang Xi has entered the moon prison, activating the entire prison defense system, completing the detention. Repeating, Jiang Xi has been detained. Suddenly, the presidents of Country A and Country B entered, and laughter came from a cage-like device. The ancient person imprisoned inside was mocking and despising. You really think that learning my nanometal means you can actually lock him up there? Have you all lost your minds? President of Country A stopped, standing silently as he looked at him. The ancient person still showed no fear and kept boasting meaningless words. At 9:17 minutes into the song, the 1,000-kilometer nanometal layer can only buy us a little more time. This is the result of my calculations based on his strength when destroying ancient civilization. He is now even stronger. The president finally spoke. We are not planning to control Jiang Xi. He glanced at him and revealed his main purpose. The moon prison plan was his own proposal. The ancient person paused, his expression changing, then remained silent. The president turned away and continued. We are only using this plan to test whether we have mastered ancient technology. The truth is, whether it's space travel or planet modification, neither is difficult for us, said Prime Minister B as he handed the items to the Diep siblings. It's a city. If Jiang Xi loses control, this moon house will buy enough time for us to get on the spaceship. He laughed loudly, kicked the table hard, and shouted, I don't want to see that damn bastard king ever again in this life. The Prime Minister looked up at Jiang Xi's smiling face on the big screen and said, We carry the fire of humanity into the sea, bidding farewell to that monster. The ancient person heard this and laughed happily. So you want to escape? Why didn't you think that we possess extraterrestrial migration technology? Why not run and wait to be wiped out? The two Dieu siblings shot him a displeased look. The ancient person solemnly recalled that when he was a child, he asked his mother, Mom, what are those adults doing? Back then, his mother picked him up, smiled, and explained, We will find a new home soon, and we will be able to leave this strange place. Return to the ships, and the announcement sounded again. The fleet has left the solar system, entered the Milky Way border, and is now far from the galaxy, entering the hyperspeed void journey. The scientists and researchers happily hugged each other, tears of joy streaming down their faces. It's finally over. We can leave that terrifying place behind and never see that monster again. Suddenly, an explosion erupts on the ship. The third fleet collides. The mysterious force field causes the quick escape ships to be destroyed, and their machinery begins to break apart. Seeing this, the others change to frightened expressions. What is that? What's happening? Someone explain, please. Before their eyes, something resembling a new planet was gradually forming from rectangular blocks. Captain, look over there. What is that? The sound of ships exploding repeatedly echoes loudly through the space. Report. The third fleet has been completely destroyed. The people inside are panicking and confused. What exactly are these crystals? Their force fields cover the entire solar system, and it doesn't look natural how they formed. The ships keep exploding one after another, with unclear force collisions, quickly destroyed escape vessels, and the third fleet is wiped out. The explosion grew bigger and spread wider, and although it wasn't affected at first, it eventually started to blow up as well. The surviving ships tried to fly through the exploding debris. Understood. Fleet 4 is taking over the navigation. Those inside can't escape and are burned alive, screaming. Forget about these things. Keep going. We will definitely break through. All the warships have finally exploded, none remain. It's time to detonate the Earth and completely wipe out Jiang Xi, avenging those who sacrificed. Report from the front. Unusual activity detected. The scene shifts to a man with long hair wearing a yellow party shirt. Those researchers were stunned and wide-eyed, confirming that the person floating there was indeed him. That is a person. He is dressed all in black and from afar. Only his silhouette can be seen standing in front of a newly formed planet. Dieu looked surprised at the ancient person in front of her, who also appeared shocked and stared in disbelief as she analyzed the situation. In just a moment, we lost our entire fleet, and the command station underground heard a final sound. It comes again from that creature, just hearing him speak. Completing the weekly inspection around the celestial prison, and the changes in Jung 2's sight have nothing to do with breakthroughs. Suddenly, several white streaks appeared, flickering and wriggling. I have successfully wiped out the stain that appeared. The people on the battleships, though still alive, seem to be drained of all color by some white substance. The scene shifts to the city, and at the same time, a massive explosion erupts on a building, with stones and debris scattering across the ground. Nai Ai and Diep Diep respectfully bow their heads to greet the envoy. Someone casually leans their leg on a chair, looking quite indifferent. Varro appears with a bright smile, staring ahead intently, while Ni sweats and reports the situation again. We unexpectedly discovered a remaining compatriot here who has lived with Jiangxi for thousands of years and understands his current state best. Deep beside him calls Tai Sun Thon. He raises his hand and steps forward. Yes, the scene shifts to the Demon King struggling with some kind of technique. She grits her teeth in annoyance. Who are you to call yourselves compatriots of those crazies? I don't have time to get angry at you guys. The Demon King forcefully knocked away those big stones. She finally managed to stand up, completely unrestrained. Low-level species. The Demon King suddenly saw something strange. Blood and human bones appeared on the ground right where she was standing. Burrow, sitting far away, said, "Maybe you've been away from civilization for too long. There are some things I need to help you remember." He smiled brightly, resting his hand on his forehead a little. Burrow sat comfortably and authoritatively in the room while the Demon King stood facing him from a great distance. She grimaced and spat out a large amount of blood. The Demon Queen struggled to stand up, for example. Varro didn't know when he had moved to stand in front of her. Her behavior was that of someone weak. He used his power to create a thick fog that enveloped the two of them, subjugating them as representatives of the divine, the civilization of the gods. Now, the scene shifts to the campus of the Extraordinary Human Academy, where something streaks across the sky. Varro and the Demon King are gradually landing. As they arrive at the same time, a voice echoes, "Great envoy of the gods, ahead lies an Extraordinary Human Academy." Deep stands behind and introduces, saying, "This is the place." The Demon King is bound with his hands tied, and Dang is suddenly levitated in the air by his magic. "Aren't you looking for the documents about Jiangxi?" she said disappointedly. "The documents are right in front of you. Go get them." The Demon King looked up, but they are very strong, possessing the highest combat power of modern civilization, so be careful and stick to the best plan. Burrow glared angrily, silenced, not even knowing where her weak and fragile host was, and didn't need her to tell him what to do. A blue streak shot into the room. Ultra-thin threads appeared in the air, connecting like a trap, as the team leader suddenly appeared and skillfully swung his sword with powerful strikes. A few pieces of meat fall from the sky, revealing 2 plates of delicious and beautiful salmon. In that academy, it seems everyone is celebrating. The balloon shoots out a ribbon with the words congratulating Jiangxi on leaving Earth, as the team leader happily holds 2 plates and joyfully floats around. Sashimi is here, top quality, large quantity guaranteed to fill you up. Someone might say that although that guy is a Jiangxi, he helped us defeat Dr. Jamin, who was undefeated for years, and also helped protect our city, so we don't need to build high walls to defend against invasions. Jiang has helped us so much. Are we really congratulating him for ending up in prison, or what? The person holding the meat said, "Of course we know Jiang has no ill will towards humans." He stretches out his arms, happily dreaming. The thing is, Jiang leaving Earth makes me feel more at ease than anything else. I feel my mental exhaustion has improved, but just recalling my interactions with Jiang still gives me nightmares. Seeing this, the other person silently looked at the piece of meat. At this point, all they could hope for was that the president's plan would go smoothly. The man in the red hat looked up at the fog and suddenly startled, turning around to search. He raises his gun, ready. "Who's sneaking out here secretly from me?" Varro's face turned pale with fear as he appeared, gently placing his hand on his gun's barrel. The gun suddenly exploded. He smiled brightly and asked, "Is this the Abnormal Human Academy, the place where the strongest human combat power is concentrated?" He assessed that these guys are so weak they're barely even dirt. The girl sitting on the ground struggles to stand up, annoying. Since when? Suddenly, a powerful punch from behind the group leader's back jumps out and he turns around with a sneer. Varro easily blocks the attack and counters. The leader, eager to see what happens, nervously asks a few questions, pretending not to be worried. Just a glare was enough to blow someone away. The bodies on the ground are scattered, blood flowing profusely. The team leader looked down in shock, blood oozing from the ground, the color beneath growing darker. The scene remained unchanged, only a pool of blood-red liquid appeared on the floor, while the cluster of balloons was gradually burning, suddenly transforming into a floating mass of flaming skulls. Come on, that guy with the red hat is slowly taking it off and shouting loudly to the bored clown, "Don't underestimate humans." The Type 1 nanosteel heart, he's gradually transforming. Something is taking shape. He looks more muscular and his chest expands. His tall figure shifts shape, and as he raises his arms, they transform into black bird-like legs. Varro smirked with amusement as the transformation of his nanosteel heart Type 1 was complete. The chief looked on in shock at the ancient nanoalloy technique. The red-hatted man had become a fully formed monster, and the Steel President, how long does he plan to stay there? The team leader reluctantly said, "No need to worry," when suddenly a humanoid sphinx hand raised and reached out. The stern team leader, caught in the thick smoke, was suddenly attacked by a giant monster called Nano Steel Heart 1. Let's go, just in time to test the body with nanoalloy modifications. When he was angry, he shouted loudly, "Could you have called me when the two of you stole the nanoalloy?" The tiger beast shot beams while roaring in all directions. From afar, the red-hatted man with a gun is ready to take a shot. The red-hatted man is prepared to fire a beam of light. The transformed leader's team is also ready, just waiting for the command. Both simultaneously fire their beams, rushing forward together. Varen raised his hand high, gently blocking it. "After 1,000 years, you still haven't changed." He sneered and looked back at them. Varro pointed straight at the enemies. Suddenly, a giant hand appeared, gripping the tiger on its palm. The mighty leader was immobilized and transformed back to his original form. Varro raised his hand to block the attack's power. The man in the red hat was no match and was knocked back, transforming back into his human form. Suddenly, the space fell silent. The man in the red hat knelt on the ground, exhausted. He looked up to listen to Varro and said, "But 1,000 years ago, you could only launch such attacks using spaceships, so I guess that's some progress." Deep, standing nearby and observing the report, said, "Divine Envoy, aren't they the entire fleet of ancient civilization you destroyed that year? And Min is now focusing on developing individual strength. We already reported this before," Varro said with frustration. "Oh, I see. It's normal for the stains growing in this cell to be wiped out by Zhang Zidi at any moment." The team leader finally dares to step forward and cover for them. "Who exactly are you?" "Zhang Si, you know him." Varro Zhang spread his arms and smiled at everyone. Knowing it was forced, he was the one I had exiled and sealed. But now I have returned from the sea to completely end this demon and wipe out the filth like you. Deep hurriedly pointed ahead and said, "Master Varro, the one behind has run away." Varen stared in shock. Something felt missing here. His red hat was nowhere to be seen. One of the group had already run off to report that they needed to quickly inform others about this situation. Varro raised his hand and declared, "Useless effort." Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere. "They escaped from my hand but cannot escape the fate of destruction." Your insignificant existence can be called a behind-the-scenes figure, with someone rushing from behind, followed by the giant hand of an ancient divine civilization. Varro turned back this way, closed his eyes tightly, and with his 9-finger gesture, another person exploded. Something terrifying fell heavily to the ground, and the blood on the floor gradually melted away and disappeared. Varro approaches the Demon King, a low-level species. "Isn't that what you said about this academy having intelligence related to Zhang Si? If we find it, I won't hold you accountable for the proposal to attack the academy as a warning to humanity." She angrily thought to herself, "Damn it, I knew these guys were useless, but I didn't expect them to be this useless." The team leader is unconscious on the floor. I was planning to take advantage of the chaos to escape, but these useless ones can't even hold out for a single exchange. And the team leader's body is still unmoving. It seems I need to plan for the long term. Deep happily shouted out loud, "We found it! We found Zhang Tu's intelligence!" The Demon King smirked. "See? I told you so. It's too dangerous." "What is this?" Varro asked as he took the stacks of paper from Deep. "Just read it yourself," Deep replied. In his hand, he holds a book specifically about Zhang Si, the Idol series titled Zhang Si in Prison. Deep presses the button to start the program, welcoming everyone to watch the large-scale reality show of Zhang Tu. This is the most watched reality show worldwide with a viewership and popularity exceeding 100 billion. The host on screen is talking about that moon, and we will broadcast it globally live to reveal everything to everyone, guaranteeing there will be no edits or fakes. They sit quietly watching a movie as the SAR Special Police Department has transferred all 8,000 globally listed supercriminals to the moon prison. This time, the live stream will show you the true land of crime. Everyone looked amazed and incredulous, eagerly listening to the news. On the screen, Zhang Si was sitting with some seemingly unfriendly people who, being constantly imprisoned in prisons and unaware of outside news, had no idea that a conflict with Zhang Tu, the spokesperson of the SAR Special Agency, could potentially happen. Xiaohei expressed that even in this extreme situation, Zhang Zi can still coexist peacefully with humans. Back on the moon where Zhang Si is, he is lining up to get food. "Auntie, please don't bother me with more evidence. I'm taking this opportunity." "Jim, relax a bit." The TV screen constantly shows his every move, accompanied by nasty comments, and Varro's jaw clenches with growing anger, veins bulging. Deep shows her phone proudly and says, "Divine Envoy, we've sent 1,000 comments to defame Zhang Zi. Don't worry, we're working hard to punish our enemies." He glances at her with a warning look. "I'm not okay. I'm just thinking." Zhang Tu has already been given a spoonful on this side. He happily accepts it. What gratitude! Tu Lung sat in the observation room and gave the order. "Team 1, pay attention to the lighting. What kind of business are Team 2 running?" "You didn't see Zhang Zi getting her makeup done? She's panicking and rushing." "Are you deaf?" The camera shifts to another character. The makeup team touched up her look while Zhang Si was casually eating, then suddenly pulled him into the makeup area, and he stood still as they did their work. Varro is getting darker and more serious. Why is that happening? "Calm down, this kind of thing can't be real." He recalls Zhang Si's ruthless killing look, the demon lord who can destroy the world at will. Jang Tu's cunning face appears in his fifth form. How could he care about human thoughts? Someone like him would rather kill everyone on every corner of the earth. Voro wondered if being imprisoned in solitude for thousands of years had driven him mad. He suddenly paused and realized. Voro excitedly sat up, realizing the reason. I understand now. Jang Tu definitely wants to probe the secrets within human souls, using these lowly stains to break through and decipher the source of power of my divine civilization. Yes, his ultimate goal is still to break through the barrier we built, even if it means destroying an entire era of civilization, using thousands of years to set up his plans. He calmly sat down and sighed. That's truly terrifying and cunning. Jang Tu, you're truly my old enemy, Voro said with a sinister smile. If I've already discovered you, how could I let you do as you please? He slammed his hand down on the armrest and greeted first. Outside Earth, in the vast endless space, satellites are constantly orbiting. Somewhere on a ship projecting images of Earth, a burly blonde man grits his teeth as he walks. He picked up some food and went to find a seat. Zhang Si happily ate, while Hong Hao and the film crew followed behind. He suddenly slammed the tray of food down in front of him. Zilang glanced over, noticing. Then he sat down in that spot. He was covered in blood and wounds from the corner of his eye, smiling and greeting. It's been a long time. The scene shifts to the exterior of the moon base, where a group of reporters surrounds the special station's perimeter. Reporting from the scene, it's already the third day, and everything here remains as peaceful as at the start. Little Black and the others are attentively watching the broadcast. They hold beers and toast together, celebrating wildly, and throwing a party that's off the charts. The nationwide live stream has been going on for 3 days now. No one has had any conflict with the king at all. The discussion on Earth is also going very well, and the plan is more successful than we expected. Returning to the base on the moon is completely different from the joyful celebration atmosphere on Earth. A group of unconscious people foaming at the mouth and lying on the ground. Tu Lang turned away coldly, feeling uncomfortable. I've already educated these prisoners as long as they don't cause trouble on their own. With Zhang Tu's personality, how could there be conflicts with others? Suddenly, guards burst in, forcefully shouting, Leader Tu Lang, urgent situation. Back to Zhang Si. Varo is casting a spell on one of them, smiling and glaring as he appears in front of him. Zhang Si, do you still remember us? Jang Tu, looking indifferent and unaware, is eating his meal. What about you? Varo on this side saw that surprised expression. He didn't believe it and sneered, Stop pretending. Let me see. Suddenly, he controlled that person to punch forward forcefully, but the controlled individual's arms swelled up and leaned back. How weak are they really? He throws a punch with all his might right where he is standing. Zhang Tu remains unmoved, standing still and easily controlling that arm. Zhang Tu gently blocks with his chopsticks, making the other person unable to move and trembling. Suddenly, a red alert sounds. Special warning, special warning. Machine gun equipment is immediately activated to find targets, which show violent tendencies. The satellites outside also glow red and beam directly at the base, sealing off the prison, activating the self-destruct system, with the violent intent unrelenting, as the countdown begins. In the last 3 minutes, the people on Earth hear this news and freeze in place. Is this about to self-destruct? The beams from those weapons lock onto the target, all pointing directly at him, then down to his feet. It surrounds you and appears everywhere, leaving no blind spots. It shines on you from all directions. Jang Tu only gently blocks that fist, but he's threatened with several guns. Voro now finally confirms his suspicion and laughs out loud with amusement. Jang Tu once again refused to be merciful, and everyone inside broke out in sweat as they tried to mediate. Gentlemen, let's forget about it. Peace brings wealth. Good harmony brings wealth. Vero in that person's body happily laughs out loud. Jang Tu, is this the result of you living peacefully with humans? He seems excited, and no matter how much you pretend, these weak and timid ones will always be afraid of you. This kind of fear will cause them to keep repeating the mistakes of that mechanized civilization. The history of your destruction of human civilization will keep recurring. He claps his hands excitedly, understanding now. So that's what it is, fighting in prison? I suddenly remembered that they told me how to handle this situation, and Zilong also taught me a few ways to deal with it. Jang Tu recalls the foolish way, the violent way, the calm way, and the sneaky way of handling things. Not handling it, I understand now. He changed his form to his third state, turned around to face him. The gang members, who had just celebrated, now looked panicked. It's over. The king is about to act. I'm going to release Aku and prepare for war with humans. Zhang Tu stands silently, staring intently at the person opposite him. Tu Long shouted loudly at everyone, quickly shut down that malfunctioning self-destruct system for me. He is steadily advancing towards the enemy. The threat level of the target is too high, so the intelligence system automatically activates as agreed. That Vero still doesn't know fear. The one controlling that human laughs and mocks. Sure enough, he's still that demon who only knows destruction. Let this puppet I control fight you, then smash it to show everyone your true terrifying face. He froze, no longer speaking, suddenly wide-eyed looking ahead. His face changed and he broke out in a cold sweat as he nervously looked at Zhang Tuhua, raising his hand and moving it closer to him. Varo is sweating all over, panic-stricken and unable to move, as his body's will fights against him. Don't! He gently placed his hand on his shoulder. A gust of wind appeared around Varro's soul, causing it to drift away. He regained his composure and stiffened, then gently asked, "Are you calm now?" No one spoke, and silence filled the air. Zheng Tu glanced at the other person, terrified they would run away in panic. "Oh my god, save me!" Varro looked up at the screen in disbelief. There really is a way that just by awakening fear, it can help someone break free from control. He glanced upward, sensing something. Varro's soul is still lingering around here. Insect Jiangxi dusts off his hands forcefully. Varro's eyes widen in panic and shock. A flash of light appeared on the moon from an unknown source, rushing rapidly and forcefully toward Earth. Xiaohong is amazed. Deep gapes as she looks up. Taisan gazed in amazement. Varro, with hands on hips, looked ahead. Ni-ai stared in surprise, and he raised his hand to the sky, pressing down with force. Ni-ai and Dai-Dai's group couldn't bear the weight of the oppressive atmosphere pressing down on them. What's happening? Pressure subsided. Jiangxi on this side returned to her original form, put her hat back on, and announced that the target's attack capability had disappeared. The warning is lifted, and he happily celebrates as the crowd, frightened, steps back. It's over. On Varro's side, everything is slightly in ruins as his subordinates lie on the ground. He looks at his hand just raised to block the force, burning and evaporating. Varro looked on in admiration. Indeed, that demon was never truly weakened, so why did he refuse to turn against humans despite being challenged? He clenched his fist. I understand now. He must want to recruit this group of insects as followers. Wu Do is fighting for power with the divine envoy representing himself. I absolutely cannot let him continue. Varro ordered with a darkened face as the people on Earth do their best to destroy human trust in Jiangtu. Wait until the reinforcements arrive and the great army of messengers representing the gods will turn this entire galaxy into dust. Ni-ai and Didi obey the order. Yes, Lord Messenger. Varro hurriedly disappeared immediately. I will go to the moon myself and try to hold them off before the reinforcements arrive. Jiangtu, the Demon King, was surprised. He just let him go. It seems I don't need to run anymore. Ni-ai turned around and explained. The divine messenger's target is Jiangxi, so why would he always stay with us on Earth? She put on her clothes, and the humans attacking the non-human academy would be discovered soon. According to her, Jiangtu's subordinates plus all the humans enhanced with ancient technology are not easy to deal with. The Demon King confidently said, "Why don't you serve me, and I guarantee to give you a way to survive." She recalls Varro's expression. That crazy guy will definitely be wiped out by Jiangxi. I just need a few more subordinates, so maybe I should seize the opportunity to recruit them. Ni-ai warns that humans won't notice, and if you don't believe her, you can go to the battlefield and see for yourself. The Demon King didn't understand or care much and looked outside as she stepped out of the door. The shattered wall was gradually healing, returning to its original state.
The people in the academy who disappeared are gradually returning to their original state. Whether it's damage caused by battle or those who were killed can also be restored based on imagination. The Demon King surveys the scene, transforming illusions of imagination into reality. This is the power of the civilization of our divine era.
The tough leader was unscathed and collapsed on the ground, so until this civilization was destroyed, they wouldn't realize they had been attacked. The resilient team was fully revived, and everyone seemed to have experienced nothing terrifying, dissolving into nothingness. A gift from the divine envoy. The strong-willed team suddenly woke up, opening their eyes to see Deep and Tai-sun appearing as divine beings, and we also fought using divine spirits and the power of imagination, like little Tai-sun, which is the divine spirit belonging to me. She smirked and said, "You weren't born like that too, were you? Dragon Demon?" The Demon King asked in confusion. "You mean I am just a fool you all imagined?" Ni-ai also stepped forward to speak, whether you believe it or not, but if the divine envoy's judgment is correct, you intend to secretly pass information to humans. She uses her lightning power to attack, so today we can't let her go. The scene shifts outside the peaceful city, where a group of people appears next to a large pit. The little girl with the blue hair is climbing onto their car to take pictures. Yes, like this. Good, add one more shot. That photographer is standing from a distance, capturing shots from different angles. Jiangxi has saved us. He was happily promoting, and this time he was deeply helping him. We must do our best. Suddenly, a black hand grabbed his ankle from below. He was startled and shouted loudly, looking back. "Who is that?" A giant hand appears behind, raising its hand in a salute. They stare blankly in shock as someone with missing arms and legs struggles to crawl over. "Please take me to the Huangchao Special Department. The Divine Envoy is imagining that the greatest power in the vast sea of stars is hidden within the spirit." Some red beams of light fly toward him, imagining themselves as sparks igniting their power. He is lost in thought, believing that with such strength we have created countless gods and built a divine civilization alongside the gods. Thanks to that, we managed to imprison the primal demon in our homeland. The messenger soars through the sky, his eyes shining brightly as he contemplates. During the long years that followed, we traveled across the universe, conquered the stars, but never let our guard down against the demons. He saw the scene of Jiangtu in pajamas like an ordinary person. Now that demon dares to create a false disguise to pretend wanting to live peacefully with ordinary humans. The fierce expression on the angel's face, a flame flickering on his hand, he declares, "I, Angel Varro, will not let you succeed." He pushes the fire toward the other side, hitting the tall man lying on the bed. The man who was hit cried out in pain, then boldly declared, "I will make this weak civilization see your true, terrifying, and boring face right now." He is gaping at something. Zhang Tu happily watched everyone lining up. Suddenly he bumped into that tall man, which made him furious. The man glared and shouted loudly, "Don't act superior, really." He punched him hard. The guy's head hit the wall, and Zhang Tu casually continued on his way, rushing to line up early in the morning to wash his face. You should be a bit more polite, maybe a little more civilized, right? With that pathetic look, even the messenger god hesitated a bit. I just want to say that I will quickly expose your true face, for sure. In the next week, he happily gazes at himself in the mirror, singing softly, sleeps early, and wakes up early, feeling refreshed and comfortable. In prison, Jiangxi lives a disciplined life every day, actively training, enjoying a happy and fulfilling life, and happily exercising like others. Jiangxi even eagerly races against other players. The angel, seeing this, became angry and created a flame in his hand. He transferred the fire spell to the two men and then gave the order. "Follow my orders and go deal with Jiangxi." Everyone begins to obey him. Seeing this, he quickly grasped the situation. Jiangxi ran at lightning speed, causing everyone to scatter everywhere. Laquan goes to Jim's room, then does his daily workout. The equipment here is really great. The divine messenger, unwilling to admit defeat, shouted to keep attacking Jiangxi until everyone turned their backs on him. The controlled minions, frantically preparing, suddenly stopped and stared in awe as he lay there lifting a weight heavier than himself. They started to panic and no longer dared to attack him. The divine messenger shouted, "Hurry up, everyone get up." One of the three of them said, "I beat Jiangxi. Is it real or fake?" Jiangxi replied casually, "Warm-up is done now. It's time to move a bit." He switched to playing Pick Balin. "You're really good," surprising everyone. "No matter the sport, there's always someone to play with me. The people here are really friendly." The two players are sweating all over and look very tired, but Jiangxi is still full of energy and has made many new friends. Truly a peaceful and fulfilling day. The messenger suddenly jerked up and shouted. After being attacked so many times, he should have shown his terrifying crazed face, but you weren't like that before. Long Tu Long sat relaxed in the chair, answering the phone. "Is that you? Hiu Hiu?" "What's going on?" Hiu Hiu quickly replied. "President Ziling, has there been anything unusual at the moon prison recently?" She calmly replied, "Everything is normal on our side, and even the recent disturbances among the prisoners seem to have decreased significantly. She told you that we received news of someone causing trouble for Jiangxi." She looked at him doing leg stretches over there and causing trouble with Jiangxi. She asked curiously, "Who the hell are they?" "See, I told you we didn't need to worry about Jiangxi," the minister continued. "But our being attacked is real." She was standing with many other robots. On the bed, the machines are checking that young man's body. Lam Ki asks him how the investigation from the non-human academy over there is going. The minister replied, "The department head personally led people there, but so far no abnormalities have been found. Balloons are floating everywhere, and the minister is heading to the extraordinary human academy. There is a very impressive red band here, and the character wearing the red band, along with the stubborn group leader, are surprised." He lifts the curtain, the head of the department opens the door, and he walks over to squeeze the stubborn group leader's face. And the feeling when squeezing is fine, with no signs of having been hit. Group leader Ngan patted his head and asked, "Did you come for an inspection, Director?" The headmaster looked around and then answered the phone. "I've checked, and there are no signs of an attack on the academy." He walked and said, "Do you guys think too much? Did Chairman Tan go out and fall by himself?" Suddenly, Xiao Hong appeared, floating above his head. She passed through his body, making him feel something strange. Passing through the body, she forcefully lands on the ground in front of the dean of the school. The dean, unaware, continues speaking, running an unnecessary trip and worrying in vain. She was furious. Is he blind? Can't see even after being beaten like this. It's useless. "I have already merged your mind into my illusion," Ni said seductively. "No one outside will notice whatever you do, even if you kill him." Deep Deep's face darkened and she said, "I don't understand why you want to oppose us. No matter who your master is, you should be one of our kind." Tu Hong angrily babbled, "I am the queen of the Blood Clan, not a product of anyone's imagination. And I definitely don't have a master." Tai-san immediately explained, "Master, this crazy person's mind is completely unresponsive. Let me go so I can break her bones. Then she won't be able to ruin our plan." She tried to smile and stay calm. "Big guy, last time you caught me because of carelessness." This time, Xiao Hong's eyes lit up fiercely with a terrifying expression. "Watch me crush you into a pulp." The supporting character beside him speaks up. "Manager, let's go back now." Suddenly, a voice rang out. Tai-san approaches to attack Xiao Hong. She counterattacks by kicking him. He descends so quickly that the eye cannot see, aiming precisely at where she's standing. They caused a huge explosion. Ni felt uncomfortable. "We have wasted too much time, and my illusion is about to collapse. I have upgraded the illusion to the highest level to protect you, so Tai-san can fight her with all his strength." Tai-san throws a punch at Xiao Hong, but she dodges his attack. Tai-san raises his hand to defend against Xiao Hong's punches. She hits him so hard he is sent flying. His back slammed hard against the wall. Xiao Hong smirked proudly, shamelessly bragging. Dai D lifts her tattooed arm, and this guy can't argue at all. She looks furious as her tattoos fly around her hand. There's no other way. Then let you recall your true mental state. Tai Sun's people start to have more shards of stone sticking to them, and Diep Diep says, I imagine the earth and sky tilting, mountains echoing, lava freezing, mountain peaks breaking the sky. His entire hand is being engulfed by shards of stone, which gradually gather at his feet, piling up more and more as they push into Tai Sun's body. She used magic to draw the shards into his body. My divine spirit descended, and then a giant foot appeared. Xiao Hong looked on in amazement as Deep Deep transformed Tai Sun into a giant stone figure, 100 times taller. She proudly said, Your name is the ancient relic Van Ko Quan Sun. Tai San Thon stands right in front of Xiao Hong, while Deep Deep hovers above. The power of the mind comes from the imagination of the one who represents the divine. Someone like you, without a master, can never be a match for Tai Sun God. She angrily retreats to her spot. You're full of useless words. Then Tai Sun, crush her. He immediately clenched his large hand into a punch aimed at her. She didn't hesitate and fought back with her hands. Xiao Hong seems unable to hold on for long and is slightly at a disadvantage against Tai Sun Than. The combined strength of both of them exploded, and Xiao Hong nearly lost her strength as she struggled to shout. Tai Sun still hasn't been hit yet, and quickly throws a punch. She extends her miraculous hand to recover. Xiao Hong quickly dodged his punch, using her hands to balance herself on his massive palm. Everyone clearly sees that she lost more advantage than in this fight. She struggles and groans a few times. Tai Sun's eyes blaze with a red glow as something attacks his hand. Deep Deep screams, DM Tom's curse! He slams his hand down hard on the ground, causing everything around him to shake. Behind Tai Sun are those sharp and large objects. Xiao Hong is struggling as those sharp thorns attack her, stabbing into her hips and directly into her back. Tu Hong's thigh was pierced by the sharp thorn, bleeding. And her hand was also attacked, causing her immense pain. Tai Sun had transformed into a creature without eyes or nose, with a mouth like the body of a porcupine. Xiao Hong moaning in pain from bleeding heavily. Deep Deep cruelly said, Do not think that being reborn makes you great. These thorns will drain your divine power until you turn into blood and water. Shiba, she ordered Xiao Hong to frown. Now is the time to beg for forgiveness. Or else when your remaining strength runs out, she will threaten that you will disappear completely. Xiao Hong was not afraid, she sneered. Those thorns are already retracting. Deep Deep was surprised. Wow, they disappeared so quickly. Ni-ai shouted, Watch out! And then something cut across Deep Deep's neck. Xiao Hong swiftly darted past her, and Deep Deep, clutching her neck in pain, shouted loudly as she fell from above. Xiao Hong leapt onto the thorny branch, causing a loud thud on the ground. Ni-ai annoyedly says, Deep Deep, you're too careless. Xiao Hong cheerfully replies, Even gods can get hurt and bleed, huh? Deep Deep lowered her face and cursed at her. Damn it, Ni-ai used her power to heal her. If I had acted a little slower, she would have definitely died. Thung Tai, a flashback. The person that Deep Deep is gradually recovering from biting her teeth in anger. Who would have thought that a wild god without an owner could have such power? Deep Deep still doesn't seem convinced. Now is not the time to discuss this. She has no master to replenish her strength and can't hold out for long. She screams out loud. Ni-ai is closing her eyes to cast a spell, I imagine. Then she opens her eyes and her pupils are gone, with something shining brightly above her head. The ringing of a bell echoes, and time seems to stand still. She recited the spell, and all returned to a longing for peace. Suddenly, a hand with shaggy fur appeared. My divine spirit resembles Lin. Ni-ai has created a monster with clear, sparkling eyes and a very mischievous expression. She introduced it, calling it the hyperactive one who usually seeks peace. Xiao Hong was quite surprised. Deep Deep ordered, the god of Tai Shan. He crawled up from the ground, his long hand blocking the airplane window. The two passengers froze as they looked out the window. The other travelers were extremely shocked by what they saw. Ni-ai is unhappy, frowning at Meng Huan. Nietzsche usually obeys its owner. Suddenly, it flies up, with streaks of light following along. That plane is surrounded by some kind of magic. The passengers wipe their eyes. A confused young man. Is there nothing wrong? Is it just our eyes playing tricks on us? Xiao Hong is trying to use her magic. Nyat Tuong glanced over and then reached out with his large hand toward her. Xiao Hong tried to catch it, but suddenly it disappeared, catching her off guard. She was floating in the air, so why did even that huge guy disappear without a trace? Tai Sun suddenly attacked her, so fast she couldn't react and shouted. His hand struck Xiao Hong fiercely. Her face slammed into Tai Sun Thon, and something darted at the speed of light. Turns out it was Deep Deep Ni-ai and Nyat Tuong chasing to climb Tai Sun. Deep Deep angrily exclaimed, She has no master in her mind, yet she has endured until now. Just how powerful was she in the past? Xiao Hong, exhausted from the beating, lies underwater. Nai shouts, No way! She denied ever meeting her before. Her aura was already very weak, and she had been on Earth for nearly 1,000 years, so she should have disappeared by now. Ri Xiaoran calmly said, I can sense an unknown source of energy within her helping her stay alive, which made her owner shout in anger. Why? Tu Hong lying in the water, blood spreading around her, and something green right in front of her chest. Within her cells, her hormones had all turned green. Not Thuong admitted this in front of Xiao Hong's hateful face. Luckily, she can't use that energy source or we would all die here. She flies up and shouts loudly. The water beneath her has turned red, yet you all prefer to use illusions to escape. Xiao Hong alarmed everyone as she repeatedly said, "It's raining." She widened her eyes at the falling red droplets. Upon closer inspection, she realized they were drops of blood. Xiao Hong steadied herself and gathered her strength. She spoke, her expression full of anger. "Then, let me send you all to hell together." The blood droplets swirl around Xiao Hong's head as she looks at them with fury. Deep Deep is terrified. "What are you joking?" She moved her arm to the side as if commanding those blood droplets. The blood droplets shot through the air like lightning, surprising the two girls below, who screamed in panic. Those blood beams are about to attack them. Not Thuong quickly realized and said, "It's not good. She's angry now. She is using all her divine power." Tai Sun. Than appears, and he is not in a good mood either. Deep Deep shouts urgently, urging him on. Shin Taishan, stop her quickly. He raised both hands, ready to fight, and reached out to Xiao Hong. She opened her mouth and shouted fiercely. Seeing this, Xiao Hong quickly used all her strength to attack. Both of them fought fiercely and aggressively. Xiao Hong seemed to have regained 100% of her strength. She uses her strength to stab Deep Deep, and Niao is also attacked by Tu Hong. Niai shouted, "Mung Mung Chuan Kai." The Nietzsche spear immediately followed her command. The situation isn't much better. It's still being pierced by Xiao Hong's power. Tai Sun and she fought each other until exhaustion. He, exhausted, reverted to his original form. Xiao Hong stepped back to keep her balance. The ground there was hit by a huge explosion, filling the air with dust, smoke, and debris that flew over the tall buildings. Everyone in the city was stunned, not understanding what was happening. Tai Sun's quiet footsteps moved slowly, his torn clothes fluttering. He, tired, says, "You are covered in blood and dirt, and even smoke is sticking to you." Niai, who is also badly scratched, gives the order, reflecting on the past. Deep Deep supports her again. "Niai, are you okay?" She grimaced in pain and said, "Sorry, I can't bring little Taishan back with us. The Blood Clan's attack is too powerful. I can only return us to a normal state. My mind has exhausted all my divine power. I can't even maintain my own existence." She thought, "Luckily, I am just the one providing the strength, so as long as I am fine, my mental energy will quickly recover." Diddy is panicked. Are you joking? How could Chu Xiao Hong deliver such a powerful attack when she hasn't even become the main body of the false deity? Ni Ai remained calm because she was risking everything. She explained to Deep Deep that there was no true target. She had burned everything of herself in that attack to fight against Taishan. Xiao Hong stood there, having overheard everything, her clothes soaked and holding up a dislike symbol. She happily said, "This time I won." Suddenly something flew by. Ni turned around and saw someone flying in the air, a man with no clothes on, making Ni Ai and Deep Deep stunned. That curly-haired guy looked down and said, "So it was all caused by you guys. Feel the passion of humanity." The two women shouted, "What the hell is this?" Taishan tried to stop him but was shattered by his attack, still fighting on for the two girls. Ni Ai nervously said, "Don't get involved with this freak. Let's get out of here." Who would want to get involved with him? If it weren't for Xiao Taishan exhausting himself just now. Deep Deep orders, "Hurry up and make that pervert disappear from my sight." Tai Sun and the spiky-haired guy are fighting. He punches him in the chin. He shouted and looked at him differently. The curly-haired guy seized the opportunity and grabbed his hand. He managed to stop Tai Sun, telling him to hold on. Suddenly, a red light appeared in the sky. A helicopter bringing Hio Hio down along with something. She excitedly said, "This is so interesting." Hio Hio used her weapon to create a burst of colorful rays that exploded on top of the skyscraper. Dust and rocks flew everywhere. Deep Deep and Ni were terrified. Tai Sun clenched his teeth and endured, his body covered in bloody wounds. The minister crossed his arms and said, "You are under arrest for threatening the safety of humanity. Surrender now." Deep Deep was worried that the country's top fighting force might have received ancient technology, making them much stronger than during the training. Ni Ai was annoyed. Could it be that Chao Tu Hong and I fought to the point of self-destruction just to draw their attention here? Why do it this way? Suddenly, a strand of DNA flew through the air, obviously belonging to Xiao Hong. She hovered in the air with a green border around her, and anyone who was turned to dust was just a powerful move. There's nothing to be amazed about. Ni Ai frantically shouted, "No way. I don't even have a host after my existence disappeared. How can I be reborn?" Naya stared wide-eyed and said, "I don't need some host or whatever I told you already." Xiao Hong confidently declares, "I am the Blood Queen who has fought Jiang Xi for 1,000 years. She schemingly thinks bragging about Jiang Xi's jealousy is really satisfying. I should go find him and get a little more." Outside the universe, meanwhile, at the moon prison, a petite girl who seems to be the host of Jiang Xi's show excitedly says, Jiang Tu happily raises both hands to greet. "Welcome, everyone, to the world's first crime variety show. Run now, prisoner. Mr. Jiang Xi, run now, prisoner." The host announced that after half a month of voting, the show officially begins. As she spoke, some men in pink dresses were still listening despite being exhausted, and the program would be broadcast live worldwide. The program is broadcast on an outdoor screen. drawing everyone's attention. The host loudly invites everyone to vote for their favorite contestant. Jung-si has appeared on stage. The host happily announces that Jung-si is now on stage. The surrounding angels are surrounded by a red magical aura. He looked at the palace, reading the note that said to avoid destroying humanity and only to become a deity. The divine messenger angrily crushed the paper. Damn it, how dare he ignore me? He angrily recounted how the prisoners I controlled kept attacking Jung-si non-stop, day and night, yet he couldn't ignite his anger at all. The MC was introducing. Jung-si had successfully entered the inner circle. He was jealous and resentful, so why was he still pretending to play peace with everyone here? The angelic messenger smiled a terrifying smile, readying her magic in her hand. Then I have no choice but to act myself. Too long, how did I do just now? She replied absent-mindedly. The audience's reaction was very good, and even without the votes from Little Black and others helping him, he still remained high in the rankings. Tu Lang adjusted. The most important thing was that the overall feeling of humanity towards him had improved a lot. He scratched his head happily and said, "It's worth it. I've trained for so long. As long as everything goes smoothly, my dream will soon come true, and I will enjoy retirement soon." The MC shouted, "Next, contestant Jung-2, please enter the second round. The prison meal challenge, come on up." Suddenly, he stopped. Jung-si looked up at the sky, pondering something, clenched his fist tightly, and the MC reminded him again, "Please welcome contestant Jung-si." Tu-Lang put her hand on his shoulder and said, "If you don't go on stage now, you'll be eliminated." She looked at him affectionately and said, "Don't hesitate anymore. Get your work done well. I'll handle this side." The host anxiously called him, "Contestant Jung-2." He quickly responded, "Coming." Tu-Lang then placed her hand on her chin, deep in thought. The angel was controlling her magic with a raised hand. Among those magical beams there were very terrifying skulls. They advanced toward the moon. Tu-Lang seemed to sense it and drew her sword, then flew off the moon to fight them. Tu-Lang demonstrates her skill well, swinging her sword to cut through the red beams of light. The divine messenger looks at her with displeasure as she places her sword back behind her. Tu-Lang then asked him, "Do you think the call from Xiao Xiao earlier was about you?" He sneered, "A person who doesn't know life or death, and dares to swing a blade at the false god." Su Lang, angry, threw her sword directly at him, but the divine messenger quickly dodged aside, and the blade cut off a lock of his hair. She removed the protective mask from her face, her expression darkening as she said, "Whatever it is, gods or demons." The left side of Zilong's face changed, her eyes turning black and red, with a white layer on her cheek, absolutely not allowing anyone to ruin this plan. She looked at him in the sunlight, silently thinking, "So that we can survive in this era." The messenger seemed to disagree with her, shouting, "Young Chi!" before suddenly laughing mischievously. "Well then," he took off his glasses and said, "After all, you will have to die. Let me show you how we fight in our divine civilization." The eye of the divine messenger has become deformed. I imagine the blood moon reflecting the fear in people's hearts. Tu-Lang stared in horror, as from his eyes upward he had transformed into a terrifying monster. She widened her eyes in disbelief at what was happening. He officially created a blood moon illusion monster in the shape of the mythical Varro. Inside the Special Law Corps, the SAEB Special Law Corps, many people entered. Deep was tied up with her hands, her face swollen and bruised. "Just go ahead and kill me." The spiky-haired guy looked at her with contempt. Little Black asked, "It was she who attacked the extraordinary human academy." The minister warned, "Do not underestimate her. We had to use all our best to defeat the strongman she summoned and successfully capture her." He continued, "Another injured white-haired person escaped, and Lam Ki is working with the Blood Queen to pursue." Little Hong and Lam Ki are riding together in a carriage. Little Hong resolutely says, "The blood crystal is nearby. Let's search one more time. I must reclaim this place. We, the zombies, cannot attack during the fight, but regarding interrogation, I can offer you some assistance." Deep shouted loudly, "Go ahead. I will not submit to any insult or torture. Over there." Hugh was adjusting the papers. Then she absent-mindedly handed the papers to Xiaohei and said, "I don't need to. She's quite cooperative. She told us everything about her background, number of accomplices, fighting methods, and purpose of action herself." Xiaohei looked at her confused, and both of them turned to Deep Diep, who said, "So then, who is her posture of accepting death without surrender meant to impress?" Deep Mid exclaimed, "To gather information, we have read many of your books. Even after being captured, we still refuse to submit. Accepting humiliation and torture from the enemy, isn't that your usual ritual?" Hugh's face was stiff. "I am really curious to know what books you have read." She handed the stack of papers to Xiaohei. "This is the information we collected. Take a look yourself." He looked at those papers. In an age of gods, summoning divine beings to fight and purge the world through imagination. Deep, in a pitiful state, cried out, "So we basically didn't need to hide from you at all. We only did it out of kindness to let you perish unaware." She regained her composure. "After all, mortals cannot resist the destruction bestowed by the gods." Hugh sneered and crossed her arms, saying, "The gods? Do you really think they are stronger than Jiangxi?" She sneered and said that the divine envoy had personally gone to the moon to punish. She pointed her finger, and anyone could tell just by looking. Everyone ignored Dai Dai's words, and Jio turned on the TV. The screen lit up, showing Jiangxi's program. Welcome everyone to the global reality show Run Jiangsu. The prisoners are watching him, and the host introduces this as a dish from contestant Jiangsu's 7th proof. Let's look forward to his next performance. The Minister of the Special Affairs Bureau announced that there are no abnormalities in the moon prison, and even the broadcast is proceeding normally. Xiao Xiao wondered aloud, mentioning the name Varro. Could it have already been dealt with by Jiangxi? Deep Deep shouted, "No way!" Xiao He looked up and said, "That's not right. They're fighting now." The minister asked again, "Where did you see it?" All surveillance cameras showed no signs of a fight. He points upward. Everyone looks up at his face. They saw something red approaching. Tu Lang was fighting with all his might. The large red beams attack her, but she reacts quickly. The huge monster arches its back, its body gradually expanding. The angelic aura emanating from it, he looked pleased with a sinister expression. Jiangxi is infecting his subordinates with his own virus, which is somewhat acceptable and barely suitable for their combat ability. Tu Long looked at it, growing bigger and bigger, her face completely distorted as she asked him what kind of creature this was. Even the latest nano equipment couldn't cut through the monsters he summoned. Xiao Hui held her weapon and surrounded it with magic. She looked up and shouted, "Tu Lang, this is Xiao Hui. Don't get entangled with that monster." "That monster keeps attacking her," she responds. "Easy to say, this huge tentacle is really troublesome and can't be detached at all." Xiao Hai is worried. "The satellite has located it now. Just keep your distance, so the moon prison's defenses can attack." She enters the satellite and orders it to turn around. "That satellite is orbiting the moon." She shouted to Tu Lang, "So get out of there quickly, just a few seconds." Tu Lang, fighting while speaking, said, "There's no other way. I can only try this move." A green jealousy aura appears, completing Jiangxi's jealousy. Tu Lang's face begins to crack, forcing Jiangxi's envy to grow inside me, which will lead to my body's collapse. She remains calm, but in just a few seconds, perhaps the angel will panic. It's not an infection virus. Her body contains Jiangxi's genes. Her face had changed into a much more terrifying form than before. The divine envoy, furious, began to use her magic. "At first I planned to let the filth born from your prison die painfully, or without pain. But once you fell so low as to embrace that devil's gene, everything changed." He creates a red orb that looks very dangerous. He seems to have lost his composure, standing on his monster, and says, "I imagine the Blood Moon Sacred Envoy unleashing his ultimate move, forging fire into soldiers, and the moon shining down on the heavens." He channels his power into his beast, its entire body glowing brightly. It has its target set on the moon. The monster creates a magic circle, then rushes toward the moon at the speed of light, causing a huge explosion upon impact. Tu Long quickly flies it over. "I won't let this arena be destroyed." She pushes herself to fly there as fast as she can. She looked very angry, and chunks of dirt and rocks started flying into her face. Tu Lang closed her eyes, thinking to herself that it was too strong. Su Lang was hit and fell down. The people saw the explosion on the moon and shouted, "Is the moon being burned by the sun? So, will we still have the Mid-Autumn Festival in the future?" Xiao Ka quickly announced, "The prison's defense system on the moon has been completely destroyed." He is worried, saying, "Damn it, Tu Lang, can you hear me?" And the minister is also uneasy. "Are you kidding? He's using the sun as a weapon again." A cow ran over and asked, "What's going on?" "My side shows that the surveillance cameras on the moon have been destroyed." "What's the rush?" "Look, the moon isn't completely destroyed. The explosion spread to the Special Operations Bureau, catching everyone off guard. Outside the Special Enforcement Bureau, thick smoke billows everywhere as the prisoners scream. Zheng Tu has transformed into a different form and flew over to catch Tu Lang. Hu Hu struggles to make contact. "Chief Tu Lang, this is Hu Hu. Please respond when you hear this." She tried to open her eyes and saw him, and she exclaimed, Zheng Tu put you down and told you to rest first," he said seriously. "This kid." Jiangxi just grabbed her shirt and looked up. Tu Lang was both scared and surprised by his words. "Let me handle it. In this universe, thousands of years ago, because of Zheng Tu, we were forced to leave our homeland and began a long period of wandering within the Star Sea. Machines drifted throughout the cosmos. During this time, our divine civilization has witnessed countless wonders in the universe. Our awareness and collective imagination, while imagination becomes our strength. The divine envoy stands before the blazing sun, his divine civilization's power undoubtedly far surpassing Zheng Tu's understanding. He glares down at him with hatred in his eyes. The messenger raises his hand and orders his nephew, "Zheng Tu, isn't it true you want to lock yourself inside this prison of yours?" The beast with wings roars loudly. "Then let it burn from the inside out." His monster burst into flames. On Earth, humanity is informing each other that the urgent reports of unusual phenomena on the moon have been confirmed as an attack on us by a highly advanced extraterrestrial civilization. The monster's power has destroyed nearly half of the moon, and those inside the special core are panicked and terrified. The messenger raises his hand and commands, "The lunar beast." A beam of light shines down. The light shoots straight into the moon, blowing up its outer surface. This time the explosion is much bigger. The fire spreads to the special legal unit. Everyone inside is panicking. It's too hot. They're doomed. "I would rather be sentenced to death than this." The host loudly commands all cameras and surrounding satellites to activate. Tu Long, exhausted, tried to speak. The The live broadcast continues. This time I must show more people Jiang-tu fighting to protect humanity.
The host tears up in great distress as Jiang-si faces the powerful invaders alone.
An intense battle is about to begin as the divine beast attacks, unleashing a large red beam. Jiang-tu stands still as the attack misses him. The magic beam gradually diminishes and disappears, leaving behind swirling dust. Jiang-tu starts to soar up, reaching out his hand to attack again. He flies at lightning speed, emitting a green beam straight into the monster. The Guardian was startled and looked at the power of Jiang-tu piercing through his body, causing him a sharp pain. Jiang-tu has made a large hole in the middle of the monster. The divine envoy starts bleeding, his body trembling, and he glares at him with clenched teeth in anger. Demon, you will always be a demon. No matter how many years pass, it cannot change. He believes your bloodthirsty nature is in your core. Jiang-tu throws the heart back at him, saying, Here, take it. He placed his hand on his chest and shouted loudly, Stop him! The monster's eyes lit up as if it had heard the command. Suddenly, he flew through it, causing the angel to panic. He moved closer to him, catching him off guard. Jiang-si clenched his face tightly, and as the angel was trying to break free, he felt himself about to move. He slammed him to the ground forcefully, sending dust and rocks flying. Elsewhere in this universe, at the same time on another side of Earth, a secret base for humanity's escape plan is hidden somewhere in the mountains of Country B. A secret base is located in a barren desert where human technology has reached its limit with a super spaceship capable of holding 30,000 people in space. The ancient people disdainfully say on the screen that it's a pointless struggle, but I don't mind helping to improve your backward technology a little. Dr. Keepman looked at the vial in his hand. This medicine can help humans sleep in space and maintain vital signs. For humans, time is the biggest issue in space travel. Although immortality is unreachable, it is still possible. The Prime Minister of B Province sipped his drink and said, As long as we can escape from here, we wouldn't hesitate to release those lunatics who almost destroyed the world. The blonde man beside him exclaimed, We still can't turn against Jiang-si now. Humanity is extremely safe. He turned and walked away, saying loudly, Jiang-tu is honest on the moon. There's nothing wrong at all. We have plenty of time to break the prisons outside the solar system. The Dio sisters ran over, panting heavily. Something's wrong. The observatories just issued an alert saying they saw a lightning flash when the stars were destroyed, caused by Jiang-si with his bare hands. The Prime Minister of B remained silent. My cousin just shouted and stopped him. I also helped. Everyone don't stop me. I want to leave this heaven now. I can't stand this broken place even for a day. The two girls shouted, Prime Minister, that monster is weakening. Flames are surrounding it, and its tentacles are bleeding more and more. Jiang-tu looked at the divine envoy Zatoy lying on the ground and began to revert to his original form. Sorry, I was a bit heavy-handed. I have something to do. I'm happy. Let's go. I'm still in a hurry to finish up. He was tired. Jiang-si, when you hear this, stop and reply. For thousands of years in the classics and legends of our civilization, I have seen your power countless times. He tried to speak, saying, I have studied your strength, form, personality, and combat style tirelessly. He coughed a few times, then tried to stand up, but only when facing the truth did I realize that Jiang-tu, you are more terrifying than the most exaggerated mythological records and the most extreme research data. His heart has already begun to beat again. It pounds and grows louder. Jiang-su looked at him with curiosity and asked, Hey, are you still planning to run away? He looked up dazed, and suddenly something like a vortex appeared above Jiang-si's head. The swirling smoke-like tornado seeped into the monster's body. He looked up, the messenger disappeared but still spoke. I, the messenger, mean that the monster has changed form inside that body, and it's precisely to hunt down people like you. That monster's face is disgusting, shown on the screen projecting the scene on Earth. Everyone is looking, and Dai-Di speaks up. After too long publicly announced the fake god invasion, chaos broke out around the world. She looked pleased. The Lord has ordered us to cause chaos, but look at this situation. I don't need to act anymore. On Earth, the appearance of the gods will destroy your fragile civilization. Humanity screams out as the world is about to be wiped out by aliens. We're done here and everyone will die. A young blonde man happily eats a valuable snack. All right, no need to go to work anymore. The news program is on and is once again announcing an emergency. The alien invasion was ended by Jiang-si with a single punch. The battle lasted 2 minutes and 37 seconds, and the world has once again restored peace, which is truly a cause for celebration. The young man with curly blonde hair looked disappointed, so it's over. The other man waved his hand calmly, dispersing. The two men are discussing, Let's go, we'll have a barbecue together tonight. The curly blonde guy is calling the boss. All right, boss, I'll work overtime again, Deep Deep shouted angrily, returning to normal. What kind of civilization are you guys? Understand and be satisfied. After all, with Jiang-si here, destroying the world is just an everyday thing. We've never seen any major situation. That divine envoy won't really be killed in a second, right? Cow chiming in, not knowing that right now the moon's lens can only see a red patch. Probably broken, or I'll try to hit it. Xiaohei said seriously, The battle doesn't seem to be over yet and now the moon feels very dangerous to me. Jiang-tu's face darkened and he froze, then continued, Even more dangerous than the usual king's aura. The body of the surrounding monster was engulfed in flames. He drew his sword to prepare for battle. Jiang-Tu threw the sword at some of the monsters, and they quickly ducked to avoid it. It stands still to recover the surrounding magic. The monster moves closer to Jiang-Si. He uses his quick reflexes to punch it. He grabs the monster's head with his hand. Jiang-Tu yanked its head down, tearing off one of its arms, then he tore off the other. Jiang-Tu yanked its burning hand away, and the severed arm gradually lost its flame. It tries to shrink itself to dodge his attack, but suddenly he disappears, making the monster furious. Damn it, Jiang-Tu runs around the moon at a very fast speed.
Then he ran towards the monster and punched it hard in the face, making the creature unable to react and fly off the moon.
Its descent was so fast that it looked like a meteorite falling to Earth, causing a huge disturbance in the surrounding space. The MC announced on the emergency news broadcast outside the city that the alien invasion is not over yet, as Jiang-Si and his opponent's battle has reached Earth, and everyone is urged to pray. Due to the monster's descent, the sea level has risen above the buildings, and water is flooding into the city, causing the crew, filming to gape in shock. Jiang-Tu said, "I imagine myself as the moon, constantly seizing Tianhui. The monster has risen, standing beneath a huge water vortex." He spoke, "The sky is torn apart, the bloodied sea is tragic, and humanity is in chaos." Jiang-Tu pockets his hands, floating in midair, watching everything unfold on Earth with a detached mind. He looked down and sneered, "So, that's how it is. I remember who they are now." The monster is trying to escape from this water vortex. It split the tornado into two with a beam of light that looks very powerful. It easily split the water surface apart. The beam of light reached close to Jiang-Si, but he quickly dodged. The moon has also been destroyed by it, split into two parts, one still normal and the other shattered apart. The people on Earth saw the moon divided like that, their eyes wide open and mouths agape. The moon was split into two so easily. Jiang-Tu is not happy, turns to look at the moon and exclaims, "The moon with 1,000 faces." That monster's name seems to have been reborn, and his voice echoes again, the hellfire rising high. Suddenly something terrifying appears around him, with mouths all around and a giant eye in the middle. Its eye color very strange, like the water surface of the Earth. The people of Earth witnessed that enormous eye as it soared higher, to the point where airplanes flew past it. It looked at the monster and Jiang-Si, who was flying like the wind to attack each other. He was about to punch Varro, but he had already raised his shield to defend. The two keep fighting endlessly. The monster seems unable to endure anymore and flies down to another rock. His opponent begins to grow bigger, challenging him. "Show your true strength." Jiang-Tu Varro appears with more arms. "Your strength cannot break the mythic body I have fused with the moon beast. The sword I forged from Fire Heaven, which I stole, can suppress your regenerative abilities." A tiny flame from him flies toward you, but your face remains fearless. "Varro is taking more weapons. Do you understand? All my abilities are to counter you. It has been forged over thousands of years." He quickly rushed back to your side. Jiang-Tu tries to dodge all his attacks. The power of the divine messenger keeps growing. Over the years traveling through the universe, we have gained the power to oppose you. The celestial dimension, Qin Wit. The eye he created has approached the moon. He ordered, "Swallow everything." That giant eye pulled its tendrils back to him, successfully grabbing him. Jiang-Si struggled quickly as the eye widened its tendrils to pull him into the giant eye. It releases him into the light green iris with a hint of pink, and he begins to sink down. Jiang-Tu, unable to react in time, sank completely and fell inside the eye, which was darker red with smaller red eyes inside. Jiang-Tu lands on the bottom and sees someone rising up. The creature begins to transform and it says, "Welcome to my soul, celestial mask of the moon." He looks like a human but has no flesh or skin. "Over the years of traveling through the universe, we have gained the power to oppose you." The monster says, "This place is a gathering of all the desires and greed within a planet. It grants me the power to seize and dominate." The mouths keep moving and the eyes stare at him constantly. He listens carefully to what he's saying. "Once you fall into it, you won't be able to escape. There they say, when you destroy our civilization, you won't be like this. Now show me the symbol of death and hatred within you." The giant eye begins to suck in tiny pieces of the moon. The moon seems to have disappeared. The people on Earth, seeing this, panic and say, "The moon is gone." The female announcer on the screen shouts once again, delivering an emergency broadcast. "Today's global weather is a destructive meteor shower. Everyone is advised to stay indoors unless necessary." The meteors are rapidly falling to Earth, and the people are already armed to fight back. A row of weapons vehicles is neatly arranged. The minister clenches his fist with determination, and all the large meteors in the sky over Guangzhou have been successfully stopped. The mother and daughter of humanity huddle in fear, looking very pitiful. A cow lifts a large stone and says, "We can still try to protect the city." The problem is that if the two elders keep fighting like that, this world won't last. More and more meteors are falling into the sea. On the moon's surface, the Special Police Bureau is in serious danger, surrounded by smoke. They are on a section of the moon that has been separated, urgently calling out for help, with a critical situation as many prisoners have escaped from the lunar prison. "Let's act immediately." The special agents wearing breathing masks are pulled out of there. Everyone shouted, "I can't accept this is my escape attempt. Lock me up again. Where are the guards? Hurry and save me." Even though she's in this situation, she still holds the microphone and speaks.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moon has been completely destroyed, and although we are still alive, death is no longer far away. Tulang tried to hold her hand tightly and run.
Everyone, hold on. Jiangxi will defeat the enemy quickly. She closed her eyes, had to use Jiangxi's jealousy again, at least to regain her ability to move. That giant eye approaches the special orb, causing everyone inside to tremble with fear. The two young men inside shout out, "Does the case really need to be such a big deal? Help!" Everyone on Tulang's side is about to be pulled into the eye of the giant eye. Tulang seems exhausted and unable to resist. Suddenly a green light appeared, and it was obvious at a glance that it was Jiangxi. He descended and used his magic on her. He reached out to pull Tulang, then grabbed the collar of the host, and also raised his hand to lift the young man hovering nearby. Zheng and the other three land on a part of the moon. His body is all fire, frightening everyone. The one who just emerged has changed shape again. Fight with me. You still have time to care for others. The monster's flames gradually transformed into a creature, and it was you who forced me to do this. Pay the price for your arrogance and selfish interests. The monster looked into the distance. Jiangxi released everyone and shouted, "On was killed. Wasn't that all you wanted to see from me back then? Then if you want to see the heroine and that villager panic," he clenched his fist tightly, his face darkening, "then let you see clearly." Tulang didn't understand what was happening and quietly looked at him. Tok Cheng-tu gradually changed from black to white, and after a while, his hair was completely white. His sharp face smiled, causing everyone to scream in surprise. That host exclaimed, "Isn't this the monster that killed half of them? Floating among the galaxies, the divine civilization, and the celestial palace." Somewhere, in a place full of luxurious palaces under a blood-red sky, Kai is sitting on a throne surrounded by the powerful. Messenger Varro kneels. Grand Minister Nuola bows to the throne. He says, "Nuola, you destroyed a primitive planet. You swallowed the souls of its ancient civilization to elevate your mind. Is that correct?" Varro raises his magical hand and says, "Yes, Your Majesty. I have swallowed the fear and despair of billions of lives and spent hundreds of years digesting them all, transforming my soul into a perfect moon of enlightenment. Previously, I spent over 1,000 years studying all records about Jiangxi and honing my combat skills to prepare for him." Then he angrily crushed it. "I now possess a power that rivals Zhang-Tu's strongest form." Kai sat quietly. After a moment, he glared and said, "If you're so confident, then go ahead. I'll allow you to be the vanguard of our clan to seek revenge." Zheng-Tu Varro placed his hand on his chest, his face now covered with terrifying scars. "I will obey the order and definitely defeat Zhang-Tu." On the other side, Jiangxi is choking the monster he created. It whimpers, unable to. "What are you so surprised about? I have always been your dream. Do you forget that from thousands of years ago? Who is the one that resembles a dog?" Wagging its tail, it fled from this world. That monster seemed to be provoked. It shouted, "I am a genius among the great gods to defeat you. I have endured thousands of years of relentless training, and I still possess many abilities to counter you that I haven't used yet. I cannot afford to fail so easily." Then it began to deform, its body growing larger than before. Tulong realized and exclaimed, "The blood sea starting to boil." She anxiously warned, "It's not good. He's planning to self-destruct." "Are you still as confident as ever?" Jiangxi's hand clenched the creature's neck, forcing its bodily fluids to spill out. Zheng-Tu quickly seized the opportunity and knocked the monster down. She, MC, and Tulang were also affected by its power. Smoke billows out, releasing even more of its substances. The recent events caused the mouths to roar loudly, and the giant's eyes seem about to shatter. Everyone on Earth heard the noise, clutching their heads and screaming. The monster's head had been taken by him, and now it only had its body left. Suddenly, it grew 2 more arms. "I haven't lost yet." The exhausted monster said, "You cannot kill me," it declared, "as long as the celestial masked moon exists, and more monsters like this begin to emerge. I will be able to come back to life countless times. You, the ones who killed my disciples and ran away, how dare you come back? Then let me crush you in this big sphere piece by piece to relive the joy of destroying your civilization." It said, "Indeed, you care most about your disciples." The monster imagines your previous form, even your current appearance, and laughs with pleasure, recalling a shadow sitting miserably beneath a sharp blade. Popai. "It was only after your disciple was dealt with by us that you came into existence." It laughs mockingly at Zhang-Tu, "So you can't kill me because the woman who once dared to challenge me has also fallen into the celestial realm Qi Nuyet. Tulong and everyone else are being controlled by the tentacles of the giant eye. Her consciousness fully connected to my mind and inseparable, I can sense that her body contains a very pure jealousy of Zhang-Tu. She is also your disciple, right?" Zheng-Tu started to get angry, raising his hand. "That is my friend. It seems that the destruction of civilization once again has not taught you any lessons." He threw a punch straight into the air, aiming at it ahead. "Unfortunately, that monster moves so quickly behind you. Friend, this just makes it more interesting." The remaining ones also started to approach him, smugly saying, "You care a lot about these lowly ones, huh? How interesting." It sneered. All the humans in the world listened carefully. The monster then roared wildly. "The blood moon in your sky will collide with this world in a minute, and your tiny civilization like ants will be completely wiped out." The people on the ground are running in panic and shouting, "Help!" The end of the world is here. On the other side, a satellite is preparing to launch, and Prime Minister of Country B is trying to board it, but is stopped by the Dew twin sisters. Hurry and take me. I am a genius, the future of humanity, the two siblings said. Prime Minister, hasn't Queen Elizabeth boarded the ship yet? Queen Elizabeth could only stand frozen, while the monsters taunted Jiangxi. Come on, Jiangxi, kill me. You will be able to save the miserable civilization below. The small eyes and mouths are teasing someone, but for a moment Tian Dian Qingwei is destroyed. Tu Lang is tangled around her waist by them, making her very uncomfortable. That monster reports that your consciousness will be drowned in the despair and fear of billions of lost souls. And even your genes cannot help her reincarnate. The giant eye is getting closer to Earth. Big monster, speak louder. Stop pretending, Jiangxi. Zheng Tu clenched his fists silently, listening as it said, You are a demon willing to destroy our civilization just for an ordinary disciple. How could you truly care about humans? Suddenly, he moved very quickly and flew out of that giant eye. Zheng Tu happily smiles and prepares a fist, aiming straight at its giant eye. The eye reacts too late to stop him. The small mouths and eyes scream in fear and panic, while the monsters also shout in alarm. Tu Long managed to escape from its tentacle. Zheng Tu successfully punched the giant eye into tiny pieces. They immediately realized and flew away from him, apparently quite hurt. Zheng Tu stands still, watching them. The monster reverts to its original form, still smiling and joking. Zheng Tu, your friend has been killed by you itself. What will you destroy this time to take revenge? He remains calm, but the destructive form meant for battle truly cannot be carried out. It doesn't understand what he's saying. Suddenly, its eyes widen as if something has surprised it. That's because he's about to transform into a different form. Maybe we should try a different approach. His eyes have completely changed. Jiangxi has officially transformed into a different form. The monster was both surprised and terrified. He darkened his face and reached out to it. There are 3 blue flames spinning around each other. The female protagonist floats in midair, only her head visible, looking as if she has lost consciousness. That young man's upper body is all that's left. Tu Lang still has her entire body even though she's unconscious, and her body is completely nude. Surrounding him are blue flames. The monster still can't believe this form of his. Why? I've never seen this form before. Fears and shatters into pieces. They are trying to fly. They are trying to fly with the broken moon. After Jiangxi's battle with Ngola, the global disaster was brought under control. Then, the moon was restored by Jiangxi. Zilang was revived by Jiangxi, and even the moon in the sky was brought back to life. The plane drops flyers praising his achievements, and Jiangxi once again demonstrates his terrifying power in front of all humanity. In this universe, people are dealing with the aftermath of the battle. A few days later, they are building large stones, but this time without causing any storms. Everyone quickly returned to their normal lives, and the host was also safe. She speaks into the familiar screen. The idol show is put away. The live broadcast airs every Wednesday, ending on a high note. Jiangxi achieved an overwhelming victory and became a legendary idol for all. The Special Police Department's TV is also broadcasting, and the officers are celebrating their glorious victory. They hang the red ribbon with the words of the successful zombie idol plan, and everyone releases small fireworks. Kao Alang, Akam, Amao, and Tiohak sing together to wish the Great King a long life. In the end, humans have accepted the Great King. The heroic stance of the king fighting for all humanity has truly moved everyone. Otherwise, if it weren't for Nuala, our plan's effectiveness wouldn't be this good. The robot brought the cake back to her, and she said thank you. The robot also handed a cake to Dai Di. She said, It's not necessary, don't talk to me, I want to be left alone. The minister was holding the papers, and Country B had just sent an official document to Jiangxi through diplomatic channels, causing everyone to lose interest and fall silent. He announced that because the Prime Minister of Country B led a group of elites fleeing with money, the entire nation is now in chaos. His guards flew up with a yellow notice that read, The planet with Jiangtu is no place for dogs. Goodbye, sir. Little Black reads the content on the paper. Queen Elizabeth of B Country wants to invite your king to the empire and become the new prime minister. He awkwardly replied. Hasn't the B Kingdom been eradicating zombies all this time? The curly-haired guy with a broken arm is walking. Actually, our president just said that if your lord wants, he can immediately resign and hand over the position to Jiangxi, Ago said loudly. Wait a minute. This time humanity is completely accepting. But last time there was a global rebellion and traveling everywhere. The layers of rock on the moon are gradually gathering. Actually, Jiangxi's power is so overwhelming that it can suppress any thoughts of confrontation. Jiangxi's face darkened, reaching out toward the moon to reshape it, saying, I will use my magic to restore the moon. The mother's indifferent face leads her son down the street, as if all of humanity has given up on life. A cam pulls a cow and Tiohak back. So this is considered living in peace with humans, right? Has the Great King's wish been fulfilled? Xiao He says just consider it that way. The minister crossed his arms and asked where Jiangxi had gone. This time, after Tu Lang was revived by Jiangtu, there are some after effects. Jiangtu is thinking of a way to treat her. There was an explosion on the sea surface and Tu Lang was thrown out from the blast. There are a few more small explosions, but she has avoided them all. Jiangxi is trying magic again. During the battle, she must fully exert her strength to balance her mental power on a massive scale within her consciousness. The underwater explosions are increasing in number. It is clear that she is standing on the water. She draws her sword and her face has also changed. She uses magic to make the water droplets and her hair rise up. Tu Lang stands still for a moment. A red eye appears on her forehead, and some kind of spell is pointed at Tu Lang. She immediately ran across the water. Tu Lang approached him. Zheng Tu looked at her and said, "It's still not enough. You need to unlock the strength in my scream a step further to enhance your body so it can withstand the current mental energy." Her face now bore more watermarks from Zheng Tu's full spectrum power. She changed her face to a different appearance. Her eyes are pitch black with black spots on her cheeks, and she grits her teeth, making the veins on her face bulge. He asked her, "Still failed again?" She suddenly arched her back and shouted. The surrounding red magic is swirling around her, converging into a sword. Tu Lang raises the sword to strike him, but swings it down onto Zhang Xi's shoulder. He stops and says, "My mental power is completely out of control. I'll just end up cutting people randomly. It seems today's only option is to finish here." Then he crushes the sword, stands still for a moment, in his fourth form. Zheng Tu hit her on the head, telling her to calm down a bit. There was another explosion at sea. At the Special Bureau, sometime later, the minister and Hu Hyo suddenly looked towards someone. Zhang Xi and Tu Lang, soaked and exhausted, were in their hands. He happily greets everyone. Today's treatment session has ended. After a while, in the medical room, Hu Hyo was holding a hairdryer to dry Tu Lang's hair. She asked, "Another failure?" She sat on the red bed, blushing, and saying that, "As long as I start to hear Zhang Xi's full body moans, her body will begin to collapse and won't be able to exert its mental suppression power." The minister exclaimed to everyone that the problem is that the pure mental energy left behind by Nuola during her resurrection, which was integrated into her consciousness on a scale of billions of people, could no longer be separated. He continued, "If she can't strengthen her body to boss-level zombies, she'll eventually blow up. And if she blows up, she'll also cause the Earth to explode into a donut shape." Imagine the Earth exploding into a donut shape. The minister and the person beside him bow their heads. Please try a little harder for the sake of humanity, thanks to her. Tu Lang was unhappy in thinking about strengthening his body. "Every day Zhang Tu hits me." She spoke up, saying, "The ones who got beaten aren't your heads." Zhang Xi raised his hand, saying, "Actually, I have another way." He opens his skull, intending to take something out. If the body enhancement method isn't reliable, then it's better to try controlling the spiritual power of the divine civilization. It seems I saw how they practiced their cultivation, but it's been so long I can't remember clearly. He took out his brain, surprising everyone. I squeezed out a dream world from my brain for her, then took her back to that era to learn. Zhang Xi closed his skull, scratched his head, and asked, "Is there a problem with this method?" Everyone shouted in his face, "This is a brain. Can you just take it out at will?" In the palace, where the sky is a blazing red, the palace of the divine civilization, Ni-Ai coldly hugging herself said, Deep Deep was captured. I've been on the run, and now I finally have a chance to send you a message. Lord Divine Seat, please help us." On the door of Zekai's room, it is written, "Second God, Prince Zekai." He sat on the chair and asked her why it was her who came to report. "Where is Noah?" Nai timidly replied. Her hand now displays the system. Nuala, the divine messenger, sacrificed herself to face Jiang Si. They are now floating all over the solar system. These are the combat records I have documented. He looked at the system chart and exclaimed. The fool, after just looking at some data, started talking arrogantly, thinking he could contend with Zhang Tu, and was eager to stir up trouble. The third divine throne appears and speaks, still as before, capable of stopping the emergence of even stronger forms if he wishes. I hesitated. Based on my observations, Zhang Si now truly wants to live peacefully with humans. Is he really still a threat to the entire world? From Kai chuckled softly. Do you still claim you want to live peacefully with humans at this point? He muttered to himself. Zhang Si, you've been abandoned by him like us. On the other side is a door with the inscription, The First Godly Seat, Zhang Si. What do you think he's unhappy about? The scene then shifts to a nightclub filled with corpses and cheerful cheers. Zhang Tu happily walks in, laughing loudly. You've got great drinking skills. Zhang Tu cheerfully pours beer onto his brain. Zhang Tu immediately laughed and said to everyone, My drinking capacity is not bad. No wonder I have such a big brain. Then he turned to the two waiters and ordered, Get me 2 more guys. These two quickly moved to pour more beer. No problem for the great king. Teeling watched this scene in confusion. Are you trying to force your brain to drink alcohol? He smiled and raised his beer. In the end, it's been a long time, and I don't remember much myself. On the other hand, after drinking a lot, the memories in my dreams become clearer. The minister recalled the scene where you were exercising and crossed your arms to speak, yet you could actually see the dreamer lying outside normally. He replied, Of course not. I usually drink milk and exercise before bed, so I guarantee I won't dream and will sleep straight through until morning. Zhang Tu then recounted, There was one time I was in a daze, and when I woke up I felt like I had just hit a volcano. Understand was speechless, feeling that the next step would be very dangerous. Can I leave now or not? The minister immediately grabbed her head and said, That's a pity. No, We are here to record the relevant information. She was startled by what she heard, and he immediately set down the beer bottle with a loud burp. He cheerfully said, "All right, okay then. My brain feels like it's had enough already." Jiangzi recalls the memories from his birthday. "This is a memory of my birthday with my little brothers. Such nostalgic feelings. There is also another memory, this one about drunken chaos that I beat out of him. The next memory is of the sea, and this one is about accidentally sinking a continent in a battle. The three of them were speechless, secretly wondering if they had accidentally seen something they shouldn't have. Then he cheerfully said loudly, 'Found it!' The memory of the era of divine civilization. Jiangxi then showed everyone a memory orb. That era was a post-apocalyptic wasteland filled with zombies everywhere, and humans lived in isolated enclaves, their bodies not as strong as yours. Science and technology were undeveloped, but the human spirit was incredibly resilient, and this place was shrouded in darkness. Everyone is arguing with Jiang Tu. No more messing around, go back to your mother quickly. You can't light a fire on the street over there. I was just warming up a little. You can handle it." He continued recounting that very few of them had psychic abilities. "The street here is bustling with monsters." "Mom, what is that? It's huge. Could that be a new mutation? But back then, many creatures had no brains. Yet the Vuathi was very powerful. Damn it, everyone run away now. We have no chance of winning against them." The scene here is extremely chaotic. The hiding spots have turned into battlegrounds, and everything has been destroyed. Therefore, the people of that time gathered their elite forces and formed hero squads. Jiangxi gradually recounted, specializing in eliminating these demon kings. At this moment, the streets are filled with monsters, and a prince named Vuong Tukai jumps down to the ground with incredible style. These are my memories of that time. Everything almost started when I met a team like that. The young man looked ahead with his red eyes, then suddenly turned and shouted, "Run now! Everyone run! I told you already. The Dragon King here is very strong, and you just want to come to its territory to find treasures." On this side, the three of them, seemingly part of the hero team, were so scared they ran away from the savage Dragon King. "It's a treasure. He told us to find all the museums here." The young man running ahead leading the way said, "I mean, seeing the legendary beings gathering with fate." Ngai Li was surprised and asked, "Isn't that a museum?" Prince Kai then appeared, pointing ahead, revealing that inside there was only a mentally unstable zombie. While they were talking, Jiangxi immediately ran out in a rush. He nervously asked where the others were and where the zombie was. "Can you help me follow you?" Beautiful girl Cam Nin was scared when she saw him. "Why is this zombie following us and running away together?" He nervously asked her, "So the zombie is actually somewhere around here?" At this moment, a fierce Dragon King seized the chaos to attack from behind the crowd. Vuong Tukai was startled by that, then shouted loudly, "Cam Lin, watch out!" At this moment, the Bao Long Thief Vuong unleashed an attack towards him and Cam Lin. She looked back in panic and fear. 1 second later, the attack from this fierce Long Thief Vuong was truly terrifying. The group of superheroes was thrown forcefully against the wall by its influence. Vuong Tukai anxiously shouted, "Cam Lin!" Everyone fell into worry and sadness. Cam Lin? Suddenly, the fairy Chi realized something was wrong, and a loud explosion suddenly appeared before everyone. The violent dragon. Ti Vuong immediately fell silent, then angrily looked at the crowd. Ngai Li looked at Jiang Tu the zombie with confusion, and the young man also seemed surprised. It's really hard to believe. He's standing to protect Cam Lin, yet she saved someone. Back in the present, he happily said, "I remember now, it really makes people nostalgic." Jiang Tu shouted with the laugh, "I'm burning up, my fingers are cooked." From Lang looked at him silently, so Jiang Tu also had human friends from another era. He's just reminiscing about old friends. He pointed to a memory and continued, "Oh, right. I also remember this name. This is the super powerful one." Jiang Tu pointed to the violent Dragon King and recounted, "The zombies back then were really strong. I was just an ordinary small character among hundreds of thousands of those zombies, and the three of them were left speechless, lost in thought. Are there hundreds of thousands of stronger ones than Jiangxi? What kind of hell is this? It seems people back then also had a hard time." He smiled happily as he recounted. "The time has been set, and the dream will almost begin from here." Hearing that, Jieji asked in surprise, "Isn't it already projected?" Jiang Tu then pointed at the sphere and explained, "Our goal is for Tu Lang to learn methods of controlling mental power from the civilization of the divine age. So how can he learn this just by watching videos?" She nodded and said, "Yes, in this way I completely don't understand how they did it." "Understanding is enough," she nodded too. He reached out toward the sphere, and in the dream, he gradually moved closer to it, which definitely requires placing people in a different situation. The three of them were startled and stared at him with their mouths agape as the chaotic scene from the past reappeared, with a figure descending from above, immediately identifying the target where the two were standing. From Lang lands safely behind him. Surprised, she thinks to herself, "Have I really entered the dream?" He immediately turned back to comfort her, making her startle. "Don't be afraid. I have replaced myself in the dream, and your role is just a passing esper helping friends." Jiang Tu looks ahead at the raging Long Thief Vuong rushing toward the crowd. Thief Vuong Bao Long is attacking, ready to fight. He immediately assumed a fighting stance and spoke. "When I first teamed up with this squad, I had to run out confidently to barely stand a chance against it. Be careful. She nodded slightly in response. Understood. You rush towards the monster and shout loudly to everyone. I'll go stop it. Everyone else focus on attacking. Wang Zikai looked surprised as Zhang Si climbed up. That zombie's name, forget it. Then he quickly forged a golden sword and angrily said, first deal with the Bao Long Thief Wang and then talk. His teammates below also coordinated perfectly and fought together in agreement. At this moment, he moved closer to the Bao Long Thief Wang and clenched his fist. Zhang Si smiled and looked at it as he spoke. Another clever move, old friend. 1 second later, his punch immediately struck the fierce Long Thief Wang, causing it to shatter and turn to dust. The onlookers witnessing this scene were speechless at his power. He suddenly realizes something is wrong and looks at the monster he just defeated with confusion. Where is the super strong enemy from his memory? Zhang Si stood there and took down the savage Dragon King with a single punch. The crowd immediately looked at him in confusion as one punch instantly killed the King of Death. What kind of monster is this? Zhang Si looked at his hand and pondered silently. Does this feeling feel wrong? Why did it suddenly break apart? I remember the past memories. I remember now. This kid was only barely defeated by us with all our strength back then. Dong Yi continued. So that was thousands of years ago. So much time has passed. Are you sure you were much stronger back then? No, that's not it. I was always training hard and eating regularly. But to unleash greater power, I had to smile and take on a new form, and of course my personality would change a bit too. Zheng Tu, remembering when he was still young and training passionately, scratched his head and continued. As for my current form, my strength isn't much different from back then. That giant savage dragon was defeated with a single punch. Is it possible it's just fooling around with me? He then turned around and walked away, no longer bothering to think. In short, after fighting side by side through hardships in life and death, I knew my comrades from back then. Over here, Cam Lin is crawling on the ground. Save me. He excitedly told her that they were all incredibly powerful psychic users, and that he just wanted to follow them to take risks. Suddenly, she noticed Cam Lin crawling and calling for help. At this moment, she was finally rescued by Vuong Tu Kai. Zhang Tu kept excitedly saying that she must learn how to use her full mental strength, which surprised her. Then, she turned to the group and said, if you say your companions are those people, then he turned and saw them running away, frightened and shouting, telling her they had already escaped. Zhang Tu was very surprised to see them fleeing into the distance, and the scene shifted to a forest, where Vuong Tu Kai's voice said, stop here. The group sighed tiredly, talking among themselves. The monster didn't chase after them, they escaped. The man wearing glasses sighed in frustration and said, what exactly was that damn thing? Balong Ti Vuong Cap S was turned to dust with a single punch. He was sweating profusely and continued, his power has surpassed what those royal guardians are recorded to have. Camlin also spoke up, saying, I feel like he doesn't have any ill intentions. And he even saved me. Ngai Lai A then stood up and said, forget it. Everyone is safe and has escaped here. That's good. Then she collapsed to the ground and sighed before saying, we should rest here for a night and continue the mission tomorrow. I suggest we set up a camp now and work together. Immediately after, he was speechless as he looked at these people. Seeing the three of them go off to do their own things, he angrily scolded, why are you sleeping? Are you seriously going to make me prepare the meal alone? She replied tiredly, I'm too exhausted to do anything. Then he turned to Xianji, who quickly pointed to the notebooks, saying, I want to record today's battle. Then he looked at Cam Lin, who sighed tiredly. I really can't get up anymore. Su Lang, watching everything from the side, spoke to Jiang Tu, seeming to be quite an interesting person. He nodded in agreement, as his lack of combat experience with the team had prevented him from joining smoothly. He smiled at them, but it didn't matter. Their mission was to rescue the nearby 9th stronghold. Zheng Tu recalled the memories Thao Fat had destroyed her city of the violent Flame Guardian. He clenched his fist with determination, wishing he could have gained more combat experience with his teammates there. That would have been so reassuring. She looked at him speechless and said, stay here and don't scare them away. The young man suddenly sensed something unusual, and immediately Zhang Tu shouted, who's there? Are we discovered? She asked in surprise. He replied, that's the one with the Tianqi glasses. His sensing ability is extremely powerful. He immediately stood up, heard the commotion on the other side, and nodded as he dropped the firewood. Zheng Tu looked a bit confused and realized something. Then he looked down at the burning leaves. Then he stood up and shouted, Bao Viem Thi Vuong, everyone be careful, damn it. We keep running into him just when we're exhausted. The group, full of caution, looked ahead, where it was still as dark as ever, and suddenly a single eye with a face full of sharp teeth appeared, incredibly terrifying. This demon has only one eye and a sinister smile as it looks at the crowd, then suddenly unleashes a giant flame to attack them. Ngai Li A clenched her fists in anger and said, only a desperate gamble will do. She threw a burst of green energy forward and shouted defiantly, come on! The demon smiled at that, able to withstand this move. Not bad at all. Immediately after, streams of green energy rushed to attack it. He sneaks into the raging flames. Damn it, do not let yourself be discovered. The demon then raises its sharp, large hand, and a second later, it strikes down to shatter this green energy. Camlin shivered, so I guess I really can't hurt him after all. This one-eyed demon smiled and said, You're too strong for us. Immediately afterward, it spewed out even more fire, causing the crowd to panic and shout. Gali Ya was furious and scolded, "Annoying, this guy is indeed very strong." Kamnan also replied, "Everything is fine. Wang Tukai is still advancing to complete his mission. We've finished supporting him." He jumped down from above and charged straight at the Demon King's head, then shouted loudly, "Die!" Then he forcefully kicked the Demon King's head down, with such strength that the ground where the demon stood immediately cracked and shattered. He closed his eyes, summoned all his strength, then opened them to assess the situation. The one-eyed demon seemed unharmed as it taunted, "Do you really dare to come and attack me with such a weak force?" Seeing that the situation was unstable, he immediately stepped back. He nervously asked, "So you've never been defeated by it before?" It let out a wild, crazy laugh, calling everyone useless trash and telling them to all become mine. Suddenly, Jiangxi appeared in front of it. Now is the moment of the ultimate clash. It looked at Jiangxi in surprise and asked, "What does this kid want to do?" Then he stabbed it once and thought to himself, "This time I need to control the strength. I shouldn't cause too much noise." The crowd was surprised to see him. It was the strange guardian from before. Has he been following us all along? The monster was furious, clenched his fist, and shouted, "Get out of my sight or I will kill you too." Seeing the crack on its body, he silently pondered, then showed his goodwill and sincerity towards them and said, "Please, let me fight alongside you." At this moment, the crack is widening, and the monster angrily yells, "You shameless fool, don't you hear me?" Before it could finish speaking, it was shattered into pieces right in front of everyone. Seeing this, the crowd was speechless and at a loss for words. After a moment, 4 people knelt down before Jiangxi and simultaneously pleaded, "Great Protector Kuang, have mercy." He despondently cried, "I just wanted to become your companion." Wang Zikai then waited on a mound of earth for the right moment. At this moment, a giant foot of the monster steps forward, startling him. He looks up at this enormous pig. His mission this time is to hunt down King Liu Nyathi. He raised his watch to signal and confirm the target for the mission. Immediately after, a figure leapt down from above, startling the monster. You signal and strike. Immediately, Xianji and Ai Li Ya jump out to attack the monster. The two of them launched everything they had to attack this giant pig, but these moves seemed to have little effect on it. Suddenly, a surge of energy formed a binding cord that tightly wrapped around its massive legs. Seizing the opportunity while it was restrained, I immediately drew my sword and charged forward. You keep slashing with your sword, but only grazing it and causing no harm. You land safely and quickly, then turn to look at it with a look of disbelief. This monster opens its mouth wide, tearing apart the bindings the others created before. Its massive foot stomps down hard on the ground as it charges straight at you to attack. He quickly shouted to warn, "It's coming at us." Immediately, a foot stepped forward. Tulong calmly stands in front of him and softly says, "Leave it to me." She calmly watches the monster rushing toward her. She immediately drew her sword to block it and shouted a challenge. "Come on!" Her sword is definitely too small compared to its force. A loud explosion erupted here. At this moment, she clenched her teeth and endured, her legs pushed back a few steps by its overwhelming power. She held the sword in her hand to block it, worry and contemplation in her mind. This immense power is truly terrifying. Is this the strength of a medieval king's guardian? Each of them didn't feel any weaker than Jiangxi's little brothers. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly winked and aimed to attack the monster from behind. "Are you asking if everything is ready?" Immediately afterward, the two of them charged forward with all their might as he ordered, "Go." A deadly blow was immediately struck to the head of the giant pig monster. The monster's eyes seemed a bit unwilling, but in the end, it was defeated by the group, and the two jumped down to land in a holy attack. He panted and asked, "The mission is complete! We finally finished it! Are you guys okay?" Eili Lili then placed her hand on Zilang's shoulder and said, "I didn't expect we could face the Guardian King directly. Adding you to the squad was truly the best choice." She chuckled and said, "Too kind, too kind." She teased playfully, but with such a powerful elemental ability, why had it never been mentioned before now? "That's strange." She just smiled casually, maybe just a bit luckier. Tianzi suddenly realized something was off. Jiang Tu quickly turned to warn the crowd on the right, but a fierce beast king charged at him, causing him to panic and shout, "There's one more, everyone get out of the way." This ogre king is furious and rushing quickly toward the crowd. Its enormous foot crushes everything beneath it, and its eyes reveal pure cruelty. "Damn it, this one has already detected us. Its sense of smell is really too sharp." Ngai Liye quickly said, "So they are twin demon kings. No wonder the hero squads lost contact during their previous missions. The recent battle has drained our strength. If we fight again, it will be really difficult for Jiang Tu." At this moment, Wang Zikai stepped forward and said, "Everyone go." He turned back and said heroically, "You all go. I will stay here with it." Just as the Demon King beast was about to charge, Jiang Xi also jumped down and kept saying, "I still have one chance to stop it with speed." Jiang Tu smiled, gave him a light punch, then happily threw another fist forward. He kept urging, "Hurry and run. This is the only way." Seeing this scene, they were speechless, and Ngai Lai pointed behind him and said, "Sorry to interrupt, but look behind you." A strong wind blew, scattering everyone's hair, and she waved her hand saying, "No need to look." From Lang looked at Jiangxi and thought to himself, with that person following, they really didn't know whether to feel at ease or worried anymore. Hero Squad number 23, mission complete. Returning. Wang Zikai and Ilia stepped forward, immediately receiving confirmation of the S-rank Esper Wang Zikai. S-class Esper Ilia A. Following behind are two others, an A-rank Psychic TNG and a B-rank Esper Cam Lin. Zhang Tu and Tu Lang also followed behind, along with two staff members. A golden light beam appeared, surprising the two of them. Thank you for your work in advancing human civilization. The announcement echoes through this place. Welcome back to the Psychic Power Users Association, Nai A said happily. Finally home, Wang Zikai will nod. Alright, wait a moment. I will take you to meet our leader. He happily nodded. Alright, I'll bother you then, he said happily as he walked. Truly a daring and intense adventure. Tu Long leaned in and whispered to him. Even though that year we fought alongside comrades, we still hadn't learned how to use mental power to unleash our abilities like they do. She then continued, saying, on this path of battle, I basically still have to rely solely on my physical strength. Hearing that, he explained, this is a power-type Esper, so I let you follow them to the Esper Association. Mr. Zhang spread his hands, sensing this place is humanity's greatest refuge on this wasteland. Research and evaluation of psychic abilities are conducted here. She glanced back and saw two people chatting, then looked away, only to find one of them staring back at her. She slowly spoke to him, feeling that it was a bit like our extraordinary human academy. But Jiang Tu, the one who walks in here so boldly, is there really no problem with that? She looked at Jiang Tu and remembered that when she first arrived at the Extraordinary Human Academy, she had to disguise herself as a person wearing a Na Ho Wang mask. He chuckled and explained, we didn't have much experience living among humans in this civilized era, so we've definitely run into quite a few troubles. He recalls the time he was crucified, almost mistaken for a zombie invasion and burned alive. Luckily, Prince Wang Zikai risked his life to protect me. Only then could I gain the approval of humans and be regarded as a psychic instead of a zombie. He recalled happily, and then we began our daring expedition to investigate the origin of the royal palace. Zhang Tu smiled, finally defeating the evil demon Yuan Su who caused the apocalypse and becoming a hero who saved the world. Thinking of this, he felt happy, because they were all trustworthy teammates and he could confidently leave all communication with humans to them. Suddenly, a protective barrier appeared, preventing him from passing through, which surprised him. Ngai Lai explained, sorry, your display of power was too terrifying. We had to report the truth. Wang Tsukai crossed his arms and said, knowing people wandering in the city, the old man at the headquarters almost had a fit trying to find them. The fairy continued, but since you actively helped humans in the royal hunt, we will also report it to the guild. Cam Nin sobbed and nodded. Oh, I'm sorry. She also spoke outside, as if an attack that killed the royal guardian not only failed to gain combat experience together, but also scared people with its excessive display. He looked at his hand and said, I didn't want it to be like this. It's just that this new royal artifact, for some reason, shatters when touched, so I just fell to the ground and shouted, there's no other way. This part failed. Let's start over and create new memories for you to learn from. This time, we will start from when you met Prince Kai and the others. Jiangxi then clasped his hands together and sighed. There was no other way. Then his eyes slowly opened and he saw her. He suddenly stood up, startling her, and woke up. Immediately after, both of them sprayed glue for 5 seconds. Then he quickly lay down and continued, this isn't right. I'll do it again. She was speechless as she watched him do it again, then suddenly got up and shouted, wake up! I'm speechless and ask him what is going on here. He, looking confused, says, it's a small issue. I think I can't wake up anymore. Hearing that, she angrily looked at Zhang Tu, then suddenly realized something was wrong, and immediately shouted, everyone's shouting and cursing echoes throughout this place. We were trapped here thousands of years ago. This is not a small matter. Back in the present at the tavern, customers come and go in a lively flow, and I greet with a toast, a shot of corpse liquor. Hello, just a little. The two ministers stood there in silence. Then one of them spoke, saying that ever since Jiangxi had the dream, they had disappeared directly. Is this normal? Hui also responded. Because of Jiangxi's memories, I feel that everything that happens is very reasonable. When he hears this, he will nod in agreement. It makes sense. He immediately pointed at the brain and they discussed together. Are these strange patterns appearing on Jiangxi's brain also normal?
Perhaps the sudden change in the brain caused the two to step back, and then a crack appeared in the sky above, leaving the people confused and wondering what was happening next.
Then, the two innocent civilians were immediately lifted into the air. Everyone around them was also being pulled in. Panic-stricken as they shouted, we're about to be sucked in. The minister and Hyo are also being pulled in. He exclaimed in surprise, we're about to be sucked in too. Is this also normal? She shouted, save me. Cam jumped down and said, sure enough, with such a large crowd of zombies behind, there must be a king of the dead controlling them. He continued, if Akao can defeat the king of the dead alone, he will become the one in control of this zombie horde. Hugh asked in surprise, do you think he can handle it alone? Based on Jiangxi's description, the demon king of this era is very powerful. He chuckled and said, don't worry, it's just about killing the demon king. When I was still with the Supernatural Association, I had done that many times. Over here, Zhangzi is holding his head and saying repeatedly, humans are truly terrifying. What if they torture me? Or maybe just destroy the whole world and be done with it. But if I do that and don't wake up, it'll only make things more complicated. Tulong said, I think it might not be that bad. He took a step forward and spoke. Are you the strange zombie with a friendly attitude towards humans in the report? Hearing that, he immediately worriedly held his head. It's over. I guess I'm about to be tortured. The security guard then spoke. Greta, she crossed her arms and approached coldly, saying, I am Security Officer Greta here to oversee the communal inspection. Jiang Tu saw her and burst into joyful laughter. So you are a Q of this era? That's great, you're one of us now, he said happily. A cow, come here, let me go. Go. I used to be a high-ranking member of the guild. He immediately freaked out. Wait a moment, first find me a good place to stay and prepare some food. Tulong looked at him speechless as he kept talking, and also mentioned helping with Tulong's studies. At this moment, she angrily stepped forward, but he kept saying, a cow, can you hear me? A cow, answer me when you hear this. She angrily slams the door, startling Zhang Tu. Who are you? We just met and you're acting so familiar. He was surprised. Hey, she's insulting me again. Who gave you permission to call me by a nickname? Don't you want to live anymore? She thought to herself as she looked at her. Oh, so this is Akal. The scene shifts to a large arena where the crowd is cheering excitedly. Welcome all the distinguished descendants present here. Without your efforts, humanity might never achieve the stable life we have now. The president of the Psychic Association stood on the podium and loudly announced, Today I call you here because there is an important matter to be completed, Talai declared. I, Talai, the Supreme President of the Supernatural Powers Association, hereby declare. The scene shifts to a monster chained up there. The 3 hideouts have been destroyed, causing damage to tens of thousands of civilians and forcing them to evacuate, he continued. That is the so-called Sixth Sister King, the one who killed 17 psychics. He pointed to the person chained on the stage who had been successfully captured and then announced that my son Rot would execute him to demonstrate the courage and determination of the association to eliminate all zombies. Then stepped forward happily and said, Let me show everyone the great power of a psychic. He immediately drew his sword and gathered my power. He drew the sword with a very graceful movement. Then he jumped towards the giant and shouted, Pay me back, you evil bastard! The crowd in the stands immediately cheered happily. Great, just keep chopping him to death. 1 second later, the people in the stands immediately fell silent. He swung his sword multiple times at the Six-Tails Heavenly King, but still couldn't hurt him at all. He seems to be playing with a pet, happily swinging his sword everywhere, saying, I'll cut. Seeing this, he quickly intervened. You have quite a sturdy body. Well then, keep going, keep going. Up in the stands, Wang Zikai snorted in anger and spoke up. Are these useless council members only good for such boring tricks? Guy Li A also spoke, saying that half of the psychic users who sacrificed themselves this time did so to capture it alive. Cam Nin also spoke, saying the association claimed it was to boost morale, so they had to do this. Ten Chi was at a loss for words, saying our hero squad just needs to fight bravely, and the old man who keeps passing down his lineage should think more carefully. Below the stands, the spectators are still fooling around and attacking the Luke Tai Thief Wong. What do you think? What do you think? At this moment, the Luke Thief Wong was so furious that it moved its finger, then roared and shattered its restraints. Seeing that, he turned pale with fear and started to cry. Immediately, it used its giant hand to attack him. Suddenly, Greta jumps out to protect him. A loud noise erupts in this place. A battle has begun. It swings its massive fist toward her, but she remains calm and standing there. Then she launched a series of different sword strikes at it. It clenched both fists and raised them upward. Then it jumps towards her, intending to crush her flat. She remains calm, standing there and turning the direction of her sword. Suddenly, its leg was immediately wrapped by something. Then its entire body was surrounded by this blue energy, surprising it. Then her sword swiftly swung towards it, cutting through decisively. Her sword delivered a fatal blow, then she gently caught her sword. She stood there, shattering Liu Ti Wong into 100 pieces, and Ta also cheered happily. Luke Tai Ti Wong has been executed. The people watching from above are very pleased with the fight. Everyone cheered loudly together. The Victory Association. Behind Jing Si and Zilong, the crowd cheered repeatedly. Long live, long live, long live. She asked Shat Jing Si, a beautiful girl like her, after turning into a zombie. She now looks just like a cow. What exactly did you do to her? I turned back happily to explain. So, you decided to keep your current look after being executed by humans, claiming it looks cuter that way. She was speechless when she heard that. Your aesthetics must be flawed. At this moment, he angrily cursed out a bunch of useless trash who couldn't even secure the cage properly and almost caused me to get hurt. He then glared in your direction. Someone bring me another target for execution. He then pointed at Zhang Si and said, I, on behalf of the Psychic Association, sentence Zhang Si to death, and it shall be carried out immediately. Before he could be surprised, 2 guards rushed over to try to arrest him. He asked in surprise, Me? He angrily shouted, You are the one, don't even think about escaping. Wang Zikai was startled and said, "Wait, we only asked the association to review Zhang Tu's safety." "That's right. He helped us after all. So why is he being executed on the spot now?" Although Zhang Si behaved a bit strangely, he truly did not attack. The man smiled maliciously and asked, "Zomb helps humans?" Seeing the spear aimed at him, he dodged the attack and smugly said, "If he cooperates and lets me kill him, then I will believe he didn't attack." His father above also spoke. "No," he said, looking down with an evil gaze. "If Zhang Si dares to resist, security personnel will execute him." She heard that and immediately looked up at him. Over here, Wang Tukai's group angrily came down cursing. So annoying to prove a Zhang Tu's innocence, he could only be beaten alone. "Let's report this. Zhang Tuan must try harder. They are truly a bunch of bastards." He then swung his sword at him and laughed loudly, surrendering to the glorious attack of mine. Immediately after, he happily said, "If you die, I will immediately give you a punch that knocks you down." He collapsed there, receiving a slap from him. Zhang Tukai was startled by this scene, thinking it was over. He realized what he had done and was shocked, but before he could react, he slapped him. "So this guy is still alive?" Clearly, once I touched King Thi, he turned to dust. He uses his remaining strength to point at him. "Where is everyone? Hurry up and help me kill him again." Up in the stands, hundreds of thousands of people jumped down, shouting for him to kill him and avenge young Master Ta. Zhang Tu, seeing this, nervously shouted, "Don't come over here." Outside this place, a little girl spoke to her mother. "Mom, look over there. Someone is flying up to the sky. So amazing." Inside, he gently hits a guy to the ground. He smiled strangely, having transformed into a different form. He silently thought, as expected in the world of memories, only zombies could be mysteriously killed by him. He still stood there thinking, and the psychic remained normal, not shattering upon contact. Behind him, the crowd immediately launched a surprise attack. "Everyone, pick up your weapons. This one is not easy to deal with." He raised his face and looked at them with an amused smile. "Then, I can rest assured and cause a huge commotion." Soon after, Zhang Zikai's group jumped down, hoping he and his people would come back, and these fools would all be killed by Zhang Tui. Greta shouted, "Stop everyone right now!" She stood there showing her authority. "Are you still not listening?" The group, overwhelmed by her authority, collapsed to the ground in pain. "Oh, it hurts so much. You almost scared me to death. I thought I was going to have to today." She calmly said, even if Zhang Si was attacked, he didn't kill anyone. That already proves his friendliness. He was carried away on a stretcher, furious and cursing. "Stop being so gentle, you bunch of useless fools." She turned back and continued, "I hope the chairman will reconsider the verdict against Zhang Si as the safety officer of the association." He slowly spoke. "If there are security personnel to ensure safety, then he can temporarily join Wang Tukai's team." Tu Long heard that and smiled. "That's great." A plea that truly had an effect. He clenched his fist and happily said, "The Hero Squad status has been successfully secured, and the next step is to take you to the Psychic Academy to find study materials." Before the others could rejoice, he continued, "At the same time, I order Wang Tuki's squad to immediately head north to carry out the 2-Vux suppression mission." Everyone was confused and asked, "What are you joking about? Are you trying to send us to our deaths?" She asked him in surprise. "Huh? What is that?" Zhang Si pondered and explained, "The origin of the zombie wave in this world is in the north. There are 12 powerful demon kings called domain lords guarding that area, which is a forbidden zone where humans cannot set foot. I remember the squad had to go through 2.5 years of training before starting this legendary mission, but this time it's earlier than expected. Over here, a cow is dealing with this vicious monster. Someone grabs it and throws it forcefully downward while shouting, 'Die already!' It was thrown down forcefully through several layers of rocks below. It stood there angrily shouting at her, then suddenly seemed to realize something. A whole mountain is being thrown towards it, making it panic. She places a mountain upright and her people have completely sealed it off. A Cam, standing nearby, was surprised to see this. A cow's fighting style was still so powerful. He suddenly realized something was wrong. "Oh, another powerful enemy is coming?" At this moment, a voice from below called out to Akal, who came alone to challenge the city lord, "And now you are the new leader of this 4-region area." A cow, upon hearing that, immediately turned around and roared, and then a terrifying eye appeared in the sky. The story recounts that Zhang Si and Zilong joined the Hero Squad and were later sent by the Ability Society to the border fortress in the north. The scene shifts to the border fortress of the Death Zone. Further north is the zombie world, where a zombie appears. That is a cursed land that humans have never been able to set foot on. The Psychic Association has organized countless expeditions into the area, each time resulting in heavy casualties. The army retreating. Suddenly, a purple light surrounds this zombie, surprising it. It still doesn't understand what's happening when Greta is watching everything from above the sky and points her hand towards the zombies. The zombies immediately become angry and stare at her as she clenches her fists in frustration, glaring at them. Immediately, the mountains crush down on them, causing them pain. She then commanded an enormous mountain to crush all of them. She still calmly drew her sword. Meanwhile, the crowd cheered. "So powerful, no wonder she's an elite member of the association." Tianji still said nothing as the crowd around him cheered repeatedly, "Long live the Skill Association! Long live, long live!" He thought to himself, the power of such a move is incredible, yet it couldn't completely destroy this area. He looked at the zombie being crushed. Even the most common ghouls in the Death Realm have strength far beyond external forces. He then spoke, not to mention those demon kings. Everyone prepare yourselves. The other three hugged each other and cried, clearly thinking we're doomed. The letter of resignation is ready, he angrily shouted. Not that one. She stepped in front of everyone and said, I will station myself at the border fortress while you explore the land of the dead. My supernatural power has a range of 30 kilometers. She looked at the group. So within this range, I will support everyone with all my strength. Wang Zikai's group was moved to tears upon hearing this. I'm really grateful to you. You're truly a kind person. This is just what I should do. Rot, injured and bandaged, stepped forward to speak. My father's order was for you to cooperate with me to send them off. No, to escort them into the land of the dead. So what's the point of doing things like this? He cheerfully continued, after all, they would soon be eaten by the zombies. Not even the scraps would survive. He laughed mockingly at Wang Zikai. Wang Tukai, seeing this, became furious. Camnin and Nai Li A also looked at him angrily. The group immediately got angry and beat him up, then scolded him loudly, saying, knowing we're about to face death, you still dared to come provoke us. You're quite brave. She then turned and left. I take my leave now. Please spare his life, or I'll have a hard time explaining to the guild. This time, he was beaten into a stretcher and angrily shouted, Damn you all, just wait and see, you will all die. Gan Lia looked at his clothes from afar, and the crowd immediately fell into contemplation. Wang Zikai stepped forward and said, I'm sorry. The decision I made to include Jiangtu in the guild really caused trouble for everyone. Tian Chi then stepped forward to comfort her, saying, Don't think this has nothing to do with Jiangtu. Even without this reason, sooner or later the guild will find another excuse to send us into the death zone. Li A also added, That's right, so as long as we keep successfully attacking the Demon King City and show our strong strength, the guild will always send us to the death zone. She slowly recounted that there are rumors suggesting that the high-level leadership of the guild doesn't want heroes with high reputation and strength to appear, as it would threaten their dominance over humanity. Camnin looked down in surprise. Why is that? Prince Kai angrily slammed his hand back and said loudly, Why are we overthinking this? As long as we enter the death zone and completely eliminate the source of the Thai dynasty, all problems can be solved. He clenched his teeth tightly. As long as he had strength, he could definitely do it. The scene shifts to inside the border fortress of the death zone. Jiang Tu said, I will train this room's owner this season. Jiang Tu then handed the money bag to the owner, causing him to be confused. Here's your money. Don't worry, this is just a mask. He nodded slightly. All right, no zombie would be this polite. He immediately bent down to count the money. 1, 2, 3, no shortage of money. This room belongs to you guys. You can prepare to move in. Immediately after, he looked up at the house and was startled. Oh no, the house had been taken away, leaving him confused. Was the room he bought directly taken? Tu Long silently thought, damn it, I have to chase after him again. The evening here is lively and full of joy. A loud noise occurs and he says, just leave it here. There's a shop downstairs with a natural hot spring and a snack street nearby, so it's very convenient. Standing on the house happily, he continues, we still have plenty of funds to explore the dead zone, so we can relax a bit more in the future. She sat at the corner of the room and asked, so why do you seem to want to settle down here? He happily went inside and replied, this large-scale mission requires gathering intelligence and preparing supplies, and also involves setting up a base, which takes a lot of time. At first, we had to carry out auxiliary missions at this border fortress for nearly 3 months before we could officially depart. Hearing that, she asked in surprise, what will we do by then? He replied softly that he was busy every day. He thought about Khan Ngai Li A angrily scolding. What was he looking at? This area is off limits. He happily pulled out a chair and continued speaking. This is truly a time of both suffering and happiness, especially with the skill training materials we received from the association. He looked at the books on the table and thought she also needed a more comfortable environment to study diligently. Book 2 is a top-secret training manual for becoming a member of the hero team. The third volume is a top-secret training manual for becoming a member of the hero squad. She picked up a book and exclaimed in surprise. That's right, I've been stuck in this world so long I almost forgot what I came here for. He chuckled and replied, don't worry, I've been drinking for Red Bull coffee every day lately, so I'll probably wake up soon. Then he immediately jumped down. Study hard while I go buy some food. Tonight we're having egg fried rice. Wait, we've been eating eggs all week. Can't we try something else? He chuckled and said, everyone who cooks rice should take responsibility. Then he happily strolled down the street. Suddenly sensing something was wrong behind him, he turned his head around immediately. Wang Tukai then kicked Jiang Tu from behind, but he managed to dodge in time. He looked at him and said, this is really troublesome. Then he looked at him and calmly asked, so you just don't want to eat rice with eggs? He stands there watching the ground and preparing to attack again. The boy turns to face him, ready to strike, shifting form to boost his power, then looks forward. Then the boy disappeared right before his eyes. A second later, he reappeared in front of him and delivered a kick, but he calmly caught it as if nothing had happened. Seeing that, he panicked and retreated to land. He turned back and shouted at Jung Tu, "It's not over yet." Then, both of his hands started to glow as if he had decided to do something. He suddenly leapt forward and attacked him. "You're not quite satisfied, huh? Then let's switch to scrambled eggs with rice. Besides, this is a residential area, so be careful and don't go all out in the fight." Hearing that, you said loudly, "I need you to remind me to keep going." Then, he kept attacking him repeatedly. Time kept passing as he continuously chased after him with strikes, but he still hadn't counterattacked once, only dodging constantly. Seeing that, he asked, "I used my fastest sneaky attack, but I couldn't even land a hit on you. Jung-si, you're truly terrifyingly strong. So I have a request." Jang-sai immediately remembered the past, when he and Wang Zikai had a fierce battle, and only then truly acknowledged each other. He suddenly smiled with confusion, then transformed his appearance and excitedly said to him, "I understand now, so I will also adopt a more passionate form." He gently cupped your face and said, "Let's find a place where no one can bother us now." You saw him like that and immediately felt a bit confused, not understanding what was happening. 1 second later, he sensed that something was wrong, as if there was a shift. He had been taken to the Deadland Forest in an instant. He looked around and happily said, "This place is good too." Jung-si excitedly looked at you and threw a punch. "Let's go all out with our attack." Wang Zikai, he swings his fist forcefully towards you. There's no need to hold back anymore. Come on. Seeing that, you nervously shouted, wait, I acknowledge your strength now." Before his fist could hit your face, you quickly shouted, "I just want to learn from you how to become as strong as you are." Immediately after hearing that, he missed his punch and stepped back. At this moment, he seems to have lost his soul. Is that okay? Jung-si then put his hat back on to return to his original form. He quietly wondered, asking for guidance to become stronger. He remembered Wang Zikai, who was already the most powerful psychic even before awakening his consciousness. "Your strength could rival an elite demon king like Eiju. So proud. Why do you want to seek my guidance now?" The man looked at you with some confusion. Could it be because I am in this memory world? So all the adventures and experiences you've had along the way have been overlooked? That's why I'm still not mature yet. So I bow my head and say to him, "Please teach me. I really need strength. Please." He then places his hand on my shoulder, startling me. He chuckled and said, "This is also very easy to do since you're free anyway, so I'll help you train a bit." You looked surprised and asked, "Are you serious?" Jang-tu pointed at the zombie in front and said to you, "Do you see the zombie over there? Go kill him. You'll naturally become stronger." What appears before your eyes is the Lord of the Moonlight King village of the dead, with a face so terrifying you almost jump. You see it and feel startled and confused. The Lord of the Deathland. Why would he appear so close to the fortress? Below Jang-tu's house is an old dilapidated area with signs like border chicken rice, border snacks, and border hot springs. A girl is taking a photo asking how to pose like this the other day, and the man taking the photo laughs perfectly. Inside the room, Tu Lang is happily reading a book, sipping milk tea and pondering the contents. The different wave patterns of mental energy create various supernatural effects. Training and observation can be easily done through water ripples. She yawned repeatedly and said in frustration, "I don't understand anything at all. Powers are such a hassle. It's still easier to just use a sword." She pulls out something from her bag and continues, "Anyway, I need to see what it is first." She takes off her clothes and steps into the room, her feet touching the warm water. As she bathed happily and comfortably, she said, "It's so relaxing. Since arriving in this world, it's been a long time since I could unwind like this." Jung-si really found me a pretty good training spot. She closed her eyes and thought, based on the teachings, she first used her mental power to focus and stir the water waves. She kept concentrating, focusing her mind, and suddenly the water around her hand changed. Seeing this, she exclaimed happily, "I succeeded. I really do have a special ability." Ngai Li A reached out her hand and said, "No, that's not it." She smiled mischievously at her. "That's my mental wave." When she saw her, she was startled and surprised. Then she turned to the side and saw Cam Lin, and she shouted in shock, "When did you all get here?" Cam Nin walked over holding a book and asked, "Isn't this meant for the new members joining the association? Why are you looking at these?" She was startled and said, "That." Ngay Ly A nhìn cô cùi nổi qua những Chen Dung có biểu hiện lợi hại như vậy, thì cố dùng cản bàn không phải là tinh thần lực. Cô ấy liền sợ lên khuôn mắt của cô. Cái gì mà gì năng thể chất đều là lửa ngồi, dạng nghĩ làm dỗ. "Are you trying to approach us with some kind of scheme? Just tell the truth." She blushed and replied, "I don't have any innate supernatural abilities at all." So Cam Nin was surprised and ran over after hearing that. We can't be in contact for so long without feeling how incredibly strong Sister Zilling's spiritual power is. Then, Camilling suddenly saw something. Yes, she asked Sister Tu Lang about her leg. She smiled and asked, "What do you mean by this? This is an improved prosthetic leg." Because she needed to take a bath, she removed the outer shell. And Ngai Ly A was surprised and asked, "Why hide this?" Her recounting surprised the two of them. Her original legs had been forbidden by her parents when they turned into zombies, so she cut them off herself. Cam Nin was stunned in place. "Why is that?" She tried to smile and said, "Everyone doesn't need to look like that. Fighting Kyung Thi is unavoidable. Moreover, I've gotten used to such a long time already." Hearing that, Ai Li Lian leaned back and smiled. She looked at the flowing water and continued, You need to meet two conditions to learn a psychic ability. One is mental strength she demonstrated for her and then happily said, followed by imagination and self-awareness. The essence of psychic abilities is imagining a stronger self to influence the outside world. After saying that, she stepped closer to her and spoke. So Tsu Lang, may I ask you something? Why does your heart refuse to let you become stronger? She then pondered quietly. She bowed her head and looked at the flowing water, realizing it was because I had refused, which made myself stronger afterward. Realizing something was happening, she quickly glanced to the side and then shouted loudly, "Who's there?" Soon after, the dust began to settle, and the ice block swiftly shot outwards, crashing down and destroying everything in its path. At this moment, a flame appeared in this place. She angrily spoke up. Kwang Ta uses elemental power, and this oppression is even stronger than that of the King of Demons. A voice from within the ice spoke. Your reaction speed isn't bad, but it will only make your deaths more painful. This person is the Lord of the Deathly Land, Han Yo Thi Vuong. She frantically looked at the crowd. Tu Lang immediately drew his sword and charged at her, shouting, "Don't waste words, die for me." She then smiled cruelly, struggling with that wild excitement. I hope you can make me a little happy. Immediately after, a huge sharp iceberg was stabbed into the ground. And on this side, a monster sensing something angrily cursed. So annoying. Han Yao's commotion is too big. That fellow of the same kind is uncontrollable. Really annoying, damn it. This monster keeps attacking innocent people, so annoying. It approaches the innocent crowd and keeps saying, "Then I will infiltrate first and kill all the enemy's reconnaissance esper." Isn't it pointless? The thing I hate the most is doing something meaningless. Over here, Tian Chi is also having trouble with this crazy guy. He looked at the monster and thought silently. Its power is truly terrifying, yet I didn't feel anything before being attacked. This is the legendary landowner of the Death Zone. So many powerful zombies like him have appeared here at the same time. He looked at the entire scene, and there was also a large number of undead moving in this direction. The monster here keeps shouting loudly, "Forget it! After all, it's a command from the primal source. No matter how much it hates, it has to carry it out. It rages. Let the blood moon unleash the tide of corpses and destroy this disgusting fortress completely." A loud noise erupted around this place, surprising the locals, as a fierce figure appeared. "What are you shouting for? The leader here will be so frightened and startled when he sees you." He grabbed it and shouted loudly, "I told you not to move! If I accidentally touch you, you'll die. Do you understand?" It then looked at him with confusion and fear. "All right, I've subdued it. Now it's your turn to act, and you respond, 'I don't think this can be called training.'" He responded in surprise, defeating a stronger enemy than fighting every day, so his speed would improve faster than it. You can't be lazy. I'll suggest this. If you think it's dangerous, I'll try to break one of its arms or legs, and then you can fight it. Wait until you grows a bit more, then its limbs will grow back. If things keep going like this, the difficulty can gradually improve. If not, just keep repeating it many times. Suddenly, it became furious after hearing his words and roared, knocking him away. It used its giant foot to kick in his direction. It's angry and about to attack him, saying, "Humans deserve to die. How dare you treat a lord like that? If that's the case, then you just have to grit your teeth and endure seeing this scene." Damn it, it's willing to risk everything. It grits its teeth, I can only watch. 1 second later, it collapsed there, begging the two of them not to hit anymore. I give up. Can you grant me a death that feels good? You ran out of words. What is he doing? Turning over like that, you look just like a dog, he replied. But his outward appearance clearly looks like an uncle. You quickly dismiss it, don't say anything more. It's disgusting. Immediately after, it got up and recounted everything. It was the original Yuan who ordered all our territory lords to gather and attack the people. Hearing that, you asked in surprise, "What?" You then fell into confusion, realizing that all the lords, and even the super large beast tide, unprecedented in history. He scratched his face and pondered, thinking about attacking the city. But it seems there's something going on. But I remember it's supposed to happen in a few years. You immediately questioned it. Why? Aren't your faction leaders guarding the land of the dead? It shook its head and replied, Ken Nguyen believes that a consciousness should not appear, so it descended here and told us to be fair at all costs and to search for a creature named Zhang Tu. Hearing that, you immediately looked at him, and he was also extremely confused, wondering to himself if it was still his problem. Everyone in the city, seeing this scene, immediately became anxious and rushed to see what was happening here. What are you doing? In the middle of the night, oh shit, why is the city wall cracked like this? Where are the soldiers? Where are the security guards? Wait, does that mean we're fleeing? Should we run now? The person immediately ran over with all their might and shouted, "Yes, this is the moment." Behind him, countless zombies are jumping to bite him. He screams in fear, "The 7 zombies have broken through the city wall! Everyone run now!" The crowd of people saw this and panicked, saying, "Oh no! Is this real?" As chaos erupted all around the city with screams filling the air. "Help! Where are the security personnel? My child! Has anyone seen my child? Hurry and run! Don't block the way! Help us!" At this moment, a girl falls to the ground, catching the attention of a zombie. It moved closer to the girl, making her terrified. A second later, it charged at her, causing her to scream in panic. She shed tears of helplessness, then gradually sensed something and observed the situation. At this moment, she realized that the zombies seemed to be controlled by something and stood still. Greta rises above, controlling all these zombies, gently clasping her hands together. The zombie's son, seeing this, became panicked. She then used even more force. Immediately after, the rocks she controlled crushed the zombies, causing them to scream wildly. She angrily used her strength to crush them all. She stood there using her psychic power to control large rocks to fly upward. Her devastating technique was truly formidable. Seeing that the situation was gradually stabilizing, she relaxed, but suddenly she opened her eyes, realizing something was not quite right. In front of her, her stones had been sliced apart by cuts. A monster stormed over angrily shouting, "Damn you, resistance is annoying." The mission was almost over, so why are you appearing now? Damn you, damn you. It suddenly went berserk and shouted loudly at her. Damn it. She calmly pointed the sword at him. Immediately after, he stood still before her. It looked at her with a confused expression, silently pondering, unable to push forward. Seeing the situation was unstable, it immediately shouted to her, "Heifer, don't finish yet, look around." The city scene is in chaos now, and seeing this, she becomes furious and shouts, "The wall was destroyed by you, you bastard." She then clenches her fist coldly, causing him to be pierced multiple times by knives. Calmly she said, "Use your death to compensate for those who died in this accident." It probably mustered some strength and shouted, "Damn mutants." However, it immediately recovered right behind her, constantly muttering a few phrases. "Damn Esper, damn Esper." It then transformed into an even more terrifying form. "Hurry and let me cut you into pieces." Then it transformed into a fan and attacked the city. Many tall buildings were destroyed in an instant. Its giant blankets gradually destroyed everything here and there. She saw that the situation was getting worse and immediately jumped down to the ground. She was startled to realize something when she noticed her arm was injured. She looked at the wound on her hand starting to spread and felt a bit worried. Zombie toxin. She silently thought that the Zombie King, who had been recognized as the master of the abyss years ago by the guild, was indeed very difficult to deal with. Meanwhile, it was still rampaging and destroying the city. Sure enough, it hadn't died yet. It searches around with its terrifying eyes. I hate it. You hateful name. Seeing the chaos here, this zombie tide now has several zombie kings, which is a big trouble. The people below are fleeing and shouting, "Run quickly with the giant zombie tide and the zombie king leading the way." There's no point in fighting anymore, as she stands up and loudly encourages everyone. "Everyone stay calm, I am still here. I will check the zombie king's weak spot. The Esper members of the association will fully support the key defensive positions to stabilize the front line. Stay calm." At this moment, a voice suddenly came through the radio, startling her and causing her to panic. "I have taken control of the important stronghold. Gather all personnel to protect me and leave." He then angrily added, "If anything happens to me, I won't forgive you guys." A guard immediately said, "Young Master Zos, what should we do now?" He then ordered, "Pull back the troops, everyone retreat." He got into the car and shouted, "Hurry up and get in the car." The subordinate next to him looked scared. Following orders. When she heard his words over the radio, she was extremely furious. Young Master Zos is ordering a retreat. "Everyone, move quickly, they said to retreat already. "Understood. Go quickly, go quickly." Hearing that, she was extremely furious. That damn bastard. Suddenly, sharp arms of Macnon reached out, startling her. She drew her sword, thinking for sure how annoying. Even if she was alone, she would never retreat. She then unleashed all her powers and attacked it. Seeing her so fired up, it was confusing to think, yet she couldn't move anymore. I didn't expect humans to have such abundant energy. Suddenly, the zombie toxin in her arm activated, making her feel that something was about to happen to her. Seeing this, he smiled smugly. She drops her sword and loses control, collapsing to the ground. Her body gradually begins to change as the toxin rapidly spreads. Seeing her like that, it smiled and said, "You can run away with her too." She clenched her teeth, thinking, "Damn it, I can't even control him anymore." It seems satisfied to see her like that. "My toxin will integrate into her flesh and nerves. Soon, you will be unable to act anymore. Using your powers will cause the poison to spread faster." It still stands in front of her with a malicious smile. "If you can survive and escape, then run. I won't chase after you. I hate trouble. The reason is, if it kills enough people, it can find what it's looking for by messing with humans. So, my only mission is to wipe out all of humanity in this critical stronghold. I'm too lazy to waste time on you. Got it? The city here is in chaos, with many innocent people killed by zombies. Help me. Where are the Esper users? Where are the security personnel? Someone save us." The monster Macneon opens its mouth wide, about to swallow Greta into its belly. "Goodbye. Humans are troublesome." It laughed at her, either to die here slowly or to risk everything and escape. At this moment, she was gradually losing consciousness, only seeing a darkness around her. It hurts. It hurts so much, my body has no strength left. I just want to sleep. Am I going to die? Can't I let go? Can't I protect everyone in this city? No, I can't. I think someone is calling me. I think someone is still telling me to keep fighting. Then, her eyes changed to a completely red color. She cried out loudly, begging to protect them. The monster, seeing that, gets angry. So stubborn, damn it. Then, she feels something surging inside her body. Immediately, she spat out a mouthful of blood. She looked at her arm gradually transforming. Has her body completely melted away? So what if I do? She clenched her own neck with her hand. Isn't it enough to control her body with her mind? At this moment, she feels an unprecedented pain as something is growing behind her. She raises her sword. I will deal with all of you damn zombies. At this moment, she grits her teeth, stands up and shouts loudly, I'll handle everything. Seeing her still manage to get up like that, it's surprising. This is troublesome, too complicated. It looked at her with its mouth wide open. Why did she stand up? Why must she stop me at all costs? He kept frantically shouting, Why do you insist on giving me trouble? And then he lunged at her in a frenzy. I don't know if what I hate most is doing unnecessary work. If you don't want to live like that, I will grant your wish. It looks at her and then continues. Why do you keep making me fight seriously? She also got angry and shouted at it. You're talking nonsense. Just go die. A great battle erupts right in the city, causing a huge impact. She gently jumps onto its wide mouth. It looked at her with a bit of disdain. Is this all you've got? To me, it's completely useless. Hearing that, she clenched her teeth on the sword, then disappeared before its eyes, leaving it a bit confused. He saw her cut off his limbs and mocked him again with this move. Is it the same trick again? This is so boring. He opens his mouth wide towards her. With attacks like this, there's no point in showing off anymore. Just go die. She smiled in a very strange way. It looked a bit surprised. Are you laughing? Immediately after, something enormous charged straight at its mouth and ended up crushing an entire 1,000-ton building. She still stood there watching it and clenched her sword tightly. A second later, she struck the building repeatedly, determined to eliminate it completely. Seeing how tough it was, she clenched her teeth and held on. Furious, it charged at her and shouted, This guy fights so crazily, but it's also kind of fun, so let me have a serious fight with you. She swung her sword towards it, and the two of them rushed at each other as if a fierce battle was about to begin. Suddenly, it sensed that something was wrong. What is that thing flying over here? Is it her move again? She also seemed to sense something and angrily said, More trouble again. On this side, Zhang Zi was holding the Demon King and Wang Tsukai jumped down, preparing to land. Then the three of them accidentally bumped into Mo Ran and were pushed back hard. Ouch, did they hit something? Please don't let this lead to more trouble. She saw the three people and was immediately surprised. Then her eyes recognized something. She looked at the three standing there and was amazed. Zhang Tu, Wang Tukai, Zhang Tu, Wang Tukai. Hearing that, Zhang Tu pushed these two away and ran over to her. What is that person holding up? Seeing that she has turned into a zombie, he went around to investigate. Even if Akao brought the zombie soldiers early, he would still be poisoned by the deadly toxin. So he asked, So are you planning to start a life and death confrontation with Moknan Thief Wong now to protect the fortress and the Lord? She then raised her hand to explain, I remember that you fought really well in that battle. Sorry for interrupting, even though I didn't understand what you were saying. Then she pointed to Moknan Thief Wong and continued, But Moknan Thief Wong had already been crushed by you. Hearing that, he was confused. What? She then pointed to the fortress. But there's no need to protect this fortress anymore. He looked at that and said in confusion, Sorry about that. A long time has passed, the area has been cleaned up, and there are sounds of calm. Hurry and move the injured before the zombie tide notices this hole. It's very dangerous over there. Don't get too close, save as many as you can, and move quickly. A soldier warned, Hey Wang Zikai, that place could collapse at any moment. It's very risky. Go back now. Wang Tukai just cleared the rubble and said, I'll be done soon. He then found something and smiled at Tianqi. That's great, I knew you were okay, Tianqi signaled with a smile. He asked you, So when I finally avoided the danger zone, I probably won't die. Are you guys okay? I don't know what to say after hearing that then. Immediately, I pretended to be clueless and scratched my head saying, Well, we're fine. It's just that thing. He anxiously asked, Tell me quickly what's going on. Don't pretend to be stupid. You worry and then continue, saying that during the fight, Jiang Si accidentally destroyed a crucial point, and this loss will be counted against the guild. Our team leader, if you don't die. Hearing this, he seemed speechless, realizing that the earlier feeling of not waking up was more serious. Just think of a way to help now. He quickly raised his hand and shouted, Hello, rescue team. We need help here. One of them replied, Understood. What do you need? He shouted in fear, Hurry up and bury me again, now! The other man angrily scolded, What time is it to be joking with us? Four Eyes, he still didn't give up. Report, I'm not joking. This person replied, Vuong Tu Hai. He's your team member, right? Follow his lead. He replied, Sorry. Jiang Si was still staring in shock at the place she had destroyed. Rada used his own rope to tie himself and said, I am doomed. The most important point of humans is at the border. I am doomed. I risk my life fighting. But I can't protect anything. Just kill me. He scratched his head and continued. Isn't it only half destroyed so far? Maybe I can fix it and still use it? He scratched his head and sighed, comforting himself. Maybe so. Seeing something on the other side causes him to startle and turn around. Isn't it still not over on the other side? It seems to be Tu Lang's direction. Jiang Si realizes something, and this move looks a bit familiar. It seems you recognize from your past life that it was the bone-chilling ice effect of that cold and troublesome king. he said in surprise. Back then, we also tangled with her for a long time. Tu Lang is in trouble now. He turned to instruct, you must quickly find reinforcements. He then looked at her speechless. She just lost her ability to fight and is feeling down. I'm going to die here. He looked back at Tianqi, who was critically wounded and suffocating, which was not surprising, while Zhang Zikai had been fighting the king of zombies all night and was exhausted. He said, I don't want to lose you guys. She immediately scolded, Brother Tianqi, cheer up, we can't lose you. Zhang Tu immediately made a decision, saying I can go alone to check, since everyone is injured and Tu Long isn't the best at handling that enemy. Seeing him leave, the three of them immediately worried and tried to stop him. Let's go! You don't need to intervene. I have to go and support the Icebone right now. Aaliyah and Cam Lin are there. I trust they can handle it. Hearing that, he turned back in surprise and asked, is that okay? The three of them immediately replied, no problem. The scene shifts to the Bang Shuang area. Tu Long chased after Lai A and Cam Lin and shouted, wait, she said anxiously, we're going to die. We're going to die. Hearing that, she angrily scolded, do you guys still consider yourselves zombie kingslayers? Why are you fleeing so skillfully? Lai A turned back in fear and said, the hot spring, the water is half over my body, all of it is water. Fighting like that is really costly. Cam Nin also spoke up. The cloak doesn't keep me warm at all. I'm about to freeze to death. Then Bang Shuang Tu from behind chases after the three of them. Lai A quickly warns, be careful, the enemy is coming. She immediately appears right beneath the three of them. A spike of ice from below shoots up towards Tu Lang, causing the other two to worry and call out her name, Tu Lang, older sister. She carefully lands on the ground and says, don't worry. She bites down hard on her sword and advances toward the attacking ice bones. I'm fine. She smiled at her as if she wasn't afraid at all. She immediately appeared behind her and said, you're clearly human, but your body has a scent that feels very familiar. She smiled mysteriously. Could it be that you and the special existence that the origin is seeking are somehow related? She kept appearing again, a wicked smile spreading on her face behind her. I will bring your head back and interrogate you. She angrily challenged, saying she could do it. She swung her sword at her, but she dodged. Immediately afterward, she used the ice to retreat. But at this moment, Cam Lin launched her attack with her power, and she angrily charged forward with her sword. Don't even think about harming Tu Lang. She still easily dodged her attack and then changed her focus to Cam Lin. You're very brave. Hey kid, let me take care of you for a bit first. Lai A immediately stepped forward and raised her fist. Focus on me first. Lai A throws a punch forward with determination. You bastard. Immediately after, flames burst forth rapidly, and Lai A used her fire ability to attack her opponent's icy skeleton. She still stood there. Cam Nin watched with a worried look, and then Lai A snorted in anger. Lai A looked at the ice statue she had punched and was furious. Even with such a surprise attack, she didn't hit her. Those level of sect leaders are really hard to deal with. Tu Lang jumps down and calls out. Lai A then warned, be careful Tu Lang. That guy is still upstairs. Cam Lin looked around and continued. This ice is even harder than steel, and I can still freely go inside. She nodded and said, yes, she continued, the forced explosion time is too long, so we basically can't hit her. Lai A steps forward to examine the ice wall here. Yes, and even if we manage to melt this ice, she will just freeze it again quickly. Lai A silently thought that if this continued, we would freeze to death first. The three of them stood frozen, staring at the ice in front of them. Su, seeing that the situation was unstable, said, I can still hear the fighting of others despite the cold fog around us. She glanced in another direction and said, I believe Zhang Si and the others will come to our rescue soon. What good is it if Zhang Si comes here? Our enemy is the Lord of the Deathland. She slowly explained that they all possess the residual energy of the primal chaos, an apex existence capable of ruling over other zombies. Cam Lin's eyes showed a hint of sadness. No matter how strong Zhang Si is, she cannot fight the landlord. This is absolute suppression of rank. Tu Long, hearing that, thought of the destruction she caused and said, I don't really understand what you mean by absolute suppression, but it definitely doesn't include Zhang Tu. She then continued, these kinds of enemies only know how to run and hide, and perhaps even Zhang Tu's group will soon notice something happening. Guy Lai A nervously turned back and said, she's coming. Be careful below Cam Lin. Bang immediately trapped her with one leg. Bone bandages appeared and grabbed her. Then he laughed loudly. This useless little thing belongs to me. Remember to clean up her body. Immediately after, Tu Lang angrily swung his sword at her, causing her pain. Seeing her so furious, she burst out laughing, saying, not bad at all. Hurry up and come save this useless one. She angrily scolds, damn it, Cam Lin calls in vain, Sister Tu Long. This time, Ngai Li A appears behind her, startling her. Lai A coldly ordered, shut up. Then she used more fire to burn her face. She is not a useless child. She attacked her with a spiral of fire and shouted loudly, she is my most important companion. Get your dirty hands out of here. The ice slowly melts away as Tu Lang lands safely. She quickly looks up and asks, are you both okay? Then she immediately sprayed glue when she saw the two approaching. Huh? Ngai Li A says, that's great, we're fine. Cam Lin happily said, I'm fine too, but Allie. She was surprised to hear that. What? Then she jumped down anxiously and ran over to ask, Lie, what happened? Is there still a chance to try again? We're about to get reinforcements. Wasn't she captured just now? Lie replied, maybe when you cut her. She immediately started crying her eyes out. I'm sorry, I really am useless. If I had been more careful earlier, Lie, I'm sorry. Lie gently wiped the tears from her face. Silly girl, how could you blame me? Lie smiled softly to comfort her. No one among the three of us could completely avoid the way she appeared. Moreover, if she catches my sister, would I risk my life to save her? I'm just doing what you would do, so don't blame yourself. Hearing that, Cam Lin immediately called out Lie with tears in her eyes. Suddenly, Tu Lang realized something was wrong and looked up. The ice bones above released large chunks of ice and then laughed triumphantly. Too bad, you still didn't die. As expected, I'm not very skilled, killing with a single strike. She laughed joyfully. Luckily, I spent some effort turning all the underground water in this city into ice. This move isn't too bad for you guys. Seeing that, she was panic-stricken and in danger. The place was now flooded with ice. She laughed loudly and said, I want you to slowly enjoy the suffering inside this beautiful cage. Just thinking about it already excites me. She rushed down here. She let out a sinister laugh and endured the despair as huge ice chunks rapidly flew toward the three of them. Tu Lang immediately stood up, sword in hand, shouting challenge. Damn it, come at me! Then she rushed forward and instructed, Cam Lin Lie, I leave her to you. Cam Lin nodded slightly and replied, okay. She quickly rushed forward and chopped these huge ice blocks into 100 pieces. Seeing this, she burst into a proud laugh. Her power is truly fascinating. You really do possess the kind of origin the Great One has been searching for. She immediately used ice to attack her. Your brain is definitely mine now. She was gradually hit by her ice blocks, then suddenly slammed into one of them. Damn it, I can't even get close, Cam Lin asked worriedly. Tu Lang, are you okay? She replied, I'm fine. Just be careful, you two. She looked around in confusion towards her. What should I do now? Do I have to forcibly activate the second zombie state and then break out with a full force attack? But if I do that, I will lose all mobility after that strike. Damn it. She immediately made a decision, saying, you two go find a hiding place. All we can do now is hold on until Jiangxi arrives to save us. Ngai Lie was surprised to hear that. Do you really trust Jiang Tu that much? Does someone like her deserve to have her life entrusted to me? Then she took out a bandage from her pocket. Honestly, she struggled to continue, saying, I actually believe that Prince Zakai and the Fairy Society will come to rescue us. Cam Lin called out anxiously. Lie continued, saying, but that's also why I won't hide and wait for them to rescue us. She declared her determination, fighting with all her might and seeking a chance to win. A fiery power erupts from here, she declares loudly. This is how I truly deserve their trust. Lie, standing before Zilang, asks, because trust is never a one-sided dependence, right? She was surprised and thought, dependence. She remembered everything that had happened between her and Jiangxi and wondered when she had started to depend on Jiangxi like this. Is this really still who I am? After a long time has passed, this place has been cleaned up and sounds of noise are ringing out. Hurry up and take advantage of the zombie tide before they notice this hole. Quickly move the injured away. It's very dangerous over there. Don't get too close. Save as many as you can. Act now. A soldier warned, Hey Wang Zikai, that side could collapse at any moment. It's very dangerous. Turn back now. Wang Zikai dug through the rubble and replied, No problem. I'll finish this quickly. You quickly find something, then smile at Tianqi. That's great. I knew you would be fine. Tianqi then signaled with a smile. He asked, In the end, I avoided the danger spot, so I probably won't die. Are you guys okay? I didn't know how to respond when I heard that. Hey, we're fine. It's just that, he asked impatiently. Just tell me what's going on and don't pretend to be stupid. I'm worried and I keep going. During the fight, Jiangxi accidentally destroyed an important point, and this loss will be counted against us by the association. Our team leader, if you don't die, hearing this, he seemed speechless, feeling that if he didn't wake up earlier, it would be even worse. Then hurry up and think of a way to retreat. He quickly raised his hand and shouted loudly, Hello, rescue team! We need help here. One of them replied, Do you need my help? He shouted in fear. Hurry and bury me quickly. This guy immediately got angry and scolded, Are you still joking with us at a time like this? The four-eyed guy, he still wouldn't give up. Report me, I'm not joking. This person replied, Prince Kai, he's your teammate, right? His shop is over there. He replied, Sorry, Jiangxi is still looking around the destroyed area in confusion. I'm doomed. The most important point for humans at the border is gone. I fought desperately, but couldn't protect anything. Just kill me already. He scratched his head and continued. It's not just half destroyed. Maybe if I fix it, I can still use it. Then he scratched his head and sighed, trying to comfort himself. Maybe that's why he was startled and turned around when he saw movement on the other side. Is it not over there yet? It seems to be Tu Lang's direction. Jiangxi realizes something, and this move looks familiar. It's like the icebone effect of the cold and complicated king from my past life. He said in surprise, We also tangled with her for a long time back then. Tu Lang is in trouble. He turned to instruct, Hurry and find someone to help. He turned to look at her speechless. She had just exploded, still discouraged despite losing her ability to fight. I'm dying here. It's no surprise that Tianqi, critically wounded and struggling to breathe, is about to pass out at any moment. You're mistaken. I am the one who wants to lose you all. You immediately scolded him, saying, Brother Tianqi, cheer up. We can't lose you. Zhang Tu then made a decision. Everyone is injured. Just go over there and check it out alone. Anyway, he's not the enemy Tu Long is least skilled at dealing with. Seeing him leave, the three immediately tried to stop him, saying, Don't go. You don't need to fight. I have someone to support the ice zone right now. Leah and Camlin are over there. I believe they can handle it. Hearing that, he turned back in surprise and asked, Is everything okay? The three of them immediately replied, No problem. The scene shifts to Bing Swang's area. From Lang chases after Lai A and Camlin and shouts, Wait! She panics and says, She's dying! She's dying! Hearing that, she angrily scolded, Do you guys still consider yourselves zombie kingslayers? Why are you running away so skillfully? Lai A turned back, frightened, and said, soaking in the hot spring, her whole body was now water. Fighting like that will only cause more harm. Camlin also spoke up. The cloak doesn't keep me warm at all. I'm about to freeze to death. Immediately afterward, Icebone Tzu chased after the three people from behind. Laya hurriedly warned, Be careful, the enemy is coming after us, under your feet. She immediately appeared right beneath the three of them, a spike of ice shooting up from below toward Tu Lang, causing the other two to worry and call her name. Tu Lang's sister. She carefully lands on this side and says, Don't worry. She bites down hard on her sword and charges at the icy bones. I'm fine. She smiled at her, seemingly without a hint of fear. She immediately appeared behind her and spoke. You clearly are human, but your body carries a scent that feels very familiar to me. She smiled with a puzzled look. Could it be that you have some connection to the special existence that the origin is seeking? She continued to appear behind her, a cruel smile on her face. Let me bring your head back and interrogate you. She angrily challenged, and she did it. The company said. She swung her sword at her, but she dodged it. Immediately afterwards, she used the ice to retreat. However, at this moment, Cam Lin uses her power to attack. She angrily charges with her sword, trying to harm Tu Lang. She still easily dodges her attack and then shifts her focus to Cam Lin. You're very brave. Hey kid, let me take care of you for a bit first. Lai A immediately stepped forward and raised her fist. Pay attention to me first. Lai A suddenly throws a punch forward. You bastard. Immediately after, flames burst forth rapidly, and Lai A used her fire ability to attack her opponent's ice and bone layer. She still stood there, Cam Nin watched with a worried look, and then Lai A snorted in anger. Lai A looked at the ice statue she had punched and was furious. Even with such a surprise attack, did it not hit at all? Those level boss characters are really hard to deal with. Tu Long jumps down and calls out. Lai A then advised, Be careful, Tu Long. That guy is still up there. Cam Nin looked around and continued. This ice is even harder than steel. I can still freely go inside. She nodded and said, Yes, she continued. The forced explosion time is too long, so it's basically impossible to hit her. Lai A moved forward to examine the ice wall here. That's right. And even if we manage to melt this ice, she'll just freeze it again quickly. Lai. A thought to herself. If this keeps up, we'll freeze to death first. Although there is cold fog around, I can still hear it, and I also hear the sounds of others fighting. She glanced in another direction and said, I believe Jiang Si and the others will soon come to help us. Cam Lin then struck the ground with her staff and snorted. She replied with a hint of sadness, What good is it if Jiang Si comes here? Our enemy is the Lord of the Deathland. She slowly recounted that they all contain residual fragmentary primal energy within their bodies. This is a top-tier existence that can dominate other ghouls. Camlin's eyes showed a hint of sadness, for no matter how strong Jiang Si was, she couldn't compete with the landlord. This is absolute suppression of level. Tulong, nghe vậy, nghĩ dân can anh phá hoại, câu nói. Well, I don't know what you mean by absolute suppression, but it definitely doesn't include Jiang Tu. She then continued, This kind of enemy only knows how to run and hide. Maybe even Jiang Tu's group will notice something happening right after. Lai nervously turned back and said, She's coming, Cam Lin. Watch out below. Cam Lai was immediately trapped by a bang on one leg. The bone band appeared and grabbed her. Then she laughed loudly. This useless little thing belongs to me. Remember to clean up her body. Immediately after, Tu Lang angrily swung his sword at her, causing her pain. Seeing her so furious, she burst out laughing, saying, not bad at all. Hurry up and save this useless guy. She angrily scolds and curses. Bastard! Cam Nin calls in vain, Sister Tu Long. This time, Ngai Lie appears behind her, startling her. Lai A coldly said, Shut up for me, and then set her face on fire. She is not a useless child. She attacked her with a spiral of fire and shouted loudly, She is my most important companion. Get your dirty hands out of here. The ice slowly melted away as Tu Lang landed safely. She quickly looked up and asked, Are you both okay? Then she immediately sprayed glue when she saw the two approaching. Huh? Ngai Lie spoke. That's great, we're fine. Cam Nin happily said, I'm fine too, but Allie. She was surprised and asked, What? Then she jumped down anxiously and ran over to ask Lai A what had happened, asking nervously if it was still possible to try again. We're about to get reinforcements. Wasn't she just caught a moment ago? Lai A replied. Maybe when she was attacking her, she immediately burst into tears and cried out, "I'm sorry, I'm so useless. If I had been more careful just now, Lie, I am sorry." Lie gently wiped the tears from her face. "Silly girl, how could you blame me?" Lie smiled softly to comfort her. The way she appeared was something none of us three could completely avoid. Moreover, if she catches your sister, would you risk your life to save her? You're just doing what I would do, so don't blame yourself. Hearing that, Camlin immediately called out Lie with tears in her eyes. Suddenly, Tu Lang realized something was wrong, looked up, and the large ice chunks above him fell. Then he laughed triumphantly. "You're lucky to still be alive. I guess I'm not very skilled. I can kill with one strike." She happily laughed loudly. "It's a good thing I spent some effort turning all the underground water in this city into ice. Isn't this move a pretty good gift for you all?" Seeing this, she felt panic and knew it was dangerous. "Now this place is filled with ice." She laughs loudly and says, "I want you to enjoy the suffering in this beautiful cage slowly. Just thinking about it makes me excited." She rushes down here, her face twisting into a sinister smile as she endures the despair. The huge chunks of ice hurtle toward the three of them. From Lang quickly stands up, sword in hand, shouting defiantly, "Come on then." She rushed forward and said, "Camlin, Lie is yours." Camlin nodded slightly and replied, "Got it?" She rushed forward quickly, chopping these huge ice blocks into 100 pieces. Seeing this, she couldn't help but laugh with pride. The power, truly fascinating. You really do have what the great ancestor is searching for on you. She then attacks you with ice. I've got your brain for sure. She gradually gets hit down by her ice blocks. Immediately after, she was slammed into a block of ice. She thought to herself, "Damn it, I can't even get close to her." Camden asked nervously, "Are you okay, Tu Lang?" She replied, "I'm fine, just be careful, both of you." She looked at her in confusion. What should I do now? Could I force open the second zombie state and then break out with a full power slash? But if I do that, I will lose all mobility after that strike. Damn it, she quickly made a decision. Go find a hiding place.
Now all we have to do is hold on until Jiangxi arrives to save us. Galia was surprised to hear that.
Do you really trust Jiang Tu that much? Is someone like her worthy of you risking your life? Then, she quickly pulled out a bandage from her pocket and, struggling to continue, said, "I actually also believe that Prince Kai and the Fairy Society will come to rescue us." Camden nervously calls out, "Lie A," she continues, "but that's also why I won't hide and wait for them to rescue us." Lie A resolutely declared loudly, fighting with all her might to find a chance to win. A fiery power erupted from within her, and she said loudly, "This is how I truly deserve their trust." Lie A stood in front of Tu Lang and asked, "Because trust is never a one-sided dependence, right?" She was surprised and thought, "Dependent." She recalls everything that happened between her and Jiang Tu. Since when did I become so dependent on Jiangxi? Is this really who I am anymore? Tu Lang as a child sat listlessly on the hospital bed with her severe wounds bandaged, her vacant eyes like an empty shell. Suddenly, the loud ringing of a phone echoed, and voices drifted in from outside. "You know what? The kid inside there seems to have used a kitchen knife to cut off the leg that was bitten by the zombie, piece by piece." Dr. Kit Min, who is only 18 years old, quietly listens to the gossip before heading straight to the Academy's rescue point, and it is said that the one who bit the injured girl was her zombie-turned parents. Tu Lang, after hearing the rumors about himself, shows no expression on his face. "It's really quite sad," Kit Min quietly asked. "So Kit, do you want to use the mechanical prosthetic leg I just developed?" He immediately warned, saying it needs to cut each nerve and then send electrical signals through the process. Before he could finish, she interrupted, "I accept." Two long tears streaming down her face, gritting her teeth as she says, "I accept. I need strength." She clutches her hatred and screams, "I need power that can make zombies disappear completely." Tu Lang now has seen her past self. She suddenly realizes, "I remember now, this is my original self." She frowned and observed again. Tu Lang recalled every moment of her past, having everything taken away by zombies, enduring the pain, risking her life to become stronger just to prevent a tragedy like hers from happening again. Her eyes are sad. Is that why I can't use Jiangxi's power or awaken my supernatural ability? Suddenly, a girl steps forward and says to her, yes, because her inner heart is filled with hatred for zombies. Tu Lang was startled when she heard that familiar voice. This girl represents Tu Lang's inner darkness, so she cannot deceive her own mind. They return to the fierce battle between the two girls, and she is stunned by Lie A's blow. Lie A angrily raised her fist but missed again. It was a decoy. Damn it. She landed on the ground and hurriedly asked, "Camlin, are you okay?" Camlin, looking miserable, replied, "I'm fine." The girl looked up and said, "That guy is possessed by a demon. If only the fairy was here, it would be perfect." Lie A turned around and told Tu Lang, "I will find a way to force her out." It's Araizo. Tu Lang, you protected Camlin. Tu Lang remained silent. She looked up absent-mindedly, and Lie A was very confused. "What's wrong, Tu Lang? Why are you suddenly frozen like that?" Despite Lie A shouting, Tu Lang seemed soulless, just standing still without any movement. "The ground is making strange noises right now." Cam Nin immediately shouted, "Tsu Ling is under your feet." Li A also shouted, "Tsu Ling, get out of the way, something is emerging from below." The ice block quickly pierced through her and everyone screamed. Too long. This ice block keeps growing longer and then lifts her up into the air. Su Lang's heart has been taken. I clutched the heart tightly, looking incredibly pleased. I didn't expect defeating you to be so easy. It seems that the coldness and fear have rendered you immobile. Then I will take your body back. The other two useless ones will be forever trapped in the ice. Lai A, hearing that, angrily punched her hard in the face. Damn it. But she suddenly vanished, making her furious. Damn it. Lai A asked Camnin to help her get Tu Lang down and support her a little. Yes. She was punched so hard her face swelled, and she was sneaking away in secret. Damn it, even though most of the damage was avoided, it's still considered a hit. In battle, you still have to control your emotions a bit. Tu Lang remained still without any reaction, and Camnin shouted, Tu Lang, I'll get you down right now. She absentmindedly thought that with just a mortal wound, she only needed to become a zombie. Her inner thoughts appeared behind her malicious expression. It's useless. You see the hatred inside you, and you can't continue to use Jiangxi's power anymore. She sneered maliciously. Only we can save you now. Her mind gradually twisted, filled with hatred like yours, overflowing with fury. Then it distorted and gradually manipulated her mind as if to merge with her. Come here and surrender your body to us, and together we will avenge the whole world, so that everyone will suffer the same pain as us. Tu Lang frowned and realized something. So, that's it. You are the hundreds of millions killed by Varro, now condensed into that thousand-faced moon. You used to willingly serve Varro, your enemy, and now you keep messing with my mind, bothering me in my fight. The deformed monster keeps manipulating her psyche. There's nothing I can do. Lord Varro is too powerful, and our entire civilization cannot stand against him. Submitting to the strong, what's wrong with that? Aren't you also relying on your enemy Jiangxi for strength? He's merging into you now, enjoying it immensely, losing his help. A king of death like that can easily deal with you or accept our spiritual power and obediently become a puppet to avenge this world for us. With that, Tu Lang's body completely merged with it, and a large flame erupted below. Keep going! Hey, I confidently laugh out loud. Starting to burn my flesh and blood? Too bad. Before the ice melts, you will turn to dust first. Lai shouted, I don't need your concern. The ice beneath her feet began to melt, accompanied by the sound of cracking. Camlin panicked, her mental energy fluctuating. She quickly looked up at Tu Lang and called out to Sister Tu Lang. I also sensed that this aura was a piece of ice piercing through someone, and Tu Lang was immediately shattered. A third eye of deformity appears on her forehead now. The small ice chunks suddenly stop rushing down. The psychic ability has frozen everything in place at this moment. She steps onto that small piece of ice. Her form is walking step by step on the ice floes in the blink of an eye. She observes her surroundings. This is the power created by the mental energy of hundreds of millions of people. Tu Lang Duck with cold red eyes said, even though my destructive power isn't as great as Varro's ability to manipulate the sun in battle, it suits my style perfectly. The mutated creature squeezed tightly in Tu Lang's hand shouted loudly, no way, it can't believe what it's seeing. Clearly you have absorbed all the spiritual power, so why are you not under our control? Tu Lang tightened his grip even more. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you, she said silently. Thank you, spirits, for guiding me back to my original fighting resolve. Memories flood back within her. The reason I destroy zombies is not for revenge, but because I no longer hope for tragedies like the one I experienced to happen again. Jiangtu and I are comrades with a shared dream, and my trust in Jiangtu has never been based on his strength but on his kindness. At this moment, Tu Lang's third eye is activated, unleashing his power. A Jiangtu like this, no matter what he is, I am willing to accept his strength. Jiangtu's jealousy is surging within her, immediately unlocking the second stage. Tu Lang's wound gradually closes, and her zombie-enhanced body can completely suppress your mental powers and your vengeful spirits. She angrily used her ultimate mental technique, Tu Nuet Kin Sa Bao Li Toi Quang, then crushed it into blood, only worthy of submitting to his power. The sky suddenly darkened as Tu Lang now stood atop the drifting icebergs. The zombie queen stands below, staring up in shock, realizing that Tu Lang is no longer the innocent girl she once knew, now with an extra eye on her forehead and 3 cold red eyes, her body radiating a fierce white energy that surprises her as she exclaims, what is happening? It seems this guy has completely transformed into someone else. The zombie queen started to sweat profusely, her pupils dilating as she muttered, things don't look right should I run. But before she could decide something, lightning fast shot past her body, making her gasp in horror. One of the queen's arms was cut off and flew away, leaving her stunned in place. Only then did she start to react, glancing at her limbs floating high above and thinking, I was attacked. That move was too fast and dangerous, making me panic and wonder, when exactly did it happen? Cam Nin saw this scene and couldn't hide her excitement, exclaiming, so fast Sister Tu Lang awakened a speed type ability like Prince Tu Kai? No, I don't feel the wind tearing apart from speed. It's a more advanced ability than divine speed. This surprises Cam Nin. What? Is it that powerful? The queen gritted her teeth and snorted, quickly freezing her wound and then angrily shouting in disdain. It's just faster, but in my domain it's basically useless, she shouted loudly, unleashing her full domain power and continuing to use the extreme cold wind and snow attack. As she finished speaking, Thousands of sharp ice weapons shot towards Zilang. She showed no worry, her expression as indifferent as the Hanoi autumn wind, and let out a cold snort, an empty attack. A scream suddenly rang out, stopping it. Too long from above, countless shards of ice rushing at incredible speed, slowly steps forward with Lei Than Kiem, her long hair flowing in the wind, her cold face making the sharp ice shards unable to reach her. Her body flickered in and out of sight as she stepped in front of the zombie queen, and upon seeing her, the queen gaped in shock. The sharp tip of the sword aimed directly at the zombie queen's neck, causing her to panic and say nothing as the swift blade sliced her body into pieces, limbs falling onto the cold ice floor she created, her remaining consciousness in her hollow eyes wondering how this could happen, how she was struck, and why Tulane continued to thrust the sword into her head, making her scream in fear as her mouth slowly opened and she ordered her to kneel before me, the weak one, and just as she finished, she swung her sword to shatter the barrier above her head, leaving her stunned with her mouth agape. "What?" Cam Nin exclaimed with joy as she witnessed this scene once again. The barrier has been shattered. Was it Sister Tu Lang who did it? Wow, you really managed to do this. Dust and smoke billow everywhere as chunks of ice continuously pass by Tu Lang's face. Her eyes are full of anticipation as she wonders, "Jiangtu, are you watching, right? I have successfully captured the spirit. Sure enough, there is a gaze watching her from afar. In front of this person is a broken ice block, and none other than the young man Jiang Si. He propped his chin with his hand, Choo pouted and said, "Oh dear. It looks like I don't need to help anymore." But looking up, there's a huge building he's holding up with his arm. He innocently asked, "Do you all agree?" At this moment, countless people are screaming, clutching his legs tightly, helplessly trying to persuade him. "That's right, let go now." The young man with white hair tearfully begged, "Please don't break it anymore."
Then he finally remembered and asked, "Where's the Fairy of Fate?" Someone replied, "He was kicked away by you from the very beginning."
The city is engulfed in death with purple energy surrounding it, and only after defeating the female queen does it finally calm down a bit. The young man hurriedly runs over to announce, "Everyone take a break, rescue workers will arrive soon." Hearing that, everyone let out a sigh of relief, finally able to rest. Cam Lin looked at Aaliyah with concern, but before she could finish speaking, Cam Lin quickly smiled and interrupted. "Don't worry, Cam Lin, I'm fine." Tu Lang stood beside Zhang Tu looking at Day Ta, who was corrupted, her body wrapped in purple zombie light, with unusually red eyes. Tu Lang turned down the volume and whispered into his ear, "So our lightning tower just turned into a zombie?" But her zombie form isn't like a dog, and it's quite cute too. Rita was a bit shocked by her new appearance. Zhang Si slowly opened his martial arts manual and then replied calmly, "Because she's still alive now, just infected with the zombie gene, similar to her zombie's form." Tu Lang nodded slightly, understanding. "I see." He explained further, but in the eyes of others, she was already a zombie. After returning to the association, they faced a lot of trouble, making it very difficult for humans and zombies like Tamoy to coexist. Vet regained consciousness and asked the villagers, "Are you all okay?" Coughing violently, the woman with a dirt-streaked face and a child in her arms replied, "We're fine." Before she could finish, she looked up and her eyes widened in fear. Rita, with one damaged eye and blood streaming down her beautiful face, Luang Tian continued, "It's good that you two are okay. Do you need us to do anything for you? Do you need any supplies?" Before she finished speaking, the woman turned pale, hugged her child, and ran away. "No, it's not necessary. Goodbye. You don't need to follow." At that moment, her entire being still radiated a calm purple aura. She watched the mother and child, when suddenly the boy asked, "Mom, since she saved us, shouldn't we thank her?" The mother signaled coldly, "Shh, don't say too much." Her next words were extremely cruel. "Do not think that just because she saved us now, she won't turn into a zombie later." "It's not like I haven't heard of this kind of thing before," the woman's voice still exclaimed. "Hurry up and get away. Staying a bit farther is better." Hearing these words made me feel sad, so I lowered my head to the ground. On this side, Ziling frowned and said, No matter what these civilians think, I am willing to trust you and your team." Zhang Si asked confusedly, "Yeah, why are you suddenly bringing this up?" She remembered defeating the Queen of Women, because when the zombie entered the second stage, I could clearly feel a huge change in my personality. At that moment, her face darkened, and she arrogantly ordered, "Cower down and stop insulting the opponent. A weak chicken like you only deserve to look at my toes." The other one gritted her teeth in anger, but couldn't do anything. "Ugh, you bastard." Tu Lang felt embarrassed when he remembered and thought about it. At that moment, I said a lot of childish things. Her cheeks flushed red. She placed her hand on her chest and continued speaking with a relaxed mood. "But no matter how I show my personality, my inner thoughts and intentions remain unchanged. I am still me." She pointed at him to encourage him. "I believe you feel the same. No matter what form you take, you will always be the Jiangxi I know." Hearing these silly confessions, he was also stunned and open-mouthed in surprise. Tu Lang frowned in confusion and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you staring at me?" "Did I say something wrong?" he replied nervously. "No, it's just that I suddenly remembered something." He explained seriously because she couldn't zombie transform any further, so we came to the world of memories to learn supernatural powers. Her face suddenly turned pale, sweat pouring down as she refused. Ha ha, even a dog would learn better. He asked curiously. In the end, she still used zombie transformation to master the mental energy she left behind. Isn't this world of memories created automatically? He clenched his fist in encouragement. Anyway, it's a success, so how about a real combat training with me? There's no need to worry about destroying anything here. Tu Lang felt nervous and waved her hand to refuse, saying no need, the problem is already solved. The conversation was lively and Jiangxi kept pulling her back. Do you really not want to try? Aren't you curious about what my ultimate limit is? She still firmly opposes. No need at all. The female queen with her consciousness still intact looks helplessly at the two of them. Suddenly, a person wearing a dog hat approached and asked, "Are you still alive?" The female queen angrily shouted, "Stop mocking me. I can't believe you surrendered to humans. You're a disgrace to zombies, and the great ancestor won't forgive you." He snorted coldly and slowly explained, "What do you understand?" He sweat profusely and continued, "If I dared to resist, what about this? I would have already been like Mo Ren under the pressure of that great person." From afar, a robot, after completing its mission, raised its finger in a farewell gesture. Hearing this, she was so shocked she couldn't close her mouth. What are you talking about? Killing all the zombies randomly? Wait a minute. Could it be? He looked at Zhang Zi and his disciple and asked, "What do you think? Have you realized? Even though they've changed to a state we've never seen before, those two on the other side are still arguing and bickering freely. Come on, I don't want to." He judged, but that guy Zhang Tu living with that human must be the root of all the zombies. At this moment, he chuckled happily. "Ha!" Vochi chased after Tu Lang. She shouted in shock, "Don't, our supreme lord!" The queen finally understood that the reason the Lord ordered us here was just to get beaten up by him. That's all. He put his finger to his lips and carefully reminded me, "Don't ask. Everything the great master says has a deep reason behind it." Huh? What? What's wrong? Zhang Tu lazily stretched out his hand to relax. You casually raised your hand to suggest that if there's nothing else, we should prepare to go back. This time I'm sure I can sleep soundly. She asked in surprise. Huh? Machialia and the others? What will happen if they stay? Your voice echoes through the mountains and forests. After the battle to defend the border outpost, we launched a counterattack together, breaking through the zombie tide's source. But I don't want to remember what happened afterward, and all eyes turned to him as he suddenly ruffled his hair and clenched his teeth, trying to recall. Wait a minute, why can't I remember what happened next? I think I just can't recall this period of time. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt, and he muttered with a grim face, "We defeated the root cause, but it seemed the root cause couldn't be destroyed." And then, what did I do next? My head itched so much, it's like my brain is growing. He was in great pain, struggling to speak. I realized that the key was to completely seal the origin, then use amnesia to imprison it within memory. Tu Lang saw him like that and shouted in horror, Jiang Tu, keep thinking. As long as I don't remember it, it will never be reborn." He clenched his teeth tightly, gritting with frustration, but now he looked at his hand, his whole body emanating a strange green aura. He shouted out loud, "The seal is about to be broken. This is the center of the Deathland that humans cannot access. Not only is the terrifying darkness capable of drowning all life, but there is also the mighty lord of the Deadland, a flying monster with a strange shape, a fierce red eye in the middle, and two wide brown wings quietly watching below. Any creature that intrudes will be destroyed. It is watching the crowded group of little tin hin people below its territory, led by a huge green-skinned creature among other green-skinned beings. The leader of the team, wearing a bright red hat with a short inscription, raises a small flag in his hand, turns to the green-skinned creatures behind him and loudly reminds them like a tour guide. What you are seeing is the forbidden death zone from thousands of years ago. Stay close to me and don't get separated. The green-skinned group open their mouths and reply loudly. Understood. They're noisy talking. The bird and the zombie over there are pretty big. That's really the way it is. The red-haired girl, Hyo, looked confused as she stood among the crowd. Hyo remembered the faces of the green-skinned zombies and looked at her friend in front of her, shouting in anger. Dressing up as a horde of zombies was a good idea, but his style was too different from the others. She pointed at the girl with bright green hair next to her, not to mention there were many others mixed in, and that girl was even hosting a live broadcast. Dear viewers, the current situation is very complicated. Your companion thumbs up confidently and assertively says, "Don't worry, in this zombie era, everything is about strength," making you grit your teeth and exclaim, the burly zombie with the red hat is none other than Hyo's companion. Moreover, battles between demon kings of the same level can only be one-on-one, they cannot be surrounded. With a cow's strength, he can do whatever he wants. He insists that the other kings basically don't dare to challenge him. At the same time, a caw is stepping on the head of a three-eyed giant monster, kindly advising, "All right, don't be stubborn anymore. From now on, we are colleagues, and everything I say next, you must listen carefully. From now on, your little brothers will also be my little brothers, and your territory will also be my territory. Understood?" After speaking, Alcal looked down at the monster under his foot, but it didn't grunt or say a word. Seeing that, he angrily stomped on its head and coldly shouted, "Understand or not, don't make me repeat myself." The injured monster let out a pained cry and reluctantly replied, Do you understand? A cow nodded in satisfaction. If you understand, that's good. Next time, answer more quickly. Do you understand? The poor monster screams out. Yes, I understand. The tall man calmly took out his phone to record the violence and explained to Hio that this was the strict military law established by the ancient dynasty, so no zombies would break the rules. Okay, I understand. At this moment, Captain Iron Armor stepped in to naturally join the conversation and establish rules of conduct for the zombies worldwide. I also thought only a tall man could do this. The primal source you mentioned seems to be incredibly powerful, right? That's obvious. He frowned and recounted seriously. It was the battle with C that I remember as the time the great king was assassinated. The tall man slowly recounts the desolate past, recalling how that year the great king and his friends entered the land of the dead, defeating each lord and ultimately confronting the source of the chaos. The zombie with the hood charged forward to attack, but the lord only laughed maniacally. According to the tall man's story, vivid images appeared before us. During the fight, the king was overwhelmed by the opponent. His friends had to risk their lives to buy him time to regenerate and recover. The friends mentioned by the tall man used all their strength, creating a massive blood pillar wrapped in fierce lightning rings, knocking the lord down with a single strike. The lord fell to the ground helplessly in an instant. Seizing that opportunity, the king was able to return to the battlefield and become stronger than ever. The king used a punch to knock the lord down, then kept recovering and fighting again, gradually evolving into a stronger form. They fought fiercely day and night, turning the battlefield into a dead land completely erased from the map. When the battle ended, the king was seriously wounded and even unable to be reborn, so it can be said this was a narrow victory. After hearing this, the armored team leader couldn't help but marvel, thinking it sounded even more terrifying than the giant mechanical man created by ancient people. Hio's face turned pale as she nervously asked, "So does that mean the ultimate origin has been shattered by the tall man?" The tall man immediately denied it, not at all. He seriously added, "The root cause cannot be destroyed." The great king said that and brought it here himself, and the captain of the armored team, taking a deep breath, asked nervously, "Where is it?" Understandably, Xiao Xiao also held her breath and waited. After a few long seconds, the tall man raised both hands to the sky, mimicking Zhang Tu's teasing manner, and said with a mischievous grin, "Of course I forgot because it's just a careless story anyway." The king said that, which made Xiao Xiao furious and shout out loud. How could he forget something like this? Just then, a strange foot stepped onto the rocky ground, causing the entire earth to shake violently, making Captain Iron Armor and Hio ask in confusion, "What's going on?" A loud, joyful laugh echoed above them. Ha ha, of course the tall man wouldn't remember. He wouldn't dare to remember me. This chaos made the people below scream, "Where is this sound coming from?" What's happening? The arrogant voice echoed through the space. I am the scariest memory to him after all. At the same time, the ground cracked open. Dark red blood splashed up from the fissures along with savage laughter, ha ha ha, causing the earth beneath Hio's group to also break apart. Hio screamed in panic. What is really happening here? She stared in shock at the thick, bloody red streams connecting the large rocks into a giant shape in the sky. What is that thing? Blood and rocks gradually formed the solid body of a giant monster. The monster happily said, "Zhang Tu really can't kill me, so he used his own brain to imprison and seal me in this world of memories." He added proudly, "Moreover, when he remembered me from that year, that was when I came back to life." At the same time, Zhang Tu heard these words and burst into laughter before coldly saying, "Haha, no wonder that guy could force this body to change." He looked at the giant monster in the distance and said with a headache, "This time we're in trouble." Su Lang looked up and asked anxiously, "Are you okay, Jiangxi? Do you know what that thing is?" Zhang Tu stared at the blood threads wrapping around the giant stone monster and replied in a deep voice, "This giant is just the cruel hobby of that guy. The real difficulty is only now beginning." Sweat dripped down Zhang Tu's face, and he suddenly called out too long. "Do I matter in this? What do I need to do?" But Zhang Tu said it was nothing. Just simple. Run as fast as you can. Use all your strength to run, as far away as possible. While the red and black blood rays had gathered into a figure in the sky, Tu Lang still asked in confusion, "Zhang Tu, what do you mean by that?" More blood rays are emanating from the monster's head. Jiangxi feels the danger and hurriedly urges everyone to move. "There's no time to explain. Just tell everyone here to run as far as they can." Tu Lang immediately agreed. "All right, I'll follow your lead." The blood sparks formed a black shadow with glowing red eyes and a savage grin. "Hee hee!" The black shadow burst out from the monster's mouth, rushing forward while laughing wildly. "Ha ha ha, this time I won't use that big body to play around anymore. Let's get straight to the point." Zhang Tu waved his hand and shouted in panic, "It's coming! You should go now. Don't worry about me." Before he could finish speaking, a powerful force shot towards him, hitting him hard and leaving Tu Lang stunned. She stared in shock as Jiangxi was knocked far away, calling out in panic, "Jiangxi?" And he was even sent flying up into the sky. The black shadow relentlessly pursues Zhang Tu, who taunts loudly as he arrives. The chase is fierce, breaking through Earth's atmosphere in an instant, leaving only fleeting traces behind. From Lang looked up at the sky. Beng Huang wondered if this was not memory, if Zhang Tu really had him inside his mind. Vuong Tu Kai stared in horror and exclaimed, "This kind of power is the origin." The pink-haired girl also gasped and exclaimed, "Oh my god!" Jung-tu pushed himself hard, leaping out of Earth's atmosphere. The primal shadow still relentlessly pursued. He looked down, glaring and cursing. Damn it, we're still not far enough away. This distance is still too dangerous for them. Just as Jung-tu is momentarily distracted, the primordial shadow catches up, quickly tightening its grip on his wrist and taunting arrogantly. "You actually had time to think about this?" Jung-tu. His dark primal shadow angrily declared as the thick streams of crimson blood poured into his mouth and eye sockets. "How dare you lock me inside your mind and memories?" Jung-tu gasped for air. "You're in danger." Countless streams of dark red blood violently pour into his mouth. The primal shadow proudly declares that once I escape, it will be the moment your mind is under my control. Jung-tu struggles in pain, desperately tearing away the black threads and blood beams trapping him. Screams of agony echo out, but in the end, Jung-tu is still controlled by the primal shadow, and the blood beams grow larger and stronger, piercing straight into his chest. The primal shadow taunts with pleasure. Jung-tu, this battle has lasted for thousands of years. Those blood rays seep deep into Jung-see's body, gradually forming strange patterns running along his body, as a choker gradually appeared around his neck and a triumphant laugh echoed from Jung-se's own throat. Ha ha, Jung-tu's form has completely changed, his hair turning from black to purple, with blood-red eyes and strange patterns running across his body. The true dark essence strokes his hair arrogantly, insisting that in the end, I am the one who wins. The primordial shadow looms over Jung-tu's body, hovering in the sky with long hair obscuring his face, surrounded by fierce lightning and residual power. The source of all stands high in the sky, coldly scanning the small crowd below. Aaliyah looked up, confused, and asked, "The battle is over, the source is gone, so Jung-tu has won." Wang Zikai also widened his eyes in surprise, suspiciously asking, and he transformed into a form we've never seen before. It feels truly terrifying. Is this a more relaxed fighting state? Zhu Lang stared wide-eyed, with a horrified and panicked expression, firmly believing I've never seen this state before. She recalled in shock and concluded in her mind that this dangerous breath did not resemble the fifth destruction state. A terrifying thought flashed through Tu Lang's mind, more like Can Nguyen smirking. Tu Lang was stunned and guessed that it was pure death, with Jen Yuan casually putting his hands in his pockets, leaning forward to greet playfully, "Hey there, good evening, everyone." Ha ha ha, all familiar faces, huh? Actually, it's rare for everyone to gather, and I haven't prepared anything. Then I hope everyone won't mind this little gift. Then he snapped his fingers, and below, the bespectacled youth immediately summoned his power, a stream of blue spiritual energy shooting out from his glasses. Instantly, his eyes bled profusely, filling the bespectacled youth with a bad premonition. "No, that's not right!" He immediately panicked and shouted, "No, he's not Jung-si. Get out of the way quickly." It made everyone startle, but by then it was too late. Ken Nguyen reached out, snapped his fingers loudly, unleashing immense power. A simple flick of the finger completely destroyed a vast area, with rocks shattered and exploding, the destruction stretching for miles. Just a simple snap of the fingers, Aaliyah and Prince Kai soared high, looking down at the enormous crack torn through the ground by the devastating force, stretching for hundreds of miles and even destroying a fortress wall. The most secure and important base on the human border is about to completely disappear. At the same time, Yuan suddenly spoke up. "Oh, wow." He looked down at his arm, where strange veins surged beneath his pale skin like frantic movements, with a slimy black liquid oozing out, and he calmly praised himself, still not fully taken over, truly worthy of being a human. Then, Can Nguyen clenched his fist, and his arm immediately absorbed all the black liquid, gradually returning to normal. "Don't resist so fiercely. I won't do anything bad either." Yuan chuckled foolishly, excitedly uttering crazy words, unless it's to destroy the world built on memories and then return to reality. At this moment, Zilong suddenly appeared behind him, opening the third eye on her forehead, shouting in fury, "Give me Jung-si's body back!" Yet Yuan didn't even flinch. Instead, he grinned widely and mocked loudly, "Don't worry, I will definitely pay back." While dodging Tu Lang's fierce attack, he teased her playfully. "But there's still a little matter to deal with right now, so wait a bit longer." The Origin grinned widely and burst into laughter, saying, "You won't have to wait too long, just about 1 trillion years. Ha ha ha, how is it that you didn't notice Aya had sneaked up behind you with 2 giant bolts of yellow lightning in her hands while Wong Tu-kai also charged forward, activating all his speed and strength before kicking ahead? The boss even Jiang-tu couldn't handle, and now you're asking if I should fight for real or fake?" Aaliyah also charged forward, shouting back at him, "This guy is too terrifying. I must stop him." Ken Nguyen slowly glances back and coldly speaks. "Are they the teammates from back then who followed Jiang-si? He only needs to sidestep slightly to easily avoid Wong Tu-kai's attacks with his absolute speed." Can Nguyen happily laughed, then struck a finger gun pose, arrogantly saying, "Use you all to fuel my rebirth." Seeing this, A immediately panicked and wondered, what is Wong Tu-kai doing? Why didn't any of them hit? Then she quickly threw 2 large lightning bolts from her hands and shouted, "Go now!" The power of the snap momentarily clashes fiercely with Aaliyah's lightning. She is startled, standing frozen as she watches her lightning struggle to hold on. Aaliyah gritted her teeth and said through clenched jaws, "Annoying, Faster than Tuong Tuong, can't dodge. Just as the golden lightning was pushed back toward her by the power of the origin, a shadow appeared, quickly grabbing her and shouting, "Don't stand there dazed. Move quickly." Just a second later, the entire mountain of rocks where they were exploded into fragments, and the black-haired girl helped Aaliyah up, coughing from the dust. Cough, cough, seeing this. Ken and Nguyen was even more pleased and loudly praised, "You two are really good, surviving like that. Then I'll give you one more shot." Taking advantage of the opportunity, Wang Tu Kai suddenly appeared right behind him. Ken and Nguyen glanced and sneered. "Wow, this little brat really loves sneak attacks." Wang Tu Kai's full force kick was easily avoided by him, who even had time to mock, always sneaking attacks. "Are you afraid to fight face to face? You really are shameless." Wang Tu Kai did not give up and used absolute speed to attack Ken Nguyen. "You can kill you. What's there to be ashamed of or not ashamed of?" Ken Nguyen exclaimed in surprise. "Oh." He was stunned, thinking he almost got hit by his kick. Is this guy's speed increasing? Then Ken Nguyen narrowed his eyes and muttered, "No, that's not right." He immediately identified the target, looking straight at the bespectacled youth hiding below, silently confirming that it was him. The bespectacled youth gritted his teeth, holding his glasses tightly, and nervously relayed the message to Vuong Tu Kai. Above to the left at 35 degrees, behind to the right, a spinning kick can hit. However, this only makes Ken Nguyen more excited, praising enthusiastically. "Not bad. Not bad. You actually managed to predict my move. You've got some effort." Then he immediately leapt high, roughly hooking his toes into the collar of the person with incredible speed. Vuong Tu Kai, with contempt, declared that it was just some petty tricks from weaklings. "Finish it," he exclaimed in shock. "What?" Ken Nguyen kicked forward, sending Vuong Tu Kai crashing onto the ground with a powerful strike. The force was so great that he was slammed down. The ground shattered beneath him, his eyes wide as if unconscious. Then a foot stomped onto his face, and Ken Nguyen stepped on him, sneering, "It's a pity it's just an illusion created by memory. Even if I kill you, it wouldn't be interesting." But then he suddenly smiled, changed his tone, and said, However, Ken Nguyen quickly reached out and grabbed Ko Tu Lang from behind, a shard of blue shattering as it hit his head. And Ken Nguyen happily emphasized, "It seems you're the real deal." Tu Lang's right eye suddenly returned to normal, and she clenched her teeth in shock, thinking Tu Nguyen had been torn apart. Ken Nguyen tightly grips Tu Lang's sword, excitedly asks, "Does he have Jang Tu's aura on him? Is this his modified toy?" Then he increases his grip, squeezing Ko Tu Lang, causing her to bleed in pain. Aaliyah has fainted. The black-haired girl is seriously injured and cannot move. Wang Tu Kai's life or death is unknown. The bespectacled young man, bleeding heavily, muttered in a daze, "Is this the outcome of directly confronting Jiang Si? I see no chance of victory at all." At this moment, a scream rang out, breaking the atmosphere of despair. "Let Tree Tu Lang go! You bastard!" Ken Nguyen Quang Tu Lang looked down and excitedly shouted, "I remember you! If I give you enough time to prepare, maybe you are the most destructive one among them, right? Back then, they all risked their lives to give you a chance to attack. Now I give you this chance. Do you want to try? Maybe you can kill me." Camden slammed her staff into the ground, channeling her magic into it, trusting blindly and shouting loudly, "This is what you said. Don't mess around." Camlin frantically shouted, "I can also launch a destructive attack on his vital base." Immediately, her staff radiated immense power, shaking the heavens and the earth. The Origin not only wasn't afraid, but also let out a surprise cry as Cam Nin's staff created a huge blue magic sphere in the sky, making the Origin excited and exclaim, very good. You haven't disappointed me, kid." Cam Nin raised both hands, channeling all her strength into the magic sphere, shouting, "This attack will definitely succeed." Immediately after, Cam Lin clenched her staff, swung it, and directed the giant magic sphere to charge forward. Cam Nin shouted fiercely to save everyone. Seeing the magic orb rushing toward him, Jen Yuan calmly put his hands in his pockets, not moving a step, even praising with a tone of admiration. But as the orb sped toward him and was just a few centimeters away, Jen Yuan stretched out his hand, opened his mouth in a wild smile, and mockingly sneered, "Is that all you've got? Can you use a little more strength?" In the old house, only bitterly sarcastic voices echoed, "Where? Damn monster, if you can't control your power, go and die. Why waste food here? That's right, not only wasting food but also destroying everything everywhere. That's right, you already blew up the wall in my room last time. How could your monster still want to kill me? I've really been holding back from you for a long time. Do you know that?" A bunch of boys pushing a little girl into the corner, constantly insulting her. "It's all because your stupid mother was bitten by a zombie and stubbornly gave birth to you, resulting in a monster with uncontrollable mental powers. That's right, it's all because of your stupid mother. Yes, it's all because of your stupid mother. Are you kids just pointing fingers and criticizing mercilessly, spending all day destroying this or that? How do you still have the face to be here? That's right, you're truly shameless." The gloomy brown-haired kid warns in a harsh tone, "If you cause trouble again, then wait for the association to deal with you, like your mother." The brat suddenly shouted, "Do you understand?" causing the little girl to tear up. The little girl with green hair, covered in dirt and torn clothes, clutching her small teddy bear tightly, trembling as she begs, I'm sorry I was wrong. I won't do that again in the future. Please, this time I beg you to forgive me. Is there any way you could stop scolding my mother? Just hearing that, the blonde-haired kid immediately shouted in surprise. Wow, am I hearing things? Do you still have demands for us? Do you know what kind of person you are? The girl immediately curled up, panicked, and explained, No, it's not a demand, it's a plea from me. My mother only couldn't bear to do it. She didn't know I would have this kind of power. But the black-haired kid suddenly shouted loudly enough to stop everything, causing the girl to freeze in fear with a pale face. He narrowed his eyes and gave a cold order, yet still dared to argue back. It seems he hasn't been disciplined enough. You two teach him a lesson properly for me. The fat one and the blonde kid immediately reply loudly. Yes, we really need to teach this girl a lesson. It grabs the trash can beside it. The blonde-haired boy directly dumps all the garbage onto the girl, shouting crazily, Remember this? You're the one abusing her. Don't pretend to be innocent here. They kick me and curse at me coldly. Die, monster. Go on, die, monster. I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death. The little girl could only curl up and beg softly. No. She clutches her teddy bear tightly, her scarred arms trembling as she desperately pleads, Please don't, not like this. The girl desperately tries to intervene, but it's very dangerous because at this moment, a blue magic sphere is gradually forming in her palm. The magic force moves on its own, shooting straight at the oldest brown-haired boy, causing him to jerk back in surprise. The beam of magic cracks an entire corner of the wall. The three of them stared fixedly at the cracked corner of the wall. The blonde boy's face was pale, and then he gritted his teeth and growled. The blonde-haired kid rushes at the girl, raises his fist, and angrily shouts, Ha! You still dare to fight back! I will beat you to death, beat her to death! The little girl shouted in fear. Sorry. The continuous punches and kicks are hitting the small, fragile body of the girl. The relentless curses kept echoing. Considering the weak voice of the girl, sorry, it should have been executed. Sorry, let the guild execute it. Cam Lin recalled her painful and miserable childhood, then thought about the uncontrollable immense power within her body. Since I was a child, I have been a monster that only knows how to destroy. I have thought about it countless times. It would be so good if I didn't have this power. Her face started to crack and break, but Cam Nin didn't stop, shouting out loud and continuing to attack with all her might. Even though her arms were about to shatter, she still clenched the staff tightly. Cam Nin thought, if only a monster like me hadn't been born, but only now, for the first time, I hope my strength is a little greater. Cam Nin clenched her staff, hoarse voice shouting, Aha! Unleash all your spiritual power. Even if your body shatters and tears keep flowing, use all your strength to shout. Firmly command. The psychic energy inside me. Use my life as fuel to strike the strongest blow. The bespectacled youth shouted in shock. Camlin, listen, Camlin insisted. Everything's fine. There's only one thing that matters now. The magic sphere grows larger and speeds toward the grotesque smiling face of the Origin, and Camnin loudly emphasizes that this is the way to defeat him and end the world's crisis once and for all. Seeing the disgusting face of the Origin, she angrily swung her fist and shouted loudly, I will make you unable to smile anymore. The huge magic sphere with terrifying power shot forward. A faint voice sounded. Cam Lin. Aya is lying on the ground dazed, asking if Cam Lin has defeated him. The black-haired girl stared intently and asked hopefully, Can we win? Cam Lin gritted her teeth, struggling to hold her body together as it shattered step by step, her scepter still held firmly aloft. Yet when facing this magic orb, the Origin still didn't bother to move, raising one finger slowly and saying, Oh, it feels much stronger. Kind of interesting. He grinned, raising another finger and arrogantly declared, I should be a bit more serious too. The magic sphere swiftly closed in on Jen Yuan, but Cam Nin's sphere suddenly turned to stone, still wearing that wicked and arrogant smile. With just 2 fingers, Ken Nguyen blocked the magic sphere created with Cam Lin's very life. Cam Lin's eyes widened in horror as she screamed. What? The Origin sneered mockingly, indifferently asking. Isn't that strange? He sneered coldly. You use your flesh and bones as fuel for your spiritual power, risking your life just to deliver such an attack. In Cam Lin's overwhelming magic flow, Can Nguyen calmly smirks and mocks outright. But you wouldn't think that the gap in our strength could be made up by your tiny life, would you? Your body is about to shatter into pieces. Cam Nin grit her teeth and clenched her jaw, continuing to unleash her psychic power with one thought in mind. She cannot lose. If she loses, Sister Aaliyah and everyone else will die. Do you remember this past? Do you want me to help you teach those bastards? That is Tukai. Trust my prediction. Maybe you are the hero who can defeat that Origin. That is the elder of the fairy clan. Sister Alia welcomes you to join. From now on, we are one family. Cam Nin trembles as she speaks. I see the 2 little girls crying desperately, their expressions full of despair and suffering. And I really want to protect everyone just once. The magic orb on your staff is weakening. Genuine frowned and said dissatisfiedly, Is that all you've got? Such fleeting joy. At this moment, he suddenly furrowed his brow. A large hand unexpectedly placed on Cam Lin's shoulder. A tall man with blue skin appeared, his arm reaching out, channeling his strength to make the magic orb glow again, becoming even more powerful. He whispered encouragingly, Don't give up. The magic orb suddenly erupted in a terrifying burst, striking back at the source. He was startled and exclaimed, "What?" As he turned his head, another tremendous surge of magic struck him, and this time the magic orb was even larger than Cam Lin's. Thick dust and smoke billowed up as Cam Lin's magic staff lost all its power and fell to the ground. The green-skinned man held on to her, standing firm like a towering mountain. Cam Nin looked up in shock, trembling as she asked, "The attack was exactly like hers. Who is he?" She looked at the scars on the man's face. Childhood memories suddenly flooded back. When little Cam Nin diligently sewed her teddy bear until her hands were scratched, she held it up high and cheerfully shouted, "Ha ha ha, it's done! I didn't expect my skills to be this good." Looking at the teddy bear's face, Cam Nin happily said aloud, "From now on, I'll call you Acam. You're my first friend here, and together we'll learn to control our powers. Then become great heroes who can protect everyone, so they will all like us." Is that okay? Keep going, Cam Lin. Keep going, Cam Lin. The image of the stuffed animal blending with the gentle face of the blue-skinned man who smiles softly and speaks is of the girl who burned herself completely to successfully protect everyone. At the same time, Hio and Captain Iron Armor also arrived just in time. Hio exclaimed in surprise, "So Acam is so adorable. Why did she turn out like this?" A cow approached and explained, saying that during the decisive battle that year, she completely burned her body, relying on the help of the Great King to barely condense her spirit into a body. Now, this form is what she created based on her doll-like appearance. Maybe this suits her more. A cow looked at Acam, gently holding Cam Lin with her eyes closed, and said emotionally, "A great confidence that can protect others, and also one's own people." Cam Nin's wounded arm drops down. Ken Nguyen grins, shouting excitedly, "Finally, the real person has arrived." Dear viewers, the mysterious disappearance of Hat City has been ongoing for a week, and the crack in the sky remains wide open. Where did this come from, and what is its purpose? The special police are still actively investigating. A helicopter flies close to the black crack in the sky. Inside the helicopter, staff are frantic. Have they found the cause yet? Still investigating, a huge hole suddenly appears in the ground. The announcer's voice from the TV rings out. "Follow our station, we will keep updating the latest news." The viewers are stunned and exclaim, "Wow, is it really that serious?" At the same time, a young man with purple hair was at the scene, looking at the strange crack in the sky. He subtly moved his hand, and black streams of air immediately appeared around his wrist. The purple-haired youth points forward and commands to go. The black air streams transform into a hand and rush toward the crack. They approached the blue area on the crack, but immediately afterward, the black hands were pushed away by a strange burst of power. That wave of power immediately attacked the black hand, dispersing it into streams of energy. It even struck the young man's right arm. He narrowed his deep red eyes and pondered silently, still unable to get close. Then the young man replaced his lost arm and took out his phone to call. "Hello, Special Department. That gap indeed comes from the power of the king." I hesitated to report, but he gives me a strange feeling. The radio broadcast issues a warning. The red zone continues to expand. Please prepare to evacuate. The blonde-haired youth looks up, puzzled, and asks, "What is the king doing? If it keeps spreading like this, the surrounding cities will also be drawn in." At that moment, the strange creature trapped in the cage suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, isn't it obvious?" The gray, ghostly figure grins widely, confidently asserting that the king definitely wants to destroy humanity. He slammed the cage so hard that it shook violently, shouting loudly, "Let me out! I need to go be the vanguard! Hurry up, Alang! Hurry up, hurry up!" But it only made Alang tiredly sigh in his mind, wishing he could die. The ghost in the cage kept shouting, "Open the cage, Alang! I want to kill, kill, kill!" "Ha ha!" Alang angrily kicked a few times and shouted, "Me! Don't come over!" At the same time, someone sat quietly beside her, covering their mouth, panicking and thinking, "The end of the world, this is the end of the world." The girl with jade green eyes hugged her face, trembling and thinking, "The divine gift of Lord Toa has become reality. We haven't been able to destroy Jiangtu. The end of the world will be born inside his body, and the entire universe will turn to dust." Back then, a few thousand years ago, Captain Iron Armor jumped down and instructed us to prepare everything. "Hugh, right now, we're all we've got here." Hugh also jumped down and replied, "Here." A cow gently reminded, "He's here." A cow responds, Kan Yuan grins widely, sitting calmly opposite the group. He steps forward with a strange smile and politely asks, "Are you from the real world? Finally, you've waited for some people to arrive?" A cow solemnly said, "Indeed, the origin of the small one that Namdi was defeated by the great king. If this memory world is destroyed, he will appear in the real world." A cam gently set Cam Nin down, touching the crack on her face, firmly assuring that he won't let him out. Then A Cam turned to the bespectacled young man and politely asked, "Can you take care of this child for me?" The bespectacled young man frowned and said, "Cam Doan, even if you didn't ask, I will take good care of Cam Lin, and the other injured members can be entrusted to me as well." "Then thank you, Mr. Tianchi." The bespectacled youth ran towards Cam Lin, wondering to himself as he walked, "Does he know who I am? Is he from the association?" "Forget it, let's save the people first. Once everything is arranged," A Cam shouted loudly. "Let's charge together. Minister Akao, Hugh. The two of them responded simultaneously. Heh, I've been waiting a long time for this. Kan Nguyen reached out forward, arrogantly saying, I hope you can satisfy me more than the illusions in my memories. Immediately after, a cow from who knows when had already closed in on Kan Nguyen, his huge fist ready to hit his face, and responded loudly. What are you rambling about? Facing a cow's fist, Kan Nguyen grinned and said, Hey, this is more like it. Their fists collided with a tremendous force, a cow coughing and struggling to hold on, while Kan Nguyen burst into a wild, excited laugh. Their fight shakes the space and causes rocks to explode. A cow throws a punch, but Kan Nguyen dodges by, leaning aside. He immediately punched a cow right in the middle of the head. Then he widened his eyes in surprise, stunned into speech. Something feels off. Isn't your head supposed to be your weakness? A cow immediately punches back, mocking disdainfully. Who would put their weakness in such a conspicuous place? Kan Nguyen jumped into the air, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha! Indeed, it's interesting. No wonder it's something Jiangxi specially trained. If it's not the head, then I'll smash your whole body to see. But as soon as he finished speaking, a large gun was pointed straight at his head. Hyo Hugh leapt high, firing the Dalian gun nonstop, shouting, I will blow you away first before that. Kan Nguyen leans back to avoid it. Tram Cho is stunned. Wow, the blue flame barrier. I like this. Kan Nguyen suddenly grabbed Hyo Hugh's gun. She froze, and then a strong gust of wind rose up. Kan Nguyen tightly grips her gun and then spins both Hyo Hyo and the gun around several times, his wicked laughter echoing. Ha ha ha, can you do me a favor? Give me this. Ha ha ha. Kan Nguyen grabs the gun and knocks Hyo Hyo away. The armored captain appeared just in time, grabbing Hyo Hyo. Kan Nguyen turned around excitedly and shouted, What is that? Captain Tank held Hyo Hyo with one hand and pointed his gun at Kan Nguyen. This is a good thing. I can give this to you. The blinding yellow magic shot straight at him, and the terrifying magic barrage shook the heavens and earth, forcing Kan Nguyen to leap away to dodge. The yellow magic force shot straight at his figure, but Kan Nguyen directly tore apart that powerful magic stream with his hand, shouting joyfully, Excellent, excellent, power on par with that attack from the girl earlier, but unfortunately useless against me. Just then, a cam appeared in front of him, clasping both hands high above his head, with magic surging wildly. He leapt high with all his strength, shouting loudly, still not finished with his head, and with a punch he shattered the ground, rocks flying everywhere. But when Acam struck the ground with his hand, he suddenly froze, glaring in surprise as Kan Nguyen was unaffected by Acam's attack, suddenly appearing, grabbing Acam's stomach with a fist, then laughing wildly, Well done, haha. He was extremely excited, opening his mouth to shout, Fight me! He's starting to get fired up. After saying that, he threw another punch at Acam, causing him to fly out. Hyo Hyo's eyes widened in horror as she screamed. Oh my god, did his attack earlier not hurt him at all? It can only be said that Zhang Tu truly lives up to his reputation. A cow, furious, charges forward and snarls, Bastard! Kan Nguyen teasing replies, Haha, don't be in such a rush. He raised his leg and stomped down hard on a cow below. Kei Tiang emphasized that he would do the same, but a cow used all his strength to hold on to Kan Nguyen's leg. Kan Nguyen's kick shattered a cow's body, creating a huge hole. A cow struggled to speak, I got you now. Haha, caught me? And then what? Based on your current body, what do you want to do next? Suddenly, shards of lithium wrapped in green magic surge upward, making Kan Nguyen freeze. The sharp red eyes open, revealing a red gaze amidst the green magic in the pile of broken bones. The psychic power, a cow's arm, clenched the core's leg tightly, while the remaining shattered parts of him were enveloped by the green magic, rapidly regrowing as if sprouting anew. Seeing a cow's body reforming, the Origin gritted his teeth and thought, Damn it, I've been tricked. A large hand suddenly clenched, holding the Origin inside, and a voice rang out. I told you before. A long-haired, blue-haired teenager with a back full of nails glanced coldly and said, I got you. Well done, Akal. Now unleash all your powers. Akam's skin instantly turned a bright color as he roared in fury. This bastard's whole body transformed, and he charged forward shouting, Try this move. Akam turned into a blazing green aura, rushing like a missile, directly piercing through a cow's two stone hands. The rocks shattered. A cow's stone hand was pierced through. Kan Nguyen fell to the ground, half of his body scorched as if peeled apart, and he dazedly asked himself, Am I hurt? Kan Nguyen gritted his teeth, furious, thinking that Zhang Tu's body was not as effective as he imagined. Akam exclaimed happily, It's a success. Just a few more attacks like this and we can destroy it completely. Come help me out a bit. A cow peeked out from his shattered armor and replied, No problem. I can hold him off. At this moment, the Origin suddenly burst into laughter and said, Control me? He gritted his teeth and roared, I am the origin of all zombies. You are just trash given power by Zhang Tu. He roared in fury, his eyes bloodshot, as dark red and black demonic energy surged wildly, the primal force furious and challenging. Do you think you can fight against me? Your arrogance has successfully angered me. A cam and a cow still stepped forward, facing the enormous magic power of the Origin, standing firm like mighty trees against the sky, even as the Origin roared wildly and knelt down. And feeling the approaching apocalypse, he transforms into a giant shadow demon, with a wicked smile destroying everything on the ground. Hyo Hugh shouts in horror, What level of strength is this guy at? A cam calmly said, It seems we still need to put in a little more effort. A cow arrogantly replied, "No problem." The red magic power sweeps across, causing the heavens and earth to shake, and nearby two fools sit cross-legged on the battlefield. The one-eyed girl speaks, and Cow Tin beside her responds blankly. "Hey," the one-eyed girl asked nervously, "the boss is fighting up there, and we're just hiding here. Is that okay?" Cow Tin sighed and said, "You just don't understand this." The one-eyed girl clenched her teeth and shouted angrily, "Do you understand for sure? Then tell me what to do. Let me share with you a life lesson." He continued, "If you can't understand it, it's better to avoid it, and life will be much easier that way. Besides, the image of the head poking out earlier is now complemented by the scene in the sky." The foolish King Jung-si exclaimed, "Is this a human being? Can you be my friend?" And the foolish Origin asked, "Is this a human? Please go and die." After imagining that, the Spirit Bridge concluded that these two auras must definitely be the origin of the Great Master, but their attitudes towards humans are completely different. He exhales a cloud of smoke and advises wisely, "Do not let the minor followers get involved before we fully understand the true meaning of the Great Master, or they will die without knowing how they died." The one-eyed young woman stretched out her hand, which had been eaten away by dark energy, and screamed in panic. "But I felt my strength constantly being drained by the Great Master. What am I supposed to do in this unavoidable situation?" "Look at my hand." Cow Tin pouted and pretended to look cool. "It's a small matter since everyone is the same. His head is also being eaten by black gas." Cow Tin shouted, "You're starting too." Cow Tin calmly puffs his cigarette and says, "Well, the Great One is about to destroy the world, so no matter what we do, it's useless. Might as well lie down and wait to die, especially since many others are with us, so why be sad?" The one-eyed young woman has turned into a black aura like him and is crying out in frustration. "Is this also your experience?" Before they were fully swallowed by the black aura, her desperate screams echoed. "Don't do that." At the same time, nearby, Wang Zikai had woken up and was running with Alia. He put Alia and the girl with black hair down and urgently asked the young man with glasses, "I found A and the others. Please, handle the treatment. The battle is not over yet." And the young man exclaims as he uses his magic to heal Kum Nin Bang Huang. "Huh? That's a prophetic ability with a high level of accuracy." The bespectacled youth shouted in despair, "I'm not a professional doctor. Just keeping them alive is already my limit. How can we keep fighting?" Wang Tu-kai forced an awkward smile and said, "Then think of another way first, please." But suddenly his eyes widened. Wang Tu-kai was stunned and exclaimed, "What, you see what's over there?" He stared intently at the distant mountain, astonished that it was moving, but the bespectacled youth paid no mind and simply replied, "Everything is shaking now, isn't it? Stop talking nonsense and go save the person already." Wang Tu-kai became frantic, twisted the young man's collar and shouted, "It's not like that. You can tell just by looking." The bespectacled young man glanced at him helplessly and said, "You should let me treat you first. Your brain is damaged and that's why you're having hallucinations." Unbelievable. But when he glanced ahead, the young man was just as stunned as Wang Zikai. The young man shouted in shock, "That's not right. That's not a mountain." Wang Tu-kai also shouted in frustration, "Look, I told you so." That is the frightened teenager shouting. The Imperial Court. And even a type of demon that could swallow the entire world. Understand's eyes widened in horror as the fierce Imperial Court approached, shouting in terror, "What is this joke?" Even at the most dangerous moments in our world, we have never faced such a scale of deployment. Even if all the people in the world turned into zombies, there wouldn't be that many. Captain in iron armor is calmer. He said, "Luckily, this is only Jiangshu's memory. If this scale of the demon tide appeared in reality, the entire world would be flattened in an instant." A furious voice rang out. There was no difference at all. A Calvan Ma force controls hundreds of rocks flying up and emphasizes loudly that we must stop this horde of monsters. He says seriously that if we can't stop them, human civilization here will be destroyed. The world of memories will completely collapse and turn into reality. If such a large number of spirits appeared in real life, the casualties would be unimaginable. Akam stepped forward nervously and said, "The problem is, if we can't solve the root now, the evil will grow stronger each day and eventually swallow everything." Hiu Hiu muttered, "This is the despair that Wen Ming Shun faced back then." The zombie horde kept coming, densely packed and suffocating to look at. Captain Armor and Hiu Hiu silently look in that direction. When despair fills the space, the captain suddenly bursts into laughter. "I understand what everyone means. Jiangxi, please take care of the rest of the afternoon's exam." The captain's arm gradually transformed into a gold alloy. He lowered his reinforced arm and declared loudly, "We will handle it." Seeing this, Hiu Hiu quickly shouted, "Are the ancient mechanical gloves controlling your body? You still kept something so dangerous?" The armored captain stepped into a ready stance and calmly replied, "It's fine, at least until now. When it's time to eliminate the zombies, the captain's entire body suddenly transformed, and a dazzling gold and bronze armor appeared. He spoke up, saying, "Let's agree on a plan." The captain looked at Hiu Hiu and asked, "So, Hiu Hiu, shall we charge together?" "What did you say?" She immediately activated her powers and confidently said, "We definitely have to go together." Hiu Hiu looked up at Akao and asked, "Akao, can you help me find a gun? It was just taken by that guy earlier, and I don't know where it is now." Akao uses his powers to lift a gun and replies loudly, "Of course, it's an easy matter. I've already prepared one for you. Hey, thank you very much. Then let's hand it over to everyone this afternoon. Now we can rest assured that we can handle that guy. Trust us. Tank Commander carefully advised, there's no need to worry about us. You two should be the ones to be careful. Akam then smiled. Akam and Akao both turn around at the same time, shouting together. Thank you, everyone. When they left, Jusho hesitated before calling out to that thing, and the armored team leader asked what was wrong. Her face was full of worry, and Chioshu furrowed her brows, anxiously asking whether the two of them could really defeat Jiangxi. I really can't imagine Jiang Tu being defeated by someone else. She remembers Kan Nguyen's face and adds, moreover, now it's also a Jiang Tu, with malicious intent towards us. Of course we can, because he's not Jiangxi, he's just the one who possesses Jiangxi's body. Tu Long angrily declared that he is not invincible, and the two others cheered loudly. Hey, how are things on your side? Are you holding up? The gap on our side is almost repaired. Everyone can retreat one by one and then hide together. Can you hear me? If you can, answer back. If you hear me clearly, reply now. After a moment, the person on the other end finally spoke, growing impatient, growing. Got it. Just now it was basically impossible to stop him. Many comrades have already sacrificed. He grimaced and suggested, what? Then hurry back, we will find another way. It seems there are new developments on the other side. No, don't. It's different now. He's very curious too. What is going on? That person quickly recounted what was happening before their eyes, as if a group of extraordinary people had just arrived here, with the leader in metallic armor and ancient magical gloves descending from the sky like a deity. As soon as they appeared, the entire battle situation was turned upside down. We originally couldn't stop it. With just one hand, he let out a cry, lifting the pillar into the air, the magic gauntlet emitting streams of golden electric fire energy that wrapped around and shattered it, but now it seems we have enough strength to fight. The chairman continues to wield the power of the ancient magic gauntlet. He swings his arm and shouts loudly, let's go! All the remaining pillars are lifted simultaneously, rocks and debris flying everywhere. Then he makes a hand sign with 2 fingers. Sparks of lightning crackle from his fingertips, wrapping around his body. As the massive energy lifts all the pillars into the air, and the crowd below erupts in cheers like a hive bursting. Can we still rebuild? So there are people with this kind of strength coming to help us? We have a chance to win now. The lightning fire crackles nonstop like a net covering the enemies, making them scream. Captain Roy stands firm in midair, his whole body shining like a divine light descending. I won't let you go any further. I am the one protecting this world. Seeing everything under control, he silently places his hope in his mind. Things here are almost stable now. Too long. Everyone over there, hang in there. Finally, he gathers strength all over his body, turning completely blue. The floating sword pillars around also change color along with the leader, with death aura swirling like spider silk. On Tu Lang's side, she is using all her strength to swing her sword toward the source. Wow! The sword path, like a tornado rushing towards him, seemingly able to cut through him. Seeing the blade so close, he sneered contemptuously. Immediately, he threw a punch and shouted loudly, "Still think this move works? Go to hell!" The thunderous punch slammed into Zilong's body, knocking her to the ground with such force that the surrounding rocks cracked like aftershocks. When the dust settled, Zilong was motionless, lying in the newly formed crater. The source of the anger grits his teeth and hisses through clenched teeth. Truly a bunch of flies. Just die already. Kill one. His rage is uncontrollable as he watches Akao rushing toward him, still surrounded by a swarm. He leapt and threw the surrounding rocks like grenades at Akao, constantly complaining, "Damn it!" Akao just rushed forward and had to stop to block the pile of stones carrying energy. He exerted force with both hands, secretly sighing that no wonder the body of the great king was indeed hard to control. Akao's hands formed a pincer grip, trying to crush Kan Nguyen in one move, but this time he must have underestimated his opponent, and the sudden accident made him curse silently. Damn it! Kan Nguyen grabbed Akao's arms and tore them apart, leaving his body bloodied and exposed. Suddenly, Kan Nguyen's eyes turned vacant as he looked in a direction, sensing an approaching killing intent. A powerful cannonball flies toward him, and he immediately leans back to dodge, while understand, with the bloody gun in his hand, frantically sprays precious pearls. You bastard, are you fighting us with that rotten face of yours? Even reincarnation and body regeneration can't do anything? The more she talks, the more excited she gets, laughing mischievously and provoking him. Could it really be true what Zilong said? Basically, you can't control Jiangxi's body? Then what's the point of holding on to Jiangxi's body? You're such a useless piece of trash. These words completely hit his sore spot. Kan Nguyen's face twitched and trembled with the wind. He immediately lunged forward and threw a thunderous punch at her. Akao saw Hiu collapse like a broken doll and rushed over in panic. Hiu, why did you come here? Kan Nguyen still holds tightly to Hiu in his hand, sneering darkly, "You bunch of flies." He used all his strength to throw her into the sky and shouted loudly, "Do you like dying that much?" His rage was blazing like a volcano, his eyes burning red as if possessed by a demon. "If you want to die, I will grant your wish." Akam rushes in from afar to catch Hiu and stares intently at the source, questioning, "Kill us all? That's not so easy." With that, Akam unleashed all his strength, moving at a speed that tore through the air around him, leaving only faint green shadows visible to the naked eye. This move might actually work. Akam quickly strikes the core, causing him to stagger. Thuatang rushes forward, gathering energy into a blue sphere between his hands and throwing it at the guy, giving him a mocking look and shouting, "Fine, then you'll be the first to die." He swung his hand and delivered a punch to Akam's chest. "Die now." The image of a disappearing move is real. Seeing their comrade Akal rush forward to rescue, everyone quickly joins in. "Akam, I'm here." Akam is overjoyed, as if seeing his mother return. He begged desperately, "Akal, can you hold him back for a moment? I will use a big move to give him a surprise." Nguyen felt dissatisfied with this rough fight and clenched his jaw in frustration. Don't talk nonsense alone anymore. If you two trash are fighting in a group, it should be lively. Tu Long suddenly shouted and swung her sword at him again. This time she managed to cut his neck, but Zhang Xi's body was like steel or titanium, and even a sharp blade couldn't leave a scratch. Veins bulged on Zilling's arm as she gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it, my strength isn't enough yet. Cut it off for me." Can Nguyen, angered, warns in a deep voice, "We missed our chance." The deep inside erupts with internal power and ends it. Waves of dark energy surge through the space like a giant whirlpool ready to swallow everything, while the surrounding rocks shake and shatter, flying everywhere. Akam grimaces as he sorts through the wreckage. The power of the Great King is too terrifying. We won't last long. You're just as useless and pathetic. Yeah, it's really tough. Tu Long from behind also agreed, saying it couldn't be solved in one go, but they had succeeded, both of them startled and shouting together. They were looking at what she was holding in her hand in horror, his arm. Tu Long held up Kuang Thi's arm in front of him and said confidently, "Yes, I originally wanted to cut off his head, but it was too difficult, so getting one arm isn't bad at all." JJ also came back to life, standing beside Tu Lang and showing her mischievous side. "How about it? I can tease you, you know. This guy will be terrified, just wait and see. I really want to see his expression right now. He's definitely very unhappy now. Ha ha ha." Kan Yuan, missing one arm and battered all over, quickly appears in silence. He internally mocks himself. "What, you got hurt by your own toy?" It seems Zhang Tu's body isn't as strong as I thought. Understanding Hui Hui. Excited, raises the cannon high, and we charge forward one after another. Look at her, just one shot and she could blow him up. But before she could do anything, she suddenly coughed up blood from her mouth. Tu Lang grabbed her arm and advised, "Don't try. Even if you have Zhang Tu's jealousy inside you, there is a limit." He uses the same level of strength as Zhang Xi, and if he makes just one mistake, he'll be killed by him. Akao remains quite optimistic, but now that he's lost an arm, his fighting ability will definitely be weakened. Akam, squeezing his hand with a cracking sound, agrees with him. "That's right, a few more attacks like this, and he'll be crippled." Ken and Gwen burst out laughing at their innocence. "Do you think I would actually care about this battered body? It's just using Zhang Xi's strength to play around. Now it seems that Zhang Xi is only like this, still letting me do it myself." He grabs her hair with one hand and quickly releases a stream of black smoke with a deformed face from the wound on his other hand. "If that's the case, then face my true body." Kan Nguyen and his ugly main body burst out of Zhang Xi's body, causing him to bend over. The man spoke arrogantly. "I am the origin of all the zombies. I am formless and intangible, immortal and undying." Akam watched this scene with a grim face, careful because his true form is also a terrifying existence, not inferior to the Great King. Zhang Tu has regained his sanity, though he still complains. Hey, if you want to come, come. If you want to leave, leave. No manners at all." Ken Nguyen turned in panic, recognizing Zhang Tu's voice. The wound quickly grew 2 arms that grabbed Kan Nguyen and pulled him back, showing clear displeasure. "Is it just a broken arm? I'll give you both arms then." Kan Nguyen is like a child when facing Zhang Tu, his hand touching and squeezing it enthusiastically. "We hardly get to go out and play, so let's make the most of it. Just honestly wait inside Tao Day's body." Soon after, Zhang Xi's body recovers as if nothing had happened. As for Ken Nguyen, he is reciting Buddha's name and cannot escape from this body. Going back to the past, when the mechanized civilization was destroyed and Zhang Xi had just awakened his 6th form, the surrounding scene was still in ruins, shrouded in smoke and dust. Akam was hit right in the chest and curled up in pain. He shot through the buildings like a cannonball. In the end, he and Aka, brothers in both glory and shame, were stuck together, with a banner on the wall warmly congratulating Akam and Akao on their revival. Akam and Akao quickly snapped back to their senses, cracking their teeth as they tore themselves away from the congratulatory wall. He staggered and sighed, happy to be alive again, but Akao quickly added, "Honestly, isn't this way of celebrating a bit too extreme?" Zhang Xi, with his usual blank expression, hurried over, scratching his head awkwardly, and asked, "Why do you two seem weaker than I remember? Could there be a problem with the resurrection process?" Akam wipes his mouth and guesses. "Is it possible that over the thousands of years we've been dead, you, Zhang Tu, have become too powerful?" He glanced at Amao Aleng, who was casually replying, while Ah Kungu Ma Fan's body was hanging in pieces high above, commenting, "Maybe this guy is the highest level zombie king. Or maybe you just cut people up and hang them on the wall at will." Aku, even if he loses face himself, won't let Zhang Tu lose face. He opened his mouth wide and roared loudly. "Does that new guy understand the rules? Are you also supposed to call Zhang Xi?" You must call the great king. He stared intently at the newly revived couple with disdain. Do you two want to die? Come on. Let me give you a set of rules. A cow ignored him and turned to Jiangxi, asking, Do you think you can handle even the origin right now? The boy was stunned. Huh? The root cause? He hesitated, thinking about its ugly twisting form teasing and searching for me and explaining that it was impossible. The most troublesome thing about it was that it had no physical form, just a basic concept that couldn't be killed. The feeling of hitting during a fight is like peeling a slimy snail through boiling water, extremely disgusting. But Jiangxi also gives a mysterious thumbs up in front of both of them. But then he crossed his arms and chuckled confidently. I have indeed come up with a way to completely eliminate the root cause. He held out a notebook in front of Anicap, causing them to freeze in shock. The notebook was titled Zhang Tu's Plan to Eliminate the Root Cause, with 2 simple sketches inside of the root cause resembling a pumpkin, and him with his mouth open like Pac-Man. The first step is to seize the opportunity and use my body to trap the root cause. You turn to the second page, drawing 2 creatures punching and kicking a purple-haired guy. Step 2, let the little disciples handle the tangible root cause. Anicap sweats and asks, Are we the ones in this picture? Did we defeat the primal source? The images didn't stop there. The next page shows strange creatures raising their hands to the sky as if performing a ritual. Step 3, throw a celebration party to celebrate the victory. He clutches the notebook again to reaffirm that this is indeed my entire plan. So what? Jiangxi forms a V shape with his hand under his chin, his face glowing with confidence. Are you convinced by my superior intellect? Both of them stare blankly at their boss. Jiangtu, your majesty, do you feel there is a slight problem with your plan? Hearing the rebuttal like thunder in a clear sky, Jiangtu gaped in surprise and shouted, What? If the plan is so perfect, what could possibly be wrong with it? Don't try to find fault on purpose. The first step is already flawed, so after you hand over your body to the origin, are we going to fight with our lives? If you can't win, no matter what you think, you just can't win anymore. This arrogance made Jiangxi step back in hesitation. He shyly forced a fake smile. Ha, is that so? It's okay. I don't even remember where I locked the origin or where I went, so I casually threw away the notebook and planned freely, which gave me plenty of time to train you all. Returning to the current battle, Anicap hesitated and asked, Wait, isn't the opportunity the Great King just mentioned not now? Jiangxi still kept her arms crossed, bowed her head in unusual silence. Then her familiar snout lifted and she confidently said, That's right, isn't it very clear? Everything matches our plan back then. Anicap is furious at the boss's indifference and shouts loudly, You should have warned me first. It's been over 1,000 years. Who could remember that? The boy was panicked. What is this? You two are really careless. As soon as he finished speaking, his uncontrollable arm pressed his hand against his stomach, sealing his mouth. A red light gradually appeared in Jiangxi's eyes, signaling that the origin had returned. It smiles dangerously, secretly cursing. So you deliberately let me control your body. Is this the plan you've carefully devised for thousands of years? Jiangtu's sharp mouth speaks indifferently, but it hasn't been that long, really. After sealing you, many things happened in the divine civilization again. Jiangtu recalls the scene on the divine platform. I was also very busy then. A different Jiangtu with long white hair flowing in the wind. It was only after a very long time that I was resurrected as Anicap and Aiko, and they finally remembered to conveniently deal with everyone. A cam and a cow came back to life through your power, vividly recreated as if it were just yesterday. Ken Nguyen was speechless when he realized he was just something casually mentioned by you. Jiangtu kept puffing up his chest, but I forgot where I threw you, too lazy to look for it, so I just left this matter aside. Jianyuan gritted his teeth and confirmed sharply, What did you say? Jiangtu, panic-stricken and confused by the two souls, tearing each other apart inside him, his face contorted in pain, shouted, This time training Su Lang revealed that it was just a drop in the mind, an unexpected gain. I am so lucky that my origin is so angry it makes me grind my teeth. It let out a cry and then crazily moved within your body. Are you provoking me? Jiangtu, it seems I need to remind you of the terror of this world. Jiangtu, unaware of the danger he's in, keeps provoking with teasing words, already angry even before the real fight begins. The primordial spirit has now separated from Jiangxi's body, and the two quickly throw punches at each other. Jiangxi feels the blow on his face, glances indifferently, and asks back, That's all. It was furious at the contempt, its red eyes roaring loudly, Enough! Both punched and kicked fiercely. Rocks shattered in midair as they crashed down, and the crowd below scattered in panic like a swarm of bees. The green-haired girl ran while crying out loud, Ouch! Why do all these things keep happening to me? The power of the primordial spirit is immense. It grabs Jiangxi and crashes straight into the cliff like a blue cannonball. The cliff quickly cracks open, and amidst the thick dust and smoke, the figures of the two fighting fiercely can be seen. You live, I die. Looking closely, it seems Jiangtu is actually falling into a disadvantage. The arm of the primordial spirit pierced through your chest, lifting your body into the air. Even though it struck Jiangxi, it still gritted its teeth in frustration. Damn it, it's another fight like this. Yuan Shen watched Jiangtu grabbing him tightly, his mind racing, knowing that no matter how many times he crushes him, He can't deal enough damage to kill him. Jiangtu's hair stands on end, his whole body emitting a strange blue glow. He gathers his strength into one arm, ready to deliver a thunderous counterattack, each appearance stronger than the last. The primordial spirit was struck right between the eyes and exploded in its eyes. It howled in pain. Thousands of years have passed. Jiangtu, is your fighting style still as disgusting as ever? Haven't you changed at all? Regardless of how it rides, he still threw it forcefully to the ground, causing a deafening explosion. Jiangtu gasped heavily, standing still to repair the hole in his chest. More resurrection again? You think I'm afraid of you? Even if you do this 100 million more times, I will still kill you. Jiangtu pouted and retorted, Don't say that. I've actually made some progress. Immediately, he demonstrated his hair color change right in front of the primordial spirit, teasing it. Like this. You've never seen it before, right? Jiangtu looked at it with a blank face, opening his mouth to laugh out loud. Ha ha! You swiftly leaped down from the sky in front of it, and the primordial spirit shouted in panic. What else could it be? Just more beating to come. This time, it took the lightning-fast kick from Jiangtu. The power of Jiangtu with white hair is unstoppable. The primordial spirit soared into the sky like a missile, crashing into the protective membrane and creating ripples like water waves, with the membrane showing signs of cracking. The primordial spirit let out a painful cry, grinding its teeth in extreme fury. It stared intently at the tear beneath its body, quickly deducing that Jiangtu's memory boundary was this damned prison. It prevents me from stepping into the real world. Outside that barrier, a helicopter is flying directly above where the primordial spirit is lying, broadcasting live. Brothers, friends, and viewers, the cracks are still spreading. Jiangsu Chu nudges it and reminds, Hey, you're still fighting. Can you be a bit more serious? The spirit of madness roars loudly, Fight! Don't make me laugh. Its rage is like a broken dam, constantly cursing at you. Do you think I can't feel it anymore? I clearly took over your body, but in reality, your body is swallowing my power. Soon, even my consciousness will be digested away. Jiangxi Qi silently listens to its youthful confessions with an expressionless face. Haha, I actually wanted to take over this monster's body. You're really crazy. Jiangxi flew in front of it to comfort. Don't be like that. You're very strong, so it will take a lot of time to digest. Yuan gulped nervously, while Jiangxi cheered him on to keep fighting. That way I could use the fifth form to attack the opponent comprehensively, but it's quite difficult. With the mindset of going all in or nothing, the primordial spirit sneered in a terrifying voice. Jiangxi, don't think you've won. Even if I can't defeat you, I won't let you go easily. Just watch this. It erupts with power and screams, I will make the whole world bury itself with me. The primordial spirit takes control of the mine and approaches the crack. Then it injures a spot on its brain, drawing a drop of blood through the crack into reality. A soldier stares wide-eyed as the blood drops onto the ground. You open your mouth in confusion. What's going on? Everyone looked at the blood as if it had consciousness, dancing on the street, making noise. Is that blood? Is someone injured nearby? No, this blood seems to be moving. That's not right at all. Quickly reported upstairs. The drop of blood suddenly emitted a blazing red energy, quickly spreading outward, causing soldiers to scream in fear. Ouch! At a speed visible to the naked eye, it continued to expand, covering the entire city, then rose up, turning back to swallow the protective barrier. It spun like a fiery pit, crazily absorbing everything. The protective barrier quickly shattered around it, cracks spreading rapidly, causing chaos among the people below. Everyone looked up at the man and asked loudly, What is that? Was that red light caused by this? A strange gust of wind suddenly swept out, and the soldiers shouted at the man standing still. Someone's there, as the shouting grew louder. What are you doing? You, soldier? Why did you leave your position like that? And the red light earlier came from your direction, right? Do you have any information about the red light? Meanwhile, Private Second Class is still staring with his mouth wide open in shock. The chief officer continued to complain. What's going on? Why are you saying nothing at all? Hurry up and gather everyone to look at the terrifying thing in front of us. The officer exclaimed in surprise. How did it turn out like this? Fire now, quickly fire now. A mutant has appeared inside the red circle. Everyone be careful. Watching the soldiers keep firing at the strange creature, the commander turned and shouted into the radio. Call the special unit. Unusual wet spots appeared. A monster has appeared. Call the special unit. Call the special unit. Received the reply. The other side quickly responded. Extinction is near. The officer stared blankly, letting out a dry, hollow laugh. The surrounding zombies quickly went berserk, responding to the will of the Great King. At the headquarters of the Special Bureau, a massive collision tore a huge hole in the tall building. The two zombies leap up howling, responding to the king's will and destroying this world. A human voice rings out, questioning. What's wrong with you two? What's with your expressions? Did something suddenly happen? The two zombies tried to hold themselves back and warn her. Big sister, run now! We really want to attack humans right now! The boss lady exclaimed in panic. What? What the hell is that? Veins bulged on her face, eyes wide open, wondering why her bloodthirsty desire was growing stronger. Her comrades around her were also frantically shouting, Blood? I want blood? I will have to do 10 more jobs just to buy some blood. Me too. Kan Yuan looked at the chaotic world before him, laughing maniacally. Keep devouring each other. As our power continues to merge, I no longer need to run. Its willpower radiates across the earth, surging like chains of death in a blue sphere, and just a small leak of this energy could trigger a destructive wave that destroys everything. Even if you try to swallow me, all you'll get is a barren wasteland where humans and zombies fight to the death. Haha, Jiangxi, you finally started to lecture, but it took a hit. It growled and shot back up into the sky again. Jiangxi coldly exuded killing intent and warned in a low voice, "You've made me angry." The fighter jets streaked across the sky, continuously firing at the two zombies below while broadcasting the announcement, Zombie King, a Mao, and a Lang have entered a hostile state. Let me remind you, Zombie King Mao Lang has entered combat mode. A Lang is shot and painfully destroys a fighter jet before roaring in destruction. The pilot clutches the trigger in his hand, repeatedly issuing the order to fire all ammunition, no need to hold back, no need to hold back. A Mao, unaware of when he started flying wildly through the air, shattered most of the fighter jets, their flaming wreckage crashing down. He stared blankly at the surrounding targets, screaming madly, destroying humanity, until suddenly chains appeared around him from nowhere. They seem to have a life of their own, binding a Mao's limbs one by one until his whole body is tied up, and he struggles wildly with the roar. A Lang on the ground is also bound in the same way. It turns out that the one who threw the chains to trap these two demon kings is a Q. He clenched his teeth and tightened the ropes in his hand, trying to wake up his comrades. It's not enough. The Great King ordered the destruction of all humans. How could something good happen like this? Both of you calm down a bit, or the Great King will cut you to pieces and hang you up again. On the other side, the giant monster, after eating quite a few bullets, collapsed exhausted. The soldiers around let out a relieved breath. Oh my god, it's finally over. Toxon looked at this disgusting thing and asked the girl beside her, "This is the monster that caused the chaos." She didn't answer, but instead muttered in frustration, "Jiang Tu had a few drinks, so why is there such a huge commotion?" Xiao Hei jumped down beside them and explained, "This monster fused the king with another ancient powerful force. He clutches his head in discomfort, his blazing red eyes full of restraint as he warns that it will cause a collective outbreak of zombie madness. Yes, the Special Law Enforcement Unit has completely lost contact. Zombies worldwide are also showing varying levels of aggression. If their power continues to spread, the war between humans and zombies will erupt again." Curling her hair, she patted Little Black's shoulder gently and advised, "Little Black, you should stay away from it." He confidently thumbs himself and says, "From now on, the scene will be taken over by humans." Xiao Hei Ko reaches out to stop him. This monster holds a very high rank, and none of us are its match. The monster, after a period of rest and recovery, quickly raised its head, and the soldiers around shouted out loud, "Wow, this thing still isn't dead. Keep attacking." Alright, there's no other way now. Humans have never been as strong as zombies, but don't forget that he tore through his uniform and clenched his teeth as he said, "For thousands of years, we've been the ones oppressed and beaten down by the Academy." A Chang quickly leapt into the air and left with a single remark. If he can't fight back, he might as well shout and throw a thunderous punch straight at the monster, making it flinch in pain. Then a Chang continues to shout, "Hold your ground and fight to the death." He frantically punched and kicked it, the screams echoing whether they were his or the monster's. Are the soldiers below running over with their weapons? Is this monster getting bigger again? Stop worrying and hurry to support the minister. A Trang kept telling herself she couldn't do it alone. The group of students watched the monster roar and thrash wildly, sharing the same hatred in their hearts. So what if there are 1,000 of us, 10,000 of us, or 100,000 of us? Two students brace themselves for battle, but it's still very difficult to handle. Don't talk anymore. That's the direction of the minister. Hurry and go support. The monster grows more ferocious, extending its body into tentacles that wrap tightly around everyone and the surrounding rocks, while he remains lost in thought in the moment we risked our lives to save. And everyone around is shouting loudly, "This monster really keeps increasing in number. Is there no way to completely destroy it? The laboratory is still trying to find a way to stop it first." He rushed forward, kicked away the tentacle, and grabbing a terrified soldier, he shouted, "Captain!" A Trang's mind is only focused on one thing now. Others will keep researching, learning, and searching for ways to fight until the danger is completely gone. He let out a long scream. Don't underestimate humans. Does it really take so many deaths to solve this? Great King, there is no point in keeping me here anymore. The murderous aura from Little Black burst out violently, as if it had become a tangible force slicing through the surrounding space into pieces. His purple hair fluttered as he finally lost control, only to realize it had been a long time since they last met. He flew straight to the top of the monster's head and gently advised, "Get serious." Then he pointed two fingers directly at it and said, "Drop dead." A worthy person is only lightly struck, but the monster immediately burst numerous blood holes on its body. It struggled wildly and howled, "Ugh." "Hey!" He stared at the scene in shock, secretly praising. Impressive. No wonder he's trusted by Jiangxi. The two students finally rushed over, asking Han one after another, "Is it taken care of? Looks like we're no longer needed." Xiao Hei still stands tall in front of the deep hole he just created on the monster's body. He suddenly looks up at the clear blue sky, wondering, as if something is watching us. Is this a hallucination? Space rushing past the sky, through the galaxy and stars? He approaches where Jiang Tu is spinning his hand as if controlling something, revealing that he is shaping the origin, with Jiang Tu standing upright in midair, swirling strands of origin into a dark vortex. It floated in the center of the tornado, screaming in panic, unable to believe what was happening. What kind of power was this? No one answered its question, but it kept sinking deeper and deeper. Wait a moment, Jiang Tu, do you no longer need your body? Jiang Tu raised his hand, pretending he was fine. It's okay. My body will retract completely. It goes berserk, trying one last desperate effort. Damn you, I'll risk everything with you. Jiang Tu calmly watched the doomed core, shooting it a look of contempt just in time. He swung his hand and curled it up again amid screams of despair. Jiang Si carefully shapes the essence into a sphere, sincerely entrusting it. I won't waste a single bit of your body. I will gather it all up, then open my mouth to enjoy it, not wasting a thing, no matter how panicked and protesting it may be. Wait. We are not the last letter of the origin being chewed in Jiang Tu Nyai's mouth. Cao Huietsao shot his thumb in satisfaction, then jumped down in front of his companions. You stretch your hand to land gracefully, then raise it to form a V shape, praising the delicious food just now. Perfect. The origin is indeed very nourishing. I feel myself growing stronger again. Xiao Xiao's group was stunned, their eyes wide with amazement, stammering as they asked again. It's all gone. Everything seems to be back on track. Outside the distant universe, a mysterious person holding a blue sphere in their hand mutters. The zombie tide on Earth is caused by the aftershock of fusion. It seems the primal energy has been completely swallowed by Jiang Si, and just one more step and Jiang Si will be entirely destroyed. He stared intently at the device in front of him, sighed softly, and said, I hope it's still in time. Jiang Tu plopped down on the ground, holding a sparkling black and red stone, muttering to himself as he worked like a strange craftsman. Just like this, and then like this again. Add a bit of core energy, he smirked, looking like a child playing with clay. Hee! Then he raised a doll that looked exactly like himself high up, with a smug expression. It's done! Smack! A sound rings out, and 6 identical dummies of Jiang Si appear, starting to spin around and dance. It's done, everyone look at this. Jiang Tu shouts loudly like an artist who has just finished a stage performance. This is my new ability. Immediately after that, he waved his hand to give an order, and a mannequin jumped up and landed behind Jiang Si, starting to massage his shoulders. The force was quite good. Jiang Tu nodded in satisfaction. Another dummy immediately knelt down to massage his feet and carefully do his nails, while he chuckled proudly. You're very clever. You don't need Father to control you anymore, and you can do things on your own. This ability is truly unbeatable, and once I upgrade it with nanomachines later, it will be invincible. Jiang Tu jumps up like a child showing off a new toy. Come on, everyone. Come see my new ability. It's really interesting, isn't it? Everyone's just standing there like statues, faces all twisted, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. Tu Long finally spoke, his voice full of suspicion. Jiang Tu, have you already eaten that traitor's name into your body? Xiao Xiao also asked softly, her face showing concern. Are you sure there's nothing wrong with you? If you keep fighting, you'll definitely die. Jiang Si crossed his arms, grinning widely without a hint of regret. I don't know why, but at that moment I felt it was especially delicious. So without thinking, I just ate it. Ha ha! You clapped your hands and said the result was very good. Not only gaining a super convenient ability, but also recovering quite a bit of memory. Xiao Xiao glanced at the dolls moving around on their own and whispered, Do these little things have a bit of an exaggerated ability to move? And why did they bring out food from somewhere? The minister nodded from behind, speaking slowly like telling a fairy tale. Truly, as the ancients said, 6 generations of civilization before ours had all been wiped out by Jiang Si. He stepped closer, his voice deeper, and now all we know is just remnants of ancient technological civilization combined with the divine energy of supernatural beings. Jiang Si, what exactly is your past memory? Jiang Tu thought for a moment, then shrugged and replied casually, You mean about the past? Actually, I still remember before the era of the gods, I fought a very powerful guy, then died and shattered into pieces. He shrugged again and was revived by Wang Zikai and others using recovery technology. So I came back to life. The scene shifts to a flashback. Brother Tianchi, this is the museum you mentioned. In the present. At that moment, I was still in a blank state with my memory and physical strength not yet recovered. I suddenly sat up, placing my hands on my head as if preparing to activate the memory projection. Come on, let me show everyone this. The timeline we fought in has already collapsed. But just then, a Cam and a Cow appeared right in Jiang Tu's hands, humorously interrupting, Your Majesty, there's no need. This kind of thing should only happen once. A Cow added, Your memories are better left untouched. Huh? Why is that? I found it really interesting, so I shared it with you guys. For example, isn't the incident where they challenged Wang Zikai also a beautiful memory? Over there, Xian Ji stands with arms crossed, speaking evenly but with hidden meaning. If nothing earth-shattering happens afterward, do you think you'll still have a chance to meet Jiang Si again? Wang Tukai smiled softly. That's right, I will definitely come back again. Back then? If no one was interested, then let's just go back and forget about it. He suddenly blew a raspberry, and a shockwave like a space tremor spread out. sweeping away dry leaves and dust. The minister shouted in surprise, "What's going on now?" Outside, the real world begins to crack apart. Tiny Black stands tall on top of a giant monster, the surrounding space trembling as if about to crack under an invisible force. At the edge of the solar system, or rather beyond it, there seems to be something. Little Black muttered, "Not dead? It really is a creature affected by the king's envy. Looks like it's going to take some effort after all." As he was still pondering, a figure in a white cloak suddenly appeared behind him, causing Xiaohei to almost jump in surprise. A burst of golden light shone beneath that person's feet, and a powerful kick sent the monster flying like a watermelon. Xiaohei shouted, "Where did that guy come from? Doing this won't kill it, blowing it away will only spread the corruption more." The man in the white cloak didn't turn around, only faintly replied, "I know how troublesome Jiangxi's power is." At the same time, a device on Wang Zikai's hand started to glow. He coldly ordered to activate the relic from the first era. The information appeared. Level 99 monster, 10,000 health, 900 remaining, chaos, and remnants. Jiangxi's energy is out of control. Little Black flies up, cold sweat pouring down. Damn, who can compete with this? Someone suddenly jumps out and throws everything into chaos, even ruining the plan. Wang Zikai also flew up to dodge the monster's attack. Don't panic, it's almost over. He kicks out a foot, instantly dealing 7,000 damage, a critical hit, completely draining the monster's health. An effect screen appears. You have successfully defeated the target. The monster disintegrated into dust, and everyone around gasped in shock. What? Xiaohei wipes his sweat and mutters, "The monster contaminated by the king's power has been completely destroyed. But who exactly is this person Vuong Tukai?" Vuong Tukai descends with a cold gaze. "I am Vuong Tukai, the second god of your civilization. Sorry, to prevent the disaster that Jiangxi might cause, I had to destroy both him and this planet." The words hit like a hammer, shocking the ministers to their core. Wait a minute, you've just dealt with the disaster. There's nothing more to do. Now is the time to sit down calmly and talk properly, not to threaten people like that. Wang Tzu-kai turned back and spoke sternly, addressing that matter even before the opening words. He raised his head, the sky tearing apart from within, as thousands of people were pulled out from the world inside Jiangxi's mind, collapsing onto the ground. The people shouted loudly for help. Xiaohei was startled and dropped his staff. With this many, there's no more hesitation. He waved his hand, and 2 streams of black energy shot into the sky, transforming into 2 giant wings that gently caught each person falling down. "Mom, I'm outside now. This isn't a dream, right?" "Good, then I won't be blamed by the Great King anymore." From one person to another, no pushing, "Thank you, it's saved." "Over there," Wang Zikai grits his teeth, just as the prophecy foretold. In the end, Jiangxi has absorbed the power of the origin at a level comparable to the gods, and thus an inevitable catastrophe is unavoidable. At the same time, Jiangtu's group also landed safely on the ground. Jiangtu shook his head and stood up, wondering if this sensation was transmitted by Little Hack. "That was a close call, but I'm back." "What's wrong with your nose? You just arrived and already feel itchy." In the middle of a deserted island where only the sound of waves crashes and a lonely apartment building stands, it seems nature is hiding something about to happen. Tulong hurriedly turns and asks, "Jiangtu, are you about to sneeze again?" Wait a moment. Jenga-tu sat on the hospital bed, trying to hold back her tears, her face scrunched up like a cat drenched with cold water, feeling both uncomfortable and helpless. Tulong is still haunted, trembling all over as if he just narrowly escaped death. That was close. She breathes a sigh of relief. Luckily, he managed to inhale back the sneeze just now that almost caused a tsunami to sink 3 islands. Luckily, it was an uninhabited island. If it had been in the city center, she shivered and shook, trying to regain her composure. "I brought the porridge. The doctor said you should eat light. So you should take your porridge carefully." Jiangxi pouted like a steamed bun and whined because even a chicken egg wasn't allowed to be added. Suddenly, Little Black crashed through the wall like a meteor into the room. "Your Majesty, I'm here." Tulong nearly fainted from panic. Little Black shoved a pile of medicine that looked like building blocks into Jiangtu's hand. "We didn't expect the Great King to fall ill, so we gathered all possible medicines. Try using a dose 100 times stronger." Jiangxi forced a smile, nose blocked, eyes teary, trembling as he said, No need to worry. It's just a mild cold. A few days of rest and I'll be fine." Before he could finish his sentence, snot started to flow out. Jiangtu was about to sneeze again when Tu Lang panicked and shouted, "If you can't hold it in, just tilt your head up." Xiaohei also panicked. "It's bad. It's starting again." Jiangtu tilts his head back and sneezes into the sky, like a meteor falling into the ocean, shockwaves spreading across the planet, and a stream of air shooting straight to Mars. Boom! Part of Mars exploded. At the headquarters of the Special Law Bureau, a satellite transmitted images, and an officer reported that Jiangxi's sneeze slightly shifted Earth's orbit, and Mars will be completely destroyed within 72 hours. The command center falls into chaos, a blonde general with a pale face. The heavens have eyes, luckily not facing the sun. Boom! Xiaohei broke the door and flew in again, this time more gently. "Don't worry, it's us. We almost couldn't come back later. I thought I would die immediately if the king sneezed." Tulong was also caught up, his clothes in tatters. Truly terrifying. I paused time but could only hold it for less than 5 seconds. The blonde minister just pointed and watched. "We're lucky to still be alive. He turned to Along and Amao, the two responsible for checking Jiangxi's physical condition. Jiangxi was now bandaged like an Egyptian mummy. Amao whispered, "Xiaohei, you're here, huh?" Aku still hasn't recovered, his body broken into pieces like a crushed Lego toy. Xiaohei sweats cold, his mind blank, kicking and trembling with fear. It's only been a day, and they still haven't recovered. Akam stepped forward, trembling. An allergy? It's just an allergy. Why is it so serious? It's not my turn next, is it? Please don't let it be. At that moment, Wang Zikai spoke with a steady voice, silencing everyone. This was only the beginning. From now on, it will get harder and harder. All eyes are on you. Zhang Tu has absolute control over his body at the level of jealousy. Things like getting sick, tired, or drunk will never happen if he doesn't want them to. But you looked around and then continued, saying that only when he absorbs a form of existence with the same personality can his immune system weaken, and only then would allergic reactions like sneezing occur. And if he sneezes with full force, what then? Wang Tukai replied, a normal sneeze has the power of a level 12 wind gust, but if it's Zhang Tu's, it could blow away a planet, the atmosphere would collapse, and if the illness lasts 2 weeks, the solar system would cease to exist. Smack! Akam couldn't hold back anymore and punched Wang Tukai in the mouth, telling him to shut up and stop talking nonsense. In the civilization of the gods, your task is to eliminate the zombies so that the root cause disappears, right? A cow also rushes in to punch and kick Wang. Tukai kept hitting and shouting, making the king furious and sparking a world-destroying battle. Akam added, I heard even Akao was killed by you. Wang Tukai, you idiot. Wang Tukai, holding his head, said, I was out of options then too. I killed you to vent my anger. It hurts. It hurts. Stop hitting me. I was wrong. Wang Tukai, clutching his head, groans in pain. Tu Lang stands nearby, only able to sigh inwardly. So this is the real Wang Tukai. After thousands of years, he's still alive. Truly stubborn to the point of fear. Tu Lang said seriously, you said before that to stop Jiangtu, you had to destroy the entire civilization. What do you mean? Wang Tukai shook his head, his eyes cold and icy. Not destroying, but erasing. But I still want to try an optimal solution first. An optimal solution? Tu Lang frowned as a burst of golden light erupted, cutting off the conversation. Wang Tukai transformed into a brilliant light and shot straight into the sky, directly suppressing Jiangtu outside the universe. Wang Tukai descends to Jiangtu's place. Jiangtu, who is now leisurely eating porridge on an abandoned apartment building, suddenly pauses as something approaches. Boom! The wall is shattered. Wang Tukai crashes in like a missile. Jiangtu looked up and smiled casually. Oh, it's been a long time since I last saw Wang Tukai. Wang Tukai didn't respond, throwing a punch forward. Before Jiangtu could finish speaking, a sneezing fit burst out and a shockwave blew Wang Tukai out of Earth, sending him tumbling several times in space. Suspended in midair, he grits his teeth and curses silently. Damn it, how did he get so much stronger? He steadies his hand holding the game controller. The light surrounding him is enough. It's not going to be that easy. He summons the Holy Sword, activating a series of level 9 skills simultaneously, with body speed, sword intent, ultimate power, the fury of the sky-breaking warrior's one strike, shadow of darkness, steel body, raging charge, critical hit, and thunderous attack. Gold light blazes around Wang Tukai, each skill like a tiny star orbiting him, gathering into a living celestial body. But it doesn't stop there. He continues to summon the crown of the Almighty, along with skills like Super Shield, Lightning Storm, Unyielding Soul, Divine Wrath Protection, walking with a strange skill that makes his hair stand up like thunderbolts of determined will. He also wears the robes of the Savior along with skills like Eternal Fire Shield, Ultimate Counterattack, Storm Shield and Storm, and the Divine Blessing of Immortality, all with 9th level defenses. Wang Tukai's whole body now looks like a war god ready for battle. He takes a deep breath and shouts loudly across the universe, Jiangtu, try this! A heavy kick with hundreds of thousands of tons of energy is launched, piercing through space, shattering the atmosphere layers, heading straight for Earth. But boom! Before touching the ground, Jiangtu appeared out of nowhere and counterattacked, unleashing a shockwave that exploded in the stratosphere, blocking out the sun with dust and smoke. When the light faded, Jiangxi was already standing there, a relaxed smile on his face. If I hadn't blocked that blow, you would have blown up the entire Earth. He tilted his head, raised an eyebrow, and smiled. It's been thousands of years, you've also gotten quite stronger, but why not call that crazy guy out to play together for fun? Fighting alone for so long also gets a bit lonely. Wang Zikai gritted his teeth, full of hesitation. This isn't good. If I can't kill Jiangtu immediately, fighting him more will only make him stronger. Sorry, Jiangtu. To eliminate your threat, I had to use this relic from the first era. Jiangtu saw the familiar controller and chuckled softly. Oh, the game controller. This toy looks so familiar. I think I used it once to play the 6th version of head bashing with bad guys. You didn't get to finish talking before my nose started itching. Hold on. Wang Tukai shouted in panic. Don't sneeze in this state if you have to sneeze. A huge flame erupted from the void, sweeping through space like divine fire, engulfing Wang Tukai completely. The surrounding space cracks open, with rifts of time and space like black blades, threatening to tear reality apart. Below, Xiaohei and Zilong look up at the sky. Their faces pale, Xiaohei trembling. It's over. They're doomed. Inside the cosmic fire, Prince Kai desperately shouted, "I haven't even had time to explain yet," and then let out a final scream that shattered the layers of space before vanishing. Jang Tu and the others were all teleported from the sky into a strange space. He supported himself on the ground, holding his head in confusion, and asked, "What is this? Where has Wang Tu Kai taken himself to?" Jang Tu Niu realizes something, looks up, and makes a doubtful sound. Xiaolu stood nearby, dizzy and stammering. "I just got home and haven't had any instant noodles yet." He turned around and shouted, assessing the situation around him. "Too many people." Jang Tu asked, "Hawk, did you guys also get brought here?" He replied, "Yes, your majesty. And what is this place? Do you have any clues?" "Some kind of seal? The attack method is too strange." Jang Tu heard that and awkwardly scratched his chin with a smile. Suddenly, a towering skyscraper appeared in front of him, making him exclaim in shock, "It's so magnificent!" A mechanical voice came from the tower, detecting abnormal behavior, and instructed to quickly restore normal attire. The minister stood there naked and asked, "What the hell is this? Do you want to hide my fighting stance?" Cunning indeed, the crowd couldn't stand it and ran away shouting, "Pervert, you pervert kids, look away." Yu Hyo flew over and kicked him, angrily shouting, "Why are you naked all of a sudden?" The minister covering his face defensively, unable to contain himself after the earlier chaos, suddenly a pair of legs stepped out from the tower and Ilea opened her mouth, dressed in a white cloak from head to toe, saying, "Welcome to the world of the game." She came down and declared, "We have used the sacred object to turn the entire Earth into data and integrate it into the fictional space created from this information. The abnormal condition on Jiangxi's body here will also be data encoded, making it possible to successfully avoid the apocalyptic threat caused by allergies." Jang Tu pursed his lips and sniffed when he saw this. Immediately after, he exclaimed happily, "It's true, my nose no longer itches." Xiao He beside him, tears of joy streaming down his face. "I'm so glad, your majesty." After celebrating, Jiang Tu finally started to suspect and looked over, but this voice sounded so familiar. Van Feng also wondered, "Data-ing the entire planet, is this something even the divine civilization can do?" Yu Hyo forced a smile and admitted defeat, saying, "I feel like I can accept any setup now that we've accessed Jiang Tu's mind." Van Feng agreed. "That's right." Nylea continued to apologize for the sudden incident. "Wang Tu Kai hasn't had a chance to explain to everyone yet. I will clarify everything right after." Jang Tu Tuoko moved behind her, grabbed her hood with a sly smile, and as he took off the hat, he said, "Let me see your true face." Nylea face revealed a bright expression, and the cloak was pulled off to show that it was indeed her Nylea, with a full chest that drew attention and a perfectly slender figure. Jang Tu covered his eyes and leaned back. "Sorry, I just wanted to lift her hat. You're overexerting yourself in defending. And I didn't know your current style of dress had become like this." I thought it was similar to Vuong Tu Kai, and Gai Lei was startled, but no. A Chu and a Hack ran over happily, and shouted, "Lei, it's been a while!" "But your style of dressing has changed so much," Lord Leia hurriedly explained. Wait, everyone listen to me first. In order to cooperate with Wang Zikai to control the sacred object, I abandoned my physical body in reality, bound myself to the data avatar of a female servant as a gimmick in the game world. This is a built-in disguise that can't be changed. In the end, she even shouted out that she didn't like dressing like this. Hugh saw that and smirked before hesitating to ask, "I told you, does your game have a royal faction?" More people appeared on the empty ground. The village chief saw this and said more and more people were coming. After landing, Xiao Hong immediately asked, "Where are we?" "What is Jiangxi doing now?" Teo Lam exclaimed upon seeing a familiar face, Hugh, the chief. Akei also shouted out that they had found the Great King. Nylea, seeing everyone gathered, cleared her throat and explained that the players in this game are not individuals, but civilizations. She said that along with Kwang Tu Kai, they completed the data collection of Earth, and all intelligent life in the universe would come here. As soon as he finished speaking, a Mao fell onto Akei's body. The minister silently assessed the situation of humanity combined with the undead, over 8 billion people. He thought about the size of this place and summarized that it probably can't hold everyone. The young minister crossed his arms, looking righteous as he questioned, hoping she would give all of humanity an explanation. Hao Hao, standing nearby, covering her eyes and pinching him, complained, "Can't this guy put on his clothes first before pretending to be handsome?" Xiao He turned to ask Ilaya what to do to leave. "Do we have to wait here until the Great King is fully recovered?" She waved her hand to calm everyone down. "Regarding this, I will explain everything clearly to you now." Ilaya began explaining the situation, and as she waved her hand, a system information bar appeared. "This is a game world. Everything is based on the game. In this login hall, everyone can choose to enter different game dungeons, with victory earning points for their civilization. And Guy Lei outlined the benefits, showing that points can be exchanged for anything they need. The two lines of Earth civilization and current points hovered in the air, and everyone stared up at them with their mouths agape. She gave specific examples, including survival time, food, equipment, and even the possibility of exchanging the entire Earth, as introduced by Lie, and if they complete this game challenge thoroughly, they could become like Prince Kai. A scene of vast sky and Earth appears on the projection screen with a line of text. The main challenge process hasn't started yet, but she reveals the greatest benefit of the power gained from the game returning to reality. The minister secretly marvels inwardly. Is this power gained from the game? He hurriedly rushed forward to compete. Leave the point scoring to me. I'm best at playing games. The minister then quickly moved his hands faster than his brain, touching a frame and speaking. Just hit it hard and you'll get it, right? Then I'll choose this one. Before Nylea could react or intervene, he was gone. In the very next second, his entire body vanished. Hugh rushed over in shock and called the minister. She hurriedly asked about the situation. Hey, the minister's gone. Is he okay? Nylea reassured, don't worry. She assumed a serious expression and replied, he just entered the game. The game system announced that the minister joined a random match, and he landed on a grassy field, engaging in a battlefield dungeon fight. The minister raised his head with a puzzled sound, looking at the status bar which was only 2/3 full, wondering if it was because he was injured earlier in the fight that the status hadn't filled up. The minister ignored it as if he didn't care and said, but it's okay. I will compensate with my advanced gaming skills. After finishing, he sped up and ran forward. The minister frowned. Where are the enemies? Enemies? Earth's civilization was defeated, earning only 100 points. Just as he was about to think of the next word, a terrifying giant figure suddenly appeared and launched an attack. He only managed to gasp once. Outside the Ningale A instance, the signal was detected, so they turned back. Hugh's face turned pale as she hurriedly asked, Are you okay, minister? He collapsed to the ground, speaking with a guilty voice. Sorry, I am too weak to do anything. Hugh was startled, covering her eyes and turning away, then shouted at the minister, You should at least wear underwear if you're not wearing clothes, damn it. The system displays that the Earth civilization has lost, deducting 100 points, and Ningale A looks up with a worried mind. It's dangerous, and then the system coldly announces that the points are insufficient, proceeding to deduct and reclaim part of the civilization's survival space. As soon as the notification ended, the ground everyone was standing on shattered apart, and everyone fled in panic, some shouting to watch out for the smaller platform and to step back. The system displayed the current situation, 6 players from the civilization, with a total population of 143.2 billion in the game world. I lay Yaswet and said seriously, Everyone, come here and listen to me. She summarized the situation of the dungeon for everyone. Besides the Earth civilization, there are also a few veteran players who have joined this game world long ago. Compared to them, we are lacking various enhancements in the game, so initial battles must be chosen very carefully. The village chief thought to himself that even a minister-level combat power was killed instantly. This time, things were really going to be troublesome. He looked at the despondent and complaining minister and said, I am useless. Hugh hesitated to ask again, What will happen to us if we lose this arena completely? Nylea A frowned, silent with a grim expression. She bowed her head, her voice filled with sorrow. I'm sorry, we have no other choice. Hugh repeated in confusion, No other choice. You mean that we can't lose, right? She cursed in frustration. Damn it, feeling overwhelmed. Jung-si was in a completely different mood from everyone else. Mr. La-A, do you think I can play this game? The games here look very interesting. Nylea replied, I think so. Anyway, you're already here. It was clearly identified as a member of Earth civilization. ZAC found hope and looked much brighter. That's right, as long as Jung-si acts, everything will go smoothly. Jung-si clenched his fists happily and urged, Hurry up, this Glory Kingdom game needs 5 people. I even invited a few others to join me. When everyone heard that, they all stepped back away from Jung-si. Achu shamelessly betrayed his teammate, pushing Xiaohei out to play games with the king. Little Black is relying on that older brother. Little Black is upset. Wait a minute, why me? Alang said, King, Little Black Bao wants to go, and Zhang Tu doesn't care and just pulls him along. Come on. Little Red nearby also volunteers, even though I don't understand what we're doing. Fighting counts me in too. Xiao Dong confidently says, If that's the case, I'll go with Zhang Tu, because following Zhang Tu will always lead to victory. He has recruited enough people and shouts to boost morale before pressing into the dungeon. The team is assembled and ready to depart. Zhang Tu, feeling a strange excitement, marveled as his body began to disintegrate and teleport away. Nagile A called out his name from where she stood. Zhang Tu looked at him with a determined gaze and cheered him on. Come on! Zhang Tu smirked with his thumb and teeth showing. Leave it to me. Nylea stands silently, her expression unreadable as she looks at the system notification. Zhang Si-chu, Xiao Hong, and Xiaohei, the village chief, have joined the game. Entering the new space, the name of the dungeon appears. The game dungeon, the glorious kingdom, everyone lands in an unfamiliar place. Xiao Hong quietly looked around, suspicious, and asked where the enemies were. Hugh also wondered, why are there only the 4 of us? Where is Zhang Tu? The village chief sighed in frustration. There's nothing else to do but find the king. Chu Xiao Hong helplessly said, Honestly, that guy Zhang Tu. Somewhere else, Zhang Si's feet step on the ground, with the words, Level 1 Wild Zombie Corpse on his head. Zhang Si searches and wonders, where are the others? In the game dungeon, a troop of armored soldiers from the glorious kingdom arrives, and a calm girl steps forward in front of the soldiers. Xiao Hong raises her hand, and a red orb immediately appears. She sneered, A bunch of amateurs daring to point their swords at the king? Xiao Hong swung her hand, unleashing a long energy slash at the soldiers, then shouted for everyone to kneel down to her. The energy blade glided through, effortlessly destroying the armored soldiers, with shockwaves scattering far and knocking down large trees. Xiao Hong looked proudly at the fallen armor, then declared, "The lower section is cleared. The one on the mountaintop is yours. The plane is adjusting its course immediately." The village chief raised his gun, silently focusing his energy to complete the task. He aimed the scope at the crystal star, marking the target area. The village chief announced to fire. A massive stream of energy was fired, causing the star to instantly disintegrate. The white smoke gradually dispersed, and the village chief frowned as he observed, then lowered his gun and announced the elimination was complete. Under the ground, Little Hong stomped on a helmet and disdainfully said, "The enemies in the game are only this skilled. They're not even better than manual laborers in a fight." The village chief took off his armor and jumped down, while Little Black looked thoughtfully at the crystal screen. According to the rules, the Kingdom of Glory belongs to the combat game. Leia pointed at the map and explained, "The enemy kingdom and ours are positioned at opposite ends of the map and will keep sending troops to attack each other. We lead our soldiers forward to destroy the defensive towers along the way. Destroying the enemy kingdom's fortress will secure victory and earn points." Xiao Hei points at the screen and warns, "Be careful. Prince Kai's game is extremely strange, and there are other civilizations existing within it." He looked at the spirits lying on the ground and then continued, "The people we killed are probably soldiers from the game. The real enemy still hasn't appeared. And what's the most troublesome thing right now?" Tuhawk angrily pressed hard on the screen and shouted, "Where did this stupid game take the great king? Damn it, damn it, damn it. What's there to be afraid of? I can handle this trash on my own without waiting for Jiangxi." She continued, "And I also told the village chief with the air to support from above, his abilities are not bad." The village chief immediately replied, "Yes, Hu Hu is guarding behind against an ambush. I am confident, but she's yawning and complaining that she's bored. I also want to go to the front lines." Xiao Hong sneered, "If this game is troublesome or not." The soldier suddenly stood up. She pressed on the screen, then shouted to finish it quickly and move on. "Where are the servants? Charge for me!" Xiao Hei immediately retorted, "Who do you think is your servant?" "This girl just wait there for me," Trung Fi said as he moved forward. "You really work on impulse." Little Hong shouted, "Charge! Charge! Quickly take the next battlefield!" In another place, a girl exclaimed, "M3! Look, a bunch of noobs are really coming." "That girl is Xiao Gai." She looked around cautiously and said, "This game world has players as young as 13. The response was, "That's right, and they're not just clueless, but also very stupid." He looked at the people inside the screen and said, "You can't respawn in this dungeon." Lu Ling revealed that the fools had split their forces and they had already lost. "I went to counter, but I'm not so sure." He logged that the attack earlier didn't go through enhancement, but already had the skill level of a level 20 player, so they must be top experts in their original world. All right, stop guessing now whether you're a master or a rookie." The black-haired girl raised her hand as a series of thorny vines appeared. 99 said, "You'll see their skill level right away when you try." The screen appears, starting to load the skill. She snaps her fingers and announces, "I'm out of here." A surge of electricity spreads across the ground, heading towards Xiao Hong. She and Xiao Hei immediately sense that Xiao Hong, who just threw 99's wire to the ground, is under attack. From above, the thorny vines remain intact. 99, sitting on the climbing vines, mockingly says, "Even if you are powerful in the original world, in this world, only the rules of the game determine the strongest." Mrs. Tu Tone calmly said, "Let me teach you all a lesson." A series of thorny vines appeared from the ground. Little Hong was stunned. These were the thorns attacking Little Hong's group fiercely. Little Lai looked at the screen and sighed. "If Sister 99 charged like that, then what have we been planning our tactics for all this time? Just a bunch of amateurs anyway. Just crush it all at once and it's done." She looked at the screen and said, "All right, if you all think it's not a problem, then it's fine." Xiao Lai said, "Da Tai, don't fight wild monsters anymore. Just get the enhanced corn and come meet us." He hesitated. "Xiao Lai, we have a little problem. They reported from under the grass that our wilderness area on this side has been raided by others." Xiao Ngai replied, "Just steal it. Anyway, the opponent is a level 1 newcomer. Losing some wild resources doesn't matter." He hesitated and said, "No, I mean a huge hole appeared in front of the screen, with the land floating above." 255 explained, "Our entire wilderness area has been stolen." Zheng Tu raised both hands and lifted the massive land jumping around. "That's great. Any creature in this forest, as long as it dies, will immediately be replaced by a new one, and there's no limit to how many times it can happen." He saw a trap and immediately caught it. Jiangxi happily muttered, "Creatures of the wilderness are refreshed. Killing them yields corresponding resources." The wild beast from earlier has indeed appeared again. As he chews on the meat skewer, he exclaims, "If we just bring this self-sustaining forest meat back, humanity won't have to worry about food anymore." As expected of the game world, there's already a harvest when you enter. Zheng Tu laughed loudly. After being sick and only eating porridge, he can finally enjoy some good food. A figure rushes toward him, a large axe swinging across Jiang Tu's face, startling him into dropping his skewer. He spins and jumps to the ground, grimacing as he looks at the dirt below, ignoring the huge patch of earth falling down. My skewered meat, I hate wasting food the most, I muttered softly, picking it up from the ground. It should still be edible. A person with a large axe approached. Jiang Si, who was brushing off the meat skewer, immediately froze. Wearing armor and holding a spear, he spoke. Though he didn't know when the new species appeared, he observed Jiang Si and then evaluated, but the system only shows this name as a wild minor monster. 255 declared that as long as it's a wild monster, it can't be his opponent. The system appears, loading the equipment for the fierce wild monster slayer armor that can deal heavy damage to all small monsters. He says, everyone keep fighting first. I'll handle the monsters and then come find you. 255, a top risk control specialist from the Merchant Alliance civilization who used to wear a name tag at Universal Corporation, stands proudly in front of other employees on the battlefield, wielding a spear and heading towards the monsters. Thinking that since then my duty has been to hunt and kill useful creatures in dungeons, often called monster hunting. He remembered that's why I invested all my gear and skills into fighting wild monsters. The people around, seeing him stand still, shouted, "Are you still playing with wild monsters? Hurry up and help." 255 thought that no matter how desperate the battle situation became, it wouldn't affect my monster hunting efficiency. He shouted loudly, declaring that he is the king of the wild zone once again, then charged at Jiang Si and roared, "I will not allow anyone to steal my wild zone, except the judgment of the king." 255 frowned and stared at him intently. The surrounding creatures are thrown back by the shockwave, and the chicken that Jiang Si caught is also squawking loudly. 255's attack strikes straight down, with the shockwave causing rocks and debris to fly everywhere. The system keeps announcing, killed Bloodfang Beast, gained 5 points, killed Frenzied Spirit Beast, gained 5 points, killed Wild Bull Beast, gained 5 points. 255 listened to each notification, then paused, killing a wild boar monster and earning 2 points, then killed a giant wolf monster. Gained 3 experience points for killing the savage beast and 5 for the corpse. The guy wondered, have I not recorded killing the zombie beast yet? Jiang Tu dodged his attack, jumped high, and shouted, "What are you doing?" He yelled angrily. "Why are you encountering another player in the wilderness without saying a word, suddenly attacking?" Jiang Tu realizes, I get it now. He clenched his fist and ran towards 255 while saying, "This must be some survival game, so I won't hold back." 255 stared in shock as Jiang Si charged wildly down, shouting, "What?" he yelled loudly. Defense activated, equipped with the Forest Guardian gear. When in the wilderness, defense increases by 30%. Natural defense skills, reduce damage from wild monsters by 80%. He stood still, waiting for Jiang Tu to charge, then swung his hand to knock 255 away. Jiang Tu happily said, "It feels even harder to hit than ancient iron." Suddenly, large chains appeared around him, one wrapping around Jiang Tu's wrist and another around his left ankle. 255 grabs the chain and pulls it toward himself, dragging Jiang Tu along. Then he jumps high, with the chain wrapped around Jiang Tu's body. He clenched his fist and charged at him. Jiang Si shouted happily, "Stop here." 255 charges to attack him. An immediate shockwave appears. The guy swings his fist and screams, "Die already." Jiang Si quickly dodged. He swung his leg to kick him in the chin. "Keep going." 255. Grabbing the chain, he shouted in anger. "Damn it!" Jiang Si appears behind the guy. He presses his hand against 255's head and yells out, "I turn." He clenched his fists in anger. 255 turned around and aimed at Jiang Si before shouting loudly, "You dare to fight me?" Jiang Si also straightened his fist and punched him. 2 forces collide, and 255 is knocked back, rolling several times on the ground. The man mutters in shock, "What kind of little monster is this? Why is it so hard to fight?" Jiang Tu wiped the dust off his face and sighed. These players here are really strong. The game that Wang Zikai finds interesting. He smiled and said, "If that's the case, since Jiang Tu's body is changing, I have to take this seriously too." 255 shouted in shock. "Is there a second stage?" Jiang Tu laughed loudly. "Get ready." He lifted his leg and charged at 255. Jiang Tu kept moving, suddenly staggering, and the system displayed an abnormal state, reacting with delayed and sluggish character actions. 255 muttered in shock, "What is going on here?" Jiang Tu moved wildly and wondered in confusion, "No, I can't move." 255 cheerfully exclaimed, "I understand now. This must be a special monster mechanism." He realized that the headbutt is the strongest combat form after being hit by his attack. He observed the hair growing, making him weaker and unable to move. 255 grabbed the battle axe and declared, "Then kill the special beast." He charged forward and shouted, "Belonging to me." 255 swung the spear and yelled, "Die." Jiang Tu grit his teeth and moved, while 255 slammed the axe into the ground. Jiang Tu shouted angrily at the demon. The surrounding energy radiates out, knocking Jiang Si back and releasing smoke. Jiang Si raises his head and mutters. He had fought with all his might earlier, but couldn't move. And suddenly, when he could move again, he pushed too far forward. Jiang Tu gritted his teeth and muttered, "This is even worse than just throwing punches randomly." He looked at 255, who just appeared, and said, "Whatever. After I finish fighting, I'll deal with it." Come on, transform and play with me." Jiang Tu stopped in his tracks, exclaiming in shock, "How did he die like that?" T255 of the commercial civilization is eliminated. Elsewhere, a series of thorny vines keep appearing, and the village chief keeps dodging. He aimed at the wires, then shouted loudly, firing high-energy cannons repeatedly, with a barrage of energy bullets attacking the traps, but the wires remained unharmed and continued chasing the village chief. Suddenly, one wire attacked him. The village chief silently cursed as Xiao Hong rushed over, kicking away the thorny wire while protecting him. "Be careful." The village chief was stunned, thinking, "That's incredible. It took several rounds of energy shots to push it back." "She just needs to give a kick," he said in surprise. "Thanks." "Hey, I don't like saving humanity. Next time, pay attention. Got it?" The village chief kept nodding repeatedly. Yes. A rope rushes forward. She releases him and says, "Then don't get your hands or feet caught again." Xiao Hong jumps up, dodging the attack of the rope, then mutters, "This thing wants to defeat me." "Stop looking down on the people and shout." Xiao Hong kicked the rope directly and roared. A series of vines fall down. 99 controls a thorn to block it. She smiles and claps. A loud pop echoes, and the surrounding electric current immediately fluctuates. 99 activates her force field splitting skill and looks at the vines with a smile. 99 raised its hand and declared, the clumsy hand only relying on strength to fight. "Now surrender, quietly." Multiple thorns emerge from the ground. 99 continues. "After it's over, I allow you to be my friend." Hong angrily shouted, "How dare you look down on me?" She frowned. Xiao Hong quickly dodged the series of attacks from 99 as the dark energy slowly unfolded. Hey wondered, "Are they trying to make us surrender?" He frowned and muttered, "With the current situation, it seems you're not the one holding the upper hand. I told you, you guys are the real amateurs." Xiao Hong and the village chief stared in shock as the thorns suddenly curled up on their own. Xiao Han declared that in this game world, since we are all woven from data, fighting doesn't tire us, doesn't have flaws or pain to hinder our actions, and there's even no vulnerable spot for a fatal blow. 99 stood up and walked forward, saying that victory or defeat depends on your stats like attack, defense, magic power, and HP to keep us alive. Tu Hong's group gritted their teeth in anger, and 99 said, "Your flashy but complicated fighting moves earlier. In the game, a normal attack is considered just like a child's random swinging of arms and legs, and it will be strongly nullified by the protective abilities within the game mechanics. Even if I get hit, it only causes minor damage to my HP. The system shows S99 level 52 with 1,198 out of 1,250 HP. I will continue with my skill that will deal damage to all of your HPs." The village chief looked at his health bar and shouted, "What? I only got grazed a little earlier." 99 proudly replied, "Because since they don't feel pain from injuries, you all think you're in great shape. But actually, just a few more hits from me would cause the system to recognize and result in death due to HP depletion." The giant shield opens and 99 continues. "Especially as the leader of a team, what I want to do is not to defeat you, but to trap you here," Little Hay exclaimed in shock. "What?" A few figures immediately appeared, 30 meters away, grabbing the great sword behind them, announcing the encirclement was complete and preparing to begin the harvest. Wait a moment, 13 looks at the screen and shouts, "Wait a moment, there's an issue with the situation on the big screen. His HP is dropping rapidly, and messages aren't getting through." He asked in surprise, "What?" Xiaogi shouted, "I understand now." He's confused. "What?" Xiaoai gritted her teeth and said, "Split the 5 of you into a group of 3 and a group of 2. Daito was killed by the opponent's group of 2 in the village area. She fought monsters so fiercely that she ended up in trouble. She immediately ordered 13. "You open the door and lead Uncle Ka to rescue him. I and Sister 99 will handle things here." 13 muttered to himself, "I guess that's all we can do." He tilted his head, put his hand into the screen, and said, "Let's go." Uncle Xia. Through the screen, 13's hand pats 30 on the shoulder, and he replies, "Let's go support the Great Tay." 13 pushes up his glasses and says, "Ready." 2 beams of light flash. 13 shouts to start, the system appears, and the skill Heavenly Shape Miracle is activated. For a moment, the 2 appeared where Jiangxi was standing. 13 muttered in surprise, "We arrived a step too late. The boss has already been killed. I'm wondering if I should take the opportunity to finish off the 2 of them now that they're low on blood, but why don't I see any enemies?" "That's right, there are only a few monsters." Jiang Tu walk over and ask innocently, "Were you guys looking for that big one earlier?" 13 and the others freeze. 13 whispered, "Lucky, it seems this beast has met a big boss before." 30 glanced and replied, "Exactly. Asking the beast is the way to know." "What the hell do you know? What kind of joke is this? How can a beast talk?" 13 drew his gun, aimed at him, and shouted, "This one has a disguise skill. He's not a rookie." Jiang Tu quickly dodged 30's attack, wondering to himself, "Can this beast avoid my strike?" Jiang Tu angrily thought, once again attacked right after meeting, "This is indeed a survival battle game. I have to defeat all other players." I sneered to myself, "I understand this game best. Even without a system explaining the rules, it won't trouble me." Ba rushes forward shouting while he's alone, "Take him down first." 13 immediately replies yes. Jang 2 considered that fighting would greatly affect his allergic state, but luckily his favorite thing is strategy games, so he smiled, thinking he was the best at commanding and operating. Then he calmly stepped forward, and a series of Jang 2 clones appeared from the ground. He shouted, "All troops, move out." "What the hell is that?" 30, shout loudly. "Forget it, just fight first and then decide." Then the two sides rushed into battle. "What are you doing? Why is Guild 13 also calling for help suddenly?" The board immediately appeared. Xiao Na jumped onto the board and said, "The other side is probably the enemy's main force. I'll go help them fight." "Sister 99, keep them busy for now." She shouted loudly, "See you later." "What are those kids up to?" The encirclement has been agreed upon from the start. From afar, Xiao Hong's group immediately sneered. Xiao Ai suddenly soared into the air on her board, and when she landed, she couldn't help but frown. What exactly happened to those people? Did they really have such intense battles that they couldn't even send news? The skateboard quickly started up again. When the system announced it, the hoverboard had also been refueled and equipped with energy-absorbing technology. Tiung Ai stands on her board, flying swiftly like lightning, first checking the situation ahead before finding an opportunity to charge into the battlefield. At that moment, the system alert caught her attention, indicating a high-energy consumption flight mode for short-term flying. Tiung Ai's eyes immediately widened in amazement. Oh my god! The scene before her made her curious enough to fly closer. When did this wild forest turn into such a creepy place? The tiny zombies are happily chopping wood together. They carry each stone towards the gray castle, all heading for the golden throne of power. Two vigilant figures stand guard over the majestic darkness on the throne, but the atmosphere among the three remains tense and gloomy. That person on the throne is actually Zhang Si in his zombie form. The one beside him has pursed lips and a swollen cheek. The boy facing him is also badly injured with a broken glass, but they show no expressions that would make Xiao Gai feel uneasy. What exactly are those two up to? Zhang Si, sitting in the middle, maintained a steady posture, and then suddenly his face lit up with an unusually bright expression. The fundamental power really is effective. Building and management games are the most fun. Zhang Si couldn't help but get excited thinking about the scene of the zombies attacking T-13 and K-30, using passion and sincerity to convert enemies into friends. Anyway, going on adventures outside is better with more friends. His voice quickly echoed through the sky, and then everyone united to build the land of their dreams. Then, Zhang Tu stepped up to the stairs and made his decision. Without hesitation, he spread his arms and shouted loudly, "I will rely on my well-managed territory to crush all opponents." But soon, Zhang Si paused as a shadow passed by. He glanced subtly at the two behind him and asked, "Do we have anyone who can fly?" They all answered in unison, completely unaware. Zhang Tu felt very dissatisfied upon hearing this. Truly useless. She has been flying around dizzy but still no news, completely unsure what exactly happened. But her intuition tells her that those two are beyond saving. So, Xiao Lai immediately changed course and flew out of the forest. This game is definitely problematic. Better to retreat now. It's best to stay away from the forest in the upcoming battles, but she doesn't realize that the stone castle has been following behind, and if she turns back now to help Sister 99 fight, she might still make it. When the shadow blocked her view, Xiao Ai stopped and curiously glanced back. Strange, why is the sky so dark? Up above, T-13 is still crying and screaming. Mom, K-30 also shouted loudly to get out of the way, but Xiao Gai was too panicked to react to that huge thing. No way! How could there still be people chasing in this wasteland? With a flick of his hand, the castle collapsed and fell apart. At this moment, Zhang Si finally relaxed and took a breath. He softly announced to all the tiny zombies below that the attack had hit, and the scene shifted to the civilized trading hall, the royal city fortress. Streams of intertwined power appeared endlessly as Little Red roared and charged forward with her claws. The blue tentacles quickly latch onto the demon girl, connecting to form a shield to block her attack. She slightly turned her head, smirking in praise. Not bad for a human. The village chief paid no mind to those words and only reminded Xiao Hong a few times. Leave the rest to me behind. Rest assured and move forward. She also didn't hesitate to land right on the big hand before Tio Hong casually teased Tio Hawk. Hey, little brother, keep using that move. Hearing this, he snapped back angrily. Who's your little brother? Tiny Hat clenched his teeth in fury, dismissing the disrespectful kid and preparing for a powerful punch. This time, it's best for her to take down the opponent with a single strike. Otherwise, as soon as she lowers her hand, Little Black will keep talking. I'm too lazy to mess around with her, but before I could get close, she quickly flew away. Advanced, the red aura constantly slips through the gaps of the tentacle, but on the other side, S99 has been waiting in ambush for a long time and won't let her succeed. Under her power, the mechanical tentacles immediately wrap tightly around the red energy, forcing Little Hong to scream. Stop it! But S99 remained completely unfazed and continued to strike, and soon that power immediately fought back against her. Damn it, even blocking straight on doesn't stop it. The tentacle quickly turned into a long, thick rope reaching up to the sky, while she also slipped out of the constricting tentacles. On this side, S99's hand was transforming. It's really dangerous, almost destroying the entire city. Finally, she managed to contact the system. Hurry up and help me. I can hold off 3 of them alone, but I can't kill them. The system immediately displays S99's messages. S99 in the middle needs support. The three of them are about to break the main tower. Where did S99 and the others go? Anyone can come back. Just one person is fine. S99, what do you say? No need for a house anymore? S99, your mother's already blown up. Receiving no response, her anger grew even more. Damn it, these guys are covering for each other. There's no chance to finish them off, and she can't contact any of her teammates. While S99 was distracted, her opponent began calculating and finally reduced her life value to half, then charged forward with a fierce burst of energy. Now she can only grit her teeth in helplessness. Now that it has come to this, S99's eyes immediately lit up with determination. There was no other choice. In front of her were figures fighting over something, but she paid no attention to that and focused on a higher position on the tentacles. Get out of the way quickly! The village chief froze for a moment upon hearing the voices. As he finished speaking, Xiao Hong appeared with a look of disdain. Weren't you so arrogant just now? Now that you know how to run, only he is left open-mouthed, realizing something's wrong. That's not right! The village chief hurriedly shouted when he saw the path of the iron tentacle, which is the direction of our kingdom's city. Xiao He once again silenced him with a different opinion. No need to bother with her. Just destroy the enemy city and we will win. As he said this, his hand quickly reached out toward the city, but just as he was about to touch it, Xiao He was blocked by a shield. He was completely stunned by what was happening. Wait a minute, why does this city's health bar look so high? Behind her. A faint smile appeared at the corner of S99's lips as she soared above the pile of scrap, feeling unexpectedly happy. The royal city's fortress is like a player. Both have a life value to determine victory or defeat. Although those people are very skilled, they are still just beginners without system enhancements. Destroying the city will take quite some time. So during that period, S99 quickly devised a plan in her mind to attack the enemy's defense team and forcefully break their city. At this point, Xiao He suddenly shouted in panic, "Hyo Hyo! Stop her! You must not let her get close to the city!" At this moment, a familiar black stone corner appeared in the distant observation point as Hyo Hyo kept firing giant bullets with the cannon. No problem. Watch me blow her away to dust. As she said, S99 was a bit exhausted but still managed to stand up. My remaining health can still sustain me, so I forced myself to charge in. Her eyes are filled with even greater determination, ready to win. But S99 still didn't realize that Jiangtu's castle was above her head, so she was very confident. Victory is mine. In an instant, her instincts told her to open her mouth wide as the castle landed, and the game system immediately announced to everyone. The T13 Civilization Trade Guild was eliminated, the K30 Civilization Trade Guild was eliminated, and the S99 Civilization Trade Guild was eliminated, as the smoke continued to spread through the forest. The village chief easily recognized this scene. It looks like Jiangxi has made a move. Little Black suddenly wavered at what just happened. That's right. In the end, we still have to rely on the Great King. From within the swirling smoke, he saw something again. On the ground, a protective barrier was gradually cracking. It quickly shattered to reveal Little Eye still frantically complaining. Oh my god! What on earth is that little zombie monster? Her protective force field equipment was damaged. She immediately jumped up as if driven by an impulse. This round is over. Surrender now! Surrender now! Nyai quickly summoned the system and without hesitation pressed surrender. In the end, she could only sit and read the words on the screen. Van Min Thuong Hoi's team has surrendered, all enemy players have been eliminated, and Van Min Earth wins. Xiao Gai quickly bids farewell and leaves. At this moment, she happily repeats a phrase over and over without knowing a hand is lurking behind Xiao Ai, saying, "Let's go home, let's go home." Jiangxi suddenly appears, grabbing her shoulder, causing Xiao Ai to jump and shout loudly, "Stop! All right, do you want to be my little sister?" As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding space changed, leaving him stunned. In front of Jiangxi is an advanced digital technology world, a civilized commercial hall, and a login lobby. At the headquarters, a trembling voice suddenly echoes. You keep peeking around curiously, while only Xiaolai still looks back in fear. Why is this person here? Right now, the login hall on Earth is very noisy. Don't push in. Do you think I want to push in? Humanity keeps complaining about the crowded place like ants. Help me. My foot is about to fall off. A sensitive old man who reacts to touch whines, making people feel itchy. You can't touch their head here. Not far away, white teeth are clenched tightly together. A Chu has witnessed the entire scene of humanity pushing and shoving each other. Chen has reached the protective layer, but there's really no room to squeeze in here. Damn it, but he couldn't do anything. Relying on the protective layer to defend isn't a long-term strategy, especially with such a large area. Right now, some people have already been pushed off the shield, be careful. But luckily, Van Fong appeared to save him. Be careful, he's still scared but still polite. Thank you, he can only comfort the person in his hands a little. It's okay to be fine, then let's go. At this point, Van Fong suddenly released him and moved to the other side. He had already flown him over a head high. But when he saw thousands of humans floating in the air, he panicked. Where is this? Is there more? This many won't be able to hold on much longer. At this moment, the voice of the minister had become hoarse, but he still tried to shout out. On this side, the same. He stood on another continent, about to be digitized, gripping everyone's hands and shouting loudly. The people from the neighboring country started to pour in. A Lang, floating in the air, also had to complain about the crowded scene. Is there really no other way? My body is about to give out. Mao here is helping people while looking around anxiously. Things are not looking good. Why hasn't the Great King returned yet? The monster immediately tightened the string in response. I told you to kill some of the humans because there are too many, but it was immediately silenced and taken away. Inside the system, Li A was briefly startled when he saw the system notification. Congratulations to human civilization for winning their first game. Her eyes sparkled as she received this news. We're saved, Li A quickly exclaimed after a few actions. So many points. With this amount, I can exchange for a lot of land. The words on the system are coming together with a joyful message. The super challenge was successful, and the team competition was a victory. Accumulated points, 1,400. First victory reward, 1,000 points. Benefits gained from the dungeon, 57 points. Total accumulated points received 2,457 points. She was so happy she started chattering nonstop. Let me see how much I can exchange. But Van Fong arrived just in time to remind Li A not to count anymore. Just exchange everything for survival space. The more the better. She was stunned by the loud shout and could only go along with it. All right, let me handle it. After pressing randomly for a while, Li A finally confirmed the survival space of 245,700,700 square kilometers, and she agreed without hesitation to change everything. As soon as he finished speaking, the land immediately expanded, as if humanity was being freed. The ground grew out. That's great. Move forward quickly. No more pushing. Charge ahead. They ran so fast, still marveling at the surrounding scenery. Amazing! The rivers, still expanding. How big could it get? Forget it. At least we're no longer crammed together. After resolving the major issue, A Lang stepped forward to assign tasks, saying, There is ground below. You guys go down. The two and a hack still hesitated a bit, but finally stepped forward. Are we finally saved? Go down there. At this moment, La A also escapes from the system space, and everyone from Hio Hio is freed, rejoicing endlessly. Finally back in time, this damn game really is gambling all of humanity on one bet. You're back already? I haven't even fought yet. Seeing those familiar faces again, she couldn't help but tear up. That's great. Congratulations to everyone on your victory. Achu and Ahak watched this scene, then quickly run over. Winning a match can exchange for such a vast land. The in-game economy is surprisingly fair. Maybe after a few more wins, they could even exchange for the entire Earth. Seeing how happy they were, Li A couldn't bear it but still had to speak up because their temporary rental required a large space for everyone's needs. I rented this piece of land for everyone at the lowest price. 1,000 square kilometers, cost only 1 point of experience but correspondingly. The usage period is only 1 day. Hearing this, everyone's face turned pale. What? Little Hong, being hot-tempered, couldn't hold back and jumped up. Don't talk nonsense. She climbed onto Li A and tore her hair wildly. I've been fighting and hitting her all day, and it's only enough for 1 day. Did you already eat the rose? Show me my accumulated points. Even if she tries to cheat, all she can do is cry and beg. So I have no choice but to accept her taking everything from me. The minister heard the commotion and came over, but he didn't forget to add fuel to the fire. At least, we should win 1 battle each day. This only fuels Xiao Hong's anger. I don't care if she vomits right here. Li A also quickly grabbed her hair, but still couldn't gain the upper hand. Don't bite my head. Seeing that, Akui stepped forward to comfort everyone. It's okay. With the Great King here, this is nothing. He immediately brightened up upon hearing that. That's right, if Jiangxi were here. But as soon as I finished speaking, its expression changed. That's right, where is the king? Akui quickly noticed Xiao Hei's strange expression, and besides, didn't you all win already? Why do you look like that? At this point, he can only stammer and recount. Hey, just stay calm and listen to me. Your Majesty, he is. Soon, its echo spread across the land, causing panic among the people. How could the king be lured away by another civilization? At the same time, the system issued a notification. The current Earth civilization point total hasn't returned to the trading hall's marketplace. Jiangxi is still immersed in the food stalls. So delicious, so delicious. Next to him are casual conversations. Do you want to try the new stew? Handsome guy, the boss, will definitely buy next time. Jiangxi walks away while enjoying the delicious bowl of noodles. As expected, after playing the game, coming out to eat is the best. Absolutely wonderful. But I also didn't forget to look at Xiao Gai and thank her for treating me. She just mumbled a reply and looked back at the screen. What should be done now that the 20 and monster form in the game dungeon has been moved back to the login hall? Help me! It's urgent! Following the comment is the curiosity of account C150. The people behind started to become more lively. You should really go to the healthcare room. Do the medical staff have a way to treat the cognitive disorder KPI that your department is under so much pressure? While browsing the time, the system continued to display notifications. Investment Information Department 3. Shonai was so angry that he clenched his teeth in frustration. That annoying guy is here again. Whenever the work group bell rings, I feel so uncomfortable. After seeing the message from the management department,
I just want to go crazy, especially because it's about me.
the following words only made Xiao Ai feel more bitter. That's right. How could the people in the ops know how quickly things are changing outside? Just shut up. Isn't it because of you this time? You dragged everyone into it. You reply as if selling yourself to the capital. In the end, she has no choice but to clasp her hands and bow her head, begging. Whatever. Let them talk. Then Xiao Gui's gaze shifted back to Zhang Si. Has anyone ever experienced something like this before? What exactly is that beast? He was still focused on eating, not caring about others' gazes. And there was this tenderloin. A bold idea suddenly flashed through her mind. Could it really be a rare divine chance to tame the beast? Thinking of this, a smile curled at Xiao Ai's lips. Then I will conquer all directions and reach the peak of my life. She feels even more delighted when imagining the proud scene of pointing at Zhang Si, especially because it's him. So, if the little warrior Zhang Tu is like this, doesn't that mean I can get promoted and raise my salary? Or even pay off my house loan a few years early? I don't know Teonyai's thoughts, so I always stay friendly, not forgetting to ask if I can have another bowl. She softly laughed and coaxed Jiang Si, saying, adding 100 more bowls is no problem. What are we even calculating? Hearing this, he immediately opened his mouth and shouted, Great, the boss is so generous. Jiang Si casually orders more money, and the boss adds another bowl of fried egg noodles. Xiao Ai continued to indulge him, letting Zhang Tu do as he pleased and eat. But in another corner, the safety team leader and the special operations squad appeared, identified the target, and began to isolate it. He is using glasses to observe every move of Zhang Si, mapping the area of the foreign intruder's data activity. The captain's mechanical voice then revealed a cold glint as he began the elimination operation. According to the captain's orders, the special task force dispersed to investigate each individual. Everyone remained in place and was not allowed to leave the area. The security team investigating unusual data will cooperate voluntarily. Don't relax. The captain's work is more noble than just searching for the target's silhouette. If you've found it, stand up right now. The sound of someone sipping water suddenly interrupted by him, his strange face quickly turning to reveal fear. What's going on? The captain unreservedly searched the person, saying, Stop talking nonsense and stand up for me. He raised his hands and said, I am security here, investigating unusual data. Everyone cooperate, but he still couldn't find any clues. Strange, we just narrowed down the area, so why is there nothing wrong? Next person, while they were still talking, Xiao Gai managed to escape from afar. Not this one. Nothing unusual. Next person, next person. She raised her hands above her head, then gasped in shock. The crazy security dog is biting hard, damn it. Zhang Si is just as curious about following Xiao Ai. What do they mean by checking for abnormal data? She was a bit surprised, but still explained calmly. You don't know anything? Because everything in the game world is made up of data, unusual data can cause big problems. He just nodded in response, then what happened next? They were talking about this, and Xiao Gai started to tell the story of that special squad. The security guard team is the strongest army used by the merchant civilization to protect data safety, with spies from other civilizations infiltrating. The remaining survivors of the civilization are being eliminated. The rebel forces want to return to reality, and all of this is irregular data. Zhang Tu just listened in amazement, still holding her bowl of noodles tightly. Seeing her expression, she continued explaining that once they discover something, they will delete the data using their system authority. Erasing everything completely in an unusual way, his voice trembles when receiving new information. Erase everything completely? The blue light in Xiao Lai's hand gradually dims as she speaks. That's right, erase everything completely, no armor left. Zhang Si immediately broke out in a cold sweat at the thought of those words. Erase, erase, erase completely. No, there are no more fragments of armor. She observes the situation while talking nonstop. Because of some reason, I can't be noticed by them. Keep your mouth shut a bit for me, but he still stands still repeating those two sentences. Erase everything completely, no armor left. Erase everything completely, no armor left. Completely erase everything, no traces of armor left. Completely erase everything, no traces of armor left. Xiao Gai hears a murmured whisper in her ear, reminding her not to be okay. Then she quickly fired several red radar beams, which swiftly darted through the gaps between people to disrupt their inspection devices, causing some chaos and then taking the opportunity later. At the same time, the system also announced its features. The distraction skill for the captain over there still remains unknown. Why isn't this useful? Xiao Ai was happy to have achieved the goal. We did it, little Kang Shi, from now on, just like this. But the person beside her still kept stammering, wiping everything out completely. No more armor pieces completely erased. No more armor pieces completely erased. No more armor pieces completely erased. No more armor pieces. Tiong'ai couldn't help but turn back and gently scold. What are you doing? Are you still muttering? Stay quiet and follow me. But before she could finish speaking, her eyes widened in shock, and Xiao Lai, being carried in Zhang Si's arms, was in a state of utter panic. What are you doing? Don't do anything stupid. But he paid no attention and quickly walked to a nearby restaurant. Zhang Si's voice involuntarily grew colder. Boss, Fen Hu quickly replied, I am here, and she keeps struggling and shouting, what do you want to do? Hey, why are you putting me on the table? Don't sell me out. He immediately launched a preemptive attack, observing this scene. What do I ask you? I don't accept washing dishes to pay off debts here. But Zhang Ciji slightly smiled and said, no, I want to. He immediately grabbed Xiao Gai like an object, saying we want to pack her up to take home and eat. Yanhu then froze for a moment before shouting loudly, thief! He quickly ran over to report to him that there was a thief, and the subordinate of the captain also reported the same at the same time. Captain, the device detected a characteristic of abnormal data at position 07, but he still slapped him hard. What the hell is the distance? Over here, Jiangxi still hasn't let go of Xiao Gai and is even urging her. Everyone saw everything already. Hurry up and chase after him. Xiao Ai was so furious she opened her mouth wide. Hey, you're okay. Why are you running around all of a sudden? Only now do you dare to admit it. That's right. I am a player from the Earth civilization. This new information quickly drives her into chaos. What the hell is that? Jiang Tu wouldn't say much and would directly face the consequences for Xiao Ai. If caught, she would definitely be considered a spy and executed. Next to the captain, he kept watching his footsteps, noticing abnormal data. For my record, I will start eliminating. The captain shot at Jiangxi, making him both regret and shout, my midnight snack, my breakfast, she's spinning around. Just telling Jiangxi to focus. All right, forget about those things. Focus on escaping. But he managed to catch up to the two of them. Don't even think about running. Just become part of my record. However, the captain had to stop quickly as the shadow just flashed by. Jiang Tu moved some more, keeping a distance from him. Don't come over here. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light shot directly through the squad's spaceship. Captain, are you okay? Warning, the security department is facing violent resistance at the login hall. After the chaos, he managed to escape. Jiangxi still hesitated for a moment, but after dealing with so much, he probably can't catch up. Xiao Gai could only stammer, certain of it. At that moment, the system quickly generated a new foggy space, activated system privileges, and began repairing the data. It finished quickly with the final reminder. The repair is complete. The captain has recovered. So they continue to run away. Don't run, this is my record. The two of them suddenly screamed in panic. It's over, I can't escape now. His teeth clenched together at the same time, revealing his fear. Jiang Tu clenched his fists and looked up to the sky, begging. What should I do? What should I do? Break through the entire login hall? Will they definitely kneel and beg for mercy, or tear through space to see if they can escape? I don't want to die. There are many things I have never eaten before. Save me, but you have to stay silent for a moment because of her clenched fist. Alright, stop screaming. Xiao Gai moved her feet while comforting Jiangxi. Let's go. You couldn't help but be amazed at the sight. She opened her mouth in shock and suddenly fell into a pit in midair. The system quickly intervened, activating an emergency skill, and she swiftly pulled Jiang down into the large hole. He's still shouting like a madman from behind. My achievement. Seeing this, the entire Special Forces team felt both disappointed and panicked. It's over. Those guys have entered the shopping mall. Damn it, it's crowded in here. I can't use my weapons to blow things up. I have to find them slowly. Damn it, my achievement. So they started running quickly down the street. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. The squad is asking passersby while investigating unusual data. Everyone please cooperate with the inspection. Did you see the two people falling from the sky? The woman looks a bit uncomfortable but still raises her hands to cooperate. I don't know. The crowd just keeps walking and shouting. If anyone knows, please answer, or they'll commit a serious crime. Meanwhile, their hands are still clasped together, hidden among the bustling crowd. What are these people so furious about? I don't know. They lost control again. The familiar aura quickly appeared in the women's restroom. It sneaks through each door searching for an empty room. Soon, a vacant space reveals itself with that familiar aura. The door slams shut behind him. Only after returning to his human form could Jiangxi complain. This is the women's restroom, but Tionai bluntly blocks his way, telling him to stop talking nonsense. She just performed a series of actions on the screen and reminded him, wait here for a moment. Xiao Lai used all her skills to fix the system. The safety shield was fully established, the bait address was launched, and the regional trap network was set up while Jiang Tu remained confused and clueless. She didn't have time to ask before Xiao Ai brought the bright screen close to him. Then Jiangxi looked at his new information and was stunned again. This was to prevent him from shouting out loud again. She has retrieved the item and explained, the initial disguise is complete. The next step is the most important one. You must use your identity as a member of the Merchant Guild to carry out the game once and earn the game's recognition for this account. Do you understand? Jiang Tu took a long time to process the huge amount of information before finally speaking. You seem to be quite skilled at this. Hearing that, Xiao Ai just silently smiled, her voice carrying a cold edge in the dark space. Because Xiao Ai shyly scratched her head and said, I am also an abnormal data. They mentioned the system quickly followed her choice to create a new space and randomly formed a team for the game. There is no expression in Xiao Ai's eyes, but her words are still quick and sharp. Let's go, Xiao Changxi. When both of them disappeared, some strange lights suddenly shot out, causing confusion among the people. It was just a moment before they appeared in the game dungeon. Next to the queue, Varro is quietly drinking water while listening to players complain. Why hasn't it started yet? He let out a soft breath and crossed his legs, wondering why he was even playing this childish game. Damn it. At this moment, Tu Lang appeared and reminded him that it would be best for Varro to behave himself. She glanced around before continuing. Don't forget that because your soul has slaughtered billions of spirits, the system considers us a solitary civilization, meaning every person in our civilization owes you a blood debt. That's right, the debt my brothers and I owe you still hasn't been settled. Too Long quickly threatened him, if you can't help us win this game, our lives won't be peaceful in the future. Varro, slightly dissatisfied, retorts, you know I'm just a spiritual force existing in the soul. Don't blame me for what the body does. But don't worry, I will obediently follow orders. Anyway, even the system of this game knows that in our civilization, you are the only true boss. According to him, she is the one the system mentioned, Wen Ming Zilong in the game dungeon, with rules as the system usually announces. Players will be divided into teams to face multiple challenges, earning points based on their rankings. The highest scorer will advance to the final showdown. Note that in this dungeon, players cannot use skills or items. The first round, a crazy competition. The participants could only manage to utter a single expletive before the thorny obstacles kept closing in on them. What the hell is this? Everyone got knocked back in an instant. Don't come over here. At this moment, Jiangxi was also exhausted, biting his lip to hold back his heavy breathing. But when he saw the pile of blocks rushing toward him, he panicked. What is this thing doing now? What the hell is going on? Playing a reflex game with such a delay is too difficult. His constant complaints keep echoing. And on top of that, this floor is like a treadmill. It keeps sliding forward. I was already unsteady, and now I have to keep moving forward. I feel like I've been trapped. Zheng Tu could only shout loudly as he saw the obstacle approaching him. He kept yelling in the same spot. I'm doomed. Xiao Lei has already gone far ahead and is tired of hearing the screams. But her steps still slowed down a few beats. Xiao Gai thoughtfully reminded Jiangxi, our goal is to help you complete the disguise and quietly get through. Just a few points are enough. As soon as he finished speaking, his footsteps slammed onto the floor. Zhang Tu gritted his teeth and enunciated each word. What are you talking about? If you're going to play the game, then give it your all and don't underestimate the pride of a gamer like me. In the next moment, he revealed his confusion but remained still. When the blue column descended, Xiao Ai could only close her eyes and let it happen. Why did I pick up this strange name? But before I could step further, the ground beneath her suddenly shook. Xiao Ai was completely stunned by the scene. The girls, this floor, the other players also affected by the game floor and shouting, why is it suddenly erupting like this? Over here, Zhang Suvan awkwardly supports the heavy pole. The game has just started, and there are still people on Earth waiting for me to return. How could I? How is that possible? Zhang Simao forcefully lifted the large pillar. How is that possible when she and everyone else were almost all pulled down? Wait, hold on, what are you doing? In the end, he used all his strength to push it away from him. How could he be eliminated so easily? Everything in the dungeon also shattered because of that. What are you doing? Why did it suddenly explode? The system quickly issued a notification. All the other players had fallen off the stage. Hearing that, everyone unwillingly fell down. This is a total loss. What kind of defeat is this? I can't accept it. Through the thick fog, Jiangxi heard the system's voice. You have achieved the highest score in this group. Are you a bit confused, looking around for a moment? Did I win? Then Zhang Tu clapped his hands together, smiling happily as if enlightened. I see now, so that's allowed too. Soon after, everyone was transported by the system to the second maze breakthrough scene. As soon as they entered, voices arguing non-stop. Hey, where are you? Don't get lost, you'll really get lost. It's no use. Even with the top-down view mode, it's still so hard to move. One player is so exhausted they can't go on. They're completely worn out. Tim Huai couldn't find the way out anywhere. I'll take a break for now. A second later, he stopped because of the sound in his ear. What is that noise? A sudden drop of sweat appeared on his hand. Why is this wall like this? Zhang Tu charges forward with full strength, breaking through the maze and ignoring everyone. Step aside, watch how a smart person plays the game. Even the best members had to quickly dodge him. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Zhang Tu keeps charging forward like crazy. Don't try to stop me from breaking through. A nearby player was just as confused. What was that? But at that moment, he quickly ran to the finish line with a blue screen. The Win system continues to bring good news to Zhang Tu. You have escaped the maze and successfully reached the finish line. Once again, Jiangxi hides in the cloud of innocent laughter. He thinks he's the best and shouts loudly without caring about the little doll on his back. So many people, but no one has figured out this way of playing. I knew it. I really am a gaming genius. Just move on to the next scene. According to Zhang Sui Bei's instructions, I quickly teleport to scene 3. In the League of Treasure Hunt, all participants are happily competing for the treasure. This one is mine, and this treasure belongs to me. What are you doing? Huh? Are you trying to steal my treasure? Giang Tử nghe vậy liền giải thích, không phải cuộc ruồng của cậu giàu ma. Những nữ cuối của anh lại dẫn biến chất là tất cả khô bầu ở dải diêu lạc của tôi. Who agrees? Who opposes? But the words had long been spoken, and no one showed any reaction at all. After hearing Zhang Xi's words, they burst out laughing. Who are you? Why are you so arrogant? You crazy person, are you messing around here? Can I object? They laughed happily without paying attention to his mouth. Zhang Tu, without hesitation, kicked the player away and asked, do you oppose? Then he swept his leg back to the ground, which was of course no problem. Sana then started to crack apart into pieces. In the end, everyone had to submit to Zhang Xi. We agree. This checkpoint system, like the previous ones, has announced your achievement, and your team has scored the highest. Everyone was then taken to scene 4, flying over the obstacle eggs. He casually looked up with his hands in his pockets. Then Jiangxi squatted down and slammed his hand on the ground, causing it to crack, his eyes suddenly flashing with a cruel glint. Too lazy to walk and just straight to the destination. As he said that, Jiang Tu's hand clenched tightly. That crack quickly caught up with the player aiming at the Y-Win trophy below the notification board. The top position was his, but he didn't have long to celebrate before feeling a sense of unease. What about the ground here? As he uttered the last 2 words, his whole body was pulled and began to crack and deform. This dungeon suddenly turned upright, causing the shattered ground. The cup and the Win-Eye notification everyone dreams of are now ready to be placed right at Jiang Tu's feet. The system quickly received the news and appeared. Your team is the first to arrive at the destination. You have won this match. He just glances slightly and calmly smirks. Okay, it's done. At this point, Jiang Tu's information has been updated, and the top score is now for the Civilized Commerce category, J4. He couldn't help but cheer with joy at his achievement. So exciting. Truly a thrilling and intense match, and there's more to come. But Xiaogui's words extinguished Jiangxi's hope. Continue with what exactly? We're doomed. He looked a bit confused at her screen. What? The system notification clearly shows it. You have been reported by other players. Now Xiaogai can only scold Jiangxi a few words. I told you to stay humble. Now it's not just the security department of the trading guild watching us, but also the purge armies of other civilizations. This statement leaves him stunned as if struck by lightning. I was just playing the game normally. Xiaogai immediately went crazy because of Jiangxi's naivety. Normally, how could a regular player like that monkey ruin the game environment? Still, she tries to make a choice on the system while not forgetting to remind you. Truly. There's one more thing I forgot to tell you, which is that because we might violate some of the system's rules, we are called abnormal data. Abnormal data gradually lose their humanity, turning into terrifying monsters called corpse data, and can even infect nearby players with this abnormality, making them a common target for civilizations within the game world to work together to eliminate. So, Xiaogai only knows how to make Jiangxi hesitate. I went through a lot to impersonate a person and settle in the Civilization Guild. Now I have to run away again. He also cooperates very well, pondering her words, losing his humanity and turning into a monster, and infecting others. Sounds a bit trivial. At this moment, there is some abnormality at the headquarters of the Civilization Guild. S168 enters in formal attire to report to the High Council. The abnormal data detected today has been identified and sealed. Although he is a level 3 security chief, he still frowns at the system, confirming that this person has disguised himself within J4 employee code to infiltrate the D142 game instance, a side quest involving gun sales. The hot-tempered target shows no attempt to hide anything suspicious, suspecting he has lost his mind, suggesting immediate arrest when he returns. And after S168 reports, she smiles. She is indeed from the Civilized Merchants Guild. The Supreme Council is swaying a glass of wine in their hand, the D142 instance. What a coincidence? Top 2 smiled softly and then ordered him not to mobilize the army. He would no longer be able to return. S168 was stunned and confused. What? However, she only calmly tilts the bottom of her glass of golden wine. Top 2 smirks as she reveals her secret. Recently, we collaborated with 3 other civilizations to use rare items to activate a large amount of dangerous abnormal data in the special instance. The chosen location was the entertainment instance D142, which can accommodate many players. Soon, that instance will turn into a hunting ground, where data corpses kill each other. All players are transported to a new space once again, accompanied by the system notification. The new year is about to start. Everyone get into position quickly. It's starting again. Gather quickly. This time we must win for sure. But Xiaogai carefully reminds Jiangxi to stay humble this time. Got it? It's just that he remains silent and softly questioned, "Do you feel like something's a bit strange?" She didn't understand what Jiangxi meant and felt a bit annoyed. What's so strange here? He responded indifferently with no hint of surprise, though honestly it was hard to say. There was just a strange sense of familiarity within the crowd. Among the players, there is someone like Jiangxi who notices the oddities of those around him. Hey, what's going on with you guys? The system screen lights up, revealing the final battle scene, with a lively racecourse full of players, chaos erupting as everyone must overcome obstacles themselves, and previously scattered groups are now gathered into a massive final showdown. Feng Yi was running and shouting loudly, complaining, "What is going on with this stage?" He put on a panicked look and condemned, saying that even a light touch on the footholds would cause them to shatter instantly. There are still many other types of obstacles. Some places have footings that break so quickly it's hard to believe. He also didn't forget to mention the person who set up this game, and moreover, he has no idea when they'll reach the endpoint. Does the designer of this game even play their own game? The rules of the game are simpler than the gameplay itself. The giant map keeps collapsing, and the longer you survive, the higher your score. Over here, Xiaogai is running at full speed, but still has to listen to Jiangxi, Bi, and Min. You see, this time the map wasn't caused to collapse by me. She shouted tiredly. Got it, run quickly. Tu Lang watches everything below from above. So, Jang 2 is also in this game dungeon? She must have been assigned to a different team earlier. Adao looked at her questioningly. Do we need to go see him? Kwang also added a comment casually asking about the situation on Earth's civilization. Tu Lang shook his head firmly and refused. No way! Not until we uncover the truth about this game world. She remembered what Varro had told her. According to Varro, Prince T-Sky created this game world. Are you talking about me? As the messenger of the gods, I hold the highest rank just below the divine throne. Elsewhere, Tsukai is completely immersed in an unfamiliar space with his thoughts, and he knows quite a lot about those things. Thousands of years ago, the second throne god discovered that game controller-like divine weapon deep in the universe and gained immense power from it. His hand rested on a cracked stone as he reminisced. But his face was reflected on the cracked mirror, and he had never told anyone the secret of that divine weapon. I can't believe he's been preparing for thousands of years just to come back and save Earth. Returning to reality, Varro smiled with a somewhat strange expression. Anyway, he proudly declared that the purpose of our divine civilization is forever to destroy Jiangtu. A Kwang Gu was confused and didn't know how to respond appropriately. I can't imagine how he's planning to use this game to defeat Jiangtu. Adao and Zhang are thinking nearby. Whenever Jiangxi destroys this game, I won't be surprised. Tu Lang remained silent before finally speaking. Let's start investigating this instance with an unusual number of players first. A third eye and immense power appeared on her face with dual abilities. In the dungeon, those losing their minds gradually appeared, and the hypotheses began to form a consistent order. Based on their mental energy, their consciousness is gradually fading away, and eventually, some players start attacking each other. In this instance, nearly 30% of the players' souls are rapidly shattering. One player is beginning to transform from a human into a strange mutation, with bizarre changes appearing inside their body, as if they have completely lost their human form, becoming a corpse, a zombie, a data corpse, and some nearby players scream in shock. How did they appear here? There are players transforming here too. Zombies are appearing everywhere and attacking unfortunate players. It's over. This place is about to lose control. The infection has already started. It's over. Just when it falls into this dungeon where you can't use this skill anymore. The number of zombies keeps increasing. Their fighting strength growing, and everywhere you hear players shouting, "Run now!" At this moment, Varro appears from the sky and lands on a zombie, making it obedient. Its head was pressed firmly against the ground, only able to produce some unclear sounds, making Varro extremely annoyed. One of the zombie's arms suddenly changed, and he looked at it with a mix of curiosity and surprise. The zombie's form has now changed, revealing sharp teeth like a shark, threatening him. Varro smiled with delight and praised. Not bad. You even managed to lift your head up. Your smile hasn't faded, but a coldness has already appeared in your eyes. But right now, I still need to maintain my appearance. He presses down with his foot, causing the ground to shatter. Your silence. The monster is now completely immobile because it is overwhelmed. Varro stands beside the corpse, speaking excitedly as if he just achieved a great feat. Master Tu Lang, please come investigate if there is anything special about the zombies in this game world. Unfortunately, it seems like a fight is happening above, so no one is paying attention to what he's saying. Hey, what are you doing? Varro said with utter contempt. Someone like him can also cause you to fall into a tough battle? Akyuang fought while raising his voice in response. What nonsense are you talking about? Stop looking down on others. He doesn't beat around the bush. Just look carefully at the monster under his feet. The group of zombies that were just dealt with seem to be regenerating on their own. Before dying, they clone themselves at an extremely fast rate. Varro suddenly smiled in a strange, amused way, and behind him appeared a monster with a few more heads doubled. What an interesting creature. Come play for a bit. Tu Lang also has a large number of zombies, not inferior in number. She asks herself aloud with a questioning tone. Self-replicating from nothing, it rapidly powered up, and the lightning-fast sword cut through the monsters, accompanied by her dismissive words. This is even more troublesome than a real outbreak of zombies. Under the ground, Varro unleashes his power to fiercely attack the monsters. Truly a bunch of interesting toys. He fights more and more passionately, smiling brightly as if he's playing a relaxing game. After so many, killing a few more wouldn't affect the investigation, right? Based on his movements, the monsters are completely subdued, and the surrounding area is also destroyed from the battle. Varro's hands froze in midair as if sensing something. A man appeared amidst the thick smoke, calmly blocking his attack. What is that? Now he's finally starting to speak in a friendly and approachable manner. Sorry about that. He crossed his arms and smirked, shielding the monsters. These corpses still can't be killed by you for now, right? The man calmly mediates. We have to wait for everyone, including you. All players in this dungeon are infected, and this sweep will not leave any prey behind. Please forgive me, please forgive me. Varro flatly refuses. I won't let go. He didn't say another word, but directly launched a fierce attack on the top 5. But when he stepped out with his body unscathed in a teasing tone, Varro was caught off guard. Truly a terrifying strength. A sword suddenly appeared to block the attack and quickly countered. You must be one of the strongest figures in the original civilization. Every word from the top 5 is a detailed assessment of Varro, and although the level isn't high in the game world, each enhancement is aimed directly at maximizing his innate strength. He reached up to his glasses and said slowly, but luckily the space door was activated, enveloping him in the glow of the ELV-9-1. I am the type of player who spends money, able to use the absolute advantage of top-up to crush you. So now the eyes of the top 5 slightly open, teasingly asking, do you still want to fight me? Varro, seeing the situation, suddenly burst into a big smile and charged forward as if he had found a tasty prey. Elder Tu Lang, keep investigating. I need to go have some fun with this guy now. The Joint Command Center's extraordinary data purge plan uncovered a high-level powerhouse caught in the chaos. The 5th-ranked individual personally stepped in to suppress the situation. At this moment, a woman in high heels entered, and S-168 quickly approached to report the situation. You're in 5th place fighting a strong opponent, and the 2nd place isn't interested in responding. It's fine. If he dies, he's just unlucky. S-168, standing behind, said, with a calm demeanor, not to mention the money already invested in this purge plan, our team and other civilizations have already sent top experts to fight. The screen displays information about the top disciple players of the Wenming hero Mon Tihua Alpha 94. The second screen shows Min Fuk Tui, captain of the Mimi Hunter team, level 91, Min Imperial Kingdom, Warlord Mon Kak, level 96. The second place is satisfied with the current situation. No matter how powerful they are, they can only be completely wiped out in that dungeon. Zhang Tu here is exhausted, panting heavily, carrying Tionai on his back while fleeing from the zombies and encouraging himself. Hurry up, the others are almost out of energy. We're definitely in first place. The system menu keeps popping up, announcing the defeat of the mutated team. The sounds of players calling for help echo constantly. It's a life-saving game. We're quitting this match. Under an obstacle, Little Vu is trembling as he presses his system panel. We must escape the game quickly. His finger pressed the surrender button, but there was no response at all. Damn it, hurry up. Damn it, why can't I surrender and escape? Suddenly, another creature appeared in the air, making him freeze. Right above the player's head, a pack of monsters was baring their fangs eagerly at their prey. A desperate scream tears through the instance, distant bodies torn apart, gradually turning into data streams. The instance erodes the player's life and turns it into its own food. The human bodies initially turned into data immediately transformed, and the number of monsters appeared exponentially increasing. The dungeon, which seemed just an obstacle course game, has now become a deadly battlefield for survival. Why is that? Why can't I escape the legendary item, the Dimension Lock? In another place, the statistics keep flashing non-stop. 38% of players have been killed by the undead. The number of casualties is rising rapidly as the information spreads. Mai feels very satisfied with the result. Not bad, the plan is proceeding smoothly. He stands calmly, observing below. Once our trap is set, no one can escape. Next, we just need to wait for all the players inside the instance to turn into zombies. Then we eliminate all the zombies to complete the mission. Xiaohua adjusts her hat, slightly raises the corner of her mouth, knowing this is the only way to prevent the abnormal data from escaping. He calmly witnesses all the tragedies below. All sacrifices are for the greater good. On the other side, a sigh echoes through the dungeon. There's nothing more to do. Mimi sits leisurely among the defeated monsters, muttering to herself. After all, our civilization was once destroyed by zombies. Now I meet them again in this game. I'm so worried. I have to clean everything up quickly. As soon as I finished speaking, she sensed that something was approaching. Mimi looks up in amazement. Are they still fighting over there? Could he also hold his own against that rich kid? Up in the sky, Varro is still fighting fiercely with the top 5, creating breathtaking scenes. That person is really impressive. Mok, just standing there watching, couldn't help but praise. That's pretty impressive. He looked at the ongoing battle with no clear winner and wondered if the powerful warrior was from the Tu Lang civilization who just joined. According to intelligence reports, all members of that civilization are only left with their souls. He pondered for a moment before saying, guessing is like facing the zombie apocalypse. Mai Mi sat leisurely and couldn't help but voice her sorrowful thoughts. It's quite sad, but unfortunately apart from us, no one else can leave anymore. Xiaohua is now using her abilities, so if things have gotten this complicated, we shouldn't just sit here chatting anymore. He shouted loudly and heroically. Everyone join in and definitely suppress it no matter what. If a powerhouse like this turns into a corpse, it will be even harder to deal with. Xiaohua acted while giving orders to charge forward. Mimi clearly responded more enthusiastically and answered loudly. Understood. You're already taking action yourself so quickly? At this moment, the top 5 are already a few injuries from the previous battle, and he looks up with a proud smile. No way. I recall that in the short time since the last battle, I used up 27 high-level defensive artifacts and 63 healing artifacts, yet Varro still charges forward with unstoppable strength. Don't run away. Breaking free from those thoughts, the top 5 suddenly smiled triumphantly. Your strength is truly unmatched. However, the man reached out his hands to summon another artifact from his inventory. It's a pity. Then he clenched his fist and crushed that sparkling stone. The stone just shattered, and the top 5 seems to have gained even more strength. I have over 80,000 more of these tools. Rebirth Crystal. Health points increased by 100. In the merchant civilization, over 3,000 employees are hired around the clock regardless of working hours or shift changes, striving to build the future. working hard to prove themselves. Wholeheartedly, because achievements mean everything to them, and the project is also everything to them. People are gradually going insane over my mortgage. Fall down. Even working to exhaustion, they don't give up. Baby formula money and tuition fees. I still haven't given up. I still have 32 years left on my loan. In the end, they became corrupted, fighting tirelessly and grinding equipment for me to earn the salary I give, until the top 5 suddenly unleashed an incredible power that you could not possibly resist. The power of capital. He sneered and looked at Varro with contempt. Do you understand? This poor guy. Varro responded with a mocking smile. He seems to be going crazy and getting more and more excited about the fight. Very well, it looks like you can let me have my fill. The wave of power from Varro crashes into the top 5 with force, as if to crush him into 100 pieces. Die! He snorted in contempt. Running again? The top 5 hovering in the air with their space wings then calmly countered. This isn't running away, it's waiting for the right moment. The space wings are agile with a bonus of 85 destructive energy and an attack bonus of 90. Varro was extremely annoyed by his moralizing words. Damn it, even the top 5 want a clear victory, it's not over yet. As soon as those words finished, a giant sword suddenly appeared above Varro's head, making him curse out loud. Steel giant sword. Hit rate plus 70. Hit rate plus. Damn it, where did that come from? Varro quickly blocks the incoming sword tip, but it's quite difficult. The top 5 members smirk at the situation, and Varro is now on the defensive against his opponent's attack. Earth Spirit Bullet. Damage increased by 85. Then a huge explosion erupts as if destroying everything. But it doesn't make top 5 very happy. You're not dead yet? What a troublesome guy. Varro managed to escape the big explosion and couldn't help but worry and think it over. In this game, with all these random skills and items, relying only on the Lunar Beast is really hard to deal with. He quickly analyzed the current situation, recalling that 3 other powerful enemies were also rushing toward him, and decided to risk using Tulang's Heavenly Vision Moon. Suddenly, the ground was shattered, scattering the players and monsters around him. What is that? What's happening now? It seems to be at the finish line for it. At this moment, a shining gold cup appears among the wreckage. Zhang Tu angrily stomped on the cup with great force. Why didn't you give me a score even though I reached the destination? He turned back and asked the vomiting. Xiao Gui, do you think this is broken? Next time, don't carry me when you run. Let me be bitten by a monster and die. Thank you, Jiangxi shouted in panic as the monsters charged at them like lightning. Be careful. He grabbed the monster's head and threw it away. Damn it, hurry up and let me clear this level. The monsters, seeing their comrades being easily dealt with, also feel terrified. Zhang Tu pushed the monster in his hand deep into the ground, pondering. Do I really have to eliminate all these newly appeared monsters to pass the level? The monsters all suddenly pretended to be dead on the spot, and Jiangxi fell into deep thought again. But what he said is something no ordinary person would think of. These guys actually look pretty cute. A scene that couldn't be more relaxing appeared in his mind. Go pick it up. Obeying the king's order, Jiangxi's cheeks flushed pink as her mind drifted aimlessly. It makes me think of Amao and Alang, and I feel a bit reluctant to strike. I casually toss the monster back to its place, surprising the monster slightly. Go there, teach them properly, and then accept them as subordinates if you like. Then he confidently stepped towards the monsters and offered some sweet words of persuasion. Okak, don't be afraid, I'm not here to destroy you. I'm here to live peacefully with you. He pointed at a nearby monster and pondered. I'll call you a Hoing from now on. This one over here is a Tai, and you won't be forgotten either. And as for you, while I was still thinking, a sword sliced through the monster's heads. What should I call that? Just as he was about to refocus, he realized something was off. Little Hoa had, without him noticing, beheaded the monsters effortlessly with a single sword. His sharp eyes surveyed the surroundings. All the corpses at the scene had been thoroughly slaughtered, and no particularly strong individual was found. Mike looked at the updating system display, unable to help but wonder. It's strange, I clearly eliminated all distractions, so what is the huge power I felt earlier? Zhang Tu's eyes still glistened with tears, silently gritting his teeth. Could this be some ridiculous, abnormal data in front of him? Xiaohua's hand holding the sword gently swung out. No need to think much if it was an underlying threat. A few more swords appeared above his head, looking very threatening, ready to strike. Just then, a sudden explosion erupted in front of Xiaohua, startling him as well. His eyes were blinded by the light of the explosion. Even these few swords couldn't withstand the pressure and were sent flying in all directions. This is a powerful force rushing forward, breaking through all obstacles. A muscular arm appears from the dust, clenched tightly. At this moment, Jiangxi has taken on a new, powerful, and majestic form. Tulong swiftly and agilely dodges through the colorful logos to escape the destructive light that can break her supernatural powers. She was completely stunned as she witnessed the destructive power of that blue light. Its destructive wave was so immense that everything it touched was shattered. Could it be that my Death Moon space is about to break? Is it because of this? The only one here who can directly break my power is probably you. Zhang Zilong thought in confusion. It's over. Why is Zhang Zi suddenly so serious? While the power is still under control, run away a little farther now. She panicked and sped up. Not enough, not enough. She had to run even farther. At that moment, the beam of light seemed to grow more intense, with destructive power increasing uncontrollably. Unexpectedly, the strength of that blue light was so great that just a few circles around it caused the ground to shake. Everything around seems to be spinning and turning upside down in chaos, accompanied by frantic screams. Someone from the Death Moon space shouts out, "Why is this happening?" In just a short time, the impact of that light beam has thrown everyone into the air. Everyone else was stunned and panicking, screaming loudly. The purple-haired man hiding behind the rock snapped angrily, "Are you crazy? Who has time to provoke Jiangxi right now?" At this moment, Varro was floating in the sky, witnessing everything happening. He laughed happily. Varro glanced over at the Supreme Commissioner of the Wenming Commerce Guild. "Hey, that guy over there is your accomplice, right?" And arrogantly declares that they will definitely die. Varro deduces, "So those three are looking for Jiangxi? Then I can relax a bit more." Tottenham quietly reflected, realizing that the previous attack didn't rely on any tools at all. It seemed he even hadn't activated any skills. Meanwhile, Jiangxi, with a serious look, clenched his fists in thought, throwing a simple punch, based only on basic attributes. So, how can this be? At that moment, the surface of the stone was deformed by something. In the middle, Xiaohua sat slumped, coughing violently. Xiaohua clenched the talismans tightly in anger as he shouted, "Are you kidding me? One strike was enough to break my protective fairy shield." Jiang Tu lands on the ground and praises her. "Not bad. Your strike is better than I thought. It seems you can really fight now." Xiaohua, furious, shouted angrily, "Stop being so arrogant. He's in a rage. This is no longer just ordinary abnormal data. He has to strike hard." Everyone charged forward together. Xiaohua swung his sword straight at Jiangxi, but it was only to destroy a clone of the sword. What arrogance. Wait until you can withstand a real strike from my sect's divine sword, then you can talk. Jiang Tu calmly moved his arm and spoke. A real strike, he only needed a few quick moves to seize the opponent's sword. "How is this possible?" Tu Hua exclaimed in disbelief. "What?" Jiang Tu pivoted on the ground and immediately lunged toward his opponent, with Xiao Hua's confused face in front of him. Jiang Tu swung decisively forward, causing him to scream in panic. He was quite surprised. How did it break just from one strike? Jiang Tu shows an attitude of disdain. The quality is too poor. Xiao Hua weaves around to dodge Jiang Tu's attacks, and he is furious. Annoying, this is my sect's treasured sword. Jiang Tu throws away the broken sword and calls out to him, "Hey, don't run, we haven't even started fighting yet." At this moment, someone's voice suddenly interrupted. "Let me see the cat." The civilized hunter team leader quickly grabs Jiangxi's hand. "Got you now." In an instant, the cat quickly wrapped its tail tightly around Jiangxi's leg. He was so stunned he couldn't speak. She smirked maliciously. Mimi leapt high, knocking Jiang Tu down with her tail, then continued attacking with her sharp claws. There is also a continuous high-pitched scream. Mimi takes a deep breath and shouts loudly. Mimi's moves are so destructive that rocks shatter apart. She tiptoes, looking smug, and strikes him so hard he can't fight back at all, Mayo. Mimio, just then, a hand reaches out from behind her. That person responds, "Let me think. Yes, that hand belongs to no one else but Jiangxi." He lifted Mimi up and then commented, "It seems that if the cat doesn't listen, just grabbing the scruff of the neck and lifting it is enough. If you grab the scruff of its neck and lift, it won't move anymore, right?" Jiang Tu looked intently, as if he had discovered something. "Now!" Mimi shouted angrily, "Let me go, cat!" At this moment, the anonymous voice echoes. "Have we been discovered? It's okay. That anonymous person is the warlord of the Imperial civilization." He quickly ordered, "Aim carefully and attack. Feel the blazing fire of the Empire." That fire shakes the heavens and the earth. The calm voice says, "This guy is unbelievably strong." Mimi is stunned and collapses to one side. What kind of freakish power is that, Mayo? Can an ordinary player reach this level of strength at max level? Xiaohua Mayo appeared to justify. After all, it's unusual data, probably using some cheating method. "I've adjusted my attributes now?" Xiaohua widened his eyes and cast his magic with a confident voice. But this is where it ends. Jiangxi gazed intently at the ground beneath him as the rocks gradually dissolved. Once you step into the mountain area we arranged, Xiaohua continues to cast his spell, summoning millions of swords with the infinite sword formation. He is already dead. Mike points his gun straight at the sky. In this entertainment instance, only we can access it thanks to a special item that grants us the privilege to actively use skills in the game. The beams from his gun send signals into the sky, revealing a different space above. He is summoning fleets from the universe. The fleets wondered who was calling the fleet, using their ultimate skill to bombard the fleet. Seeing that, Mimi immediately wanted to compete. Why is everyone unleashing their ultimate moves? If Mayo is doing it, I can't fall behind the cat, right? I instantly transform into an immortal beast form, showing off proudly. No matter how high your basic attributes are, you can't compete with us once you've lost all your cat skills. At this moment, everyone who opposes Jiangxi wants to defeat him, especially Xiaohua shouting, "Go! All of you head straight for him." But Jiangxi remains calm and dismissive, criticizing the flashy tricks as pointless, and finds this game increasingly interesting. Jiang Tu was completely stunned when he received the message, reacting with an allergic response, jumping up suddenly and unleashing his top skill, his face extremely serious. the ultimate skill, Soul Flame Seal. Next is the ultimate move, the Infinite Sword Formation, with 10,000 swords unleashed together. He takes a deep breath, looks up at the fleets, and quickly makes his decision. It's over. The sparks from the fleets have been triggered, and they are heading straight for Jiangxi with great intensity. He racked his brains, but there's no way to operate like this. If that's the case, then let's go with a more direct approach. It's been a while since I used this stance and felt this way. Jiangxi smiled contentedly. Great, your strength is to block the fierce sparks from the fleets. Xiaohua was so surprised he opened his mouth in amazement. What? Mimi's power of Zhang Tu poured a cold splash on her face, and she couldn't stand firm. Even Mai couldn't resist Zhang Ti's force. He was confused as if he couldn't believe his eyes. No way! This has to be a joke, right? At this moment, nearby, Xiao Gai was shouting, "Help! Why can't I get out of here?" Could it be that she was trapped by the capitalist forces? Although she has now reached a safe position, she is still stunned by what is happening. What the hell is this? I was just doing an entertainment dungeon. How did it turn into this? Xiaolai's eyes widened with sweat pouring down her face, but she reassured herself. Anyway, I survived, so after this, I definitely need to take a year-long vacation. What the heck is that? Above Xiao Ai's head, fleets are engulfed in flames as she quickly climbs up, marveling at the sight. What trick are you up to now? The thick smoke echoes with Jiangxi's laughter and challenge. Come on, keep going. In the blink of an eye, you appeared with your captivating white hair. Let's see what other surprises you have in store for me. At that moment, the 5th ranked was also there, and he was so surprised he couldn't believe it. Top 5 grits his teeth, clearly showing chaos on his face. The Empire's main battleship can't even withstand a single blow, so my weapon will also be knocked away in an instant right now? The top 5 are confused and don't know what to do. Dying in this dungeon means no respawn. At this moment, Xiao Hua hurriedly unleashes his magic power. Damn it, things have come to this. There's no other choice. Are his 2 allies just as scared, or is there any other move he can make? It seemed like Xiao Hua, overconfident, would deliver a fatal blow, but unexpectedly, he chose the safest escape route. We can only retreat now, activate the space lock so we can escape the instance immediately. Xiao Hua's divine sword of light, his allies Mimi and Mike see him so cowardly that he's sinking, this guy. At this moment, Xiao Hua disregards his dignity and rushes to his legendary artifact to escape with his allies. Dimensional Lock. Activate now. The legendary artifact, Dimensional Lock. The Dimensional Lock agrees to Xiao Hua's request and then prompts for approval. The Dimensional Lock has been opened, allowing the powerful player, Xiao Hua, Mimi, Mike, and the top 5 to leave the dungeon. Immediately, Xiao Hua rejoiced and shouted out, "Great, let's withdraw." He sped up but kept insulting. "Goodbye, you damn monsters. I'll be back after I prepare at the sect." Tu Hua's hand was about to touch the door of the dimensional space as he muttered. "Next time for sure, next time for sure," he shouted wildly. "I'll kill you, just wait and see." In the blink of an eye, Jiangxi appeared, grabbing Xiao Hua by the collar and whispering, "No need to wait until next time." He looked like a fierce demon, making Xiao Hua shiver. "Let's have a good fight today, isn't that better?" Zhang Tu pressed Xiao Hua's head down, decisively forcing him to the ground, like a demon king who would not easily let go of his prey. "Not yet, not yet. Someone like you never gets tired of fighting, so I guess you can play with me for a long time, right?" Zhang Tu said with a satisfied smile as he threw Xiao Hua from one side to the other. Xiao Hua couldn't understand what was happening, while Jiangxi kept saying, not yet, and in a short time, Xiao Hua was beaten up and down. "Are you still holding up? Not bad." He keeps struggling, and Tu Hua finds it more interesting that he keeps getting beaten without fighting back. At the same time, Tu Hua's teammates are gradually fleeing into the dimensional space lock. The request has been approved, the space lock is opening. Player Me Mike Top 5 is preparing to leave the dungeon. Zhang Tu contemptuously scolds, "Do you just abandon your teammates like that? These guys are really unruly. We must catch those 3 and bring them back." The other 3 have entered the dimensional gate. Mike couldn't hide his joy and shouted, "Great, we've been teleported here." As for the top 5, he was extremely worried and immediately ordered, "Open the teleportation gate now, quickly, quickly." The top 5 assigned the mission to Mimi. "Kitten, let's go open this space portal and you watch the main gate carefully." I heard that and got scared. He kept urging, "Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, damn it. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have set such a complicated password." Mike kept grumbling, truly unlucky beyond words. At this moment, a beam of light gradually approached from the sky. Jiangxi appeared instantly and shouted, "Don't run!" Immediately. Mimi is stunned speechless. "Hurry up, let's get out of here." A quickly signals to her accomplices that he's coming over. Top 5, stay as calm as you can. "Got it, I'm finishing up now." He just managed to press the retreat confirmation button, and she looked so surprised her mouth was wide open. "Hurry and close it, cat." As Zhang Tu's hand is about to touch, the gate is slowly closing. Aimee is terrified. "Don't come here again." The sound of the dimensional lock signaling also confirms that at this moment the door has slammed shut. The operation is complete. The special device has been activated, the space lock is engaged, and the login mode has ended. After leaving the dungeon, the top 5 team members kept panting heavily, their faces covered in sweat with fear. He sighed and said, "We finally made it out alive." Mimi interrupted, thinking he was doomed, while Mike kept complaining. So unlucky. The screen displays information. The game has ended, the portal is about to open, players are asked to return to their civilization's login hall in order. Emperor TNT, ruler of the Imperial Civilization, calls out Mike, who responds, "Yes, Your Majesty, I remind you that you have not completed the Imperial mission and have withdrawn without permission, which is completely unacceptable." The Imperial Emperor of the Empire Civilization, Xianti, continued to threaten. "Do you know what you will have to face? Tell me why I shouldn't execute you as a deserter." "You have 3 minutes to think it over and give me an answer," Mike hurriedly explained. The Emperor commands. "Perhaps Your Excellency, the Honorable Supreme Counselor, can give us an explanation. Is the great leader Vuong Tai of Van Min Phuc Tui asking correctly? The members of the Civilization Alliance, have you calculated the losses this time clearly?" "I've shared the action video with everyone. Watch it yourself," second place said angrily. An abnormal data with extremely high combat power appears in the dungeon. This kind of unexpected situation is completely unpredictable. "Damn it," Top 5 quickly admitted when he heard that. Yes, that monster was truly terrifying. His strength has far exceeded our understanding of abnormal data. Mimi is still stunned. "Recently, I think I keep having that nightmare." Mock realizes how lucky I am. Luckily, we activated the space lock at the last moment, completely trapping him in that instance dungeon. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "May I trouble you for a moment? May I ask, are you the sect master Bai Mao Tiansu of the Wenming Hero Alliance?" The old man asked suspiciously, "Why isn't my top disciple Mon Tuhua inside the space lock? Can anyone answer me?" Bai Mao wondered why everyone was so silent. "Hello everyone. Are you still online? Where is my disciple?" Right now, the top 5 are too afraid to tell the truth. "This guy is sweating like crazy over this," Long hurriedly explained. "Because of the safety of civilization, he voluntarily stayed behind to block our retreat," Mike added, but he wasn't quite calm. "He is a brave soldier, worthy of the Empire's remembrance." Mimi trembled as she continued. "Now he's probably been eaten, cat." Immediately, a familiar voice echoed in my ear. "Are you looking for him?" Mock hurriedly turned around and exclaimed, "What?" "Jengtu made a big wound and threw Little Flower in. I have already brought him to you. Right now, in another dimension, Bai Mao is watching everything and calls out to his disciple. Jengtu grins and mentions that Kuang Tai has also arrived. Mimi is so shocked her jaw drops. She's been chasing after this all along. What's going on with Mei Oh Mai? Damn it, those chaotic numbers outside keep trying to analyze me, but it's much more comfortable in here. They were so terrified they screamed for help. The NT was stunned, tearing through the space of the copy. Using her body to break through the chaotic data stream, this couldn't be real. Guang Tai lost his temper and shouted, "Quickly lock the portal again. We absolutely cannot let him take the chance to invade our landing space." Top 2 are furious, quickly controlling the computer. "What else do you need to say? It's already shutting down." The system displays a warning. The space is temporarily Jaichu. All data inside is about to be erased. Everyone is confused, especially Ma, who screams in despair. "No way! We're still inside here!" Jengtu is furious. Hey, I think in the future everyone will often play games together, so I kindly ask you to say hello." "Is that how you show your attitude?" He issues a threat. "Then don't blame me." Jiangxi clenched her fist with destructive power. "It's only fair to give as good as you get." He raised his arm forward, unleashing a powerful burst of blue light that caused chaos, and in a short moment, the beams reached Top Hei's location. She was really shocked. "What? The space is collapsing. The beams of light from Jiangxi have stormed straight into the building. The flames are blazing, the system appears, and the special instance has been opened. The chat group around the fire consists of close allies. Top 2 announced that today's gathering was to discuss the catastrophic extermination that occurred during the joint sweep operation, with Bai Mao sitting with his back turned to everyone. I didn't expect that thousands of players have been infected and turned into corpses. They are occupying the mutated dungeon, making it very difficult to clear out. Suddenly, the old man glanced with an explanatory look, indicating that disaster could happen at any moment. Hearing that, Top 2 agreed, adding that 4 top players had also sacrificed themselves. Even if she reluctantly revives, her face suddenly shows a tear streaming down, and Top 2 sighs with regret, but her strength cannot be restored. Immediately, Wang Tai interjects with his sharp teeth. The most important thing now is the mysterious abnormal data suddenly appearing. That's all. He emphasizes that his strength can crush even top players with a full force attack, breaking the data void and causing damage to the civilization login halls. Such power is no joke. Top 2 weeps, but is full of resentment. "Yes, it's all because of that guy." Bai Mao sighed. "If you want to cry, just cry. After all, my disciple is prosperous and passionate, making others marvel. I didn't expect you to value your subordinates so much." Tian Ti empathizes. "I truly understand your feelings." The top 2 are trembling and crying, unable to speak. "Aha, she lost her temper and got flustered. Our trade association's headquarters has been completely destroyed. That is the most valuable asset registered in my name. I must take revenge." Can we change the chat group interface to something brighter? I'm already feeling very overwhelmed. Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Everyone there was judging, so that's why you cried? I really can't believe the capitalists have a conscience. Seeing that, TNT immediately pointed out, second miss, if it's just economic loss, doesn't your civilization have something called an insurance company? Transition successful. Please wait a moment. Top 2 couldn't handle the shock and fell to her knees. TNT continued to comfort her, saying that Top 2 was completely devastated and crying uncontrollably. She told you that if you didn't mention it, the insurance company you talked about wouldn't suddenly lose her composure and shout out loud. That insurance company was also started by me. I still have to compensate others. I don't want to live anymore. Those huge compensation claims and all that, please don't. I don't want to give a single cent to anyone else. When the second place said that, everyone froze in silence. Lost in helpless thoughts, this girl Bai Mao intervened. Let's talk about compensation later. The important thing now is that we must eliminate that demon. Its existence now threatens the safety of this world. It must be eradicated completely. Emperor of the Heavenly Empire Level 99 TNT. Xiantai calmly states that the issue is how to destroy it. Even if I am willing to pay any price and temporarily surpass level 120, I still lack the confidence to face the white-haired form of that monster. Can you do it? Tukai speaks up. The level 160 Top 2 is panicked. Who is that? He calmly steps forward and speaks. Within the boundaries of this game's world rules, the attribute data of Jiangxi's fifth form is around level 160, and the atmosphere gradually becomes tense. Wang Tai is furious. Does this guy still dare to come back? Bai Mao uses his magic to warn, don't move, and how dare you appear right in front of me like this? You really have guts. The second-ranked one curses angrily. Damn it, we've really been looked down on. Thief, how dare you appear before us after stealing the Sacred Relic's cable? However, Tukai calmly explained, I've already clarified this a long time ago. I need this power to fight the terrible disaster threatening the world. The two of them sneered dismissively. What does your world have to do with us? After entering this game, we no longer care about anything outside. Tukai kept insisting that the disaster was already inside the game, and Wang Tai suddenly realized something. Wait a minute, could it be that monster? He immediately agreed with that idea. Yes, he is Jiangxi, an ultimate being beyond all power, destined to destroy all civilizations and bring absolute disaster. Tukai proposed, I will help you, so this game world is the only chance to defeat him. TNT sighed and asked back how to destroy him, and Wang Tai also wondered. Yes, how do we defeat him? His strength is far greater than ours. Bak Mao revealed that even if you team up with us, before he finished speaking, the second-ranked quickly explained, though unwilling to admit it, the gap in strength is just too great. Tukai smiled calmly, showing no worry, and gently poured water, as if to say, there's no need to underestimate himself. Don't you know that if 5 skilled players form a team, they can defeat a demon with attributes 100 times stronger than themselves? Hearing this, the second-ranked player immediately focused. If there are 10 experienced players, they are enough to challenge a giant with 100 times their health. If there are 25 well-prepared players, they have already faced the legendary dragon hunt that destroys worlds more than once. If 40 experienced players can unite after countless rehearsals, even the gods would be trampled under their feet. From Kai tightly clenched his fists to persuade them. The Sky People. Haven't they always been the ones to win by using the weak against the strong? The second place is speechless. She said that after the space lock was destroyed, the dungeon still hadn't ended. That's strange data. Jiangxi might still be trapped inside. Wang Tai suddenly grinned sinisterly and declared, let's go hunting. Bak Mao agreed wholeheartedly. Yes, no matter how strong it is in this game, his life is only one. Tiantai agreed, and we have countless opportunities. Based on that, taking a risk seems feasible. Tukai stared in surprise as they agreed. Then he smiled with satisfaction. Tukai excitedly shouted, thank you, everyone. Then, let's team up and defeat Jiang Tuoshuo together. In another situation, someone's frantic voice rang out. Please don't. I don't want to go to work from inside the building. Turns out it's the zombie being forced to work, constantly begging. I don't want to go to work. Working every day is no different from dying. Xiao Ai grits his teeth in frustration. Weren't you a zombie at first? So even you don't spare the Jiangxi, huh? She keeps listing rules. The first clause in the Civilized Guild's constitution is that everyone must contribute surplus value, work, buy houses and cars, pay taxes, and settle debts. The Jiangxi sighs in frustration. Or, just kill me already. Xiao Nai glared and scolded. This is the fake identity I worked hard to create. You probably don't want to be exposed because of these things, right? She's counting the credits, and I risked being erased to chase after you. Infiltrate the core system, and only then could I barely get you out of that mutated instance. See, the zombie explains. The problem is, all these tasks follow the 996 work schedule. I don't even have time to work out or play games anymore. Xiao Lai pouted, not knowing what's good or bad. 996 is already a blessing. Outside, everything is falling apart. B250 didn't suddenly interrupt their conversation. Xiao Ai hurriedly explained. Why would the manager personally come? Here, I'll send someone over right away. I'm really sorry to bother you. I hope it hasn't been too much trouble. Kuang Tai muttered, she's really a master of flattery. She softly snapped, shut up. B250 casually asked as he happened to pass by. Are you a new applicant for the interview? The Jiangxi replied anxiously, yes. That's right. Long thought about it and really wanted to run away. Su Ling has now climbed onto the tip of the rock and looks up at the sky, guessing that whatever was up there has disappeared. Could it be because of Jiang Si? A Kwang suddenly appeared and asked Tu Long if Jiang Tu and the others had just left with that machine. Tu Long replied, I guess so. Just then, something like the head of a severed beast flew past them. In that instant, a Dao appeared, struggling to kill the ferocious beast. He thought this copy was ruined by Jiang Si, and if we don't leave with him now, it will be difficult later. A Dao silently thought that each one must be completely destroyed before they can be copied. So troublesome. Let's go quickly. Then Su Lang touched the crack with his finger and explained, It's okay. From the beginning, we never intended to leave this dungeon. Our goal is to go deeper inside. You predicted well. This crack will do. At that moment, Zi Lang ordered, Attack now. Wala follows this crack and attacks with all her might. Vero responds immediately to the order. Got it, as he creates a huge flaming sphere, which is his fire technique, the fireball of the divine. Hurry up and go. Don't stop here. Varro uses his two strongest arms to begin casting his fire magic. Suddenly, sparks gather in one direction of the sphere as he shouts loudly. Not is feigning. In an instant, the cracks appeared. Tu Lang examined them carefully and then muttered to himself. It should be okay now. The cracks are gradually widening a bit. At this moment, Varro begins to get angry. Damn it, unleash your full power. Open it for me. Gradually, the crack slightly opened, and after completing the spell, it was fully opened. Tu Lang excitedly exclaimed, Amazing! It really opened! She and her companions immediately ran quickly toward the opening of the crack. She felt that even though it was only a few tens of centimeters wide, it was enough. In Tu Lang's mind, she happily realizes that this game world is indeed within the login space and hidden beneath countless dungeons, and there are other worlds as well. Varro smugly thinks, done. The result isn't bad either. A Kyuang sighed and said, I guess I can't do much. I put all my strength into the attack, but the creator only made a small crack like this. No one can pass through. That's right. Watch Jiang Si punch once and then look back at you. Varro reverted to his human form and confirmed, that's because Jiang Si's strength is terrifying. I give up. I won't compare myself to that monster anymore. While everyone was talking, Dian Zilang sank into deep thought. No, what's truly terrifying is this game. But this time his attack didn't even cause this space to collapse completely. And it's just a dungeon within the entire game world. Wang Zikai understands Jiang Si very well. Whether it's destroying Ngola's sixth form, or Jiang Si's continuous evolution to become stronger, he knows it all. Since he brought Jiang Si into this game, there must be some power here that can truly threaten Jiang Si. Somewhere, a boss is sitting and pondering something while on the screen the words Initial Assessment Information appear. It turns out that is the zombie named who was dragged away by Xiaolai to work. At this moment, my mind is in complete chaos. I feel doomed and break out in sweat. I don't even know what to say. Xiaolai outside is also panicking. We're doomed. How could he possibly do the entrance exam for our civilization system? Xiaolai awkwardly says so. Is this person the one I introduced for the entrance exam or not? Seeing that, B250 remembered and almost forgot that the manager, B250, the information investment officer she introduced, was indeed different. He turned on his phone to call his subordinate. B250 is not mentioned. Hello? Is this the Human Resources Department? Thank you, boss. Before he could finish, she hurriedly exclaimed, You truly are a kind and generous person. I will work hard in the future to repay you. He continued saying that the difficulty of the entrance exam should be raised to the maximum, and he asked him to write the opposite within 10 minutes. She imagined herself pouring coffee all over the boss and scolding him. This damn boss picking a fight with me again? Go to hell. He didn't yell out loud, How dare you lay a hand on me? This year, don't even think about getting a bonus. If there's none, then there won't be. I still want to have a taste of it. And of course, all of that was just imagination. Xiaolai continued to flatter. So why would the supervisor be so serious? The most important task for the Information Investment Department is to grind the exam papers. This written exam even requires the boss to personally oversee the invigilation. Wouldn't this just be a waste of the boss's time? Or just let him do the practical exam and the boss can stay in the office waiting for the results? B has not heard her explain like that in 2 years and agrees she makes sense. Later, she will tell that troublemaker to come with me somewhere. Xiaolai sighed. Thank you, manager. Top 2 was sipping his drink, looking very calm as he analyzed, finally regaining his composure. Wang Zikai was mistaken. No matter how strong that monster Jiang Si is, he's now trapped in the dungeon. We just need to organize a strong team and keep fighting over and over. Eventually, we will defeat him. Suddenly, she laughed happily. And as for the property damage caused by Jiang Si, maybe all the staff can voluntarily agree to a 20% salary cut. No, then just cut my salary by 50% to make up for me. Anyway, they are tied down by the loan. I won't quit no matter what I do. Suddenly, someone announced, Mr. President, the investment department manager requests a meeting. She showed a condescending attitude, thinking to herself, why would a small manager come to see me? Whatever, I'm in a good mood now. Let him in. Come in. The sound of the automatic door ringing out, the door has opened. B250 remains unimpressed. Hello, Commissioner. According to the Guild's regulations, exceptionally talented individuals will be directly evaluated in combat by the highest ranking officials. I don't know if you agree or not, but Kwang Thi interrupted. Hey, Why does everyone look like that? He whispered sharply. Shut up. It's only 2 o'clock now. I guess that's really how it is. I'm feeling good now, so let's see what kind of special talent this person really is when I take action. She excitedly turned back. It's worth me stepping in personally. Better not let me down. B25 is not very eloquent, quickly introducing himself. Sir, this is the new interviewee. Please do your best to let him understand the power of the trading guild. Kwang Thi hesitantly said, Hello. The two of them stood there in shock, as if they were joking. She reassured herself, thinking about that guy and imagining a hallucination. It's really embarrassing. But her eyes couldn't help but sneak a glance, and Kwang Thi, mimicking Tung Ai's flattering manner, immediately brought up the matter. Honorable Commissioner, please show some mercy. I only came here for a small position, just enough to make a living. BB5 quietly praised this kid for not bad at studying. Kwang Thi kept speaking nonstop. Please be generous and forgive me. Don't hold it against me. Top 2 is extremely panicked. It really is the real deal. Why is he here? Zhang Sihao opened his mouth in shock, staring at the scene before him. In front of him was the company with an incredibly luxurious and spacious environment. Is this the big company? Zhang Tu excitedly points at the props. Will all of these be usable later? Xiaogui looked at him helplessly and said if he needed it, he could have it. Before she finished speaking, Zhang Si ran around the big company like a child. No wonder it's a big company. Shonai sighed. This guy seems way too lacking in a sense of tension. Suddenly a voice rang out. I heard the new person you recommended is coming soon for a check. She turned to the mirror and excitedly called out, Cuckoo, cuckoo, everyone is here too. Xiao Nai saw B250 and immediately felt annoyed and grumbled. You're here too? T13 greets friendly. Hello? S99 winks and smiles. The people she recommended later on will probably all be colleagues, so of course they need to come see first. T255 is full of doubt. Is there something about this person you recommended that feels a bit familiar? Is she avoiding eye contact and stammering? T13 awkwardly said, and yet they still invited a commissioner to come and test his skills. Idiot, I'm saying, isn't the supervisor too strict? He snorted from behind. B250 has a proud expression. I have been too lenient in managing you, which has caused our department's progress to stagnate. Got it? Suddenly, a shrill voice rang out. Stop joking around and laughing. The top 2 people below appear on the screen with a crazy tone. Today, I will show you that our department is not a place for lazy, useless people to enter, Zhang Si asked in surprise from below. Say that to me? She smirked slyly. But don't get too nervous. After all, this is just an entrance exam. Although it's a real battle, as one of the strongest fighters in the trading guild, I know my limits. She's still rambling on, ensuring there's no danger to her life. I'm very happy on this side, clasping my hands together. Thank you, Commissioner. I will do my best. His mouth kept shouting, Long live the Commissioner. The top 2 faces looked confused, trying to reassure themselves. Don't panic. Absolutely don't panic. Nothing will happen. She thought anxiously, Is the senior commissioner okay? T255 is still trying to recall this guy. I'm sure I've met him before. Who could it be? She spread her long legs and took a gamble, as the current situation was both a danger and an opportunity. Top 2's serious face rushes down like a lightning bolt. Although I said I didn't know the company monster applying for the job, in the end, how absurd is this story? Zhang Tu frowned and held out the paper, saying, I am here for an interview. The monster is coming, she started to think, but if she could seize the opportunity, maybe she could avoid provoking him and carry out a safe and controllable fight. You're tied up with ropes like this, right? The second best smirks mischievously. Yes, this is just a normal entrance exam process. Everyone goes through it. She charged straight down and was shattered into many pieces on the ground. Maybe this will be the way to eliminate this monster. The best chance. Xiao Nai watched in admiration. Not surprising that he's top 2. So powerful. A slender finger extended. Our company's evaluation is very strict. I am top 2, she said challengingly. I hope you're ready. Zhang Tu starts to move. I understand. I will definitely try my best. Top 2 smirked happily, and then, with the words marking the start of the test, the Tin Nue team suddenly jumped up from below. The leader raises his gun, locks onto the target, and begins the attack. He is stunned, mouth agape at the scene before him, as the second place faces wear a smug expression. Lips curled up, and then a deafening explosion erupts, engulfed in a sea of red flames. Xiao Ai stared in shock. Why is the elite team here? Is he okay? Suddenly, a few figures burst out of the explosion. It's Zhang Zi landing with style, while the elite team is still chasing behind. Why are there so many people in this test? She grinned widely and shouted, This is all my summoned creatures, part of an ordinary battle. Don't worry. Zhang Si fought them while replying, I see, defeating them one by one, truly a top player. The elite squad is no match for him and can be easily defeated. Then I just have to try my best. The second place person smiled with satisfaction. Very good. The deception was successful. Next, I just need to observe the entire security team surrounding him, then attack him to death. Zhang Tu calmly said. So, to deal with this kind of enemy, with his face full of madness, of course I have to eliminate the summoner first. She was surprised, her eyes narrowing, looking up with an incredulous expression. Zhang Tu swooped down from above like a missile, knocking out the elite team. Keep coming. Zhao Ai also had to marvel at how powerful the collision was. Then suddenly, something caught her attention, making her startle, and a thrilled smile appeared. As expected from one of the top players. That second place managed to withstand his attack, but surprisingly, couldn't fight back. "You're pretty good too. Truly a destructive monster," she said. "Luckily, this is a game world, and my skills are not covered by insurance, so I can get unlimited full life insurance and then draw a card. Simply put, the number 2 raises the black card, surrounded by a faint golden aura. The number 2 is level 94. My asset is my blood. The passive skill of the Eternal Life Insurance black card." Then she burst out laughing. "There's no way out, right?" Number 2. Yang Yang arrogantly begins to order the elite team to attack. "Even a monster like you, facing my hopelessly low health bar, should prepare to be killed to death." B250 excitedly shouts, as expected of the commissioner, "Eliminate him." And Xiao Gai over here looks panicked. "Wait a minute, isn't this supposed to be an entrance exam?" Suddenly, at this moment, Zhang Tu grabbed her arm tightly. "I understand now." The second place looked at him with a bewildered expression, hoping I would... His face gradually twisted with a crazed look, more brutally striking, right? Then, Zhang Tu suddenly forcefully pushed her and the others away. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" The people were thrown far away, crashing into the wall and causing a large dent. Zhang Tu sighs wearily, his eyes vacant as he laments finding a job really isn't easy. Top 2 sat amidst the wreckage, still stunned. "Are you kidding me?" With this power, he didn't let her rest and immediately raised a punch high. "But since it's the boss's request, I can only try a little." Second place was panicking and shouting repeatedly to stop. "Wait, I want to say something." The scene shifts to a press conference for the second-ranked insurance company, where K197 stands on stage and states that our second-ranked insurance company indeed faced some difficulties in the past, but we have completed a new funding round. Financially, there are no issues at all. He proudly patted his chest to show sincerity. "We are ready to announce the total asset value of the company displayed on the system to everyone. Everyone, take a close look at our steadily growing market value." V2, O5, and the people sitting below are excitedly shouting. "Great. The face of the second-place person here has been punched in on one side." His group immediately panicked, sweating profusely. "Oh my god, what's going on?" Then the market price went back up. "Oh, it's rising again? What's going on? Is the system malfunctioning?" At that moment, a terrible explosion rang out, filling the surroundings with thick smoke. The market price immediately plummeted. "Oh no, it's dropping again. Don't look anymore. Go find the cause quickly." On this side, he continues to grimly raise his fist. "It's not over yet. Case 197 is kneeling on the ground praying. If this is a nightmare, please end it quickly. I beg you, don't drop any more." At this moment, in the Civilized Trade Hall's private room for Platinum members, an angry voice rang out. "You two-star bastard, how dare you betray me? You, as a 5th tier, are lying on the hospital bed screaming. You must compensate double for my losses. My equipment, my assets, everything must be compensated to me." The entire 5th place is sniffling and crying non-stop, clutching their head. If Zhang Si hadn't broken the space lock, I would have been erased along with the data. Long is furious here, damn second place. "You've caused me such terrible suffering. Your mother will surely face retribution." But before the 5th place could fully vent his anger, sudden screams of panic erupted. "Sir Manager, you must stay strong. The frightened crowd is taking the 2nd place into the operating room. No one is allowed to follow inside." "Manager, what about my work?" "Manager, use all your strength to kill that guy now. Don't pretend anymore." The injured person's breath is weakening. Immediately activate the operating room for sweep. He watches Zhang Si's back as she runs towards her hospital bed. "Manager, Top 2 is confused. Top 2 and Zhang Si. Is my brain also broken?" Top 2 lies on the hospital bed, shattered inside. "It's over. I've gone bankrupt. This time I really went bankrupt. Help me." "You won't let her go," constantly shouting. "Manager, you still haven't told me if I meet the standards or not. I don't want to be eliminated. I haven't even shown my full potential just now. Sun Tongue requests, please let me fight one more time." She lies on the hospital bed and bites her tube after hearing this. Top 2 sit up in order. "No need. You're qualified. Don't fight anymore. Really don't fight anymore." He excitedly jumps up in anger. "That's great." B250 looks annoyed and says, "Consider yourself lucky that the manager is here. Please take this seriously. How could a single finger crush you to death?" She looked grim and questioned him. "That's right. You're the one who recommended him, and he's the one conducting the combat test, isn't he?" He has a flattering look on his face. "Yes, sir. I will definitely discipline him well from now on." Immediately after, the 2nd place quickly grabbed the robot next to him. "You're about to do it." She angrily used all her strength to hit B250 hard on the head. "Go to hell. From now on, he will be in charge of your information investment department. Get down there and work as my intern." Dried shrimp. Little Ghost was stunned, unable to believe what he heard. "What? Did I hear that right?" Zhang Tuo asked in surprise. "Really? The manager is that impressive?" She hurriedly explained. "The information investment department is a major division under the trade guild, and the department head is a key figure second only to the 5 great chairmen. This means you're about to become an important official." He immediately jerked back in surprise. "What? It's unbelievable that even the non-human academy took a long time to make me a minister. This person I just met has already granted me such great privileges. He felt an overwhelming joy inside, a powerful emotion surging through him. Is this what it feels like to be trusted? Thank you for your trust, sir. This is our first meeting, and you've already entrusted me with such an important position. I didn't mean to overstep. He immediately bent down, determined to try his best, but his overwhelming strength sent Top 2 flying high from the bed, her body arcing through the air before crashing down hard on the ground, leaving a deep dent. A girl is nibbling on the slice of watermelon. Stop whining. I've already come back long ago. As for surrounding and suppressing Jiangxi, the other civilizations have already canceled their attack. So when I returned, I saw her being pinned down and beaten by Jiang-Tu. She jumped up suddenly. It was really shocking. The special dungeon, a deadly battle to the death. The roaring cheers echo from inside. Good, keep fighting and kill him. Ha Fong stood in the stands looking very excited, completely thrilled. His girlfriend cheered passionately and shouted, Hit him hard for me, I want to see blood flow like a river. The giant on the arena is raising his hand, preparing to strike his opponent. Its opponent is the third-ranked fighter. At this moment, a look of shock appeared on his face. The very next second, the giant steel fist swung down, causing the ground to shake violently. Seeing this, the spectators cheered even louder. Bo, excited, shouts loudly. This is so thrilling. Fighting like this is worth the ticket money. The third-ranked is already lying unconscious on the arena floor, his body badly injured. Does it end already? That's a shame. I was actually looking forward to watching this battle closely. Using this prison instance for the final battle was not our original plan. There's nothing we can do. Jiangxi has escaped. Only in this deathmatch instance where resurrection isn't possible can we truly eliminate him. I is Grand Marshal of the Toko Empire civilization. His voice is very serious. Does a battle like this really need to be staged? The hunter from the booing civilization nodded in agreement and said, Yeah, with such a gap in strength, there's no point in fighting anymore. The top-ranked player then raised 3 fingers in response. 3 points. She winked playfully at the 2 of them, so there are 3 reasons to choose this dungeon. The rules of deathmatch are that team members take turns entering the arena, and when one is eliminated, the next steps in. Right now, on the arena, the giant Iron Man is furiously pounding the third-place contestant who is sprawled on the ground. That scene made the audience even more excited. Well done. Go ahead and beat that guy into a pile of meat for us to see. Top 1 pauses for a moment, then continues. And our guild has found a way to register Jiangxi's different forms as separate players. Each form has its own health bar, and once eliminated, it cannot re-enter the arena. But Din takes a puff of his cigarette and exhales a cloud of white smoke into the air. He has understood part of the Top 1's plan. As long as he transforms, it's like changing people, and the previous form will be eliminated directly. We can deal with him in each new form. Bak Mao slightly opened one eye and glanced at him, indicating a rebuttal. If it's just the first 3 forms, we still have a chance to fight. The 4th form might have a chance with the Lun Fien strategy, but Top 1 had already anticipated this. That's why I chose this dungeon. As soon as she finished speaking, fragments of the arena floor flew toward her, but were blocked by an automatic shield. Top 1 smirked and mockingly asked, Looks like you're having a good time here. Old friend has arrived, but didn't even say hello? Top 3's body recovers quickly, startling the giant Iron Man, and after hearing Top 1's question, he lets out a sneering laugh. Old friend, he clenched his fist tightly, as if about to strike back. Top 3 sat up straight, punching the giant Iron Man into the air with a fierce tone filled with hatred. When you accuse me after being pushed into this instance by the flow. He turned to look at the Top 1 standing nearby, his eyes extremely cold. You still dare to call us old friends? Former senior official of the Commerce Civilization. The third place's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light, and he coughed loudly while holding a cigarette in his mouth. Blood sealing, a pair of slender hands with sharp nails suddenly appeared in the air, aiming at Bai Mao. The old man, quick to sense danger, immediately jumped away, then turned around to counterattack with his own power. Streams of energy like arrows shot straight at the attacker in ambush, emitting a blinding light. How could you let this guy go? A tender laugh echoed. Long time no see, Lian Yi appears in her true form, smiling seductively and teasing. I didn't expect the white-haired senior brother to be so unfamiliar, not even giving the heart a chance to play. As the leader of the demon sect of Wenming Fair Union, her eyes narrow sharply, her gaze incredibly piercing. Are you still holding in a grudge? You're grown up, but still petty. It's really funny. Bai Mao was mocked and became furious, clenching his fist to activate the formation. Does this wicked woman even have the face to speak? The formation is a joke. The old man's gaze was fixed intently on Lian Wei, secretly thinking that dealing with Hot Shuyan Tuong was too difficult. Seeing the tense situation, the number 1 top quickly raised both hands to mediate and said, Can you all listen to me first? Don't rush to fight yet. Top 3 stood up from the ground, his voice coldly echoing. What do you mean don't rush to fight? If you've already appeared here, then his face darkened. Don't think I'll just stand by and let you wander around me freely. Top 1 could only force a smile, his voice tinged with awkwardness. Why doesn't everyone understand that harmony brings wealth? The ground suddenly trembled strangely, shocking the third-ranked. Surprisingly, the first-ranked also quickly sensed it. She was a bit surprised and exclaimed, "It's also awake?" The arena was cracking open, and Lian Yi and Bai Mao also stopped fighting each other. Yu Ding then smirked and called out that name too. Ah, now this will be interesting to watch. He looked at the ground beneath his feet and said excitedly, "You've been locked down here for so long, you must also really want to go out and stretch your muscles a bit, right?" From beneath the ground, a loud roar echoes out as a massive beast's paw emerges. Gripping the arena floor, as if to spring upward, a giant creature appears before everyone, chained tightly with thick restraints to restrain it. That beast's name is Rocky, and beside it is a transparent cube-shaped glass cage with a person inside, calmly sitting and playing dominoes, their hands skillfully and carefully stacking the tiles. A small tower is built, but the person who made it doesn't show his face. He rests his chin on his hand, looking thoughtful, but behind his hand is a smile full of pleasure. "So what is the final reason? Weren't you saying there were 3? She covers her mouth and laughs mysteriously. The final reason is also the most important one, as the top one points to another door on the arena floor and says excitedly, "Zhang Tu willingly enters that instance." Zhang Tu gradually manifests, his foot lightly touching the ground. "Are you saying this is the dungeon he mentioned? What kind of thing is this?" He opened the book, his face showing excitement and delight. He laughed out loud to himself, saying, "I love fighting games the most because this is a combat game." The audience was buzzing with excitement as this special dungeon announcement was made, the ultimate death match. Hey, do you know about this? The next match is the white-haired celestial master stepping into the arena. Oh my god, is this for real? Then the ticket was really worth it. Who is his opponent? Only heaven knows which unlucky guy that was. Whatever, let's just enjoy the show. After finishing the neighboring matter, Hyo was standing there calmly watching. Yes, today's visit was truly worth it. Then she simply responded indifferently. "So this is the money-making place you mentioned?" The minister immediately retorted angrily. Of course, he even confidently affirmed it. "This is a secret I uncovered from teammates of other civilizations. It's guaranteed to pay off." Then he looked at the crowd nearby and continued. "You can enter the dungeon in spectator mode and use your points to bet on the competitors. If you bet correctly, you'll make a lot of money. Plus, this time it's a sure win bet." According to him, there are countless people pushing to buy tickets. Step back, let me buy." At the ticket booth, the shouts and rushes echoed loudly. "The Celestial Master with 300 points. I'm betting on this Grandmaster. Please give me the ticket quickly," which also made Clover very confused. "All right, please wait a moment. Don't push." At the same time, Xiao Hei was munching popcorn and thinking to himself, the white-haired Celestial Master. And with that curiosity, he looked down at the arena. Is that the old white-haired man below? As soon as the guess was made, a swift step from the old man appeared. The first to step onto the stage is the sect leader of the fairy cultivation civilization. Then he steps out amid the resounding roar of the white cat celestial master. Seeing that, Little Black slightly smirked, looking quite imposing. "Let me see if this guy is just all show." He quickly used some magic to blast and go away. At an incredible speed, it charged straight at Bak Mao. However, the old man sensed it, and with just a glance, he cut it in half with arrogance, even causing Duong Cat to hit the stands and startle everyone. "What's going on?" Meanwhile, Little Black casually commented, "Not bad, really strong. Worth sticking around to watch his fight," but suddenly, a rough hand reached out in front of Clover. "Everyone get out of the way. Sell me the tickets first," she asked nervously. Okay, how many do you want to buy?" The minister confidently offered the Earth's civilization score, betting all the points of the entire planet. "After winning this round, we can rent the space for a few more days." Hearing that, Hyo also became curious. "Is it that big?" Well, it seems that the guy Bak Mao won't lose the first round. He's still urging him to open the bet. Open the bet. At the same time, a notification sounded, and then the challenger from the merchant civilization stepped onto the stage. And following that introduction, Zhang Tu stepped out happily. "DB greets you." As soon as he saw Hyo's figure, he spat out water and turned to help enthusiastically. "All right, now just scan the code here to pay." The minister nodded immediately. "All right." But before he could scan, Hyo stepped in to stop him. "Stop right there." That made him gasp. Huh? Then she desperately tried to hold on. "Come back to me." In his panic, the minister only managed to shout, "What's going on?" Little Black nearby is just as surprised. What is going on? Why is the king here? As for Jiangxi, he is carefully warming up with a few punches, feeling excited and thinking to himself that this arena fight, this combat game, this scene, this atmosphere, and the alliance plan to attack Jiangxi set by the Merchant Guild. Great, your junior on the stands is cheering with all his might. "Director, stay strong. Director, stay strong." That gave Zhang Tu more confidence, "So you can just trust me." He even boldly declared, "Come on, let's fight. I can't wait any longer." Buding found this quite interesting, quite elegant indeed. Does this guy not know how strong his opponent is? Then he switched to questioning, "What exactly did your plan say? Why are your civilization's people cheering for Jiangxi?" The number one still calmly said, meaning to challenge all civilizations at once. "He competes under the name of the Trading Guild, so if he can't win, I can surrender immediately." Suddenly, third place cuts into the conversation. "If you use amnesty as the price to persuade me to act, then he's definitely doomed." Lian Yi looked disdainful. Now what everyone is most worried about is that he won't last until it's our turn to fight. After all, to defeat him. Even brother Bai Mao, the fierce one. As soon as she finished speaking, a formation appeared beneath Bai Mao's feet, signaling the start of cheating. His gaze hardened to show a formidable attitude. As the pattern spread while Zhang Tuo relaxes, greetings to everyone, and the announcement slowly echoes. The Death Duel formation is ready to activate and begin. Not recognizing it at first, Zhang Si could only exclaim in time. In that instant, White Cat directly threw him into the air. Countless chains shot out, and the sword relentlessly attacked the target. Because of this, Toji was immediately startled, quickly analyzing that Bai Mao Celestial Master's combat power had significantly exceeded his historical data. He has surpassed the level of an ordinary player. What kind of move is this? On the other hand, Lian Yi cheerfully said, "It's because senior brother is cheating." Her expression also revealed a sinister look, probably because he had secretly arranged the formation on the field beforehand, connecting it to the sex space. He is now in control of the entire immortal cultivation civilization. While countless people suddenly jump in to fight, their sword intent from 30 million sword cultivators training tirelessly day and night, unleashing their swords to support the battle. As for Bai Mao, he decisively raised his hand to signal, firmly believing that Zhang Tu's first form couldn't withstand this strike. The sword intents followed Bai Mao's will and rushed out, then taking advantage of his recovery time to deploy the sword formation and instantly eliminate his second form. Begin! But his confidence was immediately shattered when he saw what was happening. From above, Zhang Tu lands by crushing the entire sword formation, causing a huge explosion that disturbs the space. Everyone from Bak Mao's side is stunned. No way, our sword formation has been shattered? What is the heavenly sage fighting against? And at this moment, a different face of Zhang Si gradually revealed itself. And Bai Mao, seeing this, was also a bit surprised. This guy's eyes started to become more cautious. Was he already in his third form as soon as he stepped onto the arena?
No problem, I have already condensed all the sword intent of the entire civilization.
Then, he directly stomped on the arena, now terrifyingly powerful. His gaze changed. I haven't used this move in a long time, but it's still very effective against you. Next, I will destroy your first 4 forms. Thanks to the ultimate skill, the Divine Enlightenment, Bak Mao's aura is now very powerful, and all of them will be annihilated. Now the cheers grow louder than before. Heavenly Master, Heavenly Master, Heavenly Master. Still, Zhang Si remained calm. Hey, what did you just say? Destroy me! Just as you were about to say more, the old man suddenly charged forward, relying on you. His actions were so quick that Zhang Si hurriedly looked over, then suddenly leapt back to dodge. Inside, Zhang Si felt a deep sense of relief, as if he had truly become stronger. Meanwhile, the figure with white hair flickered through the smoke and dust, then quickly changed the direction of his sword intent. They swapped Zhang Tu. Now let's see if you can keep up. What is this? Still these things? Then he easily shattered it. You're stronger, but not by much.
Nevertheless, Bai Mao did not flinch and shouted, "Draw your sword." Only then did he rush forward, still not raising his head.
Zhang Tu's eyes flickered with suspicion. What the hell is that? Why is this Tap Nam guy so strong? We won't buy the wrong one, right? Keep going, Celestial Master. Humans are not to be underestimated either, don't lose, Heavenly Master. Suddenly, White Mao grabbed your shoulder and caught you. But in that situation, Zhang Si only indifferently said, "What happens after you catch him?" He then responded in a stern voice, and with all his strength, Bai Mao roared angrily before killing the person. Hearing that, he gently advised, "I really didn't mean to hurt you. Your attack style doesn't work on me anyway." The Heavenly Master has struck and won, and Zhang Tu is in shock. There are countless swords piercing through his body. What is happening to you? Even Xiao Xiao is surprised. Is Bak Mao fighting poorly? The minister burst out laughing. This is really too bad. However, the sword intent was gradually merging into Bai Mao's flesh, and Zhang Tu immediately sensed the change. No, for Bai Mao, his arm was gripping even tighter, and now that he felt something was wrong, it was already too late. Then the old man gathered his strength and aimed straight at Zhang Tu's secret technique, and the giant sword immediately lowered its stance. 10,000 Swords Ultimate. That scene caused everyone to shout out loud. Amazing, Heavenly Sage, we love you so much. Back in the fight, Jiang Si had to support his body with his hands and sighed. I'm injured already, and the top one up there just merged someone else's sword energy into his body. So this white-haired guy still has this move. But Pudding wondered, doesn't that mean all the data of an entire civilization is being poured into one person? So isn't victory already certain? As long as Lian Yi is here, there's no way to dismiss the old sword aura simulated from game data as just damage. Does Senior Brother really want to use them as real spiritual energy? It's really ridiculous, she quickly added, forcing them into the meridians to circulate, but they can only be shattered from the inside out. At that moment, Bak Mao was about to strike again, but suddenly Lian Yi's lips curled up. But before that, Bak Mao was desperately chasing his target below. No way to escape, while she continued to comment. He truly could fight like a real immortal for a short time. In the midst of the danger, Zhang Si smiled with amusement and cheerfully said, This is really exciting. Something interesting finally happened. Bai Mao, more impatient, rushed directly at him, grabbing his sword tightly and swinging it. Right now, I've bet everything I have in this state. And that deadly slash aimed straight at Kojang 2 is definitely faster and stronger than you, but unlike what I expected, it only hits empty air. Jang 2 calmly raised his fist, faster and stronger. Well then, let me see what you've got. His words unintentionally provoked Bai Mao once again, as he glared fiercely with a hint of murderous intent. Don't underestimate others. That attack was too sudden and only hit part of you. Jang 2's health bar drops very low, forcing him to reconsider. We're done for. The health bar's almost empty. I need to seriously heal now. Only then did Little Black panic. This isn't good. This small wound means nothing to the king. But if HP in the game drops to 0, it's game over. Damn it, can I help out a bit? The person nearby immediately stepped in. What are you thinking? You're breaking the rules. Watch out for an immediate defeat. As for Bai Mao, he confidently said, Jang 2, your health bar is like a candle in the wind. I will win this battle, under my sword's intent. At the same time, he slowly raised his arm and then struck out with a powerful palm toward him. Drop dead. A countless number of sword paths suddenly shot out to trap Jang Si, and at that seemingly critical moment, he smiled with amusement. Then, Jang 2 let them form a huge whirlwind, and the spectators were stunned. If this sword intent had no protective layer on the stands, we would have been shattered long ago. Watching such a fierce confrontation, even if I die this time, it's worth it. As for Bai Mao, he was desperately holding the formation when suddenly his eyes widened in shock. Jang 2's body kept splitting apart continuously, but at the same time, the healing speed was surprisingly fast. Before long, he returned to his original form with not a single scratch. What is this supposed to mean? The recovery speed is even faster than the chopping speed. How is that possible? So Bak Mao poured more strength into the sword formation, then increased the chopping speed, then increased it even more, and kept increasing it. At that moment, the fight had grown larger than the arena itself. Quickly, Bai Mao's hands reached out amidst the surging spiritual energy, but everything gradually weakened until the golden light vanished and his body slowly sank in despair. It was impossible. Meanwhile, Jiangsu was walking forward step by step. Then he calmly said, Your power is quite impressive, but I heal a bit too fast. You need to try a little harder. In the game, when health is fully restored, clothes also regenerate. That's really convenient. That scene forced Pu Ding to exclaim, What just happened? Even the number 1 is shocked. After hitting him, he not only didn't die, but his health fully recovered. Lian Wai was completely disheartened, while the third ranked was happily observing, sweat pouring down Bai Mao's face uncontrollably. At this moment, the old man was extremely panicked. How could this be? Such a monster. What on earth should be done to win? Bak Mao begins to recall that Bai Mao's Celestial Master is the representative of the immortal cultivation civilization and also its strongest combat force. At just 5 years old, he displayed talent far beyond his peers, astonishing the elders of the sect. At 16, I defeated all opponents in the world of cultivation. No one was unaware of my name. By 28, I took over the position from the old Celestial Master and became the youngest Celestial Master in history. Heavenly Prodigy, one of the countless legendary figures of this world. These titles I once held. But why? When I return to the present, am I completely defeated? Why is it like this? Why is it happening? In front of Bai Mao, the deadly aura was still far weaker than this monster. At the same time, the system automatically updates your victory in this battle. Jiang Si also saw it with an indifferent look. We won. And then the audience erupted in excitement. Master Bai Mao has lost. No way. Baby Bo was both shocked and desperately accusing, insisting there was something suspicious. The others shouted one after another, Pay up, pay up. As for the top spot, she remains calm and assesses the situation, initially claiming a 4-way crossover, yet she couldn't even land a hit after stepping onto the stage. Bak Mao even failed to identify a single form of Zhang Tu. Tako suddenly added, saying Zhang Xi's combat power exceeded expectations, with his eyes shining brightly. However, to suppress Bai Mao, he must have already exhausted a lot of his energy. Then he slowly raised his muscular arm. And next, let me go on stage. Then Tuko, full of fighting spirit, declared that he would at least force him to reveal his second slaughter form. However, Lian Wai just smiled mockingly at them, saying don't waste time. She even looked down on them. If you all come up now, you're just offering your heads one by one, which surprised Tako. What did you say? Instead, Lian Wei confidently said that the monster on that stage was not something the proper authorities could defeat. At this moment, they suddenly laughed mischievously. Only those sneaky and scoundrel types like us would be worthy enough to fight him. Not stopping there, she gently stepped forward a few more steps, causing that action to instinctively activate the bracelet that appeared. Lian Yi continued to beckon, perhaps just remove the limit directly so that we sinners can step onto the stage. Faced with that request, Ao Toko fell into deep thought before finally asking Top 1 what she thought. And the Top 1 immediately nodded. No problem at all. Finding them was also part of this plan. Alright, raise your hand first so I can restore your player privileges, and you can access the basic system interface. Lian Yi smiled brightly and said thank you. But while granting her the privileges, Tuko carefully reminded them that only after they defeat Zhang Tu would they be allowed to leave this instance and return to the login space. Additionally, the granted privileges can only be used in the arena and not in the spectator seats, so it's best for you to be honest. At the final step, he quickly taps on the screen. Even if you exploit BU to create hacks that lead to corpse contamination, the 4 great empires will also use rare tools to help you eliminate them. The system quickly reported that the account functions had been restored, so the cuffs disappeared, freeing her. That's great. Suddenly, Lian Yi cheered excitedly. Now I can finally spread my arms completely and move without any restrictions. That handcuff can only do a few small movements and is really annoying. But, Tako sternly reminds you, don't celebrate too early because of the Empire's grace. Just focus on winning the match first. But now Lian Yi's tone becomes strange. Thank you for the grace. But at that moment, she directly stabbed him. No need. This grace is too great for me to accept. The event happened so suddenly that the top-ranked only managed to exclaim, how could this be? Tako also started the engine at the same time. That reckless fool wasting the Empire's grace, activating the destruction mode. However, Lian Yi was faster than him and finally managed to pull out this huge piece of iron, so heavy it could kill. Because of that action, Tako suddenly froze completely, and the light in his eyes gradually went out. Her whole body then knelt down in front of Lian Yi. By the way, I forgot to mention, my Hotch has a hidden feature I haven't introduced yet. As long as there's a system interface, all other limitations can be resolved on their own. She then sneered proudly while using her power to enhance herself. Your infiltration intelligence can now be updated. Faced with this situation, the top one just grabbed Tako's collar and muttered a curse under his breath. At the same time, countless spikes from the void aimed at Lian Yi. She was pulling Toko and using her creative attack skill. These villains still had one trick up their sleeve. On this side, she's urgently speaking now. I can access the system now. I can help you unlock your cuffs. You're not dead yet, are you? If you're not dead, stretch out your hand for me. Top 3 immediately shouted loudly. With many words, of course he's not dead yet. Then the guy looked at her with a body stained bright red with blood. But next time you do something, could you let me know in advance? Suddenly getting hit with this move? That really is very annoying. Alright, I'll be careful next time. The bloody scene was intense, with the spikes shattered in an instant and the two quickly stepped out of the smoke. And Lian Y is the leader with a smug tone, about to gain her freedom. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaks across her face. Looking back, I saw Puding already grabbing the top 3. I won't let you achieve your plans. The other hand, he directly pushed Lian Y away. In the form of an electric rat, he confidently declared that as long as I was here, none of you could get past me. That shock also unintentionally piqued the audience's curiosity. Why is it exploding like that again? It hasn't even started yet. What's going on over there? Meanwhile, Little Black is busy, and the next match features the Marshal of the Wen Ming Empire, with everything bet on the prince's victory. Zhang Tu was already in the arena when suddenly he looked up at the loud commotion, and he guessed that there might be quite a formidable person over there. Returning to that place, the sparks kept causing explosions. In the end, Puding held the top 3's head to the ground, even using his paralyzing electric shock skill to be sure he caught you. However, Lian Yi just glanced and pouted, saying, "You handle this yourself. I'm going to do the main thing." He replied calmly, "All right." Then the top 3 deliberately reminded him, "She wants to go. Aren't you going to stop her? Do you really have to do this to me? You won't kill me, right?" On the contrary, Puding is losing his temper. "No more words. I will catch that guy later. For now, I will deal with you first." Top 1 lock his account. Top 1 immediately shouted, "I have finished. After the account is locked, I will use my rank to throw him back into prison." Hearing that, Top 3 just sneered and told him that chasing after her was only for his own good. Because right after they left, Rocky ran off on his own, she unlocked the door. It's not just me. That sharp claw is aiming straight at the top one, making her panic. But Din then took over and ran straight onto the field, and there's another explosion. No, wait, look. It seems like someone is escaping. Indeed, this time it was some expert. The move earlier also accidentally pulled Top 1 out, and now she's starting to get annoyed. The turn has come, why won't you follow the plan? The top one's gaze darkened. It seems I need to teach you a lesson. Facing her, Rocky still growled fiercely, even howling loudly to threaten. But a second later, Zhang Tu suddenly punched it. After finishing, he looked confused and asked, "This is my next opponent, but why does it feel different from what I expected?" Zhang Si immediately shouted, Hey, does anyone know where this big dog came from? Stop bothering me and tie it up." When I looked back, the giant hand was pressing close to his side, and with incredible speed, it pushed Zhang Tu back violently. He dodged while thinking to himself, "I need to calm it down first so I can ask properly. This is so troublesome." Then, he clenched his fist tightly and obediently lay down for me. The audience watched the scene with even more excitement. Is the second match about to begin? Hurry up and fight. I need to recover my losses in this round. Lian Yi smirks and says, "Be a good dog. Fight crazily to attract others' attention. I'll go ahead first." And very quickly, she raised her hand, intending to deal with this annoying shield first. Then the sharp claw slowly scraped across, a cheating skill that penetrates the model. At this moment, the surrounding shield remained still, but the impact immediately caused it to shake. What happened to the shield? It really cracked, and the linked entity also took damage after that move. A warning appeared above her head. An alert. An SKP criminal, the backup shield was under attack, and the earlier crack healed instantly. The firewall activates, and the repair system begins. Seeing that, she just pouted. Can she recover so quickly in an instant? As expected, unofficial cheat software still can't directly confront the official version. Passing straight through the system is impossible, so they must tweak the rules thoroughly. Then, Lian Yi looked to the side, still needing to deal with the opponent to clear the level, just as he had just kicked Rocky in the head. Taking advantage of the moment, he hurriedly asked, "Why are you all rushing onto the field? Tell me who I should fight first." However, Rocky easily surged forward, causing Zhang Tu's body to suddenly tremble from the shock, and their positions reversed as Rocky headbutted him. After attacking, Rocky swiftly flipped himself upright, but that bloodthirsty gaze immediately turned in this direction. Zhang Tu slowly lifted his head in admiration. "You stupid dog, you're pretty strong too." Suddenly his eyes widened slightly and twitched nervously as Rocky unleashed a powerful strike that immediately shattered part of the arena's structure, causing a tremor that made the spectators sway. "What's going on?" Pep also asked in panic.
Is the dungeon about to explode? Zhang Tu also just landed safely after that blow and quickly reassured himself, luckily dodging it.
If they throw this punch, their health will probably drop quite a bit. This big dog's strength. Right after Zhang Si, the huge pit still bears a faint warmth and a lingering sense of grandeur. The dungeon quickly reports that the arena and shield are damaged and are being repaired. At that moment, Rocky was breathing heavily with bloodthirsty breaths. The top contender chose not to fight but quietly observed, secretly judging it as arrogant, cheating to modify its own stats, and ultimately, driven mad by its own mental instability, it turned into a berserk monster. In exchange for this price, all of his attributes are in a superior state to the point that even the system cannot display them. In other words, they are incredibly large, yet he begins to lose his target. For Zhang Si, his attitude has changed more than before. This is troublesome. This monster is not easy to deal with. It looks like I need to get serious. As soon as Rocky strikes, he quickly and lightly dodges. Not only that, Zhang Si is also ready with a punch, if he keeps acting recklessly like this. Then he directly threw 3 consecutive punches, but I won't let him hit me. However, Zhang Tu sensed something was off and looked at his own arm cracking apart. Meanwhile, Rocky just stood still with warm breath, then suddenly stretched up slowly. A furious roar rang out, targeting Zhang Tu directly, and this only fueled his aggression. "Not bad, you wild dog. Come up here and fight me so I can teach you a lesson." As soon as I finished declaring, Zhang Tu's body suddenly trembled like a dog. With that confusion, he looked down. How could my foot be there? Yet the ground showed no sign at all. That's not right. There's something below. Zhang Si was about to strike Cao Tran true with a sneaky attack. Then a powerful strike directly into the ground. "Come out here for me." The balanced face of the arena shook violently and cracked open. Because of that strike, Lian Yi had to escape from the rock, and being tricked made her bitterly exclaim, "Damn it." But before Lian Yi could react, a shadow flashed past. Zhang Tu has closed the gap very quickly. Feeling annoyed, he glances at her and says, "Ambushing is a bad habit. You know you can't avoid it." And Lian Yi can only smile bitterly, defeated. Then part of the arena exploded again from an attack. Zhang Si's health bar had dropped to 0, and he looked surprised mixed with confusion. Meanwhile, the top 3 are the ones who took the hit, and sure enough, it was a very powerful punch. Zhang Tu wondered, who could it be this time? "Over there!" Hu Hiao shouted in panic. "Why are so many people coming up at once?" The minister also yelled loudly, "It must be cheating. No need for face anymore. Too dirty. A bunch of bastards." Still, Lian Yi simply lightly moved back.
GLN is my specialty. Even if I can't break the dungeon shield, just adjusting the competition format a bit, she replied with a chuckle, wouldn't be a problem.
The top 3 immediately follow suit. That's right, in a team competition, you can even call out all your teammates. He even deliberately emphasized that it was very fair. If you had teammates in that situation, Zhang Si would have to think, these guys are pretty strong. Just using raw strength to deal with the small zombies probably wouldn't work. He needed to find a way. But unlike them, Rocky started to leap up, aiming straight at Zhang Si with its sharp, large teeth. Alright, suddenly his body split into a new version. It seems that's the only way. Zhang Tu's counterattack immediately knocked it back. When Rocky opened his eyes, he was immediately startled by the surprise. The reactions of the top 3 were also incredibly stunned. "What is that?" Even Lian Yi hesitated to say. This is while Zhang Tu had already finished forming his team. "Yes, just as you said. For a team match, I can also call out all my teammates." There's also another eager clone appearing, which is quite fair. Soon, another person appeared beside Zhang Si. If you want to go 3 against 3, then the level god body excitedly declares, "Let's do it." A loud laugh from Zhang Si immediately rings out. "Are you scared?" Then he just pointed his finger at their faces. 3 versus 3, you want to fight now? Get ready. The top 3 are all looking surprised over here. Oh my god, this even affects Hu Hiao. Even the 3 brothers Zhang Tu and the minister are stunned. So Zhang Tu can split into multiple selves, only Xiao He is Tram Tu, which is the primal energy the king took from his own memory world last time. He casually recounted that since gaining that power, the great king had studied its possibilities. At that time, Zhang Tu had created a miniature version, which was the origin of all the reanimated corpses, allowing the great king to produce many small Zhang Tu. Only after finishing does he set his true form down and use his body's absolute strength. The little Jong-2 figures shout out in response, then freely distribute the power of different forms to each body. Back in the present, the three of them rush toward Rocky, which is why things turned out this way. With the three kings fighting together, Jong-2 Bok quickly threw a punch. At this point, Big Dog had also responded immediately with the same move, but surprisingly he changed direction. Sorry, but I'm not here to fight you one-on-one. Jang-2 just announced and pushed it away. I came to kick you. Rocky's body immediately slammed to the ground, causing everything to crack. And before I could regain my composure, it suddenly jerked back up. At this moment, the divine entity suddenly descended from above, and his crazed nature made him burst into laughter. So, Big Dog, you seemed quite arrogant just now. Just 1 second later, the tower was hit by another powerful tremor. Those scenes made everyone even more excited. Was that a real hit? Let's keep going. As the scene becomes clearer and the cheers grow louder, the dog's head is stuck in the ground. Do you think it will die? Wait a minute, I don't think the bet has been placed yet. After that move, Rocky's arm suddenly channels more magic power. Then, it directly lifts a big stone to block his way. And Jong-2, who is happily watching, says, your strength is impressive, and it seems you've also quickly dodged, with your form changing as well, along with the notification from the instance. Overload data, infinite attack power. The other two, Jang-2, take the opportunity to attack. It seems they are more formidable now, so let's join the fight too. The divine entity exclaimed, well done, you two, then quickly delivered a kick to Rocky's face. Big Dog, take my next move. Do you think that Big Dog can handle it? He immediately provoked him. Don't worry, he's quite tough. Hearing that, Jung-si just smirked and said, well, that's true. And this time they stormed off again. So let's keep going. Rocky here was just staring blankly, then suddenly screamed loudly, causing Pep to quickly cover his eyes. That was so brutal. I loved it, but was it too cruel to fight like that? So what? Isn't this what we came here to see? As for Jong-si, he kept hitting the target's face out of shape. Jong-si 4 aimed at the stomach to deliver a fatal blow. Among the three, only Jong-si Nien is getting more and more excited. Such a lively little dog. With proper training, he might even be cuter than A-Lang. With that thought, he directly took a running start from above. But unfortunately, this time I want to hit it for fun, so I'll keep it for myself. This shot causes a huge shock that cracks the protective layer. After delivering the blow, Jong-si gently steps back, still wearing that triumphant smile, finally able to strike. On the other side, the third-ranked fighter, badly injured, spoke up. Sorry, we still need this dog so we can't let you kill it. Ijia, it hurts so much. This hit really isn't a joke. That only makes Jong-si look more terrifying. Having fun, huh? Then, come fight me properly. Meanwhile, the man secretly whispered to his team. I'll keep the strongest one. You go support the madness. Lion E suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Don't worry, that crazy dog won't die that easily. Before the opponent could react, she suddenly stabbed through his heart, so I might as well take this guy down first. Lian Yi was so pleased she couldn't help but laugh out loud. You've been hit. The arm reaches toward the heart in Jong-si to kill him. But before it could act, the blood vessels had already invaded her hand on their own. While Lian Yi was still stunned, it spread at an astonishing speed. Oh, it was so quick that she hurriedly pulled her hand away from him. Lian Yi, both incredulous and suspicious, asked, what kind of monster is this that even the heart can fight independently? As for Rocky, it crashes straight into the wall amid cheers. I see. I want to see this thing myself. Keep fighting. At this moment, Little Black suddenly made a request. You all go ahead. Hugh just looked on with curiosity. Hey, what's going on? The minister looked surprised. What's going on? I'm about to bet everything on Jiangxi. Even you agree. Seeing how Ba Jiangxi fights like this, it's hard to imagine this kind of battle. However, he quickly explained that attack power, health points, large collisions, and cheating still mean fighting based on the rules of the system. Compared to the battle, Jiangxi Nian is continuously overpowering the top three. Now the Great King is fighting passionately, and Rocky is also fighting just as fiercely. Under these circumstances, it's hard to say whether this game's system can withstand it or not. Xiao Hei guessed and looked up, but your so-called dungeon definitely can't hold out. As soon as he finished speaking, the space crack began to widen. At this moment, the surrounding space is becoming more and more chaotic. The spectators also realize that no, this instance is about to collapse. Run quickly. Why am I losing blood? The young minister hurriedly shouted, wait for me. Hugh was about to ask hurriedly, where are you going? With a delighted look, he boasted, I just exchanged all my winnings from the bet and made a big profit. She immediately snapped angrily, saying, let's leave now while we can. Hugh also worriedly asked, Hak, if we leave Jiangxi here and just go, will there be any problem? Xiao Hei immediately nodded and said, let's go. Although he didn't know what would happen next, knowing the situation well, he warned that the king was excited and no one could stop him. Just wait until he's had enough, that's what they say. Suddenly, Xiao Hei's eyes widened in shock amid the chaos, his white hair standing out and catching attention. It was then that Xiao Hei quickly recognized Prince Kai, while Pep, curious, asked, little boss, you don't want to leave either? He smiled and replied, still have a little matter to attend to. Hearing that, he let out a breath, so there's something more important than life itself. But his mood suddenly sank. This matter is truly more important than my life. Meanwhile, Jiangxi was fiercely attacking the third place, with Jiangxi 4 ready to strike next. That punch immediately sent the third place flying far away, and he even crashed straight into the wall without being able to fight back. Amidst the wreckage, the third-ranked person could only cough a few times, his eyes gradually dimming. I have no strength left, but I still have to keep going. Lian Yi suddenly appears from inside the wall. Hey, don't be lazy. Even Dee's life is about to be sealed. Hurry up and reduce the damage. However, top 3 just shook his head. No, if I keep blocking, I'll really die. Look at this. He stretched out his arm, which was cracking apart. Even if she locks my blood, it's useless. My body is constantly deteriorating. Then the third place looked ahead. And that crazy dog is there too. Its attack power is infinitely strong. Unlike them, it still suffers steadily because of Jiangxi's feeding. During the recent battle, Jiangxi's blood was already drained by it. It should have been the system declaring him dead, but the third ranked kept questioning little by little. Yet he continued fighting as if nothing had happened, even fighting more fiercely. Meanwhile, Jiang Tu was showing signs of utter madness. Good dog, good boy. At this point, he spoke seriously, which meant that Jiang Tu's power had completely broken through, but it was limited by the system. Why would a monster like that appear in this game world? Even its third eye is trembling with fear. Facing it now are 2 other Jiang Tu with equally fierce aura. The dungeon continuously issues warnings. The system barrier is breaking, and all personnel are urged to evacuate immediately, causing the entire tower to explode into pieces. At this moment, Zikai is walking towards the highest security gate with the highest danger level, casually holding a package of bread, and he says, Jiang Tu's full-force combat style is still as terrifying as ever. It seems this instance won't last much longer. As he took a few more steps, a sudden lightning bolt struck right in front of him. However, Tu Kai only calmly blocked the way. Then he shattered the entrance, sending rocks flying everywhere. The card also became chaotic because of this. The person inside the cage slowly looked over and was immediately met with a hot bag of bread. The robot in Tu Kai's hand desperately shouted, Stop! Entering is forbidden. And he happily spoke, I haven't seen you in a long time. I'm here to visit you. Brother Tianqi. Unlike Tu Kai, Tianqi scolded irritably, why does every time you appear cause such a commotion? But he still calmly walked over. It doesn't matter. Jiangxi just created 3 forms in one go. This dungeon is about to be destroyed by him, and Tu Kai is pointing to this one at the same time. Tianqi both accepted it and questioned him. In the end, you still brought Jiangxi into this world, didn't you? Before that question, he suddenly listed each factor. Monsters, players, cheating. From Ka Bin calmly admitted, I let everything in the game world keep fighting Jiang Tu. Additionally, he seriously stated that during this process, the system could learn and gather relevant data and complete the core enhancement. Then his tone became somewhat mysterious. So then, you Tianqi, you even predicted it. Tu Kai asked the opponent while summoning his supreme form, now how much of a chance do I have against Jiang Tu? But Tianqi coldly replied, only a 1% chance. Hearing that, he exclaimed, what? Tu Kai also looked clearly disappointed. I thought at least it would be 3 parts. Suddenly, Tianqi responded without warning, but through his special eyes he looked into Jiangxi, able to force Jiangxi to unleash all his strength in the third form, while Tianqi himself remained silent to make a judgment so that the system could complete the learning and copying process at 70%. Knowing this, Tu Kai was very pleased. Is that so? Then it's enough. Tu Jiang Tu immediately followed, led by Jiang Tu Nam with an excited spirit. After all the fierce battles, he still shouted provocatively, keep going! Keep going! However, the top 3 and Lian Wei quickly knelt down. He quickly declared, I surrender, that's right, it's fine. She bitterly admits that with such a big gap, there's no point in fighting anymore. That reaction was unexpected, so he could only gape in surprise. In a moment of danger, Jiangxi hurriedly changed direction and couldn't stop. One side of the tower was punched through, and the winning Jiangxi's blow also struck nearby, leaving them frozen. A moment later, the third-ranked player finally used their body. Wow, the power of that punch. What's the point of fighting anymore? She's even scared and joins in. That's right. Suddenly, the number 1 player shouted at them from afar. Hey, you can't even win when hacking? Do you guys even know how to play? It's a waste of my effort to bring you all out here. Hearing that, he gritted his teeth in anger. Lian Yi immediately retorted, what did she say? Aren't you paying attention to the current situation? Then they said, even that crazy dog has been beaten into submission. We're not fools. Jiangxi is still here soothing it. Be good now, the top 3 start to scold. Moreover, she was already about to escape outside the dungeon copy, so how could she have the face to say we were hitting the nail on the head and look embarrassed? Talking nonsense. I'm not a prisoner. If I want to leave, it's completely normal. Meanwhile, Jiangxi's 5th year is eagerly awaited. Why are you all suddenly talking like that? Who's the next to go out to the field? Su Kai stood watching and whispered, just like how Tianji Bao forced Jiang Tu into his 5th form, which is the limit of this game world. As for Jiang Tu, he kept shouting, I haven't played enough. Isn't there anyone better at fighting? Suddenly, Tu Kai recalls his past life, and through his eyes, Jiang-tu is smiling with great satisfaction. He is the demon of the apocalypse who destroyed our entire civilization. When the apocalypse arrived, the divine civilization was in chaos. This place was also destroyed by zombies. Help me, is there anywhere else to escape to? A blazing fire rose up in the magnificent tower, where only Tu Kai sat silently, his head bowed in thought, until suddenly his brows furrowed as the red flame spread inside before his eyes. Lei, frustrated, stepped forward. Damn it, the army has finally been defeated by Jiang-tu, and our psychic powers can no longer harm her now that she has entered her destructive form. Next, she also reported, pleaded for peace, and begged but was ignored. Wang Zikai, we have failed. It's time to activate the evacuation plan. He also heard that, but remained strangely silent. After a moment, Tu Kai asked again, Mr. Lei, do you still remember? The unexpected question made her hesitate. What? The A hadn't even had time to understand before he muttered to himself, the essence of supernatural powers is to imagine a stronger self. At this moment, Tu Kai also slowly walks along the row of seats. But no matter what, I can't imagine myself winning against Jiang-tu. No one can imagine it. His hand stops in front of Jiang-tu's seat, and all his powers are unable to defeat Jiang-tu. Then Lei continued on his own, saying, we declare war on Jiangxi to kill all the zombies in this world, including Greta. We have made this decision. His eyes looked somewhat sad. Is it too late now to review and fight if I can't win? The aura around Tu Kai gradually changes. So to defeat Jiang-tu, I want to imagine a powerful existence like a god. Then, he raised his hand along with a surge of powerful spiritual energy, using his mental strength to create it. I call it when Tu Kai names it. That entity immediately appears, and his mind returns to the present as he actively descends to Jiang-tu's location. This is the first emergence of the mind, from which the psychic becomes a false god. The main body of Jiangxi 4 immediately recognized Wang Zikai, while Jiangxi Ba yawned in boredom. Is there no stronger opponent in this game? Have I already cleared the level? Before they could react, Tu Kai threw a punch that easily shattered Jiangtu Ba into pieces, leaving only a stiff hand floating in the void. Faced with that scene, Jiang Sibu silently assessed that in an instant, a powerful energy erupted, destroying all the genes of the third form, making even rebirth impossible. Truly formidable. Suddenly, Jiang Siwu intervened, noting that the counterfeit he summoned was now even stronger. So, during the final week of this game, Jiang Si excitedly proposed, do you want to fight to your heart's content with me? Tu Kai also became more serious here. Jiang Si, you are the strongest person I know, so I put all my imagination into creating you. He started to adopt a defensive stance so the puppet would mimic him, but it was just an image of himself. At this moment, Tu Kai casually shared a few words, but even so, he still couldn't ultimately defeat him. Your strength has exceeded my imagination, he reminisced further. Then I led an entire civilization to explore the Starry Sea for thousands of years, blending the greatest wonders of the universe into my imagination. Although the outcome remained unchanged, Varro, who was built up with that spirit, was still easily defeated by you. Jiang Si appeared during that time with a cold look, his ferocity surpassing the limits of the universe. So I put all my hope into this game. Then he activated it. This game includes Earth's civilization and several other civilizations that once witnessed your strength. Gradually, pieces of memories began to emerge. Their recollections of him grew more and more numerous. Imagine, besides that, he also gathered every emotion. Trust, and finally the desolation on the planets, and the fear. They all merged to make the puppet stronger, entering my mind through the divine system, and Tu Kai will wait for the right moment to shout and become my power. Then the blue light from those energies spiraled like a tornado. Witnessing that formation, Jiang-tu let out a surprised and contemplative sound. Interesting, isn't it? In exchange, Tu Kai made a very serious declaration. Now it's Jiang-tu, and right behind him is the sixth clone being replicated. I'm here to challenge you. Somewhere else, an army is advancing step by step, facing the anomaly at the dungeon core. Initiate the purge program. A Kuang immediately reports the situation. Here we go again. Tu Lang is in front, so quickly order the team to charge forward. The core of this game must be right ahead. Suddenly, a large data cluster appeared beside her, and from it, a humanoid figure emerged, extracting the player's data into the Guardian system. Tu Long was not afraid and clenched her sword as she approached. When it attacked, she quickly cut off its arm. Then, Ziling launched a fatal blow to finish him off. After dealing with it, she suddenly frowned in annoyance. The fake item created by the system has become stronger, but luckily it still has no brains. Nearby, a Kuang is holding his weapon tightly, while the fierce golden lion charges at him relentlessly. Their army split up to fight, but the battle seemed endless. Since entering this bottom layer space, the sentinel waves have never stopped. Amidst the chaos, Varro suddenly shouted, "That's right! He's knocking out monsters one after another and complaining, so how long do we have to fight?" Seeing the sparks and lightning nearby, Varro gritted his teeth and muttered, "So annoying." From his point of view, the mage was creating an electric sphere, and two more troublemakers appeared. At that moment, his hand suddenly clenched around the steel pipe. Alright then, Varro directly kicked the monsters away together. After all, they were just small fry. They collided with other pipes nearby, and the damage was enough to make their bodies gradually disintegrate. Seeing that, Varro sneered. Though annoyed, he said, let's stay positive. The game copies these imposters, and next I dodged a strike. But at least it didn't copy Jiang-tu to fight us. Does thinking that way make you feel much more relieved? But as soon as the words left his mouth, Varro's eyes suddenly twitched. What surprised him was the newly created clone of Little Black and AK. This time, he truly felt apprehensive. Hey! One at a time now. On the other hand, Akyong is feeling pretty optimistic. It seems Varro has a pretty good point, and the Golden Lion is on his side too. If they copy a Jiangxi, we're definitely doomed. Then, it calmly laughed. As long as it wasn't Jiangxi, that was enough. He was happy to have him nearby. That's right, they definitely won't copy Jiangxi. Then the two of them continued their conversation very politely. Surely not. But gradually the smile faded as an unconscious fear took over, and then both of them hurriedly ran away as fast as they could. Anyway, just turn off this stupid game first. Charge in and the space will gradually return to the dungeon. The tower is now shaking as if about to collapse. Meanwhile, Tsukai and Hinnan are standing firm, facing Jiang-tu. You're over here. Your tone is very excited. Not bad, Wang Tsukai. The punching bag you shaped like me has also learned a new form. Along with a big expectant smile, it seems that this time Jiang-tu suddenly throws a punch in a fierce fight. But Tsukai remains unfazed and simply raises his hand. In Varro's memory, the clone's arm mimicked the move he used with the sixth form to suppress him, while Jiang-tu appeared very surprised. Is that how it is? The gravity around him begins to be manipulated by Tsukai, then he turns it around, causing Jiang-tu to be pulled in, with the pressure weighing down on him, making his arm gradually weaken. Right then, Tsukai simply spoke softly. Just let your true form directly strike in his place and feel this power. An enormous palm suddenly descended from above, dragging the opponent away at a speed faster than light, shattering the barrier as it continued onward. At the same time, the registration hall of the Commerce Guild was still lit, and the top-ranked player appeared, voice tired. I'm back now, finally out. Your whole body was trembling non-stop, almost to the point of dying from watching that fight. So the top 5 hurriedly asked her if everything was fine. Was the plan successful? Number 2 also chimed in immediately. That's right, isn't the most important thing to smoothly handle Jiangxi? Faced with the pressure, the number 1 just pouted and said, hey, be a bit more compassionate. Then she reported the situation, which had some unexpected turns, making it impossible to directly kill Jiangxi. They were stunned and exclaimed, what? So it's a failure, it's over, but you quickly took the lead. Listen to me carefully, with a serious attitude, Top 1 cautiously reminded them, but the fierce battle caused the dungeon to completely collapse. Now Jiangxi is probably completely lost in the chaotic data stream. If I hadn't escaped quickly, I might not have been able to return myself.
That made the second place very happy.
Great, my stocks might go up now, and the third place person happily cheered. Everything has finally returned to normal. She also declared boldly in celebration. That's right, the problem was completely resolved, and just as the joy didn't last long, the building was breached. What was that noise? In the world of cultivation, the crowd is now in chaos. Master, tell us what to do before you faint. A young girl supports Bai Mao in her arms and keeps questioning her. Aren't you the one who goes to exterminate demons and eliminate evil? Why is this leading to such a great catastrophe of heaven and earth? The person nearby exclaimed, oh my god, has the sky been torn apart? Towards the entrance hall of the Fuktui civilization, Mimi appears curious about the strange streak of light. This is the other side of the Imperial Civilization's entrance hall, which is suffering damage. Report, the fleet was attacked by an unidentified object, and only when reaching the chaotic space region did Jiangxi manage to escape, and his body was also heavily wounded. Still, he quickly regained his balance and landed on the ground, calming down. Jiangxi then said, Prince Zikai, has the name you made up become stronger now? Tsukai responds here. My mind is a series of civilizations spanning thousands of years. Memories of you, imaginations of you, and hopes for you are the recreation and surpassing of your strongest form. So, he deliberately raised his voice a bit and asked, is that so? Zikai stood in front of Jiangxi and directly provoked him, unleashing all his strength. Jiang-tu also grinned maliciously again because of those words. This time, he had regained his composure and quickly agreed. Go ahead. After that invitation, Jiang-tu used the stones as a spring to leap forward. He himself enthusiastically threw his fists up. Well done. In contrast, Tsukai and Hinnan carefully counterattacked. That terrifying scene accidentally scares the top 3. Lian Yi and Rocky break out in sweat. Can we still hold on while there's a chance to survive? She can only sigh helplessly. Oh my god. Suddenly, a blow hits the spot they are hiding, causing the stone to tilt. At that moment, Lian Yi finally despairingly said that our tricks were useless. The system judged us as hackers and put us into the prison dungeon. It seemed unbearable anymore. Aline shouted angrily to vent her frustration. What about those 2 guys? Meanwhile, Jiangxi and Zikai are struggling to determine the winner. The system is messing with us. Before launching that move, he even cheerfully told his opponent, hold on for me. Then countless straight punches aimed at Tsukai. Both sides' vision was obscured in the thick smoke. At that moment, the puppet's arm suddenly reached out and slapped Jiang-tu, stunning him and knocking him over a nearby crack. Through that pink hole, Zhang-Tu's body falls straight to the ground. In the world of cultivation, Tu Kai and his spirit immediately step out to pursue. After observing for a while, he also concluded that it was simply a matter of combat power. My spirit had already surpassed Zhang-Tu's fifth form, but the commotion they caused attracted many other cultivators. What are you doing? The sky is cracking open. One person suddenly raised an eyebrow. The white-haired guy in the sky looked a bit familiar, but someone else exclaimed in panic, "Forget that guy in the sky. Look down at the ground." Following the direction he pointed, a few coughs echoed amid the chaos of dirt and rocks. "Good job, you fake." And his presence incited countless people to fight back, saying, "Heavenly Demon is just a face. Let's risk everything against him." Soon after, they all rushed forward to seek revenge for the White Emperor, Saint Swordmaster, unleashing dense sword intent from thousands of people in the sky to destroy the Heavenly Demon. However, Zhang-Tu calmly controlled them with both hands, causing the sword intent to immediately change direction as he desired. Then it curled up into a massive ball. Thanks to that abundant spiritual power, I'm even more excited. Try this move. With that, Zhang-Tu made a squeezing motion, forcing the sword technique to tighten and shrink until his hands were clasped tightly together. Along with that, only a glowing gem remained in front of him, and the scene made the monk gape in shock. Our swordsmanship has been turned into a gem by him. What kind of joke is this? The sword I spent a lifetime saving up to buy. Meanwhile, Tu Kai slightly furrowed his brow in caution as Zhang-Tu casually grabbed the gem, and as soon as he touched it, his arm was enveloped in a layer of golden armor. Next, Zhang-Si happily admires the result. "This is the cool thing I forged. When I fought the moon monster with many arms, I finally managed to use it. These details were also observed by him. Is the high-temperature stellar stone ability of Vero? Holding something with this high temperature is truly an unbelievable way to fight." But as he was thinking, something very fast was flying toward them. Tu Kai's summoned spirit immediately sensed something was wrong and swiftly dodged an attack from Zhang-Tu. However, that attack inadvertently caused a shockwave that reached beyond the universe, sweeping away all the monks there. Was my master defeated by this opponent? Help me. Only Zhang-Si is proud to say that the fake item is ultimately a fake. That crazy look then glanced at Zikai, not daring to directly block such an attack. Even he is panicking. Damn it, ordinary celestial beings usually don't have energy at this level. Then, Tu Kai ordered this mental energy, which had surpassed Zhang-Tu's fifth form in his memory, to attack. Vero only relied on the power of the Sunstone, yet Zhang-Tu conjured a nuclear reaction with his bare hands. Are you still not convinced after a few words? Then come on, bring it on. Before the opponent could strike, he proactively raised his fist, but this time there's no escape. A second later, countless explosions erupt across the surface of the earth. Tu Kai simply stood quietly here, watching that overwhelming power. His gaze began to turn cold. It seems that to thoroughly suppress Zhang-Si's fifth form, a bit of effort will be needed. Suddenly, where did Zhang-Tu's original form of the fourth come from? What are you thinking? Still trying to run away? He glanced at Tu Kai with disdain. No matter how strong your spirit is forged, I will deal with your true form and end this battle. Meanwhile, Tu Kai was quite surprised, wondering how you used the fourth form of transformation that Zhang-Tu created. I thought you would attack directly. Hearing that, he just shrugged and said, "Well, that's pretty boring. I remember you ran away pretty fast." "All right, I'll give you 10 seconds. That's why he suddenly smiled, surprised that you still remember. Inside Tu Kai's heart, he also reminisced about the time we fought side by side against the Demon Tide. Rated Tuvok, you fought head-on, and I relied on speed to struggle on the side, providing support. While dealing with monsters, he looked over at Zhang-Tu. But back then, no matter how fast I accelerated, Tu Kai would always slip away. No matter how fast I accelerated, gradually his mind was haunted by it. How fast did I accelerate? But Zhang-Tu, his whole body begins to change within the glow. I am no longer the same now." Zhang-Tu still stood to the side watching the unfolding events, and very quickly, Tu Kai's new form began to gradually emerge. I found this in the game world, possibly something that exists because of today. Those iron-clad hands also reach out with a promise that even the era of divine civilization couldn't fulfill. In the end, the level 30 superdimensional instant death armor was completed, and now it begins with killing the fourth form of the person. Then Tu Kai suddenly swung his hand, using this move, causing Zhang-Tu to stare in shock. At that moment, the sky had been cut in half by him. Let's start our battle. The times have changed. The era of the divine civilization of the three sage kings, when the origin was destroyed, Zhang-Tu, Wang Tu Kai, and Alia ruled the country together. A wonderful era when humans and zombies lived together in harmony. The people around were very happy chatting. "Come to my house for dinner tonight. Sounds good." The girl walking by looks curious. "Where are you all headed?" They replied immediately. "During this rare peaceful time, we plan to travel around the world. See you again." Hearing that, she nodded. Then everyone, "Wait a moment, I'll go home to get some dried rations." That made them cheer and shout. "What are you thanking them for?" Suddenly, a shout echoed through the castle. "What is it?" Then there was the furious slamming of the table. "I don't agree." Again, he strongly opposes, about to start a war and even wipe out all the zombies. Tinchi also nodded. And peace hasn't lasted long. And she further reproached him, saying, "Wang Zikai, you're crazy. I will never let you do this, no matter what." Then she explained to him that the root cause had been destroyed, and the remaining Thievwang were all younger brothers of Jiangtu, with no intention of attacking humans. Tianji gently advised from beside, especially now that Greta is also a zombie, not to mention Jiangtu herself. Hearing this, Zikai only responded in silence. I don't want it to be like this either. But then he suddenly rummaged through his pocket to find something. Just look at this and you'll understand. This made Leia a bit confused. Why the flag?
Do you have any incredible reason to show us? Seeing the crystal, she grimaced even more.
What is this? A strange crystal ball. Tianjia pouted and said, Do you want to use this to convince us? Then Li Ya immediately commented, You're really crazy. Still, Zikai calmly activates it. Wait a moment, what I really want everyone to see is only now appearing. As he finished speaking, both of them were stunned, and suddenly the surroundings turned into a desolate wasteland. What is this? Every building and structure is in ruins and destroyed so violently, and the spaceship is also damaged all around. That scene made the fairy turn pale. This isn't a teleportation type ability. Wait a minute, we are in a parallel world. At this moment, Zikai finally responded, saying more precisely that this is a world of bones. Then he took out a bag of stones, and it seemed that this world of bones also contained quite a few. What's even scarier is that inside are countless fragments of memories he has kept. Each one represents a civilization destroyed by Jiangtu. So then, when returning to reality, Jiangxi is now facing the space crack, but with just one hand he has already grabbed it. Hey, you there! Then, he directly squeezed the cut, don't mess up others' worlds, and because of that action, the crack shattered again into more fragments. Tukai was stunned for a moment. The space crack was clenched shut with just his bare hands. After all, it was Jiangtu. Then he quickly swung his claws to attack. Whatever he did, it wasn't surprising. Take this! Behind Jiangxi, another crack appeared, making him even angrier. I told you, without warning, you kicked Tukai brutally. Don't interfere with others' worlds and cause chaos. That's why he charged straight down the cliff. Jiangtu, standing above, said, Hey, is this also not allowed? Suddenly, Tukai charged up from below to counterattack. Still not finished, questioning why he was causing chaos in someone else's world. Along with his trajectory, the crack splitting the sky widens further. You have no right to say that. But Tukai quickly realized something was wrong. The kick earlier had already been blocked by him. How long did it take you to craft this armor? Is that all you've got? And Jiangtu also reminded him, This isn't enough for me to beat, so don't bother begging. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his body, causing Jiangtu's eyes to tremble. This thing still exists. That's not right. The system interface suddenly appeared, showing a negative allergic reaction, with action suddenly stopping or slowing down, and Tukai took the opportunity to strike. At that moment, he instantly split Jiangtu's body in half with a swift slash, tearing through time and space, then quickly retreated backward. Meanwhile, Jiangtu was still stunned, his body not yet recovered. Suddenly, Tukai unexpectedly revealed to him, There's nothing I can do anymore, Jiangtu. You're too strong. Even if I tricked you into the game world, I can only stop you and gradually erode you completely. This news made Jiangtu startled by the corrosive shock, but he retorted fiercely, That's right. Actually, the power of this armor can't simply cut through space like that. Moreover, the scars on your body indicate that the system's authority has fully infiltrated your body. According to Tukai, Jiangtu's data is gradually eroding, and at that moment it will take over the person's body. He himself is also grinding his teeth in helplessness. What? The system's data lock authority blocks all of the player's actions. Seizing this opportunity, he shouted, Attack! Mental state. That distant call quickly reached the spirit. At that moment, it was still confronting the fifth Jiangtu, and the spirit's body immediately froze upon receiving the command. Then it turned to Tukai's location to control gravity. He also stepped back to let the spirit finish its task. As a result, Jiangtu's form began to distort. In the end, both parts of his body were tightly pressed together. Soon, the fourth clone vanished into the void, and he was very satisfied with the result. To completely wipe out any remaining envy in the space, destroying all of Jiangtu's clones with 4 different abilities. Next is the fifth form of the main body. Meanwhile, Jiangtu is feeling quite annoyed. Hey, your courage is impressive. So you directly destroyed your own spirit, daring to lose focus while fighting me to go assist elsewhere? Then Jiangxi frantically threw a punch, a blow that also ended Tsukai's spirit. You're not even worthy of being a punching bag. At this moment, he also actively approached the fifth form. Then Tukai continued to use the data lock system to prevent all of your actions. So let me be your true opponent. Still, Jiangxi just laughed out loud, rushing over so hastily. His reaction caught Tukai off guard, and in that moment of distraction, he was struck. My fifth form. This crappy game system isn't completely under control at all. The armor shattered instantly, and Tukai groaned in pain, but he managed to hold on for a second. Still, he suddenly summoned more spiritual power, and that was enough. He is delusional. Tukai uses the gap to unleash his hidden fusion skill. The spirit fragments around Jiang Dong gather and merge with the mental name I just knocked away. Before the change, he deliberately stepped back a pace, feeling intrigued, kept some distance, and watched the situation unfold. And from within that halo, he slowly reached out his hand and said, Jiangtu, show me your sixth form. This request makes Jiangtu laugh mockingly, saying, My sixth form only relies on you and still dares to fight me. Meanwhile, his tone remains very serious. That's right, Tukai. Return as Wang Tukai in Jiangtu's fifth form. You have no right to fight against my fusion form. Then he gently squeezed each finger, and with just that action, Jiangtu's body seemed to shatter. Yet he smiled with satisfaction, and the force was quite decent. In contrast, Tukai only snorted coldly at that arrogance. This time he didn't hold back and clenched his fist, causing Jiangtu's body to explode. This is the real power. Outside, Earth now trembles as well. Tukai suddenly stops. No, it's gone. Ugh. At that moment, he looked at Tandu in front of him and guessed that this one was also just a clone of Jiangtu, as Tukai Dong's hand reached out in confusion. No, that's not right. Why does it look like the fourth form? If I look more closely, there's only some residuals left and no sense of life. I was only fighting the clone of little Jiangtuo. Yeah. At this moment, Tukai finally guessed that from the very beginning, Jiangtu's real person never appeared, and with that thought, he snorted coldly in displeasure. Next, Tukai looked around carefully. He needed to find Jiangtu immediately. The mental state fusion couldn't last long if he kept hiding. Meanwhile, the cracked sky falls silent. Then suddenly a laugh echoes from that space, and Jiangxi appears with an excited expression. You fought very well, Prince Wang. It really made me feel great. Your current state is quite interesting. Teach me how to do it next time.
Do you want to keep fighting now? If you do, I can create a few more clones to play with you.
But despite the praise, Tukai looked full of resentment, using an allergic reaction to create a ripple effect on me. That's not a bad idea. This match is considered your victory. Keep trying next time. Meanwhile, Jiangxi is very relaxed, which is truly stimulating. Next time, which form do you want to see Wang Zikai face off against, or maybe a full-scale battle? The person next to him hesitated and replied, You just ask. I will ensure the program's effectiveness. Hearing that, Jiangxi just looked confused and asked, Why are you saying that? Why are you being so polite to me? Then he continued to chat warmly, saying, It's been a long time since we last met, and we've become quite distant, haven't we? It's okay, Sister Tianqi. Just say what's on your mind. Fine. That will make you happy. So I guess that's the right thing to do. We're all just polite brothers after all. Besides, he couldn't hide his tension. He keeps shouting, Want my life, want my life, want my life, want my life. And Jiangtu is now stronger, bringing back memories of what happened before. First, after Wang Tukai left, suddenly appeared beside him and took him away. At that moment, Jiangtu loudly called out, Long time no see, great Elder Tian Tree. Then Tianqi quickly added, So you and Wang Tukai were blown off the arena by a mental attack to come here. Jiangtu held him with one hand while shouting, Wang Tukai is so strong now. On the contrary, the fairy was only panicked, with glasses, and now his face was already pale. Moreover, when he did that, others completely ignored his position. With such a gap in strength, I already knew it would be like this, so I might as well stay in the prison and not come out. Suddenly, Jiangxi asked innocently, Oh right, Celestial Spirit, where did you find this game world? This place is truly magnificent. Surrounded by the vast space, he kept praising excitedly, not just the fragments, but also the grand entrance hall of other civilizations. From this angle, it really is quite beautiful. Besides Liu Shanghui, I also need to take a walk around the other places. At the same time, Jiangxi happily said, It's really good now. If you want to see other worlds, you need to plan your trip. This is what life is all about. At that moment, Zikai was right above him, still teasing him. That furious look was fixed on Jiangxi. So this is how you view civilizations you have destroyed yourself? This statement left Jiangtu deeply confused. Damn. And because of that, Tukai became even angrier. Damn it, listen carefully to my words. Then he began to recount that the civilization of the Enlightened Era had fought against the demon tide for thousands of years. In that era, most had turned into zombies. Countless powerful sect masters fell, and in the end only ruins and debris remained. But they could not withstand the Thi-Tru and were ultimately destroyed. Then Tukai recounted in a stern voice, The civilization of Fu-Tui. Humans hope that the animals not infected by zombies will inherit their civilization. These animals had their genes enhanced with evolution, and everything quickly developed. Although the evolved animals gained intelligence similar to humans, Tukai bitterly shouted, but it was useless, as when Thi-Tu charged in, they were also wiped out. Moreover, the story also involves outer space and imperial civilization, and even in the vastness of space, that cold-blooded gaze immediately scans them, still unable to escape the fate of being wiped out by others. At this moment, he finally takes out that device, while I go to retrieve the fragments of their civilization, which are the obsessions of countless final souls. With that item, Zikai directly declared war on him and fully integrated into the game, becoming a weapon to fight against him. As for Jiangxi, he hurriedly waved his hand and explained, Wait, I've never encountered the civilizations you mentioned. Although we declared war on the divine civilization, it was you who acted first. Then I quickly brought up old matters. Anicap and Anicaps were also resurrected by me. Moreover, the magic in my chest had long since vanished, and recently, my long-standing resentment had also been completely broken. Based on all that, Jiangxi happily gave a thumbs up and also told Ning, You don't need to worry. I will avenge the old debt. Everyone lives together happily. But those words didn't move Tukai at all, and his expression even darkened. Of course I know you don't remember. Jung Tu also realized this and reminded him, Tin Chika is still here. If you want to fight, change places first. Thank you for thinking of me. You also look proud over here. Of course. Suddenly, Tu Kai grabbed Jung Tu and pulled him away. Hit lightly. Then he threw you far away. Let's go further away. Jang Tu's body flew straight down along its trajectory, and while he was still confused, Tu Kai appeared beside him again, then gently extended his hand in front of Jung Tu's head, gradually curling his fingers to seize the clone, causing Jung Tu's mind to become distorted. You really don't remember. Just like you don't remember, it was you who asked us for help. And once Tu Kai confirmed everything, he ruthlessly suppressed you. Even if it comes to this, I have to kill you. That move instantly transformed Jiangxi's form into a golden spiritual pearl. From the vortex at the center, a mature voice echoed again. Even if it comes to this, you still have to kill me? Looks like we need to clarify everything. Then a very calm hand reached out. The moment Tu Kai saw it, he involuntarily flinched in shock. What? Instead, Jiangxi gently shifts the force around here. Tu Kai's arm instantly curled into countless loops, pain and helplessness making him frown in disbelief. The force was real. But his attention quickly shifted to Jiangxi, who finally appeared. In exchange, his body had already returned to normal. And it seems you know quite a bit about me, don't you? Jiangxi Liu looked at the opponent coldly and said, Come on, tell me everything you know. In response, Tu Kai quickly broke free from that force and immediately charged at Jiang Tu with his fist. As they faced each other, he shouted, Beat me first and then ask questions. The shock they caused immediately shook the entire space, causing Xianji to fearfully clutch the rock. Those below were panicking and shouting, What is that? You're not going to be destroyed here, right? Is this another new instance? Unlike them, Lei A remained calm and observed the situation, and finally it appeared, the sixth embryo form of Jiang Tu.